I was kicked out of my home by my wealthy family. It's all because that young master, who was just found, deliberately rolled down the stairs and pinned all the blame on me. My whole family is convinced that I'm trying to take back my position as the eldest son of the Yi family. Nobody knows that I wrote all 6 of Yi Mo's most popular songs over the years. Once I take back all of this, his so-called genius persona will collapse completely sooner or later. But before I could get my revenge, a mysterious top female tycoon tried to take me back to her mansion in the pouring rain. Even more outrageous, a little girl I'd never seen before rushed into my arms, crying and calling me dad. What's even stranger is that the child's facial features are exactly the same as his. The woman looked down at me and said in a cool voice, "Yi-chun, are you coming home with me?" Those few words left me stunned. I even wondered if I had misheard. Seeing that I was soaking wet, she added, "If you get any more soaked, your wound will get infected, and you might even be disfigured." Hearing the word disfigured, I didn't hesitate to put my hand in her palm. At that moment, I never dreamed that on the most miserable day of my life, I would meet the most dazzling person. The car quickly drove into a top-tier estate. Swimming pools, gardens, and groves stretched as far as the eye could see. Compared to this, the Yi family's villa seemed like a joke. But what truly shocked me was yet to come. Just as I entered the living room, a beautifully sculpted little girl suddenly jumped off the sofa, toddled towards me on her short legs, hugged my leg, and cried out in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy." I was completely petrified. I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I suddenly have a daughter this big? But the little one seemed determined to be with me, clinging to me tightly and refusing to let go, tears streaming down her face. She said tearfully that her mother had promised her that one day she would bring her father home, and now, her mother had finally brought her father home. I was completely stunned and instinctively looked at the woman who had picked me up. Her name was Familly. She was sitting calmly on the sofa, as if none of this concerned her. What was even more shocking was that when I looked closely at the little baby in my arms, I discovered that her eyes, nose, and mouth actually did resemble mine quite a bit. Just when I was questioning my existence, the little guy suddenly touched the handprint on my face and said with concern, "Daddy, it hurts." Then he leaned close to my face and gently blew on it. In that instant, I suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. Just a few hours ago, I was an abandoned child, despised and kicked out of my home by my entire family. But now, a strange woman was taking me back to a mansion, and a little girl I'd never seen before was hugging me and calling me daddy. Familly then stood up and gently reminded Tuanshuan that the wound needed to be disinfected before applying the dressing. The little guy immediately nodded obediently, then lay down next to me and continued blowing on it, as if he could really blow away all the pain. The maid quickly brought over a first aid kit, and Familly asked me to sit down next to her. As soon as I sat down, she lifted my chin, stared coldly at the injury on my face, and asked who had hit me. I instinctively flinched, only saying that I had bumped into her accidentally. Familly didn't expose me, but simply picked up a cotton swab and applied medicine to my wound, her movements surprisingly gentle, completely different from her cold and domineering aura. She asked me if it hurt, and I shook my head and said it didn't. But Tuanshuan was still lying next to me, carefully blowing on me. Looking at the two of them, one big and one small, I suddenly felt like I was in a dream, so I pinched myself hard. The pain shot through me instantly, and I realized it was all real. I had been kicked out of the Yi family's house, only to be taken home by a strange woman who was applying medicine to my wounds, while a little boy next to me called me daddy. After the medicine was applied, Tuanshuan finally put the pink band-aid on my face. I froze for a moment, and could only force a compliment on how nice it looked. The little guy immediately smiled, his eyes crinkling with joy, as if he had won the whole world. Just as the atmosphere was warming up, a shocked voice suddenly came from the doorway. Fengyan stood there, staring at me with wide eyes, and blurted out, "Sis, where did you pick up this little beggar?" I looked down at my soaked clothes and touched my messy hair. I really did look like a homeless person. But Tuanshuan immediately climbed down from my arms, rushed over with a cute but fierce look, and shouted, "Daddy's not a beggar." Fengyan finally realized what was happening, and her expression instantly changed. She thought I was the scoundrel who had abandoned Familly and Tuanshuan. and she rolled up her sleeves, ready to rush over and teach me a lesson, cursing me for having the nerve to come back. Tuanchuan immediately stood in front of me, spreading her little arms to protect me, crying and shouting that I shouldn't hit my dad. Feng Yin was so angry that she picked her up and pulled her aside, but the little one kicked her two short legs wildly in the air, still protecting me tightly. I quickly hugged Tuanchuan back into my arms and explained that I wasn't her father. But Tuanchuan felt even more aggrieved upon hearing this, tears welling up instantly. She hugged me tightly and cried, "You're my father." Feng Yin sneered, convinced I was afraid of being beaten and that's why I didn't admit it. She even picked up a fruit knife and threatened to slash my face. My scalp tingled. I had no idea who I had offended. At that crucial moment, Feng Li spoke up coldly, telling Feng Yin to stop making trouble and that I wasn't that person. Feng Yin then put down the knife, but still looked puzzled, pressing me to explain why Tuanchuan called me dad. Tuanchuan looked at everyone with red eyes, revealing two little tiger teeth, stubborn as an angry little beast. I could only tenderly wipe away her tears and coax her softly. "It's Daddy, don't cry." Only then did Tuanchuan hug me tightly, as if no one could take me away. Feng Yin stared at me for a long time, finally seeming to understand something. She probably thought that Feng Li had casually picked up a handsome young man and brought him back specifically to be Tuanchuan's father. Feng Yin finally put down the knife and apologized to me. I said it was okay, but my heart was full of doubts. Why would she be so agitated as to want to kill a stranger? Did Tuanchuan's biological father do something unforgivable? Thinking of this, I looked at the obedient little girl in front of me and felt a pang of heartache. Feng Li stood to the side, her expression remaining indifferent. She was beautiful, with an outstanding demeanor, clearly of high status. I truly couldn't understand what kind of man would be willing to leave a woman like her and her daughter. But no one could answer these questions for me, so I could only keep them to myself for the time being. Tuanchuan ran up to me with a towel in her arms, stood on tiptoe to dry my hair, and called out "Daddy" in her sweet, childish voice. Her bright, sparkling eyes were full of dependence, which softened my heart. Feng Li told me to go take a shower and rest first, and also asked for my name. I gave a brief answer and went into the bathroom. While I was taking a bath, I kept hearing Tuanchuan's voice outside the door. The little one was afraid I would suddenly disappear, calling out "Daddy" every now and then asking if I was still there. I could only keep responding. Listening to her cautious voice, I suddenly had a strange feeling, as if I had truly become the most important person to her. As soon as I finished showering, Tuanchuan rushed over and hugged my leg like a little pendant. She eagerly took out her sketchbook to show me, which contained 3 crooked little figures and a strangely shaped little creature. I immediately recognized it as her imagined family of 3. I deliberately praised her drawing, especially pointing out that she mistook the tallest little figure for herself. Tuanchuan beamed with joy at the compliment, completely delighted. But when I asked who the strange little thing next to her was, Feng Yin immediately gave me a dangerous look, which scared Tuanchuan so much that she burrowed into my arms for protection. Watching the two of them, one big and one small, playfully bickering, I couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that they were such a chaotic bunch when they first met, but now they're as lively as a family. As it got later, I picked up Tuanchuan and prepared to take her back to her room to sleep. Once in the bedroom, the little one lay down obediently on the bed, too excited to sleep at all. I gently patted her and began telling her the story of the little prince. But before I'd even finished half of the story, she was already asleep, clinging to my wrist. Even in her sleep, she kept calling for her father. I covered her with the blanket and tucked her little feet back under it. Looking at her sleeping face, I suddenly felt a mix of emotions. We had only known each other for less than a day, yet this child trusted me far more than many people I had known for years. As I left the room, I bumped into Feng Li standing outside the door. She was wearing a long black dress, her aura as cold and aloof as an iceberg. I told her that since I was brought back for Tuanchuan's sake, I would do my best to be a good father. But after hearing this, she looked at me meaningfully, seemingly disagreeing with my guess. She then led me to the prepared room. The spacious and clean environment surprised me. It was much better than the treatment I received at the Yi family's house. After she left, I finally lay down on the bed. Looking back on what happened that day, it still feels like a dream. I thought I had nowhere to go, but I was inexplicably brought back to this home. As I thought about it, I gradually fell asleep. And then, in the middle of the night, the door seemed to be gently pushed open, and a figure slowly walked to my bedside. I jolted my eyes open, the unfamiliar surroundings making me wary. The blanket beside me was empty. Hadn't I been holding a blanket last night? It felt soft and fragrant, like a woman's body. A chill ran through me. Had I remembered something wrong? My phone on the table lit up, countless WeChat messages popping up. 7 group chats, all from classmates, discussing papers, professors, and even a campus heartthrob contest. I lazily scrolled through the conversations, but was left speechless by everyone's enthusiasm for their beautiful female PhD professor. Watching my classmates dress up in their finest clothes for their professor, I couldn't help but feel speechless. Punger's news was particularly eye-catching. His girlfriend had specially bought him skinny jeans, a floral shirt, and Crocs to wear to his meeting with his professor. I was speechless, marveling at how dedicated his girlfriend was. Then someone in the group chat mentioned the school heartthrob selection again. I glanced down and realized I'd been letting Yemo have his way all along. It was time to make my move. 3 years of forbearance had only resulted in his even more arrogant attempts to frame me. I put on my pajamas and walked out of the room, only to find there were no clean clothes. Familly sat on the sofa, her long legs encased in black stockings and high heels, looking at me coldly. "Yi-chun, how about trying on some clothes?" I picked up a size M suit, surprised that she had guessed my size. After I changed, she looked me up and down, nodding with satisfaction. "Not bad, do you like it?" I nodded, but I wasn't sure what to expect. During dinner, Xiao Tianchuan finally woke up and hugged my neck affectionately as soon as she saw me. I knelt down to pick out a dress for her, putting it on incorrectly several times, only to be praised by her in her sweet, childish voice. "Daddy's great." Her little hands patted my chest, melting my heart. I put on her little socks and coat, and she sat fluffy in my lap, as soft as a cotton ball. Familly watched from the side, a faint look on his face. I chuckled to myself, thinking how clever and charming this child was. During dinner, I put a small steamed bun onto Anchuan's plate. She took a bite, then ate the wood ear mushrooms I put on her, her eyes crinkling into crescents. I praised her for being good, but a thought secretly crossed my mind. I wanted to take her home. Familly handed me her steak, telling me to eat it myself, but my attention was entirely onto Anchuan. The little one ate happily, and I couldn't stop smiling. After dinner, I combed Anchuan's hair, put on a butterfly hair clip, and tidied her up. She clung to my leg, acting all cute, and I felt a pang of tenderness, wanting to hold her in my arms. Familly watched my actions and asked casually, "Are you going to school today?" I replied that I was working on my thesis and wouldn't graduate until June. She nodded, indicating to the driver to take me. As we left, Anchuan hugged me tightly, her eyes full of dependence. I gently patted her head and said, "Daddy will be back this afternoon." At Imperial University, amidst the bustling crowds, I attracted quite a few glances as I carried little Anchuan. Reaching room 208 of Building 2, Lu Peng, Hu Yuxuan, and Lu Hao were about to greet me, but upon seeing the little bundle of joy in my arms, they all froze. The 3 of them simultaneously pressed down on me. "Chenner, is this little one your daughter?" I hurriedly explained, "No, she's just a friend's child. I'm helping to take care of her." Little Anchuan called out in her sweet, childish voice, "My biological daughter." The 3 of them were completely dumbfounded. Hu Yuxuan squeezed her little hand, and Anchuan held up 3 little fingers to say she was 3 years old, calling out "Daddy" in a childish voice. I was speechless for a moment, thinking to myself that this child and her family were nothing like the kind of family that ordinary people would come into contact with. After breakfast, I finished tidying up my paper, and little Anchuan sat obediently beside me. My classmates in the group chat asked me to go with them to buy food, but I told them to stay in the dorm and look after Anchuan. The little one hugged my leg tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. I handed her a countdown timer. "Daddy will be back in 20 minutes. The cafeteria was bustling with people. I first bought steamed egg custard, shrimp, and congee with preserved egg for Anchuan, and then grabbed a random meal for myself. Just as I was about to leave, the familiar school beauty, Chu Yi, appeared. She was wearing a white autumn dress, her chestnut curly hair cascading down her chest, high heels clicking on the ground, white stockings and a hat, as if she were bathed in light. At first glance, she appears pure and lovely, but one must ignore the ferocity on her face. Yi-chun, don't go too far, or I'll make you regret it. I replied calmly, what does Miss Chu want with me? If not, I'll be leaving now. She accused me of bullying Yi-mo, but I coldly explained, I didn't bully him. He fell down the stairs by himself. Chu-yi sneered, mocking my desire to replace Yi-mo and saying I was forever a liar. She continued her sarcastic remarks, implying that I was nothing after being kicked out of the Yi family. I gave a bitter smile. Thank you for your concern, but I'm doing very well now. The next second, she raised her hand and slapped the food out of my hand, then walked away arrogantly. Looking at the food on the ground, I felt a mix of emotions. The girl who used to follow me around calling me Brother Yi-chun was long gone. My classmates were whispering around me. Some asked if I had a grudge against Chu-yi, while others praised my looks, saying I was even prettier than the school heartthrob. I shook my head, ignoring all that, only thinking about Toanchuan. What should I do now? Just then, 2 lunchboxes were handed to me. I looked up and saw Song Wanting. She said softly, I bought too much. I can't finish it all. You can take it. I wanted to pay, but she shook her head. No need. These are extras I bought. It'll be a waste if you don't eat them. On the way back with the lunchbox, I met up with Lu Hao. He noticed I was in a bad mood and asked what was wrong. I just replied, let's go back. Toanchuan is hungry. Thinking of the little one, my mood immediately improved. Toanchuan was waiting at the door. The countdown was about to end, but her father hadn't returned yet. She anxiously poked her little head out. When I finally appeared, she happily jumped into my arms, calling out, Daddy. I hugged her, and all the fatigue in my heart instantly disappeared. I fed Toanchuan and casually messaged Familly. Toanchuan ate very well today. Familly replied briefly, and then said nothing more. It was my first time feeding a baby, and I was quite clumsy, getting her face all oily, which made everyone laugh. The little one hugged me and said in her sweet, baby voice, my own child, Daddy. Everyone laughed and said we looked alike, but I don't even have a girlfriend. Seeing Toanchuan's dependence on me filled me with a strange warmth. In the afternoon, I took Toanchuan to my advisor's office, put her at the door, and put her bunny hat on her. Daddy will be out in a bit. Can you wait outside for a little while? She nodded obediently. I was speechless. My friends even joked that it was a blind date. My advisor, Yang Bo, took my thesis with gentleness and patience, her smile conveying approval. But she treated others completely differently. Hu Yuxuan was repeatedly reprimanded and left looking utterly humiliated. I chuckled inwardly. That was the difference. Toanchuan anxiously peeked out the door. Seeing that I was still busy, she cried and wanted to come in. I immediately ended the conversation, hugged her, and she asked pitifully, Daddy, don't you want Toanchuan? I patted her little back and said firmly, Yes, of course I do. After leaving school, Ye's father called, urging me to write a song for Yi-mo. I coldly refused. 6 hit songs had already paid off my debt. I would never work for Yi-mo again. My father angrily hung up the phone, threatening me never to come home, but I remained unmoved. Back at Hylon Manor with Toanchuan, Familly sat on the sofa, busy with work. Seeing me drape my coat over Toanchuan, she frowned, straightened my tie, and held my hand, her tone icy yet warming. Back in my room, I drifted off to sleep. There was a knock at the door, and Familly came in with the medicine, put it in my mouth, and watched me take it. I stared at her, bewildered for the first time. Why was she so concerned about me? No one had ever treated me like this before. In the Yi family, I only have one purpose left to write songs for Yi-mo. I thought Familly took me in just to take care of Toanchuan, but it turns out everyone was using me. After taking the medicine, I looked at Familly in a daze and asked, Why? Why are you so good to me? Is it for Toanchuan? Her gentle go to sleep made me fall into a deep sleep. In my dream, I heard a sobbing voice beside me. Don't kick me out. My forehead was covered in cold sweat. Familly wiped the sweat away with a towel and gently comforted me. No one is kicking you out. Go to sleep. I grabbed her hand and choked out. I can write lyrics. I'm still useful. I closed my eyes again and dreamt of a beautiful wife and an adorable daughter. The daughter was Xiao Tuanshuan, and the wife was Familly. I recognized her face and sat bolt upright, a sharp pain shooting through my heart. Her identity was far from simple. Thinking of Tuanshuan, I rubbed my temples, my head throbbed. Just as I was about to dress her, a wave of weakness washed over me, and I collapsed back onto the bed. I heard Feng Li's anxious voice beside me. Yichen, what's wrong? Feng Yan, quickly call the family doctor. I wanted to open my eyes, but I felt powerless. Among the Yi family, who would truly care about me? All I wanted was family. I just wanted someone to care about me, but loneliness was eroding me. Little Tuanshuan's cries woke me up. She clung to my arm in her babyish voice. Daddy, don't want to sleep. A slight smile played on my lips. Finally, someone was worried about me. Gently wiping away her tears, I promised, Daddy's okay. She sniffled pitifully and snuggled closer, pleading, Daddy, don't want to sleep. I nodded helplessly. Okay, Daddy won't sleep. Feng Li applied a cool towel to her forehead, her eyes cold. The family doctor is coming soon. Bear with it. I pushed her away. Go to your meeting. I'm fine. I accidentally touched her lower abdomen, and my heart suddenly raced. I quickly withdrew my hand. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. She pinched my cheek and said gently, lie still and don't move around. Suddenly, Tuanshuan kissed me on the cheek, startling me. Feng Li merely frowned slightly. I rubbed her little head and replied affectionately, Sweetie, Daddy's fine. I'll comb your hair in a bit. Tuanshuan cheered, and I felt a long-lost warmth. Ji Wenzhou came in to check on me and found that I had a persistent low-grade fever and needed an 4 drip. Tuanshuan blocked my way, saying in her childish voice, Daddy hurts. Don't give me in 4. Feng Li had no choice but to pick up the little one. Little Tuanshuan looked aggrieved and whiny. Bad. Mommy's bad. I could only close my eyes and breathe, and the pain was gradually melted away by her cuteness. After the 4 drip finished, I felt much better, but my head was still a little dizzy. Tuanshuan blew on the wound on my hand and handed me grapes and candy, filling me with sweetness. Feng Li watched all this, his eyes unfathomable, dangerous yet doting. My phone rang. It was Yi Mo calling to urge me. Yi Chun, hurry back and write lyrics for me. I sneered. So that's all I'll be good for when I go back? After hanging up, I decided to blacklist Yi Mo. I'd already paid back what I owed him. Tuanshuan still clung to me, her baby voice insisting she sleep with her dad. I held her, reluctant to let go. Feng Li coldly reminded her, your dad needs to rest. The little one shook her head, still wanting to stay with me. She continued drawing on her drawing board, and I savored her smile and the scent of her milk. Feng Li gently touched my forehead, releasing a refreshing fragrance that I loved. She said softly, it's nothing, just a few short meetings. It doesn't matter whether they go or not. I nodded, secretly resolving to repay her kindness in the future. The phone rang again. Song Wanning asked if I was participating in the school's heartthrob competition, and I said yes. Feng Li stood behind me, his voice icy. Your girlfriend's calling? I shook my head. No, I don't have a girlfriend. In the past, I only had my fiancée, Chu Yi, but we broke off our engagement 2 years ago. She's about to get engaged to Yi Mo. After all, I'm the fake young master. Yi Mo is the real one. Feng Li asked me, was that a female classmate on the phone? I quickly explained, we're just ordinary classmates, don't misunderstand. After explaining, I felt strange myself. Why did I explain? Was I afraid she'd misunderstand? But it seems like we have absolutely no relationship. Everyone thinks I'm Feng Li's kept man, but she probably has no feelings for me at all. A faint smile played at the corners of her eyes, almost imperceptible, as she led me to sit on the sofa. Yi Chun, it's time for your medicine. Tuanshuan thoughtfully poured me water, then held the medicine in her little hands and handed it to me. Medicine, medicine, it's bitter. Looking at her, I almost cried with emotion and swallowed the medicine without hesitation. My daughter's thoughtfulness warmed my heart. Tuanshuan stuffed another small candy into my mouth, crookedly, but I didn't mind at all. That night, I dreamed again that I slept holding Feng Li all night, and I was dumbfounded. Was I in such a hurry? I'm only 22 years old, really? I checked myself, and I'm fine. After changing my clothes, I put on the off-white turtleneck sweater and coat that Familly had picked out. My brown hair made me look sunny and handsome, and I looked to be around 20 years old. She looked at me, and the corners of her mouth slightly curved up. Do you like the clothes? I lowered my eyes and looked at my toes. I like them. I can earn money and write lyrics in the future. Her eyes were unfathomable. You'll find out later. I followed her to Tuanchuan's room. The baby was already awake, waiting for her father to help her get dressed. She picked out a beige coat, the same color as mine, like a father-daughter outfit. After changing her clothes, she happily grabbed my finger. Daddy, Tuanchuan, same as you. Her little thoughts were written all over her face. Familly pinched her little cheek, seemingly implying that she was sensible and clever. After dinner, Familly was about to go to work. You're not going to school today? I'll take you. I carried Tuanchuan into the car, but she clung tightly to me. No, I want Daddy, I said helplessly. Sweet Tuanchuan, Daddy has an appointment today, so I can't take you. Familly reminded me that she was still young, and I couldn't bear to refuse. The car stopped at Imperial University. Familly blinked, and Xiao Tuanchuan obediently got out of the car. I led her to the library. When we got to the second floor, Song Wanning was already waiting. When she saw Tuanchuan, she was stunned. This is your daughter? You're still in college. How is this possible? Tuanchuan said in her childish voice. Tuanchuan's daddy, he's my biological son. I was both amused and exasperated. This little one always insisted on being her daddy's darling. Song Wanning finally came to her senses. It turned out she was just a friend's daughter, but how come she looked so much like me? Her eyes and nose were almost identical. I sat down to read, and Tuanchuan snuggled into my arms, closing her eyes to sleep. With her between us, Song Wanning couldn't get close to me. She whispered to me about my graduation plans, and I said I'd sign with Tianrui Media. She said she was going to put on a piano performance and asked if I would come, and I agreed. Chu Yi suddenly appeared and questioned, Yi Chun, how did you get together with Song Wanning? I looked up and said, what business is it of yours who I'm with? She was furious, but I replied calmly, don't worry, I won't. The friendship we had as children had long since vanished, and Chu Yi could only leave angrily. After lunch, I took Tuanchuan home. She ran to me and nestled in my arms to drink from her bottle. On the way, we were surrounded by female students. I held Tuanchuan, but she clung tightly to me, refusing to be separated. Familly watched from a distance, a cold glint in his eyes, and I felt a chill run down my spine. After getting on the bus, she sat next to me, her black coat perfectly straightened, her face expressionless, as if she weren't the one who had just pounced on me. My gaze unconsciously fell on her chest, and my heart pounded. She asked softly, Yi Chun, who was that person you were walking with just now? I replied, Song Wanning, my classmate, one of the top pianists in the country. I explained that we were just ordinary classmates, and her expression softened slightly. Changing the subject, she asked, how many female students have you added? I scratched my head sheepishly. Only 18, they were too enthusiastic. Familly narrowed her eyes slightly. You like young female students? I replied, it would be heartless not to add them as contacts. She raised an eyebrow. You're quite considerate of others. Suddenly the car swerved, and she lunged at me, her soft body pressed tightly against my arm. I could feel her warmth and shape. My throat tightened slightly. Familly, are you all right? She replied calmly, I'm fine. I straightened myself up. My gaze involuntarily fell on Familly's chest. After getting out of the car, I felt incredibly uncomfortable. The sensation of that brief touch still lingered on my arm, like a burning sensation in my brain. Familly, with her long legs and black stockings and high heels, walked ahead, her figure so perfect that even touching her would be an offense. I quietly moved away from her, holding Tuanchuan, but my mind became increasingly chaotic. As soon as he entered, Feng Yin ran out and said that the Feng family had arranged several marriage partners for Familly, the Li family, the Gu family, and the Li family, all of whom were young masters with prominent backgrounds. I initially thought this had nothing to do with me, but Familly suddenly turned to look at me. Yi Chun, come with me. The next second, she directly grasped my hand, interlocking our fingers. My body instantly stiffened, and I tried to pull away, but found that I didn't move at all. Her hand was incredibly soft, and I was so nervous that I almost stumbled over my own. Upon seeing Familly, the men in the living room all stood up and introduced themselves, each trying to appear more respectable than the last. Familly, however, didn't even bother to glance at them. She pulled me down to sit and even personally fixed my hair. I stared at her face, so close to mine, momentarily lost in thought. She was so beautiful, so breathtakingly beautiful, that one glance was enough to leave an unforgettable impression. But those men left me speechless. They called her Tuanshuan, Yuan Yuan, Wan Ruan, and Meng Meng, not even knowing her real name. Yet they dared to say they would treat her well in the future. Tuanshuan clung tightly to my arm, shaking her little head like a rattle. Familly's face turned completely cold, and she only asked one question. "You don't even know what my daughter's name is?" Several people started arguing on the spot, and no one could say for sure. Familly, unable to bear it any longer, told Feng Yin to see the guests out. What was supposed to be a respectable marriage arrangement instantly turned into a joke. After they left, I reminded her, "They won't treat Tuanshuan well. Don't go through with the marriage." Familly raised an eyebrow at me. "So?" I whispered, "I can help you take care of Tuanshuan, although I'm not very good at taking care of children." She suddenly asked, "Then can you be Tuanshuan's dad forever? Or marry me?" I stood there stunned. She added casually, "Just kidding, scared?" I shook my head and said no, but my heart felt like it had been hit hard. I knew that someone like her was high and mighty, while I was just a fake young master rejected by the Yi family. She brought me back, perhaps just to use me as a shield. But Tuanshuan rushed into my arms and called out in her baby voice, "Daddy, Tuanshuan Daddy." At that moment, I suddenly felt that even if the whole world didn't want me, at least this little guy still wanted me. Familly looked at me, her tone domineering. "Yi-chun, you're someone I picked up, you're mine. You're not allowed to leave without my permission." I whispered my agreement, but I couldn't tell if I felt panicked or warm inside. After dinner, she personally applied the medicine to my wound, her gentle touch making my heart flutter. Meanwhile, the Yi family was in complete chaos. Without me writing songs, Yimo couldn't possibly sustain the album. Ye's father couldn't get through to me on the phone and got so angry that he started cursing, so he had to let Yimo write it himself. But Yimo knew in his heart that he had no talent at all and that he had relied entirely on me all these years. The next morning, I was woken up by my phone. My roommate told me that the campus heartthrob voting had started and my votes had surpassed Yimo's. There were also rumors on the forum that Song Wan Ning and I had become a couple. I immediately left a message to clarify that we did not discuss it. Right now, all I want to do is write my own songs, completely break free from the Yi family, and stop being a tool for anyone. When we came downstairs, Tuanshuan was hugging a bunch of dolls. As soon as she saw me, she dropped them all, ran into my arms, and called me daddy. Familly said she had art and music classes today, but the little one pouted and said she had been very good. I told Tuanshuan I was going to the company today. Familly then directly asked me to become a manager at the phone group. I refused because I'm signed with an entertainment company and still want to pursue my own creative work. Before leaving, Familly tossed me a bunch of luxury car keys, telling me to choose any one from the garage. Looking at all those multi-million-dollar cars, I suddenly remembered what Ye's father had said. Yimo was his son, and I wasn't worthy. In the end, I chose the most ordinary car. Familly said it was the maid's car for grocery shopping, but I insisted. She'd already given me enough. I couldn't be greedy. When I arrived at Tianrui Entertainment, my agent, Zhang Xin, saw my face and immediately frowned, questioning me about the disfigurement. I explained that it was just a minor injury, and that I was signed for songwriting, which had nothing to do with my face. She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence, telling me to go to the meeting first. In the meeting room, shareholder Chen Liping's eyes lit up when she saw me, and the people around her whispered that I was even more handsome than the top celebrities. I sat down in a corner, and Lu Shiriwen nudged my arm, asking why I was so late. She then took out sandwiches and milk, asking if I had eaten. I quietly refused Lu Shiriwen's sandwich, but she tugged at my sleeve, saying that I was her only friend and that if she brought too many and didn't eat them, they would just have to be thrown away. Looking at her expectant eyes, I could only nod and accept it. The conference room door suddenly opened, and Yimo walked in, dressed in a gray suit, his hair impeccably styled. A company executive immediately introduced him, saying he had composed 6 wildly popular songs and was a role model for newcomers. I sat in the corner, quietly watching his performance. Those songs were all written by me, yet Yemo could spout off about his creative inspiration in front of the audience, who listened with utter admiration. President Chun even specifically asked me to learn from Yemo. I nodded perfunctorily, inwardly finding it laughable. Ask Yemo for advice. He couldn't even understand the true meaning of the lyrics. What right did he have to teach me? The vice president asked Yemo how his new album was coming along. His eyes darted away, and he said he'd written more than half. But I knew very well that without my lyrics, his so-called talent would eventually be exposed. Just then, Tuanchuan messaged me, saying she'd drawn a family portrait today. The photo included her parents and Tuanchuan, with a little tadpole next to them, probably Feng Yen. I couldn't help but chuckle and replied that her drawing was really good. The little one immediately agreed to study hard and even waited for me to bring her toys when I returned in the afternoon. After the meeting, Ms. Chun kept me behind. She said she could mentor the new recruits and then placed her wrinkled hand in mine. I immediately pulled my hand away and made an excuse to escape the meeting room. I wiped my hand inside and out, feeling nothing but disgust. The thought that Familly could touch me, but not others, even startled me for a moment. As soon as I stepped out the door, Yemo blocked my way, feigning concern that my parents were worried about me and wanting me to come home with him. I sneered and retorted, "Is he really worried about me, or does he just want me to write lyrics for him?" Yemo continued to pressure me with familial ties, saying that the Yi family had raised me for 20 years, so what if they slapped me? I was numb to it, because he had said these words far too many times. I told him that those 6 songs would be considered repayment of the Yi family's debt, and that we would be even from now on. Yemo's expression changed drastically, finally revealing his true colors, saying that I could never repay what I owed him. He called me an unwanted orphan, saying I had nowhere to live after leaving the Yi family. But at that moment, Familly's face appeared in my mind. I'm not without support. I still have her. I shook off Yemo's hand and coldly reminded him to focus on preparing the new album. Without my lyrics, fans would eventually notice the difference, and he would be the one most embarrassed then. I wanted to leave, but my manager stopped me, saying the company had arranged a special welcome ceremony for me that evening. I was puzzled that a newcomer would receive such treatment, but I stayed anyway. During my afternoon makeup session, 3 female makeup artists dressed me in a strange outfit with many holes. It didn't look like a formal event at all. I asked if they had given me the wrong clothes, but they insisted that this was what I would be wearing that evening. Familly messaged me asking if I was home yet. I told her there was a welcoming ceremony that evening and I'd be back late. Then Tuanchuan video called, crying and complaining that her aunt was going to hit her. The screen was shaky as Tuanchuan ran around frantically with her phone in her hand. Apparently, she had drawn Feng Yen as a tadpole, and Feng Yen was so angry she chased her all over the house, eventually forcing her to change it to a human, which resulted in her having a mustache. I chuckled and told Tuanchuan not to be naughty. After hanging up the phone, my makeup was done, and I saw a pale face in the mirror. My clothes were inappropriately revealing, and my unease grew heavier. My agent took me to the Chinyu Hotel. When I opened the door to the private room, I realized that it didn't look like a welcome party at all, but rather like a couple's-themed room, with a pungent incense in the air. I had barely sat down when I felt my head throbbing and my limbs gradually weakening. In a daze, someone touched my hand, their voice sticky and greedy. So handsome, I knew my judgment was right. I jolted awake and saw President Chen's wrinkled face. She had said that if I served her well tonight, I could have any company resources I wanted. Only then did I realize that the so-called welcoming ceremony was a trap from beginning to end. I tried to resist, but my body was too weak. There was something wrong with the incense. She unbuttoned my shirt, and I forced myself to warn her to let me go or I would call the police, but she laughed and said I couldn't even hold my phone properly. As my consciousness faded, only one name remained in my mind: Familly. I desperately reached for my phone, but Ms. Chen snatched it away, pinching my chin and saying that no one could save me. Just as she lunged forward, the door was kicked open, and 8 female bodyguards in black rushed in. Seeing the familiar figures, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Familly walked in wearing a black trench coat, her curly hair falling to her chest, her eyes as cold as ice. President Chun, still trying to threaten her with her identity at Tianrui Entertainment, was suddenly stomped on by a high heel. Familly looked down at her, her voice chilling. "Tell me, which hand touched him just now?" President Chun trembled with fear, desperately denying it, but Familly only pressed down harder. A scream echoed through the room. Familly stared at the woman on the ground as if she were an ant. If I hadn't been there, her hands would probably be gone by now. President Chin's vision went black, and he fainted from the pain. I stared at him lying on the ground, a sense of horror rising in my heart. Familly coldly ordered his men to carry him away, the icy command cutting through the air like a knife. When she looked at me, her expression finally softened. "Are you all right?" My face was flushed, and I managed a weak whisper to answer. "No, I'm fine." She frowned, placed the back of her hand on my forehead, its coolness carrying concern. "Why are you so hot? Have you caught a cold?" I deliberately dodged her hand. "I can go back by myself." "Familly, you go first," she called out in a deep voice. Bai Jin. Bai Jin arrived quickly and analyzed my situation. "Young master, he has been drugged. He needs to soak in cold water or find a woman to counteract the drug." Familly's eyes darkened, and she decisively rejected the second option. "Let him decide for himself," I said hoarsely. "I'll just soak in water." Familly personally led me to the bathroom, hooking her fingers around my shirt buttons. I grasped her wrist. "I can do it myself. You go out first." She left silently, and I soaked in the cool water, finally feeling my blood warm up and my complexion return to normal. Just now, I almost rushed over and hugged her. Outside, Familly's voice was calm. "Chop off the hand, clean it up." I knew she was chillingly cold, but I also felt a sense of security from her protection. Half an hour passed, and I still hadn't come out. She paced at the bathroom door, then gently knocked. "Yi Chun." There was no response, so she simply kicked the door open. I lay unconscious in the bathtub, my muscles perfectly defined, my skin fair, my shoulders broad, and my waist narrow, a perfect golden ratio. Familly coldly gestured for her men to step back. She personally pulled me out, changed me into clean pajamas, and took me to the car to go home. Back home, Yemo complained. "My brother said he won't come home anymore, and he won't help me write lyrics." Hearing this, I felt a pang of bitterness. Yemo's father analyzed. "Just let him go. It's fine if he doesn't come home. He has nothing, while you're already somewhat famous." Yemo's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. He understood his father's meticulous planning, even preparing to manipulate the votes. "I never expected to beat Emo by 2,000 votes in the school heartthrob poll." Yi Bao exclaimed. "How could Yi Chen participate? He only got over 5,000 votes." Emo was so angry that he bought 10,000 votes to try and suppress me, but I just chuckled softly. In this world, talent and hard work should not be ignored. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, and I groggily opened my eyes. Familly's forehead was pressed against mine, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she were worried about me. "Awake? Does your head hurt?" I shook my head. "It doesn't hurt anymore, thank you." Beside me, the little one nestled in my arms, her big, dark eyes sparkling, her tiny hands wrapped around my neck. I couldn't help but kiss her. She knew how to care for her father, and a feeling of happiness welled up in my chest. Familly gently told me to rest. I watched as Tuanchuan obediently served tea and water, peeled oranges and grapes, her little hands nimble and thoughtful. I had an orange in my mouth. "Tuanchuan, don't peel anymore, Daddy's full," she insisted, dropping the grapes on the ground and stomping her feet, puffing out her cheeks. I couldn't help but chuckle. When the news came, Yemo had gained 10,000 more votes overnight. I shook my head inwardly. These methods were meaningless to me. Donkey Brother and Peng Peng complained while hoping I would be noticed by a female tycoon at my lecture in the capital. I simply replied, "Buy a good pillow, and you'll have all sorts of dreams." I took Tuanchuan to the children's playground, but she was so scared that she clung to me tightly and wouldn't go down. I pointed to a little girl and said, "Go talk to her." She said in her childish voice, "Not cute. Tuanchuan is cute." I could only smile. She only likes me, her dad. When I got home, Familly was already there, sitting on the sofa in her fitted loungewear. She looked less sharp and more gentle. I handed her a plastic box of glutinous rice balls, which she took and placed on the table, their aroma filling the air. I sat obediently beside her, and the little one climbed onto the sofa, the three of us sitting neatly together. Familly took my temperature. It had returned to normal. She said softly, "Eat it while it's hot. The little dumplings won't taste good anymore." I looked at her, so close, the aroma filling the air, and my heart was filled with a complex yet warm feeling. Toanchuan said in her childish voice, "Mommy, it's delicious." I chuckled softly, happiness spreading through the ordinary moments. I swallowed a takoyaki in one gulp and almost choked. Familly's lips curled up slightly as she handed me a glass of water. As I took the water, I touched her hand. It was icy cold, but my heart started racing faster and faster. Familly, drawn by the aroma, came closer, her eyes fixed on the takoyaki in the box, begging Familly to share one. Familly only gave her one, finishing the rest. I silently remembered that Familly liked takoyaki. During the meal, Toanchuan kept piling food onto my plate, filling the bowl with fish and shrimp. I was already full, but I couldn't bear to waste my daughter's kindness, so I forced myself to finish it all, feeling incredibly warm inside. That night, after I put Toanchuan to sleep, I opened the bedroom door and saw Familly standing outside. She had changed into her pajamas, and her aura had softened somewhat, but I didn't dare to look at her for long. I could only ask her in a low voice what was wrong. Familly said expressionlessly that there were mice in her room, and they made a lot of noise at night. I was stunned for a moment, not expecting such a strong person to be afraid of mice. I immediately patted my chest and said, "I'm a grown man, leaving mouse catching to me." The first time I entered Familly's room, it was decorated in a cold, dark style, just like her. She pointed to under the bed and said the mouse was down there. I sat on the sofa and kept watch, telling her to go to sleep first, and I would catch the mouse when it came out. Familly lay on the bed, but the more I sat, the more uncomfortable I felt. She wasn't close, but her cool fragrance kept seeping into my heart. I was afraid she would catch a cold, so I covered her with a blanket. But she opened her eyes and looked at me, softly asking if I cared about her. Her question made my heart tighten, and all I could say was that I didn't want her to catch a cold. Familly is the kindest person to me besides my grandmother. As an unwanted orphan like myself, I only hope she can always be well. I waited on the sofa for half the night, but the mouse never appeared. When I woke up again, it was already dawn, and Familly was gone. As soon as I stepped out of the room, Familly looked at me in shock and asked me why I had come out of her sister's room. I earnestly explained that I was just catching mice. Familly's expression was strange, but she nodded seriously, saying that Familly was indeed afraid of mice. I believed her and secretly decided that from now on, I would be responsible for dealing with all the mice in Familly's room. Toanchuan, wearing cool little overalls, rushed over, hugged my leg, and called me daddy. After taking her to breakfast, I took the lyrics I had written to the company, ready to release my first song. The company gave me 300,000 yuan in compensation, and General Manager Chun had his shares removed. General Manager Liu then introduced me to composer Zhang Tong, asking him to compose music for me. I handed him the lyrics, and after only a few glances, his expression changed. Zhang Tong said he would take it back to study, but greed was hidden in his eyes. I couldn't understand his thoughts. I only thought that my work finally had a chance to be published. After leaving the company, I went to the mall and bought a bunch of plush toys for Toanchuan. The dolls were ridiculously expensive, but when I thought about how happy Toanchuan would be holding them, I didn't feel the pinch at all when I swiped my card. When we got home, Toanchuan was sitting by the flower bed waiting for me. As soon as she heard the car, she ran over with her little legs. I opened the car door, and there it was, lined with dolls. Toanchuan squealed with delight, hugged my face and kissed me, then quickly wiped my drool with her little hands. At that moment, I felt that the 300,000 yuan was absolutely worth it. That evening, Toanchuan proudly showed off her rabbit doll to everyone, saying it was a gift from her father. Familly pinched her cheek and said casually, "I'm quite good to her, though." The little one was incredibly proud and told everyone she met about it. For the next 3 nights, I went to Familly's room every night to catch mice, but I didn't see a single hair. Familly said casually, Maybe the mice are afraid of me and don't dare to come out. I breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt inexplicably disappointed. After Yimo's new song was released, the internet was initially filled with praise from fans, but soon some people noticed that the lyrics had deteriorated. His previous works had a certain charm, but this time they were like plain water, bland and unworthy of his fame. I glanced at the lyrics and immediately understood. Without my lyrics, Yimo wouldn't last long. Yet his album still sold 100,000 copies thanks to his longtime fans, and he blamed all the problems on me. Yimo threw a tantrum at home, forcing her father to call me back. Her father called, his tone unusually gentle, saying that grandma was sick and asking if I was neglecting her. I fell silent. I could disregard everyone in the Yi family, except for my grandmother. When I was sick as a child, she was the one who took me to the doctor. When I was wrongly punished and made to stand in the corner, she was the one who secretly gave me candy. I asked anxiously, "What's wrong with Grandma?" The person on the other end of the phone told me that she was sick and wanted me to come back quickly. I replied, "Okay, I'll be right back." Familly asked with concern if I needed her to come with me, but I shook my head. "No, you go to the company. I'll go back and check on her myself." She tidied my hair and reminded me to drive carefully. "Call me anytime if anything happens. Don't rush." Tuanshuan hugged my leg and acted cute. I squatted down and said, "Sweetie, Daddy will be back in a little while. You eat with Mommy first." The little guy nodded but didn't eat. He threw his chopsticks aside and scattered his toys all over the floor. Familly stood up and looked down at the little devil on the sofa. She knew that Tuanshuan's obedience was all an act. Only I could see her true nature. "Your father only went out for a short while, and you're already so grumpy. If he saw you like this, would he like you?" Familly's tone was cold yet authoritative. Tuanshuan shook her head in fright and climbed off the sofa to pick up her toys. I smiled gently, knowing in my heart that this child would also be obedient in front of Familly. I rushed back to the Yi family home. The four of them were gathered around the dining table, but Grandma wasn't there. I asked, "Where's Grandma?" Ye's mother smiled and said she was resting in her hometown and was in good health. I frowned. "Are you lying to me?" Ye's mother admitted in a low voice that she was just worried about me. Yimo pressed me on where I had been, and I replied calmly, "I'm doing very well out there." I turned to leave, but Ye's mother stopped me with tears in her eyes, pleading in a low voice, "Xiao Chun, don't be angry." Ye's father also urged me to sit down and eat, saying that the family cared about me. I said coldly, "You made me come back just to write lyrics for Yimo." Ye's mother sobbed, "Xiao Chun, we were just worried that you hadn't come home for a week." I sneered, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Standing up, I picked up the dark gold jade pendant from the drawer, a keepsake left to me by my biological parents. Perhaps one day I could find them. I carefully put it in my pocket, composed myself, and left the Yi family home. When Tuanshuan saw me come back, she immediately picked up her paintbrush and started drawing. I squatted down and patted her little head. "Daddy will go to the room for a while." She obediently let go of my hand, her eyes filled with a little grievance. Familly knocked on the door to ask what was wrong. I whispered, "I just want to eat pumpkin rice. I miss Grandma." She nodded. "Tuanshuan can come too. Grandma will be very happy to see you." Tuanshuan, holding a small cake, said in her sweet voice, "Daddy, have some sweets." I was both amused and exasperated. I wiped the cream off her face, picked her up, and gave her a big kiss. Both of us were covered in cream, but filled with happiness. Familly quietly went to the kitchen, and I followed behind, watching her earnestly learn to make pumpkin rice. Her first attempt at cooking touched me deeply. Familly held out the plate, and I asked in surprise, "Did you make this for me?" She nodded gently. The pumpkin had been hollowed out and replaced with purple glutinous rice, its sweetness seeping into my heart. I picked up a bite with my chopsticks, a wave of emotion washing over me. "Thank you." Tuanshuan excitedly gave me a thumbs up, her smile revealing 2 small dimples. I fed her a bite, and she blinked her big eyes, saying, "Delicious." After dinner, I washed Tuanshuan's hands. Her fair skin was like milk. Watching Familly's busy figure, I felt a warmth in my heart. Familly secretly tasted a bite of pumpkin and exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, this is your first time cooking, and it's so delicious." Familly said calmly, "It's just cooking. I looked up and saw that the back of her hand was red, but she hid it behind her back so no one could see. The little baby, Toanchuan, gave a thumbs up. Mommy, great job. My hand trembled slightly as I picked up a piece of pumpkin and took a bite. The sweetness went straight to my heart. It was the first time I had eaten a meal cooked by my mother, and I was so warm that I couldn't speak. I fed Toanchuan a bite, and she looked at Familly with bright, sparkling eyes. Delicious. Familly pinched Toanchuan's little face, and the baby pouted and ran over to complain. Daddy, Mommy is bad. I gently coaxed her. Daddy, blow on it. Yin tasted a bite of pumpkin and couldn't help but praise it, saying that Li's first time cooking was so good. He was truly a chosen one. Yimo's new album sales were declining day by day, and the comments section was full of criticism. He complained, Yichen won't soften his heart. The next album will also fail. Ye's mother patted his hand affectionately. Don't worry, I'll think of a way. Yimo mentioned in a low voice that he was going to give a lecture at school to meet the head of the Feng family, a top conglomerate in the capital, hoping to take the opportunity to rise to the top. The next morning, I went to Toanchuan's room. She was still fast asleep, her little face rosy, clutching her plush doll. I poked her cheek. Toanchuan, how about Daddy takes you to see Grandma today? She nodded sleepily and snuggled into my arms to continue sleeping. I dressed her, put her hat on, and carried her out the door. Familly stood at the door, dressed in a black trench coat and short skirt, her high heels exuding an air of noble aloofness. I pinched Toanchuan's little face, and she opened her big eyes and smiled at me. Daddy. I rubbed her head, and she hugged my neck tightly, saying in her childish voice, Toanchuan, look at Grandma. Familly said softly, not busy today. Yin muttered to herself, her sister should be busy. I sneered. Familly said softly, eat first. After eating, she hung the little bottle around Toanchuan's neck. The baby shook her head. Toanchuan doesn't drink milk. Familly pinched her little face. You can drink it on the way. Your dad likes good girls. Toanchuan obediently drank from the bottle. I was melted by her cuteness and couldn't help but kiss her little face. Toanchuan, drink your milk obediently and grow tall. We got in the car, and I looked at the back seat piled high with nutritional supplements. I said softly, we don't need so many. Grandma lives alone. Familly said calmly, there's plenty of food at home. She can't finish it all. Toanchuan nodded vigorously. Plenty, she can't finish it all. Grandma will eat it. I picked Toanchuan up and lifted her high, laughing as I said, how can my baby be so good? She giggled happily and got along well with me. The black Maybach drove away from the manor. Yin stomped her foot in anger, and the steamed buns Tuan had left on the table a few days ago made her feel sad. At Tianrui Entertainment, Zhang Teng stopped typing and said easily, the sheet music is finally done. Only the accompaniment and harmonies are left. Zhou Kuan said excitedly, these lyrics are amazing, Brother Zhang. Who is this newcomer? Zhang Teng nodded in agreement, admitting that it was a newcomer's work. The first song was so amazing, it was truly extraordinary. Zhou Kuan slyly suggested buying the lyrics for a small amount of money. Zhang Teng hesitated for a moment, then said, okay, I'll ask Yi Chun. 2 hours later, we set off for the countryside. The road was lush and green, and Toanchuan excitedly pressed herself against the window. Daddy, so much. I explained that it was wheat, and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice, pointing at the electric scooter and screaming excitedly. I explained everything to her along the way. 3 hours later, we arrived at the familiar little house. Toanchuan climbed down from my arms and pounded on the door. Grandma, Toanchuan wants to see Grandma. The old lady opened the door, her face kind and gentle. Toanchuan rushed over, calling out sweetly. When she saw us, she was surprised to find that I already had a daughter. Familly said politely, and the old lady nodded approvingly. Chenchun has grown up quite a bit, with a wife and a daughter. Toanchuan hugged my leg and said in her baby voice, Toanchuan looks like Daddy. I looked closely at her rosy little face, and she really did resemble me. Familly was at the door, her imposing presence incongruous with the small kitchen, her voice gentle. Do you need my help? Grandma waved her hand. No, you sit down. I'll cook for you. I held Toanchuan, watching the baby point to her toes and nod, my heart filled with warmth. Toanchuan can recognize words and count. Her intelligence is exceptionally high, which both amazes and makes me jealous. Holding her and kissing her little face, we cuddled together. Familly coldly remarked, "You seem to really like Toanchuan." I smiled and said, "Toanchuan is my darling." The air was slightly cool, and her voice was calm yet powerful. Toanchuan affectionately nibbled at my face, getting drool all over me. I laughed and said, "It's okay, I don't mind." Familly hugged Toanchuan, but the baby pushed her mother away and cried, "I want daddy." I picked her up and walked around the room. She nestled on my shoulder and stuck her tongue out at Familly. Familly looked at her coldly, and I chuckled to myself, thinking to myself, "This little rascal is so cute." Grandma made 6 dishes, and the aroma was irresistible. Toanchuan pointed at the eggs with her little finger. "Daddy, Toanchuan, eat." I put a little yellow duck bib on her and fed her bite by bite. She wasn't picky at all and ate very happily. Grandma Yi looked at Toanchuan and smiled from ear to ear. "Eat more, so you can grow up to be chubby and healthy." After dinner, Familly spent some time with us. Grandma took out a photo of me when I was little and said that Toanchuan looked exactly like me. I took it, not wanting Familly to see it would be too silly. But she grabbed my wrist, and the slightly cool touch made my heart tighten. I think it's quite cute. I stood there, stunned, letting her take the photo. Toanchuan huddled up to her mother, looking at the photo. "Daddy, so handsome." I couldn't help but laugh. In her eyes, I'll probably always be the most handsome. She skipped and hopped to the cages to look at the rabbits and the old hen, everything filled with wonder. The rabbits had particularly big ears, and Toanchuan patted her head happily. She fed them all afternoon, her little hands touching the rabbits, her smile never fading. As evening fell, the rain started to fall silently. I stood at the door catching the raindrops. "Familly, it's raining." Grandma urged me to stay the night, and Familly nodded in agreement. I smiled slightly. "Okay, then I'll stay." Grandma made up the beds for us and said, "The 3 of you can sleep in one room." I looked at Familly awkwardly. "I'll sleep on the floor, and she and Toanchuan will sleep." Familly pressed down on my arm. "It's cold. Sleeping on the floor will make you catch a cold. Let's sleep on the bed together." I nodded helplessly and divided the bed in 2. Toanchuan and she slept on one half, and I slept on the other half. I changed Familly into new pajamas. She took off her trench coat, and a fitted short skirt hugged her shapely figure. Her long, beautiful legs and black stockings came into view. My throat tightened, and I quickly picked up Toanchuan, my heart racing. Toanchuan was dozing off on my shoulder. I rubbed her head and said, "Mommy, change into your pajamas, and then we'll go to sleep. Okay?" Familly's mature and sophisticated voice rang out, "Come in." She had changed into loose black pajamas, her slightly wavy long hair falling over her chest, looking lazy and alluring. I secretly glanced at her, and the corners of my mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. I put Toanchuan on the bed, took off her little jacket and tucked it into Familly's blanket, then went to change into my pajamas. Lying on the edge of the bed, half my body outside, Familly was about an arm's length away, her faint fragrance wafting in my nostrils. I stole glances at her. Her skin was pale and cool, her features delicate, her long hair soft and flowing. With her right beside me, my heart began to race involuntarily. Toanchuan rolled to my side. "Daddy, hug me." I hugged the soft little one and patted her back. "Go to sleep." She closed her eyes, and I closed mine too. I don't know how much time passed, but Familly sat up, quietly put Toanchuan aside, and lay down next to me. I felt her soft touch on my hand, and the dream began again. The next day, Grandma laid out a table full of dishes, and Toanchuan ate obediently. I put a bib on her and fed her, and she ate with great joy. Familly spent some time with me, and Grandma took out a photo of me when I was little, saying that Toanchuan looked just like me. Familly held my wrist and whispered, "She's quite cute." I lowered my head, too embarrassed to look at her. After dinner, Toanchuan carried me to feed the rabbits and the hen. She was scared when she saw the hen and jumped back into my arms. I comforted her, and she touched the rabbit with her little hands, overjoyed. In the evening, we prepared to leave, but the rain was getting heavier. Familly agreed to stay the night. Grandma arranged the room, and the 3 of us shared a room. On the way, Toanchuan said sweetly, "Daddy, time for bed." I held her, and we separated the beds so that Familly and Tuanshuan could sleep on most of the bed, while I slept on the other half. Familly changed into his pajamas and sat on the bed, looking languid and alluring. I couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Tuanshuan was nestled on my shoulder, and the interaction between father and daughter was heartwarming. Before leaving, the villagers gathered around the door, astonished to see me bringing Familly and Tuan back. Some were envious and jealous. I awkwardly pulled Familly's hand and got into the car. "Wait for me in the car first." I greeted them, coldly rejecting their various attempts to curry favor. I got into the car with Tuan in my arms. Familly started the engine, and the car sped away from the village, leaving everyone with ashen faces. In the afternoon, I went to Zhang Teng's studio to see how my first original song was progressing. To my surprise, although the music was finished, Zhang Teng suddenly proposed buying the copyright to my lyrics. He said I was a newcomer, and even if my song was great, it would be hard for me to become famous, so he might as well just take the money. After I refused, he raised the price all the way to 500,000. But this song was the first one I wrote for myself, and it was my dream. I couldn't possibly sell it. Seeing my resolute attitude, Zhang Teng's face grew increasingly grim. Finally, he threw the lyrics at me, coldly mocking my wishful thinking. But I didn't care at all. I took back the lyrics and turned to leave. I just didn't notice that he and Zhou Kuan exchanged a meaningful glance. After leaving the studio, I met my senior, Lu Shiriwa. She offered to help me improve the song and even took me to her office to work on the melody together. When we talked about the past, I could only bury those works that Yi Mo had taken from me in my heart. Just then, Familly suddenly messaged me, asking what I was doing. I told her the truth. I was revising a song with my senior. Not long after, she said that Tuan had been looking for me at home. I couldn't sit still any longer and hurriedly said goodbye to Lu Shiriwa. I had just left the company when a male singer suddenly appeared, mocking me and warning me to stay away from Lu Shiriwa. I ignored him and drove away. But he clearly wasn't going to let it go, staring coldly at my retreating figure. When I got home, Tuanshuan was already waiting for me at the door. The little one saw the car and ran all the way over, jumping into my arms. Her eyes lit up with joy when she heard I was taking her to eat takoyaki. I took Tuanshuan to the night market. The little guy ate his way through the market, his face glistening with oil, and he clung to my neck, refusing to let go. A few young girls wanted to get my contact information, and Tuanshuan immediately hugged me tightly, declaring in a cute but fierce way that I was her dad, making everyone around us burst into laughter. When I got home, I specially brought Familly some barbecue and takoyaki. I originally thought she wouldn't like these street food snacks, but after taking a bite, she actually said they tasted pretty good and even asked me to take her next time. Tuanshuan, on the other hand, set her sights on Familly's takoyaki, octopus balls, successfully tricking several of them with her cuteness, much to Familly's frustration. But no one could resist Tuanshuan's adorable little face. Late at night, just as I was about to rest, Familly suddenly knocked on the door, saying that there seemed to be mice in the room again. I immediately followed her and sat on the sofa to keep watch for her. We waited for most of the night, but the mouse still didn't appear. Worried she'd catch a cold, I quietly covered her with a blanket. But looking at Familly sleeping peacefully before me, I suddenly felt lost in thought. When I woke up the next day, I found myself lying in Familly's room, and I was so startled that I jumped out of bed. Just as I was about to explain, Familly calmly told me that I was too tired last night and that I should get some rest. Familly secretly pushed open Tuanshuan's door and deliberately scared her. "You'll have a younger brother or sister soon." Tuanshuan was still dazed, but upon hearing this, she instantly woke up and rushed out barefoot to find me. I was just about to wash up when a little bundle of joy suddenly appeared on my lap. Tuanshuan clung tightly to my neck, saying in her sweet, childish voice that she didn't want a younger brother or sister. Completely bewildered, I could only soothe her, saying, "Okay, no, I only want Tuanshuan." I had just calmed Tuanshuan down when the dorm group chat exploded with messages. Donkey and the others were frantically urging me to go back to school, saying that the top conglomerate in the capital was giving a lecture tomorrow, and even alumni were rushing back just to see her. I wasn't interested at first, but what they said sounded so exaggerated that I became a little curious. In the afternoon, After I changed my clothes to go back to school, Tuanchuan clung to my leg and wouldn't let go. I kissed her and promised to come back tomorrow afternoon. After I left, Tuanchuan immediately reverted to his old ways, throwing toys and tearing books in the living room. Feng Yin got so angry that she threatened to take pictures and send them to me, and the little guy instantly became obedient, squatting on the floor to pick up his toys one by one. I was driving to school when my eyelids suddenly started twitching uncontrollably. As I turned a corner, an out-of-control truck came crashing into me head-on. I swerved the steering wheel, the car scraped against a flower bed, the airbags deployed instantly, everything went black, and I lost consciousness completely. When I regained consciousness, I heard Feng Li's cold voice. The doctor said I only had a minor impact and would wake up that night. But Feng Li told Feng Yin to check the car immediately. She had already realized that the accident was not so simple. I opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw was Tuanchuan. The little one was crying her eyes out, clinging to my arm and begging me not to sleep. My heart ached for her, so I wiped away her tears and gently coaxed her. Daddy won't sleep anymore. When Feng Li saw that I was awake, the coldness on her face finally eased a bit. She pinched my face and warned me coldly. I said, "You are not allowed to get hurt without my permission." I explained aggrievedly that the truck had insisted on hitting me. My roommates were still urging me to go back to school on my phone. I replied that I had an accident on the way and was in the hospital, so I probably wouldn't be able to go tomorrow. Donkey and the others were shocked. I only asked them to take a picture of that female tycoon for me. Tuanchuan peeled an orange and fed it to me, her sweetness melting my heart. Feng Li then opened the insulated food container herself, which was full of my favorite dishes. She picked up her chopsticks to feed me, and I was flattered, but she only said coldly, "Lie still." I ate like a useless person, my mind racing. Why was Feng Li so good to me? She was clearly high and mighty, yet she always seemed to appear when I was at my most vulnerable. That night, after I fell asleep, Feng Li handed Tuanchuan over to Si Yun to take back to the manor. She gently touched my face, her gaze deep and dangerous, and whispered, "You're so easily hurt. If I lock you up, will you stay safe?" Soon, Feng Yin discovered who was behind the car accident. In the dark basement, Feng Li sat on a black chair, her aura as cold as ice. When Dao Yi from the underground organization was brought up, he was still shouting, but as soon as he saw Feng Li, he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Dao Yi confessed, trembling, that he Junming had offered 2 million to deal with him. Feng Li's eyes turned cold, and the dagger pierced the ground between his legs, causing him to lose control of his bladder on the spot. She didn't look at him again, only instructing Feng Yin to deliver the contract to the He family. The next day, I was woken up by a group message. The lecture by the tycoon, which had been the talk of the entire school, was suddenly cancelled and said to be rescheduled for 3 days later. Little did I know that the so-called #1 tycoon in the capital had been tearing down the He family last night because of me. Feng Li brought Tuanchuan to the hospital early in the morning and handed me a light blue amulet for good luck. She said she just asked for it casually, but Feng Yin knew that her sister had personally gone to the temple and knelt all night last night, just to pray for my safety. After the test results came back normal, I was discharged from the hospital without any problems. Tuanchuan happily snuggled into my arms and called out, "Let's go home." I held her high in my arms, and for the first time, I felt that someone was waiting for me. Someone was protecting me. This was what it felt like. On the other side, He Junming was beaten by his father until his face was covered in blood. The Feng family cut off all of the He family's business, and he, the illegitimate son, was directly expelled from the family. Tianrui Entertainment also immediately terminated his contract, and his retirement from the entertainment industry instantly became the top trending topic. In the afternoon, I went to the company to discuss accompaniment with Lu Shiriwa. She mentioned that He Junming had suddenly had an accident. Before I could figure out the reason, I heard angry shouts coming from outside. He Junming rushed in with a swollen face, his eyes red, and tried to hit me. I grabbed his fist with my backhand and slammed him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. He Junming trembled in pain, but still glared at me, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Yichun, why didn't that car kill you?" 31. Don't go to other girls' houses at night. It's not safe. Yichun frowned. "The car? You mean that car? He Junming, did you do it? So what if I am? I've become this grotesque creature now. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. He Junming shrugged. He was already disgraced. What difference would it make if he admitted it? He walked up to Lu Shuriwei in a sickly manner. Lu Shuriwei, I've liked you for so long. How come you can't see it? What does Yichen have? He's just a gigolo who got ahead by using his body. Lu Shuriwei hid behind Yichen. He Junming, I've said it before, I have no feelings for you. Stop bothering me. Yichen didn't make a move. He called security to have the person removed. It's Familly, it must be Familly. It wasn't an accident. Someone wanted him dead. Is Familly protecting him? It feels pretty good to be protected. Lu Shuriwei grabbed Yichen's arm and said pitifully, Yichen, He Junming is so scary. Can you take me home tonight? Yichen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Yichen took the person home, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Shuriwei smiled and said, Yichen, thank you for bringing me back. Why don't you come to my house, sit for a while, and have a cup of tea before you leave? No need. It's not convenient for a grown man like me to go to a girl's house. I'll be going now. Just as Yichen was about to leave, Lu Shuriwei grabbed his hand. Yichen, I suddenly have an inspiration. Your intro, I have an inspiration. Come quickly. Yichen followed Lu Shuriwei into the living room. The house was very large, probably more than 200 square meters, and was a small villa. The living room was clean and bright. Lu Shuriwei picked up her computer and opened the editor. Yichen watched intently from the side. Lu Shuriwei finished adjusting the intro in just half an hour and collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Yichen, I've finally gotten a little done. I'm so tired. Yichen poured a glass of water for Lu Shuriwei. Have some water. Thanks. Lu Shuriwei touched Yichen's hand, a smile appearing at the corner of her eyes. Yichen, I've helped you out this time. So how are you going to thank me? Yichen withdrew his hand and whispered, I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Shuriwei blinked. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow might not be possible. I need to go to school. In 2 days, when you're free, I'd like to go to the amusement park. Will you come with me? Yichen hesitated and said, okay. After all, Lu Shuriwei had done him such a big favor, so spending a day with her was fine, right? Yichen, do you have a place to stay? If you don't, you can come to my place. I'm a little scared living alone in such a big villa. Lu Shuriwei stared intently at Yichen with her large, almond-shaped eyes, her meaning all too clear. But who is Yichen? How could someone who claims to have negative emotional intelligence possibly understand what women mean? If you're scared, just pick a few door gods and stick them on your door. I think Yuchi Gong and Qin Xiong would be good choices. Lu Shuriwei fell silent. At that moment, Yichen received a video call. Where are you? Why haven't you come back? A cool, mature female voice. Lu Shuriwei looked at Yichen suspiciously. Yichen could never have a girlfriend. So who was making the call? Yichen explained, I was taking a colleague home today. She helped me compose a piece, so I stayed at her house a little longer before heading back. Familly narrowed his cold eyes. A woman? Yes, she's one of my senior classmates. Familly said coldly, come back quickly, Tuanshuan is looking for you. Tuanshuan's adorable little face was pressed against the screen, looking around. Upon seeing her father, the baby smiled happily. Okay, I'll go back right away. Yichen hung up the phone and said to Lu Shuriwei, Lu Shuriwei, I'm going back now. Lu Shuriwei deliberately asked, who was that person just now, urging you to go home? Could it be your girlfriend? Yichen shook his head. You've misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend. She's my friend. I'm staying at her house. I see. Then you should go back now. Good. Lu Shuriwei watched Yichen's retreating figure, her eyes growing increasingly deep. Yichen must be hers. She was already a shoo-in when she first enrolled 4 years ago. When Yichen returned home, Tuanshuan was waiting for her father at the door, dressed in a pretty little dress. Dad. Sweetie, Daddy's home. Have you eaten? Familly walked slowly closer in her high heels, her cold face seemingly covered with a layer of frost. Take it off. Yichen obediently took off his coat, like a big dog. Although I don't know why. Have a meal. Familly pulled Yichen's hand and sat down. In front of them was a steaming meal, with white steam rising from it. Yichen put a bib on Tuanshuan, and the baby sat obediently next to his father, saying, Daddy, time to eat. After dinner, Yichun took Tuanshuan to the pond outside to catch fish. I caught 2 small red carp for my baby, and he was overjoyed. He hugged the fish tank tightly and couldn't put it down, even when he fell asleep. Yichun placed the small fish tank from Tuan's hands on the table and covered her with a blanket. Bathroom. Yichun had just taken off his shirt when Familly suddenly barged in. Yichun held up his clothes to shield himself and asked in surprise, "Familly, you've come to the wrong place." Familly did not answer, but slowly approached, pinning Yichun against the corner and lifting his chin. "Did you have fun today?" "Oh." Familly's eyes darkened. "Did she touch you here?" Lung Bai's slender fingers pointed at Yichun's lips. Yichun shook his head. "No." "What about here?" Familly grasped Yichun's hand. His hand had distinct knuckles and was very beautiful. "No." Yichun shook his head again. "Lu Shuriwe and I are just ordinary friends. She composed music for me." "Does composing music really need to be done at her house?" Yichun stammered. "She had some trouble today, so I took her home. She suddenly had an inspiration, so I went to her house." "What a coincidence." Yichun nodded and said, "It's really a coincidence. Lu Shuriwe is my senior. She helped me a lot when we were in college." Familly's expression grew increasingly cold, as if she were wrapped in a layer of ice. "Have you known each other for a long time?" "Yes. She was the one who greeted me on my first day of university. She was a very nice senior." Yichun was completely unaware of the danger. His eyes were filled with sincerity. Familly cornered him, stood on tiptoe, and wanted to fiercely seal his lips with hers, lock him in the room, and only let her see him. Unfortunately, I was ultimately afraid of scaring him. He gently pinched Yichun's chin and said, "Don't go to other girls' houses at night. It's not safe." 32, he would never dress up for other women. Good. Before leaving, Familly deliberately tore open Yichun's clothes, revealing his broad shoulders, narrow waist, 8-pack abs, smooth muscle lines, and fair and clean skin. The woman's long, slender, pale fingers gently traced across Yichun's lower abdomen, and she smiled. "Nice figure." After saying that, she left the bathroom in her high heels. Yichun stood there dumbfounded, his heart pounding wildly. After a while, he finally came to his senses and quickly closed the door. What did Familly just say? He has a good physique? He must have heard correctly. It's so hot. Yichun took off his clothes and took a cold shower. Afternoon. Yichun was preparing to return to school, with a little baby hanging on his lap, who said in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, don't go." Yichun squatted down and stroked the baby's hair. "Tuanshuan, Daddy will be back tomorrow." "Dad, let's go home." "Dad is coming home tomorrow. You draw first and show it to Dad when you're done." The little boy nodded, really let go of his father, and continued drawing with his small drawing board. "Sweetie, Daddy's leaving." Yichun left the living room, and Xiao Tuanshuan followed behind her father, her 2 short legs running very fast, watching her father's car leave the manor. "Goodbye, Dad." After seeing her father off, Tuanshuan returned to the living room, threw away the small toys on the table, and started drawing on the table. Feng Yin asked, "Feng Tangtang, now that your father is gone, you've shown your true colors again." Tuanshuan continued drawing, this time turning her aunt into a caterpillar. Feng Yin was so angry she almost collapsed, picked the little guy up, and gave him a good beating. Dormitory 208. Yichun knocked on the door. "Brothers, I'm back." The door was suddenly opened, and several people poked their heads out to look for Tuanshuan. "Where's my little cutie? Where's little Tuanshuan? Why isn't Tuanshuan here? Chun'er, where's your daughter? Why didn't you bring her with you?" Lu Hao searched everywhere, but couldn't find Tuanshuan. "Where is my baby Tuanshuan? I want to hug my baby." Yichun explained, "I need to stay here tonight, so I can't bring Tuanshuan." Hearing that Yichun hadn't brought Tuan along, the 3 of them immediately kicked her out of the dormitory and closed the door. Yichun. After a while, Lu Hao opened the door. "Come in quickly. A few of us brothers are about to submit our resumes to your company." "How's your company?" Yichun said. "It's all right. I signed a 6-month contract." "Let's give it a try. We brothers need to stick together." Chun'er, let me see how this suit looks on me. Do I look like a business elite? Will I attract the attention of a female tycoon?" Hu Yuxuan is on the heavier side with a square face. Even in a suit, he doesn't look like a business elite. He looks more like a working-class person. Yichen nodded perfunctorily. Sure, I should be able to. Hu Yuxuan smiled smugly. If I were to be noticed by a female tycoon, I would never work again and would just eat, drink, and have fun every day. Lu Hao rolled his eyes. Brother Hu, you should save your breath. Nobody likes your face. If you cut off 2 pieces of your jawbone and give your face a proper makeover, it should look better. That female tycoon would definitely like someone like Shinner, who is beautiful, tall, and fair-skinned. Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose shyly after being praised. Actually, I don't think female tycoons are all that great. Anyway, she's definitely not as good as Familly. Hu Yuxuan's eyes widened. You don't like it? I don't like it, but I'll wear this outfit again tomorrow. Yi Chun wore a cream-colored fitted coat, wide-leg pants, and white shoes, looking every bit the youthful and sunny college student. You'd look good even in a tattered burlap sack. I'm not going to compare myself to you. I'm going to keep picking out clothes. Hu Yuxuan gritted his teeth in anger. He would never compare himself to Yi Chun. The 3 of them were busy picking out clothes, while Yi Chun turned on his computer and continued studying the accompaniment. Brother Peng, don't you have a girlfriend? Why are you picking out clothes? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will beat you to death? I just wanted to dress nicely, so what? Yi Chun shook his head helplessly. What kind of people hasn't that female tycoon seen? Why would she fall for us recent college graduates? Chinner, those female tycoons might actually like young, handsome college graduates like us. Yi Chun was not interested and did not want to be noticed by that female tycoon. He just wanted to see what kind of woman she was, whether she was even more outstanding than Familly. Wah, wah. Yi Chun opened the voice chat and heard Tuan Tuan crying. Honey, what's wrong? Dad, Auntie, is bullying Tuanshuan. The baby's soft, babyish voice rang out. Yi Chun made a video call, and the baby sat pitifully on the sofa, pouting and puffing up her cheeks, looking like a little pufferfish. Upon hearing the baby's voice, Lu Hao and the other 2 quickly gathered around. Yi Chun asked, Sweetie, how did your aunt bully you? Auntie, play ball. The baby pitifully complained, tears welling up in his eyes. Baby, don't cry. I'm Uncle Lu. Do you remember me? I'll make a funny face for you. Lu Hao made a funny face, and Tuan Tuan laughed out loud happily. The 3 people took turns teasing Tuanshuan, who cried out in delight. Familly, I have a lecture to attend tomorrow, so I won't be going home tonight. Before going to sleep, Yi Chun left a message for Familly. The other party replied with a single word, okay. The next day, Yi Chun was woken up before dawn. Hu Yuxuan said in a low voice, My clothes, Brother Donkey, you're wearing the wrong ones. Those are my clothes. Was it wrong? You all insisted on putting your clothes together last night, and now look what's happened. We can't even tell whose clothes are whose. Mine. Yi Chun opened his eyes and saw 3 dark shadows on the ground. Brother Donkey, turn on the light. I'm awake. Good. After the lights were turned on, Yi Chun could see clearly that the 3 people were wearing crooked clothes, and he burst out laughing. What are you 3 doing? Lu Hao felt a little embarrassed looking at the clothes he had put on backwards. He took them off, changed them, admired himself in the mirror, and then used hairspray to style his hair. It was 3 hours later when the 3 of them finished getting dressed. Yi Chun took another nap, washed his face casually, and ran his fingers through his hair. The hair on the sides was curly from sleeping, but Yi Chun was too lazy to bother with it. Let's go. Hu Yuxuan nudged Yi Chun's arm. Chun, you're just like this? That's so perfunctory. Yi Chun shrugged. What else? He doesn't even like that female tycoon, so why should he dress up so beautifully for her? It would be better to show it to Familly. Thinking of Familly, Yi Chun pursed his lips and took out the amulet from his pocket. Familly personally requested it for him. Chun, what's that in your hand? Let our brothers see it. 33, the first financial group, Familly. Yi Chun put the amulet away again. No, it's nothing. Chunner, you're so stingy. Let us brothers see what it is. It's a priceless treasure. Yi Chun's hands were forcibly pried open by the 3 people. A blue amulet with gold trim lay in my palm. It was quite beautiful. Lu Hao picked it up and examined it. It's a peace charm, Chunner. Who got this for you? It wasn't your wife, was it? When will you introduce us to your wife? Isn't she very beautiful? Yi Chun opened his mouth and almost bit his tongue. Really, no? This is a peace charm that a friend of mine got for me. Give it back to me. Yi-chan carefully placed the amulet into his pocket. When we went downstairs, it was incredibly crowded, with everyone rushing towards the stadium. I heard that this tycoon is really powerful. He's the biggest tycoon in the capital. He can make the whole capital tremble with just a stomp of his foot. That's outrageous. I've heard about it too. Ordinary people can't even see her. I heard she's some kind of top leader. My dad has never met him. He said I'm lucky to have met the legendary CEO Feng. A girl wearing a cream-colored coat was standing outside the dormitory, seemingly waiting for someone. It's Song Wanning, the goddess. Who is she waiting for in Building 2? You don't know this? Yi-chan from Building 2 and Yi-mo from Building 3 are the two most handsome men in our school. She's so beautiful. She's my type. Don't think about it. Just look. They're not waiting for you. Let's go. Song Wanning walked to Yi-chen's side and whispered, Yi-chan, let's go together. Good. Hu Yuxuan stared wide-eyed, stammering Song. Song classmate, hello. Song Wanning greeted them politely, hello. Yi-chan, let's hurry up and go. If we go too late, there might not be any seats left. Yi-chan and Song Wanning looked very good together. He was handsome, and she was beautiful, a match made in heaven. Hu Yuxuan silently wiped away his tears in the back, muttering softly, Goddess Song only has eyes for Chinner. On the way, they encountered Yi-mo and Chu-yi, both of whom were very good-looking. Chu-yi was holding Yi-mo's arm in a high-profile manner. Chu-yi would glare at any female classmate who dared to look at Yi-mo even twice. Yi-chan, when did you get together with Song Wanning? Yi-chan didn't want to pay attention to Chu-yi and was about to leave when Chu-yi stopped him. Yi-chan, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Yi-chan said coldly. Chu-yi, who I'm with is none of your business. Please step aside. Chu-yi hugged Yi-mo's arm. I just wanted to remind you that Song Wanning is a jinx. I heard that her family members have all died because of her. Song Wanning's face turned deathly pale instantly. Yi-chan frowned slightly. Chu-yi, I originally thought you still had some kindness, but you've really disappointed me now. Chu-yi said matter-of-factly. I'm just trying to be helpful and remind you not to be fooled by her. After all, we grew up together, and I don't want you to die. Yi-chan comforted her. Student Song. That's just Chu-yi's personality. She's been spoiled by her family. Don't worry about it. Song Wanning shook her head and said, Chu-yi is right. I really am a jinx. Song Wanning quietly distanced herself from Yi-chan, walking alone ahead. Yi-chan caught up with her. Song Wanning, I've never believed in these things, so don't take it to heart. Song Wanning raised her head, her eyes shining again. Thank you, Yi-chan. The group entered the stadium together, which was already packed with people, with only a few seats left in the back rows. Chu-yi pouted. If I had known I would have come any later, Brother Yi-mo would definitely not have had a seat. I can't stand those female tycoons. I've heard that female tycoons are all ugly and old, so maybe Brother Yi-mo won't like them. Yi-mo pulled Chu-yi along quickly, saying, let's sit on the edge of the third row from the bottom. Good. After Yi-mo and Chu-yi sat down, there were 2 fewer seats available. Chinner, there are no seats left. We can only sit in the last row. Oh my god, how am I supposed to see my goddess from this distance? Lu Hao took out a pair of binoculars from his pocket. With this, you can see everything, no matter how far away. Yi-chan was speechless for a moment. This female tycoon is probably a woman in her 50s or 60s. Why are you looking at her like that? Chinner, I heard he's quite young, only in his 20s. Otherwise, why would I need a telescope? Song Wanning asked in a low voice. Yi-chan, you're not interested in this female tycoon, are you? Yi-chan shook his head decisively. I'm not interested in her. I'll take a nap first. These people were a bit noisy last night. Song Wanning was secretly delighted. I'm not really interested either. Let's sit in the last row. Yi-chan said indifferently. Okay. At this moment, a staff member stopped Yi-chan. Are you young Master Yi-chan? Please come with me. Yi-chan was completely confused. Where are we going? Aren't we supposed to be attending a lecture today? The young staff member led the person to the first row, but no one was sitting in the first row. Young Master Yi-chan, you and your friends may sit in the first row. Yi-chan asked in surprise. You think I can sit in the first row? Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Yes, please. Then, Yi-chin sat down in the first row with a completely bewildered look on his face. The people next to them were also completely bewildered. Lu Hao asked, "Chunner, did you activate VIP access?" Yi-chin looked innocent. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't know what was going on?" Lu Hao and the others shook their heads decisively. "Chunner, we're lucky to have seen the female tycoon up close this time, so we don't need this telescope anymore." Lu Hao put the telescope in his pocket. Upon seeing this, Yimo clenched his fists, his face turning ashen. Why should Yi-chun be able to sit in the first row? What makes him so special? He's just a fake young master. Brother Yimo, don't be angry. Maybe it's just because Yi-chun is lucky. Lucky. He got to sit in the front. Yimo was genuinely worried. What if that female tycoon took a liking to Yi-chun? Wouldn't Yi-chun rise to prominence overnight and become an overnight sensation? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yimo irritably loosened his tie and impatiently pulled his arm out of Chu-Yi's arms. What use is a girlfriend who only knows how to act cute? After waiting for a while, the person still hadn't arrived. Yi-chin closed his eyes, preparing to take a nap, when a cheer erupted. Lu Hao excitedly shook Yi-chin's arm. "Chunner, wake up, we're here. Chunner, wake up. Wake up. Holy crap. Good rice. Chunner, open your eyes. My dream goddess, she's so beautiful." The woman was tall and slender, wearing a black suit, a black short skirt, and 10-centimeter high heels as she slowly walked onto the stage, exuding an air of nobility and aloofness. Her long, slightly wavy black hair fell across her chest. Her face was delicate, with defined features and slightly upturned eyes, giving her a cool and aloof mature look. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, unattainable and unapproachable, her cold gaze seemingly indifferent to everything. Yi-chin opened his eyes and saw a familiar face. I instantly became fully awake. It's Familly. 34. Chunner, are you interested in female tycoons? Familly's gaze swept over Yi-chin, a barely perceptible hint of gentleness flashing in her eyes. Yi-chin immediately lowered his head, afraid that Familly would notice him. He didn't even comb his hair or change his clothes today. He just washed his face. If he had known it was Familly, he would have combed his hair. Yi-chin is now filled with regret. So, the number one tycoon that Brother Donkey and his gang were talking about was actually Familly. Holy crap. Chunner, she's so beautiful. Look at that figure. Those legs, they're absolutely stunning. The key is that you're still so young. That face is the one I saw in my dreams. Chunner, do you think your tycoon might take a liking to me? Hu Yuxuan chuckled foolishly. Yi-chin said coldly, "Don't dream about it. She won't be interested in you." Lu Hao also grinned foolishly. "Chunner, this is my dream girl. I'll have material for my dreams from now on." Yi-chin said coldly, "Don't even dream about it." Lu Hao asked in confusion. "Chunner, didn't you just say you weren't interested? Now you're being so domineering, even interfering with my dreams. Could it be that you also like this female tycoon?" Yi-chin stammered in rebuttal. I didn't." Lu Hao put one arm around Yi-chin's neck and raised an eyebrow. "Really not. I noticed you seemed to really like this female tycoon. You were sitting so upright. Didn't you just say you were going to sleep?" Song Wanning also looked at Yi-chin, as if waiting for his answer. I suddenly am not sleepy anymore. I don't want to sleep. Please listen to me." Yi-chin pushed Lu Hao away and silently ran his fingers through his hair. Another commotion erupted below. The male students, in particular, went completely crazy, and many people behind them were watching with binoculars. Chu-Yi snorted coldly and said, "What's so interesting about her? She's just a female tycoon. She's got some money, but I think she's just average looking." Chu-Yi couldn't see Familly's face clearly at all. She was too far away. Yimo, who was standing next to him, took out a folding telescope from his pocket, covered it with his sleeve, and secretly peeked inside. Chu-Yi stomped her foot angrily. "Brother Yimo, she's just average looking, not pretty at all. She must be fierce and old." Chu-Yi clung to the man's arm and continued to act coquettishly. Yimo stared blankly at the woman in front of him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, unforgettable at first glance. "Brother Yimo, what's so interesting about this? Stop looking." Chu-Yi grabbed Yimo's hand, trying to snatch the binoculars from him, but Yimo said with a stern face, "Stop messing around." Chu Yi froze on the spot. In her memory, Yemo had never spoken to her in this tone before. He was always gentle and kind. Brother Yemo, I won't make a fuss anymore. Please don't be angry, and please don't look at her anymore, okay? Yemo said coldly. I just wanted to see what she looks like. Do you think I really like female tycoons? I knew Brother Yemo wouldn't like this female tycoon. Let me see. Maybe she's an old woman in her 30s. Chu Yi took the binoculars. The woman on the stage had a powerful aura and was stunningly beautiful, someone she couldn't compare to at all. Chu Yi seemed to have been hit hard. She put down her binoculars and looked sullen. Brother Yemo, why is this female tycoon so young and beautiful? She looks like she's only in her early 20s. Chu Yi, who was always very confident in her appearance, was utterly insignificant in front of Familly. Yemo didn't even have time to offer words of comfort. He picked up the binoculars and continued watching. Familly stood on the platform and spoke, her voice cool, clear, and pleasant. Yichen always felt that Familly's gaze was fixed on him. Did Familly see him? Familly should know that he goes to university here. Lu Hao asked in a low voice. Chener, is that female tycoon looking at me? What do you mean you're looking at me? You're clearly looking at me. What are you looking at? You're looking at me. Stop arguing. After the three argued back and forth, Yichun said helplessly, they were just looking around. Lu Hao's face was beaming with a smile. Chener, she's definitely not just looking around. She's been staring at us the whole time. Maybe she really has her eye on me. Yichun felt that Familly was very likely looking at him. Song Wanning whispered to Yichun. Yichun, you don't like this type of woman, do you? Yichun hesitated for a moment. I think it's great. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Song Wanning's eyes. I thought Yichun didn't like this strong and domineering older sister type. Song Wanning whispered in Yichun's ear. The two were very close, and Song Wanning's arm tugged at Yichun's sleeve. So what type do you like? Before Yichun could answer, he felt a cold gaze fixed on him. He looked up and met Familly's eyes, which were as if covered in ice, chilling to the bone. Yichun moved away from Song Wanning, sat obediently, and lowered his eyes to look at the ground not far away. Yichun, you haven't answered my question yet. Song Wanning leaned closer again, and Yichun moved to the side. Hu Yuxuan was green with envy. Such a beautiful woman was throwing herself into his arms, and he didn't know how to cherish her. If she were his, how wonderful it would be. Either is fine, both are good. Everyone has their strengths. Song Wanning lowered her eyes shyly. Yichun, shall we have lunch together? Hu Yuxuan nudged Yichun's arm, and Yichun agreed. Okay. Yichun sat obediently in his seat like a big dog, occasionally raising his head to steal a glance at Familly. She was like a star that everyone looked up to, her gaze sweeping over everything, as if she didn't care about anyone. Only when he saw Yichun did his eyes show a hint of something different. She's so beautiful and has such a powerful presence. I wonder what kind of man she would like. Don't think about it. This isn't something we should be thinking about. I've made something of myself. I actually met President Feng. I can go back and brag about it to my dad. The central stadium was packed with people, with many standing in the corners. The entire venue could hold tens of thousands of people. Amid cheers, Familly finished her speech, glanced at Yichun, and descended the steps in her high heels. The principal, chairman, and managers were all waiting outside. Upon seeing Familly emerge, they all fawned over him, beaming with smiles. Mr. Feng, why don't you rest in your office for a while and have a cup of tea? We'll treat you to lunch. Yes, Mr. Feng, you must be tired after a long morning. Why don't you stay and have a cup of tea? Familly said calmly. Okay. The executives exchanged glances. In the past, every time I graduated from school, I had to invite President Feng, but unfortunately, he never gave me face. I don't know why he came this time. They were flattered and immediately arranged for Familly to go to the school board office. It wouldn't be good if someone saw the 35th letter from the CEO. Following this were speeches from various leaders. Most of the staff had already left, and the leaders were furious. Afterwards, Yichun and Song Wanning went to the canteen. Yichun, what do you like to eat? It will be all right. Yichun bought a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Just as he sat down, his phone rang. It was a video call from Tuan Tuan. After Yichun answered the call, a pink and tender little face appeared on the screen, with big, dark eyes blinking and a small, cute nose. "Dad." A sweet, childlike voice rang out, and Lu Hao and the others immediately surrounded her. Then, Tuanshuan saw several large faces. "Hello, uncle." "Little Tuanshuan, your uncles all miss you. When are you coming?" Tuanshuan wants. "Daddy." Lu Hao and the others were heartbroken. The little one didn't miss them at all. Yichen asked, "My sweet baby, have you eaten? Let's eat." Little Tuanshuan is wearing a pink kitten bib and eating with a small spoon in her little paws. With neither mom nor dad around, the poor baby is eating all by himself. "Tuanshuan, Daddy's coming home this afternoon. How about we have dinner together tonight?" Tuanshuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, saying, "Eat, Daddy, eat." The little girl took a small glutinous rice ball and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out. She was so cute. Lu Hao and the others were completely charmed. When will they have such a lovely daughter? "Sweetie, eat slowly." Tuanshuan continued eating, watching her father eat. Song Wanning greeted the phone. "Little Tuanshuan, do you still recognize me?" Tuanshuan's sweet, childlike voice called out, "Auntie." "Yes, I'm Aunt Song." Tuanshuan is so smart. Song Wanning observed the environment around Tuanshuan and concluded that she must be a baby from a wealthy family. "Dad?" "No more kisses, sweetie. We'll kiss you when Daddy gets back." "Dad, let's go home." "Okay, I'll be home right away." After hanging up the phone, Yichen looked up and vaguely saw a familiar figure. It looked like Familly. "Chinner, I'm going to the restroom in the office next door to wash my hands." "It's closer." "Good." Yichen and Song Wanning went to the office corridor together. There weren't many people there. Song Wanning also went to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Yichen was waiting in the corridor when suddenly the door behind him opened, and Yichen was pulled inside by a hand. Everything happened very quickly. By the time Yichen realized what was happening, he was already pinned against the door. A familiar face was in front of me. Yichen stared intently at the woman in front of him. "President Feng." "President Feng." Feng Li grabbed Yichen's chin, his voice low and dangerous. "President Feng? You don't even call me by my name anymore." Yichen was trapped in Feng Li's arms and couldn't break free. "Mr. Feng, this is a school. What you're doing is wrong. Let me go first." Feng Li hooked her arm around Yichen's collar. "So what if it's school? You seem to be having a good time having dinner with your female classmate just now." I didn't. Song Wanning is just an ordinary classmate of mine. I have no relationship with her." "Really? You know who I am, and you're afraid of me." Feng Li pinched Yichen's cheek. "Are you afraid of me?" "No." The legendary female tycoon was right beside him, and he had spent so much time with her. Yichen felt like he was dreaming. "From now on, you are not allowed to call him President Feng." Yichen nodded and looked up to meet Feng Li's eyes. "She looks even more beautiful up close, and she's beautiful on stage too. She's beautiful at any time." "Chinner, where are you? Are you still in the bathroom?" "Where is Chinner? I didn't see him go to the bathroom. He was right here, and then he suddenly disappeared." Song Wanning said, "I don't know either. Yichen was just here a moment ago, but he disappeared when I went to the restroom." Yichen said in a panic, "I have to go first. My classmate is still outside." Feng Li released the person, and Yichen opened the door and fled in panic. Feng Li watched his retreating figure, her eyes growing increasingly deep. "Chinner, why did you run into the office? This is the principal's office. Don't wander around. Let's go." "Good." Yichen almost walked with his arms and legs moving in unison. Lu Hao asked in confusion, "Hey, Chinner, why is your face so red?" I'm wearing too many clothes, and I'm a little hot." Lu Peng said, "Really? It's not hot today. What were you doing in the office just now?" Yichen made up a lie with a straight face. "I was a little thirsty, so I went to the office and had some tea." "That's the school board office, not open to the general public. Were there any other people inside when you went in?" Yichen shook his head. "No, it's just me." Lu Hao patted Yichen on the shoulder. "You're quite lucky. The school board member should be out having dinner. I heard they're going to host a welcome dinner for that tycoon." Yichen scratched his head. Hadn't Feng Li gone to eat? Was she hungry? "Brother Donkey, you guys go first. I have something to do." "Let's go take a nap first. We got up too early this morning," Lu Hao said, yawning. Such beautiful clothes, yet the female tycoon didn't even glance at them. The group returned to their dormitory dejectedly. Song Wanting caught up with Yi-chun and asked, Yi-chun, where are you going? Should I go with you? Yi-chun said, no need. You should go back and take a nap. Yi-chun jogged to the cafeteria and ordered seafood, meat, and a rice dish. Handsome, did you order all this for your girlfriend? Yi-chun nodded haphazardly. Yeah, she's very picky. Your girlfriend is really lucky. It's 138 in total. Yi-chun paid with his mobile phone, took a bag of food, and returned to the school board office, gently knocking on the door. Who? A cold, icy voice. Yi-chun replied, President Feng, it's me. 2 seconds later, the door opened, and Familly stood in the doorway, arms crossed. Why are you back? Aren't you afraid of me? Yi-chun glanced around and casually said, I was bored, so I went to the canteen and saw that there were some leftover dishes. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Make do with these for now. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Familly's eyes. For me? Yi-chun nodded, looking at the sky and the ground, but not at Familly. I'm leaving now. You can take your time eating. It wouldn't be good if someone saw him. They might misunderstand his relationship with Familly. Familly grabbed Yi-chun's wrist and brought him in. The door closed, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Familly spoke first. Eat with me. I have to go now. There are security cameras here, and it wouldn't be good if someone saw us. Familly slowly approached, while Yi-chun kept retreating, with only a cold wall behind him. Afraid of being seen. Afraid people will say I'm keeping you as a mistress? 36. Passionate female doctoral supervisor. It's not good for your reputation, Mr. Feng. I'll be going now. Familly blocked Yi-chun's path and said coldly, sit down. Yi-chun sat down obediently like a big dog. Familly ruffled Yi-chun's hair. Your hair is so messy. Yi-chun said, I got up late today and didn't have time to do it. If he had known it was Familly giving a lecture, he would have definitely tidied his hair and changed into nice clothes. Come home with me in a little while. President Feng, this isn't a good idea. If someone sees us, you should go back first. I'll go back by myself this afternoon. Familly's eyes darkened. So what if someone sees us? You're the one I picked up, you're mine. Yi-chun explained in a low voice. I know you saved me, but I don't want to affect your reputation, and I don't want people to say that you are keeping a male college student as a mistress. You're so considerate of me. Yi-chun's ears turned red involuntarily. He opened the bag, which contained several kinds of vegetables. Eat first. The food in the canteen is rather simple and not as good as home cooking. Familly seemed to be in a good mood. She picked up a shrimp with her chopsticks, peeled it herself, and put it into Yi-chun's mouth. Mr. Feng, I've already eaten. Familly pinched Yi-chun's face and said coldly, say it again. Yi-chun obediently replied, Familly. Familly was satisfied and stopped bullying Yi-chun. I'm leaving now. You can take your time eating. Yi-chun stood up, and a series of chaotic footsteps sounded outside. Mr. Feng, are you still inside? Yi-chun recognized the principal's voice. He looked around anxiously and, in desperation, hid behind a table. Familly's cold voice, don't come in. The group waited at the door, exchanging bewildered glances. Familly pulled Yi-chun out from behind the table, a half-smile on her face, so scared. Yi-chun said in a panic, I can't ruin your reputation. Familly pinned Yi-chun to the table, her hands braced on the surface. If they come in now, do you think you can still explain yourself clearly? Yi-chun shook his head. It's hard to explain. So, what are you going to say when you go out now? Can I say I went to the wrong place? Will they believe me? Familly curled her lips into a smile and released Yi-chun. Go. The door opened, and the executive's eyes widened. It wasn't President Feng who came out, but a familiar person. Yi-chun. Yi-chun, what are you doing here? He is Yi-chun from the music performance department. How could it be him? How did he get into the office? Yi-chun stammered. I went to the wrong place. I'll leave now. After saying that, Yi-chun fled without looking back. When the group of executives entered, they saw unfinished food on the table, exchanged glances, and seemed to understand something. She's probably Mr. Feng's mistress. The cold-blooded, ruthless CEO Feng actually likes this innocent male college student. Hee. Yi-chun left the office, patted his chest, and tried to calm himself down. I don't think anyone would misunderstand his relationship with Familly. Yi-chun, have you gone back to school? Bring your thesis to the professor's private office. Yi-Chun had just turned on his phone when he saw a message from his mentor, Yongbo, sent 10 minutes earlier. Good day. Yi-Chun returned to his dormitory, where his 3 roommates were sleeping like logs. He took his thesis to his advisor's private office. Mentor, I am Yi-Chun. Come in. A gentle voice rang out. Yi-Chun opened the door, and Professor Yongbo, who was leaning back on the sofa, lazily opened his eyes. Little Chun is here. Yi-Chun placed the paper on the table. Advisor, I've added some more conclusions. You can take a look. Yongbo sat up, wearing a thin coat over a spaghetti-strap dress that hugged her curvaceous figure. Yi-Chun looked away and said, Teacher, if you're taking a lunch break, I'll come a little later. Should I go back first? No need, I'm not sleepy. Come sit next to me, and I'll tell you what the problem is. Yi-Chun sat on the sofa, about an arm's length away from Yongbo. I used to discuss issues in a public office, so this was my first time in my supervisor's private office, and I felt a little uncomfortable. The writing here is very good, just add something to the end. Yi-Chun stood up. All right, mentor. If there are no other questions, I'll be going now. Yi-Chun, don't you have anything else to do? I still have several papers to review. Could you take a look at them for me? Then, Yi-Chun was trapped in the office. I originally wanted to go back early to be with my baby, Tuanshuan. Drink water. Yi-Chun nodded, took a sip of water, and sped up, as he still had 8 papers to work on. Have some snacks, no rush, you still have an afternoon. Yongbo sat next to Yi-Chun, bringing him water and food every now and then. Yi-Chun thought his mentor was too idle. If he was so idle, why didn't he study it himself? Yongbo rested his forehead on one hand, watching Yi-Chun write and draw on the paper with confidence, and the corners of his lips unconsciously turned up. No rush, there's plenty of time. At 3 p.m., Yi-Chun finally finished reading all 8 papers. Professor Yang, the mistakes have been marked in red. Okay, would you like to take a nap? I have a place to rest here. Yongbo cleared out the sofa, saying, I'll sleep for a while before I leave. Mentor, no need. I'll head back now. I have some things to take care of. His precious daughter is still waiting for him at home. I miss my adorable little dumpling so much after not seeing him for a day. Okay, next time I come back, I'll treat you to dinner out. Yi-Chun said with a smile. You are my mentor. How can I let you treat me to a meal? You're not helping me out, are you? I've had a terrible headache lately and haven't had time to revise my thesis, Yongbo said, rubbing his head. Yi-Chun left the office and answered Familly's call. Where? My supervisor just asked me to help her revise her paper, and I just came out of her office. Mentor? A woman. Yi-Chun explained. Yes, she's the youngest doctoral supervisor at the school. I heard she's researched several major projects, but she's been having a headache lately and asked me to help her revise her thesis. Turn right after you leave the school gate. My car is waiting for you here. Tuanshuan is making a fuss at home, and you haven't been home all day. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi-Chun ran wildly all the way, and just as he reached the school gate, he bumped into 2 people he least wanted to see. Chu Yi was holding Yimo's arm, and the two were chatting and laughing, probably having just returned from eating out. Yi-Chun, why aren't you with your girlfriend? Did Song Wanning dump you? I told you, Song Wanning isn't a good person. Chu Yi said sarcastically. Yi-Chun said in a low voice, Song Wanning is not my girlfriend. Chu Yi smiled and said, You're not dating because of me? Are you, Yi-Chun? I don't like you anymore. I only like brother Yimo now. Don't like me anymore, it won't work out. 37. Would you rather have a beautiful female mentor or a daughter? Yi-Chun said coldly. Chu Yi, you're overthinking it. Chu Yi snorted. Yi-Chun, is it so hard to admit you like me? When we were little, you carried me on your back every day and followed me around. Yi-Chun was too lazy to offer any further explanation. Feng Li was still waiting for him. Just as he was about to leave, Yimo grabbed his wrist. What exactly happened today? Why did you have the privilege of sitting in the first row? Yimo, what does this have to do with you? Yi-Chun, you don't know President Feng, do you? Yimo thought it was impossible. How could Yi-Chun, this fake young master, a poor loser, possibly know her? What does this have to do with you? Yi-Chun shook off Yimo's hand. Yimo suddenly said, Yi-Chun, I advise you not to participate in this school heartthrob selection competition. Yimo, I've given in to you for 7 years. I don't owe you anything. Yi-Chun coldly left behind a sentence and turned to leave. Yi-Mo clenched his fists, his face turning ashen. Yi-Chun is like a completely different person now. He's no longer under his control. A familiar car was parked in front. Yi-Chun opened the car door, and Familly, dressed in a black fitted dress and black stockings, crossed her legs, exuding a cold and aloof air. As soon as Yi-Chun got into the car, Familly seemed to smell something and said in a deep voice, "Take off your coat." Yi-Chun obediently took off his coat, revealing a white sweater underneath. He looked clean and tidy, like a harmless dog. "You're quite helpful, assisting your advisor with revising your thesis. After all, she's my mentor, and she's having a headache." Familly was skeptical. "Really? Why did you have to go specifically and not someone else?" "I don't know either." Yi-Chun scratched his head. Familly pinched Yi-Chun's face. "You're not allowed to go there anymore. After all, she's my advisor. If she asks me to go, it would be awkward for me to refuse." Familly said coldly. "Tuan is crying and making a fuss at home today, insisting on finding her father. Do you want your daughter or your mentor?" "Of course I want a daughter." Yi-Chun answered decisively. The adorable little Tuan melted his heart. Tuan hadn't seen her father for a day and was extremely irritable, standing on the table and throwing things, which the servants couldn't stop at all. Feng Yin said with a headache, "Tuan, stop fooling around and come down quickly. Your father will be back soon." When Tuan heard Dad, she looked up, her big, dark eyes meeting Feng Yin's. "Dad. Be good. Tuan, come down quickly. Your dad will be back in a little while. This time, your aunt won't lie to you." Tuan threw the small toy in her hand to the ground, crying, "Daddy, I want Daddy." Feng Yin couldn't stop her at all and sat on the sofa with a headache. Just then, a horn sounded. Tuan climbed down from the table and ran out on her short little legs, calling out, "Daddy. It's Daddy coming home. It must be Daddy coming home." The baby ran very fast. As soon as Yi-Chun opened the car door, a tiny little bundle of joy jumped into his arms. "Dad." Yi-Chun held the baby high in the air. "My baby, did you eat well today? Did you miss Daddy?" "Missing Dad. I miss Daddy, and Daddy misses Tuan too." Yi-Chun kissed the baby's rosy cheek. Familly pinched the baby's cheek with one hand. "Didn't you miss Mommy?" Tuan shook her head, nestled in her father's arms, and hugged his neck. "Mommy bad." They pinched her face so hard it hurt. Feng Yin breathed a sigh of relief. "Yi-Chun, you're finally back. You have no idea how awful this little devil is. I couldn't keep an eye on her at all. Look at this house. She made all of this mess." The living room was a mess, with dolls scattered all over the floor, and the maids were trying their best to clean up. Tuan shook her little head like a small rattle drum, her soft, cute little voice saying, "Daddy, no, Tuan is good. It's not Tuan. Daddy knows Tuan is a good baby." Yi-Chun held his beloved daughter, utterly disbelieving that she had done it. "Feng Tangtang, you've even learned to lie now?" Tuan nestled sadly in her father's arms, too afraid to move. Feng Yin continued, "Yi-Chun, you must teach this little one a good lesson. She has a terrible temper." "Daddy, Auntie is mean." The baby pointed at his aunt, his face puffed up with anger, like a little pufferfish. "Hit, Tuan." The baby was so upset that he buried his face in his father's and complained, "Did I hit you? Feng Tuan, did I hit you? Don't frame me." Feng Yin was so angry that her head was buzzing, and she felt like she was about to be driven to death by this little guy. Yi-Chun hugged and kissed the baby. "Daddy's here. No one will bully Tuan." Tuan glanced at her aunt and stuck out her little tongue. "Dad?" She hugged her father's face and kissed it all over. Yi-Chun felt like his face had been washed. "Feng Tuan, come here." Familly pulled the little guy out of his father's arms and put him on the ground. "You are already 3 years old. Daddy can't hold you all the time. It's tiring for Daddy." Tuan held up 2 fingers in her childish voice. "Tuan, 2 years old. 2 years old is already quite big. You'll be turning 3 soon. You're a big baby now." Tuan shook her head and continued to hug her father's leg, wanting to hug him even when she went to sleep at night. Her father is handsome and good-looking. He's her father alone, and no one can take him away. Yi-chun removed the baby's two little paws from his neck. Sweetie, go to sleep. Yi-chun was lying in bed when he felt something fragrant and soft beside him again in the middle of the night. Like a woman, so he hugged her. If only it were Familly. I dream of holding Familly. She's so good. The next day, a new song by renowned composer Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng's new song released. Teacher Zhang's first song. Ups and Downs. It's so good. Several trending topics surged to the top of the list. Zhang Teng's new song is absolutely amazing. I'm truly impressed by the lyrics. As expected of a master, the very first song is so stunning, I can never listen to any other songs again. It's so good. Much better than Yimo's song. Teacher Zhang Teng is amazing. Teacher Zhang Teng is amazing. He can create such stunning lyrics. I can listen to them on repeat. This is absolutely amazing. It's the best song I've heard all year. Zhang Teng's release of Ups and Downs instantly dominated various trending topics and music charts. Yi-chun saw this news by chance. Zhang Teng has released a new song. Isn't he a composer? Yi-chun listened to it with a try-it-out mentality and found the song very familiar when he heard the first line. Aren't these lyrics he wrote? 38. How arrogant. Yi-chun, so what if I plagiarized your lyrics? Yi-chun thought it was a coincidence, so he listened to it again. It was exactly the same as his lyrics. Not even a single punctuation mark had been changed. So, Zhang Teng really copied his lyrics verbatim? Yi-chun trusted Zhang Teng and asked him to compose music for his lyrics, thinking that he was an old composer who wouldn't do such a thing. Unexpectedly, he actually did it. Yi-chun changed his clothes and left the room. President Feng, I have urgent business to attend to today. Please take care of Tianchuan for now. Familly asked with concern. What happened? Yi-chun said, it seems my lyrics have been plagiarized. I'll go to the company first. Tianchuan hasn't gotten up yet. Will you dress Tianchuan? Familly raised an eyebrow. Do you think I can't do something this simple? Go to the company and take care of your business. If there's anything you can't resolve, you can call me. Yi-chun lowered his eyes. Thank you, President Feng. Before he could finish speaking, Familly lifted his chin and roughly squeezed his face. Say it again. Yi-chun obediently replied, Familly. Go. Yi-chun left the living room and randomly picked up a beat-up car. Tianchuan woke up, lying on the bed with her big eyes open, her 4 legs in the air, glancing at the door every now and then, waiting for her father to come and dress her. The door opened, and Tianchuan excitedly climbed out of bed, but unfortunately, it wasn't her father. Tianchuan sat on the bed like a deflated little ball. Familly pinched the baby's little ear. You're disappointed to see it's me. Isn't it your dad? Bad. Tianchuan removed her mother's hand and continued to roll around on the bed, refusing to get up. Familly patted the baby's bottom and said, Get up and eat. Your dad has important things to take care of today and doesn't have time to spend with you. Tianchuan continued to lie in bed, holding the blanket with both little hands to cover herself, and continued to sleep. Familly pulled the little guy out of the room to dress him, but ended up buttoning the buttons crookedly. Taking care of a baby is definitely the most troublesome thing. Mom, you're stupid. Familly dressed Tianchuan again and brought her out. Tianchuan refused to eat because she couldn't see her father. Instead, she sat on the sofa drawing and even smashed her own bowl. Feng Yin gritted her teeth in anger. Sister, look at this little thing. Without daddy around, she's practically a little devil. Tianchuan with a father and Tianchuan without a father are 2 babies. Tianrue Entertainment. Yi-chun parked the car in the parking lot and sped off. As soon as she entered the company, Lu Shirue asked, Yi-chun, did you know that your lyrics were plagiarized? Yi-chun said in a low voice, I know. That's why I came here today. I gave my lyrics to Zhang Teng a while ago and asked him to compose music for me. He actually used my lyrics and released them directly. Lu Shirue said angrily, Zhang Teng has gone too far. He is a renowned old composer, yet he did such a thing. Zhang Teng and the others opened a glass of champagne in the studio to celebrate, their faces beaming with smiles. Teacher Zhang Teng is really popular now. He's truly talented. Zhang Teng said in a low voice, You're too kind. You all deserve some credit too. Our studio has finally released an original song. Let's go out and have some fun at night tonight. Great. I'll definitely go since teacher Zhang Teng is treating. Before he could finish speaking, the The door was opened. Yichen stood at the door, his face icy. Zhang Teng, why did you publish my lyrics? Zhang Teng laughed and replied, Yichen, what are you talking about? What lyrics do you, a newcomer, have? I don't know any. Zhou Kuan raised his eyebrows smugly. Yichen, I don't understand what you're saying. The lyrics to that song were originally written by our brother Teng. You'll pay the price for spreading such rumors. Yes, you can't just throw the blame on us because we've become famous. What evidence do you have to prove that these lyrics are yours? Yichen looked at the group of villains in front of him, his anger rising, and he clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. I didn't sell the lyrics to you, and this is how you treat me? It's disgusting. Lu Shuriwa said, Teacher Zhang, I've always thought of you as a famous composer and respected you a lot. I never expected you to do something like this, publishing Yichen's lyrics. Even if you become famous, do you feel honored? Zhang Teng shouted, Lu Shuriwa, don't talk nonsense here. This song is my original work. Lu Shuriwa sneered. Is that so? I composed this song with Yichen a few days ago. I can be a witness. Zhang Teng remained completely unfazed. Whatever. Let's see if others believe in a newcomer or in me. Yichen suppressed the urge to hit someone, took a deep breath, and punched the door. Society is too treacherous, and he was too trusting of others, which led to the consequences he has today. Zhou Kuan laughed and said sarcastically, Yichen, you refused the money I offered you back then, and now you can't even get the money back. Yichen was unwilling to give up, so he went to see General Manager Lu again and explained the whole story. Mr. Lu said, Yichen, this song has already been released. If it's exposed as plagiarism, it will damage the company's reputation. Vice President Zhang nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're a newcomer. Nobody believes you. Was that song really your original composition? Yichen said firmly, Yes, this song is definitely my original work. I composed the music for Zhang Teng, and he offered me 500,000 yuan for the lyrics, but I did not agree. Sigh, it's too late now. Yichen, let's just let this matter go. Stop making a scene. If you make a big fuss, it won't be good for the company. Yichen, just bear with it, and it will pass. Yichen frowned and said, It's over? Those are my lyrics. I wrote them myself. Why should I give them to Zhang Teng? You're a newcomer. Even if you create a song, it won't become popular. Yeah, you're a newcomer. Do you think having lyrics is enough? General Manager Lu tried to dissuade him, saying, Yichen, stop making a scene. How about the company compensates you with 200,000 yuan? Yichen said coldly, 200,000? I don't need compensation. I just need justice. Fairness? You can't win against that. Even if you tell anyone, no one will believe you. You might as well take the 200,000 yuan, get some resources from the company, and let you get some exposure. Maybe you can even become famous. No one in the company was willing to help Yichen. Faced with the choice between newcomer Yichen and veteran composer Zhang Teng, everyone chose Zhang Teng. Yichen sat dejectedly on the sofa and said in a deep voice, I thought Zhang Teng wasn't that kind of person. It turns out I was wrong. Lu Shuriwa comforted him. You did nothing wrong. You just entered society and didn't know how wicked these people are. Yichen, don't give up. I'll be with you. I'll be your witness. Yichen raised his head, his eyes regaining their light. Lu Shuriwa, thank you. 39 arrogant plagiarists. You can post your creative inspiration and drafts online and let netizens judge them. Zhang Teng only took your lyrics, not the drafts. Yichen nodded. Okay, I'll go back and find the old drafts first. I've revised this song many times, and the melody composed by Zhang Teng is not what I wanted to express. Yichen, go back first. Don't think too much about it. Yichen stepped out of the lounge and bumped into Zhang Teng and his group, who were about to go out to celebrate, their attitude extremely arrogant. Yichen, what are you planning to do now? You're not going to sue Brother Teng, are you? Lawsuits require witnesses and physical evidence, which is very troublesome. Look, no one in the company is willing to help you. With Teng Ji's song becoming so popular, there must be a lot of scoundrels trying to ride on his coattails. If you're not afraid of being criticized to death, then go ahead and try. Zhang Teng said with a smile. Stop talking. Let's go to nightclub tomorrow night and have some fun. It's on me. Zhou Kuan deliberately said, Thank you, Brother Teng. Yichen, would you like to come along? You deserve credit for this too. Yichen clenched his fists. This was the first time he had ever seen someone so arrogant about plagiarism, showing no remorse whatsoever. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, "No need." Lu Shuriwe said coldly, "Zhou Kuan, don't go too far. Do you feel proud of bullying a newcomer like this? A newcomer who wants to make it big should be able to withstand some setbacks, right? You don't really think that just because you can write lyrics, you're that great, do you?" Zhang Tong walked up to Yi Chun and said, "Yi Chun, how about you come to my studio to write lyrics? I'll pay you 200,000 a month. What do you say?" Yi Chun pushed Zhang Tong away. "Thank you, but I don't need it." Watching Yi Chun's departing figure, Zhou Kuan snorted coldly. What an ungrateful wretch. Not even 200,000. "Brother Tong, ignore him. Let's go. He's just a little talented. There are plenty of talented people in the world. Anyway, nobody believes what he says. He's just an ordinary person. Brother Tong has hundreds of thousands of fans. They can verbally destroy him." The group went out for a night of fun. As soon as Yi Chun got home, Tuan Tuan stood on tiptoe, holding a drawing board in her little hands to show her father. "Dad, let Tuan draw." Yi Chun picked up the baby and said patiently, "Tuan drew again today. It's so beautiful. Is this Daddy? It's drawn so high. Dad, you're great." The baby gave his father a thumbs up. Yi Chun Xin was completely charmed, and all his unhappiness was forgotten. He kissed the baby's face. "Thank you, Tuan. You can draw first. Dad will go find something, and then come back to play with you, okay?" "Good." Tuan sat obediently on the sofa and continued drawing. Yi Chun went upstairs and organized all the drafts in the room, along with his creative inspiration, a total of more than 10 pages of ideas. He posted everything online, but unfortunately he only had a few hundred followers, and they were mostly fake followers, so there was no traffic at all. Only a handful of people were on the roof downstairs. Great. Original content is hard to create. Yi Chun went downstairs, and Tuan seemed to sense that her father was in a bad mood, holding a piece of candy in her soft little hands. "Dad, eat." "Candy." "Thank you, Tuan." Yi Chun's mood improved a lot after eating the candy that Tuan peeled. After all, it was his beloved daughter who peeled the candy for him, although most of it was bitten off. Yi Chun checked his Weibo posts from time to time, but they still had no traffic. He had never experienced anything like this before. He was just a college student who hadn't even left school yet. When faced with this situation, he didn't know what to do and just sat on the sofa in a daze. With no one to help him, what else can he do? Familly had just finished get off work. She took off her coat and handed it to the maid next to her, then slowly walked closer in her high heels. "Yi Chun, what are you thinking about? How are things going at the company?" Yi Chun's voice was muffled. "My lyrics were plagiarized. They were arrogant and refused to apologize to me. The company doesn't care either, afraid that I will damage the company's reputation. I can only publish some evidence online to prove my innocence." "Plagiarism?" Yi Chun nodded and said, "Yes, but my account has no traffic at all, no one watches it, and no one believes what I say." Familly's eyes darkened slightly. "Don't worry, justice will prevail. We'll go take another look tomorrow. Let's have a good meal tonight. Dad, eat your food. Don't be sad." Tuan shook her head and gave her dad a small glutinous rice ball that she liked best. "Thank you, baby. Daddy is not sad anymore." Familly asked with concern, "Eat more. Have you lost weight recently?" "I think I've gained a little weight." Familly continued to serve food to Yi Chun, saying, "Eat some more, or a gust of wind will blow you away." Yi Chun pursed his lips and continued eating. The food Familly put on his plate. Good. After dinner, Yi Chun accompanied Tuan to watch the sheep. Tuan laughed happily. "Daddy, sheep brother." Yi Chun stared at a group of lambs on TV, lost in thought. This isn't something he's seen before. I must say, it's actually quite good looking. The father and daughter watched a flock of sheep together. Study. Familly sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. "Familly, make sure Yi Chun's Weibo post gets on the trending topics tomorrow." "Sis, shouldn't we just deal with it directly?" Familly raised her eyelids. "Not yet." "Yes, I'll go right away." Familly left the study. The living room was empty. Yi Chun took Tuan upstairs to sleep. Tuan hugged her father with both little paws, and even after falling asleep. After spending a long time with Tuan, Yi Chun returned to his room, picked up his phone, and looked at the Weibo post he had made, but there was still no data usage. What to do? Should we just give up like this? Go to sleep first. Maybe you'll have more data when you wake up. Thinking this, Yichen lay on the bed and fell asleep without realizing it. After an unknown amount of time, the door was opened. Familly covered Yichen with the blanket, placed the phone in his hand on the bedside table, and ruffled his hair. Go to sleep. Things will be better tomorrow. Yichen suddenly hugged the woman's soft hand and placed it on his face. So soft, I wish it were Familly's hands. Familly is the best. He is the best person in the world. When I woke up the next day, the soft touch was still there. Yichen rubbed his eyes and immediately picked up his phone. The top trending topic is, Zhang Ting plagiarized a newcomer. Zhang Ting plagiarized lyrics. Yichen rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen wrong. How could his Weibo post have gone viral overnight, garnered over 100,000 likes, and gained over 10,000 new followers? Indeed, justice prevails, and there is still fairness in the world. 40 Yichen, come home with me. Yichen excitedly scrolled down to read the comments. How could Professor Zhang Ting plagiarize? Is this newcomer slandering him? Yes, it must be a slander. They're just trying to ride on Zhang Ting's popularity. How can his scribbled draft be considered evidence? Besides, how could Professor Zhang Ting possibly plagiarize a newcomer like him? Yes, impossible, absolutely impossible. Stop slandering our teacher Zhang Ting. Teacher Zhang Ting finally became popular, and some people are already jealous. Who is this? Just an ordinary person. How could they possibly write such beautiful lyrics? I simply don't believe it. If you don't believe me and are slandering teacher Zhang Ting, I advise you to delete your Weibo post immediately. Almost everyone in the front row was there to criticize Yichen. Yichen scratched his head in frustration. Things weren't as he had imagined. He had the traffic now, but others didn't believe him. Zhou Kuan looked at his phone and chuckled. Brother Tong, Yichen is quite capable. He posted a Weibo post accusing us of plagiarism, and it went viral. What? How is that possible? Where did he get the data? Zhang Ting asked in a low voice. Does anyone believe what he said? Of course not. He's just a newcomer with no representative works. How could he possibly compare to Brother Ting? Netizens are practically tearing him apart. Yichen must be furious. From now on, he'll be like a rat in the street, hated by everyone. Zhang Ting shook his head and said, Yichen is still too young. If it were me, I would have just taken the money. Now he's being scolded and has no money, so he's not pleasing either side. He's just arrogant, thinking he's something special because he can write lyrics, but now nobody believes him. Even if he presents evidence, nobody believes him. Zhang Ting then asked, Zhou Kuan, has the company made any moves? No, the company doesn't care about this at all. They're afraid of getting themselves into trouble. A group of senior executives at Tianrui Group are holding an emergency meeting. They contacted Yichen directly and asked him to delete the Weibo post to avoid damaging the company's reputation. Yichen, the company will compensate you, and we can just let this matter go, okay? You've made such a big fuss now, and people don't believe you anymore, and they're even throwing mud at you. Yichen sneered. I'm going to make a big scene. This matter won't just end like this. Zhang Ting plagiarized. If you won't testify for me, I'll do it myself. After saying that, Yichen hung up the phone. Donkey bro. Chunner, I heard your lyrics were plagiarized. I commented on it, and I'm telling you to beat those plagiarists to a pulp. Dog who? Yeah, beat him to death. A famous composer, you say? Shaw. All he does is steal other people's stuff. Pung pung. Chunner, all of you can vouch for me. Yichen. Thank you. Yichen then showed several more copies of his creative certificates, detailing the sources of his inspiration, with each part presented in great detail. It seems like it might actually be true. Could it be that we've wronged Yichen? Probably. His drafts and sources of inspiration are incredibly detailed, while Professor Zhang Ting hasn't posted anything at all. Could it be that we've really wronged Yichen? Impossible. Professor Zhang Ting is a person of excellent character. How could he possibly plagiarize? It trended on social media for a whole day. When Familly came home from get off work, she looked at the dejected Yichen and ruffled his hair. Rest when you're tired. Yichen shook his head. I'm not tired. I'm going to sue Zhang Ting for plagiarizing my lyrics. Familly nodded and said, Okay, do you need my help? No need. I can do it myself. Familly continued. I have a friend who's a lawyer, quite capable. I'll have him come over tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Fongli. Daddy, sweetie. The baby peeled a big dragon fruit for her dad, and her little hands were all red, staining her white dress red as well. Yi Chun was speechless. Toanchuan, what happened to you? Daddy, eat, it's sweet. Yi Chun was fed a mouthful of dragon fruit. Sweet. Toanchuan also took a bite, and both father and daughter's faces turned red, as if they were afraid it wouldn't look right. Sweetie, how about Daddy takes you to wash your hands and change into some new clothes? Toanchuan nodded. Wow, wash your face. Yi Chun washed the baby's face clean and changed his clothes. With Toanchuan by his side, Yi Chun's mood improved a lot. Toanchuan would cheer him up. The next day, this topic remains very popular. Zhang Ting's new song has also been significantly affected by this incident, with many people accusing him of plagiarism and refusing to accept the accusations. Zhang Ting posted a Weibo post to prove his innocence. The lyrics are the culmination of 3 years of my work, and yet someone falsely accused me of plagiarism. This person is a newcomer signed by the company, just trying to get ahead. Zhang Teng posted Yi Chun's photo online. Yi Chun went to the company, but Zhang Teng and the others blocked his way. Yi Chun, if you take down that Weibo post, I can give you 500,000 yuan. Yi Chun smiled coldly. Sorry, I don't need your 500,000. I will definitely fight this lawsuit to the end. He just wants justice. Zhou Kuan got angry and gritted his teeth, saying, Yi Chun, I'm warning you. Don't mess with my brother Tong, or I'll make you regret it, and you won't even know how you died. Really? Then come on over. Zhou Kuan grabbed Yi Chun's collar. Yi Chun, don't be ungrateful. Yi Chun removed Zhou Kuan's hand and gently pushed him against the wall. Zhou Kuan, you'd better not mess with me. Yi Chun, just keep letting it stay on the trending topics list. Not many people believe you. Zhou Kuan loosened his tie, his face turning ruthless. Yi Chun left the company, where a large crowd had gathered, holding up signs for Zhang Teng. Original work by Zhang Teng. Support Zhang Teng. It's him. He tried to scam brother Zhang Teng. Brother Zhang Teng finally became famous, and this is too much. This guy just can't stand seeing brother Zhang Teng become popular. He's a newcomer, and he's trying to scam people. Doesn't he have any shame? Yeah, have they no shame? Our brother Zhang Teng finally created an original song, and now he's being framed like this. Amidst the constant cursing from the crowd, Yi Chun fled the scene in a disheveled state, wandering aimlessly down the road. Yi Chun stumbled and sat down dejectedly by the flower bed. Large raindrops fell again, hitting his face and stinging. Just like 2 weeks ago, when he was kicked out of his home, he is now like a rat in the street, hated by everyone. Not far away, a black figure slowly approached, with a woman holding an umbrella for her beside her, like a painting. Yi Chun raised his head, as if he saw a light. Fengli stopped, reached out her hand, and said in a low voice, Why are you sitting here again? Come home with me. The scene where we met, the same people. Yi Chun slowly reached out his hand, which Fengli grasped in his palm. 41. Protecting Fengli. Dad, water. Toanchuan pointed at the water on her father's body. Her little eyebrows furrowed like caterpillars, and she took 2 short steps to find a small towel, then lay on the sofa to wipe her father's face. Fengli personally dried Yi Chun's hair, glancing at the little baby on the ground. You even wiped Dad's face, so Dad didn't spoil you for nothing. Yi Chun's face was full of affection as he picked up Xiao Toanchuan and said, Baby, Daddy's fine. Toanchuan rubbed her soft little face against her father's face and said in a childish voice, Daddy, Toanchuan isn't angry. Daddy knows Toanchuan is a good baby. Yi Chun kissed the little boy's cheek. Our Toanchuan is the best baby. Feng Yin gritted her teeth in anger. That's too much. Those people are too much. This is a complete frame-up. You are the original author. How dare they? Zhang Teng is so arrogant. Toanchuan nodded, mimicking her aunt in her childish voice, arrogant. Yi Chun was amused by the adorable baby and pinched the baby's pink and tender little nose. Can it even imitate its aunt's speech? Toanchuan, with a cute yet fierce expression, cried out, Bad person. Bad guys are bullying Dad. Fengli put down the towel. Yi Chun, go to your room and rest. Get a good night's sleep. and you'll feel better tomorrow. Yi-chun was about to go to rest, with a little baby still hanging on his lap, saying in a childish voice, "Daddy. Tuan will stay with Daddy." Yi-chun tried to sleep with Tuan, but before Yi-chun could fall asleep, the baby in his arms had already closed his eyes, pouting and sleeping soundly. Yi-chun poked the baby's cheek. "Tuan, didn't you say you would sleep with Daddy? How come you fell asleep by yourself?" Tuan moved her little mouth, probably dreaming about something delicious again. Yi-chun quietly carried Tuan back to the room and placed her in the crib. Familly sat on the sofa, propping her forehead with one hand, her eyes growing increasingly dark. "Zhang Teng." Familly whispered, "Sister, I've already contacted Xinyu. Tomorrow I will ruin Zhang Teng's reputation." The cold voice sent chills down your spine. Familly shrank back. Oh no, her sister was really angry. That guy named Zhang Teng was doomed this time. "The Yi family," Yi-mo said in a deep voice. "Dad, Yi-chun's lyrics have been plagiarized, and I heard they were trending on social media for a whole day. Yi-chun's lyrics this time are better than the previous ones. He must have held back when he wrote them for me. I didn't expect Yi-chun to be so cunning. It's still being copied by others, which benefits that old bastard Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng and his team are no good. They almost tricked me last time." Ye's father smoked a cigarette, surrounded by smoke, and said, "It's better to give it to you than to let someone else copy it." But not many people online believe him. After Yi-chun suffers a setback, he will go home and obediently write lyrics for me. I'm just waiting for him to come back. Yi-mo leaned back on the sofa and continued watching the show. He was hoping Yi-chun would be scolded to death, have nowhere to go, and have no choice but to obediently go home and beg them to take him in. Father Yi nodded and said, "Yes, Yi-chun's temperament is such that he can't cause any trouble. He'll be back in a couple of days. He'll just have to suffer in silence if someone plagiarizes him." The following day, Xinyu, a well-known lawyer in China, posted a message that shocked the entire internet. It has been determined that Zhang Teng plagiarized Yi-chun's original lyrics. The evidence is here, and we are preparing to initiate legal proceedings at Zhang Teng. Furthermore, influential online figures released evidence of Zhang Teng's plagiarism, leading to widespread condemnation of Zhang Teng and his team. Lu Shiriwa sent out a message despite the pressure. "I can testify that I worked with Yi-chun on the intro and I've read his lyrics." Wow, it's confirmed. This time it's undeniable. Let's see who's still trying to defend it. Zhang Teng is a well-known composer, yet he plagiarized lyrics from a newcomer and then tried to prove his innocence. This is the culmination of 3 months of his work. Where is your face? They've lost all shame. They'll stop at nothing to become famous. The newcomer is so pitiful. Nobody believed her when she was plagiarized, and she was even verbally abused. I heard she was also cyberbullied by Zhang Teng's fans. That's so sad. Please follow this newbie. My brother is really suffering. He's been cyberbullied by Zhang Teng's fans for 2 days. How could that be? The evidence is fake. Professor Zhang Teng is a highly respected figure. How could he plagiarize a newcomer like Yi-chun? To the person upstairs, is it so hard to admit that someone is excellent? Brother Teng, something terrible has happened. They've sent us a lawyer's letter and are going to sue us. Zhang Teng continued editing the audio on his computer, calm and collected. So what if they send a lawyer's letter? They have no evidence. Zhou Kuan exclaimed in panic. It's Xinyu. Xinyu, one of the top lawyers in the country. He has evidence of Yi-chun's original work, and there are also witnesses. Zhang Teng was shocked and stopped what he was doing. What? Xinyu? Xinyu, who is said to have never been defeated. How could Yi-chun possibly be able to invite such a person? Xinyu is not someone you can hire just because you have money. Rumor has it that she only takes on 1 case a month, and only the top people can afford to hire her. Brother Teng, what do we do? Are we doomed? Why is this newcomer Yi-chun so tenacious? Zhou Kuan said, his face ashen. Zhang Teng frantically scrolled through the online comments, and everyone sided with Yi-chun, condemning him for plagiarism. His hundreds of thousands of followers dropped to 180,000. Zhang Teng then realized that something was very wrong. Could it be that Yi-chun had some powerful backer? Yi-chun had just woken up and was still groggy when he opened his eyes. He sat up and immediately turned on his phone. Xinyu? It seems he couldn't find a lawyer. Was it Familly who did it? Yichen quickly changed his clothes and went downstairs. Familly sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, wearing a short black dress, her long, straight legs wrapped in black stockings, and then black high heels. The gold-rimmed glasses on his aloof face added a touch of refinement. When Yichen first saw Familly wearing glasses, he couldn't help but take a few more glances and said softly, "Familly. Yes, you're awake. Come here." Yichen sat obediently next to Familly, his hair messy and untied. Familly ruffled his hair. "The matter has been resolved. Can we have a proper meal today?" Her tone was as if she were saying, "The weather is nice today." To her, this seemed like a trivial matter. "It really is you. I thought I could handle this myself." Yichen lowered his head, seemingly feeling somewhat useless. "You haven't graduated from university yet. You can take care of things yourself in the future." Familly coaxed Yichen as if she were coaxing a child. Yichen looked up and asked, "Who is Xinyu? Is he your friend?" "Well, I guess you could say that. Mr. Feng, I've done you a huge favor, so can I only barely be considered your friend?" A soft voice sounded, and the woman's figure slowly approached. She wore a dark red coat, had large curly hair, and a charming face that was captivating. 42 Familly. He doesn't sleep with people. "Xinyu, what brings you here?" Xinyu wore a charming smile. Unlike Familly, who was aloof and noble, the woman before her was charming and playful. "I came here to see what Mr. Feng's little mistress, whom he cared so much about, looked like." Yichen scratched his head. "Little lover? Should we talk about him?" "No way," he was picked up by Familly. Xinyu walked up to Yichen and said, "Handsome young man, are you Familly's little lover? You're quite good-looking." "Familly, where did you get your little sweetheart? Give me one too. I also like clean-cut boys like that." Familly glared at her coldly and said in a deep voice, "He's a coward. Don't scare him. I picked him up from outside." "You picked him up? You can pick up such a handsome guy just by picking him up. Can you pick one up for me? Where did you pick him up?" Xinyu bent down, ready to poke Yichen's face, but Familly grabbed his wrist. "Don't touch it. It's such a treasure, I can't resist touching it." Xinyu sat down next to Familly and said, "I've done what I was asked to do. The evidence is conclusive. Zhang Teng and his team will pay the price within a day." Familly nodded lightly. President Feng, don't you usually just use force to solve problems? Why did you send me this time?" Familly remained silent. Xinyu raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, "You're worried that your little lover's reputation will be affected, so you asked me to take action." Familly said coldly, "Shut your mouth. You've seen the person. Let's go." Xinyu pouted. "President Feng is so heartless, using and discarding people. Where's Tuanchuan? I came to see Tuanchuan. Where's my precious Tuanchuan?" Yichen replied, "He might not be awake yet. I'll go check on him." As soon as she finished speaking, Tuanchuan, wearing a pink bunny pajama, climbed down the stairs with a bewildered look on her face. She ran happily over to her dad when she saw him. "Dad." Yichen took the soft little baby from him. "Baby's awake. Why aren't you wearing shoes?" Xinyu's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at Yichen in astonishment. You are Tuanchuan's father." Then, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw a punch. Familly stopped her and said coldly, "Xinyu, what are you doing? I'll hit him. That bastard bullied you." Xinyu was fiercely opposed to evil. After all, she was Familly's best friend who grew up with her, and she had to avenge Familly. Tuanchuan hugged her father, opened her mouth with a cute but fierce expression, revealing 2 little tiger teeth. "No, you're not allowed to hit Daddy." Familly said in a low voice, "He is not." Xinyu withdrew his fist. "That's right. He looks so young. Is he even 20? Yichen replied, "I'm 22 this year." "Still in college?" Yichen nodded. Xinyu patted Familly on the shoulder. "Male college student, young and handsome. Not bad. You know how to enjoy yourself. I'll go get one too." Familly gave her a cold look. "I picked her up, not to sleep with." Xinyu whispered in Familly's ear, "Oh, you haven't fallen asleep yet? Well, good luck." Yichen looked at the ground awkwardly. "Sleeping with someone?" Familly. Yichen glanced at Familly secretly, then immediately lowered his head. How could Familly possibly let him sleep with her? Familly didn't like him either. "Dad." Little Tuanchuan, still half asleep, kissed her father and continued to snuggle in his arms. Xinyu touched the baby's soft, white hand. "Tuanchuan, do you still recognize me?" Tuanshuan pouted and said in her childish voice, "Pretty auntie." Tuanshuan is such a good girl. She still remembers her pretty Annie and wants to give her a hug. Tuanshuan hugged her father's neck with both little arms and shook her head. "You won't let your auntie hold you? Now that you have a dad, you don't want your auntie anymore." The little boy placed the doll on the sofa in Shun Yu's arms, saying, "Auntie, hug me, doll." Shin Yu glanced at Fengli. "Your daughter won't let me hold her anymore." Fengli raised her eyelids and said in a calm tone, "She only wants her father now. She doesn't need her mother anymore." Yi Chun carried Tuanshuan upstairs to change her clothes. Shin Yu nudged Feng Li's arm and muttered, "You found a dad for Tuanshuan. He can even take care of a child. Such a young dad. You're truly amazing." Feng Li explained, "I didn't intend for him to take care of the baby. Tuanshuan likes him and mistook him for her father at first glance. It seems that Tuanshuan and him are very destined. You've picked up a free dad. You're really lucky." Tuanshuan picked out a pink dress for herself. Although the baby is very young, he can already pick out his own clothes, and his shoes are also little pink bunny shoes. So cute. Yi Chun put shoes on the baby and combed Tuanshuan's hair, giving her a pretty princess hairstyle with a small bow, making her look cute and beautiful. Shin Yu's pupils dilated in shock. "Yi Chun, you actually know how to comb Tuanshuan's hair. Fengli, what kind of amazing dad did you pick up?" Shin Yu was envious. Not only was he young and handsome, but he could also take care of children. "Dad, you're great." Tuanshuan happily gave her dad a thumbs up, saying that her dad is the best in the world. Shin Yu nudged Fengli with his elbow. "Why don't you hurry up and have a few more babies to take care of his kids?" Fengli. Yi Chun. Shin Yu, shut your mouth and don't speak. Nobody will think you're mute. The little boy we picked up is so handsome. If you don't have more children, it would be a waste of both of your genes. He might even be better looking than Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan hugged her father tightly, her possessiveness evident, and shook her head like a rattled drum. "Daddy, Tuanshuan's daddy." The father belongs to her alone. Before long, the trending topics list exploded. Zhang Teng plagiarized. Shocking. The game Ups and Downs has been removed from all platforms. Original lyrics by Yi Chun. Yi Chun's name appeared on the trending search list for the first time. Who is Yi Chun? I've never heard of him before, yet he can create such amazing lyrics. She must be a newbie. It's so pitiful. She got plagiarized and then counter-accused. Zhang Teng has absolutely no shame. Now that the plagiarism is undeniable, why won't he admit it? Zhang Teng's entire team either scattered or ran away. Zhang Teng sat in front of the computer for 3 whole hours without moving, and instantly looked several years older. Zhou Kuan sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. "Brother Teng, what are we going to do? We're completely ruined now. What else can I do? The truth is out now, and everyone online knows I plagiarized." Zhang Teng clutched his head in anguish. All his years of hard work had been reduced to ashes. What awaited him was utter disgrace and ruin. He would never have a place in the industry again. "Brother Teng, that little brat Yi Chun is really something. So many big influencers online are speaking up for him, and even lawyer Shin Yu has come." Zhou Kuan flung the cigarette from his hand, his face turning ashen, his shoes stomping on the cigarette butts on the ground. "This matter absolutely cannot be left like this. He'll personally deal with that little bastard Yi Chun. 43, I don't want money. I want you. I'm leaving, handsome young man." Shin Yu stood up, carrying her bag, and gave Yi Chun a flirtatious wink. Yi Chun said earnestly, "Thank you for helping me this time." Shin Yu moved closer again, blinked, and deliberately said, "If you want to thank your sister, why don't you come home with her?" Tuanshuan hugged her father with both little arms and argued with Shun Yu in her childish voice, "I won't go." Tuanshuan's dad. Feng Li's cold gaze fell on Shun Yu. "Want it?" Shun Yu raised an eyebrow. Who wouldn't like a handsome and young puppy? He's so good looking. If President Feng gets tired of him, don't throw him away. Give him to me. Impossible. Feng Li coldly uttered 3 words, leaving no room for negotiation. Shin Yu pinched the baby's little cheek. "Tuanshuan, Aunt Shun is leaving." Tuanshuan quickly stretched out her little hand to say goodbye to her aunt. "Now that my aunt is gone, I won't be competing with her for my dad's attention. The father belongs to her alone." "Dad." Yi Chun was bitten several times by the baby. Shin Yu suddenly turned around and walked straight towards Yi Chun. Handsome young man, can I get your contact information? I'd like to invite you to dinner sometime. Can. After adding Yi Chin's contact information, Shinyu returned the phone to him. Goodbye, handsome. Let's chat on the phone sometime. Fengli turned her head and said, Don't chat with her unless it's absolutely necessary. Oh. Yi Chin nodded obediently. Why did Fengli seem angry? Achoo. Yi Chin suddenly sneezed. He put Xiao Tuanshuan down, afraid of infecting the baby. Fengli placed the back of her hand on Yi Chin's forehead. You've caught a cold again? Yi Chin shook his head and said, It's nothing, just a little cold. I probably got caught in the rain last night. Tuanshuan frowned with worry, nestled in her father's arms, and pressed her face against his. Dad. Yi Chin pulled the little baby off his body and placed him on the sofa next to him. Daddy's fine. Tuanshuan, stay away from Daddy, or Daddy will give you his cold. Don't be afraid. Tuanshuan isn't afraid. Tuanshuan shook her head like a rattle drum, climbed off the sofa, and ran upstairs on her short little legs. When she came down, she was carrying several boxes of medicine in her arms. A sweet, childlike voice said, Daddy, take your medicine. Comma. Fengli glanced at the medicine the little guy had taken. None of it was edible. She pinched the little guy's round, pink face. Put it back. Your father can't eat these. Tuanshuan shook her head. Dad, take your medicine. The baby knows that he needs to take medicine when he is sick. He doesn't know many words, but he took a few boxes of children's cold medicine that he takes himself. Dad, eat. Tuanshuan took out a packet of medicine for her father and put it into Yi Chin's mouth with her little paws. Baby, this is for you to eat, not for Daddy. Daddy can't eat it, Yi Chin patiently explained to the baby. Fengli took out some cold medicine from the drawer. Take the medicine. After Yi Chin took his medicine, Tuanshuan quickly peeled a piece of candy and stuffed it into her father's mouth. Daddy, sweetie. Sweet. How could candy peeled by my daughter not be sweet? Fengli took an electronic thermometer to measure Yi Chin's body temperature. Yi Chin said in a low voice, Thank you for this. Without Fengli, he didn't know what would have become of him. He may be subjected to constant cyberbullying by Zhang Teng's fans. Fengli raised an eyebrow. Thank me? Just saying it isn't enough? I don't have any money right now, but I'll repay you when I do. Yi Chin's voice grew softer and softer. Money? Do I look like someone who's short of money? Yi Chin shook his head decisively. In the entire capital, who is richer than Fengli? Fengli looked Yi Chin up and down, a smirk playing on her lips, and suddenly said, I'm not short of money. If you really want to repay me, you can. Fengli whispered 2 words in Yi Chin's ear. Pay with your body. Yi Chin's pupils suddenly constricted, and he leaned nervously against the sofa. President Feng, you must be joking. Feng Li's eyes darkened slightly, and her stunningly beautiful face drew closer. Were you startled? Yi Chin stared blankly at that face, mesmerized. Just kidding, I was just kidding. Yi Chin breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. It turned out to be a joke. Feng Yan's lips twitched. Didn't her sister never joke around? Why didn't they kiss? We're waiting to see. Her sister is no good. Tuanshuan pushed her mother away with her 2 little paws and snuggled into her father's arms, acting extremely domineering. Feng Tangtang, what do you mean? Fengli pinched Tuan's little ears and asked. Tuanshuan pouted, feeling wronged, and complained to her father. Daddy, Mommy is bad. Fengli snorted. It's no use complaining to your father. I can bully your father too. Fengli then pinched Yi Chin's face again, and Tuanshuan angrily pushed her mother's hand away. I won't touch Daddy. Your father is entirely mine. Of course I can touch him whenever I want. Fengli touched Yi Chin's hand again, and Tuan opened its mouth as if to bite. The grumpy little boy is like a wild beast. Feng Yin knew that the little boy had gone crazy, so she quickly hid far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Yi Chin stopped Tuan and rubbed the baby's head. Good Tuan, don't be angry. Daddy's fine. The little wild beast that was just a moment ago turned into a well-behaved little rabbit, nestled in its father's arms. She is her father's good baby. The next day, Tianrui Entertainment issued a notice. The Zhang Teng team and the company have terminated their contract. The company was unaware of the plagiarism incident. The company strictly prohibits plagiarism. This matter has a significant impact. Zhang Teng and his team will never be hired again. Tianrui Entertainment, well done. People who plagiarize like this should be fired immediately. Well done. This should have been done a long time ago. After playing dead for so long, you finally decided to speak up? They only spoke out after being proven guilty of plagiarism, and yet they managed to garner goodwill. Typical of a big company. Where were you when Yi Chun was wrongly accused? This company doesn't pay attention to new employees and lets others copy their work. It's not a good company. Don't go there. That's right. You all remained silent when Yi Chun was wrongly accused. Upon seeing the announcement, Yi Chun coldly curled the corners of his lips. Tianrui Entertainment, on the other hand, completely distanced itself from the matter. When he was wrongly accused, the company was busy covering it up, leaving him to suffer in silence. Fortunately, the contract is only for 6 months. As for Brother Donkey and his group, they'd better not come, lest they get scammed. When Zhang Ting's team was kicked out of the company, a large crowd gathered outside, most of whom were his fans. Zhang Tung, you have disappointed us greatly. You are a respected veteran composer, yet you plagiarized the lyrics of a newcomer. Yes, I'm so disappointed. How could you do such a thing? I even cursed Yi Chun, which was really wrong of me. Zhang Tung and his companions stumbled through the crowd in a disheveled state. Yi Chun stood behind and watched quietly. They reaped what they sowed. Zhou Kuan stopped and smiled coldly. Yi Chun, you're really something. You've impressed me. They were actually driven to this point. 44. What will he do if Familly gets married? Yi Chun sneered. Isn't this what you deserve? Yi Chun, you think you can become famous just by releasing a song? Let me tell you, it's impossible. I won't let this go so easily. Just you wait. Zhang Tung's cold gaze swept over Yi Chun. Then he opened the car door and got in. Zhou Kuan said angrily, Brother Tung, I can't swallow this insult. That little bastard, Yi Chun must pay the price he deserves. Zhang Tung closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I've already figured out how to kill him. Brother Tung, you're the one with the best ideas. I'll definitely teach that little bastard a lesson for you. Yi Chun actually dared to provoke Brother Tung. He's really asking for death. After all, Zhang Tung used to be involved in the underground world, and he had a shady cousin. Crushing Yi Chun, this little bastard, was as easy as crushing a grasshopper. Yi Chun entered the company and bumped into Lu Shiriyue. Yi Chun, what are your plans for the future? Zhang Tung has been fired from the company. Will you continue to release your songs, or write another one? Yi Chun hesitated for a moment and said, I want to continue releasing this song, but my song and Zhang Ting's song have different meanings and melodies, so it will take some time before it can be released. Sure, I can compose music for you too. Lu Shiriyue tugged at Yi Chun's sleeve and pulled him into her office. Listen to the intro. Yi Chun and Lu Shiriyue spent the whole morning together, and some people in the company have already started speculating about their relationship. Are Yi Chun and Lu Shiriyue in that kind of relationship? I heard them making noises in the office. Oh, really? Lu Shiriyue is like a pure goddess. How could she do such a thing? Is Yi Chun that kind of person? He's so clean and tidy. If he were really in such a hurry, he wouldn't be able to wait in the office. Yi Chun had just come out when he heard these words. His ears turned red, and he left the company with his head down. Lu Shiriyue chased after Yi Chun with his coat in her hand, saying, Yi Chun, you forgot your coat. Yi Chun stopped, took the coat from Lu Shiriyue's hand, and politely said, Thank you. Lu Shiriyue said with concern, Yi Chun, it's cold outside. Put on a coat so you don't catch a cold. I noticed you've had a cold recently. Have you been taking your medicine properly? Is anyone taking care of you? Yi Chun nodded. Familly personally feeds him his medicine every day. Lu Shiriyue helped Yi Chun put on his coat, which, in the eyes of outsiders, further confirmed the relationship between the two. Lu Shiriyue is so thoughtful, she even helped her boyfriend put on his coat herself. Yi Chun looks to be in his early 20s, much younger than Lu Shiriyue. It seems so. It's an older woman, younger man relationship. They're both very good looking. They're a perfect match. When Lu Shiriyue returned, she heard the surrounding discussions, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. These people have pretty good taste, right? She and Yi Chun are the perfect match. Tuanchuan, why are you dressed so beautifully today? You even changed into a new outfit. Feng Yin looked at the little guy on the ground, whose little hands were still adjusting his skirt. Anyone who didn't know better would think that this little cutie was going on a blind date. Tuanchuan ran to the bathroom and pulled her aunt over as well. The baby's legs were too short to reach the sink, so Feng Yin had to hold her while she washed her face. Tuanchuan, did you change your clothes and wash your face because daddy is coming back? You got paint on your clothes earlier. The baby seemed to have his thoughts exposed and smiled awkwardly at his aunt. Tuanchuan, bye-bye. It's really clean today. The little dumpling smelled so sweet and milky, Feng Yin couldn't put it down. Even when the little devil wasn't acting crazy, he was still quite adorable. Hearing the horn outside, Tuanchuan climbed down from Feng Yan's arms and ran out on her short little legs. Dad, you're home. Feng Tangtang, am I a tool? Used and then discarded, and all you think about is your father? Once Tuanchuan saw that her father was nowhere to be seen, she ran away as fast as her two short legs could carry her. Dad. The baby's little arms wrapped around Yi Chen's legs. Tuanchuan looks so beautiful today, let your dad see. Yi Chen picked up Xiao Tuanchuan and lifted her high. Little Tuanchuan cried out happily. Daddy, bye-bye Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan washed really clean today. Yi Chen hugged the baby and kissed her little cheek. After entering the house, he asked, Feng Yin, your sister hasn't come back yet? It's probably because the meeting went too late. My sister is very busy, and the second wife is no pushover either. I heard she recently closed a big deal. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. Such wealthy families are bound to be rife with infighting. Yi Chen waited for a while, but Feng Li still hadn't returned. She usually got home by 5 o'clock, but it was almost 6 o'clock now. Yi Chen couldn't wait any longer, so he took Tuanchuan and prepared to pick up Feng Li. Just as he stepped out, he bumped into Feng Li, whose large, wavy hair fell over her chest, exuding a noble and aloof aura. You're back. Feng Li moved closer to Yi Chen. What are you going to do? Yi Chen stammered. I took Tuanchuan to catch fish. Tuanchuan likes small koi. We caught a few last time, and she wants other colors. Yeah. Feng Li pinched the bridge of her nose, took off her high heels, and leaned back on the sofa. Feng Li, what's wrong? Yi Chen put Tuan down and asked anxiously. Tuanchuan clung to her mother's arm with her two little hands. Mommy. Feng Li half closed her eyes and ruffled the baby's hair. It's okay. I'm just too tired today. My temples hurt a little. Are you too tired from the meeting? I'll cook you some red date porridge. I heard that it will relieve the pain after drinking it. Feng Li asked in surprise. You can cook porridge? Yes, I learned it before. I was kicked out of my home for a while and had to rent a place on my own. On the eve of the college entrance examination, his grades were much better than Yimo's. Out of jealousy, Yimo framed him for cheating on the exam. His parents were called in, and Yi Qingshan was very angry and slapped him across the face. Get out. Get out of the Yi family, you disgraceful piece of trash. Later, Yi Qingshan reviewed the surveillance footage and found that he hadn't cheated, but Yi Qingshan still didn't believe him and kicked him out of the house. In the end, his grandmother found him and brought him back. Feng Li raised her hand and pinched Yi Chen's cheek. You don't need to rent a place and live alone anymore. You can live with me. Yi Chen looked down at his toes, and after a long while, he finally uttered a single word. Okay. He glanced at Feng Li out of the corner of his eye. The woman had a cold face, a perfect figure, long and slender legs, and a noble status. She was also the #1 tycoon in the capital. Why is this woman so good to him? He was just a pathetic wretch who had been kicked out of his home. Can he really live with Feng Li forever? What if Feng Li gets married? Tuanchuan will also call other men dad. Just thinking about it made Yi Chen feel a tightness in his chest, like he couldn't breathe. 45 Feng Li. I'm sorry, I ruined your pajamas in the wash. Yi Chen went to the kitchen and cooked red date porridge for half an hour. When he brought it out, it was a little burnt and had a burnt smell. Upon opening the door, Feng Li was lounging lazily on the bed, wearing a loose black short nightgown that revealed a large expanse of her fair legs. Yi Chen's throat tightened as he looked at Feng Li. Feng Li, this is your first time making juju porridge. It's a little burnt. Why don't you drink it? It smells weird. Feng Li beckoned to Yi Chen. Come here. Yi Chen sat obediently beside the woman like a big dog, keeping a distance of about 2 arms lengths. Why are you sitting so far away? Do you think I'm some kind of monster? If you're so afraid of me, do you think I'd eat you? Yi Chen moved a little closer and could clearly smell her fragrance. which was very faint and refreshing. Familly leaned against the soft pillow, frowning. Yi-chun, my hand hurts a little. Yi-chun kept his eyes fixed on the wall beside him. I'll feed you. If you don't look at me, how can you feed me? I know where my mouth is. It's here. Familly took Yi-chun's hand and placed it on her lips, the woman's soft lips brushing against her fingers. Yi-chun felt his heart race again. Turn your head and look at me. Yi-chun slowly turned his head, his eyes lowered, as if afraid of seeing something he shouldn't. Familly cupped Yi-chun's face in both hands, forcing him to lift his head. Yi-chun then saw clearly what Familly was wearing, a low-cut, lace camisole nightgown. From a distance, it looked like a normal nightgown, but upon closer inspection, it was entirely see-through. Yi-chun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, as he felt an unbearable heat rising through his body. Mr. Feng, let me feed you. Familly's eyes darkened. President Feng? Yi-chun immediately changed his address to Familly. Familly leaned against the pillow as Yi-chun fed her porridge with a spoon, accidentally spilling the porridge on that embarrassing spot. Familly looked at her chest and raised an eyebrow. Did you do that on purpose? Yi-chun shook his head awkwardly. No. He really didn't do it on purpose. Why was his hand shaking and it just happened to fall there? Familly lifted Yi-chun's chin. Wipe it off. Yi-chun. Me? Familly raised an eyebrow and said, you made this mess, so of course you have to clean it up. You also need to wash your pajamas. Yi-chun glanced at Familly's chest, took a napkin, held his breath, closed his eyes, and slowly approached. Familly looked at Yi-chun's resolute expression and his smile deepened. I told you to wipe it off for me. Yi-chun, what are you afraid of? Open your eyes and watch me wipe it off. Yi-chun opened his eyes, and his finger accidentally touched the white, rounded skin, which he instinctively withdrew. Familly usually appears indifferent, aloof, and cold, but she has a hot body with a curvaceous figure and a waist that is so thin it's hard to wrap your hands around it. In particular, her legs are long and straight. Yi-chun wiped away his sweat and finally got clean, then breathed a sigh of relief. Familly, you're all clean now. Change your clothes in a bit, and I'll wash them for you. Okay, but you can't use the washing machine. My pajamas can't be put in the washing machine. You have to wash them by hand. Hand wash. Good. Yi-chun stammered. Seeing Yi-chun's face turn red, Familly couldn't bear to tease him anymore. She picked up the red date porridge and took a few sips. It tastes good. I'm glad you like it. After finishing the drink, Yi-chun fled with the bowl in his hand. Feng Yin and Tuan Tuan were eavesdropping at the door. As soon as the door opened, the two, one big and one small, rushed in, and Yi-chun quickly caught little Tuan Tuan. Feng Yin was in a terrible situation. Her face almost fell to the ground. Tuan, did you fall? Tuan shook her head and pointed at Feng Yin on the ground. Auntie, you fell? Yi-chun asked. Feng Yin, why are you outside with Tuan Tuan? Feng Yin awkwardly got up from the ground. Can she say she was eavesdropping? I want to hear what her sister and Yi-chun are doing inside, and whether they'll create another baby. But this soundproof door is so good, you can't hear anything at all. I brought Tuan with me. Tuan said she wanted to find her dad. If she doesn't see you soon, she'll look for you. Little Tuan, the scapegoat, looked at her aunt with a blank expression and said, Auntie, look. Mom and Dad. Tuan, I don't want to watch. The little boy shook his head seriously. Yi-chun was both amused and exasperated. Dad trusts Tuan. Let's go outside first. Mom needs to rest. Tuan ran to her mother's side with her short legs, patted her mother's arm, and said in her childish voice, Mommy, time for bed. It doesn't hurt. You've become quite caring towards your mother now. I've never seen you care about her like this before. Familly pinched the little boy's cheek. Seeing that her mother was dressed so lightly, Tuan pulled the blanket over her with her little paws, and then took her father's hand and left the room together. Night. Yi-chun secretly hid in the bathroom to wash clothes. It was the first time he had ever washed a woman's clothes, and they were Familly's clothes. Familly usually seems cold and aloof, but she also likes this kind of lace semi-transparent nightgown. Yi-chun rubbed for a while before realizing something was wrong. It looks like he tore these pajamas. After washing it clean, take it out and unfold it. Sure enough, it's riddled with holes. It already had a lot of holes, and now it's full of even more. I guess I can't keep this pajama. Yichin entered Feng Li's room and awkwardly explained, Feng Li, I'm sorry, I ruined your pajamas in the wash. I'll buy you an identical one. Feng Li said, it can still be worn even if it's torn, so we can't waste it. Let's hang it over there. Yichin hung the clean clothes to dry on Feng Li's balcony. There were also many women's underwear on them. His hand trembled, and the whole row of underwear fell off. Yichin, quickly pick up the underwear from the ground and hang it up again. Looking at the clumsy Yichin, Feng Li smiled and said, don't rush, hang it up slowly. Yichin hung up his clothes and quickly fled Feng Li's bedroom, his heart pounding in his chest. I took a 20-minute cold shower and almost caught a bad cold. The next day, Yichin lay in bed unable to get up, his head spinning as he fell asleep again. Dad. Tuanshuan lay on the edge of the bed looking at her father and gently shook his arm. Sweetie, you're up already, that's great. Daddy's head's a little sore today, why don't you go downstairs and eat first? Tuanshuan's little eyebrows furrowed like a caterpillar as she ran down with her short legs and grabbed 2 round glutinous rice balls. Dad, eat. Yichin took a bite, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart. Thank you, Tuanshuan. Dad, have some meat. Yichin then noticed that the baby was holding a sliced steak in her other hand. She is truly his precious and thoughtful daughter. Feng Li came in with a thermometer to take Yichin's temperature, which was 39.1 degrees Celsius. Didn't the amulet I got for you work? Why are you still sick? Yichin fell silent, wondering if Feng Li would look down on him for being sickly. He was seriously ill when he was 8 years old. No one took him to see a doctor. His grandmother took him to see a doctor too late, and his body became very weak. 46. Tuan's biological father. Do you have a good luck charm with you? Yichin took out a lucky charm from his pocket. Take this. Feng Li fed Yichin the medicine and asked, what did you do last night? Yichin would never admit that he had taken a 20-minute cold shower. He shook his head guiltily, not daring to look Feng Li in the eye. I didn't do anything. Then how did you suddenly catch a cold? Maybe it's because I'm too weak. I'll get better if I just tough it out. Tuanshuan, go out first. Dad will give you a cold. Tuanshuan refused to go out, instead lying next to her father, drawing on her small drawing board, and drew a handsome and tall father. Daddy big. How come Daddy's legs are so long? Dad is the biggest. Tuanshuan made her dad's legs longer again. Feng Li chuckled. Tuanshuan, is your dad a long-legged monster? Dad big. Tuanshuan, with her little bottom sticking out, lay on the edge of the bed and continued drawing. During dinner, Tuanshuan stuffed a big chicken leg into her father's mouth and even peeled shrimp for him. But the baby couldn't peel the shrimp, so he stomped his feet in frustration and dropped the shrimp on the ground. Yichin ruffled Tuan's hair. Tuan is already amazing. She's the best baby. She can even take care of her dad now. Tuanshuan laughed happily and nuzzled her father's face. Donkey bro. Chun'er, what's the status of your song? Do you need the brothers to help you compose the music? Dog who? Yeah, Donkey bro is a professional. We can help out too. Then we can all become famous together. A message came in the group chat. Yichin almost forgot that Lu Hao had a strong musical talent and a good sense of pitch, and had composed several lullabies. Yichin. Okay, brother Donkey, but you absolutely mustn't sign with Tianrui Group. It's a trap. I'm terminating my contract in 6 months. Donkey bro, what do we do if we don't sign with a company? Are we supposed to start our own company? Yichin grasped the most important word, start his own company. They can start their own studio, although it's still a long way from the company, but maybe it will actually happen in the future. Brother Donkey, let's set up a studio first. Is this okay? I think it's too difficult for studios right now. Yes, Chun'er, running a studio is very difficult. We can't do it. We don't have the startup capital. Yichin was silent for a moment before replying. Okay, you guys go find the company first. I've sent the lyrics to the group. Good da. Yichin continued composing music in front of the computer. The intro was already finished. The intro composed by Lu Shiriwei is very much in line with his style. Dad, time for bed. Tuanshuan tugged at her father's arm with her 2 little hands, pointed to the bed, and said, Daddy, I'm sick. I need to sleep. Yichin picked up the little guy and placed him on the table. Baby, Daddy isn't sleepy. Daddy still needs to write songs. Why don't you go and draw first? Good. You're such a good boy girl. Yi-chun continued studying the music, while Tuan drew pictures next to her father. Yi-chun didn't keep an eye on her for a moment and almost couldn't find his daughter anywhere. The little dumpling was covered in colorful paint, with patches of green and pink on his face and white paint on his hair. Tuan, why did you get yourself so dirty? Tuan's sweet, baby voice said, Daddy, draw. Yi-chun then saw what the baby had drawn: an apple, a banana, and a pink castle. Is this really something a child under 3 years old could draw? Yi-chun picked up Xiao Tuan in surprise. Tuan is so great. Your drawing is so beautiful. Could his precious daughter be the legendary genius? Yi-chun was shocked. Whose genes were these? They were so outstanding. Could it be that Tuan's biological father is a world-renowned painter? Yi-chun immediately went online to search for the most famous young painter in the capital. Name: Jiang Yinchuan. Age: 28. Net worth: 1 billion. Mount: Rolls-Royce. Could it be that Tuan's father is Jiang Yinchuan? This person is so outstanding. At such a young age, he's already worth 1 billion. Tuan's 2 little paws are resting on the phone, looking at it from all angles. Not handsome. The baby pointed at the person above with 1 little finger and shook his head. Dad is handsome. Yi-chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This man was most likely Tuan's biological father. Yi-chun. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yi-chun immediately turned off his phone. He didn't want Familly to see this person. Familly opened the door and saw that her daughter was covered in colorful flowers, with not a single clean spot on her body. She was so angry that she almost fainted. Feng Tang, what are you doing? You've gotten yourself all dirty. The little boy raised his head and said in a childish voice, Drawing. Tuan drawing. Drawing? What did you draw this time? Familly pinched the baby's little ear, and the baby pouted with a wronged expression. Yi-chun showed Tuan's drawing to Familly and whispered, Today Tuan drew fruit and a house. Isn't Tuan very talented at drawing? Yes, she loved to draw when she was a little over 1 year old. I don't know why. Tuan might be very interested in drawing, so I'll take her to change her clothes first. Yi-chun picked up the little baby and went to the bathroom to get a towel to wipe her face. Daddy, Mommy is bad. The baby nestled cuddly in his father's arms, complaining, looking utterly wronged. What's wrong with Mommy? The baby pointed to his ear with 1 finger. Pinch the ball ear. Mom isn't bad. Mom just doesn't want to see you so dirty. Yi-chun patiently changed the baby into a clean set of clothes and carried Tuan downstairs. Feng Yin held Tuan's drawing and looked at it for a full 2 minutes before asking, Tuan, did you really draw this? Our Tuan is simply a genius. Feng Yin hugged Tuan and kissed her. You're such a genius, Auntie. Sister, Tuan is so good at drawing. She can even participate in the children's drawing competition this July. Feng Li's tone was indifferent. A competition? You're letting a 3-year-old compete. Although Tuan is smarter than other babies her age, she is still a baby after all. Feng Yin nodded and said, Yes, the children's group is for children aged 3 to 9, which is just right for Tuan. Feng Yin, Tuan is too young to participate in the competition. She's too small to even hold the drawing board. Tuan tugged at her father's hand, her baby voice sweet and innocent. Daddy, Tuan isn't little. She's already a big baby. If she wins the championship, her father will be very happy. 47 Familly, I hope I didn't hurt you. Yi-chun said. Since Tuan wants to go, let her go. If it really doesn't work out, just treat it as a trip for fun. Familly didn't refute, but looked at the little boy seriously and said, Tuan, if you really want to participate in the competition, there are still more than 2 months left. You need to work hard to draw every day. Tuan's little head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Tuan draws pictures. Okay, since you've made up your mind, go ahead and do it. Feng Yin encouraged her. Our little Tuan is so amazing. She might even win the championship. Familly spoke calmly. Last time, the first place winner in the children's art group was a 9-year-old. Do you think she, at 3 years old, can win the championship? Tuan looked at her mother with puffed up cheeks, like a little pufferfish. Tuan is the best. Dad believes in Tuan. Tuan is the best baby in Dad's heart. Yi-chun soothed the baby with just 1 sentence, and the baby happily kissed his father. Dad. For the next few days, Yichun was busy composing music and playing accompaniment, spending all day in front of the computer. Familly works outside, and Tuanshuan still brings food to her father. She held a plate in her two small hands, on which was a bunch of grapes. Dad, have some grapes. Thank you, baby. Yichun popped a grape into his mouth and continued composing. We spent 3 days organizing all the songs, and then it was time to record them. He needs to find a high-quality recording studio to record the audio. Yichun was, after all, a college student who had not yet graduated. How could he afford to rent such an expensive recording studio? He had contacted people for 2 days, but still couldn't find a suitable recording studio. During dinner that evening, Familly asked, Yichun, do you need to use the recording studio? Yes, not finding a recording studio with high-level equipment will affect the sound recording quality. Yichun said earnestly. After all, this is my first song, and I want to do it well. Familly said, Fengyan, take Yichun to Puyun Music Media Company tomorrow. Their equipment should be the best. Okay, sis, you want me to take him? Familly added, you go to the meeting in my place tomorrow, and I'll take Yichun with me. Fengyan opened her mouth wide. I have to go again? Sister, my brain isn't working, my brain will break down. An insignificant meeting. Yichun said, Familly, there's no need for that. Go to your meeting and don't worry about me. It's nothing, let's eat. Familly put some food on Yichun's plate and said gently. Tuanshuan also served food to her father, picking up a big chicken leg, saying, Dad, eat the leg. Thank you, baby. Yichun was fed by the mother and daughter, feeling very happy. Puyun Music Media Company. The building in front of me soars into the clouds, magnificent and imposing. This is one of the largest music companies in the capital. I've heard that this company has produced several superstars, including Pop King Zhou Jingze and Pop Queen Deng Qian, and has held countless concerts. Yichun also has a small dream, to hold a concert. However, this dream is too far away. Let's go in and take a look. The woman wore a black trench coat, her long, curly hair cascading down to her chest, and high heels, exuding a powerful aura. Everyone who saw Familly bowed respectfully. President Feng. Hello, Mr. Feng. Familly's face remained cold and expressionless. She simply gave a faint She only shows a different expression when she sees Yichun. A female employee exclaimed excitedly, President Feng is so handsome. I'm swooning. Who's that guy behind President Feng? He's so handsome. I don't know. I've never seen him before. Could he be a young heartthrob? I've never seen anyone get so close to President Feng before. He's so handsome, way more handsome than those young heartthrobs in the industry. Those guys in the industry are all monsters. Keep your voice down. They might be one of President Feng's men. So that's the type Mr. Feng likes. Someone who looks like a male college student, sunny and handsome. I like him too. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold gaze swept over her, and the female staff member who had just spoken froze on the spot. After Familly led Yichun away, she patted her chest, almost bursting into tears from fright. The company's senior executives also arrived. Upon seeing Familly, they were terrified and broke out in a cold sweat, saying respectfully, President Feng, what brings you here? Puyun Music Media Company has always been run by Feng Yan, and they rarely see Familly. All the companies under the Feng Group both respect and fear Familly. Familly sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her voice indifferent. Adjust the music equipment. He needs to use the recording studio. Yichun handed the USB drive to the staff member next to him, saying, Thank you for your help. It's no trouble at all. Mr. Feng, I'll have someone prepare right away. Please wait here for a little while. After glancing at Yichun, General Manager Zhao had already guessed most of the situation and immediately ordered people to make preparations. Yichun, come here and sit down to rest for a while. Don't be nervous. Yichun sat down next to Familly. The cold and aloof Familly seemed to have become a different person now, and she handed Yichun her collar. The melody of this song was finalized when it was written, but the accompaniment and post-production took a long time, so I don't know how it will turn out. Yichun watched as everyone busily prepared various sound equipment and completed 3 sound tests. Mr. Feng, we can begin at any time. Familly stood up. You keep recording. I'll go out first. Good. Before leaving, Feng Li pinched Yi Chen's chin and said, "Don't be nervous. I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything." General Manager Zhao. So it turns out that President Feng likes this type of male college student. I thought she didn't like men at all. The door closed. Yi Chen closed his eyes, and an elegant melody drifted out from inside. Feng Li crossed her arms and leaned against the door, listening. After the recording ended, Yi Chen cleared his throat and played the song again. The first recording was a success. Yi Chen excitedly opened the door and bumped into the woman. A soft touch came, and Yi Chen's body stiffened for a moment before he lowered his head and his lips touched the top of Feng Li's head. Yi Chen. Why would Feng Li be at the door? A faint smile played on Feng Li's lips as she asked in a low voice, "Is the recording finished?" Yi Chen took a few steps back and said in a flustered manner, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now and didn't see you when I came out. I hope I didn't hurt you." Feng Li chuckled softly, "Damaged? I'm not that delicate. You can hit me a few more times, but you won't break me." Yi Chen. Why does this sentence feel so strange? 48 lipstick marks. Yi Chen had just come out when he bumped into Li Jia. The legendary heavenly voice, Li Jia. The song Blue Ocean once made him famous throughout the entertainment industry. Before Yi Chen could speak, Li Jia politely said, "President Feng." Feng Li didn't even glance at it, and said indifferently, Yi Chen asked in surprise, "Are you Li Jia?" You are." Yi Chen explained. "Yi Chen, I'm a newcomer. You probably don't know me." Yi Chen, the one whose lyrics were amazing a few days ago, was he the one that got plagiarized? "It's me." Yi Chen nodded awkwardly, never expecting to become famous in this way. The lyrics are well written, very promising. You and President Feng. Li Jia's gaze swept back and forth between Yi Chen and Feng Li. "I've met President Feng Li once before. I've heard she's cold and ruthless, and doesn't get close to men. Why is she bringing a man with her this time?" Yi Chen continued, "We are friends. President Feng saved me. He is my benefactor." "I see." Li Jia and Yi Chen exchanged contact information. Yi Chen held his phone, seemingly in a good mood. Feng Li suddenly spoke, her voice icy. "Can he make you happy?" "Huh?" Yi Chen looked puzzled. "You exchanged contact information with him, and you seemed very happy." Feng Li lowered her eyes and pulled Yi Chen into the car. Yi Chen said, "He is Li Jia, the Li Jia with the heavenly voice. He has a very good voice and is one of my idols." "You don't like him?" Yi Chen muttered to himself. "He's a grown man. And I'm a grown man too. How could I like him?" Feng Li continued, "What other idols do you have?" "Zhou Jingze is a superstar. I definitely won't be able to meet him." "Oh well, Deng Qian is fine too. She's a diva. But I still won't be able to meet her." Feng Li picked up her phone and made a call. "Is Zhou Jingze here? Tell him to come out. My car is right outside the company." Yi Chen. "What? Should we bring out the Heavenly King?" Feng Li frowned slightly and said, "He's not here? Where's Deng Qian? We can have her come out, but we need to be quick." Queen of Songs. Yi Chen finally witnessed Feng Li's power. "You can call upon anyone in the entire capital city." Feng Li hung up the phone and said, "Zhou Jingze isn't here. He'll be back in a few days. Can we meet Deng Qian today? I'll bring you over when I'm free in a couple of days." Yi Chen still felt like he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard and stammered, Okay. Queen of Songs. How could a newcomer like him really meet a diva? So excited. You like Deng Qian. The woman's cold tone carried a hint of danger. Yi Chen immediately explained, "No, she's my idol. I'm just a little excited." 3 minutes later, a plump woman emerged from the company. She looked to be no more than 30 years old. Yi Chen recognized him at a glance. "It's singer Deng." Yi Chen quickly opened the car door and got out, then politely went over to greet him. "Hello. Who are you?" "I am Yi Chen, one of your fans." "Hello." The two were very close, and Yi Chen had a bright smile on his face. Feng Li's cold gaze swept over Yi Chen, who felt a chill run down his spine. Why did the temperature suddenly drop? Deng Qian greeted Feng Li respectfully and then left. Even after getting on the bus, Yi Chen was still very excited. He had just met the legendary diva. "She's a diva." Yi Chen sent a message in the dormitory group chat. "Brothers, Donkey Bro, Peng Bro, I met the legendary singer Deng Qian. She's incredibly beautiful and has a wonderful voice." "What? Chinner, are you still dreaming? Who's Deng Qian? A pop diva. Did you go and become a paparazzi to take pictures? Chunner is still talking in her sleep, saying she heard that tickets for Deng Qian's concert are extremely hard to get. Yichen, it's true, I saw it. Fengli said coldly, I'm so happy to see Deng Qian. Do you like her? Yichen shook his head decisively and said, I admire Deng Qian, the queen of pop, but I don't like her. So who do you like? Looking at the face so close to his, Yichen panicked and blurted out, no, nobody. Fengli pinned Yichen against the corner, his domineering tone declaring, you're someone I picked up, you're mine. Yichen nodded haphazardly. I know, I don't like anyone else. She raised her hand to straighten Yichen's tie, her pale fingers gently touching Yichen's lips. From now on, stay away from other women, or the consequences will be severe. Yichen leaned back against the chair, and Fengli was right in front of him, very close, and he could clearly feel the softness against his chest. Lowering his eyes, Yichen felt a tightness in his chest, his throat bobbing slightly as he silently pulled up Fengli's coat. President Feng, please put on some clothes so you don't catch a cold. Fengli raised a cold smile, lightly tapped Yichen's chest, and whispered, you seem to care about me quite a bit. Yichen's throat tightened, his gaze fixed on her face. The woman's features were three-dimensional and exquisite, and her alluring red lips glistened with moisture. What a nice view. I wanna kiss you so much. Fengli leaned closer again, her pert nose brushing against Yichen's face, tickling and tingling. Yichen's voice was hoarse. Fengli, we're so close, it's not good. Fengli chuckled softly. Why not? It wouldn't be good if others saw it. Yichen lowered his eyes, looking like he had been bullied. So what if they see it? In other people's eyes, you're just my kept man. No. Fengli, you're not that kind of person. Fengli continued to approach, her soft lips pressing against Yichen's cheek. Then tell me, who am I? Yichen's pupils suddenly constricted, and his body stiffened on the spot. The driver in front lowered the partition, and the surrounding air became eerily still for a moment. Yichen's heavy breathing could be clearly heard. After a long while, a cell phone rang. Fengli answered the call and instantly resumed his cold, superior demeanor. Yichen secretly glanced at the woman next to him. She was holding her phone and coldly uttering unfamiliar words. Did Fengli kiss him just now? Or was it just his imagination? Yichen felt it was real. The soft touch on his face was still there. Why did Fengli kiss him? The car stopped. Yichen opened the car door and fled in panic, his legs weak. Tuanshuan happily hugged her father's leg, calling out, Daddy. Yichen picked up the little baby and lifted him high. Baby, did you draw today? Tuanshuan nodded happily, then suddenly noticed a red mark on her father's face. Dad, it hurts. The baby pointed at the red mark with one little finger, tears welling up in his eyes, thinking that his father was injured. 49 Fengli, jealous? Impossible. Feng Yin saw the red lipstick mark on Yichen's face and burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Tuanshuan, your dad isn't injured. Tuanshuan shook her head. Daddy, it hurts. Dad, stick it on. The baby took out several cute band-aids from the bag and put them on his dad's face. It won't hurt anymore once you put on a band-aid. Yichen. Fengli coughed a few times. Yichen, go wash your face first. Good. Yichen took Tuanshuan to the restroom. Feng Yin nudged Fengli's arm. Sis, you're really something else. You managed to rape someone in the car. Fengli whispered. No, he's a coward. Feng Yin said cheekily. Sis, this isn't like you. You always just snatch what you like and lock the person in a dark room. That's all. Maybe he'll behave in a few days. Fengli said in a gentle voice. Yichen is different. Different? You don't actually believe me? You know Grandpa would never let you marry an ordinary person. Fengli sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, took a sip of tea from a glass, curled her red lips, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Him? I've already stripped the old man of his power. Do you think he's a threat to me? Feng Yin fawned over Fengli, giving him a shoulder massage. Sister, you're amazing. Those people from the second branch of the family are no good. Feng Sun's child is about the same age as Tuan Tuan, and he's a boy. I heard he grew up with the old man, and the old man likes him very much. So what? He's just a stupid kid. Toanshuan can easily fool him. She knows her daughter best. She looks like a 2 or 3-year-old baby, cute and innocent, but she's actually a little black-hearted devil. Yichun looked in the mirror and saw a very obvious lipstick mark on the right side of his face. What Familly left behind? Yichun was overjoyed, and it took him a while to reluctantly wipe off the lipstick stain. Daddy, it doesn't hurt. Toanshuan pouted and kissed her father's cheek. Sweetie, Daddy's not in pain. This isn't a wound. Toanshuan knew, of course, that this wasn't a wound. It must have been from her mother's kiss. Then, Toanshuan kissed her father's entire face, covering the places where her mother had kissed her. Yichun's The Other Shore Starry Sky. Yichun new song released. Yichun, a musical prodigy. The Other Side of the Starry Sky is amazing. Yichun's new song was just released and immediately topped the charts. Brother Yichun's voice is so beautiful. I could listen to it on repeat countless times. When will he finally show his face? Brother, this sounds so good. It's definitely my own original song. It sounds much better than Zhang Tang's version. Yichun's new song received a very strong response, which even he himself did not expect. He thought it would be great if even one person listened, but the number of listeners reached several million that day. With this song, Yichun gained over 1 million fans that very day. After analyzing the traffic data from various platforms, he received over 2 million yuan, which was directly deposited into his bank account. Yichun himself was stunned. He never expected that he would become a minor sensation. How can there be such a large amount of traffic? The 7 group chats exploded. Pum wow. Chinner, you're amazing. You're famous. You're in the top 3 on all the music charts, and you might even take number 1 tomorrow. Donkey bro. Chinner, from now on I'm going to cling to your coattails. You're my god. I also contributed to the accompaniment. I saw my name on it. Doghu yeah. My roommate's a celebrity. Chinner, from now on I'm clinging to your coattails. I'll be your most trusted little secretary. Do you need a secretary? Yichun. Actually, I don't know why I'm so popular. Yichun also had another guess. Familly had helped him behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a newcomer like him have achieved such good results? Even Zhou Jingza, the king of pop at the time, did not achieve this level of success. Chinner, it's because you're lucky. You're such a good person. Even the heavens are on your side. Our Chinner is a wonderful person who helps elderly ladies cross the street and rescue stray cats. The group almost made Yichun lose his bearings by praising him so much. He's not that great, just average. Phone group. Feng Yin opened the office door and came in with her phone. Sis, Yichun's song has been promoted with the maximum amount of traffic. Today, I've taken all 10 spots on the trending topics. Don't worry, my future brother-in-law will definitely be a top star in the future. Familly continued looking at the documents in her hand, seemingly talking to herself. He should be very happy now. Yichun's singing skills are very good, as expected of a professional. After he becomes popular this time, many people should be able to see him. Yichun's fan base has grown so much, and they're all female fans who are saying they want to be his girlfriend. These women are shameless. They're even calling their husbands. Feng Yin was furious. This was clearly her future brother-in-law. What did you say? Familly coldly raised her head and asked. Feng Yin stammered. Sis, Yichun has gained a lot of female fans today, and they all call him husband. Feng Li's voice was deep and resonant as he said, I've blocked everyone. Feng Yin muttered softly. Sis, are you jealous? Jealous? What's that? When you hear others call Yichun husband, you get angry and wish you could kill all those women. Familly did not answer the question and continued reading the documents. Sis, are you really jealous? I've never seen you jealous before. Those women are just trash in your eyes. Feng Yin was chattering away in front of Familly, but Familly impatiently chased her away. Jealousy? Is that even possible? Affluent neighborhood. Yi family villa. Seeing that all the trending topics on the list were dominated by Yichun and his new song, Yimo felt worse than if he were killed. Dad, Yichun has actually become famous. He has no connections, no money, no traffic, nothing. How could he possibly become famous? Is he really that lucky? Yimo was so jealous he wanted to grind his teeth. His first new song wasn't this popular, and the Yi family even bought him a lot of traffic. This Yi-chun is incredibly lucky. Ye's father remained calm and composed. Xiao Mo, don't worry. He can't make any waves. It's just a song. He'll forget about it in a few days. Your position is not something Yi-chun can shake overnight. Yi Mo said in a low voice. I hope so. I'm thinking of holding a concert recently and singing some of my old songs. After the new album was released, no one bought it, so I can only make money with my old songs. Don't worry, we still have your grandma, right? With your grandma around, Yi-chun will never cut off ties with our family. Go and beg your grandma. Yi-chun listens to the old lady the most. Yi Mo suddenly realized, Dad, you're the one with the best ideas. I'll bring grandma over in a few days. Then Yi-chun will have no choice but to go home obediently. The father and son exchanged a smile and continued to plot against Yi-chun. 50. He's so happy after being forcibly kissed by Familly. Is he crazy? Noon. Yi-chun was feeding the baby. Tuan-chuan, wearing a pink bib, sat in her father's lap, eating with her mouth wide open. I'm exhausted. Feng-yin had just returned when she collapsed onto the sofa, completely sprawled out. Yi-chun looked up and said, Feng-yin, why are you back? Tuan-chuan, holding a small fork, said sweetly, Auntie, time to eat. Feng-yin sighed. Sigh. We're all eating. I wonder if my sister has anything to eat. Yi-chun immediately pressed. Is Feng-li very busy? Can't she even eat? Feng-yin lay on the table, her chin resting on her hand with a worried expression. Yes, my sister has been too busy lately. Her stomach problems have flared up again. The food at the company doesn't suit her taste, and she hasn't been eating properly for the past few days. I can see that my sister has lost weight. My sister is so pitiful, she didn't even have lunch. Yi-chun said worriedly. Should I go and bring her lunch? Feng-yan's scheme succeeded, and she urged, My sister will have a good appetite when she sees you delivering food, so hurry up and go. Good. After feeding Xiao Tuan-chuan, Yi-chun had the kitchen prepare fresh food and then took the large insulated box to Feng's group. After getting off the car, Yi-chun carried the insulated box in one hand and held Xiao Tuan-chuan's hand in the other. The company receptionist recognized Miss Tuan-chuan at a glance and respectfully said, Miss Tuan-chuan, what brings you here? And this is? The receptionist swooned over Yi-chun. He was even more handsome than a movie star. Dad, it's Dad. The baby speaks in a sweet, childish voice and clings to his father's leg with obvious possessiveness. He's her father all by himself. Dad. Everyone looked completely bewildered. Could it be someone from President Feng's faction? Yi-chun was respectfully led by the receptionist to the president's office on the 66th floor. Yi-chun and Tuan-tuan knocked on the door. Feng-yin coldly said, Go in. The door opened, and the woman was sitting at her desk working on her computer, her cold face showing no emotion. Feng-li, it's me. Feng-li turned around, and a big and a small child came into view. They looked so alike that no one would believe they weren't father and daughter. What brings you here? Aren't you busy today? Yi-chun placed the box on the table, opened it, and found 6 dishes inside, along with a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork. The new song has been released. I haven't been too busy these days. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I brought you some food from home. Tuan-chuan tugged at her mother's arm with her little hand, looking adorable, and said, Mommy, time to eat. Feng-li pinched the baby's chubby little face. Why are you here too? Don't you dislike coming to the company? Tuan-chuan ran to her father's side angrily. Mom, you're mean. Her mother always pinched her cheeks. The baby is feeling wronged. Tuan-chuan, Mommy is just joking with you. Mommy loves you very much too. Yi-chun patiently coaxed the little boy. Feng-li gently rubbed the baby's head. Tuan-chuan, go to Mommy's restroom. There are your dolls and building blocks there. Tuan-chuan toddled to the lounge to play with her dolls and even built a big house for her dad. After Tuan-tuan left, Feng-li bent down, placing one hand on Yi-chun's side, looking down at him. Did you come all this way to bring me food today? Yi-chun nodded haphazardly. His slightly wavy long hair fell on his face, tickling him, and the tickling sensation went straight to his heart. The face before him was stunningly beautiful, and Yi-chun's heart raced again as he swallowed hard. This is the first time I've been this close to a woman. So concerned about me? Feng-li's alluring voice rang in my ears. I heard you have a stomach problem, and there's nothing I can do to help, so I thought I'd come and bring you some food. Yichen spoke haltingly, almost biting his tongue. Familly lifted Yichen's chin, her cold eyes slightly upturned. What reward do you want? I don't want a reward. You should eat quickly, it'll get cold. Before he could finish speaking, his lips were forcefully sealed by Familly. Yichen's pupils constricted suddenly, his body stiffened, and his mind went blank. Her lips were cool, soft, and sweet. The kiss ended quickly. Familly's lips were an unnatural red, and her usually aloof face now held a touch of allure. Her voice was deep and resonant as she asked, "Did you like this thank you gift?" Yichen was so shocked that he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. He was so frightened that he fled in panic, forgetting Tuanshuan in the office. Familly chuckled softly and continued eating. Yichen ran to the bathroom and washed his face thoroughly. Did Familly kiss him? Does Familly like him? Or does she simply want to thank him? Yichen felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest, and the tips of his ears were so red they were dripping blood. My first kiss, no. It was the first time I was forcibly kissed by a woman. Surprisingly, he wasn't angry. In fact, he was rather happy. Is he crazy? You're so happy to be forcibly kissed. Dad. Tuanshuan had finished building the big house, and when she came out to look for her dad, she found he was gone. She angrily walked up to her mom. Where's Dad? Familly said calmly. Your father has gone back. Dad. Tuanshuan took her 2 short legs to open the door, but the baby was too short to reach the doorknob, so she jumped and hopped in frustration. Dad. At that moment, the door was opened. After Yichen came in, a little baby was placed on his lap, pitifully squeezing out tears, his big, watery eyes filled with tears, looking extremely pitiful. Dad. Yichen asked with heartache. Baby, why are you crying? Daddy, don't go. Tuanshuan hugged her father tightly with both little arms. Dad didn't leave. Dad went to wash his face. After saying that, Yichen secretly glanced at Familly, who was eating elegantly. She seemed to be surrounded by a thin layer of ice, making people afraid to approach her, as if she wasn't the one who had just done that. Dad, a big house, all piled up. The baby's soft, gurgling sounds filled the air as he pointed his little finger towards the room. Dad, look at the big house. Okay, Dad will go see the big house that's all piled up. Entering Familly's lounge, it was clean and tidy, with only a few changes of clothes. On the floor was a large house piled up in a ball, a pink Barbie castle. Tuanshuan is great. Let's go back first. Mom still has to work. Let's not disturb her work, okay? Go home. Yichen, holding Xiao Tuanshuan's hand, said to Familly, President Feng, I'll take Tuanshuan back first. Familly suddenly stood up and slowly walked closer in her high heels. Although she was a head shorter than Yichen, she had a very strong presence. What did you just call me? Yichen stammered. Feng? Familly. Mom, don't you dare bully Dad. The baby grabbed at his mother's legs with his little hands. No, don't bully Daddy. Familly didn't take the little boy seriously at all and provocatively kissed Yichen's lips. Suddenly, Yichen turned his head and kissed his cheek with her cool lips, a tingling sensation. Oh, Chener, come on up. They've practically delivered themselves to our doorstep. Yichen, I've never been in a relationship. I'm still a naive college student. The same super sweet novel as the one next door. 51 Yichen's combat power is off the charts. Is he not a normal person? Familly tiptoed and hooked her slender white fingers around Yichen's neck. President Feng, please. Yichen retreated in panic, but there was a wall behind him, leaving him nowhere to go. He pressed himself against the cold wall, with a woman's soft body in front of him. Familly suddenly let go of Yichen's hand and personally straightened Yichen's clothes. We can take our time later. Anyway, she's the one who got the body. She can't escape it. Mom, you're bullying Dad. The little baby was furious. He stood in front of his father with his small body and pressed his head against his mother. No, you're not allowed to bully Daddy. Yichen picked up the little one and said, Tuanshuan, Mommy didn't bully Daddy. Tuanshuan pouted her little mouth and kissed her father's face, taking several bites. Familly picked up the baby and asked in a deep voice, Feng Tang, how old are you? The baby, looking adorable, held up 3 little fingers, saying, 3 years old. A 3-year-old is a big baby now. She's not allowed to kiss her dad. Tuanchuan stretched out her two little arms to find her father. I want my dad. Yichun took the baby into his arms. Tuanchuan is still small. It's okay. I'll go back first. You focus on your work. Familly said. Okay, drive carefully. Good. As Yichun left the office, he gently stroked his lips with his fingers, where Familly's warmth still lingered. Yichun placed Tuanchuan in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Tuanchuan, let's go home. Go home. Tuanchuan wobbles her short legs, looks at the scenery outside, and talks to her father. When she is thirsty, she drinks from the little milk bottle hanging around her neck. Dad, Mom, don't kiss Dad. Dear Tuanchuan, Daddy. Yichun was amused by the little guy and said softly, Okay, Daddy will only kiss Tuanchuan from now on. Tuanchuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. It's her father. As Yichun passed through an empty street, several cars suddenly blocked his way. Yichun sensed that the visitor was up to no good, so he patted Tuanchuan's little head and said, Baby, don't be afraid, Daddy's here. At this moment, a very familiar person got out of the car in front. He stood in front of Yichun's car with an arrogant attitude. Yichun, come down here. Let's have a proper talk. Why did you bring a little girl with you? Is she your daughter? The speaker was Zhang Tong, with a sinister smile on his face. Yichun gently coaxed Tuanchuan. Baby, be good and wait for Daddy here. Daddy will be back in a little while. Dad, Tuanchuan isn't afraid. Tuanchuan shook her little head, her big, dark eyes looking at the people around her. Good boy. Tuanchuan, sit here and don't move around. Yichun calmed the little boy down and opened the car door. The newcomers were Zhang Tong and Zhou Kuan, followed by dozens of bodyguards in black, all tall, muscular, and seemingly skilled in martial arts. Zhang Tong, what exactly are you trying to do? Zhang Tong's tone was extremely arrogant. I'm in a bad mood. I heard you released a new song. It's pretty popular, and you've made a lot of money, haven't you? Yichun said in a low voice. If you want money, I can give it to you. Money? You think all I want is money? My current disgrace is all because of you. Yichun, do you think you can escape today? Zhang Tong's face was grim and terrifying. Then he suddenly laughed. Yichun said, You brought this on yourself, so you can't blame anyone else. I can't blame anyone else. I shouldn't have held back then. If I had just killed you, none of this would have happened. Zhang Tong raised his hand, and 8 bodyguards in black surrounded Yichun. Beat him. Kill him if you can. I'll give $1 million to whoever can kill him. Each of them had dragons and snakes tattooed on their bodies, and their eyes were sinister and vicious, as if they would be torn apart immediately if they showed the slightest flaw. Yichun, I know you are very powerful, but now, no one can save you. He grinned maliciously and shouted, Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 men pounced on Yichun like arrows released from a bow. 3 men targeted his throat, chest, and abdomen. Another 3 attacked his lower body. The remaining 4 men attacked from both sides. These people are all professional killers with extensive experience. Moreover, their methods are extremely cruel and bloody, with every move potentially fatal. Yichun moved with light steps. His speed was so fast that no one could detect him. Immediately afterwards, the men in black discovered that Yichun had disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. Then they felt a sharp pain in their waists, and then they felt themselves being thrown out like kites with broken strings. How is this possible? Zhang Tong's face turned pale. Yichun didn't even meet their faces, nor did he pause for long. In just a moment, he defeated the 8 men in black. Simple, straightforward, and efficient. Go get him. Take him down. Zhang Tong roared. His bodyguards rushed forward immediately. Yichun's gaze turned icy, and his aura changed drastically. His fist, carrying a strong gust of wind, slammed into the black-clad bodyguard at the front, sending him flying backward and knocking him unconscious. At the same time, 2 other bodyguards approached, each carrying a machete. A cold glint flashed in Yichun's eyes. He suddenly delivered a side kick, striking the bodyguard on his left squarely in the chest, and sending him flying several meters away. Zhang Tong was shocked. Is this a normal person? Yichun is definitely not a normal person. Then he saw the bodyguard on his right being swept away by Yichun's legs, flying horizontally and lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. He looked at Tuanchuan in the car and suddenly had an idea. Yi Chun had already defeated more than 20 bodyguards, like a god of death descending upon the world. Everyone retreated and dared not step forward, only watching him warily. This is a monster. At that moment, a sobbing voice rang out. Dad! Yi Chun suddenly turned around. Tuanchuan was grabbed by the neck by Zhang Tong. Dad! Daddy! The baby struggled desperately, but to no avail. Zhang Tong said with a ferocious expression, Yi Chun, if you take another step forward, I will kill your daughter. Let go of my daughter. Yi Chun's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Shut up. If you dare take another step forward, I'll snap her neck right now. Zhang Tong roared, his eyes filled with intense madness. I told you to let her go, Yi Chun said through gritted teeth. Zhang Tong laughed loudly, his eyes filled with resentment. Yi Chun, you finally met your match, haven't you? You never thought this would happen. Weren't you so imposing? Why are you mute now? Zhang Tong said viciously. I've already said it. This time I'll make you wish you were dead. Your daughter is in my hands. Do you think I'd dare to touch her? Yi Chun felt as if he were being choked. He dared not. Zhang Tong walked up to Yi Chun and punched him in the stomach, saying indifferently, kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake, and maybe when I'm in a good mood, I'll consider letting your daughter go. Yi Chun took a deep breath, trying to calm the murderous intent in his heart. Release my daughter first, and I'll agree to your terms. Kneel down and apologize, or your lovely daughter will be gone. Zhang Tong gently pinched Tuanchuan's cheek. 52 Yi Chun, please, spare us. Yi Chun clenched his fists, knowing he had no choice but to compromise and couldn't let Tuanchuan be in danger. Just then, Tuanchuan suddenly opened her mouth and bit Zhang Tong's finger. Zhang Tong felt the pain and quickly let go of Tuanchuan. Taking the opportunity, Yi Chun hugged Tuanchuan and took 2 steps back. Tuanchuan's face turned red, but she still stubbornly glared at Zhang Tong and said in her childish voice, Bad person. Yi Chun patted his daughter's head, his eyes full of tenderness. You dare bite me? You're asking for death. Zhang Tong roared in fury. Attack. All of you attack. Kill that father and daughter. Zhou Kuan had just taken a step forward when Yi Chun kicked him away, causing him to fall to the ground and spit out blood. This Yi Chun is not a normal person at all. He put Tuanchuan on the ground and said softly, Baby, Daddy will stop them in a bit. Can you run fast? Tuanchuan nodded. Daddy, Tuanchuan, run. Quick. Okay, Tuanchuan is such a good baby. Just as Yi Chun was about to rush forward, countless vehicles stopped and surrounded Zhang Tong's men. Zhang Tong's face turned ashen. Who are you? Feng Yin got out of the car, her beautiful eyes filled with frost, and she snorted coldly. I advise you to surrender quickly, otherwise when my sister arrives, there will be no room for negotiation. Who do you think you are? How dare you block my way? Zhang Tong sneered. The car door opened, revealing a pair of black high heels, long and straight legs, a black trench coat that looked both cool and stylish, and slightly wavy hair falling over her chest. Her face was aloof and noble, stunningly beautiful. Everyone bowed respectfully and said, President Feng. Zhang Tong's pupils suddenly contracted, and a panicked expression appeared on his face. The woman in front of him dared to surround him with a group of people. She must have an extraordinary background. The surname is Feng. Could it be someone from the Feng family? Zhang Tong trembled involuntarily. Not only him, but even his cousin dared not provoke the Feng family. You are? President Feng. Zhang Tong forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Feng Li. The woman parted her lips slightly and uttered 2 words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong's face turned even paler, and he trembled all over. It really was her. Feng Li, the head of the Feng family. She actually came in person. What is her relationship with Yi Chun that she came in person? However, the next second, Tuan's words almost scared Zhang Tong to death. Mom, bad guy, beat me up. The little boy pointed at Zhang Tong and complained to his mother, his eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Tong froze on the spot, sweat pouring down his forehead, his whole body trembling. Mr. Feng has a daughter? How could that be? Rumor has it that Feng Li is not interested in men, so this one might be a lie. Don't be afraid. Feng Li reached out and rubbed the little head. And are you hurt? Feng Li asked with concern, raising her hand to tidy up Yi-chen's messy hair. Yi-chen looked dazed for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Before he got out of the car, he sent Familly his location. There was only enough time to send one location, but luckily Familly knew what it meant. Familly turned around and coldly glared at the person on the ground. "You dare to touch my person? You're not Familly. I'm warning you, my cousin is a local tyrant. If you want to mess with me, you'd better think twice," Zhang Teng said, his voice laced with bravado. Her eyes were icy as she glanced at Zhang Teng indifferently. "Cousin, is your cousin Qinglong? How did you know?" Zhang Teng asked in surprise. Familly's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Of course I know." "Impossible." Zhang Teng looked terrified. Feng Yin said in a low voice, "What's impossible? Your cousin is just a dog under my sister's command." Zhang Teng's face turned deathly pale. "No, it's impossible." Feng Yin said impatiently, "He's my sister's dog. Do you believe that my sister can remove him from the capital with just a word?" Zhang Teng was completely dumbfounded. He collapsed to the ground, his body limp. How could Yi Chun be involved with this person from the Feng family? No, impossible. In just a moment, Qinglong arrived and respectfully walked to Feng Li's side. "President Feng, what brings you here? You're getting more and more impressive, Qinglong, for targeting my people." Feng Li's tone was icy, as if even the air itself had frozen. Qinglong's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He was extremely uneasy and quickly explained, "President Feng has misunderstood. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's all Zhang Teng's fault." Zhang Teng trembled with fear, saying in a trembling voice, "Spare me, President Feng, spare me. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't know Yi Chun was one of your men." He knelt down at Feng Li's feet with a thud and pleaded, "President Feng, I will never dare to do it again. I will serve you like a slave." Zhou Kuan immediately knelt on the ground, afraid that Yi Chun would notice him. "You're bullying Daddy." Tuanshuan stood up angrily, ran to Zhang Teng's side, and scratched at his arm with her little paws. "Don't." Zhang Teng was bitten hard by Tuan's teeth, and the intense pain made him gasp. Zhang Teng had no words to express his grievances. "President Feng, Yi Chun was not injured, but he injured more than 20 of our bodyguards. He doesn't seem like a normal person at all. How could a normal person possibly have this kind of ability? Could Yi Chun be a monster?" Zhang Teng didn't have time to think. He walked to Yi Chen's side and said, "Yi Chun, I know you're a good person. Please beg President Feng to let us off the hook. You weren't injured, were you?" Yi Chun said coldly, "You just captured Tuanshuan. She's a baby who's not even 3 years old. You have no heart and don't deserve to live. Yi Chun, please save me. We've been colleagues for several days. I was just momentarily blinded by greed." Zhou Kuan pleaded desperately. Zhang Teng and Zhou Kuan knelt down beside Yi Chun and begged for mercy. The more arrogant they were before, the more humble they are now. Yi Chun kicked the two of them away, saying, "Don't beg me. I'm not a saint. You don't deserve to live." Tuanshuan nodded, puffing out her cheeks as she looked at the bad guy in front of her, like a little pufferfish. "Tuanshuan, are you hurt? Does anything hurt?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun's vision went black, and he fell backward. "Dad." Tuanshuan lay beside her father with tears in her eyes. A look of worry crossed Feng Li's eyes. "Yi Chun, wake up." "Yi Chun." "Sister, why did Yi Chun suddenly faint? Is he injured?" Feng Li said coldly. "Feng Yin, I'm leaving this to you. Clean it up." "Yes." Feng Li first took Yi Chun away. Zhang Teng and the others were gagged and taken into the car. Feng Yin held a sharp knife in her hand and said coldly, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" "Mr. Feng, we were just joking, just kidding." Zhang Teng was so scared he almost wet his pants, never expecting that the person behind Yi Chun was actually Feng Li. Feng Yin had someone hold Zhang Teng's hand down, and a knife was stuck into his palm. "You touched Tuanshuan with this hand?" Zhang Teng let out a pig-like scream, trembling all over in pain, which was worse than being killed. No, I didn't touch Miss Tuanshuan." 53. Where did his divine power go? Really? Touching Tuanshuan with your filthy hands, you'll lose both your hands. Feng Yin curled her lips into a smile as she pulled the blade from Zhang Teng's hand. "You dare to touch my sister's people? Oh, Zhang Teng let out another scream. His other hand was also ruined. Although Feng Yin seems carefree, she can be ruthless when she gets going. Zhou Kuan was so frightened that he hid in a corner, his face pale and his whole body trembling. He even wet his pants. His biggest regret now is that he messed with Yichun. The most despised aunt was actually one of President Feng's men. Central Hospital. Yichun lay pale on the hospital bed, his lips completely bloodless. Beside him lay an adorable baby, whose tiny hands were clutching his clothes. "Dad, don't sleep." Tuanshuan touched her father's face and kissed it, her baby voice saying, "I don't want to sleep." Ji Wenzhou put down the instruments. "He's fine. It's just shock caused by exhaustion. You said he took down more than 20 bodyguards by himself. That's definitely not the level of a normal person." Feng Li asked, "Not a normal person?" Mr. Feng, I think the person you picked up is a bit strange. How could a normal person take down 20 bodyguards?" Feng Li grasped Yichun's hand. What else could he be but a normal person? Or is he some kind of monster? "Dad, no monster, it's Dad." Tuanshuan hugged her father tightly with both little arms, lying in his arms, waiting for him to wake up. Feng Li gently rubbed the little boy's head. "Yes, it's Tuanshuan's dad. I can't say for sure. If you like it, then keep it. Looking at its appearance, it doesn't seem to be any different from ordinary people." Feng Li gently stroked Yichun's cheek with her fingers, seemingly talking to herself. "He's just an ordinary person." Ji Wenzhou nodded lightly. "Probably. It's probably because Tuanshuan encountered danger, which triggered some kind of characteristic in him." Tuanshuan's dad. The little boy clung to his father's hand and argued with his mother. "Tuanshuan, Daddy." Yichun vaguely heard someone calling him. He felt weak all over, so tired. He finally opened his eyes, looked at the mother and daughter in front of him, and laboriously reached out to rub the little girl's head. Round and round. "Daddy, Daddy, it hurts." Tuanshuan nestled in her father's arms, her brow furrowed, her face filled with worry. "Daddy, it doesn't hurt, baby. Are you hurt? Let Daddy see." Tuanshuan raised her head, revealing a red pinch mark on her soft neck. The baby shook his head. "Daddy, Tuanshuan doesn't hurt?" Yichun asked with concern. "Baby, does it really not hurt?" Tuanshuan shook her head again. "Apply some medicine, it won't hurt." Ji Wenzhou has already applied the medicine to Tuanshuan. "Is there anywhere else that's bothering you?" Feng Li's cool fingers gently stroked his face. Yichun felt itchy. "No, it's gone." Feng Li then asked, "Do you know why you were suddenly able to unleash such immense power?" Yichun continued to shake his head. "I don't know. My mind went blank at the time. I only wanted to save Tuanshuan. I felt my body became lighter. Could it be because I used to practice Taekwondo?" Ji Wenzhou explained. "Even if you reach the top level in Taekwondo, you won't have this kind of strength. Now, punch this wooden board and let me see how strong you are." Yichun swung his fist and punched the wooden board, but the board didn't budge an inch. Ji Wenzhou shook his head and said, "No. Too weak. Weaker than the average person." Yichun. "So how did he manage to defeat so many people?" Feng Li advised. "Rest well and try again when you've recovered your strength." Dad, you're amazing." Tuanshuan stretched out her two little hands. "Awesome. Hit. So many bad guys." Feng Yin pushed open the door and came in. She seemed to still smell of blood. "Sister, the matter has been dealt with. No one will bully Yichun anymore." Well done." Feng Yin said smugly. "Of course. I am your most loyal sister. How dare Zhang Teng bully our Tuanshuan and my future brother-in-law? He simply doesn't respect me at all." "Future brother-in-law? Are you talking about him?" Yichun pursed his lips. He was just an ordinary person. How could he be worthy of Feng Li?" "Auntie, you're awesome." Tuanshuan climbed off the bed and gave her aunt 2 thumbs up. "Little Tuanshuan, are you saying your aunt is awesome?" Feng Yin picked Tuan up and gave her a big kiss. Finally, he got to kiss the little devil. The little devil is only so well behaved in front of Yichun. Tuanshuan pushed Feng Yin away and, with her short little legs, went to find her father again, drawing pictures next to him with her little notebook. "Daddy, Tuanshuan draws Daddy." Yichun said bitterly, "It's really beautiful. Our Tuanshuan will definitely be a famous painter in the future." He could never be Tuanshuan's father because he has absolutely no talent for drawing. At this moment, Feng threw several pieces of wood onto the table. Yi Chun, Ji Wonzhou said he'll have you do another test tonight. Yi Chun looked at the row of wooden planks in front of him, and then confidently chose the thickest one, which was a full 5 centimeters thick. Feng, let me try it first. I'll use this 5-centimeter board. Feng Yin advised. Yi Chun, why don't you choose a thinner one? I think 3 centimeters would be fine. I want to see if I can do it. Go, Dad. Tuanshuan clapped her little hands to cheer on her dad. Yi Chun raised his hand, concentrated intently, and punched the wooden board, but the board remained completely still. How could that be? This afternoon, he clearly took on more than 20 bodyguards by himself, so why did he suddenly stop working? Where did his superpower go? Feng pulled Yi Chun to sit down. Let's eat first. Ji Wonzhou said that you might be having a stress reaction, which triggered some kind of physical ability. I can do it, I really can. Yi Chun picked up another 4-centimeter wooden board, but it still didn't budge. He then changed it to 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, and 1 centimeter. He couldn't even break through a centimeter. Yi Chun sat dejectedly on the hospital bed, wondering if he was a useless piece of trash. Tuanshuan ran to her father's side, beaming. Daddy, you're awesome. Yi Chun pinched Tuanshuan's rosy cheeks. Thank you, Tuanshuan. His little baby is such a little angel. Feng grasped Yi Chun's hand, her voice cool and detached. Don't be discouraged. Try again next time. Yi Chun felt Feng Li's hand. It was cool and soft. He gently grasped it and said, Okay. Is it really due to a stress response? 54 Yi Chun, are you with this woman to make me jealous? The next day, Yi Chun went to the company, where several senior executives praised him repeatedly. Yi Chun, congratulations. You've really hit the jackpot this time. For your first song, this is already a great achievement. You're a rising star in our company. Yes, Yi Chun, the company thinks you have great potential, so they want to renew your contract for 10 years. They can also give you an advance of 1 million yuan for 10 years' salary. Are you willing? Vice President Liu tossed out a folder, saying, If you're willing, hurry up and sign this contract. Then this money will be in your pocket, and you can use it however you want. Yi Chun glanced at the overbearing treaty. This means that the copyright of any new songs he releases in the future will be entirely held by the company. These people are really cunning. Do they think he's a complete fool? He may be a fool, but he's not that stupid. Thank you for your kind offer, Vice President Liu, but I think I should wait until after my 6-month internship is over before making a decision. He signed a 6-month internship contract, where he worked as a music assistant at the company, and he owned all the copyrights to the songs he released. Although the salary is very low, only 5 or 6,000 yuan a month, he is just a junior assistant. No one in the company could have imagined that this junior assistant would become so popular. Yimo coughed a few times and looked at Vice President Liu. Vice President Liu immediately said, Yi Chun, the company is giving you another chance. We'll let you become Yimo's assistant. Yimo is a very popular singer, second only to Jay Chou. Some people call him the next superstar. If you follow him, your future will be bright. Yi Chun coldly curled the corners of his lips. King Yi? Then I'll wait and see. I still prefer someone else, and I doubt King Yi would be interested in a newcomer like me. Yimo's face was gloomy. Yi Chun, don't push your luck. I'm giving you face by letting you be my assistant. Don't think that just because you've become a little famous, you can be compared to me. Yi Chun's tone was as calm as still water. Of course I know I can't be compared to King Yi. I'm not worthy to be your assistant. You should choose someone else. Yi Tianwang. Would Yimo feel uneasy upon hearing this title? After all, none of his hit songs were his original compositions. Vice President Liu warned coldly. Yi Chun, let me tell you, don't be ungrateful. Yimo is your senior. He has been in the industry for 2 or 3 years. You should learn from him. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Liu, but it's not necessary. Yi Chun stood up and left the conference room. Vice President Liu and his colleagues were ashen-faced. No newcomer had ever dared to be so arrogant. Has Yi Chun gotten so arrogant after one hit song? Does he think he's someone else and doesn't even respect the words of us leaders? Director Zhang said, President Liu is right. Yi Chun must have gotten too arrogant and doesn't take us seriously at all. However, his contract is still in our hands. For the next 6 months, he can only work for our company. unless he has to pay a penalty of 12 million. Yimo sneered. Yi Chen-sung only gained popularity because of Zhang Teng's plagiarism scandal. Otherwise, you think Yi Chen-sung could be popular? To me, it's just so-so. Yimo is right. It's just so-so. It's all hype. It's not as good as your writing. You're someone who releases albums. How can he compare? The senior executive spoke to Yimo with great politeness, not only because he was popular, but also because of his powerful family background. He was the young master of the Yi Group. Yi Chen left the room, and Lu Shiriwe followed him out. She caught up with Yi Chen and tried to dissuade him, saying, Yi Chen, don't be angry. Everyone in our company is like this. Fortunately, you signed a 6-month contract, unlike me, who signed a 10-year contract. 10 years. You actually signed a 10-year contract with this kind of company. Lu Shiriwe said in a low voice. Yes. I didn't know the situation when I first came out. They tricked me into signing a 10-year contract. I've been here for 3 years, so I still have 7 years left. Yi Chen then asked, how much is the penalty for breach of contract you need to pay? They won't let me leave. Lu Shiriwe is Tianrui Group's cash cow, and Tianrui Group will never let her leave. Lu Shiriwe gave a wry smile. But it's okay. The company gives me resources, and I bring them profits. I'm doing quite well here. Yi Chen, do you still remember your promise to treat me to dinner last time? Lu Shiriwe asked with a smile. Yi Chen scratched his head. Of course it counts. You can have it whenever you want. How about lunch today? Shall we go to the rooftop restaurant? I've heard the food there is delicious. Good. Yi Chen and Lu Shiriwe left the company together. Not far away, a pink sports car was parked. Chu Yi, wearing a light pink coat and a matching hat, stood in front of the car. Yi Chen, why are you with her? Who is she? Chu Yi rushed to Yi Chen's side in a fit of rage and pointed at Lu Shiriwe, questioning her. Seeing Yi Chen with other women made her very irritated, and she wanted to take Yi Chen away from her. He was her Yi Chen, who carried her on his back every day when she was little. Yi Chen said coldly, Chu Yi, she is my colleague. I don't need to explain so much to you. We have no relationship whatsoever. Chu Yi raised her head proudly and said confidently, Yi Chen, haven't you always liked me? Are you with her to make me jealous? Let me tell you, that's impossible. The person I like is Brother Yimo. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. Chu Yi, who you like has nothing to do with me. Please move aside. You're blocking my way. Chu Yi whispered, impossible. We grew up together, and the person you've always liked is me. I've never liked you before. I only ever thought of you as a little sister. Chu Yi, don't disappoint me again, Yi Chen said in a low voice. Chu Yi was about to say something when her eyes lit up, and she bypassed Yi Chen to greet Yimo behind her. Brother Yimo, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you here for so long. Let's go to the rooftop restaurant for dinner. I heard the scenery there is beautiful. Okay, let's go. Chu Yi clung to Yimo's arm and deliberately looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen must have her in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed single all these years and waited for her. However, Yi Chen is a fake young master. Yimo is the real young master. Chu Yi left with Yimo. Yi Chen looked at Lu Shiriwe and said, I'm sorry, I spoiled Chu Yi when she was little. I always treated her like a little sister. I don't know why she has become so willful and capricious now. It's okay, let's go. Just as Yi Chen was about to get Lu Shiriwe into the car, his phone rang suddenly. A video call was coming in. Note, Familly. Yi Chen almost dropped his phone when he saw those 2 words. A moment later, the video call connected, and the woman's aloof face appeared on the screen. Her features were perfect and flawless, unlike anything in real life. Aren't you coming home for lunch today? I'm going to lunch with a colleague. You don't need to wait for me. You guys go ahead and eat. Familly's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone dangerous. A colleague? A woman? 55 Yi Chen, can I give you several daughters? Yi Chen stammered. Yes, she helped me a lot, and I want to thank her. Okay, you guys go eat. Familly's lips curled into a smile, but the smile sent chills down Yi Chen's spine. I'll be there soon. I'll be right back. Tuan's 2 little paws were resting on the screen, looking around. Dad, Yi Chen said gently. Baby, you don't need to wait for Daddy to eat today. Can you eat by yourself? Tuan, time to eat. Tuan is such a good girl. Daddy will be back soon. Goodbye, Tuan. Yichen hung up the phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shiyue's face turned pale, and she asked incredulously, Yichen, you already have a daughter? Tuanshuan is not my biological daughter. She is the daughter of a friend. I am 22 years old this year. How could I possibly have a 2 or 3-year-old daughter? Lu Shiyue's complexion gradually returned to normal. Why does she call you dad? Shouldn't she call you uncle? Yichen said in a low voice, I don't know. Maybe she mistook a father for someone else. She doesn't have a father. Lu Shiyue frowned. Is the baby so pitiful? Yes, Tuanshuan is very pitiful. Yichen felt a slight pang in his heart. He adored this 3-year-old little darling and had already come to regard Tuanshuan as his own daughter. On the other side, Familly looked at Tuanshuan, who was eating, and suddenly said, Your father went on a date with another woman and had another baby, so he won't want you anymore. The small bowl in Tuanshuan's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She looked up, her big, watery eyes filled with tears, as if she was about to cry. We want Tuan. Dad loves her the most. The little baby pouted, looking extremely aggrieved. Familly continued, I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it? Tuanshuan nodded and nestled against her mother's face. The mother and daughter were discussing something. A restaurant in the sky. As soon as Yi Chun and Lu Shiyue entered, Chu Yi, who was sitting by the window, stood up and said, Yi Chun, why are you still following me? Yi Chun replied, Chu Yi, you've misunderstood. My colleagues and I are here to eat. Chu Yi sat down with a grim expression. Yi Chun must be following me. He liked to follow me when we were little. Yi Chun naturally saw Yi Mo as well. What a small world. Lu Shiyue chose an open spot where she could overlook the scenery below. The transparent glass design made it seem as if she were floating in the air. Yi Chun ordered a few simple dishes and sent a voice message to Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan, have you finished eating? No one answered. Tuanshuan always replies to his messages instantly. Is he taking a nap? Lu Shiyue said in a low voice. Yi Chun, you seem to care a lot about your friend's daughter. Yi Chun put down his phone. Yes, in my eyes, Tuanshuan is my own daughter. Lu Shiyue hesitated for a moment, her face showing difficulty. But she is not your biological daughter. She has no blood relation to you. If you want a biological daughter, you can find a woman to have one for you. You are so handsome. You have such good conditions. You must have many. For example, she's willing. You can have as many as you want. Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose sheepishly. Find a woman to bear him a daughter? Familly's face suddenly appeared in my mind. If he and Familly had a daughter, would she look exactly like Tuanzhang? Yi Chun, you really dare to dream. I haven't thought about that yet. Right now, all I want to do is raise Tuanshuan. Lu Shiyue advised. She's not your biological daughter, so what's the point of raising her? You should have a child of your own. In my eyes, Tuanshuan is my biological daughter, my child. As soon as the words were spoken, a sweet, childlike voice rang out. Dad. Her soft voice touched people's hearts. A chubby little baby ran to Yi Chen's side. Its big black eyes were like grapes, its nose was small and delicate, and its face was pink, tender and soft. The baby was wearing an adorable pink dress, with a small milk bottle hanging around her neck. She was all pink and tender, and incredibly cute. Yi Chen felt his heart melting and picked up the little baby, saying, My baby, how did you end up here looking for your dad? Tuanshuan hugged her father tightly with both little arms, as if afraid that her father would be taken away. Dad, Tuanshuan is in pain. Yi Chen looked anxious. Baby, where does it hurt? Tuanshuan raised her head, her little finger pointing to her neck, where there was a red mark. It doesn't hurt. Daddy will blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. Yi Chen was heartbroken and gently blew on the baby's skin. Lu Shiyue asked with a smile, Yi Chen, is this your friend's daughter? She's so cute and pretty. She's not even 3 years old yet. She looks so young. Tuanshuan raised her head in a childish voice, My biological child. Lu Shiyue laughed out loud. It was the first time she had seen such an adorable baby. She gently touched the baby's soft little hand. Baby, how do you know you're your father's biological child? Your father is still so young. How could he possibly have a daughter as big as you? Tuanshuan hugged Yi Chen tightly, her voice sweet and childlike. Daddy, my biological son. Yes, he is my biological son. Yi-chin kissed the baby's fair and tender little face. He's Daddy's biological child. Actually, at his age, he could have had a daughter. He got married at 18, and his daughter is now 3 years old. Yi-chin was having a wonderful dream. Sweetie, what brings you here? Where's your mother? Toanchuan pointed a little finger at the sports car outside. Mommy. Familly is here too. Yi-chin quickly finished his meal, then hugged Toanchuan and said goodbye to Lu Shuriwa. Yi-chun, take care on the road with Toanchuan, Lu Shuriwa instructed worriedly. Okay, I'll head back now. You should head back soon too. Toanchuan, say goodbye to Auntie. Toanchuan stretched out a soft little hand and said in a sweet, childish voice, Goodbye, Auntie. Good baby, see you next time. Yi-chin's clothes were all messed up by Tuan's little hands, and Lu Shuriwa raised her hand to straighten them. Yi-chun, you don't even bother to tidy up your messy clothes. You're so careless, Lu Shuriwa said softly. Yi-chin smiled awkwardly. I didn't have time. Lu Shuriwa raised her hand and gently stroked Yi-chin's face. You care too much about your friend's daughter. You hold her every day. People who don't know better would think she's your own daughter. Yi-chin stepped back slightly, avoiding Lu Shuriwa's hand. I'm telling you to think it over carefully. Having your own child is the greatest happiness. As soon as he finished speaking, the car window opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful face with dark pupils that gleamed like a cold pool. Yi-chun, get in the car. Her voice was cool and clear and very pleasant to listen to. 56 Yi-chun, how do you plan to compensate me? By sleeping with me? Lu Shuriwa came to her senses and realized that this was the first time she had seen such a beautiful woman. She looked very familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Where? Lu Shuriwa couldn't remember for a moment. Yi-chin got into the car, and Toanchuan waved her little paws happily to Lu Shuriwa. Auntie, goodbye. Goodbye, Toanchuan, see you next time. The car drove away quickly, and Lu Shuriwa stood there watching the departing vehicle. What exactly is the relationship between Yi-chun and that woman? Humph. Lu Shuriwa, do you like Yi-chin? Chu-yi crossed her arms and slowly walked out of the restaurant. Yi-chun is my childhood sweetheart. Let me tell you, the only person he likes is me. Lu Shuriwa ignored the spoiled and willful little princess, turned around, got into the car, and left. You. Chu-yi stomped her foot in anger. Lu Shuriwa went too far. She completely disregarded her. Brother Yemo, they're all bullying me, and that Songwon Ning, she got several thousand more votes than me. Everyone's saying she's definitely going to be the school beauty this year. Yemo gently ruffled Lu Shuriwa's hair. It's okay, it's just a school beauty position. Brother Yemo, you also lost many votes compared to Yi-chun. Those people are blind. Although Yi-chun is handsome, he is not as handsome as you. Yemo gets angry just thinking about it. He's a famous singer with tens of millions of fans, yet he can't even compete with Yi-chun for the title of school heartthrob. What does Yi-chun have? Besides that face, he's a penniless wretch. Yemo's face was gloomy. He was unwilling to be outdone by that little bastard Yi-chun for the first time. Unfortunately, the maximum number of votes that can be swiped is 10,000. You can't swipe more than that. Brother Yemo, I want to buy a set of pajamas. My pajamas are all too conservative. Don't you like them? Chu-yi sat in the passenger seat, her face flushed and her head lowered. Yemo moved closer to Chu-yi, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Baby, what kind of pajamas do you want to buy? I can give you some suggestions. I think the cosplay sets are pretty nice. How about we get a couple for fun? Chu-yi's face turned even redder, and she said in a coquettish tone, Brother Yemo, you're being indecent again. Since you like it, I'll give it a try. Yemo's smile deepened as he pinned Chu-yi against the corner and showered her with affection. Chu-yi's almond-shaped eyes were glistening with tears, looking pitiful. Her fingers trembled, and her voice was broken. Brother Yemo. In the car, someone will see us. No one's paying attention, don't worry. Just finished eating, so I'm taking this opportunity to digest. Yemo had a wicked smile on his lips as he continued to work diligently, veins bulging on his forehead, from which a few drops of water seeped out. Although Chu-yi is willful and capricious, she is beautiful and has a great figure. Most importantly, Chu-yi is the person Yi-chun has secretly loved for more than 10 years. He just snatched her away. Wouldn't that be very fulfilling? Another place. The temperature inside the carriage was terribly cold. Yi-chun held the poor little baby tightly in his arms, the father and daughter shivering from the cold. Familly coldly said, "You were having dinner with a female colleague, enjoying the meal and chatting happily. She even straightened your clothes? What's your relationship?" Yi-chun answered truthfully, "We are just ordinary colleagues. Lu Shuriwei is my senior, and she usually takes good care of me. Sometimes she will bring me breakfast." With each word Yi-chun spoke, Familly's expression grew colder, her beautiful face covered in frost. As Yi-chun finished speaking, his voice grew lower and lower. "She's so good to you? You like her?" Familly's cold gaze fell on Yi-chun's face, and she lifted his chin, her tone full of danger. Yi-chun repeatedly denied it. "No, I don't like her. I only see her as my senior, like an older sister." "Sister? You treat her like a sister, but she might not treat you like a brother. Stay away from her in the future." Tuanchuan grabbed her mother's hands with her two little hands, arguing with her mother in a cute but fierce way. "No, you can't bully Daddy." The baby opened his mouth and tried to bite his mother. Familly pinched the little one's face. "You ungrateful Fong Tang Tang. You're actually biting your mother now. You've forgotten about your mother now that you have a father." Tuanchuan shook her head and hugged her mother's arm. "Tuanchuan, I want mommy." Familly picked up the little one and asked, "Did you like the gentle auntie from earlier?" Tuanchuan shook her little head like a rattle drum. "I like mommy." Familly was amused by the little guy, and a smile appeared in her usually cold eyes. "Fong Tang Tang, at least you have some conscience." This was the first time Yi-chun had seen Familly smile so happily. Familly must really like her daughter Tuanchuan, even though she's usually so cold. "You're not allowed to talk to other women from now on. You said you found her, that she's mine. Remember that." Yi-chun nodded, only to be cornered by Familly once again. Yi-chun is very tall, standing at 1.88 meters. Familly, at 1.72 meters, appears rather petite next to Yi-chun. Familly grasped her hand, and the woman said domineeringly, "This is mine too. No one else is allowed to touch it." A pale, cold finger touched soft lips, and Familly raised an eyebrow. "This is mine too." Yi-chun's throat tightened, and he nodded again. Familly released Yi-chun, a smirk playing on her lips. "Yi-chun, you tore my pajamas last time. How are you going to make amends? By sleeping with me?" Yi-chun was speechless. I can buy you the same one as compensation." "Okay, here's the card, go buy it." Familly casually pulled out a gold card, but Yi-chun refused to accept it, saying, "I still have some money. I don't need your card." Familly took the card back. "Okay, then use your own money to buy it for me." The car stopped at the top luxury store. Yi-chun opened the car door and got out, gently patting his chest. Whenever Familly gets close to him, his heart races, and he doesn't resist Familly touching him at all. He used to hate women the most. "Dad." Tuanchuan climbed down from the car and hugged her father's legs with her little arms. Yi-chun picked up the little guy and lifted him high in the air. "Tuanchuan, let's go shopping for clothes together. Let's buy Tuanchuan some pretty clothes too, okay?" "Good." Yi-chun carried his adorable daughter while shopping for clothes. He chose a beautiful white princess dress for the baby, and Tuanchuan ran around in front of the mirror wearing the pretty little dress. "Daddy, Tuanchuan is beautiful." "Yes, Tuanchuan is the most beautiful baby." The waiter smiled and said, "Sir, your baby is so cute. She's not even 3 years old yet, is she? She'll definitely grow up to be a beautiful little girl." Yi-chun's mouth almost stretched to his ears with a smile. "Thank you. His precious daughter will surely be the most beautiful little princess in the world when she grows up." "Tuanchuan, I like it." Tuanchuan hugged a cute little doll, and Yi-chun felt his heart melt. "Purchase. I buy my daughter whatever she wants. What can I do when my darling is so adorable?" He could even pluck the stars from the sky for the baby. Just then, a little girl of about 4 or 5 years old came in, pointed at the small doll in Tuanchuan's hand, and said stubbornly, "I want this doll. Give it to me." 57. Secretly bought pajamas for Familly. Tuanchuan hugged the little doll tightly, hiding behind her father, her little brows furrowed. "Tuanchuan likes it. I won't give it to her." The little girl said angrily to a middle-aged man next to her, "Daddy, I want the doll in her arms. I like that one." "Okay, Daddy will buy it for you, sweetie." Dad will buy you whatever you like. The man glanced at Yi Chen's cheap clothes, a flash of contempt crossing his eyes, and pulled out 500 yuan bills from his pocket. Is that enough? Give the doll to my daughter. Yi Chen said coldly. Why should I? My daughter saw it first. Do you think you can solve this with a few banknotes? You poor wretch, don't go too far. How many more do you want? Add 2 more, is that enough? I don't need your money. Yi Chen hugged Tuanshuan and opened the money, then directly took out a platinum card. He has 5 million yuan in cash, enough to buy a platinum credit card. He's also recently received a significant amount of money, enough to buy whatever he wants for his daughter. This poor bastard actually has a platinum card. The middle-aged man was clearly shocked. Are young people these days so rich? She looks to be only around 20 years old, yet her savings have already reached 5 million? Dad, I want that doll. Hurry up and take it from me. Didn't you say I could have anything I wanted? Sweetie, let's go buy something else, okay? Daddy will take you to buy something else. No, I want that one. Yi Chen said coldly. This was chosen by my daughter first. You look like you're already 5 years old. You should know about first come, first served. The little girl sat on the ground and rolled around unruly, attracting a crowd of onlookers. The man in the middle could only slink away from the shop with his daughter. The waiter respectfully placed the card in Yi Chen's hand. Sir, the total is 38,888. Please keep your card safe. Yi Chen placed the little doll in Tuan's arms. Your little doll. Thank you, Dad. Yi Chen couldn't resist his daughter's enthusiasm, and his face was covered in saliva from being kissed, as if he had washed his face. Tuanshuan likes dolls. Will Daddy bring you here to buy more next time? Okay, Dad, that's the best. The baby's soft little face pressed against Yi Chen's face. The father and daughter were practically identical, with exceptionally high looks that attracted a lot of attention. What an adorable baby. What a young dad. Are handsome men already married and fathers these days? I'm getting old. Sigh. As expected, all the handsome and rich men have already been chosen, and even the baby is so cute. Tuanshuan looked around with her big, dark eyes and hugged her father's neck with one small hand. Her father, no one is allowed to see. She pouted and continued kissing her father. Daddy, Tuanshuan's daddy. Yes, it's Tuanshuan's dad, Yi Chen said helplessly. Passing by a high-end women's clothing store, Yi Chen hesitated for a long time before going in. After all, she was a naive college graduate who had just graduated. How would she know what kind of pajamas to buy? Yi Chen looked at them for a long time and felt that these pajamas were not quite normal. He blushed and prepared to go out. A pretty saleswoman asked, Sir, are you buying pajamas for your girlfriend? We have a wide variety of styles, including all kinds of sexy pajamas. I'm buying clothes for my wife. Yi Chen almost bit his tongue because he spoke so rudely. Your wife? A handsome guy like you must have a very beautiful wife. Yi Chen scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, it's pretty. I'm afraid you won't find a woman as beautiful as Familly in the entire capital. Is this one okay? It's our store's latest batch of goods, and it's very popular. This is the last one. The waitress was holding a very fashionable black lace nightgown. Yi Chen glanced at it briefly. It looked very similar to the pajamas he had torn up a few days ago. Okay, take this one. Brother Yimo, I think the pajamas the waiter is holding are quite nice. Why don't we take those? A familiar voice rang out, and 2 figures appeared before Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Chu Yi stormed up to Yi Chen. You didn't buy pajamas for your girlfriend, did you? Is it Lu Shuriwe or Song Wanting? You two have already progressed to this point. Yi Chen said calmly. Chu Yi, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Today is really unlucky. Everyone's scrambling to buy things, so it might not be a good day to go out. Oh, Yi Chen, when did you become so bad? You weren't like this before. You would blush when other girls talked to you. Chu Yi pointed at the little baby in Yi Chen's arms. Who is this? Why does she look so much like you? Could she be your daughter? No way. You never had a girlfriend before. Tuanshuan, holding her little doll, looked up and said in a childish voice, Tuanshuan's dad. You're talking nonsense. How could Yi Chen be your father? He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Chu Yi's voice was loud, which seemed to frighten the little baby. The baby rubbed his eyes in grievance, about to cry. Yi Chen patted the baby and gently coaxed. Good boy, Daddy's here, Don't cry, Tuanchuan is good. Dad, I'm scared. The little baby clung to his father's neck, his big, grape-like eyes filled with tears. He looked so pitiful. Yi-chun, where did you pick up a daughter from? Yi-chun's voice was deep. Chu-yi, you scared my daughter. I have nothing to do with you anymore. You have a boyfriend now, so please don't bother me again. Provoke you? Yi-chun, you're too narcissistic. Give me the clothes you're holding. I've got my eye on these pajamas, Chu-yi said matter-of-factly. Yi-chun said in a gloomy tone. Sorry, these are clothes I bought for someone else. You used to buy me whatever I wanted, but now I can't even get a nightgown from you. Yi-chun, you've really changed. Yi-emo said, Brother, Yi likes this dress, so just give it to her. You don't have a girlfriend, why did you buy this pajama set? Yi-chun probably hasn't even held a woman's hand before. He has had more than a dozen girlfriends. Yi-chun retorted, I bought it for my girlfriend. Why should I give it to her? Girlfriend? You have a girlfriend? Is it that piano goddess Song Wanning? Yi-mo's brows were filled with deep resentment. He had once pursued Song Wanning, but she hadn't even given him a second glance. Now, Song Wanning shamelessly hangs out with Yi-chun. In what ways is he inferior to Yi-chun? Yi-chun is a poor loser, a fake young master. He's nothing but his face. 58. How could I not like her when she's so wonderful? That's my business, waiter. Wrap this up, I'll take it. Yi-chun didn't want to offer any further explanations to these people. Chu-yi stomped her foot angrily. I want this dress. There's only one left, Mississippi. Why don't you go and choose something else? This gentleman has already taken it. The waiter packed up Yi-chun's order. Sir, the total is 388,000. Yi-chun was shocked for 2 seconds. A piece of clothing cost nearly 400,000 yuan. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken. But it was for Familly, so it didn't matter. He could earn more money. Chu-yi snorted. Yi-chun, are you sure you, a poor college student, can come up with that much money? You only graduated this June, and your internship salary is only a few thousand yuan right now. Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't come up with that much. Miss Chu need not worry about that. Yi-chun swiped his gold card in front of Chu-yi, then left the store carrying his daughter in one arm and clothes in the other. Chu-yi pouted and muttered. How could Yi-chun possibly have so much money and a gold card? He's just an intern, earning 5,000 or 6,000 a month. Yi-emo whispered a reminder. You forgot, his song became a hit a few days ago, and he got a lot of money from it. Yi-chun is really lucky to achieve such good results with his first song. Yi-emo hugged Chu-yi and smiled wickedly. Baby, let's buy some clothes first. Wear them for me tonight. The bunny outfit in the shop window is pretty good, and the little wildcat outfit is also nice. Pick one. Chu-yi blushed and chose a little wildcat outfit. After all, she has always maintained a pure and innocent goddess image in the public eye, and this is the first time she has worn this kind of clothing. Yi-chun got into the car with the clothes in his hand. Familly raised an eyebrow and asked, Why did it take you so long to buy clothes? I bought a small toy for Tuanchuan, and Tuanchuan likes it. Tuanchuan held a small doll in her 2 little hands and happily showed it to her mother. Mommy doll. Don't you dislike dolls? You threw away the one your aunt bought for you last time. Tuanchuan hugged her father's arm in a childish voice. Daddy, buy it. Familly pinched the little guy's nose. You can't bear to throw away the things your dad bought for you. The little one nodded with an adorable, babyish expression, then climbed into his father's arms again, saying, Daddy, Tuanchuan likes Daddy. Yi-chun asked, Does Tuanchuan still throw toys? Familly nodded and said, She has a bad temper. When she gets angry, no one can stop her. She also loves to throw things. Tuanchuan shook her head, her sweet, childlike voice soft and sweet. Daddy, Tuanchuan is a good girl. Dad knows Tuanchuan is a good girl. Yi-chun had never seen Tuanchuan lose her temper. In his eyes, Tuanchuan had always been a very well-behaved baby. Familly asked again, What size did I buy my clothes? Yi-chun scratched his head and hesitated. Would size S be okay? Familly has a slim waist and long legs. She should be a size S. I'll try it tonight. Good. Yi-chun sat down next to Familly with Tuan in his arms. The two were very close, and Yi-chun unconsciously moved to the side. Familly continued to approach, cornering Yi-chun. Did you have a great time having dinner with your female colleagues today? No, No, I just wanted to thank her for the prelude she helped me with last time. We just had a simple meal together. You can ask Tuanshuan if you don't believe me. Tuanshuan was pushed forward by her father with a bewildered look on her face. She stared at her father with her big, dark eyes, and the two of them stared at each other. Daddy, eat. Tuanshuan, eat. The little one raised his head and spoke to his mother in a childish voice. Feng asked casually, Tuanshuan, did you like your auntie from earlier? Tuanshuan nodded. I like it. Feng pinched Tuan's cheek and continued to ask, do you like mommy or her? The little one quickly hugged his mother, saying, I love you, mommy. Feng Li's expression finally improved, and she said to Yi Chun, there's an art exhibition and auction tonight. Come with me, and we'll bid on some famous paintings together. Okay, I've never been to an auction house before. In the past, when Ye's father went to auctions, he would always take Yimo with him. Yimo would bring back all sorts of strange and wonderful things, beautiful antiques, which he could only look at. After getting off the car, Yi Chun took the box with him. Feng Yin leaned closer and asked, Yi Chun, did you buy these clothes for my sister? What clothes? Let me see them. Why are you being so mysterious? Could it be? Feng Yin covered her mouth in shock. No way. You two have already reached that point. Yi Chun explained, you're overthinking it. It's just a nightgown. I tore Feng Li's nightgown in the wash last time, so I'm giving her a replacement. Feng Yan's pupils dilated in shock, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg in it. After a moment, she asked, you said you tore my sister's pajamas in your wash. The servants around him all stared at Yi Chun. Feeling embarrassed by the stares, Yi Chun quickly explained, Feng Li and I aren't in that kind of relationship. I was just washing her pajamas. Yi Chun felt that the more he looked, the darker things became. So he simply stopped explaining and looked at Feng Li, wanting Feng Li to explain. Feng Li didn't even bother to explain. She crossed her legs and sat on the sofa. Shueli, bring me the clothes I bought today. The maid brought over a black velvet box containing a black haute couture suit. The fabric was crisp and clean, clearly indicating its high value. Yi Chun, come here. Yi Chun slowly walked over, and Feng Li picked up the clothes and put them in his arms. Try changing them and see how they look, whether they fit. Yi Chun looked at the maid beside him. He seemed even more unable to explain himself. He and Feng Li are really just ordinary friends. Feng Yan's gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. Sister, you're so good to Yi Chun. You've never bought me any clothes before. Next time. Feng Li said calmly, looking up at Yi Chun, go change first. Yi Chun went to his room and changed into a suit. His clothes were perfectly wrinkle-free, and his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs made him look even more handsome. Tuanshuan hugged her father's leg with her two little paws and said in a sweet, baby voice, Daddy, you're handsome. The most handsome. The infatuated little girl looked at her father with drool practically dripping down her face. She climbed into his arms and kissed his cheek. Dad. Yi Chun was both amused and exasperated. This little guy seemed to be a bit of a fangirl. Feng Li lifted Tuanshuan from Yi Chun's arms. Feng Tang, go sit on the sofa. Poor little Tuanshuan was left on the sofa by her mother, her cheeks puffed out in anger, like a little pufferfish. Feng Li raised her hand and personally tied Yi Chun's tie, her tone indifferent. This outfit is nice, it suits you well. Yi Chun lowered his head shyly after being praised by Feng Li. Is that so? Well, you have good taste. Do you like this outfit? I like it, Yi Chun answered decisively. She's so wonderful. How could I not like her? Tuanshuan wants a little star, and she cries if she doesn't get it. 59 Yi Chun, that poor man, is not worthy of being compared to him. Dad, Mom, are bullying Tuanshuan? The little one hugged his father's leg again, whining and complaining to his father. Yi Chun picked up the little guy and said, Daddy will hug you. You're not upset anymore. Tuanshuan nestled in her father's arms, looked at her mother, and kissed her father's cheek, as if showing off to her mother. Feng Li pinched Tuanshuan's face again. Feng Tang, how old are you? Tuanshuan, 3 years old. The baby held up 3 little fingers. Feng Li said coldly, 3 years old is already quite old. Get down from your father's arms and walk on your own. Tuanshuan shook her head like a little rattle drum, then buried her little head in her father's arms. I want Daddy. Hug me. Okay, Daddy will hold you. Tonight, we'll take Tuanchuan to the auction and buy some nice paintings for Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan nodded happily. Drawing. I love drawing. Evening. Yimo and Chu Yi returned home together. They had already bought all the clothes and were just waiting to go back to their room to take off their pants. Suddenly, Ye's father placed 2 invitations on the table. Today is Clita's charity auction. You two should go and take a look and cultivate your artistic talents. Yimo, the cosplay costume has already been bought, and now you're telling him to go to an art exhibition to cultivate his mind? The father said coldly, You don't want to go? You're a celebrity now, after all. Getting to know more people will be good for you. There will definitely be a lot of people going to the Clito auction today. Yimo glanced at Chu Yi and hesitated before saying, Dad, I'll go. Mr. Yi said with relief, That's right. These tickets were hard for me to get. Only people from the upper class in the capital can get in. I heard that a big shot will be going too. You should go and see. You might even get to know him. Knowing more people will be good for you. In the future, the entire Yi group will be yours, so the more connections you have, the better. Okay, Dad, I'll do as you say. Can I take Yi with me? Mr. Yi nodded and said, Of course. Yi is also part of our family. Yi's father and I have already discussed your engagement ceremony. Chu Yi hugged Yimo's arm shyly. Are we getting engaged so soon? She wasn't ready at all. Yimo didn't show much excitement. Okay, I'll listen to Dad. Ever since he met the president of the phone group, he felt that all women were trash in his eyes, and no one could compare to President Phone. Hopefully, Mr. Phone will attend this auction. Yimo specially changed into a dark gray suit and had his family stylist do his hair. He looked at himself in the mirror for a long time. Is he still not as good as Yichun? What kind of genes does Yichun have? Isn't it just the genes of someone from a slum? Why is he so handsome? Yimo chuckled dismissively. Why should he compare himself to Yichun? That poor man. Yichun couldn't even get into a high-end place like a charity auction. Yi, let's go together. Good. Yimo drove away from the Yi family in his luxury car. At the same time, Yichun and Familly also went out with the little dumpling. Tuanchuan picked out a white princess dress herself and even had her dad do her hair beautifully. Even though she's little, she loves to look pretty. Daddy, Tuanchuan is beautiful. The little guy was uttering indistinct words. Yes, our Tuanchuan is the most beautiful little baby. Yichun squeezed the baby's little hand, which was soft and adorable, and couldn't help but kiss the baby's little cheek. Familly glanced over and asked casually, You like Tuanchuan that much? Well, I didn't like babies before, but I really like Tuanchuan, such a cute baby. Yichun didn't know why he liked this baby so much. Perhaps it was fate. Daddy, I love Tuanchuan. The little one spoke to his father in a sweet, childish voice, and laughed happily. Seeing the affectionate father and daughter, Familly decisively placed Xiao Tuanchuan in his arms. After getting off the car, Yichun let Familly go first, while he followed behind with Tuanchuan. After all, Familly is the president of the phone group. If others see this, they will think that they are her kept lover. What if it ruins Familly's reputation? The two entered the venue one after the other. Their tickets were for VIP seats in the front row. As soon as Familly entered, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many business tycoons came to greet him respectfully. Mr. Feng, we are so glad that you were invited to this auction. Hello, I am Wang Feng, chairman of Xian. Mr. Feng, I am Huang Qing, the founder of Duo. Mr. Feng, I am Lu Haiyang, the founder of Maine. Familly was surrounded by a group of people, but she simply nodded indifferently. Yichun was pushed far away by all the big shots, and no one noticed him, the nobody. People came in droves, all wanting to meet the legendary president of the phone group. Familly grew impatient with the pestering and frowned slightly. The people behind her who wanted to greet her dared not step forward, fearing that they might anger Familly. Familly sat in the first row. Yichun sat down next to Familly with Tuan in tow, about an arm's length away from her. Who's that person next to President Feng? I've never seen him before. Is he some kind of super rich second-generation heir? Never seen him before. Maybe he's a new entrepreneur. This child is good-looking and very young. I didn't expect him to have achieved so much at such a young age. We are ashamed of ourselves. Pinduoduo founder Mr. Huang sighed. Yichun. He's just an ordinary person. Dad, have some milk. The baby moved his little mouth. He must be thirsty. Yichen said in a low voice. Familly, Tuan's baby bottle is still in the car. I'll go get it. Good. Yichen carried Tuan out to get a baby bottle, and when he returned, the auction had not yet started. Tuan nestled in her father's arms, a small milk bottle hanging around her neck, her big, dark eyes wide open, looking at the unfamiliar faces around her. What an adorable baby. Oh my God, how can there be such an adorable baby? Can I touch her little face? Yichen was surrounded by a group of people. Tuan called out sister in a sweet, childish voice, her little hands stuffed with lots of candy. As soon as Yimo entered, a group of people blocked his way. Through the crowd, he vaguely saw that familiar face. It's Yichen. Yichen? What's he doing here, and with his adopted daughter? Yimo said in an unhappy tone. How could someone of Yichen's status get in here? Did he sneak in? Don't the security guards outside care? 60 slapping Yimo in the face. Chu-yi nodded repeatedly and said, Brother Yimo is right. Yichen must have sneaked in. How could someone of his status get in here? Tuan received lots of candy and happily showed it to her dad. Daddy, lots of candy. Yimo slowly stepped forward, his tone contemptuous and mocking. Yichen, how did you sneak in, and with your adopted daughter? Yichen was in a good mood, but when he saw someone, his expression changed immediately, and he said coldly, How I got in is none of young Master Ye's business. Yimo, with one hand in his pocket, smiled mockingly. You sneaked in, didn't you? I've already sent someone to call security. Chu-yi chimed in. Yichen, how could you sneak in like this? This isn't a place for you. You'd better get out. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look. They sneaked in? How could that be? Probably not. The security here is very strict. Yimo continued. Brother, this isn't good for you. Even if you sneak in, you can't afford to buy anything here. You should go back quickly. Yichen glared coldly at Yimo. Have you always thought you were superior to others? Yimo raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, Isn't that right? I am the real young master of the Yi family, and you are just an imposter, a person from the slums. Bad guy. Tuan glared at Yimo with puffed-up cheeks, like a little pufferfish. Yimo raised his hand to pinch Xiao Tuan's face, but Tuan bit him, and Yimo almost cried out in pain. This little brat is surprisingly strong. Yichen's adopted daughter is no better. She's just as annoying. Chu-yi asked with concern, Brother Yimo, are you all right? Yimo said in a low voice, It's nothing. Yimo's hand had several bluish-purple teeth marks from being bitten. Chu-yi glared at Tuan. You little bastard, you actually bit people. You even bit Brother Yimo. Tuan is cute yet fierce. Bad guy. Anyone who bullies Dad is a bad person. Chu-yi was just about to teach this little guy a lesson when Yichen stopped her. He was very strong, and his gaze was deep, making people feel a chill down their spines. Yichen, what are you doing? Are you going to hit me for this little bastard? Yichen said coldly, Apologize. What? Apologize to Tuan? Chu-yi angrily said. You actually want me to apologize to this little bastard? I won't apologize. Yichen's gaze darkened further as he gripped Chu-yi's wrist tightly. I'll say it again, apologize to my daughter. This was the first time Chu-yi had seen Yichen like this. His expression was terrifying, and his gaze seemed to want to kill her. Yichen wasn't like this before. He used to carry her on his back and give her all the good food he could find. Chu-yi, I'll say it one last time, apologize to my daughter. Yichen's cold, deep voice sent chills down one's spine. Chu-yi had forgotten the pain in her wrist and said to Tuan in a trembling voice, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a little bastard. Tuan refused to accept her apology, turned her face away, and leaned on her father's shoulder. At that moment, several bodyguards in black entered. Yimo warned, Security is here, Yichen. You're about to be asked to leave. Beg me, and maybe I can give you a ticket to the auction. Yichen didn't say anything, but patted Tuan's little head. Don't be angry, little Tuan. Yimo's anger surged. Yichen, did you hear what I said? Beg me, and I'll give you a ticket. Unnecessary. Several bodyguards in black walked up to Yichen. Yimo pointed at Yichen and said coldly, He doesn't have a ticket. He sneaked in. Catch him and kick him out. Chu Yi also said, he doesn't have a ticket, kick him and his daughter out. Yichen really went too far this time, actually making her apologize to a 2 or 3-year-old girl. Several bodyguards in black bowed respectfully to Yichen. Mr. Yi, please be patient. We will escort these 2 people out immediately. Upon hearing this, Yimo's face instantly turned pale. He doesn't have a ticket, but I do. Yimo took out his tickets, but the bodyguards in black wouldn't listen to his explanation and simply asked the 2 of them to leave. Yichen walked over and sat down in the first row. Ha ha ha, are these 2 clowns? They have VIP seats, and he's saying they don't have tickets. Hilarious, he's just a clown, and he got kicked out as soon as he was done. The crowd discussed it animatedly, treating it as a joke, and Yimo was completely seen as a clown. Yimo stood at the door, his face ashen, listening to the surrounding chatter and mockery. I've never been so humiliated in my life. He was seen as a complete clown. Chu Yi was almost in tears, muttering softly. How could Yichen possibly have VIP tickets? How would I know? Who knows who he's hooked up with or what despicable means he's used? Yimo got into the car with a gloomy face. Chu Yi reminded him. Brother Yimo, why don't you start the car? I want to see just who Yichen has gotten close to. Yimo sat in the car outside, waiting for Yichen to come out. The venue. As soon as Yichen sat down, Familly asked, who was that person just now? He's an insignificant person, we don't need to pay attention to him. But our Tuanshuan is angry, like a little pufferfish. Yichen poked the baby's little cheek. Tuanshuan, don't be angry, Daddy's okay. Tuanshuan complained to her mother in a childish voice. Mommy, bad people are bullying. Daddy, Mom knows. Don't be angry anymore. Mom is here. Familly pinched the baby's little face. This little guy is so young, yet he already knows how to care for his father. Yichen calmed Tuan down, and the auction began. Standing on the stage was a female host, wearing a black cheongsam, with a hot figure, holding a microphone, and with a clear and pleasant voice. Welcome everyone to Clita's charity auction. There are 8 items on display today, the first of which is Longing. This painting took Clita 3 years to complete, and it is said to have been created for her youngest son. In front of me is a double-page painting. The young woman in the middle had a kind smile on her face, and a 3 or 4-year-old child was beside her, holding a large peach in his hand. The scene around them was beautiful. A very realistic oil painting. Yichen was engrossed in watching, but for some reason, he had a feeling of déjà vu. Master Clita, an internationally renowned painter, whose works are said to be extremely rare, with one of his paintings once fetching a record price of 800 million. He had heard a little about it. Yichen, do you like this work? Familly asked in a low voice. Yes, I like it very much. It feels familiar. There was also an indescribable sense of familiarity. 61. Boss Feng showered him with money. Daddy, peach. Tuanshuan pointed at the person in the painting and talked to her father with one of her little fingers. Tuanshuan wants to eat peaches. Dad will buy you some when we go home today. Good. Tuanshuan started chewing on her little hands again, so Yichen pulled them out of her mouth and put a small baby bottle in them. Tuanshuan, you can't suck your thumb. The little one held the bottle and drank, his cheeks puffed out, his big eyes fixed on the picture above. The starting price for this painting is 80 million, and each bid must be at least 10,000 higher. The auction is now officially underway. As soon as the female host finished speaking, someone immediately raised a bidding paddle. 82 million. 85 million. 90 million. Yichen didn't raise his paddle. Those prices were simply outrageous, and he only had less than 550 yuan in his pocket. 100 million. One of the founders of GRI, who was standing nearby, immediately offered 100 million. Yichen gave up completely. Let him save up enough money before filming. Suddenly, Familly raised the sign and said in a cold voice, 200 million. Familly's move immediately caused quite a stir. Yichen said in a low voice, Familly, it's too expensive. I don't really like this painting either. Familly leaned closer to Yichen and whispered in his ear, just keep what I bought for you. If you really feel bad, keep catching mice for me tonight. Yichen nodded and said, don't worry, I will definitely catch the rat tonight. He has only one use, catching mice. Familly curled her red lips into a smile. Okay, I believe you. 200 million, 200 million. Is there anyone offering a higher bid? 200 million once, 200 million twice, 200 million three times. Congratulations, Mr. Fong, on winning the bid for the painting, the host said politely. At the same time, the room behind the stage. A richly dressed lady sat on the sofa, her face expressionless. Mom, are you really giving up and selling the painting you've spent so long creating? Don't you regret it? A young woman sat on the other side, wearing a white dress, looking dignified and elegant. Madam Yi said, I don't regret it. It's been so long. It's time for me to let go. From now on, Xiao-Qi will be my own child. Yi Yao tried to dissuade her, saying, But, have you really given up? I don't think you have given up, otherwise you wouldn't be so heartbroken. I'll go and get the painting back for you. Madam Yi held Yi Yao's hand and whispered, Don't go. I've given up. There's been no news for so many years. He's probably long gone. No, it can't be. My brother must still be alive, Mom. Don't give up. We'll find him. At that moment, a young man entered. He looked to be no more than 20 years old and had a handsome face. Second sister is right, Mom. Please don't give up. We will definitely find my brother. Madam Yi raised her head, tears welling in her eyes, and asked, Xiao-Qi, you don't blame me? Yi Qi sat down next to Madam Yi and said, Mom, how could I blame you? I wasn't your biological son to begin with. I'm very grateful for how good you've been to me. I would be happy if I could find my younger brother. I'm not going to look anymore. I've been looking for so long, and there's still no news. No news is better than bad news. Let me keep something to look forward to. Madam Yi sighed softly and asked again, Yao Yao, did that painting sell at auction? Mom, it's already been sold. Madam Yi lowered her eyes and said, Could you let me meet the person who bid on this painting? Yi Yao said, Okay, I'll make the arrangements in a bit. You'll be able to meet her after the auction. She's Familly, the top tycoon in the capital. Mom, you should have heard of her. Although we're a reclusive family, we still have connections with them. I've also heard of this child. To have achieved so much at such a young age, his future is immeasurable, Madam Yi exclaimed. Yi Qi nodded and said, Mom, I've met Familly before, but I never got a chance to talk to her. I'll take this opportunity to see her again. The second lot has arrived outside, also by the master Clitta. Familly won the bid for 80 million. Yi Chen said in a low voice, Familly, one is enough for me. There's no need to take so many pictures. Show it to Tuanshuan and nurture her artistic talent. She loves painting so much, and she was so happy to see these famous paintings that she danced with joy. Familly pinched the little guy's cheek. You like looking at paintings so much? Tuanshuan nodded cutely, her soft, baby voice saying, Tuanshuan, I like it. Okay, Mom will take a picture of it for you so you can look at it every day. Thank you, Mom. Tuanshuan climbed into her mother's arms and kissed her on the cheek. Familly's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Don't you like your father? I like it, Dad and Mom. Tuanshuan sat between her parents and thoughtfully placed their hands together. Yi Chun touched Familly's slightly cool fingertips, immediately withdrew his hand, and his ears turned red with embarrassment. Aside from holding Chu Yi's hand when they were children, he has never even touched another girl's hand since they grew up. Tuanshuan, look, there's another painting. Tuanshuan's attention was indeed diverted, her big, dark eyes fixed on the picture on the screen. Mommy, Tuanshuan wants it. Good. Familly snapped up 5 of Clitta's works in one go, while the people around her groaned in despair. I sat here all night and didn't get to take any pictures. Boss Fong just booked the whole place. After it was over, Familly and Yi Chun took Tuan Tuan to retrieve the painting. Upon arriving backstage, a manager respectfully asked, Master Clitta wishes to meet the person who purchased her painting. Mr. Fong, do you have time? Familly nodded lightly. Okay. The two were invited into the room, and Yi Chun immediately noticed the middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa. For a moment, he felt as if he had seen her somewhere before. The moment Clitta saw Yi Chun, her eyes lit up, and then she greeted Familly. President Fong. Master Clitta. Familly and Clitta shook hands and sat down together. Yi Chun sat next to Familly, holding Xiao Tuan Tuan in his arms. Xiao Tuan Tuan was quiet and didn't make a fuss, looking at the adults around him with his big eyes. Clitta said with a smile, You took all the photos of these paintings. President Feng is truly a kind-hearted person. He will surely be blessed in the future. Feng Li said politely, "It's my daughter who likes it. She has a great talent for painting. If Master Clitta could give her some pointers, I would be extremely grateful." Good. Yi Chen put Tuanshuan on the ground, and the little guy walked over to Master Clitta with his two short legs and introduced himself in a cutesy voice. "Grandma, I'm Tuanshuan." 62 forced kiss in the car. Clitta couldn't resist squeezing the chubby little hand when she first saw such an adorable little girl. "Your name is Tuanshuan? That's so cute. Do you like to draw?" Tuanshuan nodded. "I like drawing." Clitta then asked, "How old is the baby this year?" Tuanshuan held up 3 little fingers. "Tuanshuan, 3 years old." Clitta picked up the little one and held him in her arms. "You're 3 years old. Can you show Grandma your drawing?" Tuanshuan pointed at her mother. Feng Li showed Clitta some of the paintings that Tuan Tuan had drawn before. After seeing it, Clitta was full of praise, saying, "A 3-year-old can paint with such colors. She is very sensitive to color and has a great talent for painting." Yi Yao glanced at Tuan Tuan's painting and exclaimed in shock, "Mom, this is too talented. When I was 3 years old, I couldn't even hold a paintbrush." Clitta smiled kindly. "This little guy is more talented than all my daughters. I'll take him as my apprentice." Feng Li said, "Thank you, Master Clitta. Please feel free to ask if you need any help in the future." "It's all right. I'm destined to be with Tuanshuan." Clitta held the little baby with obvious affection, then looked at Yi Chun and casually asked, "Where is he? Is he your husband?" Yi Chun was speechless for a moment, and hurriedly explained, "No, Master Clitta, you misunderstood. I am President Feng's friend." Yi Chi, standing beside him, cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chun. So he was a mistress, and quite handsome at that. Clitta smiled as she looked at Yi Chun, becoming more and more satisfied. If her Lin Lin were still alive, she would probably be about his age, and perhaps just as handsome. Tuanshuan ran to her father's side. "Daddy?" Yi Chi asked incredulously. "Dad, you're her dad?" Yi Chun. I explained. Feng Li said calmly, "Yes, he is Tuanshuan's father. Is there a problem?" Yi Chi took a few steps back, startled by Feng Li's sharp gaze, and quickly said, "No. This mistress actually has a child with President Feng." Yi Chi regained her composure and said, "I'm just a little surprised. This gentleman looks to be only in his early 20s, yet his daughter is already so grown up." "Tuanshuan, Daddy." The little guy raised his head and spoke in a childish voice. Yi Chi ignored Tuan Tuan and continued, "President Feng, I am the young master of the Yi family. We met once before at the Haiqin banquet." "I don't remember," Feng Li said calmly. Yi Chi stood there awkwardly. As the eldest young master of the Yi family, one of the most prestigious and hidden families in the capital, Yi Chi had always been aloof and of noble status. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that before. Feng Li turned her head and said softly, "Yi Chun, let's go back." "Good." Feng Li and Yi Chun said goodbye to Clitta. Tuan Tuan stretched out a little paw and said in a sweet, childlike voice, "Goodbye, Grandma." Clitta's heart melted, and she said kindly, "Goodbye, Tuanshuan." Watching the 3 figures leave, Clitta sighed. "None of you have any talent. You're not even as good as a 3-year-old child." Yi Chi explained, "Mom, I wasn't with Dad at the martial arts tournament, so I didn't have time to practice these things." Clitta said in a low voice, "Go back. There's no need to look for Lin Lin anymore. I may not have the fate to be his mother." Yi Chi suppressed the joy in his eyes and frowned as he advised, "Mom, why don't we look again?" "Xiao Qi, I know you're worried about your brother. After all these years of searching, there's still no news." "I'm scared." Tears welled in Madame Ye's eyes. She feared she was receiving devastating news. Yi Mo sat in the car for over an hour, but Yi Chen still didn't come out. "Everyone's out now, so where's Yi Chun? Could he have died inside?" Yi Mo gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Chu Yi, who had just fallen asleep, was startled awake by the noise and looked at the man next to her with a pair of confused eyes. "Brother Yi Mo, what's wrong?" Yi Mo's face was contorted with rage, and he desperately needed to vent his anger. He led Chu Yi to the back seat and closed the car window. "Brother Yi Mo, no? There are so many people at the auction entrance, they'll see us." Yi Mo smiled wickedly. "No, don't worry, the glass won't let you in." Chu-yi half-heartedly resisted, but Yemo pinned her to the seat, her clothes hanging loosely on her body, her face flushed. The car started to shake. Yi-chun and Feng Li left the auction together, and Tuan leaned on Yi-chen's shoulder with her eyes closed. Feng Li, Tuan is sleepy. She was looking at the art exhibition with great energy, just now. Yi-chun poked the baby's little face, and Tuan moved her mouth and continued to sleep. It's almost 10 o'clock, she should go to sleep. After all, he's just a little baby over 2 years old, so he gets sleepy a lot. As Yemo's car passed by, the sounds inside could be faintly heard. Yi-chun, his face flushed, was carrying Tuan and walking very fast. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. What did you hear? And nothing. Let's go quickly. It's very late. Tuan needs to sleep. Yemo turned his head unintentionally. Yi-chun came out, accompanied by a woman. He stopped what he was doing and carefully looked at what the woman looked like. When Yemo turned his head, he saw clearly that it was Feng Li. It was Feng Li. Is Yi-chun's sugar daddy Feng Li? How could that be? How could someone like Feng Li possibly be interested in a poor wretch like Yi-chun? Unsatisfied, Chu-yi hugged Yemo's waist tightly, her voice sweet and charming. Brother Yemo, what's wrong with you? Yemo frowned, his anger reaching its peak, nearly driving Chu-yi to her death. Yi-chun is Feng Li's lover. As for him, he can only touch Chu-yi. Can Chu-yi compare to Feng Li? Yemo felt annoyed just looking at Chu-yi, so he pulled up his pants and dumped her at the entrance of the venue. Chu-yi sat crying on the edge of the flower bed, her clothes disheveled as she wiped away her tears. Yemo, you big bastard. Stop right there. No matter how much Chu-yi called out, there was no response, and the car had already driven away. Just as Yi-chun was about to leave, a person suddenly appeared in front of the car. Chu-yi patted the car door pitifully, saying aggrievedly, Yi-chun, I know it's you. Can you take me home? Yi-chun rolled down the car window. Chu-yi, I have no obligation to take you home. Where is your boyfriend? That bastard Yemo actually left me here. I'm going to tell Dad when I get back. Please take me home, okay? Aren't you the one who likes me the most? Chu-yi cried, tears streaming down her face. In the past, Yi-chun would never have wanted her to cry. He treated Chu-yi like his own sister. But now, I'm completely disappointed in her. I'll say it one last time, I don't like you. I only ever saw you as a little sister. What you're doing now has nothing to do with me. Get out of my way. Chu-yi stepped aside, crying, and watched the last car leave before bursting into tears again. Feng Li lifted Yi-chun's chin, his dark eyes revealing a hint of danger. You like that type of girl next door? I heard you used to carry her on your back every day when you were little. Yi-chun explained earnestly. No, I only see Chu-yi as a younger sister. I don't like her. Yeah. Real. Feng Li stared at Yi-chun's lips and kissed them fiercely, domineeringly declaring, Only I can touch this. Yi-chun was breathless from the kiss, but he didn't dislike the feeling at all. On the contrary, he liked it very much. He gently hugged Feng Li with one hand. Confused face, go for it, Chinner. 63. Stealing a kiss from Feng Li. Yi-chun immediately withdrew his hand, not daring to touch Feng Li again. Feng Li was someone he could only admire from afar, someone he could only look at from a distance. You don't want to? Yi-chun remained silent. Feng Li curled her red lips into a smile. I kissed you even though you didn't want to. Am I the first person to kiss you? Yi-chun nodded, gently pursing his lips. Yes. Feng Li seemed to be in a good mood. She pinned Yi-chun against the corner and pressed her lips down again. At this moment, Xiao Tuan opened her big, dark eyes. Mom and Dad, let's stick it on. The little one crawled up to his dad and wanted to stick stickers on his face too. Yi-chun. The little dumpling woke up at just the right time. Feng Li pulled the little dumpling off Yi-chun. You woke up just in time. Couldn't you have slept a little longer? Tuan looked at her mother with a blank expression, unaware that she had interrupted her mother's good time. Yi-chun picked up the little guy and said, Tuan, go to sleep. Daddy will hold you. Tuan nestled in her father's arms, looking a little aggrieved, and continued sleeping, pouting as she secretly kissed her father's cheek. Feng Li crossed her arms and looked at the little one. After a while, she pinched her ear and said, Feng Tang Tang, come here to Mommy. Mommy will hold you. The little one shook his head and hugged his father's neck tightly. She wants a hug from her dad. She loves her dad the most. Back at the manor, Tuanchuan was already asleep. Yichen first put Tuanchuan on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and left the room after a while. Feng Yin looked at Clita's work below and exclaimed in admiration. Sister, you've photographed so many of Clita's works. She truly deserves to be called a world-class painter. The details are simply perfect. Look how lifelike the person in the painting is. Sister, didn't you notice that this child looks a lot like Yichen? Feng Li looked up. Feng Yin pointed to the little boy holding the peach in the picture. He looked to be only 3 or 4 years old. This is the child. Didn't you notice? I feel that his eyebrows and eyes look a lot like Yichen's. Yichen pointed to himself. Does it look like me? Yes, I think it looks quite similar. Yichen looked at it closely and thought it did look somewhat like him. Could it be that he has a generic face? Yichen shook his head. It's probably just a coincidence. I might have a rather average appearance. How could that be? You have such an average face. You could be a celebrity and make a living off your looks. After saying that, Feng Yin took the painting to the study. As Feng Li went upstairs, she didn't forget to remind him. Yichun, don't forget to come to my room to catch mice tonight. Good. Yichun took a shower first, changed into a clean set of pajamas, and then went to Feng Li's room. Feng Li, I'm here. Yichun gently knocked on the door, and after a short while, the door was opened. Feng Li had just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet, and she was wearing a black bathrobe. Her skin was as smooth and radiant as jade, with a hint of pale white showing through. Although Feng Li usually appears aloof, she actually has a hot figure with a slim waist, long legs, and a soft, protruding front. Yichen couldn't help but glance at her twice, then quietly shifted his gaze. Feng Li, did you just take a shower? I'll go out first, and I'll come back in after you've changed. No need, come in. Feng Li pulled Yichen in and pressed him onto her bed. Yichen was restless. I think I should go out first. Feng Li placed her slender, pale fingers on Yichen's shoulder, slowly approaching him, and asked in a low voice, weren't you going to catch mice for me? Why are you leaving? Yichen stepped back slightly. I can sit on the sofa next to you. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Really? But you're in my bed now. What do you suggest we do? Feng Li gave Yichen a gentle push, and Yichen fell onto the bed, his mind going blank. What exactly is Feng Li trying to do? What is she trying to do? I won't leave. I will take good care of Tuanchuan. You picked me up to take care of Tuanchuan, right? Don't worry, I will repay you. Repay me? What will you use to repay me? How about you sleep with me tonight? There are rats downstairs, I'm scared. Feng Li's face gently pressed against Yichen's chest. Her usually aloof tone carried a hint of allure, and her eyes were slightly upturned, making her look like a fox, captivating and alluring. Yichen felt dizzy from the scent emanating from Feng Li, and unconsciously agreed. Okay, I'll go with you. A soft touch came to Yichen's senses, and he realized that he was hugging Feng Li's waist. Yichen immediately withdrew his hand and sat up on the bed. Feng Li, I'll sleep on the bottom, you sleep on the bed. Okay, I'm going to the restroom first. Yichen closed the bathroom door, turned on the shower, and took a cold shower. It's so alluring. Feng Li is usually cold and aloof, but in bed she's absolutely ecstatic. Is Feng Li seducing him? Probably not. Yichen, an innocent male college student, had never even watched porn, so how could he know what Feng Li was doing? After taking a full 20-minute cold shower, Yichen remembered that he was prone to catching colds. So he turned off the shower, got dressed, and came out. Feng Li lay on her side on the bed with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Yichen quietly walked over. The woman in front of him had even taken off her nightgown, leaving only a black strapless top underneath. Her waist was so slender that it seemed impossible to wrap one's hands around it. Below that were her long, fair legs, and her feet were also beautiful, pinkish white, with tiny diamonds adorning her toes. That face was still stunningly beautiful, but with her eyes closed, it lacked its usual sharpness. Yichen boldly reached out and gently stroked Feng Li's face. The woman's pink lips glistened with moisture, as alluring as a ripe peach. Yichen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his fingers involuntarily touched the woman's lips. He bent down slightly, getting closer and closer. The sound of hot breaths was right next to him, and Yi Chun could clearly hear his own heartbeat. What was he doing? Just once, Feng was asleep and definitely didn't know, so he just kissed him. Yi Chun moved closer again and could clearly see Feng's curled eyelashes. Her skin was fair and her features were three-dimensional and exquisite, making her so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Finally, he touched Feng's lips, a light, fleeting kiss that sent shivers down his spine. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Yi Chun, as if he had done something wrong, hurriedly covered Feng with the blanket and sat down on the sofa. He kept touching his lips, wondering what he had just done, as if he had stolen a kiss from Feng. Why did he do that? Yi Chun shook his head. He didn't know either. He just wanted to steal a kiss. Feng was the first person he tried to steal a kiss from, and he succeeded. Yi Chun leaned back on the sofa, staring intently at Feng, and slowly closed his eyes. I hope Feng never has a boyfriend, so he can stay by her side forever. Yi Chun felt that he was being a bit selfish. 64 Feng. He was in my bed last night. Yimo, why did you leave Chu Yi at the entrance of the venue yesterday and ignore her? Don't you know that what you did will ruin the marriage between our two families? Yes, father said angrily through gritted teeth. Yimo said in a deep voice, Dad, I was a little irritable at the time. It wasn't intentional. Father Yi coldly reminded him. Take these things today and go to the Chu family to apologize properly. Our family's business owes a lot to the Chu family. Yimo was silent for a moment, then said, Dad, I saw Yi Chun when I went to the auction yesterday. Yi Chun? Weren't we kicked him out of the house? With his monthly salary of a few thousand yuan, how could he get into such a high-end auction venue? You must be mistaken. Yimo's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. I'm not mistaken. It's Yi Chun, and he's hooked up with someone you would never expect. Mr. Yi jokingly asked, Who did you hook up with? Could it be that you hooked up with that female president of the phone group? Yimo asked in surprise. Dad, how did you know? Mr. Yi was stunned for a moment. You mean Yi Chun has gotten close to President Feng? Feng, the person in charge of the phone group? Are you sure you didn't misread it? Yimo said with certainty. I'm not mistaken. It's her. I've seen her on the financial channel before. How is that possible? Yi Chun is nothing after leaving our family. How could he possibly climb up to President Feng? I wonder what despicable means he used. This Yi Chun is really something. Yes, father was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. Yi Chun only managed to get close to President Feng at this crucial moment. If they hadn't kicked Yi Chun out of the family, their Yi family might have had a chance to cooperate with the Feng group. Yi Qingshan pondered for a moment. Then a smug expression appeared on his face. Yimo, bring your grandmother back from the countryside in a few days. I don't believe Yi Chun won't come back. All right, leave this to me, Dad. I'll go to the Chu family first. Okay, go ahead. You're a sensible child. Yimo took the things and left the house, then casually threw them into a trash can on the street. Does a woman like Chu Yi deserve to marry him? An apology? Never in this lifetime. He had to find a way to get to know Feng. He refused to believe that he, the eldest son of the Yi family, was inferior to Yi Chun, a lowly person from the slums. Yi Chun had just woken up when he found himself in a soft embrace. He instinctively hugged her. It felt like a woman's body. Yi Chun suddenly sensed something was wrong and abruptly opened his eyes. Feng lay in his arms, her clothes half undone, her black spaghetti-strapped nightgown falling off her shoulders, her full breasts almost spilling out. Yi Chun rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. When he opened them again, there was still that beautiful and charming face. The woman in his arms opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes slightly glistening with tears, her hair disheveled, exuding a languid yet alluring charm. This was the first time Yi Chun had seen Feng like this. His throat went dry, and it took him a long time to find his voice. Feng, I can explain. Feng asked softly. Yi Chun, what are you doing here? Is the ground too cold? No, I might be sleepwalking. I don't know why I'm lying here. I'll leave right away. I'll leave right away. Yi Chun hurriedly let go of Feng's hand, climbed off the bed as fast as he could, put on his shoes, and fled in panic. After he came out, Yi Chun realized that he was like a scumbag, the kind of scumbag who would put on his pants and run away. Yi Chun returned to the room, where Feng was getting dressed, having just taken off her underwear. Yi Chun was completely devastated. Why did he have to witness this scene again? She covered her eyes, turned around, and stammered. Familly, I really didn't mean to. I didn't do anything last night, did I? As Familly dressed, she asked, what do you think you've done? What can you do to me? Yi-chun felt slighted. He was, after all, a man of integrity. Familly added, you slept with me. Do you expect to take responsibility? Yi-chun turned around and saw that Familly was already dressed, wearing a black short skirt, black stockings, and slightly wavy hair falling on her chest, exuding a noble and aloof air. Of course I'll take responsibility. Tell me, how should I take responsibility? Familly slowly approached, his voice cold and indifferent. Marry me. Yi-chun shook his head and said, no, I'm not good enough for you, and your family wouldn't agree either. Yi-chun, do you think I need their approval? No, it's my own fault. I don't have any redeeming qualities, I know, except for my good looks. Yi-chun pursed his lips and gave a bitter smile. Familly said earnestly, Yi-chun, you have many strengths. You write lyrics very well. You are humble and easygoing. You are good to Tuan, and your thesis should be good too. Otherwise your supervisor would not ask you to help her revise the thesis every day. Yi-chun scratched his head, realizing he had so many good qualities. My supervisor said today that I have some free time and asked me to help her revise her thesis, as she has a bit of a headache. Familly said domineeringly, you are not allowed to go. Yi-chun raised his head and asked, why? I said you can't go, and that means you can't go. Go change your clothes, have some food, and then come with me somewhere in a bit. Familly pushed Yi-chun into the dressing room and picked out a black suit for him. Change into this. Yi-chun obediently changed his clothes, and Familly picked up a tie and personally tied a bow tie for Yi-chun, his movements focused. Yi-chun's lips unconsciously curled up. Familly, where are you taking me? I already promised my advisor that I would help her revise her thesis today. Familly said coldly, tell them you're sick and can't go. Yi-chun hesitated and said, I can't lie. Give me your phone, I'll talk to her. Yi-chun hesitated before taking out his phone, but Familly snatched it away and opened it. Sure enough, he found a contact name, doctoral supervisor. Yi-chun, are you free today? The teacher wants you to help revise a few papers. Would you like to come to the teacher's private office? Familly's eyes darkened, and she asked in a cold voice, private office, Yi-chun, is your advisor really here to revise your thesis? Well, my advisor said she often has headaches, so she asked me to help. She said my thesis is well written, and she doesn't trust anyone else to help, so only I can do it. Familly sent a voice message directly, her cool, mature voice saying, Yi-chun is busy today, let's do it another day. Yi-chun couldn't stop it in time. Familly, why did you send a voice message? Familly frowned slightly. No? Your mentor probably has ulterior motives beyond the bar. She's very young. Yes, she is the youngest doctoral supervisor in our school, a professor, and she is 27 years old this year. Familly murmured, as expected. Less than a minute later, the other side replied. Who are you? Familly replied with another voice message. He was in my bed last night. 65. Did his father rise to prominence because of his daughter? Familly waited for a long time, but didn't receive a reply. Then, she tossed her phone to Yi-chun. She probably won't ask you to revise your paper today. It took Yi-chun a while to find his voice. He said in a low voice, Familly, what did you just say? If you say that, others will misunderstand that nothing happened between us last night. No? How do you know there isn't? Familly curled her lips and slowly approached Yi-chun, who was forced to retreat and lean against the wall. I just know. Yi-chun was very certain. He was fully dressed, and his pants weren't even off. What could have happened? Familly's eyes narrowed slightly, and she smiled with a touch of allure. How about tonight? No need. I'll go check if Tuan has gotten up yet. Yi-chun grabbed his phone and fled in a panic. Familly was joking with him again. Familly didn't treat him like a man at all. Yi-chun was a little angry. At that moment, a message appeared on my phone. What are you to Yi-chun? Are you his girlfriend? Yi-chun didn't reply. She ran downstairs, tossed her phone to Familly, and told her to explain her own actions. Familly frowned slightly. You gave it to me? Yi-chun nodded and said, I'll go dress Tuan. You can take care of it yourself. After Yi-chun left, Familly replied with another message. I'm not his girlfriend, I'm the mother of his daughter. What? Familly. He's very busy right now, taking care of his daughter. Don't message him unless it's absolutely necessary. Then, the other person stopped talking altogether. Familly placed her phone on the sofa, crossed her legs, and leaned back lazily. A female mentor? That's all there is to it. Yi-chun dressed Tuan and took the baby to wash his face. The little guy was still drowsy. He rubbed against his father's handsome face and then hugged his father and gave him a kiss. Daddy, you're handsome. Little flower-obsessed girl. Yi-chun shook his head helplessly, brought Tuan down, picked up his phone and heard Familly's reply, then froze on the spot. Familly, what did you say? Familly raised an eyebrow. I did this for you, to prevent your mentor from having any unnecessary thoughts about you. How could my supervisor possibly have any designs on me? I'm just an ordinary student. You've misunderstood. Familly stood up, took Yi-chun's hand, and said, let's eat. I'll take you to the old house today. Familly, who was diligently eating while hunched over the table, suddenly looked up, mumbling incoherently. Sister, are you really going to take him to the old house? That's not a good place. Yi-chun paused, holding his chopsticks, and hesitated, saying, Can I not go? I have some things to do at the company today. Familly asked, What is it? My classmate invited me to a piano performance today. Familly who? Yi-chun replied in a low voice. Song Wanning is a classmate of mine. She said this is an international pianist concert, and she managed to get 2 tickets. Familly's expression remained calm. All right, I won't force you. Go ahead. Yi-chun shook his neck, feeling that Familly seemed angry, but he really didn't want to go to the Fu family's old mansion, that den of wolves. Did he disappoint Familly? Yi-chun lowered his head and continued eating. Familly picked up his favorite crispy pork and said with concern, Eat more. You've lost weight recently. I've been feeding you good food and drinks every day, but I haven't made you fat. Thanks. Yi-chun felt even more guilty. Familly was really good to him. Familly, I'll go with you. Actually, the piano recital is tomorrow, and I'm free today. Familly remained calm. Sure, go if you want. Yi-chun scratched his head and said, Do you know that I was lying to you? Familly said, When you lie, you lower your head and don't dare to look me in the eye. Your hand gestures also give it away. But as I said, I will never force you to do anything. Familly, I'll go with you. Yi-chun answered decisively this time. Familly has helped him so many times, so he wants to help Familly in return. The Fong family. The magnificent building stands proudly in the most central prime location, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters and stretching as far as the eye can see. After Yi-chun went inside, he passed through several corridors before finally reaching the central hall. Hey, big cousin, what brings you back? Who did you bring with you? Big cousin, I'm not trying to be mean, but why do you bring just anyone home? The speaker was Familly's cousin from the second branch of the family, and one of the shareholders of the Fong group. Familly slowly approached, glancing indifferently at Familly, and said coldly, This is your cousin-in-law. What? You can't even greet him. Familly was intimidated by Familly Dao's imposing aura and took a few steps back, muttering under her breath, Brother-in-law? I've never seen him before. Which family's young master is he? Familly said with a stern face. Familly, it will be better for you to say less. Cousin, I'm just worried about you. Is this Tuan? She's grown so tall. Tuan, come here and let your uncle give her a hug. Familly wanted to pinch the little guy's cheek, but Tuan wouldn't let him. She quickly hid behind her father, her little hands gripping his clothes. Her uncle would pinch her so hard every time, which was the worst thing he could do. Familly bent down, reaching out to pinch Tuan's cheek, but Yi-chun grabbed his wrist, his eyes flashing coldly, and asked in a deep voice, What do you want to do? Familly endured the pain in her wrist and said angrily, Of course I'm here to see if my little niece has grown up. Who do you think you are? We are blood relatives. Get out of my way. Yi-chun increased the pressure on his hand again, and Familly grimaced in pain, gasped, and felt his entire arm go numb and lose all feeling. Tuan is my daughter. Familly sneered, Your daughter? Could you be the one from 4 years ago? Yi-chun didn't understand what he was talking about, but he agreed haphazardly. It's me. So what? Not so great. I thought my cousin would kill you, given her personality. But I didn't expect her to. However, You pretty boy who wants to rise in status through your daughter. Let me tell you, it's impossible. Feng Yu gritted her teeth in pain. Let me go. This is the Feng family home. We won't tolerate an outsider like you running wild here. Yi Chen forcefully shoved Feng Yu away, causing Feng Yu to stagger and almost fall. Fortunately, a bodyguard nearby caught him. Yi Chen picked Tuanchuan up from the ground. Tuanchuan, don't be afraid, Daddy's here. Tuanchuan hugged her daddy with her two little paws. Daddy, you're great. Feng Yu was bullied on his own turf, and his face turned ashen. You brat, how dare you, an outsider, run wild in the Feng family. You lot, arrest him. Feng Li stood up, her tone domineering and cold. Feng Yu, you dare to touch my people. 66 Feng Li. The person I want to marry is Yi Chun. Cousin, he's just an outsider. We're family. Are you going to abandon your own cousin for him? Feng Li said coldly. Who do you think you are to compare yourself to him? Feng Yu's face darkened further. Cousin, it seems you're determined to protect this outsider. In that case, I have no choice but to take it to Grandpa and ask him to seek justice for me. Suddenly, a kind voice rang out, mixed with bursts of coughing. What are you two doing again? Shaoli finally came back. Feng Yu, why are you arguing with her again? The visitor was an elderly man in his 70s, his face full of wrinkles, but his eyes were very shrewd. He was dressed in traditional Tang suits and held a cane with 9 dragon heads, inlaid with a green bead. Feng Yu was the first to complain. Grandpa, my cousin is going too far. This pretty boy hurt my arm. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but my cousin stopped me. Only then did old Master Feng notice Yi Chun beside him and asked, Are you Feng Li's lover? Yi Chun hugged Tuanchuan and said loudly, Tuanchuan is my daughter. What? You're actually Tuanchuan's father. Grandpa Feng looked shocked and asked, Shaoli, didn't you say you were going to find that beast who bullied you 4 years ago and tear him to pieces? Why did you bring him back to the old house? Yi Chun didn't react for a moment. The beast who bullied Feng Li. Could it be that Feng Li was raped? But with a woman as powerful as her, who would dare? Feng Li closed her eyes, suppressing those memories, and whispered, I've changed my mind. He's very good to Tuanchuan and can take good care of her. There was a reason for what happened just now. Tuanchuan, tell your great-grandfather what happened. After receiving her mother's words, Tuanchuan climbed down from her father's arms, ran to her great-grandfather with her short legs, and squeezed out 2 tears with a pitiful expression. Grandpa Feng bent down and tenderly wiped away the tears on Tuanchuan's face. He wanted to pick up the little guy, but he was too weak. Tuanchuan, tell Grandpa what happened. Tuanchuan complained pitifully, pointing a little finger at her face. Great-grandfather. Uncle, you're bullying Tuanchuan, pinching Tuanchuan's face, it hurts. Feng Yu was completely dumbfounded. When had he ever bullied this little guy? He had just intended to bully him. But before he could even make a move, Feng Tangtang dared to accuse him first. Grandpa Feng angrily rebuked. Feng Yu, you're really going backwards as you get older. How could someone so grown-up bully Tuanchuan? She's your niece. How could you do that? Grandpa, I really didn't bully Tuanchuan. How could I bully her? She's lying. She's so young, and she already knows how to lie. What will she be like when she grows up? Feng Yu glared angrily at Tuanchuan, who was crying and hiding behind the old man. Great-grandpa Tuan, I'm scared. The old man gently rubbed Tuanchuan's head. My dear Tuanchuan, with your great-grandfather here, no one can bully you. Feng Yu, you go and reflect on your actions right now. You're not allowed to eat tonight. Grandpa, I'm really innocent. I haven't touched Feng Tuanchuan at all. If you don't believe me, ask the people next to me. Feng Yu continued to explain. The person next to you is definitely on your side. Tuanchuan is so young. How could she lie? You must be the one lying. The old man was convinced that Feng Yu was lying, and no matter how Feng Yu explained, it was no use. In the end, he was punished by being forced to stand facing the wall in contemplation. Grandpa Feng walked to Yi Chen's side, placed one hand on his shoulder, and used a lot of force. You're the person from 4 years ago? Yes, it's me. The old man's expression changed slightly. Good, very good. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Li. You lecherous scoundrel. Yi Chun. What did he do? What exactly happened 4 years ago? Feng Li immediately stepped in front of Yi Chun and said, Grandpa, Tuanshuan's father has been found. Tuanshuan has a father now. I have forgiven him for what he did. The old man asked in surprise. What? You forgave him? He did that to you. How could you forgive him so easily? Is it because of Tuanshuan? Fengli did not answer. Old Master Feng sighed and said, Fine, since you forgive him, then forgive him. Tuanshuan needs a father too. Then, looking at Yi Chun, he asked, What's your name? Yi Chun. A glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes. All right, from now on you will be Tuanshuan's father. Take good care of Tuanshuan. But there is one thing you must remember. Do not covet the Feng family's property, and do not covet marrying Fengli. Yi Chun said coldly, I have never thought of coveting other people's property. All the money I spend is earned by myself. I will also take good care of Tuanshuan. You don't need to worry about me. That would be best. The old man continued, Fengli, it doesn't matter if you have another person by your side, but you need to think carefully about this marriage alliance with the Yi family. After all, the Yi family is one of the hidden families in the capital with great strength. I heard that they are also martial arts successors, so they are worthy of your status. No need to consider it. I will not marry into the Yi family. I have a better candidate. Feng Yin, come out. Feng Yin was slacking off in the back when her name was suddenly called. He knew his sister calling him back meant something bad, so he quickly tried to slip away, but Fengli grabbed him by the collar. Feng Yin is more suitable than me. Grandpa Feng said, Xiao Yin won't do. She's too naive. If she contacts the Yi family, she'll only be devoured by them. Feng Yin nodded repeatedly, her eyes pleading, Sister, I don't want to. Please don't push me into a fire pit. No, I don't want to. Fengli released Feng Yin and said, I will not participate in the marriage alliance. There's no need to bring this up again. The old man's face darkened. Fengli, you are the head of the Feng family. You should know the pros and cons. A marriage alliance with the Yi family will make our Feng family even more powerful. Yi Chun seemed to be deep in thought. The Yi family? Is it a reclusive family? It turns out there's a hidden family as a force. No wonder I'd never heard of it before. Fengli walked to Yi Chun's side, took his hand, and said, I have said that I will not have an arranged marriage, and the person I will marry in the future is Yi Chun. Yi Chun. So that's what Fengli was planning, to use him as a shield. However, Fengli's hands are so soft. The old man advised, Fengli, don't be confused. He's just an ordinary person. He can be your mistress, but you can't marry him. The higher-ups in the Feng family won't agree either. You need to think this through. Fengli and Yi Chun held hands, and Fengli said coldly, I don't need anyone's consent. Do you think you can control me? So what if I want to marry Yi Chun? 67 green tea black, heart lotus dumplings. I will not agree, and the entire Feng family will not agree. You'd better watch yourself, or don't blame your grandfather for taking action against your lover. Grandpa Feng's sharp gaze fell on Yi Chun. Yi Chun could clearly sense his killing intent. Did he really want to kill him? Yi Chun did not back down and gripped Feng Li's hand tightly. Feng Li said coldly, Want to mess with Yi Chun? Old man, don't blame me for taking action against your grandson. Old Master Feng's face was ashen, and he slammed his dragon-headed cane on the ground. Feng Li, don't go too far. Those are your cousins. Feng Li said calmly, So what? If you dare to touch Yi Chun, I dare to touch them. Grandpa, the Feng family no longer needs to rely on outside forces. You should just stay in the old house and enjoy your retirement. Don't worry about anything else. Grandpa Feng was so angry he almost couldn't catch his breath. He was helped into the living room by the old butler and sat on the sofa to catch his breath. Feng Li, you're really something. You're no longer under my control. Fine, I can't control you anymore. Do whatever you want. But he will absolutely not be added to the Feng family genealogy. The old man glared at Yi Chun, while Yi Chun calmly shrugged his shoulders. He didn't intend to be included in the family genealogy. Not everyone wants to be included in the Feng family's genealogy. Feng Li agreed to the old man's request, and the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tuanshuan was unaware of what had happened and hid in her father's arms in fright. The old man's expression softened. Tuanshuan, come here to your great-grandfather. Grandpa hasn't seen you in a long time. Do you miss Grandpa? Tuanshuan walked over and said in her sweet, childish voice, I miss my great-grandfather. Good boy, Tuanshuan has grown so much. Look, this is your brother, Yin Yin. Do you remember him? The old man called out another little boy, who looked a bit older than Tuanshuan, probably around 4 or 5 years old. Elder brother. Tuanshuan greeted everyone very politely. The little boy named Yin completely ignored Tuan and played with his toys by himself. Grandpa Feng's expression remained unchanged. Yin, this is your sister. She calls you brother. Why are you ignoring her? Yin raised her head and said, she's not my sister. She doesn't have a father. She's just a bastard without a father. Tuanshuan pouted and burst into tears. There is a daddy, Tuanshuan's daddy. Tuanshuan pointed at her father with her little finger and cried terribly. Yichun felt a pang of heartache and quickly picked up the baby to comfort her. The old man's face darkened further, and he snatched the toy from Yin-Yan's hand. Who told you to say that? How could you talk about your sister like that? She's your sister. Great-grandfather, she's not my sister. My sister is Ming, not her. The old man sighed. Feng Li, I've spoiled Yin-Yan. Don't take his words to heart. I'll discipline him properly in the future. Tuanshuan, don't cry. Great-grandpa has a little toy for you. The old man took out the green bead from his cane. Dad, what are you doing? That's... Feng Li's second uncle hurriedly tried to stop him. It's all your grandson's doing. He bullied Tuanshuan until she cried. Although Tuanshuan didn't grow up by my side, she is still a member of the Feng family. Tuanshuan, come here to your great-grandfather. Grandpa will give you a toy. Tuanshuan walked to the old man's side with her 2 short legs, holding the small beads in her 2 little hands, with tears still on her face. Grandpa Feng patted Tuanshuan's little head. Good child, don't cry. This is a little toy that Grandpa gave you. You can use it to exchange for candy later. Tuanshuan's sweet, childlike voice rang out. Thank you, Great-Grandpa. What a polite and well-mannered child. The old man was very pleased. Tuanshuan ran to her father's side with the little beads in her arms to show him, and the two got along very well. The old man's eyes darkened. This person is quite good at coaxing Tuanshuan. Feng Li and the old man went to the study together, while Yichun wandered around outside, bored. Not far away, Tuanshuan lay on the edge of the small pond, playing with a small ball. Yin walked over, holding a small doll toy in her hand. Feng Tuanshuan, can I trade this doll for your bead? Tuanshuan raised her head, her big eyes blinking, shook her head, and held the beads in her little hands. Feng Yu stood not far away. The bead on the old man's cane is a piece of the finest jade, passed down through generations and unique in the world. It would be such a waste for such a wonderful thing to end up in the hands of a little child. Aren't you going to trade? This doll is very pretty. You like it, so give me the beads you have. Tuanshuan was not even 3 years old. How could she possibly be a match for a 5-year-old? She jumped into the pond next to her while holding the beads. Dad, save Tuanshuan. Yichun suddenly heard a familiar voice and ran to the pond like a madman. Tuanshuan fell inside and is struggling. Yichun immediately rushed over and rescued the person. Tuanshuan, let Daddy check if you're hurt. Tuanshuan shook her head with tears in her eyes. Daddy, I'm scared. This pond is very shallow, probably only a dozen centimeters deep, and is specifically for raising fish. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. Yichun gently coaxed Xiao Tuanshuan, looking down at Yin. It was you who bullied my daughter. Yin pointed at Tuan and explained in a panic. I didn't. She jumped down by herself. It's not my fault. Feng Yu rushed out and angrily said, Yichun, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. It was clearly your daughter who jumped in herself, so why blame my son? Yichun stared at him coldly, and Feng Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Is this poor loser's gaze really that terrifying? He's just a gigolo who wants money. I saw it with my own eyes. It's not fake. Your daughter jumped down by herself. Don't try to frame my son. Yichun didn't offer any further explanation. He simply reported the matter to the old man. When the old man heard about this, he became so angry that he started coughing violently. Yin, you actually pushed your sister into the water. That's how your great-grandfather taught you. From now on, you should go back with your father and not stay by my side. Yin cried and said, Great-grandpa, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I didn't push her. She jumped down by herself. This bastard can even lie. Feng Yin, say it again and say who's the bastard? Have I spoiled you? How dare you talk about your sister like that? You're so young and you're already framing others. What will you be like when you grow up? Go back home, don't stay by my side. Tuanshuan nestled pitifully in her great-grandfather's arms, her big, watery eyes tugging at the heartstrings. This time, the old man was determined to send Yen Yen back, and no amount of persuasion from Feng Yu could change his mind. They fell for the trap. This little bastard Tuanshuan, at such a young age, already has such a heavy mind. She is indeed Feng Li's daughter, just like her. 68. Pampered Feng Li. After a simple lunch, Feng Li and Yi Chun returned together. Tuanshuan handed the little ball in her hand to her mother, saying, "Mommy ball." Feng Li pinched the little boy's cheek and asked, Did you do that on purpose?" Tuanshuan shook her head cutely and hugged her mother's arm, but Feng Li still had a cold face and pushed Tuanshuan's little head away. "You shouldn't have jumped into the pond today. What if the water was deep?" Tuan shook her head. "No, deep. She can even catch fish by sticking her little paws in. That won't do either. This is the last time. Mom doesn't like these things." Feng Li tossed the crystal bead aside, picked up the little baby, and held her face in her arms. "You can't do that next time, or Mom will really get angry." Tuanshuan nodded. "Tuanshuan, be good." As soon as Yi Chun entered, he overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter and vaguely realized that Tuan had deliberately caused the drowning incident. How could that be? His little baby is still so young. He must have misheard. When Tuanshuan saw her father arrive, she climbed down from her mother's arms, hugged her father's leg, and said in a cute, childlike voice, "Daddy." Yi Chun picked up the little guy and looked at the adorable little guy with a blank expression, feeling even more certain that he must have misheard. How could his darling do such a thing? Tuanshuan is just a little foodie who only knows how to eat. Yi Chun pinched the little cutie's cheek. It was absolutely adorable. Feng Yin sat to the side, leisurely eating sunflower seeds. "Sister, what's so good about the Yi family? Look how anxious the old man is, insisting on marrying you off. Have you even met their young master?" Feng Li said calmly, "We met once before." Feng Yin continued gossiping. "How does he look? Is he handsome? I heard he's some kind of top martial arts expert, and he participated in some martial arts competition and got second place. He's pretty amazing." Feng Li, not as good looking as Yi Chun. Yi Chun, who was suddenly praised. "Did Feng Li just say he was good looking?" "I think so. I heard there will be another martial arts competition in 2 months, and it's a national competition. However, these competitions are never open to the public, so many people don't know about them." Feng Li nodded and said, "Yes, martial arts families are reclusive families, and the Yi family is one of the 4 major martial arts families today." "That sounds amazing. I'll go check it out next time." Yi Chun asked in confusion, "The martial arts competition, is it Taekwondo?" Feng Yin laughed out loud. "Yi Chun, the martial arts competition is more advanced than Taekwondo, and the martial arts competition is open to the whole country, so it is very confidential." Yi Chun nodded thoughtfully. "There are competitions like this? No wonder I didn't know before. I didn't know how good the people who competed were. I really want to see it." Feng Li asked, "Yi Chun, do you want to go?" I practiced Taekwondo for a few days." Feng Yin pouted. "Yi Chun, you'd better not go. Taekwondo masters are eliminated in the first round at most in the martial arts tournament." "That's amazing," Feng Yin said in a low voice. "Of course, the martial arts tournament is a national competition. I heard that the champion was from H country, and the young master of the Yi family lost to him." Feng Li looked at Yi Chun. "If you want to go, I can ask the organizers for a spot." Yi Chun asked, "Can we still take the spot?" Feng Yin smiled contemptuously. "Yi Chun, you underestimate my sister too much. My sister is also one of the organizers. Although she is not from an ancient martial arts family, she is the #1 conglomerate. Let alone 1 spot. She would take even 10 or 8 spots if there were left." Yi Chun's mouth gaped open in shock. Just how rich is Feng Li? "Okay, Feng Li, I want to go and see too. What if I get eliminated in the first round? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Feng Li gently brushed Yi Chun's cheek and tidied the stray hairs on his head. "No, you can go if you want. It's fine to have some fun, but don't get hurt." Yi Chun's throat bobbed slightly. "Okay. Sister, you're really letting Yi Chun go? You know what kind of people they are. What if Yi Chun gets hurt? He looks so weak." Yi Chun was speechless. "Does he really look weak?" He single-handedly took on more than 20 bodyguards back then. Familly said, "Let him go if he wants to. With me here, no one can hurt him." Yichen's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Was Familly being so good to him just to use him as a shield? "Dad, let Tuanchuan draw." The little one drew a flower and showed it to his dad. "He's going to participate in a competition soon, and the baby is working very hard. Your drawing is really beautiful. In a while, Dad will accompany you to the competition." Tuanchuan happily agreed, picked up her pen and continued drawing, getting paint all over herself. Yichun felt a bit itchy to draw, so he drew an ugly black apple. Tuanchuan gave a thumbs up. "Dad, you're awesome." Yichun, his precious daughter, is such a supporter. He probably really doesn't have a talent for painting. The next day, after Yichun got up, he received several messages on his phone. Song warning. "Yichun, are you free today? You promised to go to a piano concert with me." Yichun rubbed his hair, almost forgetting that he was going to the concert hall with Song Wanning today. "Good da." Yichun changed into a white casual jacket, combed his hair, and then went to call Tuanchuan. The little guy had just woken up when he hugged his dad and kissed him several times. "Daddy, so handsome." Yichun was completely helpless in the face of his infatuated daughter. His face, which he had just washed, was now ruined. After going downstairs, Familly sat on the sofa wearing a milky white casual pajama set, her slightly wavy long hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a lazy air. Yichun asked, "Familly, aren't you going to work today?" "I forgot, today is Saturday. Do you want to go to the amusement park with Tuanchuan? She's been wanting to go for a while." Familly gently touched the little guy's paws. "Do you want Mommy and Daddy to take you to the amusement park? Go play." The little guy squealed with delight. Yichun hesitated and said, I have something to do today, so I probably can't go. How about tomorrow?" What are you going to do today? Go on a date with another girl?" Familly's eyes held a hint of danger. I'm going to the concert hall with Song Wanning. There's a concert by a famous pianist. I heard it's a very rare opportunity." Familly raised an eyebrow. "Really? I heard there was a minor incident at the concert hall, so the performance was canceled." "Canceled? How is that possible?" Then, Yichun received a message from Song Wanning. "Song Wanning. Yichun, today's piano performance has been canceled. Let's go another day." Familly raised an eyebrow. "Do you believe me now? Come with me to the amusement park." "As expected of you, President Fong." 69. You don't want to marry me? Yichun. Something feels off. Why was it canceled at the last minute? Before Yichun could think further, Xiao Tianchuan had already hugged her father's leg, raising her little head and blinking her big, watery eyes. "Dad, the amusement park. Tianchuan, let's play." How could Yichun refuse such an adorable daughter? He picked up the little one and readily agreed. "Okay, I'm taking Xiao Tianchuan to the amusement park today. What do you want to play?" "Tuan Fei Fei." "Okay, Dad will take you to ride the plane." After dinner, Familly changed into a cream-colored casual jacket, which looked like a matching outfit with Yichun's. Familly exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, why did you change your clothes? Didn't you always wear black before? Why did you buy this color this time? It looks like you and Yichun are wearing matching outfits. The three of you walking together really look like a family of three." Yichun touched the tip of his nose. Do it look like it? Of course we look alike. We look so alike. The three of us are like a family, and I'm just an outsider." Familly squatted on the ground and drew circles. Tuanchuan found a magazine featuring handsome men from somewhere and gave it to Familly, saying, "Auntie, so handsome." Feng Tang, "Thank you so much for finding a man for your aunt." Familly pinched the little guy's cheek. "Why don't you find a real person for your aunt?" Xiao Tianchuan picked up her phone and dialed Dr. Gu's number. "Tuanchuan, why did you call your uncle? Did you miss him? Or did you miss the needle in his hand?" Tuanchuan shook her little head like a rattle drum, and her cute, childlike voice rang out, "Uncle, Auntie, looking for me." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Feng Yin nearly threw Tuanchuan away. She quickly covered Tuanchuan's mouth and shook her head at her. Tuanchuan looked at her aunt with a blank expression, handed her the phone, and said in her sweet, childish voice, "Auntie, it's Uncle Gu." Feng Yin, you're here too." Feng Yin quickly hung up the phone, pinching Tuanchuan's little face with both hands. "Tuanchuan, who told you to call him?" "Auntie, yes. Feng Yin gritted her teeth in anger. You're not allowed to call him anymore. With tears welling up in her eyes from being bullied by her aunt, Tuanshuan ran to her father's side on her short little legs and hid behind him. Dad. Yichun carried the little dumpling outside and said, Feng Yin, we're going to the amusement park. You can stay home by yourself. Tuanshuan stuck out her little tongue at Feng Yin. Feng Yin stomped her foot in anger. If I don't upset Feng Tuanshuan for a day, she gets anxious. Yichun and Feng Yin took Tuan Tuan to play throughout the entire amusement park. The little guy was overjoyed and didn't come back until after 4 p.m. I also brought Feng Yin a box of takoyaki. Little Tuanshuan gave the little meatballs to her aunt. Auntie, eat. Feng Tuanshuan, you still remember your aunt? Feng Yin took the small meatball and ate one. It tasted incredibly delicious. I'll forgive you this time for Maruko's sake. Tuanshuan nodded obediently, looking at Xiaowanzi with drool practically dripping down her cheeks. Want some? Tuanshuan nodded and wiped the drool from his mouth. Feng Yin reluctantly gave one to Tuanshuan. Yichun shook his head as he watched. His daughter was indeed a simple little foodie. Tuanshuan is so naive. What if she gets scammed in the future? He will teach Tuanshuan properly from now on. The next day, early in the morning, Yichun received a phone call. Yichun, it's my concert in a few days. Do you want to go? Here are 2 tickets so you can see my concert. Yichun coldly mocked, no need. Someone who has never written an original song can actually hold a concert. Yimo said with a gloomy face, Yichun, don't be stubborn. Giving you tickets is giving you face. My concert is not for everyone. Tickets are hard to come by. Really? Sure. He also wanted to go and see how many people would be at Yimo's concert. Yimo said coldly, Yichun, don't think that just because you released a song and became popular, you can be compared to me. I'll show you the difference between you and me soon enough. Hang up the phone. Yichun opened the group chat, and the messages exploded. Chinuru, you're this year's school heartthrob. I never expected you'd be chosen as the school heartthrob right before you leave. The audience's eyes are indeed discerning. They could tell at a glance that you are far superior to Yimo. Even though he spent 10,000 votes, you still managed to gain over 10,000 more. Haha. Yimo must be furious. He hasn't been back to school for days. Yimo is finally not so smug this time. The school beauty isn't his girlfriend anymore. This time, the school beauty is Song Wanning. Chinner, your pairing is trending #1 on the forum and even made it onto Weibo's list. Go check it out. It seems to be about the most beautiful campus belle and campus hunk couple at some university. Yichun scrolled through the trending topics list, and, sure enough, it was at the bottom, and the popularity was still rising. Yichun ignored all of that. Today he was going to the company to shoot a magazine cover, and 2 months later, a song was going to be released. Downstairs, Feng Li waited for Yichun to have his meal and had someone prepare the bowls and chopsticks. When Yichun came down, he was with Xiao Tuan Tuan. The little girl was dressed neatly, her hair combed cleanly, looking like the most beautiful little princess, being held in her father's arms. Dad. Yichun walked the whole way, kissed by his daughter in his arms the entire time. Feng Li took Tuanshuan and held her in her arms. The little baby struggled and wanted to go find her father. Tuanshuan, Mom will feed you today. Feng Li put a kitten bib on the little dumpling. Tuanshuan refused to eat and insisted on going to find her father. Helpless, Feng Li had no choice but to hand the little dumpling over to Yichun. Feng Li said in a low voice, Tuanshuan is becoming more and more dependent on you. What will happen if you have children in the future? Yichun held the little guy and fed him with great patience. No, I don't have any plans to get married yet. I really like Tuanshuan and want to raise him. Yichun, have you ever thought about marrying me? Upon hearing this, Yichun dropped his chopsticks with a clatter and turned around in disbelief. Feng Li, what did you say? Feng Li said earnestly, marry me. Tuanshuan likes you very much. She can't live without you. I don't trust anyone else to be Tuanshuan's father. I can only feel at ease if you are Tuanshuan's father. After we get married, I will give you shares in the phone group. Would you like to think about it? Yichun was silent for a while before saying, I will not take any shares in the phone group. I will take good care of Tuanshuan. I have no plans to date at the moment. Feng Li didn't pressure Yichun and considerately served him food, saying, it's okay if you don't agree. Someone like me might never get married in my entire life. Yichin hurriedly explained. No, Familly, it's not because of you. It's because of me. 70. Boss Feng's possessiveness explodes. Yichin murmured to himself. I feel like I'm not good enough for you. You're so outstanding. There must be many men pursuing you. They're after my money. Yichin, aren't you really going to consider marrying me? Familly's eyes were slightly upturned, exuding a cool and alluring charm, which was Yichin's favorite look and personality. Familly married him for Tianquan's sake. She didn't like him at all. I have to go to the company. I'll be going now. Yichin put Tuan down, lowered his head, and left the hall. Sister, I never thought your charm would fail one day. Why won't Yichin agree to marry you? Familly ate while gossiping. It seems there was some female classmate who was his partner. They were both voted the school beauty and school hunk at the same time. They were quite popular. She was called the piano goddess and was known as the most promising pianist, Song Wanning. A cold glint flashed in Familly's eyes, and his voice was indifferent. Song Wanning? His CP. Yeah, look, they're both trending on social media, the most beautiful school belle and the most handsome school hunk. On the screen is a photo of the two of them. In the schoolyard, the boy and girl walk together, a ray of morning light shining on their heads, a beautiful scene, like a painting. Familly's face was clouded with gloom, the wind howled, the surrounding air temperature dropped sharply, and Familly shivered from the cold. Sister, don't be angry. I heard that college students Yichin's age like people his own age. You're a few years older than him, so maybe he only sees you as an older sister. As soon as Familly finished speaking, she felt a chill run from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, and she felt even colder. You mean Yichin treats me like an older sister? The cold voice was as if it had been tempered with ice. Familly tried to dissuade him, saying, he might not like people older than him. He prefers people his own age, which is why he doesn't agree to marry you. Sister, don't be discouraged. Yichin will realize how good you are when he grows up. Only an older sister can truly care for someone. Then, Familly received a cold look. Delete this trending topic from the internet. You have 20 minutes. Familly was on the verge of tears. She grabbed her phone and quickly made a call, fearing that if she was too late, her sister would kill her. Elder sister? Does Yichin really treat her like an older sister? Familly's eyes grew increasingly deep. After finishing the magazine shoot, Yichin didn't go home. On the way, he ran into Song Wanning, and the two went to a coffee shop together. Song Wanning took a sip of her latte, looked up, and said, Yichin, what a coincidence. I wanted to invite you to listen to a piano piece, but the teacher suddenly fell ill and couldn't perform. It's okay, we can go together next time we have time. Yichin ordered another dessert and pushed it towards Song Wanning, saying, It's almost noon, have something to eat first. Thanks. Song Wanning blushed slightly and took a bite of dessert with a small fork. The two looked like a young couple in love, and this scene happened to be witnessed by Familly, who was not far away. Her dark eyes were fixed on the two people in the coffee shop, who were chatting and laughing. Yichin even ordered dessert for her. Familly's aura was terrifyingly cold, and Familly almost burst into tears. Oh no, this time her sister is really angry. Will Yichin be locked in a dark room? What should I do? I'm kind of looking forward to it. A chill ran down Yichin's spine. He felt as if he were being watched by something. Looking around, there was no one in sight. Could it be his imagination? Song Wanning lowered her eyes and said shyly, Yichin, are you still living at your friend's house? How about we share an apartment? I've found one I like. The environment is very nice, but it's too expensive for one person, and I don't have any other friends. Sharing an apartment? Song Wanning nodded. Yeah, sharing is cheaper. I'm a little scared to rent a place on my own. Yichin refused Song Wanning's request. My friend's daughter still needs my care, so I can't share an apartment with you. I'm sorry. It's okay. You seem to really like Xiao Tianquan. You'll definitely have such a cute daughter someday. Song Wanning nervously twisted her clothes with both hands, gently biting her lip, and continued. You can have a daughter, who might be even cuter than Tianquan, and she'll be your own daughter. Yichin said, I don't have that plan yet. Do you like daughters? If you get married and have children in the future, don't forget to send me an invitation. Song Wanning twitched her lips. Was her hint not obvious enough? Yichin actually, I don't actually have anyone I like. You're my only friend, and we get along very well. Yichen nodded and said, if you don't have someone you like yet, you can wait a little longer. There's no rush. People get married quite late these days. You can get married after you find someone you like. Song Wanting. Yichen, have you seen the school forum? There are a lot of fans who ship us, and they all say we're a perfect match. Yichen said anxiously, I'll go and explain right away. Don't worry, I will definitely not let anyone misunderstand our relationship and disturb your search for a partner. Song Wanting was completely speechless. Song Wanting, it's getting late. I need to go back and feed Xiao to Anchuan. That little guy won't eat if he can't see me. You should go back early too. I've already paid the bill. Yichen stood up and rushed away, leaving Song Wanting sitting alone, bewildered in the wind. Was she not clear enough? Is she going to confess her feelings directly? Yichen seemed unable to grasp her implication. Yichen left the coffee shop and saw a familiar car parked by the roadside. The window rolled down, and the face was Familly. Familly, what are you doing here? Familly's eyes were deep and his tone was cold. I've come to pick you up and take you home. Get in the car. How did you know I was at the coffee shop when you came to pick me up? I ran into a classmate on my way back, Yichen explained as he sat down. Classmate? Familly suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with intense possessiveness. Yes, my classmate Song Wanting is the one I went to the concert with last time. Familly lifted Yichen's chin. You like her? Don't forget who picked you up. Feng Yin hid in the front passenger seat and watched the show. Her sister was really angry this time. Yichen continued to explain. No, I don't like her. We just ran into each other by chance and had coffee together. Feng Li's voice was icy, drinking coffee, chatting and laughing with her, ordering dessert for her, being so thoughtful. What else could it be but liking her? Yichen, you like Song Wanting and treat me like an older sister. Yichen was completely confused and said with an innocent face, what sister? I really don't like Song Wanting. So, you just treat me like an older sister? Yichen. No. Before she could finish speaking, her lips were once again sealed by Feng Li's domineering kiss. 71. A grown man being forcibly kissed every day? What kind of behavior is this? Yichen had no chance to resist. He grabbed Feng Li's clothes with one hand and was being kissed forcefully and domineeringly by her. The soft, cool lips sent a tingling, numbing sensation through Yichen's heart, as if he'd been struck by lightning. Feng Yin turned her head away, covering her eyes with both hands, leaving a small gap between her middle and index fingers. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I finally saw the live version. I cheered for Feng Li in my heart. He tackled her. Yichen was breathless from the kiss. He pushed against Feng Li's chest with both hands and accidentally touched a soft, white mound. He immediately withdrew his hands, his breath completely stolen and his heart racing. Feng Yin was engrossed in watching when the driver lowered the partition, blocking everything. Old Lu, why did you open the partition? What am I supposed to see? Second miss, watch less of this. It'll do you good. You're still young, Old Lu earnestly advised. Feng Yin gritted her teeth in anger and could only lie on the side listening to the commotion. I can't hear anything. Has it not started yet? After an unknown amount of time, Yichen was finally released. His ears were almost red to the point of bleeding, and his eyes were lowered, not daring to look at Feng Li. Feng Li's anger subsided slightly as she pinned the person against the corner. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Yichen took a deep breath, his voice hoarse, and explained earnestly. I really don't like Song Wanting, and I've never treated you like an older sister. Yeah. Feng Li's soft red lips pressed against Yichen's cheek, her breath hot against his ear. I don't believe it. Yichen said seriously. It's true. Feng Li, you have to believe me. Song Wanting wanted to share an apartment with me, but I refused. I really don't like her. I told her to send me an invitation when she gets married and has children. Upon hearing this, Feng Li's gloomy expression finally eased, and he released Yichen. Yichen raised his hand and gently stroked his lips, feeling a slightly tingling sensation. He had been forcibly kissed by Feng Li again. A grown man being forcibly kissed every day? What kind of behavior is this? Yichen looked up and glanced at Feng Li. Why did Feng Li forcefully kiss him? Does she like him? I think so. But what exactly did Familly see in him? Could it be that she was attracted to his face? Yichen rested his face in his hands, gazing absent-mindedly at the scenery outside. Does it hurt? Yichen asked in confusion. Mouth. Yichen's lips were very red, and the corner of her lips was bitten and bleeding, with a streak of blood hanging on it, which was particularly noticeable. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Yichen was unaware that his lips were bleeding. When she got out of the car, Familly saw the bloodstains on Yichen's lips and covered her mouth in shock. That was so exciting. It even caused bleeding. No wonder she's her sister. Yichen felt embarrassed by the stares. Is there something on his face? Why is Familly looking at him like that? Yichen awkwardly touched his face. Dad. Little Tuanshuan ran out of the house, wearing a pretty little dress, so cute but headless. Two little paws hugged her father's legs. Daddy, Tuanshuan, I miss Daddy. Yichen picked up the little guy, and Tuanshuan immediately noticed the bloodstains on her father's mouth. Her pretty little eyebrows furrowed into a caterpillar shape, and she pointed her little finger at her father's mouth. Daddy, it hurts. Sweetie, Daddy's not in pain, Daddy's okay. Dad, stick it on. Tuanshuan took out a small band-aid and offered it to her dad, but then suddenly remembered what her mom had said. You can't put a band-aid on your mouth. Dad, apply the medicine. The little one spoke to his father in a sweet, childish voice and pulled his father's hand to apply the medicine. Yichen only noticed the bloodstains on his lips when he came to the mirror. No wonder Familly was so agitated. She was bleeding. Wouldn't everyone in the entire manor have seen that his lips were bleeding from being kissed by Familly? Awkward. Familly took out the medicine, lifted Yichen's chin, and personally applied the medicine to him. Her movements were gentle and doting, completely unlike her previous style. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Yichen shook his head and muttered to himself. Do you like me? Familly threw the cotton swab into the trash can and sat down next to Yichen. I think I've made it pretty clear. Yichen stared in shock, his mouth agape, his pupils suddenly contracting. Familly pressed on. Will you marry me? I can't. Yichen continued to retreat, like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Fine, I won't force you. Familly pinched Yichen's cheek. Anyway, this person was hers, and there was no way he could escape. Yichen was terribly abused by Familly. Tuanshuan grabbed her mother's hand and said in a cute but fierce tone, Mom, don't bully Dad. You little rascal, you really care about your dad. Familly pinched Tuanshuan's cheek again. I not only bully your dad, I bully you too. The little boy pouted pitifully. Bad, Mommy's bad. Familly tossed Tuanshuan aside and said to Yichen, the registration for today has been submitted. The preliminary round will be held at the Yi family's martial arts alliance. I'll go with you then. Yichen asked, preliminary rounds? The Yi family? Does that mean we need to go to the Yi family? Familly explained, yes, you've met the Yi family before. Master Clitta from the last auction. She's the Yi family's wife. Madam Yi, she's actually Madam Yi. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, and I have a strange sense of familiarity with her. Yichen murmured to himself. Perhaps she's around the same age as your mother. Should we go back to the Yi family? Yichen's voice was low. I'm not going back. I've never felt that way with my mother. They just used me as a substitute. Then I won't go back. I'll stay here forever. Familly gently ruffled Yichen's hair, raising an eyebrow. No one will bully you here, and you have a lovely daughter. Yichen swallowed hard. Thank you, Familly. Daddy, Tuanshuan, likes Daddy. The little baby stuck out his little bottom and climbed into his father's arms again, wrapping his two paws around his father's neck. Yichen felt like he was the happiest person in the world, with Familly and his precious Tuanshuan. Yimo's first concert. Yimo concert tickets. Yimo tour. Yimo's upcoming tour has quickly become a hot topic, with tickets selling out rapidly. After all, his previous songs were household names. Ugh, we all said we wouldn't buy tickets, so why can't I get any? It's impossible to get one. They're selling out so fast. Scalpers are even reselling front row tickets for 100,000 yuan. I managed to snag a ticket. I'm so excited to go see my brother's concert in a few days. Brother Yimo, I can't wait. There were 2 tickets on Yichen's table, sent to him by Yimo, just so he could show them off. We can invite Song wanting to come along. It was a bit of a pity that I missed the piano recital last time. 72. President Feng. I am Yi Chen's girlfriend. The concert was on a Saturday. Yi Chen specially changed into a casual jacket, put on white sneakers, and simply combed his hair. His clean and handsome face was not greasy at all. Dad. Yi Chen heard a familiar voice and opened the door. The little one was already dressed, but his white tutu was on backwards, his shoes were on the wrong feet, and his messy hair looked like a little bird's nest. Yi Chen was speechless. Tuanchuan, my darling, who dressed you today? Yi Chen asked, squatting down. Tuan's big, dark eyes blinked, sparkling like stars. Tuanchuan puts on clothes. The little one spoke to her father in a sweet, childlike voice, saying that she had dressed herself today. Tuan dressed these clothes herself. They look good. Don't wear them next time. Dad will turn them inside out for you. Yi Chen carried the little one to the room, dressed her again, combed her hair, and took her hand as they went downstairs. Fengli had already had hot meals prepared. Eat up. I'll have your favorite braised eggplant and stir-fried beef with yellow peppers. You've lost weight lately, so eat more. Yi Chen gave Tuan a small spoon, and the baby drank the porridge from the small bowl by himself. After a while, Yi Chen said, Fengli, I'm taking Tuanchuan to a concert today. Fengli nodded. Yes, with whom? Yi Chen said in a low voice, Song Wanting. Upon hearing that familiar name, Fengli's expression instantly shifted from sunny to cloudy. It's her again? I haven't told Song Wanting yet. Maybe I should go by myself and take Tuanchuan with me. Fengli parted her red lips slightly. I'll go with you. What? Yi Chen thought he had misheard and asked again uncertainly. You're going too? Yeah, it's Saturday, so I don't have to go to the office. I'm bored, so I'll go see a concert with you. After all, President Feng never goes to such boring places. This is the first time. Good. Yi Chen nodded blankly, holding Tuanchuan and waiting outside for Fengli to change clothes. Not long after, the door to the dressing room was opened. The dark red dress hugged her shapely figure, with a slender waist, a flat stomach without an ounce of fat, and long, shapely legs, clad in 10-centimeter high heels. That face was exquisite and aloof, with three-dimensional features, so perfect it didn't seem real. Yi Chen was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Fengli gently tapped his head. Snap out of it. Let's go. Yi Chen scratched his head. Okay. There were many people queuing at the concert venue. Yi Chen and Fengli walked together, followed by Xiao Tuanchuan. The happy family of three, with their high looks, attracted the attention of many people. Chu Yi was about to go in at the entrance when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. She stopped and turned around. Yi Chen, what brings you here too? Yi Chen said, I came to see Yimo's concert, and he gave me 2 tickets. It would be a waste not to use them. Chu Yi, why aren't you inside with Yimo? Chu Yi said in a low voice, I'm going to break up with Yimo. He went too far. I won't forgive him this time. Yi Chen, if I break up with Yimo, will you still? Chu Yi hesitated before raising her head, and suddenly saw a woman with Yi Chen. Although she was wearing sunglasses that covered most of her face, you could still feel her powerful aura, her curvaceous figure, and she looked somewhat familiar. Chu Yi stared wide-eyed in shock. This is... Before Yi Chen could speak, Fengli said calmly, I am his girlfriend. Chu Yi stood there stunned, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, she asked incredulously, Yi Chen, is she your girlfriend? Yi Chen nodded blankly, almost biting his tongue. Yes. Chu Yi lowered her eyes and muttered to herself. How come you have a girlfriend? You never dated anyone, did you? I thought you would wait for me forever. Chu Yi, let's go in first, you should go in too. Yi Chen gave a casual reminder and then entered the venue with Fengli. Tuanchuan is well-behaved and doesn't cry or fuss. She stays with her parents, which is usually not allowed for other children, but Tuanchuan is an exception. Chu Yi stood there all alone. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe Yi Chen had a girlfriend. She was sure Yi Chen was lying to her. Yi Chen and Fengli had front-row tickets, as did Chu Yi, and the group sat together. Yi Chen, what a coincidence, your seat is here too. Yi Chen nodded and said, why don't you go backstage and check on Yimo? It's his first concert. He might be nervous and need your reassurance. Chu Yi shook her head repeatedly. Yi Chen, you've misunderstood. Yimo and I are going to break up. Break up? You've said that so many times already. Yichin replied calmly, whispering in Feng Li's ear. There are indeed quite a lot of people here. If you're not used to it, we'll stay for a while and then leave. President Feng has never chased after any celebrities. She herself is the biggest star. The number of people who want to see her could circle the earth several times over. Okay, let's watch for a while. After a long while, the venue was almost full, and the concert finally began. Yichin estimated that there were tens of thousands of people around him. Yimo does have a lot of fans. Yimo appeared on the rising platform, and the audience erupted in screams. Yichin covered Tuan Tuan's ears with both hands. Tuanshuan looked up at her dad with a blank expression, then continued playing with her little glow stick. The concert officially began, and Yimo's first song was his signature piece, Wild Wind. As Yichun listened to the lyrics, he vaguely remembered that this was the first song lyrics he wrote for Yimo. At that time, he was not yet 20 years old. Without a sound engineer and recording equipment, Yimo's shortcomings were directly exposed. His voice was rough and his tone was very monotonous. After all, she was a singer promoted by Yi Jiaqiang, a star who was made famous by spending money. Why does Yimo sing it differently from what I heard on my phone? This is too far off. Is Yimo sick? Brother must have a cold. His throat is sore. Yes, just bear with it. It's already great that my brother can hold a concert. Yes, my brother must have caught a cold. He still had to hold a concert while he was sick. He's so dedicated. Yimo's fans were almost moved to tears. Yichin's lips twitched slightly. You're definitely a die-hard fan. You haven't stopped being a fan even after all this. I absolutely love it. Feng frowned. The entertainment industry is becoming more and more tolerant. People like this can even hold concerts. Tuanshuan covered her ears with her two little paws and said to her father in a childish voice, Daddy, I don't want to listen. Yimo's singing is so bad. Even Tuan Tuan baby dislikes it. 73 Jealousy. How could Yichin possibly have a daughter? Some people left halfway through, and after Yichun and Feng Li brought Tuan Tuan out, they finally felt much quieter. Yimo looked at the crowd that had mostly left, his face ashen, and sang a few songs before leaving the stage. Dad, I won't listen. Tuanshuan held her ears with both hands and shook her head like a rattle drum. The baby will never come to this concert again. Yichin was both amused and exasperated. Tuanshuan, we're out now. There's no sound. Put your little hands down. Tuanshuan nestled in her father's arms, pouting, having just listened to a concert. The baby was so upset. Yimo's concert was awful. Worst concert. Yimo's skill level. That's because our brother has a cold. Don't talk nonsense. How could it sound bad? I think it sounds great. Yes, I also think it sounds great. Don't be too picky. My brother was sick but still came to hold a concert. He's very dedicated. Our brother is the most dedicated, and he sings so well. You're just jealous. What a load of rubbish. Half the audience left before the concert was even halfway through. This is the first time I've ever heard of someone leaving a concert halfway through. They probably just couldn't take it anymore. The singing was just too awful. I went to the scene, and it was absolutely horrific. Without the sound engineer, you could tell at a glance who was human and who was ghost. Yimo slammed his fist on the table in anger after reading the comments online. Yimo, wasn't this concert a great success? I heard that the first show sold 30,000 tickets. Half of the people ran away after hearing only half of what I said, and they still have so many demands. I've already tried my best. What more do they want from me? Yimo said in a deep voice. Aren't there a few more concerts coming up? Sing well. You have so many fans, they'll all support you. Mr. Yi patted Yimo on the shoulder. As long as we get the money, that's all that matters. Dad, I'm worried that no one will buy tickets for the next few concerts. Then just play the victim. Say you have a sore throat, a cold, or you didn't perform well. It's that simple. Just say a few words and your fans will believe you. Yimo immediately posted a Weibo post. Sorry, I've had a cold recently. My throat is a bit sore and my voice sounds different. I hope I haven't disappointed everyone. Yimo had just posted a Weibo post when it immediately went viral and many fans came to comfort him. He really made me cry. Brother Yimo held a concert even though he had a cold. He must not want to disappoint his fans. I love you so much, Brother Yimo. You're the best. We're always behind you. Keep going. Wah, brother Yemo is so dedicated. Why is he so dedicated? I hope every singer in the world can be as dedicated as our brother. Yemo successfully garnered a large amount of sympathy. Yichen's lips twitched. As expected of true love, they believed everything their brother Yemo said. Dad, have some oranges. Little Tuanchuan held a peeled orange in her two little hands and offered it to her father, saying, "Sweet." Yichun took a bite with a blissful expression, almost making his teeth ache from the sourness. Tuan opened her mouth, ready to eat, but Yichun stopped her. "Tuanchuan, this orange is so delicious. Don't eat it. Daddy will eat it." Yichun forced himself to finish the whole orange, even though it was so sour his teeth ached. My daughter is very filial, but she doesn't know how to pick oranges. She always picks the sour ones. Afternoon. Yichun received a message from Yemo. "Yichun, Grandma's here. Do you want to come back?" "Grandma? Isn't Grandma in the countryside? Why did you bring her back? She doesn't like being here." "How do you know Grandma doesn't like it here?" "Grandma said she wants to come back and stay for a few days, and that she misses you. Aren't you coming back?" Yichun hesitated for a moment before replying. "I'll be right back, Yemo. You'd better not lie to me this time." Yemo opened the video on his phone, and on the screen was indeed Grandma Yi, looking at Yichun with a kind expression. "Xiaochun, why aren't you home? Did they bully you? Tell Grandma, and Grandma will stand up for you." "Grandma, no one is bullying me. I've moved out, and I'll be right back. Wait for me a little while." Just as Yichun was about to leave, Xiao Tianchuan hugged her father's leg, her big, dark eyes blinking. "Daddy." "Tianchuan, shall Daddy take you to see your great-grandmother?" "The great-grandmother you met last time." "Good." Yichun picked up Tianchuan, randomly found a car, put the little guy in, and fastened his seatbelt. "Dad, drive faster." The little guy squealed with delight. 20 minutes later, Yichun's car stopped in front of the Yi family's house. A cute little dumpling ran in, with short legs and arms, big round eyes like grapes, and a delicate and adorable little nose, just like a little doll in a shop window. Mr. and Mrs. Yi looked at the baby with blank expressions. Whose child ran into their house? Tianchuan looked around and finally saw a familiar face. She pounced on her with her little paws, exclaiming, "Great-grandma." Grandma Yi picked up the little baby and said lovingly, "Oh, it's little Tianchuan. You're here too." Mr. Yi was even more confused. "Mom, whose baby is this? Why is he calling you great-grandmother?" The old lady smiled and said, "It's Tianchuan, Xiaochen's child. I met him last time." Mr. Yi said, "What? Yichen's child? Yichen doesn't even have a girlfriend. Where would he get a child?" "Mom, are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else?" Grandma Yi said, "How could I mistake her? This is Xiao Tianchuan. I met Xiaochen's girlfriend last time. She's very beautiful, tall and thin." "What? Yichen has a girlfriend? Is it Song Wanting?" Yemo asked in confusion. How could Yichen even have a daughter? Impossible. She must not be his child. At this moment, Yichen walked in. Grandma Yi said, "It's Xiaochun. Come here quickly. They said you don't have a girlfriend. Wasn't Lily, who went back with you last time, your girlfriend?" "Yes." Yichen nodded hesitantly in response. Grandma Yi continued, "Besides, Tianchuan and Xiaochun look so alike. Can't you tell? They're practically identical. How can they not be father and daughter?" Everyone's attention fell on the two people. The more they looked at them, the more they resembled each other. Especially their noses and eyes. They are exactly the same. Could she really be Yichen's daughter? The Yi family members were all shocked. When did Yichun have such a beautiful daughter? How come they didn't know? 74. Take down Yichun tonight. Yemo's eyes darkened, and he asked, "Yichun, who exactly is your girlfriend?" Yichun said in a cold tone, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Yemo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Yichun actually has such an adorable daughter. It's worse than killing him. How could Yichun, a fake young master and a lowly commoner from the slums, have such an adorable daughter? Yemo clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. He walked to Tuan's side and asked, "What's your name?" Tianchuan was so scared that she hid in her great-grandmother's arms and said softly, "I'm scared." Grandma Yi said, "Xiao Mo, you scared Tuan. Tuan is not even 3 years old yet." Why are you being so mean to her? Dad. The little guy hid behind his father, his two little paws clutching his father's clothes, quite frightened. Upon hearing this address, Yi Mo's expression darkened further. This brat was actually Yi Chen's daughter. He just graduated from university, and his daughter is almost 3 years old. How can he not be jealous? Mr. Yi exclaimed in shock. Yi Chen, you. When did you have a daughter? How come I didn't know? Whose child is she? I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. It's none of your business whose child Tuanchuan is. Ye's father's face darkened with anger, and he said angrily, Yi Chen, you've gone too far. Your grandmother is here, and you still haven't changed your ways. Yi Chen sneered. You kicked me out of the house back then, and now you want me to come back. It's just because you think I'm somewhat useful. You brought Grandma back so that I could come back and write lyrics for Yi Mo. You kicked Xiaochen out of the house. Mother Yi explained, Mom, don't listen to Yi Chen's nonsense. Although he's not our biological son, we've always treated him like our own child. How could we kick him out? Yes, Mom, Yi Chen is just throwing a tantrum. Don't be angry. How could we possibly kick him out of the house? Ye's father explained repeatedly. Grandma Yi held Yi Chen's hand and said, Little Chen, where are you living now? Why don't I come to your place? I don't like it here. Yi Chen scratched his head and said, Grandma, I was kicked out of the house and have been living at a friend's house ever since. My poor little Chen. Grandma Yi angrily retorted. Is this how you treat Xiaochen? You kicked him out of the house and forced him to live with friends. Ye's father said impatiently. Mom, it was Yi Chen who insisted on going out. Grandma Yi said, I'm going back to the countryside tomorrow. I can't stay in your house any longer. You're going to use me to blackmail Xiaochen. Why are there such heartless parents in this world? Grandma Yi was so angry that her face turned pale, and she couldn't catch her breath. She almost fainted on the sofa. Yi Chen stayed for dinner with Tuan Tuan because of Grandma Yi. The family seemed to be having a good time, but they were actually thinking different things. Yi Chen put a bib on Tuanchuan and fed her a piece of steak, which the little one ate with great relish. Ye's father asked, Yi Chen, your daughter isn't picky about food. Can you afford to feed her? Why don't you go home? The food there is better. Mother Yi chimed in. Yes, we can take care of them too. I can afford to raise her. Yi Chen replied calmly, continuing to serve food to Xiao Tuanchuan. Ye's mother said with a smile, Your father and I didn't even know you had a daughter. Xiaochen, why don't you stay at home with your daughter? What about your girlfriend? Come home and let us meet her, and we can get the wedding done. Need not. Yi Chen remained indifferent, feeling no affection for this family. If it weren't for his grandmother being there, he would have left long ago. Mr. Yi frowned and said in an unhappy tone, Yi Chen, your mother is just concerned about you. Why are you behaving like this? Don't you know how to respect your elders? Elder? Why didn't you remember that you were my elder when you hit me? Yi Chen raised his head, his tone indifferent, his gaze calm as still water. You. Ye's father was so angry that his face turned pale when he was publicly refuted. Grandma Yi said, Stop talking, let's eat. Ye's father had no choice but to give up. Yi Chen, why aren't you back yet? Where did you take Tuanchuan to play? Yi Chen's phone rang once. It was a message from Familly. Tuanchuan and I are having dinner at the Yi family's house. Grandma came today, so she might be back late. Don't wait up for me. Okay, come back soon. Good-da. Familly sat alone at the dining table eating. When she looked up, she could still see Yi Chen's shadow across from her. Familly shook her head and continued eating. Sis, I'm back. Huh, where's Yi Chen? As soon as Feng Yin returned, she sat down at the dining table and buried herself in her food, like a starving ghost reincarnated. He took Tuanchuan back to the Yi family home to stay with his grandmother. Sister, do you feel particularly lonely right now? Without Yi Chen by your side, it feels like something is missing. Feng Li asked in surprise, How did you know? Feng Yin shook her head and said, Of course I know, because you like him. You miss him when you can't see him, and a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Feng Li didn't say anything, stood up, and went upstairs. Feng Yin shook her head helplessly. Her aloof older sister had actually fallen for a puppy who was 4 years younger than her. We've failed. After finishing his meal, Yi Chen wiped Xiao Tuanchuan's mouth and asked, Baby, are you full? Tuanchuan nodded adorably, patted her little tummy, and said, Daddy, I'm full. We're full. Let's go home. Ye's mother advised. Yi-chun, why don't you sleep at home? It's not good for you to stay at your friend's house every day. No need. I'll take Tianchuan back. After saying goodbye to his grandmother, Yi-chun prepared to leave with Tianchuan. The little guy stretched out his paw and said, Goodbye, great-grandmother. Grandma Yi smiled broadly. What a good baby. Goodbye, Tianchuan. It was the first time Ye's mother had seen such an adorable little baby. She tried to talk to Tianchuan, but the little guy completely ignored her. Yi-mo, when are you going to get married and have children? Yi-chun already has a daughter, Ye's mother urged. I'll wait a little longer. When he met President Feng, that's the person he wants to marry. Manner. Yi-chun carried Tuan back. The little guy had already fallen asleep in his arms, his little mouth slightly pouting, his two little paws tightly hugging his father, as if afraid of being abandoned by his father. Feng Yin was still watching her drama in the living room when she saw Yi-chun and reminded him. Yi-chun, my sister said she wants you to go to her room. She needs to talk to you. Good. Yi-chun put Tianchuan on the bed and covered her with a blanket. The little girl kicked the blanket with her two little feet. Yi-chun covered her up again and left the room after a while. Reaching Feng Li's door, Yi-chun casually ruffled his hair, patted his face, and then knocked on the door. Feng Li, I'm back. What do you want? Come in. Her cold, indifferent voice was no different from before. Yi-chun pushed open the door and entered, and the scene before him made his blood boil. Feng Li wore a black silk camisole nightgown, her half-naked body exuding a sexy allure under the light. Her waist was slender and supple, and her long, fair legs were crossed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yi-chun covered his eyes and turned to run away. Trying to run? 75 Yi-chun, nice waist. Feng Li grabbed Yi-chun's tie and pinned him against the door. Although she was shorter than Yi-chun, her imposing presence was so strong that no one dared to look directly at her. Yi-chun swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and stammered, Feng Li, what do you want to do? Feng Li moved a few steps closer, her red lips parting slightly. Tell me, what do I want to do? I don't know. Yi-chun lowered his eyes, glancing haphazardly at the ground, feeling extremely guilty. Feng Li lifted Yi-chun's chin, curled her lips into a smile, and deliberately breathed hot air into Yi-chun's ear. Don't know? People who lie will be punished. Yi-chun, what punishment do you want? The alluring voice rang out, and Yi-chun felt a surge of heat throughout his body as she listened, her soft, delicate body pressed against his. Yi-chun gently reached out and hugged Feng Li's slender waist, but immediately pulled back when he touched that warmth. So delicate, so soft. Yi-chun shook his head. Was he dreaming? The next moment, cool lips landed on his lips, pressing down hard. Yi-chun's eyes widened suddenly, and his black butterfly-like eyelashes snapped open. This is your punishment. Do you like it? I like it. In his panic, Yi-chun finally told the truth. Feng Li seemed quite satisfied with the result. Her slender fingers hooked around Yi-chun's collar and pulled off his tie. Then came the buttons. Her long fingers spun around, and the two buttons on his chest were already undone. Her movements were slow. Yi-chun's Adam's apple bobbed, and he clutched his clothes with both hands. Feng Li, what are you doing? I'm Yi-chun. Have you been drinking today? He could vaguely smell alcohol. Feng Li would never do this if she wasn't drunk. The only possible outcome is that Feng Li was drunk. No. Feng Li was obsessed with unbuttoning Yi-chun's shirt, and had already unbuttoned the fourth button, revealing Yi-chun's firm muscles and six-pack abs, the result of Yi-chun's daily workouts. The woman's soft fingers gently touched Yi-chun's abdominal muscles, and Yi-chun suddenly flinched, his body tensing up. He's a normal man. What exactly is Feng Li trying to do? Feng Li raised an eyebrow. Nice waist. Yi-chun's hand was held by Feng Li and placed on her shoulder strap, where he could faintly touch that soft, white skin. Help me take it off. Yi-chun. It seems Feng Li really drank too much tonight, and quite a lot at that. Feng Li, you've had too much to drink tonight. Let me go. I'll go get some hangover medicine. Feng Li grabbed Yi-chun's clothes. Just as Yi-chun was about to leave, in the struggle, Yi-chun's clothes were ripped off, revealing broad shoulders, a narrow waist, a perfect inverted triangle shape. Feng Li threw off her clothes, walked to Yi-chun's side, and rested her face against his chest. Yi-chun swallowed hard. His heart began to race, and he stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move. This was the first time a woman had been so close to him. Familly raised her head, her two fair arms hooking around Yi-chun's neck, and murmured, "Yi-chun, are you leaving? Isn't it good to be by my side? Why do you want to leave? Why do you want to leave me?" This was the first time Yi-chun had seen Familly like this. It sounds like she's being affectionate with him. Yi-chun raised his hand and gently touched Familly's face. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her features were well defined, and it felt nice to the touch. "After so long, I finally touched Familly's face. I didn't mean to leave you. I just went to get you some hangover medicine. Why did you drink tonight?" "Have no idea." Familly hugged Yi-chun's neck and leaned against his chest. "Yi-chun, let's sleep together." Before he could finish speaking, Familly closed his eyes and lost consciousness completely. Familly, wake up. Don't sleep yet. I'll get you some hangover medicine, otherwise you'll have a headache tomorrow." No matter how Yi-chun called out to the person in his arms, there was no response. He picked the person up and placed them on the bed. So light. Familly usually wears high heels and looks quite tall, but she's actually not that tall. She's a head shorter than him and is rather thin, weighing only about 90 pounds. Familly lay on the bed, her eyes closed, still holding Yi-chun's hand, murmuring to herself, "Yi-chun, you're not allowed to leave." "Mine." Yi-chun rested his chin on his hand and stayed by Familly's side. "I'm not leaving. I'll stay here with you. Go to sleep." Familly's steady breathing was heard. Yi-chun quietly removed his hand, then stood up and opened the door. I pulled the doorknob, but nothing happened. Yi-chun twisted again, but there was still no response. "Is this door broken?" Just then, a burst of laughter came from outside. "Ha ha! Yi-chun, you can't escape tonight. Just accept your fate. I'm not going to let you out." Familly stood guard at the door with her arms crossed. "Tonight, I must make sure his sister gets him." "Yi-chun, what's going on?" "Familly, are you sure you're not mistaken? Your sister has had too much to drink. I'm going to get her some hangover medicine." "How could my sister have drunk too much? Don't lie to me. Just stay in your room, and I'll let you out tomorrow morning." Familly triumphantly swung the keys in her hand. "Maybe Tuanchuan will have a younger sister or brother tomorrow." Ha ha ha. How could Yi-chun possibly escape her sister's clutches? As the footsteps faded into the distance, Yi-chun was utterly desperate. It seemed he wouldn't be able to get out tonight. He resignedly sat on the sofa, glanced at Familly on the bed. The blanket had fallen to the floor, and he went to cover Familly with the blanket again. So, Yi-chun miserably slept on the sofa all night, and woke up with a stiff neck in the morning. I opened my eyes, and the person on the bed was gone. Yi-chun came down the stairs with his neck tilted to the side. Familly chuckled, then leaned closer mysteriously, her smile mischievous. "Yi-chun, you're finally out. My sister's been awake for ages. Are you having some kind of problem down there?" "Yi-chun, is he not good enough? Is that possible? His back is in great shape. He can do 100 push-ups without a problem, not just one night, but 3 days and 3 nights. However, he would never take advantage of someone's misfortune." "Familly, why did you lock me in the room last night? Nothing happened between your sister and me. I fell asleep on the sofa, and now I have a stiff neck that I can't straighten." Familly's mouth dropped open in shock. "What? Yi-chun, you mean, you simply slept with my sister one night? No? You mean you slept on the sofa?" Familly frowned, and looked Yi-chun up and down. He was quite handsome, with a good physique and well-developed muscles. Was he really not good enough? "Yi-chun, tell me the truth, are you impotent? Why didn't he react at all when his sister, a great beauty, was lying there? Isn't that incompetent?" 76 Yi-chun, are you impotent? Yi-chun explained. Familly was drunk. He talked to me for a while, and then fell asleep. What did you think we were doing in there? And why did we close the door? Familly was completely confused. Had she misunderstood? Yi-chun, did nothing really happen between you and my sister? We just talked for a little while. Yi-chun recalled the events of last night and said guiltily, "Of course, Familly and I are friends. Is it wrong for her to talk to me for a while?" "Friends? How could they be friends? Doesn't her sister want to sleep with Yi-chun? Bringing someone home is just a way of wanting to sleep with them, right? It's frustrating not to have slept with them yet." Familly emerged from the study, dressed in a black short skirt, black stockings, and high heels, appearing as a cold and aloof woman. Yichen couldn't believe that she was the same person as Familly, who had been acting coquettishly yesterday, and who was now clinging to his neck. Is it really Familly? Yichen was a little unsure. Familly walked slowly closer in her high heels and said in a low voice, "What did I do to you last night? I can take responsibility. Let's get our marriage certificate tomorrow." Yichen's eyes widened like copper bells, and it took him a while to react before he explained, "Get a marriage certificate? Familly, no need, really no need. You didn't do anything to me last night. You just drank too much and then fell asleep." "Yeah." Familly leaned close to Yichen's ear and said softly, "I seem to remember undressing you last night." Yichen's ears turned bright red in an instant. No, you might be mistaken. No." Familly glanced thoughtfully at Yichen's ears, gently touching them with her fingers, a smile playing on her lips. "No, why are your ears so red?" I just think it's too hot right now. I'm going to wash my face." Yichen quickly ran to the bathroom and thoroughly washed his ears. These ears are so uncooperative. Familly only said one sentence. How did they turn red? Yichen's face grew redder and redder as he washed, his ears becoming so red they looked like they were dripping blood. Finally, Yichen came out covering both ears. "Familly, I'll go check if Tuanshuan is awake. I'll dress Tuanshuan." After saying that, he fled in panic, rushing straight upstairs. Familly asked in a low voice, "Sister, did you not do anything last night? Or is Yichen not good enough? Yichen is quite handsome and has a good figure. So why isn't he good enough?" "No? What did I do last night?" Familly frowned slightly. "I forgot. I drank some alcohol last night." "Drink wine?" Familly nodded solemnly. "Drinking really does lead to trouble. Nothing happened last night." Familly looked at her with disappointment. "Sis, I thought you had already won him over, so I locked the door, but nothing happened between you two." Familly, "Ahem, why did you lock the door? You scared Yichen. He's easily frightened. What if you scared him away?" "No way. Such a stunning beauty is placed in front of him, and he doesn't even feel anything. I feel like he's definitely not good enough. Why don't you find someone else?" Familly advised. "Sis, I'll find you a younger brother, an 18-year-old little brother." Familly, "No." When Yichen came in, the little guy was already awake. He was hugging the little doll and patting it, trying to lull it to sleep, which melted Yichen's heart. "Baby, when did you wake up?" When Tuanshuan saw her father arrive, she rubbed her big eyes, stuck out her little bottom, climbed out of bed, dropped the doll she was holding, and wanted her father to hold her. Yichen picked up the little baby with one hand. "Sweetie, Daddy will dress you. Which clothes do you want to wear today?" Yichen specially picked out several colors of clothes for Tuanshuan to choose from. Although the baby is not yet 3 years old, she is already a little girl who loves to dress up. "Pink." Little Tuanshuan pointed at a pink dress with her adorable, innocent expression. "Okay, we'll wear pink." Yichen dressed Tuanshuan, carried the baby downstairs, and the father and daughter were both very good-looking and pleasing to the eye. Familly stared at them intently. "So handsome. Sis, why do Yichen and Tuan look so alike?" Familly shook her head and said, "I don't know. Maybe Tuanshuan and Yichen are destined to be together." "Haha, they really do look like a biological father and daughter," Familly joked with a laugh. "Mom, Tuanshuan, wear it." The little girl ran to her mother's side to show her the pretty pink dress she was wearing that day, and how her father had styled her hair. Familly pinched the little guy's cheek. "Pretty. Did your dad comb your hair too?" Little Tuanshuan nodded and climbed into her father's arms again, rubbing her soft face against his. Daddy's ears are red." The little baby pointed a tiny finger at his father's ear and spoke to him. The little one thought her dad was injured, so she took out a small Band-Aid and put it on him. Then, Yichen had another small pink Band-Aid on his ear. Yichen said helplessly, "Tuanshuan, Daddy is really fine. There's no need to put a bandage on his ear." "Dad, it hurts." Little Tuanshuan gently blew on her dad's ear. After finishing her meal, Xiao Tuanshuan lay on the table and continued drawing. Yichen asked hesitantly, "Familly, do you remember last night?" "I remember one thing. What did I do to you last night when I was drunk?" "It's nothing." Yichen shook his head. He would never tell anyone that Familly was being affectionate with him when she was drunk. I didn't scare you, did I? I might be a little. Familly hesitated before continuing. It's nothing. You didn't do anything last night. You just talked to me for a while. Familly nodded and said, that's good. Familly asked gossipily. Really nothing was done? I heard the thing inside is quite big. No. Familly, don't worry. I didn't do anything to you. I wouldn't take advantage of you. Yichin assured him confidently. I trust you. Familly sounded a little disappointed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Familly, do you have a headache? Last night I asked you to drink some hangover soup, but you wouldn't. You just kept hugging me. Yichin hesitated, then stopped. Holding you? What else did I do yesterday besides holding you? It's gone, really gone. Familly shook her head and said, when I was eavesdropping at the door, I also heard my sister say, your back is good. Yichin. He can't explain himself no matter what. He really didn't do anything. No. Familly, I really didn't do anything to you. I slept on the sofa all night, and my neck is so stiff that it's still crooked. Yichin kept his neck tilted to the side, and Tuanshuan thought her father's neck was injured, so she thoughtfully massaged his neck. Familly's lips seemed to curve into a slight smile. Is your neck all right? Why didn't you sleep in bed yesterday? 77. 4 years of university, and my daughter is already 3 years old. It's nothing. I just slept in the wrong place and got a stiff neck. How could I take advantage of someone in such a state? Yichin shook his head repeatedly. Although he did have some feelings for Familly, he couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. That wasn't gentlemanly conduct. Daddy, it hurts. Little Tuanshuan stretched out her 2 little paws and continued to massage her father's neck. Looking at his sweet and loving daughter, Yichin felt a deep sense of happiness. Thank you, my darling Tuanshuan. Daddy's pain is gone. The little one frowned, pointed at his father's neck, and said in a childish voice, Daddy, your neck is crooked. Yichin was both amused and exasperated, and gently rubbed the little guy's head. Daddy will recover in a little while. Little Tuanshuan was still worried. She ran to her mother's side with her short legs, pointed her little finger at her father's neck, and frowned with concern. Mommy, Daddy's neck is crooked. Familly asked. Yichin, should we go to the hospital to get it checked out? You can't keep your neck crooked like that. No. No need. It will recover in a moment. Yichin raised his hand to straighten his neck and heard a crisp sound. He was finally back. Next time, I definitely won't sleep on the sofa. Under Familly's questioning, Yichin ran around the manor twice, with Xiao Tuanshuan following behind her father, sometimes asking him to carry her on his back, and sometimes asking him to hold her. Yichin, you're amazing. You can run 2 laps while carrying Tuanshuan on your back. Each lap is 1 or 2,000 meters. Familly gave a heartfelt exclamation of praise. Yichin continued running with Xiao Tuanshuan on his back, his tone very relaxed. Really? I think it's easy. Running 2 more laps won't be a problem. Familly was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Could she have been mistaken? Is Yichin really that capable? Sis, look at Yichin. He can still run 2 laps while carrying Tuanshuan on his back. It's not that he can't do it, so maybe he just can't do it with you. He doesn't like women like you. As soon as Familly finished speaking, Familly's expression changed. You're saying Yichin doesn't like women like me? Maybe Yichin likes the kind of girl who can act cute, like his classmate, who Yichin mentions every day, something about song-wanting. Familly chuckled. Sis, why don't you give it a try? Then, he received a cold look from Familly. Familly pouted. Just as expected, acting cute? Never in this lifetime. Her sister would never act cute. She's good at hitting people, though. Yichin ran another lap, dragging Xiao Tuanshuan behind him. The little guy was happily babbling behind his father. Dad, run faster. Yichin stopped running on the 4th lap, and Familly thoughtfully took a towel and wiped the sweat off his face. Running 2 laps is enough. Don't run anymore. Overexertion is not good either. Let's eat breakfast first. Yichin didn't speak. He just wanted to prove one thing. He was definitely not incapable. Tuanshuan, come down quickly. Your dad is very tired. Familly took Tuan down. Yichin took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Familly, I have to go to the school today. My thesis defense is coming up soon, and my advisor said we should go there to review it first. Familly raised her eyes and asked, why hasn't your supervisor asked you to revise your thesis lately? Yichin scratched his head. Maybe she misunderstood that I have a girlfriend. so she didn't let me revise the thesis. Okay, go early and come back early. I have to go to work today. Take Tianchuan with you. Familly picked up Xiao Tianchuan and put her in Yi Chen's arms. When the little guy saw his father, he was like a little clingy person, hugging his father's neck with his two little paws. Yi Chen hesitated and said, bringing a child to the defense, isn't that inappropriate? Tianchuan's soft little face rubbed against her father's face, and she called out in a babyish voice, Daddy. Daddy Tuan Tuan is a good boy girl. Dad. Yi Chen couldn't refuse such a lovely daughter, so he agreed on the spot. Who can blame him when his precious daughter is so adorable? It completely melted his heart. Okay, take Tianchuan with you. Tianchuan is the best baby. Yi Chen, carrying the little one, found the most inconspicuous car and turned to Familly, saying, I'm planning to buy a car, but I don't know which brand to get. Could you keep an eye out for one for me? Yi Chen now has enough money to buy a car and a house. Familly frowned slightly. You want to buy a car? Aren't the cars at home enough for you? With so many cars, you can have a different one every day. These are all your cars, not mine. I want to buy a sports car, nothing too expensive, just a regular one. Familly nodded and said, Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. We'll go to the 4S store to look at cars in a couple of days. Yi Chen placed the little girl in the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and to prevent her from getting bored, he also put a pink doll in her arms. Tianchuan happily waved a little paw at her mother. Goodbye, Mommy and Auntie. Feng Yin squeezed the little rascal's face thoroughly through the car window. Goodbye, Tianchuan. Daddy, Auntie is mean. The little boy pouted and complained to his father, pointing a tiny finger at his face. My aunt pinched me so hard it hurt. Wait until Daddy gets back and teaches her a lesson, okay? Little Tianchuan nodded happily, her little mouth agape as she smiled. Daddy, you're awesome. Chener, are you back? We've all changed our clothes. What do you think of my outfit? Chener, when you come back, don't forget to bring Xiao Tianchuan with you. I've missed her so much these past few days. My darling Tianchuan, when are you coming back? Uncle misses you so much. Yi Chen's phone was bombarded with messages again, but he ignored them and focused on driving. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the school gate. As soon as Yi Chen carried Tianchuan into the dormitory supervisors surrounded him, looking at him with gossip. Yi Chen, is this your daughter? Why have I never seen you bring her here before? You've really made something of yourself. You've been to university for 4 years, and your daughter will be almost 3 years old by now. Sai, this kid is really something. My son is already 28 or 29, almost 30, and he still doesn't have a girlfriend. This baby looks just like you. Baby, Annie has some snacks here, you can have some. Before long, a large amount of food was stuffed into Tianchuan's arms. Thank you, Annie. What a polite and well-mannered boy, Yi Chen. I never thought you'd talk about girlfriends, but you've gone all out and brought your daughter back so my son could add her on WeChat. Can you teach him how to do it? Yes, is there a trick? Yi Chen was speechless. Auntie, there's no secret, I was just lucky. He was indeed very lucky. After being kicked out of his home, he met Familly. 78. Does he need to rely on his son for status? Yi Chen knocked on the dormitory door. Brother Donkey, I'm back. Open the door quickly and let me see what you guys are wearing. After opening the door, Lu Hao and the others saw Xiao Tianchuan and thought of the wolf that had seen meat. Xiao Tianchuan was so scared that she quickly hid in her father's arms. Scared? Baby, what are you afraid of? Let Uncle hug you. I haven't seen you for weeks. Lu Hao snatched Tianchuan from Yi Chen's arms, pouting his thick lips as he tried to kiss her. Tianchuan blocked Lu Hao's mouth with her two little paws, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. Not close. Ha ha ha, old donkey, did you see that? Tianchuan doesn't want you to kiss her. Tianchuan, come let Uncle give you a hug. Hu Yuxuan's affected manner almost made everyone vomit. Lu Hao curled his lip and said disdainfully, Old Hu, can you stop disgusting me? Talk normally. You scared Tianchuan to tears. Hu Yuxuan caught the little dumpling in his arms, but Tianchuan quickly covered his mouth with her two little hands and said in a childish voice, No kissing. Ha ha, even Tianchuan dislikes you. The three of them took turns hugging Tianchuan, 1 minute each, not a second more or less. Poor little Tianchuan looked at her father with longing eyes. Dad, Yi Chen asked speechlessly, Old donkey, have you hugged enough? Of course I haven't had enough of holding her. Little Tuanchuan is so cute. I could hold her all day and still not get enough. It would be even better if I could kiss her. If I have a daughter in the future, she will definitely be as cute as little Tuanchuan. Yi Chun, dream on. Lu Hao questioned. Chinner, what do you mean? Do you think I can't give birth to such a cute daughter? Am I not good looking enough? Yi Chun calmly took Xiao Tuanchuan into his arms. Not bad. Brother Donkey is the face of our dormitory. His daughter will definitely be even cuter than Tuanchuan. That's natural. Chinner, what do you think of my new clothes? I'm going to meet my beautiful mentor today, so I have to dress nicely. This dress is brand new. The female tycoon only came once last time. I wonder when she'll come again. I'll definitely dress up nicely this time. Hu Yuxuan thought to himself. Chinner, has that tycoon contacted you privately? She was watching you closely last time. Maybe she's keeping an eye on you. If you get noticed by this tycoon, you'll rise to the top. Don't forget your roommates then. Lu Hao patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. If you have a child with a tycoon, you might be able to gain status through your child. Yi Chun's lips twitched. Is the father more valuable than the son? He's not so lowly as to climb the social ladder by relying on his child. He has hands and feet, and he can earn a little money by writing songs. Brother Donkey, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. I'm planning to open a studio. Do you want to come? Lu Hao exclaimed in surprise. Damn. Opening a studio requires at least several million. Do you have any registered capital? You gave us some money last time, so you don't have much left, do you? Yi Chun said. There's still some left, enough to register a small company. I've already decided on the name. For Saints Music Media Company, Limited. Lu Peng said. Ha 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 ha. For Saints. Chinner, are you talking about us? Hu Yuxuan nodded repeatedly. Okay, we'll be shareholders of the company from now on. We'll have food to eat if we follow Chinner. We'll give you all the money we got last time. You can use it to start your own company. Yes, we'll all be major shareholders in the future. Lu Hao laughed heartily, indulging in his daydreams. Okay, after you finish your defense and get your diploma, come work at our company. The group quickly reached an agreement. If it didn't work out, they could just consider the money wasted and they could earn it back later. After 2 hours of fussing, Lu Hao and his group finally changed their clothes and ran in a Song Wanning as they went out. Yi Chun, you're back too. Song Wanning squeezed Tuanchuan's little hand. Tuanchuan, you're here too. Auntie, hello. Tuanchuan greeted everyone very politely, her adorable voice melting hearts. Song Wanning took Tuanchuan and hugged her, and the surrounding crowd stopped to watch. Holy crap, is this Yi Chun and Song Wanning's daughter? They look so alike. The school beauty and the school hunk already have a daughter. This is shocking news. What's going on? The school's most beautiful and handsome girl has a daughter. Is this really so outrageous? She hasn't even graduated from university yet, and her daughter is already this big. The more they talk, the more outrageous it gets. To avoid unnecessary speculation, Yi Chun took Tuanchuan from him, saying, I'll hold you. Little Tuanchuan has gotten chubby. When Tuanchuan heard her father say that she had gotten chubby, she pouted and looked aggrieved. Although she is small, she is still a baby who loves to look good. Daddy, Tuanchuan is not fatty. Without fatty, Tuanchuan has lost weight again. Yi Chun affectionately kissed the little guy's face and carried Tuanchuan to the office. However, the rumor has already spread throughout the entire Imperial University. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels fast. Oh, have you all heard? The school beauty and the school hunk have a daughter who's almost 3 years old. I've heard about it too. This is incredible. He hasn't even graduated from college yet, and he's already got a daughter. I heard that the two of them are going to get their marriage certificate right after graduation. I'm so envious. Song Wanning is such a winner in life, having such a handsome husband. Yi Chun, he's my dream man. I haven't even won him over yet. How could he already have a daughter? It was the most popular topic on the forum. Yi Chun Song Wanning's daughter. Song Wanning and Yi Chun get their marriage certificate. However, Yi Chun knew nothing about this and had just entered the office. Lu Hao and the others were behind him, touching their hair and straightening their clothes. Is it good, Brother Hu? You look great, Brother Donkey. You're the most handsome. Believe in yourself. Maybe the beautiful teacher will take a liking to you. Lu Hao walked in with great confidence. However, the mentor didn't even glance at him, but warmly said to Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, you've arrived, please have a seat." Yi Chun sat down beside the baby, holding him in his arms. When Yang Bo saw Xiao Tuanchuan, he was visibly stunned for a few seconds, and asked incredulously, "This is yours?" "My daughter." "Yi Chun, your daughter? You already have a daughter? How come I didn't know?" Yang Bo asked in a low voice. Maybe it's because of some stupid things I did in the past that I ended up with a daughter." Yi Chun said this nonsense with a straight face. Tuanchuan hugged her father's neck with both paws, as if afraid others wouldn't know, and called out in a babyish voice, "Daddy." "Omega. Sweetie, sit here first. Daddy has to go up and give his thesis defense. Be a good boy, okay?" Yi Chun affectionately ruffled Xiao Tuanchuan's hair and placed her on the seat. "Good boy, Tuanchuan," the little guy said in his sweet, childish voice. Yang Bo was stunned for a moment. The only person she had ever taken a liking to already had a daughter? 79. Don't let Dad talk to the pretty auntie. Dad, you can do it. Tuanchuan stretched out her two little paws and clapped, cheering for her dad. Yi Chun went up to give his defense, and Xiao Tuanchuan sat below listening attentively, her big, dark eyes looking at her father. Although the baby didn't understand what it was, she listened very carefully. Lu Hao held Tuanchuan's little hand and said, "Little Tuanchuan, you can't understand what your dad is saying. Come here and let Uncle give you a hug, okay?" "Don't want." Tuanchuan pulled her little hand back and continued watching her father. "Ha ha, Chinner's daughter is so cute. Can she understand what we're saying? Sitting next to us, she really looks like a primary school student." Tuanchuan was well-behaved and didn't say anything, just listened to her father's report. Who could refuse such a well-behaved and sensible baby? Even Yang Bo liked Xiao Tuanchuan very much and touched her little hand. "Baby, how old are you this year?" Little Tuanchuan has held up 3 little fingers. She'll be 3 years old soon. "Good girl." After Yi Chun finished his report, the little guy happily clapped for his father and said in his childish voice, "Daddy, great job. Chunner, your daughter really gives you face." She even cheers for her father. Lu Hao almost burst into tears. "Wah, I want one too. When will my daughter be born?" Lu Peng comforted him. "Keep dreaming. You can have anything in your dreams. Buy a nice pillow today." "Lu Peng, even you're making fun of me. You already have a girlfriend, but what about your daughter?" Lu Peng stammered. My girlfriend said she doesn't want to have children, and I respect her decision. I'll let you play with your kids then." "Lu Hao, don't even think about it." Yi Chun's report was perfect, without any flaws, and then it was time for Lu Hao and the others to arrive. Lu Hao held Tuanchuan's hand and said to her, "Tuanchuan, my darling, how about you cheer for Uncle later? Uncle will buy you a lollipop later." "Good." Tuanchuan tried her best to be a little audience member, clapping her hands until they were smoking. Aside from Yi Chun, Lu Hao and the others received a severe scolding from their instructor. Yang Bo left Yi Chun behind, and Tuanchuan snuggled in her father's arms like a little clingy brat. Yang Bo asked, "Yi Chun, was the person who used your phone to talk to me last time your girlfriend?" Yi Chun stammered in response, It's Tuanchuan's mother. Although Fengli wasn't his girlfriend, she was Tuantuan's mother, and he wasn't wrong about that." Yang Bo nodded, his expression clearly showing some disappointment. "A student from Imperial University?" "No." Yang Bo didn't ask any more questions. He chatted with Yi Chun for a couple more minutes before letting him leave. Little Tuanchuan waved her little paws, saying, "Goodbye, Auntie." "Goodbye, Tuanchuan." When he came out, Lu Hao was dejected. Yi Chun comforted him. "Don't be discouraged. This is only the first time. Do you think I'm upset about this? I mean, I wore such a beautiful outfit today, and my beautiful mentor didn't even glance at me," Lu Hao said in a low voice. Yi Chun was speechless. "I only want to marry a rich woman, and I don't want to work hard, but unfortunately, I'm not pretty enough." Lu Hao was furious. He grabbed Yi Chun's face and said, "Chunner, give me your face, and I'll be wildly unrestrained." Tuanchuan clung to Lu Hao with her 2 little hands, revealing her tiny baby teeth in a fierce yet adorable way. "Don't bully Daddy. Chunner, your daughter is too protective of her father. I haven't even done anything yet." Yi Chun chuckled. "Of course, my daughter loves her father the most. Whenever I get hurt, she insists on putting a band-aid on me. Lu Hao and his friends were insanely jealous. I want to have 10 or 8 daughters in the future, and they'll stick to me every day. Little Tuanshuan continued to hug her father's neck, pressing her face against his every now and then, being incredibly clingy. After settling things at school, Yichen prepared to take Tuan Tuan back, but Song Wan Ning stopped him downstairs. I missed the last concert. Is it okay this time? Are you free tomorrow morning? Oh, okay, I'm free. Yichen wasn't very good at refusing others, but since it was something he hadn't done last time, he agreed on the spot. Song Wanning raised her hand and gently wiped the ink off Yichen's face. Yichen stepped back slightly, creating distance between them. Then, Song Wanning stuffed another admission ticket into Yichen's pocket. Tuanshuan watched intently, her eyes glued to the screen. Mom told her to keep an eye on Dad and not let any other pretty aunties talk to him. This is her father. Song Wanning tilted her head and said, Yichen, don't forget, tomorrow morning. Good. After putting Tuanshuan in the car, Yichen was about to leave when Chu Yi suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Yichen, I want to go back too, but I don't have a car. Could you take me home? Yichen, I'm very busy. Ask your boyfriend to come and take you. Chu Yi stomped her foot angrily. Yichen, I've already given you a chance. Why don't you cherish it? Ah, it's Chu Yi. Why is she clinging to Yichen? Isn't her boyfriend Yemo? I don't know. Maybe she broke up with Yemo. I heard that Yemo is getting very close to a female celebrity, a popular young actress. They've even been photographed together. Poor Chu Yi. She was abandoned by Yemo. Chu Yi gritted her teeth in anger. Yemo had indeed not contacted her recently, and she had also seen the news online. Yemo cheated on his girlfriend. That's too much. Yichen didn't want to talk too much with this woman, so he started the engine and drove past her, leaving Chu Yi jumping up and down in frustration. Yichen, you stop right there. She's clearly a rich heiress with many suitors, yet now Yemo and Yichen are ignoring her. Ha ha ha, the rich heiress Chu Yi has actually been dumped. Yes, she's spoiled, willful, and arrogant. Who could stand her? Yichen and Song Wanning are very close, so of course he has no time to pay attention to her. Chu Yi listened to her classmates' comments, her face turning ashen. Unable to refute them, she could only slink away from the scene. When Yichen returned in the afternoon, he happened to run into Familly, and the two of them went inside at the same time. Tuanshuan excitedly pointed to the car next to her. Mommy. Yes, your mother is back too. Yichen got out of the car, picked up the little one, and the little guy took off his short legs to find his mother. Familly picked up Tuanshuan and asked softly, Tuanshuan, what did you do today? Mommy, Daddy. Daudu. Tuanshuan pointed one of her little fingers at her father's pocket. Yichen, what does that mean? Why are you pointing to his pocket? Familly slowly approached and asked in a low voice, What's in your pocket? Yichen reached into his pocket, and all he found was an admission ticket that Song Wan Ning had given him. 80 Yichen, I really want to pounce on her. No, there's nothing inside. Yichen took out an admission ticket and turned his pockets inside out. Familly pointed to the card in Yichen's hand and asked, What is this? Yichen explained, This is a concert ticket given to me by a classmate. They said we should go to the concert together tomorrow morning. Tuanshuan said in her childish voice, Pretty auntie. Yichen wanted to shut this little guy up. What pretty aunt? She was just an ordinary classmate. Familly's eyes darkened. Pretty junior? Yichen continued to explain, No, it's Song Wanning, my classmate. We went to the concert together, but she couldn't make it last time, and she said she was a little disappointed. So many pretty aunties. Little Tuanshuan tilted her head back and spoke in a childish voice. Yichen quickly picked her up and covered her mouth with his hand. Familly, don't listen to Xiao Tuanshuan's nonsense. There's no such thing as a pretty auntie. I only met my mentor and Song Wanning today. I met a few female students on the way who asked for my WeChat, but I didn't give it to them. Familly raised an eyebrow. So you're quite popular at school? Even with a daughter, so many female students still want to add you on social media? Yichen scratched his head sheepishly, realizing he was quite popular. You like female juniors? I didn't. Yichen denied repeatedly. Familly put the admission ticket back into Yichen's pocket, a smile curving her lips. I'm going to a concert with my classmates tomorrow morning to relax. Good. Yichun scratched his head, feeling that Familly seemed angry. He just went to a concert with his classmates, so it should be fine, right? Familly poked half her head out from the living room inside. There must be something fishy about why her sister would be so generous as to let Yichun and other female classmates go to the concert. Tuanshuan continued to say to her mother, "Dad, you're great, tell." Good. The little guy was too young, and his speech was intermittent, unable to express anything clearly, which amused Yichun. My pretty Annie said, "Daddy is handsome." The little boy uttered another sentence. Yichun almost covered her mouth again. Familly continued, "Anything else?" Pretty Auntie, touch Daddy's face. The little one pointed a tiny finger at his face and complained to his mother in a childish voice. Yichun almost cried because there was something on his face. Song Wanning wiped it off for him, and the little guy actually saw it. Familly stared intently at Yichun. "He touched your face?" Yichun immediately explained, "No, there was something on my face that Song Wanning wiped off for me. Suddenly, I feel even more wrong than Doi." "Really?" Familly asked, half believing and half doubting. "Yes, really." Yichun nodded seriously and explained. Familly didn't ask any more questions, but Yichun felt that Familly didn't seem to intend to let him go. After finishing her meal, Tuanshuan continued drawing, holding a small paint palette in her hand and even mixing colors. The baby is particularly sensitive to colors. Yichun played games for a while, then opened a video app to watch gossip. The first thing he saw was about Yimo. He was photographed on a late-night date with a popular young actress. No wonder Chu-yi acted like she was going crazy. He actually had a special relationship with Chu-yi. After all, he had treated her like a younger sister since she was a child, carrying her on his back every day. Familly came out of the study and handed Yichun a gold invitation, saying, "There's a press conference at the phone group tomorrow afternoon. You can go and take a look." "A press conference? Sure, I'll bring Tuanshuan along." When Tuanshuan was suddenly called by name, she quickly showed her drawing to her father. "Dad, Tuanshuan is drawing." Yichun took a good look at Tuan's masterpiece, colorful little flowers, 7 flowers with 7 petals. "Tuanshuan's drawing is really good. Can you teach Daddy to draw?" "Good." Tuanshuan took a paintbrush and taught her father how to draw. Familly glanced at Familly, then subtly moved to her side. "Sister, do you need my help tonight?" "I've already prepared the key this time. I guarantee Yichun won't escape your grasp." Familly said calmly, "No need. I don't want to force him." Familly glanced at Yichun, who was drawing, and already had an idea in mind. Let her be the matchmaker. After Familly went upstairs, Yichun also took Tuan upstairs. Familly suddenly said, "Yichun, my sister needs to see you tonight. Don't forget to go to her room." "Good." Familly smiled maliciously. "Don't forget, my sister has something important to discuss with you." Although Yichun had some doubts, he still agreed. After putting Tuanshuan to sleep, Yichun went to Familly's room. The door was open and no one was inside, so Yichun sat on the sofa and waited. Why is Familly looking for him so late? Is it about tomorrow's press conference? Yichun yawned. At that moment, the bathroom door opened. The woman was only wearing a white bath towel. Her skin was as smooth as fine mutton fat jade, gleaming under the light. Her soft breasts seemed ready to burst forth. Her waist was so slender it could be encircled with one hand, and her legs were long and straight, making the viewer's blood boil. Yichun immediately covered his nose. Familly, you're taking a shower." "Oh no, my nose almost started bleeding." Familly was somewhat surprised when she saw Yichun. Could it be that Yichun has finally figured it out? Familly curled her lips into a smile, slowly approached, and bent down to say, "Yichun, what brings you to my room tonight? Didn't you send me?" Familly asked in confusion. When did I ask you to come to my room?" After saying that, her soft, boneless fingers hooked around Yichun's collar, and she said seductively, "Have you figured it out?" Yichun opened his eyes in confusion. "What have you figured out? What do you think?" Familly had just finished showering, and her body exuded a pleasant fragrance. Yichun felt restless and really wanted to pounce on her. Yichun swallowed hard. It was Familly. Familly said you had something important to discuss with me tonight, and asked me to come to your room, so I came. Didn't you know? Feng Li's eyes grew increasingly deep, as if he had understood something. Just then, the sound of a door being locked rang out. Yi Chun patted the door from inside. Feng Yin, let me out. Feng Yin grabbed the keys and ran off. Today, she had to help her sister win over Yi Chun. When Yi Chun heard that there was no more noise outside, he completely gave up. He'll be spending another night in Feng Li's room tonight. Feng Li, we were tricked by Feng Yin. How about I sleep on the sofa and you sleep on the bed? Yi Chun readily rolled onto the sofa, but Feng Li grabbed his collar and pulled him up, saying, Go to bed. You slept in the same bed last night and got a stiff neck. No need, I'll sleep on the sofa. As soon as Yi Chun finished speaking, Feng Li dragged him onto the bed. Yi Chun tried to get up, but Feng Li pinned him down. If you sleep with me, will I eat you? 81 Sleeping together in each other's arms. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in a room together. Yi Chun was pinned down by Feng Li, her legs resting on his lower abdomen, sitting on him in an ambiguous position. What's wrong with it? Do you want to sleep on the sofa again tonight? Have you forgotten that your neck was crooked yesterday? Yi Chun shook his head. I haven't forgotten. I'll sleep on the bottom, and you sleep on the top. When Feng Li agreed, Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Can you let me go now? Feng Li raised an eyebrow. Didn't you want to sleep on the bottom? Am I supposed to sleep on top of you? Yi Chun. Feng Li, I'll sleep on the floor, and you'll sleep in the bed. No, the floor is too cold. You're not very healthy. What if you catch a cold? I'm a grown man. I can sleep on the floor without any problem. Just let me go. As Yi Chun struggled, he accidentally touched Feng Li's thigh. Her skin was smooth and delicate, like the finest mutton fat jade, cool and slippery. It feels so good. Feng Li held Yi Chun firmly beneath her, then sat on top of him, looking down at him. Sleep on the bed. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Yi Chun was burning with desire under the pressure. Afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back, he stayed far away from Feng Li and lay down on the edge of the bed. This is torture. This is so agonizing. Yi Chun lay awake, unable to fall asleep. Although his back was to Feng Li, he could clearly smell the fresh and pleasant fragrance emanating from him. Suddenly, Feng Li put an arm around him, and Yi Chun quietly removed her hand. Feng Li, get some sleep. Yi Chun pointed at Feng Li's nose and casually touched her smooth face. He didn't dare to touch her when she was awake. He only dared to touch her when she was asleep. Feng Li wrapped her arms around Yi Chun's neck again, pressing them against his chest, as if talking to herself. Don't go. Her coquettish tone left Yi Chun stunned on the spot, and he remained in her arms for the rest of the time. The next day, Yi Chun and Feng Li hugged each other tightly, like a couple who had just woken up. Then, they both froze for a moment. Yi Chun released Feng Li, explaining awkwardly. Feng Li, you had a dream yesterday. You must have dreamt about something that made you unwilling to let go, so. Feng Li coughed a few times and pulled her pajamas tighter around herself. Did you sleep well last night? Good. Yi Chun got out of bed, put on his shoes, and ran outside. Feng Yin was waiting at the door. Yi Chun bumped into Feng Yin as soon as he came out, glaring at her fiercely. Yi Chun, how did you sleep last night? Did you sleep well? No need to thank me. Yi Chun gritted his teeth in anger. Very well. Okay, that's fine. You and my sister have been sleeping together, so you have to take responsibility for my sister. Or, how about we get our marriage certificate in a few days? Yi Chun twitched his lips. No need, thank you. Yi Chun, do you want to be an irresponsible scumbag? My sister is beautiful, has a great figure, and is rich. Why won't you marry her? Feng Yin questioned Yi Chun from behind. Yi Chun did not answer, and helped Tianchuan get dressed. The little one, half asleep, hugged his father's neck and called out, Daddy. Yes, Dad is here. After washing the little one's face, Yi Chun placed him on the sofa. Why does he always feel like he's forgotten something important, but he can't remember what it is? As soon as Feng Li came downstairs, Feng Yin looked at her belly and said something shocking. Sister, will you give Tianchuan a little brother or sister? Feng Li raised her finger and flicked Feng Yin's forehead. Feng Yin, what are you thinking about? I didn't. This time, Feng Yin finally behaved herself. After Yi Chun finished eating, he picked up his phone and saw a message from Song Wanning. Yi Chun, are you there? Are you still asleep? The concert is about to start. Yi-chen, did you oversleep? Yi-chen, wake up. Song Wanting sent several messages in a row, but received no response. Yi-chen glanced at the time on his phone and felt a chill run down his spine. It was already 9 o'clock. The concert will start at 8 o'clock. So he missed it again. Song Wanting, I'm so sorry, I overslept today. I was a little tired last night. It's okay, I'm listening. Don't forget next time. Good day. Yi-chen still felt somewhat guilty, as he had promised Song Wanting several times, but had not kept his promise even once. Familly turned her head and asked, Yi-chen, didn't you say that I was going to a concert with my classmates today and wouldn't be going? Yi-chen scratched his head. Yeah, I got up too late this morning and missed it. Don't forget to attend the press conference this afternoon. Good. Yi-chen continued to draw with Tuan Tuan. When he got bored, he checked his phone. Yimo's second concert had already started, but not many tickets had been sold. Yimo's concert tickets sold 3,000 copies. Yimo cheated on his girlfriend. Yimo's strength is undeniable. Tickets are selling like hotcakes. Ha ha ha. Isn't Yimo supposed to be pretty popular? He has tens of millions of fans. So how come he only sold 3,000 copies? He's even worse off than some obscure nobody. Yeah, wasn't he supposed to be the most promising male singer? What's with the 3,000 votes? The most promising male singer? He's probably self-proclaimed. The crowd erupted in sarcastic remarks. Yimo's face turned pale with anger, and he started throwing things again. Grandma Yi stayed far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Ye's father said coldly, Yimo, what happened again? Why are you so short-tempered? How old are you? You should really control your temper. Yimo broke down and said, Dad, the second concert sold more than 3,000 tickets. How am I supposed to survive in the industry now? I messed up my last concert, and many fans didn't appreciate it. I've lost over 5 million followers in the last few days. If this continues, how am I supposed to keep making money here? Mr. Yi frowned. Sigh, we'd have Yi-chun write lyrics for you obediently, and you'd make money as long as you released an album. But he's not under our control now, so your concerts are out of the question. Ye's father's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something. Yimo, today is the press conference of Feng's group. We have cooperated with Feng's group before. Maybe you can take this opportunity to get in and meet President Feng. A press conference? Can I really get in? Father Yi took out a white invitation and handed it to Yimo. Of course you can. With this invitation, you can go in and see Familly. Good. Yimo stuffed the invitation into his pocket. If he knew Mr. Feng, why would he need to hold a concert? He's just as good looking as Yi-chan. President Feng might actually be interested in him. Yimo was happily dreaming of the future. He went upstairs to change into his most expensive suit and had the maid do his hair and put on some light makeup. I'll be in my best condition when I meet with President Feng. 82 Let's go home together. Yi-chun took Tuan Tuan and Familly to the press conference. Just as I was about to get off the bus, I realized what was going on. There were many media reporters at the company entrance. Yi-chun said, Familly, you go in first. I'll take Tuan in later. Familly unbuckled her seatbelt. Okay, here's the card. You'll need it to get in. Goodbye, Mommy. The little one waved happily to his mother. See you later. Familly got out of the car, and a group of media reporters frantically took pictures of her, while Yi-chun and Tuan Tuan watched from the window. Thankfully, I didn't go down with Familly. Otherwise, it'll be on the front page tomorrow. After Familly left for a while, the media reporters followed her inside. There weren't many people outside, so Yi-chun got out of the car carrying Tuan. The little baby held his father's hand and went to find his mother. Mother! As Yi-chun reached the door, he encountered an uninvited guest, Yimo. Yimo glanced at Yi-chun, who was still wearing a cheap coat and white sneakers, clearly a poor guy. Yi-chun, what are you doing here, and with your adopted daughter? What are you doing in a place like this? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Bad person. The little girl pointed at Yimo and complained to her father. Yimo's face darkened. Yi-chun, your daughter really doesn't know any better. What bad person? Did you teach her? Yi-chun gently rubbed the baby's head. Tuan is very smart. She has been able to distinguish between good and bad people since she was little. She doesn't need to be taught. Yimo said impatiently. What are you doing at the phone group press conference? Did you come to the wrong place? You think you can just walk in here? Without an admission ticket, you can't get in at all. Yi Mo pulled out the admission ticket from his pocket. See this? This is the admission ticket. You wouldn't know even if I told you, you country bumpkin. Yi Chen laughed coldly. Is that so? Yi Chen pulled a golden admission ticket directly from his pocket and raised an eyebrow. Mine and yours seem to be different. Yi Mo was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is Yi Chen's admission ticket gold? His is white. Yi Chen, don't think you can just get in with any gold card. Let me tell you, it's impossible. As soon as Yi Mo finished speaking, Yi Chen took the card and went inside. The people around him were very respectful, and there was even someone to guide him. Mr. Yi, please come in. After Yi Mo entered, no one paid any attention to him. They were all fawning over Yi Chen, following him around like lapdogs. Yi Mo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. How exactly did Yi Chen obtain the golden admission ticket? Impossible. How could someone like Yi Chen possibly get a golden ticket? It might have been stolen from somewhere. That must be it. Yi Mo followed Yi Chen inside. Yi Chen sat in the front row, while Yi Mo sat in the last row, ignored by everyone. Yi Mo had always been the one to trample Yi Chen underfoot, but now Yi Chen had actually surpassed him. Yi Mo was extremely unhappy, but he couldn't do anything about it, since this was the phone group's press conference. Most importantly, we must not tarnish his image in President Feng's eyes. As soon as Familly appeared, Tuanshuan clapped her little hands and whispered in her father's ear, Mommy. Yes, it's Mom. Yi Chen looked at Familly on the stage, full of confidence and self-assurance, as if nothing was worth mentioning in her eyes, and everyone else was like ants. Today, there are dozens of business tycoons present, including founders and chairmen of various groups who want to cooperate with the phone group. Yi Chen sat beside him, feeling out of place. Sir, you're so young. What brand are you the founder of? A middle-aged man asked kindly. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment. I am the founder of Xixing Music Media Company, Limited. It really is a new brand. I've never heard of it before. They're truly a force to be reckoned with. The bigwigs nodded in agreement. Yi Chen. The company name hadn't been registered yet, so of course these people didn't know. After Familly finished her speech, she was surrounded by people when she came down. Yi Mo immediately went up to talk to her, but he was blocked by the crowd and could not see President Feng at all. After the person in front of him finally finished speaking, Yi Mo walked up to Familly and said politely, President Feng, I am young Master Yi. You have worked with our company before, and my father often mentions you. Familly said indifferently, Oh, I don't know him. Yi Mo's smile instantly froze, and he said awkwardly, President Feng is very busy and may have a bad memory, but my father remembers. Familly didn't bother to say another word to him and walked straight to Yi Chen's side. Let's go back. Good. Yi Chen carried Tuan and Familly away together. Yi Mo froze on the spot, completely bewildered. What was going on? How could Yi Chen, this poor loser, possibly know President Feng? Impossible. Yi Mo followed behind, watching Familly and Yi Chen talk, her tone gentle, her eyes reddening with jealousy. What merit or ability does Yi Chen possess to know such an important figure as Familly? Yi Mo was furious and rushed forward to stop Yi Chen. Brother, how do you know President Feng? Yi Chen said coldly. What does this have to do with you? You're not even going to introduce me. When did you meet President Feng? Does President Feng even know who you are? Yi Mo then looked at Familly and said politely, President Feng, you probably don't know this, but this is my brother, who is also the adopted son of the Yi family. I heard that my mother picked him up from the mountains. Yi Mo summarized Yi Chen's background clearly in just 2 sentences, a poor guy from the mountains. He simply couldn't believe that someone of Familly's status and position would fall for a bastard child picked up from the mountains. Familly said expressionlessly, What's it to you? Yi Mo replied with a smile. President Feng, I just wanted to remind you not to be fooled by my brother. He has no money. I have money, and I can support Yi Chen even if he doesn't. Yi Chen, let's go. Familly grabbed Yi Chen's arm and led him away. Yi Mo stood there blankly, like a clown. What did President Feng mean by that? Did she really let Yi Chen become her lover? Yi Chen had some incredible luck. Yi Mo was almost driven mad with jealousy. He had dressed up so carefully for so long, but Familly hadn't even glanced at him. Instead, she was holding Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen turned around and glanced at Yi Mo behind him, his expression indifferent, yet seemingly provocative. Was that the person who kicked you out of your house? Yi-chan said in a low voice. He framed me, so my parents kicked me out of the house. After all, I am an adopted son, and he is their biological son. Familly held Yi-chan's hand. From now on, my home is your home. You don't need to go back anymore. 83 Yi-chan actually dared to fight back. Daddy, come home. The little girl is hugging her dad's neck, wanting him to go home with her. Okay, let's go home. Once in the car, Yi-chan saw through the window that Yi-mo was standing there, gritting his teeth, his face as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Yi-mo has always been competitive, so he must have been discouraged this time. Bad guy. Little Tianchuan pointed a tiny finger at Yi-mo outside and said to her mother in her babyish voice, Bad guy. Yi-chan was both amused and exasperated. Tuanzi only knew one bad person, Yi-mo. People who bully their fathers are bad people. Don't be angry, little one. Daddy isn't angry. Let's go home. Yi-chan gently rubbed the little boy's head. Tuanchuan was quickly coaxed by her father and was eating a lollipop in her little hand. Daddy, have some candy. Little Tuanchuan took a candy out of her pocket and gave it to her father. Thank you, baby. Yi-chan felt sweet inside after eating the candy his daughter gave him. He then took out a milk candy from the little guy's pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in Familly's mouth. Try this milk candy. It tastes pretty good, right? Yi-chan was too nervous and accidentally touched Familly's lips again. He quickly withdrew his hand and scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted you to taste this candy. Familly raised an eyebrow. Very sweet. Yi-chan lowered his head and swallowed hard. As long as it's sweet. Little Tianchuan pointed a tiny finger at her father's ear and said, Daddy, your ears are red. Yi-chan, can this little bundle of joy please stop talking? I really want to shut him up. Dad, Hong Hong. Tianchuan continued speaking in her childish voice, holding onto her mother's little hand and showing her off. A hint of a smile seemed to appear at the corner of Familly's eyes. Yi-chan, why are your ears so red? Yi-chan stammered. Just now. It was a bit too hot, and Tianchuan somehow touched my ear. The little guy shook his head. No, Tianchuan doesn't have any. The wrongly accused little boy spoke to his father in a sweet, childlike voice. You have. No. The father and daughter's back and forth banter amused Familly. After finally getting off the car, Familly had just entered the room when Yi-chan put Tuan on the ground and squatted down to give the little guy a good talking to. From now on, you are not allowed to say that Dad's ears are red. The baby tilted his head innocently, then shook it, looking at his father with his big, innocent eyes. Dad, Tianchuan won't lie. Dad said that a baby who lies is not a good baby. Therefore, Tianchuan never lies. Yi-chan sighed and rubbed his forehead. Tianchuan, Daddy didn't tell you to lie, but you're not allowed to say that Daddy's ears are red. Do you hear me? Tianchuan nodded and pinched her father's ear with her little hand. Dad red. Yi-chan was amused and said seriously, Dad's ears are naturally this red, just like the red paint you used. Don't say that again next time. Familly walked slowly closer with her long, slender legs, and a pair of high heels came into view. Yi-chan, what are you saying to Tuan? I didn't say anything. I asked Tianchuan what she wanted to eat today, and Tianchuan said she wanted to eat little milk cake. Tianchuan shook her head, about to speak, when her father covered her mouth. Familly, you have dinner with Tuan. I'm going back to the Yi family. My grandma is still there. She doesn't like living here and keeps saying she wants to go back. Okay, go early and come back early. I'll be waiting for you in the room tonight. Yi-chan was stunned for a moment. Was Familly waiting for him in the room? Etc. Did he mishear? He must have misheard. Yi-chan put Tuan on the sofa and said, Eat well tonight. Daddy has to go out for a bit. The little baby hugged his father's legs tightly with both arms, refusing to let go no matter what. No, I want my dad. Familly said. If Tianchuan wants to go, then let her go with you. Tianchuan is very well behaved, and Grandma likes her very much too. Okay, then I'll take Tianchuan with me. You go ahead and eat. As soon as Yi-mo got home, he started smashing things like crazy. His emotions were extremely unstable, especially after seeing Yi-chan and Familly together. He was so jealous that he went crazy. Grandma Yi tried to dissuade him, saying, Xiao Mo, Why are you throwing a tantrum again? Why is your temper so bad? None of your business. They're all your good grandsons. What makes Yi Chen so special? What makes him worthy of President Feng's attention? Yi Mo was yelling at Grandma Yi, and Yi Chen happened to see this. He walked over and shoved Yi Mo away. Yi Mo, is this how the Yi family teaches you to respect your elders? You yell at your grandmother like that. Yi Chen, it's none of your business. She's your grandma, not mine. Why did you come back? Did you come here to show off to me? Yi Mo sneered. Showing off that you brought a burden on your shoulders and still managed to get close to President Feng. Tuanshuan glared at Yi Mo with a cute but fierce look. You bad guy. You little burden. How dare you call me a bad person? Yi Mo raised his hand to pinch Tuanshuan's cheek, but Yi Chen stopped him, saying, Don't touch my daughter. Yi Chen used some force, and Yi Mo was pushed to the ground. Yi Chen, how dare you push me? Do you know whose house this is? Yi Mo stood up and was about to lay a hand on Yi Chen when Grandma Yi stopped him, saying, Xiao Mo, Xiao Chen just got home. Don't hit him. Yi Chen pushed me first. As soon as Yi Mo touched Yi Chen grabbed both of his arms, and no matter how much Yi Mo struggled, it was to no avail. Bad guy. Little Tuanshuan ran to Yi Mo's side, spoke in a cute but fierce tone, revealing a few newly grown baby teeth, making her look stern. Yi Mo was so angry that his eyes turned red. He didn't know where Yi Chen got such strength from. Yi Chen, let me go? This is my home, and you have no right to run wild here. Yi Chen said in a low voice. I didn't act wildly. I just wanted to tell you that you should know how to respect your elders. Your grandmother is also your grandmother. My grandma? She didn't raise me when I was little. She raised you. She's not my grandma. Yi Mo was arguing with Yi Chen when Ye's mother came downstairs and saw Yi Chen bullying her son like this, which enraged her. She walked over, raised her hand, and was about to slap Yi Chen across the face, but this time Yi Chen didn't obediently take the hit. Instead, he grabbed her wrist. Ye's mother stared in shock. Yi Chen, have you gone too far? How dare you bully your brother? Yi Chen actually dared to fight back. In the past, when hadn't I always made her obediently accept my beatings and scoldings? He's become a completely different person now, even though he's only been away for a month. Yi Chen released his mother's hand, his face expressionless. If I don't dodge, am I supposed to just obediently stand here and let you beat and scold me? 84. A protective grandmother. Yi Chen, you've really gone too far. What have you been doing for the past month? Now I can't even hit you. Yi Chen said, Yes. Ye's mother said angrily. Yi Chen, you are going too far. I raised you with great difficulty, and now you treat me like this? I am your mother. Yi Chen said calmly. You didn't really raise me much before. I grew up with my grandmother, and I worked part-time while I was in college. Tell me, what has this family ever given me? You've gone too far. Mom, look at the good grandson you raised. Look at him now. How dare he talk to his own mother like that? Mother Yi said angrily. Grandma Yi sat motionless on the sofa, holding Tuanshuan in her arms. After a while, she said, I think Xiao Chen is right. You've never raised him, so why are you disciplining this son now? Isn't your son Xiao Mo? Mother Ye's face turned pale with anger. Yi Chen's household registration book is still with me. He is a member of the Yi family and is under my jurisdiction. Today you bullied Xiao Mo. Yi Chen, apologize to him. Yi Chen said coldly, apologize? Yi Mo was disrespectful to his elders. If anyone should apologize, it should be to Grandma, not me. Besides, as the older brother, don't I have the right to discipline my younger brother? Ye's mother was immediately rendered speechless, unable to utter a sound. This grandfather and grandson were clearly trying to oppose her and make her look bad. Just then, Ye's father returned home from get-off work, reeking of alcohol. Tuanshuan was most afraid of this smell, and she hid in her grandmother's arms in fright. Honey, you're finally back. You need to discipline your son properly. Yi Chen bullied Yi Mo and refused to apologize. He even talked back to me. I, as his mother, have no authority at all. Ye's mother clung to Ye's father's arm, crying and complaining, but Ye's father impatiently pushed her away. She's a haggard-looking woman. I hate to look at her, and she has a terrible temper. Who bullied Xiao Mo? Yi Mo said, Dad, you're finally back. My brother hit me again. He hit me as soon as I got back. Am I his punching bag? Ye's father looked impatient. Yi-Chen, why are you back? Who let you come back? Yi-Chen said coldly. I came back to see Grandma. Yi-Mo was disrespectful to Grandma. So is it wrong for me to make him apologize to her? Grandma Yi sighed. Ching-er, you've raised such an unruly child. Sigh, I'll leave tomorrow. Raising a son is really useless. Before you were sick, I carried you for dozens of miles to see a doctor. Now, everyone despises this old woman. Mr. Yi was already drunk, and recalling those past memories, he collapsed in front of Mrs. Yi. Mom, how could you say that? I remember how good you've been to me. Yi-Mo, come out here right now and apologize to your grandma. Yi-Mo reluctantly stepped forward, his voice very soft. Grandma, it was my fault. Grandma Yi picked at her ear. Oh dear, I'm old and my hearing isn't good. What did you say, Xiaomo? I can't hear you. Yi-Mo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in anger. This old woman was indeed on Yi-Chen's side, deliberately going against him. Yi-Mo continued. Grandma, I was wrong about what happened tonight, and I apologize to you. Grandma Yi said earnestly. You've already apologized to me, so you should also apologize to your brother. He was only saying those things to you because he wanted what was best for you. Yi-Mo glared at Yi-Chen, telling him that there was no way he would ever apologize to Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo, did you hear that? Your grandma told you to apologize to your brother. Apologize to him right now. Yi-Mo asked incredulously. Dad, you want me to apologize to that bastard Yi-Chen? Ye's mother's expression changed slightly. Old Qing, what are you doing? Yi-Mo was beaten by Yi-Chen. Why are you still making him apologize? Are you out of your mind? Nothing good ever happens to the family when this old woman comes home. Ye's father said impatiently. What's it to you? Get out of here. Yi-Mo, come here and apologize. Although Yi-Mo was unwilling, he dared not disobey his father, since he had not yet received the shares and the old man was still somewhat useful. Yi-Mo gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry. Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow. What are you apologizing for? Yi-Mo gritted his teeth and said, word by word, I shouldn't have fought with you. This was truly the first time Yi-Chen had ever heard Familly apologize. It seems that Patriarch Yi was really drunk this time. Otherwise he wouldn't have made Yi-Mo apologize to him. It doesn't matter. Yi-Chen waved his hand, not caring about Yi-Mo's apology. Mom, Xiaomo has already apologized, so please don't be angry this time. I dare not deal with this grandson. I'm going back tomorrow. I feel uncomfortable all over here. Grandma Yi touched her neck, and Xiao Tuanshuan quickly massaged her great-grandmother's neck. Mom, why are you leaving? Don't go. You haven't even been here for a few days. Mom, did she upset you? Mr. Yi pointed at Mrs. Yi. Has this woman made you suffer? I'll get rid of her right away. Ye's mother turned pale with fright and immediately grabbed Ye's father's hand. Husband, I've been very good to Mom. I haven't let her suffer. Grandma Yi said, No, it's just that I'm not comfortable living here and want to leave. Nobody's to blame. Grandma, give me a massage. Little Tuanshuan is giving her great-grandmother a back massage with her two tiny hands. She's really trying her best. Grandma Yi smiled from ear to ear. Our Tuanshuan is so good. She knows how to care for her great-grandmother. Great-grandmother. Little Tuanshuan laughed happily. Who wouldn't love such a soft and adorable little thing? Ye's father wanted to give him a hug, but Tuanshuan was very afraid of him and hid in her great-grandmother's arms. This is Yi-Chen's daughter? She looks just like him. Yi-Mo said in a low voice. Just a bastard. I don't even know who gave birth to him. Yi-Mo, shut up. Yi-Mo was scolded by his father and dared not say another word. His dad got drunk, and he seemed like a completely different person, siding so much with the old woman. I've never seen him siding with the old woman like this before. Grandma Yi said, Tuanshuan is not an illegitimate child. Tuanshuan has a mother. I have met Tuanshuan's mother. She is very beautiful. Yi-Mo asked in surprise. What? Yi-Chen, you actually have a girlfriend, and you're keeping President Feng on a string? Does Familly know about this? Yi-Chen wanted to laugh, but in order not to discourage Yi-Mo, he shook his head and said, President Feng naturally doesn't know about this. Yi-Chen, if President Feng finds out about this, he'll definitely kick you to the curb. Yi-Mo let out a cold laugh, already having made up his mind. He insisted on seeing President Feng and telling him about this. After being dumped by President Feng, Yi-chun was still at his mercy. Just thinking about trampling Yi-chun under my feet makes me feel so good. Omega. Keep dreaming. Anything is possible in dreams. 85. Continue to torment Yi-mo. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun almost burst out laughing. Yi-mo, if you want to say it, then say it. Nobody's stopping you. After all, Toanshuan is Feng Li's biological daughter. Yi-mo said in a low voice. Yi-chun, are you scared? Beg me, and maybe I won't tell President Feng about this. Yi-chun suppressed a smile. Yi-mo, let's talk about this after you see President Feng. But you probably won't be able to see her. President Feng is extremely busy. How could she possibly have time to see you? I have my own way of doing things. Don't think that just because the old lady is backing you up, you can act lawlessly at home. This is my home. Yi-mo was filled with anger. He grabbed Yi-chun's clothes with one hand and shoved him hard. Yi-chun was pushed down and sat on the ground. Dad. The little bundle of joy quickly climbed out of his grandmother's arms, went to support his father, his delicate little brows furrowed, and pointed a tiny finger at Yi-mo. Bad person. Anyone who bullies Daddy is a really bad person. When she grows up, she'll knock their head off. The little dumpling puffed out its cheeks in a huff. Grandma Yi said angrily. Xiao-mo, he's still your brother. How could you treat him like this? Yi Qingshan, how did you raise your son? He bullied Chun-chun again and pushed her down. Yi-mo looked at Yi-chun in disbelief. He hadn't had much strength at all just now. Yi-chun must have been faking it. He was actually faking it now. Ye's father glared at Yi-mo. How could you treat your brother like this? Yi-chun is still your brother. How could you bully him in front of your grandmother? Yi-mo whispered. Dad, I didn't mean to. I didn't use any force just now, and I don't know how he fell down. Yi-chun stood up from the ground, dusted himself off, and said, Grandma, I'm fine. Grandma Yi said with a stern face. Look at Chun-chun. She doesn't hold it against you at all. Xiao-mo, have your family spoiled you? Yi-mo took a deep breath, clenched his fists, his face turned ashen, and glared fiercely at Yi-chun. Yi-chun raised an eyebrow. He was simply giving Yi-mo a taste of his own medicine. Yi-mo had done the same thing to him before, and had done it quite often. He couldn't take it after just one time. Ye's father frowned and said, Yi-mo, you just pushed your brother down. Why don't you apologize to him right now? Dad, I already apologized. Why do I need to apologize again? I didn't use any force. He fell by himself, Yi-mo said impatiently. Ye's mother chimed in. Old Yi, Xiao-mo really didn't use any force just now. Yi-chun must have fallen down on his own and is trying to frame Xiao-mo. Grandma Yi sighed. Oh well, I'll leave tonight. Nobody respects me at home, and they don't treat me like their mother. I can only watch as Chun-chun is bullied. I'm a useless old woman. Mr. Yi looked at Mrs. Yi and said impatiently, Go away. You have no right to speak here. You spoil the child all day long. What kind of spoiled child is he? He's so disrespectful to his elders in front of my mother. What will become of him in the future? Yi-mo, you must apologize to your brother today. Yi-mo was dragged by his father to Yi-chun's side. He glared at Yi-chun with resentment, his gaze as if he wanted to devour him. I was wrong. Yi-mo apologized through gritted teeth, having swallowed all his anger today. He endured it for the sake of the Yi group's shares. Once he gets the shares, he'll never have to put up with this old man's temper again. Yi-chun picked at his ear. Huh? You're wrong. How could you be wrong? What did you do wrong? Yi-mo said in a low voice. I shouldn't have fought with you. Yi-chun patted Yi-mo's shoulder earnestly. Yi-mo, I am your brother. From now on, you must learn to respect your elders, especially your grandmother. Father Ye's anger surged. Remember? Your brother's teachings are all good. You're not allowed to disrespect your grandmother again. Dad, I understand. Yi-mo replied perfunctorily. I don't know when this old woman will leave. She's been clinging to Yi-chun every day. Mom, look, Xiao-mo has sincerely admitted his mistake and will respect you very much from now on. Why don't you stay here for a few more days? You've come all this way. Don't leave, Ye's father pleaded. Ye's mother and Yi-mo really hoped to hear the word leave from Grandma Ye's mouth, but unfortunately, Grandma Yi refused to say it. Okay, then I'll stay a few more days. Chun-chun must have suffered a lot at home and been bullied by these people. With her around, these people wouldn't dare to bully Chun-chun. Yi-mo, Mother Yi, didn't this old woman say she didn't like the city? I've been here for a week and they still won't leave. It's so annoying. However, because of Ye's father, neither the mother nor the son dared to speak, and Ye's mother even acted very politely towards Ye's grandmother. Mom, don't be angry. I've already asked the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xiaochen will stay and eat with us later. Okay, Qinshan, you eat with us too. Is Tuanshuan hungry? Come over here and let great-grandma take a look. Little Tuanshuan ran to her great-grandmother's side and said something to her that made her laugh out loud. Yimo said in a low voice, Yi-chun, don't be so smug. Only grandma can protect you. Once grandma goes back, let's see who can protect you then. Once I see President Feng, you're dead meat. You'll be kicked out by him. Let's see where you'll live then. You're not going to be sleeping on the streets, are you? Really? Then go ahead. Yi-chun was too lazy to waste words with Yimo, so he walked over to Grandma Ye's side. He figured he might as well spend his time talking to his grandmother. Dad, Tuanshuan, what did you talk to great-grandma about? Yi-chun pinched the little guy's pink and tender face. His big eyes blinked like grapes, which was so cute that it melted people's hearts. The little dumpling said in its childish voice, say Daddy and Mommy, kiss. Yi-chun covered the little dumpling's mouth in shock. What did you say again? Didn't Daddy say we can't talk nonsense? Tuanshuan shook her head. She wasn't talking nonsense. What she said was true. Dad and Mom kissed. Qinshan, why are you covering Tuanshuan's mouth? I haven't finished asking my question yet. Grandma Yi, holding the little dumpling, continued to ask questions. When she heard that Feng Li and Yi-chun were sleeping in the same room, she couldn't stop smiling. Qinshan, when are you going to bring your girlfriend home? If your girlfriend doesn't want to live at home, you can live with her outside. You can also bring grandma over for a few days. I can also take care of Tuanshuan. Yi-chun stammered, Grandma, let's wait a bit longer. I'm planning to buy a house soon. Grandma Yi said, we have to wait a little longer. How much longer? Our daughter is already so grown up. You don't want to take responsibility for her, do you? We can't be heartless men. 86, he has to sleep with me every night. Grandma, no I didn't. How could I be a heartless man? Yi-chun scratched his head awkwardly. He and Feng Li hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend, just a little ambiguous. Your daughter is all grown up now. Why don't you hurry up and marry her? What else do you want to do? Yi-chun explained. Grandma, things aren't as simple as you think. Once I've dealt with this, I'll bring her to see you. Okay, then you'd better hurry up. Tuanshuan is so big now. She'll be going to school soon, right? Yes, it'll be soon. Tuanshuan's dark eyes darted around, and she hugged her father's neck tightly. Daddy, don't go. Tuanshuan wants Daddy. Okay, no, Daddy will stay with Tuanshuan, okay? We won't go to school. Yi-chun rubbed Tuanshuan's little head. I'm not going. The little dumpling shook its head like a rattle drum. During mealtime, Tuanshuan sat obediently next to her father, wearing a small pocket, holding a small spoon in her little hand, and drinking soup by herself. Father Yi smiled, his face crinkling with wrinkles. Tuanshuan is such a good girl. Do you know who I am? I'm your grandpa. Call me grandpa now. Tuanshuan refused to call this wicked grandpa anymore, shook her head, and continued drinking her soup, waving her two short little legs. Dad, Tuanshuan doesn't want to eat vegetables. The little guy picked out the green vegetables from his bowl and gave them to his dad. Undeterred, Ye's father continued. Tuanshuan, I am your grandfather. Call me grandfather, my dear Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan shook her little head like a rattle drum, refusing to call him grandpa no matter what, and continued to drink her soup with her little spoon. Yi-chun, please tell Xiao Tuanshuan to call me grandpa. Ye's father said anxiously. I've never been a grandfather before. How can I not be anxious? Especially since I'm drunk right now. Yi-chun raised his head and said, President Yi, there's nothing I can do if Tuanshuan doesn't want to call you grandpa. I can't force the baby to say it. Besides, you've never raised Tuanshuan for a single day, so why should she call you grandpa? You are surnamed Yi, and Tuanshuan must also be surnamed Yi. We are both members of the Yi family. What's wrong with calling me grandpa? Tuanshuan pouted and refused to drink the soup. She was about to cry at any moment. Grandma Yi immediately stopped her and said, Stop talking. Tuanshuan can cry if she wants to, and she cannot cry if she doesn't want to. How can you force a 2- or 3-year-old baby? After being scolded, Ye's father dared not say another word and slunk away as he continued eating. When it was time for Tianxuan to leave, she waved her little hand to Grandma Yi goodbye, but ignored Grandma Ye's father. Look how cute that baby is. Why doesn't he call me Grandpa? Mr. Yi sighed repeatedly. Ye's mother tried to dissuade him, saying, when Yimo gets married and has children, the children he has will definitely be more beautiful and cute. Ye's father asked coldly, Yimo, where is Chu-yi? Have you appeased her? Bring her home quickly to discuss the marriage. Yimo stammered and couldn't answer. What did he say? That he was going to break up with Chu-yi? What if the old man doesn't give him shares? Dad, don't worry. I've already appeased her, and I'll bring her back in a couple of days. Good, good. Hurry up and have a child, preferably one like Tianxuan. Father Yi nodded repeatedly. The car stopped at the manor. Familly sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, wearing a casual black pajama set that revealed her fair and slender legs, and a pair of gold-framed glasses on her delicate face. You're back. Yichen put Tianxuan on the sofa. Well, Tianxuan drank salty soup and ate beef tonight, so she can't go to bed so early. Familly's gaze swept over Yichen. Aside from his slightly messy hair and somewhat dirty clothes, he noticed that Yichen's hair was a bit disheveled and his clothes were a bit dirty. What about you? Have you been bullied? Yichen laughed and said, No. Yimo really got into trouble today. You have no idea how angry he was. His face turned black. Grandma made him apologize to me. She also said she wouldn't leave for the next few days and would give Yimo a good talking to. The little one clung to her mother's arm, speaking in a sweet, childish voice. Mommy, Tianxuan, eat. Lots of food. Familly patted the fluffy little head and asked, Have you seen your great-grandmother? Did you say hello to her? Okay, hello, great-grandma. The little bundle of milk said softly. Grandma really likes Tianxuan. She kept holding Tianxuan and even said that you should come too, so that the two of us could. Yichen scratched his head, awkwardly hesitating to speak. Familly raised her eyelids. What else did you say you'd give us? Yichen said in a low voice. Let's get married soon. Familly, you don't misunderstand. Grandma probably thinks Tianxuan is my child, so she's urging me to get married. I'll tell her about this later, and she might stop pressuring me to get married. Familly smiled enigmatically. Pressuring for marriage? How about we get married? Marriage, but I have nothing. I don't even have a car or a house. Yichen touched the tip of his nose. He had nothing. I don't need any of that. I have all of that. All you need to do is come with me to get the marriage certificate, take care of Tianxuan, and there's one more thing. Yichen looked up and asked, What is it? Familly suddenly put down the book in her hand, stood up, pinned Yichen against the back of the sofa, and looked down at him. She slowly drew closer, her red lips glistening with moisture right in front of Yichen's eyes, and he swallowed hard in excitement. Familly, Tuan is still here, Tuan is still here. Tianxuan stretched out her paws and covered her eyes, peeking through a gap between her middle and index fingers to steal a peek at her dad and mom kissing. Tianxuan, I can't see. Yichen almost laughed at the little guy. Sister, excuse me for interrupting. I'll take Tianxuan away right away. You guys continue. Familly suddenly appeared out of nowhere, carrying Tianxuan as she left the living room. Tianxuan waved her two paws, her little voice both sweet and adorable. Look at Mom and Dad. What are you looking at? This is not suitable for children. Come with your auntie. Auntie will lull you to sleep tonight and tell you a story. Familly took Tianxuan back to her room and put the little guy on the bed. Your parents have important things to discuss. Tonight, your aunt will put you to sleep. The little dumpling pouted, clearly unwilling, and rolled to the side with its little bottom sticking out. You're not willing to sleep even though your auntie is trying to put you to bed. Get up now. Familly patted the little boy's bottom. We absolutely cannot let this little guy go out and disturb his sister's good time. The living room fell silent again. The sound of hot breathing was so close, and Yichen's breathing became even heavier. Familly, you still haven't told me what other important thing is going on. Familly's delicate body drew closer again, her pert nose landing on Yichen's cheek, tickling and tingling. Then, she whispered in Yichen's ear, her red lips parted slightly, her voice alluring. There is one more important thing, and that is, to sleep with me every night. 87. I'm so excited. I'm going on a date with Familly. Sleep? Go to sleep. Yichen seemed to have thought of something. His face turned red, and blood flowed from his nose. He wiped his nose. Familly, I think we're moving too fast. How about we wait a bit before going to sleep? Familly lifted Yichen's chin and asked domineeringly, how much longer do we have to wait? Didn't you promise to get our marriage certificate together? Yichen, what? When did he agree to get the marriage certificate? He's too young. He doesn't want to get married. Familly, I have nothing. I'm not good enough for you. How about you marry me when I have money in the future? Yichen asked cautiously. Familly has money, looks, and a great figure, so why would she have trouble getting married? Familly released Yichen and sat down beside him. Am I someone who lacks money? This manor will be our wedding home from now on. If you don't like it, I'll buy another one. Anywhere is fine, anywhere is fine. No need. I'm a grown man. How can I let you buy the wedding house? Leave it to me. Yichen realized something was wrong after he finished speaking. He hadn't agreed to get a marriage certificate yet. So where did this wedding room come from? A slight smile appeared on Familly's lips. You want to buy a wedding house? Yichen, I'm talking about the future. I don't have any plans to get married right now. Besides, he's not good enough for Familly now. He was just a recent college graduate, while Familly was a well-known tycoon who could easily bury people in money with a wave of his hand. No? Just get the marriage certificate first, and you'll have one. Yichen said seriously, Familly, I think you might marry me because I'm good to Tuanshuan. I will be good to Tuanshuan in the future, so you don't need to be in such a hurry. Familly's eyes darkened. Don't forget that I picked you up. I'll give you 2 more months to think it over. After you graduate from university, the first thing you should do is get a marriage certificate with me. You have no right to refuse. Yichen. Okay, but before that, can you be my girlfriend? Let's get to know each other first, okay? Familly replied without hesitation. Sure. How do we cultivate our relationship? Familly has never been in a relationship. She was raised by her family to be a money-making machine from a young age. At the age of 24, she inherited the group and created several brands on her own. Yichen hesitated, scratching his head, and said tentatively, I'm not too sure about that either, and I've never been in a relationship. 2 people who have never been in a relationship before are now going to start dating. Yichen went online and searched for, what do you do when you're in a relationship? Dude, are you out of your mind? Why ask others about dating? Of course, it's about holding hands, kissing, and then rolling around in bed together. Touch it with your hands. Girls are the softest. Everything about them is soft. Haha. Buddy, this is obviously your first time dating. You even have to search online. Are you in elementary school? If you are, don't kiss, just hold hands. Yichen, the college student who was mistaken for an elementary school student. Kiss. Yichen turned his head and secretly glanced at Familly's lips. They weren't the pouty lips you see online, but rather very sexy lips, with a light layer of lipstick on them. Very soft. Yichen's gaze slowly descended, landing on Familly's chest. He had looked at it many times, but had never touched it before. Want to spend another round on the bed? He suddenly remembered that Familly had pinned him to the bed last time. Yichen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and Familly turned her head away, immediately withdrawing her gaze. Tomorrow is the weekend. Are you free? How about we go for coffee together tomorrow? Besides this, Yichen really couldn't think of anything else he could do. Can anyone share some of his experience? However, his roommates were also single since birth, except for Lu Peng, who had a girlfriend, but they broke up after dating for less than a month. Yichen was surprised that Familly agreed so readily, and scratched his head awkwardly. How about we go shopping again? He used to see other young couples doing this, even though he and Familly weren't a couple yet. Yichen returned to his room and lay on the bed, tossing and turning in excitement, unable to sleep. He was going on a date with Familly tomorrow. No, I need to go to bed early, otherwise I'll have dark circles under my eyes tomorrow. I need to be in the best condition for my date with Familly. Yichen was so excited that he didn't fall asleep until midnight. When he woke up early in the morning, his skin was still in good condition. Yichen has fair skin, even fairer than other boys. He usually wears white sneakers and a white jacket. Clean-cut boys are the most likable. Yichen specially chose a milky white light jacket, combed her hair, and used hairspray to style her hair. I've never put this much effort into it before. After Yi-chin finished everything, he looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the little dumpling was patting the door with her two tiny hands. Dad. As soon as Yi-chin opened the door, the little guy hugged his leg, looking at his father with a love-struck expression. Tuan also noticed that her father looked even more handsome today. Dad, you're handsome. Yi-chin picked up the little baby from the ground. His clothes were crooked, his little skirt was on backwards, and even his shoes were on backwards. Tuan didn't care about clothes, hugged her father's face and kissed him, even getting her saliva on his face. A little paw quickly wiped it off for her father, afraid that he would dislike her. Tuan, why are you wearing your clothes inside out again? Round and round. These clothes are so hard to put on. Yi-chin first dressed the little girl in her clothes and changed her shoes, then took her to wash her face. Familly came downstairs, wearing a smoky gray dress and matching high heels. Her slightly wavy hair was smooth and soft, and she wore exquisite makeup with slightly upturned eyeliner, giving her a seductive look. Familly covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, "Ah, sis, why are you dressed so beautifully today? Are you going on a blind date?" Familly's cold gaze swept over her, and Familly immediately shut her mouth. Yi-chin had just come out of the bathroom carrying Tuan when he was shocked by what he saw. What a nice view. This was the first time Familly had worn clothes other than black and red, and her makeup was stunningly beautiful. Yi-chin, are you stunned? My sister is probably going to meet a male friend. Otherwise, why would she dress up so beautifully? I've never seen her dressed up so beautifully before. Yi-chin awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Actually, the person Familly wants to see is me. We're going to have coffee today. Familly's jaw dropped in shock as she looked at Familly and Yi-chin, each more handsome than the last, with Yi-chin even having his hair done. Having coffee? You two aren't on a date, are you? 88 Buying clothes for my wife. Yi-chin muttered softly. You can also understand it this way. The two of us are going out today, and you stay home with Tuan. When Tuan heard that her parents were leaving, she pouted and kissed her father's face. Daddy? Tuan wants daddy. Familly took the little one from her, saying, Why would you want a dad? Your mom and dad are going out on a date, so you should stay home and eat with your aunt. I want my dad, I want my dad. Little Tuan stretched out her paws in her childish voice, still wanting to find her father. Her big, dark eyes were glistening with tears, and she looked extremely pitiful. Yi-chin felt sorry for Tuan and said to Familly, Can I take Tuan with me? Tuan is such a good girl. Familly nodded. Okay. Tuan was finally back in her father's arms, laughing happily, her soft, adorable voice saying, I want daddy. Little Tuan, are you a clingy person? Tuan's dad hugged her even tighter. She only wanted her dad. After a simple breakfast, Yi-chin and Familly got into the car together, with a little boy in the middle, happily holding his parents' hands, wanting to go on a date with them. Familly advised, Sister, why don't you leave Tuan at home with me? How are you going on a date with a child? She'd never heard of such an absurd thing, bringing a child on a date. Tuan shook her little head like a rattle drum, nestled in her father's arms, and cried out, I want my dad and mom. Familly pinched the little boy's ear through the car window. Tuan, get down here. Andy will take you out to play, okay? We'll go to the amusement park and ride the carousel. Isn't riding the carousel your favorite thing? Don't want? Yi-chin said. Since Tuan wants to go, let her go with us. Tuan is well-behaved and sensible. Tuan nodded. She is the most well-behaved baby. Then, the family of three happily went on their date. Central Shopping Mall. The little bundle of milk happily ran ahead on its two short legs. What an adorable baby. Dad looks so young. Yi-chin was already very handsome, and with Familly added to the mix, the two of them together were absolutely stunning. Familly, I think that dress over there is really pretty. Why don't we go take a look? I've heard that women love buying clothes. Okay. Yi-chin took Tuan's hand, who was running around aimlessly, and they went to the shop together. Yi-chin immediately took a liking to the light purple dress on the model. The fabric and workmanship were top-notch, barely enough to match Familly. Sir, are you here to buy clothes for your wife? The saleswoman asked hesitantly. Perhaps it was because it was the first time he had seen Yi Chen's father, who was so young, or perhaps it was because Feng Li, who was next to Yi Chen, looked a bit older than him. Lady. Yi Chen was confused by those two words and nodded haphazardly. Yes, I want that purple dress. Yes, sir, your wife is very beautiful. She looks good in anything. Tuanshuan peeked her little head out from behind her father and said, It's beautiful. Feng Li pinched the little guy's cheek. How do you know it looks good on Mommy? Mommy hasn't even put it on yet. Mom, you're beautiful. Tuanshuan's sweet, childlike voice made the surrounding waiters laugh. The baby is so cute. Just as the saleswoman took the purple dress down, a strange voice suddenly rang out. This dress is mine. Yi Chen turned around and saw several very sexy women walk into the shop. Their bags were all high-end luxury items, and they were obviously rich young ladies from wealthy families. Yi Chen said, I was the one who saw this dress first. Su Xiangyi walked slowly forward in her high heels, glancing disdainfully at Yi Chen, who was dressed in cheap clothes and looked like a poor man. You? Do you know how much this dress costs? Can you afford it? Yi Chen said coldly. I can afford it no matter the price. Su Xiangyi said coldly. Waiter, tell him how much this dress costs. The salesperson explained. This dress costs 888,800 in total. It's from a top global luxury brand. Su Xiangyi sneered. Did you hear that? Hurry up and give me the things. Yi Chen took out his card and swiped it right in front of her. I've already paid. The clothes are mine. Miss, you should learn the importance of first come, first served from now on. Su Xiangyi looked unwell, and her girlfriends surrounded Yi Chen after they came over. Young man, you're so rich and handsome. Which family's young master are you? Yi Chen said coldly. I'm just an ordinary person. Are you all blocking my way? The woman's soft fingers were about to touch Yi Chen when he stopped her. Hey handsome, don't rush off. Let's go to a bar together for a bit. Did you buy this for your girlfriend? What does she look like? Buying such expensive clothes for your girlfriend isn't a good deal. Feng Li stepped out from behind Yi Chen and said, His girlfriend is me. Do you have any objections? Upon seeing Feng Li, the group instinctively wanted to back away. This woman's aura was far too powerful. Daddy, Tuanshuan's daddy. Tuanshuan hugged her father's leg, her dark eyes glaring at the aunties who were trying to take her father away. One of Su Xiangyi's friends asked, You already have a child? Yes, my daughter. Yi Chen picked up Tuanshuan. The father and daughter looked very alike, and no one would believe they weren't related. This is definitely their biological child. So aren't you leaving yet? Feng Li raised an eyebrow, looking every bit the part of an empress. The women who had tried to talk to Yi Chen slunk away. Su Xiangyi was so frightened that her legs were trembling, and she was helped away by the crowd. This is the president of the phone group. I met him once before when my father took me to a high-end cocktail party. Just now she actually stole President Feng's clothes. But who is that man? He actually has a child with President Feng. The waiter said politely, Sir, these are your clothes. Please keep them safe. Yi Chen picked up the box and handed it to Feng Li, saying, This is for you. This color suits you very well. Thank you, I like it very much. After Feng Li received it, the two left the shop. Dad, the clothes. Little Tuanshuan raised her head and spoke to her father in a childish voice. Does Tuanshuan want pretty clothes too? Daddy will buy you some in a bit. Yi Chen rubbed Tuanshuan's little head. Tuanshuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, looking for pretty clothes in front of her. Dad bought her some pretty clothes. As they passed a pajama shop, a female sales clerk watched them with a smile. Sir, would you like to buy some pajamas to add some spice to your relationship? We have all kinds of styles, colors, and designs here, and we guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yi Chen. They probably haven't reached that point yet, so there's no need to look at their clothes or anything like that. But my legs still obediently led me inside. 89. Take good care of his future wife. Yi Chen had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped, turned around and asked, Feng Li, are you buying pajamas? Instead of answering, Feng Li asked, Which one do you like? Yi Chen touched the tip of his nose sheepishly and pointed to a pure white silk camisole low-cut nightgown next to him. I think this is fine. You haven't worn white pajamas before, so you can try it on. Good. Feng Li moved closer to Yi Chen, slightly raising the corner of her eye. Buy whatever you like. The ones over there are nice too. Following Feng Li's gaze, I saw a short black nightgown, completely transparent in the middle. Are they trying to save on fabric? Yichen glanced at it, then turned away immediately and said, No. No need. Feng Li, I think that's no good. It's so good it'll make your nose bleed. I can't even imagine what Feng Li would look like wearing that dress. I think it's all right. Yichen nodded haphazardly, then picked out a few relatively normal pajamas. He's a perfectly normal person. Tuanshuan ran around inside, and then went to play with the little rabbit doll next to her. Feng Li and Yichen continued choosing pajamas, selecting more than a dozen in a row. Feng Li, isn't this a bit too much? No. Yichen, pay up. Yichen obediently paid for his future wife. When we paid the bill, the waiter smiled and said, You two are the youngest couple I've ever seen. I didn't expect you to have a child, and such a cute one at that. How old is the child? Tuanshuan stood on tiptoe, held up 3 little fingers, and said in a sweet, childish voice, 3 years old. Tuanshuan is 3 years old. You're 3 years old now, baby. You're such a good boy girl. Here's some candy for you from Annie. Then, the little dumpling received a giant rabbit lollipop with 2 colorful ears. Thank you, Auntie. The little dumpling said politely. You're welcome. You're so cute. Yichen paid the money, and another huge sum of money was saved. There's no way around it. He has to support his future wife. It seems he'll have to work even harder to earn money in the future, otherwise he won't be able to afford to support her. Daddy, Tuanshuan, have some candy. The little girl gave the candy in her hand to her father. This was the first time Yichen had ever seen such a big lollipop, bigger than Tuan's face. After unwrapping it, he put it in the little guy's hand. Tuanshuan, isn't this lollipop a bit too big? The little bundle nodded and bit off one of the rabbit's ears. Yichen, this little guy is quite young, but his teeth are pretty good. They're his newly grown baby teeth. Yichen quickly picked up the baby and checked the little guy's teeth to see if he had bitten any of them. Daddy, have some candy. Don't knock out the teeth that have finally grown in. Tuanshuan shook her little head like a rattle drum, opened her little mouth, and said, Too much. The little guy kept eating the lollipop, and soon he gnawed off both ears. Yichen was stunned. Such a big lollipop, and Xiao Tuanshuan ate it so fast. Do all babies love sweets? Suddenly, a little baby appeared out of nowhere, blocking Tuanshuan's path and pointing at the candy in Tuanshuan's hand. Big candy. I want some. The little dumpling quickly hid the lollipop behind his back, saying, Tuan's candy. The little baby persisted, blocking Tuanshuan's path. Then a middle-aged man in a suit appeared, looking like a business tycoon. Daddy, I want candy. When the little baby saw his father arrive, he became even more excited and tried to snatch the candy from Tuanshuan's hand. Tuanshuan quickly hid behind her father with the lollipop. The little baby missed and fell to the ground, crying. She cried and rolled around, shouting, I want a big lollipop. I want a big lollipop. Yichen was speechless. This was the first time he had ever seen such a fussy and unreasonable child. The middle-aged man pointed at Tuanshuan and said, This child has gone too far. She actually knocked my daughter down. What if she gets hurt? Yichen said coldly, It's your daughter who's being unreasonable and insisting on taking the candy from my daughter's hand. Then you can't let your daughter hurt my baby. My baby is so young. What if he gets hurt? Yichen sneered. Are your eyes on the back of your head? She fell down on her own. My daughter didn't even touch her. They really are a family. From the oldest to the youngest, they're all unreasonable. The baby was still rolling on the ground, crying and saying, I want candy. Daddy, didn't you say I'm a little princess and can have whatever I want? Why won't she give me candy? Ming Ming, get up first. Daddy will go buy you candy in a little while, okay? No, I want that. I want that. Daddy, I want that. I want it. I want it. Ming Ming was still rolling on the ground, being unruly and rude, crying and screaming. Yichen quickly left with Tuanshuan in his arms. His baby Tuanshuan is still the best. Tuanshuan, holding a lollipop, leaned on her father's shoulder, eating it while watching her older sister cry behind her. I made a funny face at her. Yichen exclaimed, Feng Li, haven't you noticed how exceptionally well-behaved our baby is? Before this, he thought every baby was well-behaved. He's probably overthinking it. That woman was just a little shrew. She'll grow up to be a spoiled and willful princess. Yes, Toanchuan has been very well behaved since she was little. She never cries or makes a fuss. She just whimpers when she's hungry. Toanchuan must have come to repay a debt of gratitude. Yichun kissed the little dumpling's cheek. Toanchuan will definitely be the best baby. Toanchuan, be good. The little dumpling talked while munching on a lollipop. How about Daddy buys Toanchuan some clothes? Good. The children's area has all kinds of cute dresses, some with lace trim, which are absolutely adorable. Yichun wanted to buy every piece of clothing he saw for his precious daughter. The little shoes were so pretty, they weren't even as big as his hand. Yichun placed the little bundle of joy on the ground. Toanchuan, which one do you like? The little one pointed to the several styles of dresses in front of him, pink and white. Yes, Toanchuan wants a lot. Although he's only 2 or 3 years old, he already loves buying clothes. Okay, Dad will buy them all for Toanchuan today. Dad, you're awesome. The little guy was so happy, he danced and jumped around. Yichun waved his hand and bought 8 items directly. Toanchuan happily pressed her face against her father's and said in a childish voice, Daddy, you're the best. Then, she hugged her father's face and kissed him. Yichun chuckled foolishly, knowing that he could get a kiss in return for buying things for his daughter. I passed by a bunch of fluffy little dolls. The little guy was holding a pink teddy bear. The doll was wearing a little dress, carrying a little backpack, and wearing a hat. Daddy, Toanchuan wants it. Purchase. He buys his daughter whatever she wants. President Yi is completely out of control. My future wife is coming to my door again. 90s. Feng Li tugged at Yichun's sleeve. Yichun, you're spoiling Toanchuan so much. What if you spoil her too much? Yichun said, my daughter is still my daughter, even if she's spoiled. It's okay, go ahead and buy it. Whatever Toanchuan wants, Daddy will buy it for her. Then I bought a bunch of dolls for Toanchuan, but we couldn't carry them all, so I had them delivered to our home first. Passing by the accessories section, I saw all sorts of cute little bow hair clips hanging there. Feng Li, is it pretty? Buy a few for Toanchuan. Can. Yichun picked out a lot of pretty hair clips for Toanchuan. Daddy, Toanchuan poked her little head out and grabbed her father's hand. Sweetie, what's wrong? Daddy, Toanchuan wants. The little boy pointed to a tiger cub. Across from it was the children's viewing area, which contained all sorts of animals. Yichun's lips twitched. Toanchuan, that's a tiger. Tigers are scary and they bite. If you want to keep one, how about we get a cute cat instead? Toanchuan leaned against the shop window, looking at the tiger, Kitty. The little tiger, with its chubby face, slowly walked to Toanchuan's side. It was about the same height as Toanchuan, and the two of them looked at each other. Yichun's legs were hugged by the little baby again. His big, dark eyes were watery. Daddy, Toanchuan wants a cat. I want a cat. Honey, this isn't a cat, it's a tiger. It's fierce, look how sharp its teeth are. Yichun patiently tried to teach the little guy, but the little guy wasn't afraid at all. Toanchuan, don't be afraid, I want a cat. Yichun couldn't resist his adorable daughter's pleading, so he asked if the tiger was for sale unless the price was exceptionally high. In short, as long as you have money, everything will be fine. Daddy, I want a kitten. Okay, I want a cat. Daddy will buy it for you. Soon, the person in charge arrived. She was a young woman who asked, Sir, would you like the little tigers for the children's viewing area? Yichun said, Yes, my daughter likes this little tiger. This tiger is a Bengal tiger from North America, a noble breed. Although it is not yet fully grown, it is already very valuable, estimated at this price. The person in charge held up 5 fingers. 500,000. Yichun felt it was barely acceptable. Sir, it's 5 million. Yichun fell silent. A tiger costs millions. He doesn't have that much money. Feng Li coughed a few times. The person in charge saw Feng Li and was shocked for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Li interrupted him. My husband really wants this tiger. This tiger shouldn't be that expensive. Did you quote the wrong price? Yes, you're right. It must be a price error. I'll check it again. The female manager, covered in sweat, turned and left to calm herself down. Was that President Feng she just saw? He's her direct superior. Husband, has President Feng already secretly gotten married? Feng Li, this tiger shouldn't be that expensive, right? It costs 5 million. That's an astronomical price. This was the first time Yi Chun had ever seen such an expensive animal. Kitty, I want a kitty. Little Tuanshuan pointed at the big tiger and called for a kitty. Honey, that's a tiger, not a cat. Cat. Tuanshuan rubbed her soft face against her father's and continued to whine. Tuanshuan wants a cat. Okay, Dad will buy Tuanshuan a cat. Yi Chun and Fengli sat in the rest area to rest, while Xiao Tuanshuan kept looking at the little tiger and even talked to it. About 10 minutes later, the person in charge arrived. Sir, the price you quoted earlier was indeed wrong. This tiger is just an ordinary tiger, for display only. It's only 5,000 yuan. Is that acceptable to you? After speaking, the person in charge glanced at Fengli. Yi Chun exclaimed in surprise, Huh? 5,000 yuan. That's a huge difference. The person in charge bowed again and said politely, Yes, we are very sorry. It was our mistake to quote the wrong price earlier. We are willing to compensate you with this tiger free of charge. Is that all right? Yi Chun's lips twitched. That's outrageous. He just asked for 5 million, and now he's offering to give it to him for free. This good thing finally came to him. This tiger didn't look cheap either. Are you sure you don't want money? Yi Chun asked again. Are you sure you want to give me this tiger for free? Yes, it's free for you. Then, Yi Chun obtained a small Bengal tiger, pure white with turquoise eyes. Kitty. Tuanshuan tried to touch the tiger cub through the cage, but Yi Chun stopped her. Tuanshuan, don't touch it, it will bite. Look how sharp its teeth are, it will bite you, it will hurt. The little kitten shook its head and spoke earnestly to its father. I won't bite, the kitten won't bite Tuanshuan. The little guy reached out a hand and touched the tiger cub's head, saying, Good kitty, big kitty. It really doesn't bite. Sir, this is a tiger that we have specially trained. It has a personality similar to a cat, it won't bite, and it has a gentle temperament. Yi Chun asked again. So, you really gave it to me for free, no money required? How about I give you 5,000 yuan? I always feel it's wrong to take other people's things for free. The waiter next to him said politely, Sir, it was our mistake just now. We quoted the wrong price, so this is compensation for you. Please write down your address, and we will deliver it to your home. Yi Chun wrote down the address with a bewildered look on his face. The tiger cub was sent home. Having just left its cage, it was terrified of everything unfamiliar and curled up in a corner. Little Tuanshuan squatted on the ground and patted the tiger's little head. Good kitty. Yi Chun asked in confusion. Fengli, am I having a lot of good luck today? Why did I get a little Bengal tiger for free? Perhaps the store had good service and they misquoted the price, so it was their fault. Fengli patted Yi Chun's hand. I bought so many clothes today, I forgot to buy you any. I'll buy you clothes next time. Good. Tuanshuan really likes this tiger. She even hugs it while sleeping. Yi Chun. Tuanshuan, you can't sleep hugging a tiger, okay? Be good. Daddy will tell you a story, okay? Good. Yi Chun coaxed the little guy to sleep, then herded the tiger cub into its cage, went upstairs to his room to sleep, and as soon as he opened the door, a familiar face came into view. The white silk pajamas exude a touch of innocent allure, with glimpses of skin underneath, smooth and radiant, subtly tinged with pink. Fengli, what are you doing here? This is my room, right? I didn't come to the wrong place, did I? Yi Chun stepped back out and looked at the door again. It was indeed his room. What was Fengli doing here? 91 What should I do if I make my future wife angry? Fengli, did you come to the wrong room tonight? This is my room. Yi Chun pointed to the sign on the door. Did you see that clearly? This is my room. Fengli replied matter-of-factly. Yes, of course I know it's your room. So, Fengli moved closer, her soft chest almost touching Yi Chun's chest. He instinctively took 2 steps back, then stumbled and almost fell. Feng Yin chuckled softly. Didn't you say this pajama set was pretty? Let me show you. The woman before me had a perfect figure, long, white, and slender legs, a waist so thin it could be encircled by a single hand, not an ounce of fat on her abdomen, full, rounded breasts, a fair, swan-like neck, and an exquisitely beautiful face. Yi Chun's Adam's apple bobbed once more. So beautiful. I've never seen a woman more beautiful than Fengli. Yi Chun's gaze was completely undisguised. With such a beautiful woman standing in front of him, if he didn't take a second look, he wouldn't be a real man. Feng Li grasped Yi Chen's hand, her voice alluring. Want to sleep together? Yi Chen stared at the woman's face and nodded blankly. Let's sleep together, okay. Feng Li led Yi Chen to sit on the bed, and Yi Chen's heart was pounding in his throat. How should I get along with my future wife? Can someone give me some advice? He was just an innocent male college student. Aren't you cold-dressed like that? If you are, you should go to sleep first. I'm going to take a shower. Yi Chen wiped his face, his blood boiling. He desperately needed a cold shower to calm down and soothe his emotions. Yi Chen. Feng Li couldn't stop him at all. Yi Chen was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, rushing straight to the bathroom. Feng Li. Yi Chen stayed in the bathroom for a full 20 minutes before coming out, but he didn't see Feng Li. Feng Li. Yi Chen called out softly, but there was no response. Did Feng Li go back to her room to sleep? Yi Chen's face showed obvious disappointment. He had originally thought that he could sleep with his future wife tonight and hold his soft wife in his arms. As a result, his wife left. Yi Chen left his room and gently knocked on Feng Li's door. Feng Li, are you sleeping? She's asleep. Feng Li's voice was gloomy, as if she were a little angry. You should go to sleep early. I'm going back now. Yi Chen deliberately lingered at the door for a long time, but Feng Li didn't let him in. Is Feng Li really angry? Why would she be angry? Yi Chen scratched his head and went back to his room with a puzzled look. He just wanted to take a shower. Unable to hug his soft future wife, Yi Chen hugged a pillow to his chest, but the pillow didn't feel good at all. Yi Chen threw the pillow in his hand onto the ground in the middle of the night. Yi Chen, unable to hold his future wife, became extremely irritable. Yi Chen got up early in the morning just to see Feng Li as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Feng Li went to the company. She had an early morning meeting this morning. Feng Yin asked with exasperation, Yi Chen, did you upset my sister? She looked unwell this morning and went to a meeting at the company early without even eating breakfast. Yi Chen asked in confusion, I don't know either. I took a shower last night, and she seemed angry. Take a shower. Why are you even taking a shower? My sister is already so proactive. Feng Yin looked at Yi Chen with a disappointed expression, wishing she could pry open Yi Chen's head to see what was inside. There isn't a single yellow waste material. Forget it. Yi Chen, maybe it's your own fault for not having a wife. Feng Yin was so angry she almost fainted. Under normal circumstances, her sister's second child would have already been born by now, but the two of them haven't made any progress at all. They haven't even held hands. Yi Chen still doesn't know what he did wrong, so he goes upstairs to dress Tuanchuan. The little one had just woken up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, saw his dad, and quickly stuck his bottom out of bed. Dad. Yi Chen held the little baby in his arms, feeling a bit down. The little guy kissed his father's face. Dad, you're great. Yi Chen shook his head and said, Daddy is no good. Daddy is no good at all. Daddy seems to have made your mom angry. What should we do? Mommy's angry, kiss mommy. Little Tuanchuan said to her father in a childish voice. Whenever mom gets angry, I kiss her, and she stops being angry. Kiss her. Yi Chen swallowed hard. How could he? How could he take the initiative to kiss Feng Li? The little dumpling nodded seriously. If Daddy kisses Mommy, Mommy won't be angry. Cough, cough, cough. Okay, Daddy will dress you first. Yi Chen dressed Tuanchuan and took the little guy downstairs. Auntie. Feng Yin was looking at the male model's 8-pack abs when she was suddenly startled by the little guy and quickly hid the book about the male model behind her back. Tuan Tuan is awake. Auntie, look at Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, you can't look. This isn't for you to see. Go and eat with your dad. Feng Yin placed Xiao Tuanchuan in Yi Chen's arms. Be a good girl and eat your food, Tuanchuan. The little guy keeps interrupting her while she's looking at handsome guys. Tuanchuan hugged her father's face and said in a babyish voice, Daddy is handsome, but the uncle in the book isn't handsome. Feng Yin. Yes, your dad is the most handsome. He's the most handsome man in the world. Tuanchuan nuzzled her dad's face again. Daddy, you're handsome. The baby is so young, yet already a little fangirl. After finishing his meal, Yi Chen asked the kitchen to make some stomach-soothing porridge and fresh crystal buns, which he then personally placed in an insulated box. Feng Li didn't eat breakfast, so I'm going to bring her some. Feng Yin nodded repeatedly, never expecting that this person could have such a moment of enlightenment. Tuanchuan had just finished feeding the tiger cubs when she heard that her father was leaving. She quickly followed behind him. The little baby just wanted to stay with her dad. Yichun heard footsteps behind him and turned around. Xiao Tuanchuan quickly hid behind a stone pillar, covering her eyes, thinking that her father couldn't see her. Yichun was both amused and exasperated. Tuanchuan, why are you following Daddy? Daddy brings Mommy food, and you can stay home and play with the little tiger, okay? Tuanchuan moved her eyes. How did her father notice her? Tuan is looking at her mother. The little baby toddled over to his father and took one of his fingers in his hand. Okay, Dad will take you with him. Yichun bent down, picked up Xiao Tuanchuan with one hand, and carried the incubator with the other. Let's go see Mom together. At this moment, Familly is reviewing documents in her office. President Feng, President Yi is here. The assistant's voice rang out from outside the door. Familly spoke calmly. Come in. The door opened, and Yi Mo, dressed in a suit and tie with his hair neatly styled, was not exactly handsome, but rather average. Yi Mo was extremely excited when he first met Familly. Familly didn't even look at him, not even raising his eyes. Speak. You only have 5 minutes to convince me, and I'll cooperate with your company. 92. Mr. Feng, don't love him too much. Yi Mo was too nervous, and he was not well prepared for this project. He spoke in a disjointed manner without any focus, and was asked to leave after only 2 minutes. President Feng, please give me another chance. Familly said impatiently. You've already lost your chance, Assistant Liu. Please ask him to leave. Yes, Mr. Feng. Then, Yi Mo was asked to leave. The project failed, and his impression of President Feng must have plummeted. President Feng, there's something else I need to tell you. It's about Yichun. Upon hearing this, Familly calmly raised her head and said, let him in. After Yi Mo entered, his assistant closed the door, leaving only 2 people in the room. Yi Mo could vaguely sense the powerful aura of the woman in front of him. Yichun must have had some incredible luck to be able to get close to Familly. Today, we'll expose Yichun's true colors. Familly raised her eyes and said coldly, Speak. What does Yichun want? President Feng probably doesn't know yet, but Yichun has a daughter named Tuanchuan. She looks about 2 or 3 years old. She's probably the child of Song Wanning, the campus belle of our Imperial University. Yichun and Song Wanning are very close. They often go shopping together, eat together, and take care of the child together. Don't be fooled by him. He must be after your money. As Yi Mo spoke, he kept an eye on the changes in Familly's expression. She got angry as expected. Would President Feng just kick Yichun out and make him sleep on the streets or under bridges? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Familly asked, Is that all you wanted to say? Is there anything else? Yi Mo continued to embellish the story. Yichun is a womanizer, juggling several relationships. He also has an improper relationship with his mentor, and I heard he has a beautiful female colleague who used to be his senior and the school beauty. Familly's cold gaze fell on Yi Mo. So? Yi Mo said angrily. So, President Feng, don't be fooled by him. He's just a poor loser. He came from the slums and loves money the most. He's greedy and will do anything for money. Familly raised her hand, expressionless. Okay, you can leave now. Yi Mo was called out again, but he was convinced that he had persuaded President Feng and that Yichun's good days were about to end. As they came out, they bumped into Yichun getting out of the car, carrying an insulated box in one hand and holding the hand of a 2 or 3-year-old baby in the other. Little Tuanchuan spotted the bad guy not far away at a glance and pointed at Yi Mo with her little finger. Dad, bad guy. Sweetie, let's ignore him. Yichun held the little guy's hand and continued walking. Yi Mo suddenly called out to him, raising his eyebrows triumphantly. Yichun, are you here to deliver food to President Feng? You might have a surprise waiting for you later. Yichun stopped and calmly asked, What surprise? Yi Mo smiled smugly. You'll find out soon enough. Just a friendly reminder. Your good days are coming to an end. Bad guy. The little dumpling stared at Yi Mo with its pair of dark eyes. Little one, how can you be so rude? Did your father not teach you properly? Should I teach you a lesson? Yi Mo reached out to pinch the little boy's face, but Yichun grabbed his wrist and applied a little force, causing Yi Mo to wince in pain. Yichun, you let me go. Yichun said in a deep voice. My daughter doesn't need you to teach her. Yimo was in excruciating pain and gritted his teeth, saying, Yi-chun, let me go. Yi-chun forcefully shook off Yimo's hand, causing the latter to stumble and fall to the ground. Yimo stood up awkwardly, dusted himself off, and snorted coldly. Yi-chun, you're so smug now because you've hooked up with President Feng. You're about to be kicked out by her. I'll be right here, waiting for you to be ousted. Is that so? Then you can wait here. After saying that, Yi-chun led Tuan Tuan into the company. Yimo opened the car door and got in, his face ashen. He was going to wait here for Yi-chun to be kicked out. As soon as Yi-chun led Tuan inside, the little guy spoke to the receptionist. Sister, Tuan is looking for his mother. It's Miss Tuan and young Master Yi. I'll take you to the president's office. Yi-chun said politely. Thank you, but you don't need to trouble yourself. I'll take Tuan up there. I know where it is. Okay, then please go in quickly. No sooner had Yi-chun left with Tuan than several receptionists began whispering among themselves. This is President Feng's boyfriend. He's so handsome and so young. This man is probably Miss Tuan's father, her official wife. I think so too. Miss Tuan looks just like him. They must be related by blood. I don't know when the wedding will be, but we might get a few days off and get to eat Mr. Feng's wedding candy. For working people, the happiest thing is having a holiday. Yi-chun led Tuan to the CEO's office and knocked on the door. Familly, are you in there? Familly's fingers suddenly stopped typing. Yes, come in. Yi-chun opened the door and saw Familly sitting at his desk working. The computer screen displayed a bunch of data charts, which he also knew a little about. Familly raised her eyes. Why are you here? Yi-chun placed the insulated box on the table. Familly, did you come to the company without eating breakfast this morning? I brought you some rice and porridge. Familly's expression softened, and she said calmly, What does it have to do with you if I don't eat and come to the company? Why did you bring me breakfast? Skipping breakfast first thing in the morning is bad for your stomach. You're still young. Don't get stomach problems at such a young age. Drink this bowl of porridge, it's still hot. Yi-chun personally brought the stomach-soothing porridge to Familly. She actually wanted to refuse, but unconsciously accepted it. Mom, have some porridge. The little bundle of joy nestled beside her mother, talking in a sweet, childlike voice, a lollipop still in her mouth. Her dark eyes blinked brightly, like the stars in the sky. Familly pinched the little guy's cheek. Why did you come with Daddy? Aren't you supposed to be at home feeding your little tiger? The kitty is full, so Mommy can drink. Familly forced herself to drink a mouthful of porridge. Actually, she didn't like porridge, but Yi-chun had given it to her, so she took a sip. Yi-chun sat down next to Familly and humbly admitted his mistake. Familly, did I make you angry last night? I don't know what I did wrong, but please don't be angry anymore, okay? Familly turned her head. Are you worried about me? Yi-chun didn't react for a moment. Familly asked again. You just need to tell me if you care about me, which is why you brought me breakfast. Yes. Yi-chun nodded. Familly said arrogantly. Since that's the case, then I forgive you. Yi-chun, you've forgiven him already? Omega. Mr. Feng, don't love him too much. 93. I accidentally bit Mr. Feng's lip and broke the skin. Isn't it said that kissing is necessary for things to get better? He hadn't even kissed her yet, and Familly forgave him already. That's too easy. Yi-chun asked again uncertainly. Familly, you really forgive me? Familly raised the corners of her eyes slightly, her tone surprisingly arrogant. I'll forgive you since you care about me so much. Yi-chun muttered to himself. Tuan said you'd only calm down if I kissed you, but it seems like I don't even need a kiss. Familly frowned slightly. What? What did she hear? Is Yi-chun going to kiss her first? Familly added. Yi-chun, you misheard me. I didn't forgive you. I was just joking with you. Yi-chun suddenly looked up, shocked, and said, Are you kidding me? Familly, haven't you forgiven me? No. Familly continued to sit on the sofa and eat, elegantly taking a bite of a steamed bun, her lips slightly moving. Yi-chun's throat tightened as he looked at Familly, and he slowly walked over. Familly, what do you want in order to forgive me? Familly continued eating coldly, still remaining silent. Yi-chun felt that now they had no choice but to use their trump card. He took a deep breath. First, I picked up the little one from the sofa and took him to the rest room inside, where I put him on the carpet. Tuanchuan, you play with the building blocks here for a while, and Dad will come and play with you in a little while. Tuanchuan is the smartest baby. She will definitely be able to push out a very big house. Tuanchuan, build a big house. The little one, with his bottom sticking up, was lying on the ground playing with building blocks. Yichen left the room, and Fengli finished her meal and sat down at her desk to continue working. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Feng, the documents you requested have been prepared. Fengli said calmly, bring it in. The woman's expression remained cold, keeping everyone at arm's length. After delivering the documents, the female secretary glanced at Yi Chun and immediately left, as if afraid to stay inside for even a second longer. President Feng is too cold. Yi Chun went over to help. Fengli, let me help you organize the documents. Need not. Fengli pushed Yi Chun's arm away, but Yi Chun suddenly grabbed her hand. Yi Chun's ears turned red the first time he took the initiative. Fengli, please don't be angry. Yi Chun braced himself against Fengli's side with one hand, pinning Fengli directly onto the sofa. Fengli raised her eyebrows, clearly somewhat incredulous, or rather, somewhat shocked. Yi Chun didn't know what came over him. In a moment of impulse, he pinned Fengli against the wall, her soft lips almost touching his. Yi Chun's throat tightened. I want to kiss you. Fengli raised her hand and gently stroked Yi Chun's cheek. Yi Chun, what do you want to do? Yi Chun's voice was hoarse. I just didn't want to make you angry. Don't you want me to be angry? Yi Chun's momentum weakened again. Fengli deliberately said, impossible, let me go. I won't let go. Yi Chun, in a moment of impulsiveness, kissed her directly. He pressed Fengli's lips hard against his, pinning him to the sofa and kissing him like a wild beast gone mad. Fengli did not resist. Yi Chun thought he had subdued Fengli, so he continued to bite and gnaw. After an unknown amount of time, he smelled blood and immediately sobered up. He immediately released the woman from his arms. Fengli's originally aloof face now had a touch of allure. Her lips were chapped, her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn and wrinkled by Yi Chun. Yi Chun jumped back instantly. I'm sorry. Fengli, your mouth. Yi Chun hesitated, wondering what to do if he had used too much force. Would Fengli be angry again? Fengli frowned. It hurts a little. He usually looks like a little puppy, but I never expected him to be so fierce when he goes crazy, like a little wolfhound, biting and chewing randomly. Fengli covered her neck, which also had bite marks from Yi Chun. Yi Chun straightened Fengli's clothes and tucked her hair behind her ears. I didn't mean to. Does it hurt a lot? Should I put some medicine on it first? No need. We don't have that type of ointment here. You're really not angry anymore? Yi Chun asked uncertainly. He had only heard Tuanchuan say that if he kissed Fengli, she wouldn't be angry anymore, but he didn't know if it was true. Fengli coughed softly. I'm not angry. I'm really not angry anymore. I didn't expect what Tuanchuan said to be true. Fengli in front of him was indeed in a sorry state. His lips were cut, and there were marks left by him on his neck. Yi Chun said guiltily, Fengli, I'll go out for a bit and buy some medicine to apply first, otherwise it will hurt a lot. Fengli quickly tidied her hair and continued working, while Yi Chun left the office, still in a daze. What did he just do? It seems he forcibly kissed Fengli and made her suffer so much. Yi Chun felt like he was dreaming and quickened his pace. Yi Mo had been squatting outside for a long time, but still didn't see Yi Chun come out. How could Yi Chun have stayed inside for so long without being kicked out by Fengli? He refused to believe that Yi Chun wouldn't come out, and continued to sit in the car and wait. When others saw Yi Mo, they all thought he was crazy, sitting there for more than an hour. Finally, Yi Chun came out. Yi Mo got out of the car with a smug smile on his lips and blocked Yi Chun's way. Yi Chun, you really got kicked out by President Feng. How does it feel? Let's see if you'll still be so arrogant. Are you planning to sleep on the streets or under a bridge tonight? Yi Chun was in a hurry to buy medicine and didn't want to argue with him. Get out of the way. His deep voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Yi Mo not only refused to move aside, but continued to make sarcastic remarks. Yi Chun, do you think you still have President Feng behind you? She's already kicked you out. Yi Chun said coldly. Yi Mo, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Get out of my way now. I have other things to do. Yi Mo chuckled softly. Yi Chun, You were kicked out by President Feng. Were you furious? What important business do you have? Do you want to hook up with a rich woman? Who is it? It can't be Chui, can it? I've already dumped that woman. If you want her, just go ahead. Yi Chun pushed Yemo aside and warned impatiently. Yemo, I really have something important to do. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yemo was pushed and stumbled, leaning against the car behind him. Yi Chun, you actually attacked me? Are you really that furious? Yemo followed behind Yi Chun with a smug grin. Yi Chun ignored the tag-along and went to the nearest pharmacy, with Yemo following him inside. He wanted to see what kind of medicine Yi Chun wanted to buy. 94, he's President Feng's husband. Boss, give me a box of erythromycin ointment. Okay. The doctor, a middle-aged man, handed it to Yi Chun with a smile, saying, Young man, this is too intense. You need to be careful. Yi Chun blushed and stammered. Okay. After leaving the pharmacy, Yemo asked in confusion, Yi Chun, why did you buy this? Do I need to ask you what medicine I buy? I can buy whatever I want, Yemo. I didn't know you were such a tag-along, following me everywhere. Well then, keep following me. Yi Chun returned and entered the phone group. Yemo wanted to follow him in, but was stopped by several receptionists. Sir, you cannot go in. Yemo pointed angrily at Yi Chun. He can go in, but I can't. Sir, he's Mr. Feng's man, so of course he can go in. Yemo thought he had misheard, his pupils widening in shock, and asked again, What did you say? He's one of President Feng's men? President Feng hasn't kicked him out yet. The receptionists around him looked at Yemo with the same disdainful eyes they would give someone mentally challenged. Sir, you don't have an appointment. Please leave. Yemo was asked to leave, and he was so angry he jumped up and down. Yi Chun, that's outrageous. How exactly did he manage to appease President Feng? Yemo felt like a clown, wanting to dig a hole and disappear. He was sure Yi Chun was laughing at him to death right now. After Yi Chun entered the office, Xiao Tuanchuan had already come out, nestled in her mother's arms, pointed at her mother's mouth, and said with a worried frown, Mommy, stick it on. But the baby didn't bring any Band-Aids today, so he stuck his little bottom out and rummaged through the drawer next to him for some. Seeing her father arrive, she quickly ran to his side, grabbed his hand, and said in a childish voice, Daddy, Mommy's mouth hurts. Mom's mouth was hurt by some big bad guy, and the baby is so angry. Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose. Tuanchuan, Dad has already bought the medicine. Just apply it to Mom, and she'll be fine. Mom, apply the medicine. The little one spoke to his mother in a sweet, childlike voice and pulled his father to his mother's side. Feng Li raised her eyelids. You're back. Yi Chun felt guilty seeing Feng Li's appearance and lowered his head, saying, Yes, you're back. Apply this medicine and it will be fine in a few days. Yi Chun carefully applied the medicine to Feng Li, his fingers gently touching her soft lips. He swallowed and asked, Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. After Yi Chun applied the medicine to Feng Li's neck, the tips of her ears turned red. Feng Li seemed to want to tease him, and deliberately said, Yi Chun, how am I going to get home after get off work today? I have a meeting to attend later. Meeting? Feng Li, can you wear a mask during meetings? Feng Li raised her eyes. What do you think? I don't think that's possible. What should we do then? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yi Chun humbly admitted his mistake. I was eating too intensely just now and forgot about the consequences. Feng Li wasn't angry. She took a black ribbon from the wardrobe and tied it around her neck. Yi Chun, I'm going to a meeting. You stay in the office and keep an eye on Xiao Tuanchuan. Don't let her run around. She loves to go out and talk to the employees. Good. Tuanchuan shook her head cutely. Tuanchuan, be good. Mom knows you're a good boy girl. Go play with building blocks in the office with your dad. As Feng Li left the office, the surrounding employees all looked over. When she entered the conference room, a group of senior executives stared at her. What's wrong with Mr. Feng today? His lips are so chapped, it looks like he was bitten. However, no one dared to ask. Everyone was on high alert, sweating profusely, afraid of saying the wrong thing and being fired by Boss Feng. Tuan pulled Yi Chun's hand and entered the lounge, where a huge pink Barbie castle was placed on the carpet. Dad, make a big house out of Tuanchuan for Dad. Yi Chun said with a smile. Thank you, Tuanchuan baby. Is this a house that Tuanchuan built for Daddy? Isn't it a bit too pink? Dad, big house. Tuanchuan stretched out her two little arms and gestured. Yes, Daddy likes it very much. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Yi-chun took Tuanchuan out for a while and bought her some candy, which attracted the attention of the people around them. It's him. He's President Feng's husband. The marks on President Feng's lips must have been done by him. This is Miss Tuanchuan's father. When will President Feng announce the good news? He's so handsome, young and good-looking, like a college student. Who wouldn't be confused by him? I'm confused too. Feeling embarrassed by the stares, Yi-chun quickly led Tuanchuan into the room. Dad, have some candy. Tuanchuan gave her dad a cute little strawberry lollipop. Yi-chun unwrapped it and handed it to Tuanchuan, saying, Tuanchuan, you eat this. Tuanchuan stuffed two lollipops into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. The door opened, and Familly had returned from the meeting, the marks on her lips clearly visible. Familly, are you all right? Familly said calmly. It's nothing. What could be wrong with me? It's just that the plan wasn't done well enough this time. So I gave them all a scolding. He gave me a scolding. So fierce. However, Familly was never fierce towards him. Yi-chun, what do you want to eat for lunch? Shall we go out to eat? Yi-chun applied medicine to Familly again, and when the two of them came out with Tuanchuan, they attracted the attention of many people. President Feng's mouth. My God, my husband President Feng is so fierce. Isn't he even restraining himself at the company? It might be even more intense in the office. Her husband looks so young and energetic. Mr. Feng is so lucky. A group of female employees were talking about it. Feeling embarrassed by what was said, Yi-chun hugged Tuanchuan and walked quickly while holding Familly's hand. Husband? He is not Familly's husband yet. He can only be described as Familly's future husband. You are responsible for what you do. Oh. Familly stopped and said, everyone in the company knows you're my husband. What do you suggest we do? How about we go get our marriage certificate now? I'm not ready yet. How about we wait a little longer? I'll take responsibility. I promise I will. Yi-chun said earnestly. He's a responsible and good man. How could he possibly deny having kissed her? Yi-mo continued to squat in the car, and then he saw Yi-chun and Familly come out together, each carrying a little bastard in their arms. Yi-mo was so angry that he lost his mind. He opened the car door and rushed in furiously. President Feng, how come you're still with Yi-chun? He's having affairs with 3 women at the same time. No, 4, and he's even having a little bastard in his arms. Tuanchuan pouted, looking aggrieved. Bad guy. It's that bad guy again, the worst one, bullying Dad. Yi-chun's impatient tone. Yi-mo, are you a paparazzi? Why have you been waiting for me in the car like this? I just want to tell President Feng, don't be fooled by you. Yi-mo pointed at Tuan. President Feng, the child Yi-chun is holding in his arms is his and Song Wan-ning's daughter, a bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Li's face visibly darkened. 95, a mother and daughter vying for favor. Yi-chun looked at Yi-mo with pity. He had actually called Feng Li's daughter a bastard. Yi-mo was probably finished this time. Sure enough, Feng Li's voice was like ice. Security, kick him out of here and don't let him into the Feng group again. Yes, Mr. Feng. Then, Yi-mo was grabbed by the arms by several bodyguards, looking completely bewildered. He protested, President Feng, you have to believe what I'm saying. Everything I said is true. That's a bastard. Tuanchuan glared at Yi-mo with a cute but fierce look, rubbing her eyes with a wronged expression. Daddy, Tuanchuan is a good baby? Yi-chun rubbed the little guy's head. Yes, Tuanchuan is a good baby. Daddy knows Tuanchuan is a good baby. Don't cry. Bastard. Yi-chun, she is your and Song Wanning's bastard child. President Feng, you must not be fooled by Yi-chun. He is only after your money. He will do anything for money. Yi-chun rushed forward, grabbed Yi-mo's collar, and said fiercely, Yi-mo, if you keep talking nonsense, I guarantee I'll make sure you can't say another word. Yi-mo's eyes were bloodshot. Yi-chun, what tricks did you use to coax President Feng? You're really something. Yi-chun said in a low voice. You don't know yet, do you? Familly said he likes me and insists on marrying me. Yi-mo gritted her teeth in anger. Yi-chun, don't try to fool me. How could that be? You're just a toy for Familly. She'll dump you when she's done playing with you. You really think you can marry her? Dream on. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Goodbye. I'm going to have dinner with President Feng. Yi Chun released Yi Mo, who was then kicked out of the Feng group's premises by the bodyguards and huddled on the ground in a disheveled state, surrounded by pointing fingers and whispers. He was dressed quite well, so why was he kicked out? Is he some kind of deadbeat? Maybe clothes make the man. A beggar can dress up and become a white-collar worker. How dare they run wild at the Feng group? They didn't even know their own limitations. They were probably kicked out by the bodyguards. Yimo's face turned ashen upon hearing the surrounding whispers. Beggar? But he is the eldest son of the Yi family, who is high and mighty. It's all Yi Chen's fault for making him lose face. He will definitely get his revenge for this humiliation. When Yi Chun is sleeping on the streets, he will film a video and let everyone know. Yi Mo has gone mad. He is determined to crush Yi Chun under his feet. At this moment, Yi Chun and his family of 3 arrived at the Chinese restaurant and enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Yi Chun said, "Familly, don't listen to Yi Mo's nonsense. He's a little mentally unstable. When he was in school, he was obsessed with surpassing me, and he even starved himself to the point of developing stomach problems. That's definitely a bit unusual. This morning he said he had a project to report on, but it turns out I overestimated his talent. I sent him back after only 2 minutes. So, he's been waiting for you downstairs all morning." Familly turned and asked. "Probably." Yi Chun awkwardly touched his nose. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was a paparazzi staking out the location. This EMO has really gone mad. Familly sighed and rubbed her forehead. He was squatting down there all morning. So he was there when you went to buy medicine? Yes. Yi Chun stammered, almost biting his tongue. "Daddy, Tuanshuan, eat." The little one couldn't wait any longer. His mouth was practically watering. The food was almost served, a total of 12 dishes, plus a dessert and a soup. Yi Chun put a small bib on the little dumpling and personally fed her. "Familly, your lip wound hasn't healed yet, so I only ordered light dishes. It's nothing, just a minor injury. It'll be fine tomorrow." Familly ate with an air of nobility and elegance. Yi Chun couldn't help but steal a glance at her before continuing to feed Tuan Tuan. Little Tuanshuan suddenly grabbed her father's clothes. "Daddy face." Yi Chun lowered his head and realized that he had placed the food on Tuan Tuan's face. I quickly grabbed a tissue and wiped the baby's face. "I'm sorry, Tuanshuan, Daddy didn't see it just now." Tuanshuan muttered softly. Daddy looks at Mommy, but not at Tuanshuan. Yi Chun, I really want to shut this little one up. How does she know everything? She just secretly glanced at Familly. Tuanshuan, eat to grow taller. Yi Chun continued to feed Xiao Tuanshuan, and Familly couldn't help but say, "Yi Chun, Tuanshuan can actually eat by herself, you don't need to feed her." "It's okay, Tuanshuan is still young, she hasn't turned 3 yet." "What month is Tuanshuan's birthday?" Familly replied, "May 27th. Tuanshuan's birthday is in half a month." Yi Chun held the baby's little hand. "What birthday present does Tuanshuan want?" The little dumpling grabbed her father's clothes with one tiny hand and answered in a childish voice. "Tuanshuan wants her father. She only needs her dad to be with her. She's a good girl with a dad." Yi Chun was both amused and exasperated. The little dumpling seemed to be very attached to him. Did he look a lot like the little dumpling's father? Is he that old? He's only 22 years old. How could he possibly have a 3-year-old daughter? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The possibility is practically zero. "Tuanshuan, besides Daddy, what other birthday present do you want? Daddy will buy you a cake, okay? I want a big cake." The baby gestured to his father in a sweet, childlike voice, making a big cake shape with his 2 little hands. "Okay, Dad will prepare it for you in advance." At this moment, Familly put down her chopsticks. Yi Chun asked softly, "Familly, what's wrong?" Familly turned her head to the side. "My hand hurts. I can't eat." "Your hands hurt? Is it because typing is too tiring at work? Try using a spoon." Yi Chun thoughtfully got Familly a spoon and personally served her some food, which finally satisfied Familly. "Yi Chun, why does it feel like Familly did this on purpose?" "Familly, Yi Chun, come here and peel shrimp for me." "Good." Yi Chun placed Tuan Tuan on the seat, sat down next to Familly, and personally peeled shrimp for him. As soon as I peeled one, the little dumpling climbed off the chair, ran to her father, and grabbed his arm. Dad, Tuanshuan, eat. The baby looked at her father with her big, dark eyes. Yichen couldn't bear to refuse, so he peeled the skin for the mother and daughter together, busy as a bee. Feng Li, eat more. I've noticed you've lost weight lately. Are you working too hard? You need to take care of yourself even if you're overworked. There's nothing I can do to help you, Yichen said in a low voice. No, the shrimp you peeled was delicious. Feng Li suddenly smiled, and Yichen was completely stunned. He blankly put the shrimp in his hand into the woman's mouth, accidentally touching her soft lips. 96 Brother Yichen, come save me. Yichen brought Tuan back to his office. The little guy drew on the sofa, while Yichen thoughtfully organized the files for Feng Li. Feng Li suddenly asked, why don't you come work for me and be my secretary? Yichen scratched his head. Me? I'm planning to open a studio, and I'm currently discussing the registration. Okay, is there anything I can help you with? No, the studio is quite simple. I can manage it myself. Yichen continued organizing the documents. After a while, he picked up the ointment on the table and applied it to Feng Li again. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. Untie the ribbon around my neck. Oh, okay. Yichen carefully untied the ribbon around the woman's neck. Why did it feel like he was taking off her clothes? Her fair, jade-like skin was covered with dense red marks, clearly from being bitten. Yichen's throat tightened, and he looked away. His warm fingertips dipped in the ointment and rubbed it on Feng Li's neck. It was smooth and soft. Yichen applied the ointment little by little, carefully, for a full 5 minutes before reluctantly removing his hand. Feng Li, I'll take Tuanshuan back first. Feng Li looked up and asked, huh? Weren't you supposed to stay here and apply the medicine for me? We've only applied it 3 times now. These marks are your doing, so you have to take responsibility. Yichen said, okay, then I'll stay and continue applying the medicine to you every 2 hours. It will be better by tomorrow. Feng Li continued working, while Yichen sat to the side writing lyrics. He's preparing to release an album this time. Although he doesn't know how well it will be received, he will definitely do his best. The two sat together at the desk working. Little Tuanshuan was drawing on the desk. After drawing for a while, she picked up her drawing board and ran to her father's side with her short legs. Dad, let Tuanshuan draw. The little girl held up her small drawing board to show her dad the picture she had drawn. Yichen turned around and said, beautiful, so beautiful, baby. How come Tuan is drawn so beautifully? The little girl giggled and showed her mother her drawing. Feng Li pinched the little dumpling's cheek. Pretty. Tuanshuan has a real talent for drawing. Tuanshuan happily hugged her little drawing board and went back to drawing. When Feng Yin returned home that evening, she saw the wound on Feng Li's mouth and gave Yichen an admiring look. That's impressive. He even bit her sister's lips until they bled. How intense was that? Did she miss something? Feng Yin nudged Yichen with her elbow and whispered, not bad. You're the one who caused my sister's lip injury, aren't you? Yichen coughed a few times. Didn't you go to deliver food to my sister? How did you end up like this? I don't know either. Yichen's ears turned red again. Can you please stop asking? He doesn't know what possessed him to hurt Feng Li. The first time is with a relative. There's no experience, but it won't happen again next time. Next time? How could there possibly be a next time? He's done all this to Feng Li. She definitely won't let him kiss her anymore. Yichen was filled with regret. After Feng Li untied the ribbon around her neck, Feng Yin gasped. Yichen has really gone too far this time, actually managing to ravage her sister like this. He's definitely the first person in history to do this. Other men, she would kick them away without hesitation. When she met Yichen, she immediately became a weak and spoiled wife, and he could kiss her however he wanted. Feng Yin nudged Yichen again. Did you do this? Yichen nodded awkwardly. Wow, Yichen, you've finally figured it out. Stop talking. Yichen's head was almost touching the ground. Mom, put on a sticker. The little one thoughtfully found a lot of band-aids for Mom and put them on her neck. Sweetie, Mommy can't put these on. Daddy will put the medicine on for Mommy in a little while. Yichen took the little baby out of Feng Li's arms and gently peeled off the band-aid on Feng Li's neck. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Feng Li was never one to complain about pain. Yichen still felt a little sorry for her. Next time they kiss, she would definitely make sure to hold her teeth together. As Familly went upstairs, she specifically instructed, Yi-chun, come to my room tonight to apply the medicine for me. Don't forget. Good. Yi-chun was drawing with Tuan when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw a message from Chu-yi. Chu-yi, Yi-chun, I'm at Nightfall Bar right now. Come pick me up quickly. Several boys are bullying me. They're blocking my way. Yi-chun coldly replied. Chu-yi, you should talk to your boyfriend about this, not me. Brother Yi-chun, are you really abandoning me? You used to carry me on your back every day. Why are you abandoning me now? You said you were my brother and you would always protect me. Brother Yi-chun, please come and save me. Chu-yi's voice message was choked with sobs. However, Yi-chun was utterly disappointed in Chu-yi. Out of consideration for their childhood, Yi-chun still made a phone call to the Chu family. Upon receiving the call, Chu-yi's father immediately drove to the night bar. Yi-chun said, Uncle Chu, I'll hang up the phone now. Father Chu said, Wait, Xiao-chun, Uncle knows you're a good boy. Yi is just too spoiled by me. She's not a bad person. Uncle only has one daughter. If you marry Yi in the future, the entire Chu group will be yours. Xiao-chun, you and Yi grew up together. You used to carry her on your back every day when she was little. All the uncles saw that. Yi-mo is no good. He only cares about our Chu group. I have advised Yi many times, but she just won't listen. Yi-chun politely replied, Uncle Chu, Yi has her own choices, and I already have a girlfriend. I appreciate your kindness. Mr. Chu continued, Xiao-chun, I know you haven't had a girlfriend all these years. It's all for Yi. Don't lie to me. I apologize on Yi's behalf. Thank you for tonight. Yi-chun said helplessly. Uncle Chu, I have always treated Yi as my younger sister. You have really misunderstood. Xiao-chun, I'll hang up now. You should think it over carefully. As long as you and Yi get married, I'll give you the position of general manager of Chu Group. Okay, Uncle Chu. After hanging up the phone, Yi-chun remembered that he needed to go upstairs to apply medicine to Familly and patted Xiao Tuanchuan's head. Tuanchuan, you stay here and draw quietly. Daddy will go upstairs to put medicine on Mommy's face and then come down to play with you in a little while, okay? Good. Tuanchuan nodded, her chubby little hands holding a small paintbrush as she continued drawing, while Yi-chun went upstairs and knocked on Familly's door. Familly, let me apply the medicine for you. Are you already asleep? Come in. Yi-chun opened the door and found Familly leaning against the bed, her long black hair cascading down her back with a few strands falling across her chest, her fair skin faintly visible through her black pajamas. Come over. Familly beckoned to Yi-chun with her finger. 97. Don't get her pregnant before you're even married. Yi-chun obediently walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, still holding the ointment in his hand. When you get close to Familly, you can always smell a faint, pleasant fragrance about her, like her natural body scent. Familly, I'm here to apply the medicine for you. Familly leaned against the bed, lazily raising her eyes, hooking her fingers around Yi-chun's collar, and whispered in Yi-chun's ear. Tonight, apply it properly. Yi-chun felt a tickle in his ear. At such close range, he could clearly see the pores on her face and her alluring red lips. The color was very red, like she was wearing lipstick, but it was Familly's natural lip color. Her lips were beautifully shaped and full, making people want to kiss her. Good. Yi-chun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he hurriedly opened the ointment. His fingers gently touched Familly's slender swan neck, then slowly moved downwards to her slightly rising and falling chest, which was barely concealed by the silk pajamas and was dazzlingly bright. Yi-chun accidentally touched it again while applying the ointment, and he immediately withdrew his hand. Familly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Familly said calmly. It's all right, let's continue. Yi-chun continued applying the medicine, his fingers unconsciously moving downwards, his gaze fixed on that round, soft mound, unable to look away. This is a normal man's reaction, so you can't blame him, right? All of you brothers can be his witnesses. Yi-chun applied the medicine for a full 10 minutes and showed no signs of stopping. Familly, your neck is in more serious condition. Let me apply it again so it will heal faster tomorrow. Yi-chun continued, making excuses. Familly looked at Yi-chun quietly and nodded. We'll see how long he can hold out. Yi-chun might have been a ninja turtle in his past life. Yi Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Was someone talking badly about him? The hand continued its work, applying the lotion to Feng Li's entire neck, and finally to her lips, with slender fingers tracing the edges of her lips. Her soft lips were tinged with pink, and Yi Chun's throat tightened as his finger accidentally slipped into Feng Li's mouth. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. Yi Chun immediately withdrew his hand, stood up, and said, Feng Li, it's all applied. I was just being careless. I'm leaving now. You get some sleep. After Yi Chun finished speaking, he turned to leave, but Feng Li grabbed his sleeve. Yi Chun stopped and asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Feng Li said softly, I've been working too hard lately, and my arms and hands are a little sore. Can you massage them for me? How could Yi Chun possibly refuse Feng Li? Feng Li's tone even sounded like she was coaxing him. Yi Chun felt light as a feather, as if he was about to fly into the sky. It's impossible to resist President Feng's coquettishness. Okay, let me give you a massage. You must have been working too hard lately. Don't work so hard in the future. You can never earn enough money. Yi Chun sat down next to Feng Li and held her wrist. The woman's wrist was very white and slender, with a standard cool white skin. Her fair and jade-like fingers were manicured, making them look even more slender. Yi Chun squeezed Feng Li's hand, and it was surprisingly soft. He then pinched Feng Li's arm and gently rubbed it. Is this pressure okay? Feng Li closed her eyes. Yi Chun pinched her face while admiring it, but accidentally used a little too much force, and the woman let out a soft groan. It's too heavy. Okay, I'll be gentle. Yi Chun continued to massage Feng Li's arm, this time using very light force, gently kneading her hand. Wow, it looks like the battle inside is quite intense. Feng Yin leaned against the door, muttering to herself. Beside her was a little baby, whose little ears were also pressed against the door, listening to what was happening inside. However, the baby couldn't understand anything, only heard the mother's voice. This is so exciting. Looks like my sister won't have to go to work tomorrow. Hee hee, I'll be a good Samaritan this time, and lock the door again. Feng Yin grinned mischievously. Little Tuanshuan, maybe you'll have a younger brother or sister tomorrow. Aren't you happy? Tuanshuan frowned, shook her head, indicating that she didn't want a younger brother or sister, and raised her little hand to bang on the door. Feng Yin quickly picked up the little baby. Feng Tangtang, you better behave and don't disturb your mom and dad's good time. The little guy kicked his short legs as if he was about to speak, but Feng Yin quickly locked the door and was about to leave. Hearing the commotion outside, Yi Chun casually asked, Feng Yin, are you outside? Feng Yin smiled slyly. Yi Chun, sis, you two continue. I'm taking Tuanshuan away first, and I'll lock the door for you. Have fun, and I hope you have a great time. What? Feng Yin, why did you lock the door again? Open it quickly, I need to go home tonight. Yi Chun gently knocked on the door from inside, but unfortunately, Feng Yin ignored him completely. Why return it? Isn't it fine in my sister's room? I'm taking Tuanshuan and leaving first. I'll put Tuanshuan to sleep tonight. You guys have fun. Feng Yin hugged Tuanshuan and kissed her. Little Tuanshuan pushed Feng Yin, saying, I want daddy. Little Tuanshuan, why do you need a dad? Dad and mom are making you a little brother or sister. Little Tuanshuan wanted to go find her father, but her aunt carried her away, making her almost cry. Undeterred, Yi Chun continued to shout loudly, Feng Yin, open the door for me. There was no response from outside, indicating that Feng Yin had already left. Yi Chun turned around and scratched his head awkwardly. Feng Yin has locked the door again. Maybe I should sleep on the sofa tonight. Bed. Feng Li shifted her body to one side, deliberately leaving half of the bed empty for Yi Chun. You'll get a stiff neck if you sleep on the sofa, and the floor is too cold. Sleep on the bed. I won't do anything to you. No. Feng Li, I'm afraid I might do something. Yi Chun muttered to himself. After all, he was a normal man, and Feng Li was so beautiful. Sleeping in the same bed, what if something happens? It's not good to get someone pregnant before you're even married. Feng Li chuckled softly. You? What will you do to me? Yi Chun felt his dignity had been challenged. He was a man, after all. I will do something stupid. No, just lie down here and sleep, Feng Li said calmly. She knew Yi Chun's character all too well. He would never do anything to her. Okay, I'll sleep on the side. Yichen lay down next to Familly, still dressed. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted over him, even stronger than before. It was Familly's natural body scent. Who kissed 98 CEO Feng so hard his face is swollen. Yichen became increasingly intoxicated by the smell, and finally, he couldn't resist moving closer to Familly, gently shifting his body. Familly faced Yichen, her eyes closed, her hands on her face, her skin almost glowing white. Yichen couldn't help but gently poke her with his finger. He only dared to touch Familly when she was asleep. So beautiful. Yichen touched Familly's face again. It was smooth, delicate, and elastic, and he really wanted to kiss it. But he held back. How could he steal a kiss from someone else? That's absolutely not gentlemanly conduct. Yichen solemnly warned himself in his heart, but once in a while it was okay. This time, he would not be a gentleman. After successfully convincing himself, Yichen slowly moved closer to Familly. He felt his breathing become heavier. It was the first time he had stolen a kiss from Familly, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Her lips finally touched Familly's face. They were cool and smooth. After the kiss, Yichen wasn't satisfied and stared at the woman's lips, full with a faint pink hue. A kiss once is still a kiss twice is still a kiss, so I might as well not be a gentleman tonight. Yichen slowly approached and finally pressed his lips to Familly's, kissing her gently this time. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of water was heard, and Yichen finally came to his senses and quickly withdrew his tongue. Fortunately, Familly didn't wake up, otherwise, he wouldn't know what explanation he would need. No, it's how they try to justify themselves. How could they do such a thing to Familly? What's done is done, so it doesn't matter anymore. Yichen was even bolder, placing his hand directly on Familly's waist. Holding his soft future wife while sleeping felt quite nice. Dad. Little Tuanshuan went to knock on her mother's bedroom door early in the morning. She doesn't want younger siblings because if she had them, her father wouldn't love her anymore. Yichen was woken up by Tuan's noise. He opened his eyes and found that his hands were still holding Familly, so he immediately pulled them back. Yichen quietly got out of bed, walked to the door, and gently knocked on the door. Tuanshuan, go and ask your aunt to open your mother's door. Daddy, Tuanshuan called out softly. Yichen said in a low voice, Baby, Daddy is inside. Go find your aunt to open the door, and you'll see Daddy. Good. Tuanshuan toddled down to find her aunt, took her hand, and led her upstairs, pointing her little finger to the door. Auntie, open the door, I want Daddy. Fengyan looked Tuanshuan up and down. Tuanshuan, why did you wake up so early today? What are you wearing? You're not even wearing shoes. Did you just come to find your dad? The little bundle of flesh nodded, its hair a mess like a little bird's nest. The poor baby had no father to take care of it. Yichen urged, Fengyan, open the door quickly, I need to go out. Fengyan chuckled. Yichen, you have such great stamina? It's been a whole night, and you're still awake so early. Is my sister still sleeping? Yichen turned around and saw that Familly had already gotten up. Her hair was messy and she looked a bit lazy, but what was most eye-catching was her red lips, which looked swollen. It got swollen from being sucked. Yichen felt extremely guilty. He didn't know how long they kissed last night. He had forgotten. He didn't expect it to be so serious. How could Familly go to work today? Familly, are you alright? Does your mouth hurt? It hurts a little. Did someone bite me last night? Familly raised her eyebrows meaningfully, her dark eyes staring silently at Yichen, who felt so guilty that cold sweat poured down his back. No, I don't know either. I slept very soundly last night. Did you dream about something delicious, and that's why you bit your lip? Familly narrowed her eyes slightly. Is that so? Yes, that must be it. Yichen laughed, but inside he was almost crying. When Fengyan opened the door and saw Familly's mouth, her jaw almost dropped in shock. She pointed at Yichen and said, You've really made something of yourself. Yichen shook his head repeatedly. It wasn't me. He really only kissed her for a short while, that's all. Who knew it would be this serious? Our girl's lips all so fragile. Dad. Yichen had a small pendant on his leg. The little guy had tears in his eyes, his clothes were crooked, and he wasn't wearing shoes. He looked extremely pitiful. Yichen quickly picked up his precious baby. Baby, why are you here? You're not wearing shoes. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Yichen pinched the little one's feet, They were chilly, so he immediately warmed them with his hands. Toanchuan shook her head and spoke earnestly to her father. Dad, Toanchuan doesn't want a little sister. Yichun was both amused and exasperated. Dad knows that Toanchuan doesn't want a younger sister. There is no younger sister, only Toanchuan. Round and round. Little Toanchuan hugged her father's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Mom, it hurts. The little boy pointed at his mother's mouth again, noticed the wound on her mouth, frowned, and wanted to get medicine for his mother. Yichun placed the barefoot little Toanchuan on the bed and put little shoes on the little guy. Toanchuan, you can't go out barefoot anymore. You'll catch a cold. Tuan is good. Good girl, Toanchuan. Yichun carried the little baby out of the room, and Familly came out with him. All the maids in the room covered their mouths. This is too intense. Why did President Feng's mouth turn like that? Unfortunately, Familly has a press conference scheduled for today. Yichun personally applied the medicine to Familly and hesitated before saying, Familly, why don't you skip today's press conference and postpone it until tomorrow? Familly said calmly, No, the media is ready. We can't postpone it. Yichun asked, All right, are you really all right? Fine. After changing her clothes, Familly wore a black short skirt with a coat and 10-centimeter high heels, still maintaining an aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Although her lips were partially covered by lipstick, it was still noticeable that someone had swollen them. Yichun, the instigator, felt extremely guilty and regretted his actions. Why couldn't he resist? Yichun said solemnly, Familly, I'll go with you. You? Okay, let's go. Familly took Yichun into the car, while the little girl stayed home and quietly drew pictures. She is a good girl. The second press conference of Feng's group attracted even more people, apparently because a brand was going to conduct pre-sales of new products. The media had been waiting at the entrance since early morning, eager to take photos of Familly. A few minutes later, the extended Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the venue. The door opened, and a pair of 10-centimeter high heels came into view. President Feng is here. Quick, take some pictures. President Feng, with your stunning good looks, I'm here. I was here first. The media swarmed around Familly, blocking her way. Then, to my shock, I noticed that President Feng's lips seemed swollen. What's going on? Who exactly defiled their goddess? A trending topic instantly climbed to the top of the trending list. Feng Zhong's lips got swollen from being kissed. President Feng's hidden boyfriend. The detached goddess has been defiled. Who? Who is it? Get your ass out here right now. Who has defiled my goddess? 99. She absolutely loves it. President Feng makes a heartfelt confession. Which bro is this? Come out and say something. You've tarnished my image of the aloof goddess. My goddess. Who is she? Show yourself right now. I can't accept this news. I can't accept it. Who on earth kissed my aloof goddess so hard her lips are swollen? This is outrageous. What does it feel like to kiss CEO Feng's lips? Brother, can you share your experience? I really want to know. Yichun looked at the message on his phone and twitched his lips. It was just like that, feeling light and airy, like I was flying into the sky. He is the legendary person. However, he only dares to hide in the car now and doesn't dare to go out. Oh my god. Chun, did you see the news online? It seems that the Chable goddess has a boyfriend now. Her lips are all swollen from kissing her. It's pretty pitiful. Yeah, who is it? So powerful, managing to kiss President Feng. She's the top tycoon in the capital. I really want to know. Familly is my goddess, and now she's been defiled. I want to die. Even the dormitory group chat exploded. Lu Hao rolled around on his bed, rolling around and rolling around. Yichun was speechless. He just accidentally took a sip and sipped for a little too long, and that's how it ended up like this. Now everyone in the country knows that Familly's lips were swollen from being kissed. Yichun replied, Is it possible that he's an exceptionally handsome person? How could that be? Even if someone is handsome, can they be as handsome as me? Lu Hao replied narcissistically, Go who you? Forget about you. Chun'er is all right. Only Chun'er can bewitch President Feng. Yi Mo naturally saw the message too, and in anger, he smashed his phone on the ground, shattering it and startling his sleeping grandmother. Xiao Mo, why are you throwing a tantrum again? Grandma has said that you shouldn't lose your temper. It's bad for your health. Getting angry is harmful to your body. Yemo snorted coldly. Mind your own business. Mind your own, Yi-chen. Do you know what he did? He became the mistress of a female CEO. Grandma Yi said calmly, impossible. I know Xiao Chen's personality best. He would never do such a thing. He is a hard-working and good boy. Good kid? Yi-chen will do anything for money. He's capable of anything. Do you really think he's a good person? Yemo picked up the phone. Although the screen was broken, it was still usable. He used his alternate account to comment below. It's Yi-chen, just a mistress kept by CEO Phone. I also tagged Yi-chen's Weibo account. However, nobody believed it, and Feng Li's army was still questioning him. When Feng Li returned from the press conference, she was surrounded by many media outlets. Miss Feng, do you really have a boyfriend? Which CEO is he? I heard that the young master of the Fu family, the young master of the Gu family, and the young master of the Li family are all your candidates. May I ask which one it is? Can you tell me a little bit? Facing the media, Feng Li calmly said, I do have a boyfriend, but he's not one of those rich young masters. My boyfriend is a very nice person, very young, and a recent college graduate. What? A recent male college graduate. They thought that President Feng liked successful people, but they never expected that President Feng liked young and handsome men. Upon hearing Feng Li's voice in the car, Yi-chen's pupils suddenly contracted. What had Feng Li just said? Her boyfriend is a recent college graduate, isn't that him? Has Feng Li acknowledged him? I felt a sweet, light, and somewhat unreal feeling. His girlfriend and future wife is the #1 female tycoon in the capital. Mr. Feng, what is it about your boyfriend that you like? Is it his face? Is he particularly handsome? A female reporter asked curiously. Feng Li glanced at the female reporter beside her, her voice still indifferent. No, liking someone is liking someone. What other reason do I need? She liked him at first sight, so she brought him home. Is there a problem with that? Feng Li has always been a very free-spirited person, and over the years, she has never met a man who makes her heart flutter. Except that night, when it rained when she came out of the hotel after finishing her business. The young boy sat by the flower bed, holding his clothes to shield himself from the rain. He looked a little disheveled and pitiful, and his dark eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Her heart suddenly fluttered, so she brought him home. Feng Li continued, I don't need any reason to like someone. The surrounding media were stunned. As expected of President Feng, he can do whatever he wants and like whoever he wants. Another media outlet raised the question, Ms. Feng, your boyfriend, Shui Kai, just graduated from university. Don't you think he's too young and immature? He may be childish at times, but I just like his childishness. After saying that, Feng Li glanced at the car next to her. Yi-chen was inside, and their eyes met. Although the window was opaque, it seemed as if the two people were truly looking at each other. Yi-chen felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Feng Li. Did Feng Li just confess to him? Ow, ow. Yi-chen covered his head, his ears turning red again. Why does Feng Li like him, and even like his childishness? Is he naive? I don't think so, except that I secretly kissed Feng Li last night, but Feng Li didn't know because she was asleep. Yi-chen blushed and lowered his head, too embarrassed to face anyone, after being suddenly confessed to by President Feng. This scene was clearly broadcast live online, and Feng Li's words broke the hearts of countless men. I love CEO Feng so much, I'm crying. Seeing my dream girl confess her feelings to someone else, a male college student so much younger than me, makes me angry. The grudge of having your wife stolen is irreconcilable. Male college student, come out here. Who on earth is this person, and what merits do they possess to deserve such love from CEO Feng? Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Who is it? Who is it that's making me so jealous? The hatred of having one's wife stolen is irreconcilable. Don't let me find out who it was, or I'll make him wish he were dead. Yi-chen has now become the public enemy of the entire internet because President Feng loves him too much, so he has been regarded as the enemy of the nation. Ms. Feng, you love your boyfriend so much. What about him? Does he love you? Another media outlet raised this question. Having finally uncovered such sensational news in the capital, of course I have to make good use of it. Feng Li hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know. Huh? You don't know? Is there anyone who doesn't like President Feng? President Feng is the dream goddess of countless otaku. Is there really anyone who doesn't like her? Upon hearing this, Yi-chun raised his head. 100 life winners. Married to CEO Feng right after graduating from university. Of course he liked her, and he liked Familly too. How could I not like her? She's so wonderful. But his current status is not good enough for Familly, so he needs to work hard in the future. Funny, there are actually people who don't like President Feng? I do. Let me take him home. Do male college students dislike older women? Is it because they think Mr. Feng is too old? Yi-chun really wanted to reply below. Of course I like it. He likes older sister types like Familly. No, he just likes Familly. No matter how beautiful the other women are, he doesn't like them. The media continued. Miss Feng, is it possible that your boyfriend is just using you as an ATM and doesn't actually love you? Familly said proudly. No, my boyfriend earns his own money and has never asked me for money. He even bought my clothes. I love it. You've gotten to the point of buying clothes. It seems like good things aren't far off, Mr. Feng. Well then, I wish you and your boyfriend a happy marriage soon. Familly smiled sincerely. Thank you. President Feng smiled. So President Feng can smile too. I'm so envious of her boyfriend. He just graduated from university, and he's already a winner in life. Winning Familly's heart. Damn, what a winner in life. He got married to CEO Feng right after graduating from university, and I'm almost 30 and still don't have a girlfriend. When are you going to send me a girlfriend? Send me one too. I want a woman like CEO Feng, someone who makes money and is incredibly good to her boyfriend. Thanks. The person upstairs is still dreaming. My requirements are very low. Any woman will do. Yi-chun laughed out loud as he read the comments. These people are really something. They can say anything. At this moment, Yi-mo was so angry that he lost his mind. He kept thinking that the little boyfriend Familly was talking about was Yi-chun. Yi-chun is about to graduate, and he's a male college student. He's the little boyfriend Familly was talking about. Not a lover, but a boyfriend. Yi-mo overturned everything on the table. Ye's mother said with heartache. Xiao-mo, tell your mother. Who offended you? Mom will avenge you. Yi-mo gritted his teeth in anger. Who else could it be? Of course, it's Yi-chun. Yi-chun? He didn't come back? Did he trip you up again? Yes, Yi-chun stole my future girlfriend. What right does he have? He's from the slums. What right does he have to steal my future girlfriend? Yi-mo said, his eyes red with envy. How dare Yi-chun? Xiao-mo, isn't your girlfriend Yi? Yi-mo fell silent. What use was a girlfriend like Chu-yi, who only knew how to cry? He wanted a girlfriend like Familly. Grandma Yi tried to dissuade him, saying, Xiao-mo, I've met Xiao Chen's girlfriend before. She's very beautiful. How could he possibly steal your girlfriend? Yi-mo asked through gritted teeth. Who exactly is Yi-chen's girlfriend? Do you know her name? Who was the girlfriend he brought home last time? Grandma Yi replied with a smile. Her name is Lily. Yes, that's Lily. She's very pretty, with long hair, and she wears all black. She looks aloof, but she's a very nice person. Yi-mo's eyes widened suddenly. What did you say? Yi-chen's girlfriend is named Lily, and she even went back to his hometown with him. Yeah, that was a month ago. They even stayed at home for a day. They have a really good relationship. How could they possibly steal your girlfriend? Yi-mo shook his head in disbelief. How could that be? Could it be that the two of them had already gotten together a month ago? President Feng actually followed Yi-chun to a place like the countryside. Upon hearing this news, Yi-mo completely collapsed, slumping onto the sofa with his body limp. He's fought for so many years, and every time he's crushed Yi-chun under his feet, except for this time. Yi-chun actually managed to get close to Familly. What did Familly see in him? That poor loser was good for nothing except for his good looks. Wouldn't he never be able to compare to Yi-chun? Is there any woman in the world more outstanding than Familly? Yi-mo was so angry that his vision went black, and he collapsed onto the sofa, fainting from anger. Xiao-mo, what's wrong? Don't scare your mother. What's wrong? Ye's mother's hands trembled, and she immediately asked Ye's father to call an ambulance. The Yi family was in chaos as Yi-mo was put into the ambulance. Grandma Yi shook her head and sighed alone at home. Anger is bad for your health. Why did you have to get angry? Now look what's happened. You've ended up in the hospital. Those who don't heed the advice of their elders will suffer the consequences. Grandma Yi kept muttering to herself as she continued to sit in the courtyard outside, basking in the sun. The car door opened. Familly got into the car and sat next to Yi-chun. Why aren't you getting out? Yichen put down his phone, stammering, I was afraid that if I went down there, I would ruin your reputation. How could you say that in front of the media? What did you say? Fengli asked in a smirk. Did you hear it? Yichen scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, I heard a little bit. Fengli turned her head and asked, what did you hear? You said, I'm your boyfriend. Fengli nodded. Yichen touched the tip of his nose. These people online are saying that I stole their goddess. Fengli turned her head. So, Yichen declared confidently, I will work hard. You don't need to work so hard. You just need to be by my side. Fengli chuckled and took Yichen's hand. Yichen felt quite lucky. After being kicked out of his home, he met Fengli, and Fengli was so kind to him. Fengli must have been sent by heaven to save him. Just then, Yichen's phone rang. When the video call connected, it showed a chubby little face covered in colorful paint, looking adorably silly. Dad. Honey, what's wrong? Dad. Tuanshuan draws. The little girl held up her drawing to the screen to show her dad. Although the baby is small, he can already make video calls to his dad. You draw so well. Dad and Mom will be back in a little while. Can you wait another 20 minutes? Okay. Tuanshuan, wait for Dad and Mom. Tuanshuan raised her little hand to wipe her face, but her face was even more smeared with blue paint. She picked up her little paintbrush and continued to paint. Yichen's heart melted. He really wanted to see his precious daughter as soon as possible. He is so lucky to have such a wonderful future wife as Fengli and such an obedient daughter as Tuanshuan. Fengli's public declaration of love to the media immediately topped the trending charts on various platforms. She loves him so much. Fengli makes a heartfelt confession. Fengzong is a true love. Don't love Mr. Feng too much. Wow. President Feng is so incredibly adorable. His declaration of love was so heartfelt, I almost cried. I'm so envious. My drool is practically dripping from my eyes. We're all searching online for that male college student. Please come forward and let us vent our anger for a few minutes, okay? She's so adorable. Mr. Feng, I'm so happy I could cry. Yichen has become the envy of the entire internet. I hope all the brothers who clicked the little star will have a wife like President Feng. There's a new novel with the same style next door. 101. President Feng, who has a strong sense of being a married woman. Yichen opened the car door and got out. A small pendant appeared on his lap. The little guy hugged his dad's legs tightly with his two little arms. His soft little face was covered in paint, and the original color could no longer be seen. He looked like a little kitten. Dad. Yichen laughed and picked up the little guy. Good boy. How did you get your face all messed up like this? After Fengli got out of the car and saw her daughter's appearance, she almost fainted. He pinched the little guy's cheek with obvious disgust. Feng Tuanshuan, did you fall into paint? Tuanshuan shook her head, nestled sadly in her father's arms, and wrapped her little hands around his neck. The poor baby is being rejected by his mother. Fengli, Tuanshuan likes to draw. It's her hobby. I'll take her to wash up in a bit. Our Tuanshuan will be a clean baby after a wash. Yichen gently rubbed the little one's head and soon soothed him. Dad, let Tuanshuan draw. Tuanshuan pointed her little finger at the living room, wanting her parents to see her drawing. Good. Upon entering, the living room was covered in all sorts of paint on the floor, sofa, and tables. Yichen's lips twitched. Tuanshuan, why did you make paint everywhere? Daddy, Tuanshuan. The little dumpling lowered his head, silently fiddled with his fingers, and said in a cute little voice, Tuanshuan, I don't know. The baby is too young. While drawing, he forgot everything and made a mess of the living room. Yichen rubbed Tuanshuan's fluffy little head and said, Tuanshuan, you need to be more careful next time you draw. Good. Tuanshuan nodded and secretly kissed her father's cheek. She thought her father disliked her because she was a dirty baby. At this moment, Feng Yan, who had been relegated to the background, suddenly stood up, startling Yichen. It turns out he was still a person. Yichen, you have no idea how outrageous your daughter is. Look, I'm covered in paint. I'm going to take a shower. You should have the servants clean this place up first. Feng Yan was furious, but she couldn't bear to hit Xiao Tuanshuan, so she could only endure it. Feng Li was about to lose his temper. He had a severe case of mysophobia and would take several showers if he got even a little bit dirty. Right now, the sofa was covered in paint. Yi Chun said considerately. Familly, go upstairs to take a shower and change your clothes first. I'll have the servants clean this place. Okay, I'm leaving Tuanchuan to you two. Wash her clean. Look how dirty she is. Familly pointed at the dirty little Tuanchuan, who quickly wiped her face, but the more she wiped, the dirtier it got. Yi Chun was both amused and exasperated. Tuanchuan, Daddy will take you to wash up. We won't wipe you anymore. Tuanchuan pointed to the drawing board not far away. Dad, Tuanchuan is drawing. Yi Chun then noticed the painting that Tuan had drawn. It's a landscape painting with flowers, grass, and trees, and the colors are beautiful and vibrant. It doesn't look like something a 2- or 3-year-old child could draw. Yi Chun was shocked. Tuanchuan, where did you see this scenery? Outside. Little Tuanchuan pointed to the back garden outside. Familly and Yi Chun went to the back garden together, and the scenery in the right corner was exactly the same as the painting Tuan had drawn. Yi Chun stared at Familly in shock, his pupils wide. Familly, Tuan is truly a genius. She has a photographic memory and can even draw it. Familly nodded and said, Tuanchuan's memory is indeed very good, better than other babies, but he didn't like to talk before. The little one had no idea what shocking thing he had done. He looked at his father and then at his mother with his innocent big eyes. Tuanchuan is awesome. Yes, Tuanchuan is the best baby. Yi Chun kissed the baby's colorful little face. It tasted a little salty. What incredible luck he had to have such a genius daughter. Yi Chun carried Tuanchuan to take a bath, washing the baby until she was all clean and then dressing her in little clothes. Daddy, Tuan is all white. The sweet-smelling baby hugged her father's face and kissed him again. She was now a clean baby. Yes, it's clean. Our Tuanchuan baby is the cleanest. When Yi Chun carried Tuanchuan downstairs, the maid had already cleaned the living room. Familly was leaning against the sofa, wearing a casual milky white nightgown, exuding a strong sense of wifely charm. Yi Chun swallowed hard. Familly turned around. Her features were three-dimensional and delicate, and her skin was as white as jade. What was most eye-catching was her slightly swollen lips. Is it clean? Yi Chun nodded, placed Tuanchuan next to Familly, and asked in a low voice, Does your mouth still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. That bug bit me really badly yesterday. Familly raised an eyebrow and deliberately glanced at Yi Chun, who felt guilty and broke out in a cold sweat. Insect? Did Familly think it was caused by insects? Yi Chun opened his mouth. Really? Does it hurt a lot? Mom, it hurts. The little one was so thoughtful, wanting to apply the medicine to his mother, and kept searching for it. Yi Chun picked up the medicine he had bought last time and said in a low voice, Familly, let me apply some medicine for you first. This medicine can reduce the swelling. Yi Chun, with ointment on his hands, gently applied it to the woman's soft lips. It felt cool and smooth, and Yi Chun couldn't resist giving it a light pinch. Familly frowned slightly, and Yi Chun immediately withdrew his hand. Sorry, it was an accident just now. Familly looked at him with doting eyes. It's all right, continue. Yi Chun continued applying the medicine, this time carefully and meticulously finishing the application for Familly. After changing her clothes, Familly came out and suddenly asked, Sister, are you dating Yi Chun? The person you confessed your feelings to in front of the media, was it Yi Chun? Yi Chun pursed his lips, a little shy. Familly answered generously. Yes, it's him. Familly smiled mischievously. Now the whole internet is guessing who that male college graduate you like is. They even posted that you went to a lecture at Imperial University a month ago and said that your boyfriend is at Imperial University, and he's even in the same year. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun sat up abruptly. Are these netizens really that good at digging? They even managed to find this out. Familly, who did they guess? Familly said, Some people guessed Yimo and said he was the eldest young master of the Yi family, the most prestigious and good-looking person in this cohort. Yimo? Yi Chun said coldly. How could he possibly be? Yimo is not worthy of Familly at all. He is not even worthy of a single hair on Familly's head. 102, I really want to eat this. It's just someone else's guess. I don't know either. Why are you so agitated? You're not going to help my sister get her marriage certificate, and you don't even like her, Familly said deliberately. No. Of course he liked her. but his current status was not worthy of Familly. Familly spoke calmly. Yin, say less. Sis, you're being way too protective. I only said one thing to Yi Chun and you're already so protective. Your boyfriend is such a treasure, Yin muttered under her breath. Yi Chun opened his phone, and sure enough, many people guessed it was Yi Mo. President Feng times young Master Yi. President Feng's boyfriend is Yi Mo. Is it really Yi Mo? But Yi Mo isn't our school's most handsome guy. Our school's most handsome guy is Yi Chun, and Yi Chun is much more handsome than Yi Mo. Yes, Yi Chun is the most handsome. How could President Feng like Yi Mo? He's had so many girlfriends. Is it really Yi Mo? Isn't his girlfriend Chui? And he's even getting along really well with a female celebrity. The comments section is full of negative information about Yi Mo, and his fans can't possibly make up for it. At this moment, in the hospital ward, Ye's mother stood by the bedside, tears welling in her eyes, and held Yi Mo's hand tightly. Xiao Mo, wake up. There's news about you online saying you like some CEO Feng, and that you two are boyfriend and girlfriend. Yi Mo, still in his hospital bed, opened his eyes excitedly upon hearing the news. Mom, what did you just say? You said Mr. Feng and I are boyfriend and girlfriend? Where did you hear that? Where did you see it? Look online. Xiao Mo, Mom knows you like President Feng. Don't worry. Your dad will definitely create opportunities for you to get to know President Feng properly. Don't be angry. You scared Mom to death. Ye's mother placed her phone in front of Yi Mo's eyes. The screen was full of trending topics about him and President Feng. Everyone was saying that he was President Feng's boyfriend. Upon seeing this message, Yi Mo finally smiled. It's President Feng. Everyone thinks I'm President Feng's boyfriend. Ye's mother tried to dissuade him, saying, Xiao Mo, don't be angry. Maybe they all think you and President Feng are a good match. Your father will definitely find a way. Yi Chun, who came from the slums, is not good enough for President Feng at all. Mr. Yi sighed. That wasn't just any woman. It was President Feng, Familly, someone he couldn't possibly associate with. But for Yi Mo's sake, she had no choice but to nod and agree. Look, your dad has already promised to let you meet President Feng, so you need to take good care of your health now. Yi Mo smiled and nodded. He felt like he could run 2 miles now. Then he picked up his phone and continued scrolling through the comments, chuckling to himself. Yi Chun clenched his fist and said, Familly, they say it's Yi Mo, that Yi Mo is your boyfriend. Although he was just saying it casually, he was still very unhappy inside, because this was his future wife. Familly seemed to see through Yi Chun's thoughts and said in a low voice, let me clarify something. Familly picked up her phone and sent a message. Please don't make wild guesses. My boyfriend isn't Yi Mo. He's just an ordinary person. It wasn't CEO Yi. I thought it was CEO Yi. So who is it? Is it just an ordinary male college student? Yi Chun, the most handsome guy at the university in the capital, I think he's quite good looking. Maybe he can catch President Feng's eye. Yi Chun is indeed very handsome, but isn't his girlfriend Song Wanning? The two of them are quite famous on the forum. Yi Mo had just started to recover a little when he saw this news, which made him so angry that he fainted again. Ye's parents were extremely anxious and went to call the doctor, keeping them incredibly busy. Yi Chun was scrolling through his phone when his grandmother called. Xiao Chun, where are you? Grandma is so bored at home, all by herself. The old lady sat in a rocking chair basking in the sun. The entire Yi family had gone to the hospital, leaving only a few servants behind. Yi Chun asked, Grandma, why are you home alone? Where are the rest of the Yi family? Sigh, Xiao Mo has such a temper. When he heard you had a girlfriend, he was so angry that he fainted and had to be taken to the hospital. He's still not awake. Yi Chun was speechless after hearing this. Yi Mo got so angry that he ended up in the hospital. That's right. Yi Mo always outshines him in every way. In the past, when they took exams, Yi Mo's parents would tell him to take fewer exams, for fear that Yi Mo would be unhappy. Great-grandmother. Little Tuanshuan climbed into her father's arms and was talking to her grandmother. Oh, it's little Tuanshuan. She's so good. Come visit your great-grandmother when you have time. Good. Tuanshuan was talking to her grandma on her phone, and no one knew what she was saying, but it made her grandma laugh out loud. Xiao Chun, is Lily here too? You must take good care of Lily. She's a good girl. Yi Chun said awkwardly. Okay, Grandma, I understand. It was clearly Familly who took care of him. He was 4 years younger than Familly. That's good. Grandma can rest assured. You two take good care of yourselves. Grandma Yi talked for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Familly raised her hand and gently stroked Yi Chen's handsome face. I've already explained. Are you still angry? Yi Chen shook his head. I'm not angry. Familly didn't expose Yi Chen, but straightened his collar and ran her slender fingers over Yi Chen's chest. Not angry? What if I'm the one trying to explain myself? She didn't want to be associated with any man's name except Yi Chen. Yi Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Familly only needed one look to make him lose his composure. Yi Mo was so angry that he was hospitalized, probably because he overheard what you said. He's in the hospital, so what? Are you still worried about him? Familly pinned Yi Chen to the sofa, raising the corners of her eyes. His life or death has nothing to do with me. I only care about you. The blunt words made Yi Chen's ears turn red again. He lifted his eyelids and saw his lips, which were swollen from his kiss. Further down, the fair swan neck was covered with red marks from his nibbling. The marks on Familly's body were all made by him. Yi Chen lowered his eyes guiltily, and a round, white mound appeared before him, radiating an alluring luster. He swallowed hard. I want to eat. Familly lifted Yi Chen's chin, her expression suggestive. What are you looking at? No, it's nothing. Familly was wearing casual pajamas today, with a very low neckline, especially with this movement, which revealed everything about her. It's fair, soft, and very round, with a faint pink tinge. Yi Chen hadn't intended to look, but he accidentally glanced at it, and quickly turned his head away. Yes, I really want to eat it. He's a man, so it's not wrong for him to want to eat, is it? Yi Chen was making excuses for himself again. Familly asked in a low voice, what do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat. Yi Chen glanced at the woman's full breasts, hesitated, and then changed the subject. I want to eat meat tonight. Familly asked in confusion. Meat? There's meat every night. What kind of meat do you want to eat? Yi Chen casually replied. Anything is fine. Okay, I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Familly went to the kitchen herself. Yi Chen looked up at Familly's retreating figure. Actually, what he wanted to eat was, will Familly sleep with him tonight? Yi Chen pursed his lips, already deciding what to eat tonight. You've really made something of yourself. Hurry up and eat. Brothers who want to see more, please give this a little star. 103 The Chaebol Tycoon is forcing him to get a marriage certificate. Mom and Dad, let's sleep together, sleep. As Tuanshuan spoke in a soft, childish voice, Grandma Yi on the other side excitedly stood up from her chair. Tuanshuan, are your mom and dad sleeping together now? In the same room. Tuanshuan nodded adorably and continued talking to her great-grandmother. Daddy, Mommy, kisses. The little boy was talking when his father suddenly covered his mouth. Yi Chen really wanted to shut this little guy up. He'd just blurt out everything. Tuanshuan, why aren't you saying anything? What are you kissing? Hurry up and tell great-grandma a little more. Grandma Yi continued gossiping. Yi Chen said helplessly, Grandma, don't listen to Tuanshuan's nonsense. Grandma Yi smiled and said, Chen, you're already sleeping in the same room as Lily. When are you going to have your wedding? Grandma will help you make arrangements. My poor Chen, you have no parents to take care of you, but you have Grandma. If Lily doesn't mind, we'll have the wedding in the countryside. Grandma, it's too early to hold a wedding. You're in such a hurry. I haven't graduated yet. I don't graduate for another month. Who gets married right after graduating from university? Okay, Grandma won't rush you. Lily is a good child. You must hold on to her and not let someone else take her away. Yi Chen said, I understand, Grandma, don't worry. But how could he let someone else steal his future wife? Absolutely not. Yi Chen hung up the phone and realized that Familly had already returned and was sitting next to him. He awkwardly scratched his head. Familly, don't listen to my grandma's nonsense. Familly gently stroked Yi Chen's cheek. I think it's great. You'll graduate in another month, and then we'll get our marriage certificate and have a wedding. Wow, so fast. Maybe I should wait another year. I'd like to start a company. Yi Chen felt that things were moving too fast, and it was somewhat unreal. He and Familly had only known each other for less than 2 months, and they were already getting married? Familly's eyes darkened. Can't you start a company after getting married? No, I want to start my own business. My current status is not good enough for you. Familly said. Let's get the marriage certificate first. Yichen nodded in agreement. The tycoon insisted on forcing him to get a marriage certificate, and he had no choice but to comply. Tomorrow is Tuanshuan's birthday, and I plan to make a cake for her at home. Yichen said, I can help, but I've never made a cake before. Familly patted Yichen on the shoulder. Making a cake is quite simple. You can just help me out. Good. Yichen held Tuanshuan's little hand. Tomorrow is your birthday. Our Tuanshuan will be 3 years old tomorrow. Tuan Tuan Gao Gao. The little guy is standing on his dad's lap. Tuanshuan has grown taller again this year. Yes, the regimental commander has grown taller, Yichen said indulgently. It's just a bit of a shame that he hasn't met his 1-year-old daughter, Tuanshuan. During mealtimes, Familly could only eat light and bland foods. Feng Yin ate the crayfish with relish, and then added, Sister, you're so pitiful. You can't eat anything. You can only drink some light porridge. It doesn't matter. Familly continued drinking the soup with her spoon. Yichen secretly vowed that he would be more careful in the future and would not hurt Familly again. Since it was Yichen's first time kissing a woman, he had no experience and just started kissing her. Please be understanding of Qinshen. Tuanshuan is not picky about food at all. She will eat whatever her father gives her, but she may only eat Yichen. She won't eat if someone else feeds her. After dinner, Yichen sat next to Familly and applied medicine. Familly's lip wound has healed a lot and doesn't look so swollen anymore. Familly suddenly grasped Yichen's hand and said, You don't need to apply the medicine tomorrow. It won't hurt anymore. Come to my room tonight and sleep with me. Let's work on our relationship properly so you won't change your mind a month from now. Good. Yichen put down the cotton swabs and followed Familly back to the room, with a little guy following behind them like a tail. Daddy, Tuanshuan, go to sleep. The little bundle of joy rubbed its eyes, looking incredibly sleepy. Okay, Daddy will take you to bed. Familly, let me put Tuanshuan to sleep first. Wait for me for 5 minutes. Yichen quickly put Xiao Tuanshuan on the bed. Tuanshuan, go to sleep. Yichen quickly patted the baby to sleep, then immediately left the room and went to Familly's door. Familly, I'm back. No one responded. Familly, Yichen knocked on the door again, but still no one answered. He pushed open the door and entered the room. This is his future wife's room. It should be fine. Familly, aren't you in your room? Just as Yichen was about to leave, Familly's voice came from the bathroom. Yichen, take out one of my pajamas from the closet. Oh. Yichen paused for 2 seconds, then asked, Familly, are you taking a shower? Oh, I forgot my pajamas. Could you get me one from the white cabinet next to the sofa? A woman's clear voice rang out, and Yichen came back to his senses. He walked to the closet, opened it, and found various styles of pajamas, only in black and white. Familly, which one do you want, and what color? Familly said calmly, Any color is fine, whatever you like. Does he like it? Yichen decisively grabbed a black, super short, sheer silk camisole nightgown. Familly would definitely look great in it. After a while, Yichen put the item back, feeling that it wasn't quite right. Then, I just picked out a normal pair of pajamas. Yichen stood at the bathroom door and could vaguely see Familly's silhouette. Familly, your pajamas. The door opened a crack, and Familly took the clothes from it. Through the gap, Yichen could clearly see the woman's fair, jade-like skin and the rounded mound of her chest. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I still really want to eat it. About 2 minutes later, Familly came out, her curvaceous figure wrapped in a black silk dress, which was more alluring than if she were not wearing anything at all. You like this type? Yichen then noticed that this was not a normal nightgown. There was no fabric at the back, and the neckline was very large, revealing half of his rounded breasts. No, I didn't see behind me. I could see in front of me. Yichen continued to argue. So I misunderstood you? Familly slowly approached, her slender white fingers loosening the tie around Yichen's neck. Go take a shower. Good. Do you need my help? Familly raised the corner of her eye, her smile possessing a touch of allure. Yichen stammered, No need. After saying that, he fled in panic and locked himself in the bathroom. Yichen, you've been in the bathroom for 20 minutes. Come out quickly, your pajamas are ready, Familly said from the doorway. Yichen opened the door a crack, stretched out his arm, and brought in the pajamas. Thank you. He came in so quickly that he didn't bring his pajamas. How embarrassing. It seems like he needs Familly's help with everything. Will Familly think he's useless? Yi-chun came out of the bathroom, his wet hair dripping with water droplets, and suddenly a towel appeared on his head. Come here, let me blow dry your hair. Familly, holding a hairdryer, pressed Yi-chun down onto the sofa. 100 for it swollen again. Thanks. Yi-chun sat obediently on the sofa, letting Familly blow dry his hair. No one had ever been so kind to him, blow drying his hair. Familly was very close to him. She had just finished showering and exuded a fresh fragrance. Yi-chun's mind was wandering, and his thoughts were racing again. Your hair is dry, go to sleep. What were you thinking about? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Familly put the hairdryer away and said calmly, No, it's nothing. After saying that, Yi-chun stood up guiltily and quickly lay down on the bed. Familly sat in front of the dressing table and applied a layer of lotion before getting into bed and lying down next to Yi-chun. Yi-chun lay there with his eyes closed, motionless. Asleep? Familly covered Yi-chun with the blanket, seemingly talking to herself. He'll fall asleep in no time. She reached out and pinched Yi-chun's cheek. You fell asleep just in time. It seems tonight will be another peaceful night. Familly seemed to have gotten used to it and closed her eyes. Yi-chun is still young. She can wait a little longer. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After an unknown amount of time, Yi-chun slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was an absolutely beautiful face. Breathtakingly beautiful. The woman lay on her side on the bed, facing herself. Her figure was curvaceous, her waist slender, and her legs long and fair, which her pajamas could not cover. Yi-chun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he gently pulled open the ribbon sealing Familly's hand. A snow-white expanse fell before his eyes, so white it was dazzling. Yi-chun pounced on her impatiently, his two large hands embracing the woman's slender waist, having completely lost his mind. So soft. Fragrant. Suddenly, Familly let out a soft hum. Yi-chun immediately stopped what he was doing. Could it be that Familly had woken up? No way. How was he supposed to explain this? Yi-chun was prepared to die. He looked up and saw that the woman beside him was still asleep, only slightly frowning. I was terrified. I thought Familly had woken up. Yi-chun continued, lying on Familly's chest, fighting all night long. I absolutely love it. Since it was Yi-chun's first time experiencing this, the time it took was indeed a bit too long. The next day, Yi-chun opened his eyes and realized that Familly was not dressed yet. He tiptoed over and dressed her, tying the sashes on. Fortunately, Familly was fast asleep and didn't notice him at all. Yi-chun secretly got out of bed, got dressed, and left the room. The next moment, Familly opened her eyes. She lowered her gaze to her chest, her brows furrowing slightly. Looks like I won't be able to get dressed today. It's swollen again. Yi-chun, the instigator, was completely unaware of what was happening. He was dressing his beloved daughter, humming a song, and seemed to be in a good mood. Daddy, Toanshuan is wearing a pretty dress. The little girl pointed to the most gorgeous pink dress, which had little pink wings on it. Familly had bought it especially for her daughter's birthday. Okay, Dad will dress you. Yi-chun carefully dressed Toanshuan, put on her socks, changed her into little shoes, and then put on her crown. Today, little Toanshuan is the most beautiful birthday girl. Mother. Toanshuan, with her two short legs, is going to find her mother so she can show her her pretty clothes. The little dumpling gently patted the door. Mommy. Toanshuan, Mom hasn't gotten up yet. Shall we wait for her for a while? As soon as Yi-chun finished speaking, the door opened, and Familly was still wearing a milky white casual pajama set, the fabric of which looked very soft. Yi-chun asked in surprise, Familly, why are you wearing pajamas? Familly glared at him, but didn't say anything. Yi-chun was puzzled by the glare. What did it have to do with him? He secretly ate some yesterday. Mommy, Toanshuan is so beautiful. The little baby jumped into his mother's arms. Familly picked up Toanshuan and said, Toanshuan looks so pretty today. Shall Mommy make you a cake? Good. Toanshuan was dancing happily, but somehow bumped into something. Familly suddenly frowned and put the little guy in Yi-chun's arms. Familly, what's wrong? Fine. Familly entered the room, clutching her chest. Yi-chun froze on the spot. Could it be because of him again? He didn't bite. Yi-chun led Tuan downstairs. Today is Tuanshuan's third birthday, and Tuanshuan wants to eat an egg. There were several eggs on the plate. Little Tuanshuan took one and quickly offered it to her father, saying, "Daddy, have some eggs." "Okay, Dad will peel it for you." Yi-chun patiently peeled the egg and fed it to the little guy bit by bit. When it was time to eat the yolk, the little boy shook his head. "My baby hates egg yolks." Yi-chun peeled another egg and brought it to Familly. He opened the door, and Familly was applying medicine with her back to him. "Familly, what's wrong?" Yi-chun asked anxiously. "Fine." Familly straightened her clothes and said meaningfully, "I was bitten last night." "Bite, Ned? Bitten by mosquitoes again? Where were you bitten?" Familly glared at Yi-chun, took the egg from his hand, and took a big bite. "Can't you tone it down? Staying up all night? She's not a child anymore. Why does she like to eat this so much?" Yi-chun looked puzzled. "Familly, are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital?" "I'm not going." Familly sat on the sofa processing documents and also held a short morning meeting. The company's senior executives looked at each other in bewilderment. Why does President Fong seem different today? She was wearing casual pajamas and looked just like a married woman. Their CEO, Ms. Fong, is a strong woman who is in no way inferior to men. Why is she in a different style today? No one dared to ask any more questions and continued to report on their work as usual. Yi-chun peeled another egg and eagerly handed it to Familly. "Familly, have another one, it's hot." Having done something wrong, Yi-chun was very attentive to Familly early in the morning, serving her tea and water. Familly took it and elegantly took a bite. Egg. President Fong is even eating eggs. And who is that person next to him? Could it be President Feng's legendary boyfriend? The voice sounds quite young. As expected, everyone likes young, handsome men. Familly held a brief morning meeting and then closed her laptop. Familly, the congee with preserved egg and lean pork, is at the perfect temperature. Yi-chun placed the bowl in Familly's hands. "Drink it quickly." Feng Yin nudged Yi-chun with her elbow and asked, "Yi-chun, what did you do last night? Why does my sister look so pale?" I didn't do anything. He ate for a while." "I don't believe it. Why is my sister wearing pajamas today? What did you do to her?" Feng Yin continued to question. "I don't." Yi-chun hid next to Familly. Familly said calmly, "I'm fine. Feng Yin, don't make things difficult for him. My wife is so wonderful. I hope all my brothers have such a great wife. 105, he can't do it. He can do it 10 times. Sis, you're being too protective. I just want to ask him what he did." Feng Yin was jealous. Now her sister treats Yi-chun better than she treats her. Familly said, "Yi-chun did nothing. Sister, you must not love me anymore. The person you love most now is Yi-chun." Feng Yin squatted on the ground, silently drawing circles. Little Tuanshuan ran to her aunt with her short legs, patted her head, and said, "Auntie, don't be angry. Our Tuanshuan is the best. She knows how to comfort her aunt." Before Feng Yin could even hold the little one had already run into his father's arms, nuzzled his face, and called out, "Daddy?" "Huh?" Feng Yin. It seems he just patted her casually when he was looking for his father. Not alive anymore. There is no place for her in this house anymore. Feng Yin stomped her foot angrily. "I'm leaving here. I'm running away from home. Feng Tuanshuan, you won't have an aunt anymore." Tuanshuan quickly climbed down from her father's arms. Did you think she was going to stop Feng Yin? No, that's not it. The little girl went to the room and pushed a suitcase, which was bigger than her, to her aunt with difficulty. Then she stuck out her little finger and pointed outside, saying, "Auntie, let's go." Feng Yin was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. Yi-chun quickly picked up Tuanshuan, afraid that Feng Yin would throw her out the next second. "Sister, look how unreasonable Xiao Tuanshuan is. She's trying to kick me out, but I'm not leaving." Feng Yin slumped onto the sofa and didn't move. Familly glanced at Feng Yin. "It's Tuanshuan's birthday today. Are you going to be angry with her? She's the birthday girl today." Tuanshuan nestled in her father's arms, nodded her adorable head, and said in a sweet, babyish voice, "Little birthday star, Tuanshuan is the little birthday star." Feng Yin snorted. "Humph, since it's your birthday today, I'll forgive you this time." The little bundle of joy climbed down from his father's arms, crawled to his aunt's side, and sweetly called out, "Auntie, don't try to coax me. You just asked your aunt to leave. Little Tuanshuan, you're getting naughtier and naughtier." Tuanshuan shook her head and picked up an egg from the table for her aunt to eat. She tried to peel it for a long time, but it didn't taste good, so she angrily took a bite. Feng Yin took the egg from Tuanshuan's hand, peeled it, and put a piece in her mouth. Eat up, little birthday boy. The little girl took a bite and then gave the yolk to her aunt. Her aunt was so easily appeased. Her aunt is so easy to please. Yi Chun pinched the baby's little cheek. Tuanshuan, Mommy made you a cake today. Mom, you're the best. The adorable little bundle of milk went to distribute the eggs and even gave some to the maids. Today is Tuanshuan's birthday, so we should all eat eggs together. Feng Yin asked quietly. Yi Chun, tell me honestly, what exactly did you do to my sister? Yi Chun looked innocent. Really? No, we're completely innocent. Really? You two slept together every day, completely innocent. Nothing happened? Yi Chun nodded, then secretly kissed Feng Li and casually took a bite. Feng Yin asked doubtfully. Yi Chun, are you impotent? You look quite strong and work out every day, so why are you impotent? Yi Chun, is he not good enough? How could that be? He is a gentleman. How could a gentleman take advantage of someone in distress? Yi Chun explained. No, Feng Li and I are not married yet. We are still getting to know each other. Feng Yin, don't overthink it. I'm fine. Let alone 7 times. Even 10 times is no problem at all. Yi Chun was quite confident in his physical strength. Feng Li was making a cake in the kitchen, while Yi Chun assisted her. A short while later, Feng Li finished whipping the cream and scooped a spoonful of it to Yi Chun's lips. Help me taste it and see how it tastes. Yi Chun took a bite. It was sweet and cloying, but the taste was quite good. Tasty. Feng Li took out the baked bread, cut it into circles, put fruit in the middle, spread a layer of cream on the outside, and put a dozen or so small strawberries that Tuanshuan liked on top. Yi Chun thought Feng Li was really amazing. She could do everything. To make a cake this well on your first try, I wonder if there's anything Feng Li can't do. Feng Li, you're amazing. You can make cakes this well, just like the ones sold outside. Feng Li raised his eyelids. It's Tuanshuan's birthday. As his father, you should do your part and write something on it. Yi Chun personally wrote a line of words. Happy 3rd birthday, Tuanshuan. He can't do anything, except his handwriting is relatively neat. Feng Li praised. Well written. Yi Chun scratched his head. I can't be of much help. I can only write a few words. It's already written very well. Take the cake out. Good. Yi Chun came out carrying a 10-inch cake. Tuanshuan, Mom has finished making the cake. Come quickly. Tuanshuan happily ran to her father, clutching the little doll, and exclaimed, Daddy, big cake. This is Daddy's handwriting. Does Tuanshuan like it? Like. Tuanshuan laughed happily. The cake her parents made for her was the best. The little guy secretly stuck out a tiny finger and tasted the cream. Feng Yin exclaimed in surprise, Sis, you're amazing. You can even make cakes. Is there anything you can't do? Feng Li said calmly. I learned it on the spot, and it's quite simple. Mom, you're awesome. The little one was hugging his mother's leg, and he was so happy. Feng Li looked at Yi Chun and said, Is Grandma home? Why don't we bring her over too? Yi Chun nodded and said, Okay, I'll go pick up Grandma now. We can still have lunch in time. Yi Mo got so angry that he was hospitalized, and Grandma is all alone at home. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. You got so angry that you ended up in the hospital? Yi Chun explained. Well, Yi Mo is petty. Once, when I scored 1 point higher than him, he went crazy and refused to eat. He probably found out about our relationship, so he got so angry that he ended up in the hospital. Feng Yin laughed out loud. He shouldn't get so angry that he dies. People like him are just too jealous and can't stand seeing others do better than him. Okay, I'll go pick up Grandma first. Yi Chun got into the car with Tuanshuan. Just then, Yi Chun's phone rang. It was his mother calling, and Yi Chun answered the phone. Is this Xiao Chun? I'm her mother. A gentle female voice came through the microphone, and Yi Chun almost thought he had misheard. His adoptive mother had never spoken to him in such a gentle tone before. Yi Chun said indifferently, Is there anything you need, Madam Yi? Mrs. Yi said in a low voice, Xiao Chun, Xiao Mo is in the hospital right now. Could you come over? Xiao Mo said, You're President Feng's boyfriend. Is that true? 106 Feng Li can only be his wife. Yi Chun said calmly. This has nothing to do with you, right? I don't have time to go to the hospital either. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait, Xiao Chun, don't hang up yet. Mom has something to tell you. Madam Yi hesitated before continuing. What is it, Madam Yi? I have something important to discuss. Madam Yi said, Xiao Chun, could you give President Feng to Xiao Mo? He's so angry that he ended up in the hospital, and the doctor said his life is in danger. After saying that, Madam Yi sobbed softly. You know that Xiao Mo has suffered a lot in the past. Xiao Chun, please grant your mother this one request. This is my only request. Yi Chen laughed in exasperation. It was indeed all for Yi Mo's sake. Mrs. Yi, I think you've misunderstood. So what if President Feng is my girlfriend? The decision is in her hands. Even if Yi Mo kneels in front of her, she won't even glance at him. Mrs. Yi sobbed. No, our Xiao Mo is so outstanding, President Feng will definitely see him. I beg you, please give President Feng to Xiao Mo. Otherwise, he really will lose his life. You can find another girlfriend if you lose one, but you only have one younger brother, Xiao Mo. He could be killed. Yi Chen said coldly. What does his life or death have to do with me? Madam Yi was furious. Yi Chen, he's your brother. How could you say such a thing? Don't you have a heart? This time you must give President Feng to Xiao Mo. Yi Chen hung up the phone immediately. He had never fought for anything Yi Mo wanted before. But this time, he absolutely will not give in to Feng Li. Feng Li can only be his wife. Mom, how did it go? Did Yi Chen agree? Yi Mo lay on the bed, his face pale and his lips bloodless, as if he were terminally ill. Madam Ye's expression changed slightly. Xiao Mo, don't worry. Mom will definitely make Yi Chen agree. Mom will help you get whatever you want. Don't be so angry, okay? Yi Mo sat up excitedly from the hospital bed, his eyes shining. Really? Yi Chen really agreed to give President Feng to me. Well, Xiao Mo, you should focus on getting better now. When we get back, I'll have Yi Chen give Feng Li to you. After all, I raised Yi Chen, and I'm his mother in name only. How dare he disagree? Madam Yi said with a gloomy face. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say and focus on getting better. Yi Mo had a smile on his face. Feng Li will soon be his girlfriend. Feng Li. Yi Mo dreamed about Feng Li, who was his girlfriend. Grandma Yi was sunbathing in her rocking chair when a car horn suddenly sounded outside, and then a little baby ran over. Great-grandmother. The baby's soft voice rang out. Grandma Yi thought she had misheard. Was she hallucinating? How could she hear Tuan Tuan's voice? Great-grandma. The little bundle of joy ran to its great-grandmother's side, tugging at her hand with its two paws. Great-grandmother. Grandma Yi then realized that it really was Xiao Tianquan. Tianquan, what brings you here? Grandma Yi sat up and hugged the little guy. Is Tianquan here to see great-grandma? Yi Chen got out of the car. Grandma, today is Tianquan's birthday. Feng Li asked you to come and celebrate Tianquan's birthday together. The cake is ready, and we're just waiting for you. It's Tianquan's birthday. Okay, let's celebrate Tianquan's birthday. Grandma Yi carried Tianquan into the car. The car stopped at the manor. Grandma Yi had never seen such a large estate before. It was like an amusement park. Chen, is this Lily's house? Why is it so big? Yes, Feng Li's house is indeed quite large. It's good for you to live here. You can take care of Lily. Grandma Yi was increasingly satisfied with what she saw. Yi Chen muttered to himself. Actually, it was Feng Li who took care of me. Grandma Yi is a little hard of hearing and didn't hear, so she was led to the living room by Tianquan's hand. Tianquan said in her childish voice, Great-grandma, have some cake. Grandma, you've arrived. Feng Li helped Grandma Yi sit down on the sofa. Grandma Yi was extremely pleased with Feng Li and said with a smile, Li, your house is really big. Grandma, why don't you stay today? Yi Chen has been wanting you to come. Feng Li glanced at Yi Chen. Yi Chen lowered his head and remained silent. He really wanted to live with his grandmother, but this wasn't his house. He wanted to earn some more money so he could buy her a house nearby and take care of her. Grandma Yi smiled and said, Okay, then I'll stay here for 2 days and see our Tianquan. The little girl brought the boiled eggs from the morning to her great-grandmother, saying, Great-grandmother, have some eggs. Thank you, Tianquan. Today is Tianquan's birthday. Tianquan laughed and jumped around happily. Birthday star. This immediately made everyone around laugh. Feng Yin said, Grandma, I am Feng Yin, Feng Li's younger sister. Xiaoyan, you're so pretty. Feng Yin was embarrassed by the praise and asked, Grandma, is what you're saying true? Of course it's true. You're just as beautiful as Lily. Grandma Yi couldn't stop smiling. While everyone was distracted, Tuanshuan was secretly eating a small cake again, taking a big bite and getting it all over her face. Tuanshuan, did you steal some cake? The little dumpling shook its head, refusing to admit it. Then, Yichen wiped a piece of cake off the little guy's mouth. What's this? Little Tuanshuan smiled, trying to get away with being cute. Yichun was amused and pinched the baby's little cheek. The family ate cake together. Yichen felt that today was the happiest moment of his life, with his grandmother, Feng Li, and Tuanshuan. It's so sweet. Did Lily make this cake? Feng Li nodded and said, Grandma Yi smiled and said, Chun, you are really lucky to have such a beautiful and capable daughter-in-law. Yichun touched the tip of his nose, feeling embarrassed. He didn't know how such a good thing had happened to him. It's like a windfall. At this moment, Feng Li frowned, stood up, and went upstairs. Yichun immediately followed, putting down his chopsticks. He felt that Feng Li was acting strangely today, but she wouldn't say what was wrong. Could she be sick? Feng Li entered the room, lifted her pajamas, picked up the ointment Yichun had bought, and gently applied it. Yichun pushed open the door and said anxiously, Feng Li, are you sick? Should we go to the hospital to see a doctor? Then, Yichun saw Feng Li applying lotion to her chest. That was him. He didn't use that much force, did he? Feng Li put the clothes down. It's nothing. No need to go to the hospital. Some medicine will do. But, does it hurt a lot? Yichun touched his ear. He felt it must be in a lot of pain. He should have used less force last night. But Feng Li was so fragrant and soft. How could he resist? He accidentally made her swollen. Yichun, QEQ, I didn't do it on purpose. 107 Write a love song for Feng Li. Feng Li lifted her eyelids, her eyes darkening slightly. You don't mean you're going to apply medicine to me, do you? Apply the medicine. Yichun blushed first and shook his head. How could he possibly apply paint to such a place? Feng Li slowly walked forward, cornering Yichun. Do you know who did this? I don't know. Yichun denied it with a straight face, almost biting his own tongue in the process. Lying is wrong. Brothers, please don't lie. He was only forced to do it. Feng Li lowered her eyelids, her fingers gently circling Yichun's chest, her voice languid. Why do I feel like it's been gnawed open? Yichun felt guilty and broke out in a cold sweat. Ah, really? I don't think so. Is it because you have a sore throat? Did you eat something that caused a sore throat? Feng Li pointed to her chest. Getting a sore throat? You can get a sore throat by going to this place. Yichun nodded. That's possible. If you're all right, I'll go downstairs to keep Grandma company. Feng Li, you should go downstairs and eat too. After saying that, Yichun fled without looking back. Has Feng Li discovered something? Feng Li closed her eyes. He doesn't know his own strength. Who knows where he'll hit next time? There's nothing I can do but spoil her. After all, she likes it. Grandma Yi asked with a smile. Chun, what were you doing just now? Why is your face so red? Yichun patted his face. Grandma, I'm fine. It's probably just because it's too hot. The temperature has been rising lately. Where's Lily? Why hasn't she come down yet? Yichun felt extremely guilty. Feng Li has something to attend to, and will be down in a bit. After saying that, Feng Li went down the stairs. Grandma Yi smiled and said, Lily, come and eat. You're so thin. You need to eat more in the future. Is it because Chun doesn't know how to take care of you? He's still a child himself. He'll be better in the future. Feng Li sat down next to Yichun. It's all right. We have servants at home, and Yichun has to go to school. Is Chun graduating soon? After graduation, will you start planning your marriage? The child is already so big. Grandma Yi held Tuanshuan and fed her, saying, Tuanshuan, eat more. You'll look better if you're chubby and healthy. Tuanshuan eats too much. The little baby opened its mouth wide and continued eating. Afternoon. Yichun received a call from the company. Yichun, how's your second song coming along? Strike while the iron is hot. Release the album as soon as it's ready. Vice President Liu, preparations are underway, and it will be released in a month at most. Yichun is releasing his first album, and he has carefully revised the lyrics several times, but he is still not satisfied with them. The final version is still being finalized. However, I haven't had time to write lyrics lately. My mind is filled with Familly. 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 Has he become possessed by a demon? Familly was all he could think about. He wanted to kiss her, hug her, and sleep with her. I really want to write a love song for Familly. Love songs. Yichen suddenly had an idea. Vice President Liu, I'm going to decide the content of this album myself. Mr. Liu smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, Yichen, your last song was a great success. You can choose any theme you like, and the company will help you promote it. Yichen asked, can I write love songs? Of course, love songs are also in line with the current market. Sweet love songs are loved by many girls. Okay, then I'll continue preparing. Yichen hung up the phone and glanced at Familly, who was working in front of the computer. This time, he's going to write a love song specifically for Familly. Familly looked up, and Yichen was so startled that he quickly looked away, picked up his pen, and sat down on the other side of the sofa. Looking at Familly's face, Yichen's inspiration flowed like a spring, and he wrote several sentences about Familly's appearance. Tuanchuan and Grandma Yi were playing with building blocks. Grandma Yi had never seen such things before, so little Tuanchuan built a big house for her. Just then, the cell phone on the table rang. Yichen answered the phone. Uncle Chu, what's wrong? Xiaochen, could you come to my house? I can't control Yi. She's locked herself in her room and refuses to come out. She just wants to see you. Yichen asked in confusion. Chu Yi, why is she seeing me? Isn't her boyfriend Yimo? Yi has broken up with Yimo. That Yimo is too much of a womanizer and not suitable for Yi. Yi regrets it now. Can you come to our house to see her? Father Chu continued. Your uncle watched you grow up. Xiaochen, why don't you come over and try to persuade Yi? Yichen said. Okay, I'll go if I have time in the next couple of days. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yi asked, Dad, what did Brother Yichen say? Is he coming or not? I'm going to change my clothes first. He likes me wearing white. Father Chu sighed. I don't know when Xiaochen will arrive. What's the use of regretting it now? Yichen has been so good to you, and you didn't appreciate it. Now you regret it. I don't know either. I don't care. I just want to marry Brother Yichen. Brother Yichen is the best to me. Chu Yi went to the dressing room to change her clothes. Father Chu sighed. What else could he do but have this one precious daughter? As soon as Yichen put down the phone, Grandma Yi asked, Chin-chun, I just heard you mention Yi. What happened to Yi? Uncle Chu wants me to go to the Chu family to see Chu Yi. Chu Yi insists on seeing me. She won't eat unless she sees me. As soon as Yichen finished speaking, Familly looked up and asked, So, you're going to the Chu family tonight? Before Yichen could answer, a little bundle of joy appeared on his lap, the little one clinging to his leg with both hands, saying, Daddy, don't go. Tuan's dad. Yichen picked up the baby, lifted him high, and spun him around twice. Sweetie, Daddy won't go. Today is Tuanchuan's birthday. Daddy will stay home with Tuanchuan, okay? Good? The little one hugged and kissed his dad, saying, Daddy's the best. Yichen deliberately walked up to Familly and said, I'm not going tonight. I'll go tomorrow morning. It's not good to go to someone else's house at night, and I already have a girlfriend now. Familly raised her eyebrows, her eyes seemingly holding a smile. Good to know. In the future, talk to other women less. Or do you know what the consequences will be? His low, menacing tone carried a hint of danger. I know. I promise I won't talk to other women anymore. Yichen raised 3 fingers, making a solemn promise. Chu Yi waited and waited at home for Yichen, but he never came. She sat on the sofa and continued to wait. She refused to believe that Yichen wouldn't come. Yichen doted on her the most, carrying her on his back every day when they were little. Moreover, she still has this thing, so she doesn't believe Yichen won't leave it behind. Chu Yi placed a pill in a glass of water, and it instantly dissolved. Yichen will be hers soon. Who is Song Wanning? Don't even think about competing with her for Yichen. This medicine is very potent. I don't believe Yichen won't take the bait. 108. Sleeping with my sweet and soft wife in my arms. Yichen finished writing the last line of lyrics and stretched. It's finally done. He wrote a love song in one night, and it seems love songs suit him better after all. Familly brought over a cup of hot milk and placed it in Yichen's hand. I drank it. Thanks. Yichen drank the steaming hot milk and felt a sweet warmth in his heart. Familly glanced at a line of lyrics and frowned slightly. Your smile is as beautiful as a flower. Yichen quickly put the lyrics away. This was a surprise for Familly, and he couldn't let her know beforehand. Familly, it's getting late. Let's go and get some rest. Where's Tuan Tuan? Familly said. Tuan is building a little house for Grandma. Grandma likes Tuan very much and keeps holding her. Old people love babies. Tuan and I look so alike. You can tell we're related by blood. After Yichen finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong and immediately covered his mouth. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Familly said jokingly. It's all right. Tuan really does look a lot like you. Maybe she really is your biological daughter. Yichen was slightly taken aback and stood there stunned. How is that possible? He's only 22 years old. How could he have a 3-year-old child? So, he slept with Familly when he was 18? Keep dreaming. Anything can happen in dreams. At 18, he was still worried about his college tuition and was working odd jobs at a hotel to earn money. When Grandma Yi heard that the two of them were sleeping in the same room, she couldn't stop smiling. Chen and Lily are sleeping in the same room. They really get along well. I'm putting Tuan to sleep. You two should go to sleep too. Don't delay your business. Yichen scratched his head. Grandma, what important matter are you talking about? I'll put Tuan to sleep first. You should go to sleep. Familly has had a guest room cleaned for you. It's very clean. Grandma Yi looked at Yichen with disappointment. Chen, you and Lily go to sleep. I'll put Tuan to bed. Then, Yichen and Familly were pushed into the room by Grandma Yi. Yichen was a little embarrassed. Familly, my grandma is a bit anxious and wants us to go to bed early. Go take a shower. I'll go take a shower in a bit. Familly led Yichen to the wardrobe and asked, which one do you like? Huh? Yichen asked uncertainly. Are you asking me? Familly raised her eyelids. Otherwise what? This time, Yichen followed his heart and chose the same pajamas he liked last night. A black, super short, semi-transparent camisole. This is something every man would love. Is this okay? Familly picked up her pajamas and went to the bathroom, while Yichen sat on the sofa, waiting anxiously. Brother Yichen, why haven't you arrived yet? Chu Yi was getting impatient waiting at home, so she put 3 pills in the room to cheer herself up, knowing that once Yichen left, he would never come back. Chu Yi, didn't I tell you? I have a girlfriend now. My girlfriend is very beautiful, and I like her very much. You and Yimo should get along well. Brother Yichen, I've broken up with Yimo, don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with him now. Oh, I see. Well, I wish you find an even better boyfriend. I'm busy, I have to go now. Yichen had no time to pay attention to Chu Yi. His mind and eyes were only on Familly. The door opened, revealing a woman wearing a super short black silk camisole nightgown, exposing a pair of long legs that were over a meter long, white and slender, with a waist so thin it could be encircled by a hand, and a soft mound that seemed about to burst out, partially obscured by her long hair, making it vaguely hazy. Yichen touched his nose and wiped away the blood. This is so beautiful. Familly raised an eyebrow. You like it? Yichen lowered his eyes shyly and nodded after a while. He's a normal man. Of course he likes her. What man doesn't like a woman with fair skin, a beautiful face, long legs, and a hot body? Familly leaned closer again, emanating a faint fragrance that made Yichen dizzy, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Soft lips glistened with moisture as they slowly drew closer. Yichen swallowed hard. She longed to kiss them. Just when Yichen thought Familly was about to kiss him, Familly suddenly stopped. Go take a shower. Yichen felt so hot that his whole body was steaming, so he rushed to the bathroom to take a cold shower and then comforted his little brother. Stop joking. Not today, we have to wait until the wedding day. After they came out, Familly dried his hair as usual, and Yichen felt that he was going to love this feeling. What would he do if Familly weren't by his side? Familly had just put the hairdryer away when someone suddenly hugged her waist. Yichen nuzzled against her flat stomach affectionately. Familly, why are you so good to me? Stop fooling around. It's time to sleep. I'm going to apply the medicine first. Familly turned her back to Yichen, lifted her clothes, applied medicine to her chest, and frowned slightly, as if she was in great pain. Yichen said in a low voice, Familly, how about I help you apply it? I'll close my eyes. After all, he was the one who caused this mess. Okay. Unexpectedly, Feng Li agreed so readily. Yi Chun took the ointment from Feng Li's hand with a blank expression. Applying the medicine specifically to that area, is it really going to work? Yi Chun closed his eyes and walked to Feng Li's side. He didn't know where to put his fingers and accidentally touched a soft lump. He quickly withdrew them. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I couldn't see it. Yi Chun continued to search, feeling all over Feng Li's body but still couldn't find the spot. In the end, Feng Li grabbed his hand and placed it on it. Apply it. Yi Chun gently applied the medicine for a while, even making his ears turn red. This is my first time, please don't laugh at me. After applying the ointment, Feng Li put down her clothes, and Yi Chun finally opened his eyes. The sensation on her hand was still there. She stole a glance at Feng Li's ample bosom, and her ears turned even redder. Go to sleep. It's late. You have to go to work tomorrow. Feng Li lay on her side on the bed, and Yi Chun lay beside her, with half an arm's length between them. Yi Chun made a decision. He would sleep well tonight and absolutely not touch Feng Li. Absolutely not. But Yi Chun couldn't fall asleep for a long time, and kept smelling the fragrance emanating from the woman's body. Yi Chun couldn't hold back any longer and opened his eyes. The woman's skin glowed like mutton fat jade under the light. Her face was aloof and noble, like a snow lotus on an iceberg, unattainable to others. Such a beautiful woman lay obediently beside him. Yi Chun raised his hand and gently stroked the woman's face. So beautiful. This time, he just touched it, thinking it should be fine. The slender fingers slowly moved downwards, lingering on Feng Li's swan-like neck, then slowly moving downwards, tracing the full curve of her body, and finally down to her flat stomach. You wouldn't guess she's had a child. Finally, Yi Chun hugged the woman's waist and held her in his arms. Holding my sweet and soft wife while I sleep feels so good. Brothers, go to sleep with your wives. Good night. 109, and Feng Li should have more children. Yi Chun opened his eyes. There was no one beside him, but the soft touch on his hand was still there. He would be so happy to wake up laughing in his dreams if he could hold Feng Li while sleeping every day. Yi Chun chuckled twice, and the door suddenly opened. Feng Li stood in the doorway, wearing high heels, black stockings, and a short dress simple yet sophisticated. Get up and eat. Yi Chun subconsciously touched his messy hair. I'll get up right away. He accidentally overslept, and then his future wife called him to dinner. Yi Chun quickly changed into a gray-white casual jacket and white shoes, looking like a vibrant male college student. Yi Chun carefully combed his hair, then washed his face and brushed his teeth. He looked at himself in the mirror for a few minutes. He thought he looked pretty good today. His skin was quite fair. Since starting to date Feng Li, Yi Chun has paid a lot of attention to his appearance, changing his clothes, washing his hair, taking a shower, and washing his face every day. As soon as Yi Chun came downstairs, Grandma Yi leaned close to his ear and asked gossipy, Chun, how are things going with Lily? Do you want to have another child? You're still young, so if you have a few more, I can help you take care of them. Yi Chun was completely bewildered by the question. He knew nothing about having children. Moreover, they already have a baby named Tuanchuan, and he has no intention of having another baby. Grandma, isn't there already a little Tuanchuan? Grandma Yi advised. Tuanchuan is too lonely with only one child. Why don't you have 2 or 3 more to keep her company? It'll be more lively with more children. Older people love children. However, Yi Chun did not agree to this. He didn't know what Feng Li was thinking, and besides, it was still too early for this matter. He and Feng Li haven't registered their marriage yet. They're still dating and don't want to think about it too much. He was already very content with having Tuanchuan. She was so well behaved. She was like his own daughter. Turning around, Feng Li was right beside him. Yi Chun scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how much Feng Li had overheard. He'd heard that women didn't really like having children, so he wouldn't force Feng Li. Yi Chun immediately changed the subject. Grandma, I'll go dress Tuanchuan first. Tuanchuan doesn't know how to dress herself. Okay, go ahead. Feng Li helped Grandma Yi sit back down on the sofa. Grandma Yi was increasingly pleased with Feng Li. Her son is so successful. He has a daughter and a beautiful wife at such a young age, while his peers haven't even found girlfriends yet. Yi Chun opened the door, and the little dumpling was dressing herself, but she had put her clothes on backwards, and her socks were on backwards too. Dad, When the little guy saw his dad come, he quickly got out of bed. Sweetie, didn't Daddy say that he would dress you? You always put your clothes on backwards. Yichin put the baby's clothes back on. The little guy was soft all over, with white and tender skin and a pink and tender face, like a white dough ball. Yichin couldn't help but take a sip, put little shoes on the baby, and carried Toanchuan downstairs. During the meal, Yichun whispered in Feng Li's ear, "Does it still hurt? Do you need me to apply some medicine for you?" Feng Li said, "It doesn't hurt too much. At least I can wear clothes today." He finally quieted down last night. Yichun casually asked, "Are you going to work today?" "I'm going to the Chu family this morning to see Uncle Chu." After finishing his meal, Yichun was about to leave when Feng Li grabbed his arm. "Wait. What's wrong?" Feng Li raised her hand to personally straighten Yichun's collar. "Your clothes aren't on properly." Yichun scratched his head. "I forgot to tidy up earlier." Grandma Yi smiled broadly as she watched the two of them being so affectionate. Chen Chun and Lily have such a wonderful relationship. Moreover, Lily is a few years older than Chen Chun, so she can take care of him. They were incredibly lucky. Just as Yichun reached the door, Feng Li called him back and tucked a little bundle into his arms. "Take Toanchuan with you. She's the one who's most attached to you." The little baby hugged her father's neck tightly with her two little arms, gently rubbed against his face, and gave him another kiss, as if afraid that her father would leave her behind. "Dad, how could Yichun refuse such an adorable daughter?" "Okay, I'll take Toanchuan with me. It's all because his daughter is such a clingy person." Yichun carried Toanchuan into the car, placed her in the passenger seat, and fastened her seatbelt. "Goodbye, Mom and Great-Grandma." The little baby was waving his tiny hands by the car window. Feng Li gave the little guy a look, and the little guy immediately nodded. She will definitely keep a close eye on her father and won't let anyone else get close to him. Her father is her father alone. "Dad, I've been waiting for Brother Yichun all night. Why hasn't he come yet?" Chu Yi looked up. Her dark circles under her eyes were very pronounced. She had been sitting on the sofa waiting all night. She thought her brother Yichun would definitely come, but she never expected him to be so heartless. Mr. Chu said helplessly, "You know best why he didn't come. Yichun was so good to you, and you actually got together with Yimo? Who told Yichun to be a fake young master? He's just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person be worthy of me?" Chu Yi muttered under her breath. Chu's father asked coldly, "And now? Why are you looking for Yichun?" "I regret it. Yichun was so good to me. I just didn't see it before. Yimo went too far. He's such a womanizer." Chu Yi gritted her teeth in anger. The biggest mistake she ever made was choosing Yimo as her boyfriend. Sometimes what's missed is missed. You should have a good talk with Xiao Chun. If he really has a girlfriend, you. Chu Yi covered her ears. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I want Yichun. I want Brother Yichun." Yichun was the best person to her, 1,000 times better than Yimo. "Miss, young Master Yichun has arrived." A maid rushed in to report, and Chu Yi nervously touched her hair. "Dad, how is this outfit?" Father Chu said calmly. "If he likes you, he'll like you even if you're wearing a burlap sack. If he doesn't like you, he won't like you even if you're wearing the most beautiful clothes." Chu Yi stomped her foot angrily. "Dad, you're siding with outsiders. Brother Yichun must like me." Yichun heard this sentence as soon as he entered. Who exactly gave Chu Yi this confidence? He had never liked Chu Yi before. He only treated her like a younger sister. After all, every boy wants to be an older brother, and since he didn't have a younger sister at the time, he took care of Chu Yi as his younger sister. Chu Yi looked at the man in front of her, her heart racing. How come I never noticed before that Yichun is so handsome? He's much more handsome than Yimo. Brother Yichun, you're here. I thought you weren't coming. You still care about me after all. Chu Yi spoke in a high-pitched voice, tugging at Yichun's sleeve. Brother Yichun, please sit down. You've been to our house before, so don't be shy. Just then, Toanchuan peeked out from behind her father, took Chu Yi's hand away, and looked both cute and fierce. Toanchuan's dad. No one is allowed to touch her father. Feng Li, I'm so hot. Chu Yi stared in shock at the little baby on the ground. Yichun, this is really your daughter? Yichun bent down and picked up Toanchuan with one hand. My daughter, Toanchuan, just celebrated her 3rd birthday. Chu Yi's eyes widened, and she stepped back in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. You didn't even know Song Wanting when you were 18. How could you have such a grown daughter? Is she your sister? From a distant relative? Yichen raised his eyes. Who said it was Song Wanting? Song Wanting and I are just ordinary classmates. My girlfriend is someone else. How could you have a girlfriend? No way. You've waited for me all these years, Chu Yi muttered to herself. Yichen said in a low voice, I'm sorry, you're overthinking it. I've never waited for you. I just haven't met anyone I like yet. Now he has encountered it. It's a bit late, but not too late. Some people just encounter it too late. Chu Yi broke down, her eyes red as she rushed to Yichen's side. No, brother Yichen, you must be lying to me, right? Before, when I didn't want to walk, you carried me on your back and saved all the food for me. How could you not like me? Little Tuanshuan didn't know why the older sister was crying so hard, so she quickly hugged her father tightly, afraid that her father would be taken away by the crying older sister. Chu's father said, Stop talking, go back to your room first. Chu Yi ran back to her room crying. Xiaochun, I'm sorry to have made you laugh. I've spoiled Yi. Actually, she's not a bad person, just a bit arrogant and willful. Yichen said, Uncle Chu, it's all right. I've always treated Yi like a little sister. I don't blame her. That's good. You've taken good care of Yi before. Mr. Chu's gaze fell on the little baby, and he asked, Is this your daughter? Yes, it's my daughter, Tuanshuan. Little Tuanshuan called out in her childish voice, Tuanshuan. She is Tuanshuan. When Chu's father saw such an adorable little guy for the first time, he took Tuanshuan into his arms. Xiaochun even has a daughter now. Such an adorable daughter, looking so much like Yichun. You can tell at a glance she's his biological daughter. Chu Yi had just come out when she saw her father hugging this little bastard, and her face turned pale and then purple with anger. Dad, why are you holding her? Chu's father's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, Yichen already has a girlfriend and even a daughter. If you keep making trouble, it will be outrageous. Although he also wanted Yichen to be his son-in-law, he ultimately had no chance with Yi. Chu Yi deliberately handed the water on the table to Yichen, saying, Brother Yichen, you must be thirsty after traveling such a long way. Have a glass of water first. Yichen took it and drank it all in one gulp. Chu Yi smiled and asked, Brother Yichen, how does it taste? Well enough. Yichen put down the cup, unaware of anything amiss. Chu's father was playing with little Tuanshuan and gave her a big red envelope. The little one happily hugged the big red envelope and said in a sweet, childlike voice, Thank you, Grandpa. Good girl. Yichen said earnestly. I believe that with your qualities, you will definitely be able to find a better boyfriend. No, I don't like anyone else. Yichen said helplessly. I only treat you as a younger sister. You should eat well from now on and not go on a hunger strike. You'll be graduating soon and have your thesis defense, so you need to prepare well. Chu Yi nodded perfunctorily. Why hasn't Yichen's expression changed yet? Could it be expired? It couldn't be that the medicine had expired due to the long time it had been stored. She had put in a whole 3 pills. As Yichen was about to leave, Chu Yi immediately grabbed his arm. Brother Yichen, why don't you stay for lunch? No need, I'm going back now. Tuanshuan, say goodbye to Grandpa Chu. The little baby was holding a big red envelope in his arms. He raised one paw and waved it, saying in a sweet, babyish voice, Goodbye, Grandpa. Goodbye, Tuanshuan, come visit Grandpa again in the future. Good. Chu Yi watched as Yichen was about to leave. What to do? Why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? Chu Yi stopped Yichen again, stammering, Brother Yichen, my thesis still needs revisions. Can you help me take a look? Can. Yichen carried Tuanshuan out of the car, and Chu Yi deliberately showed Yichen the first draft of the paper. The most mistakes are on this part, which will definitely buy time. Once the medicine takes effect, Brother Yichen will be hers. Chu's father seemed to have noticed something amiss, so he called Chu Yi out and asked, what exactly are you trying to do? Dad, you don't need to worry about that. Of course she wants to win over Brother Yichen. Brother Yichen will definitely treat her as well as before. Chu's father earnestly tried to dissuade him, saying, What exactly do you want to do? Yichen already has a daughter. It's nothing. Brother Yichen will be mine soon. Are you trying to ruin someone else's relationship? Is this how Dad taught you? Chu Yi turned her head to the side and said willfully, I want brother Yi Chun, he is mine. Unable to get any answers from Chu's father, he could only wait and see, unsure of Yi's intentions. Yi Chun was seriously revising his thesis, while Xiao Tuanchuan took out a lollipop from her bag and ate it. She sat obediently next to her father, waiting for him. Chu Yi thoughtfully cut a plate of fruit. Brother Yi Chun, have some fruit first. No. Tuan Tuan is lying on the table. Chu Yi said with a smile. Tuanchuan, have some fruit. Which one do you like? Thank you, sister. So cute. This was the first time Chu Yi had seen such an adorable baby, and she really wanted to touch it. A moment later, Chu Yi's expression changed again. What's so cute about him? He's just a little bastard. Tuanchuan picked out the biggest strawberry for her dad, saying, Dad, eat the big strawberry. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Yi Chun ate a strawberry. It was sweet, and the sweetness went straight to his heart. Then, Yi Chun finished revising the paper as quickly as possible. Chu Yi, the paper is finished. I'm taking Tuanchuan back now. Chu Yi frowned in confusion. The medicine hasn't taken effect yet? It's been almost 2 hours. In the end, Chu Yi could only watch Yi Chun leave. She was unwilling to accept it. She was so close, so very close, to having Yi Chun as her brother. Why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? After Yi Chun returned home, he felt feverish. What happened? The weather isn't too hot today. Yi Chun didn't pay any attention and continued revising the lyrics. Even as evening approached, Yi Chun's body remained hot. After Familly returned, he felt even hotter. Familly noticed something was wrong, quickly walked to Yi Chun's side, and gently pressed her forehead against his. He asked worriedly, Yi Chun, are you sick? Why are you so hot? Confused face, Chu Yi is such a great wingman. 111 boys need to protect themselves when they're out. Yi Chun looked up blankly. I don't know. Could it be that I caught a cold today? But it's not cold today. He stayed at Uncle Chu's house for a while, drank a cup of tea, and then did nothing after he came back. When Xiao Tuanchuan heard that her father had a cold, she toddled to the drawer with her short legs, took out the medicine, and quickly handed it to her father, her little brows furrowed. Dad, take your medicine. The little boy rubbed against his dad's face, saying he had a cold and needed to take medicine, and that he would feel better after taking the medicine. Sweetie, Daddy's okay. Yi Chun took the little bundle of flesh from his arms, afraid that his illness would infect Tuan Tuan. Familly poured Yi Chun a glass of warm water, opened the medicine herself, and put 2 capsules into his mouth. Have eaten. Yi Chun obediently drank the water and took the medicine down his throat. Tuanchuan touched her father's face with one paw, looking worried. Daddy, it's hot. It's okay, Tuanchuan. Daddy will be fine in a little while. You should stay away from Daddy for now, or he might give you the disease. Tuanchuan shook her head. I'm not afraid. Tuanchuan isn't afraid. Familly bent down, her fair forehead touching Yi Chun's. Their noses met, and Yi Chun felt a tickle. He couldn't help but touch her, and his touch just happened to brush against Familly's lips. Soft and smooth. Yi Chun felt even hotter, and he really wanted to kiss her. You've just taken your medicine. Go lie down and rest in bed. Good. Yi Chun stood up, feeling dizzy, and returned to his room. He lay down on Familly's bed, tugging at the buttons on his clothes and taking them off. Tuanchuan looked up at her mother and said, Dad feels unwell. Familly rubbed the baby's head and said, Your dad is sick. You have to be good today and not bother your dad. Go play games. Little Tuanchuan stopped playing games and continued drawing. She would draw for her dad, and that would make him happy. A little while later, she went to peel oranges for her dad, picked out the biggest strawberry, and climbed upstairs with her short legs. Dad. Yi Chun vaguely seemed to hear the baby's voice. He opened his eyes with difficulty. Tuanchuan, why are you here? Dad, have some fruit. Then, Yi Chun had a sweet orange stuffed into his mouth, and he looked blissful. Thank you, Tuanchuan. You can go play now. Dad, have a big strawberry. After feeding her father the fruit, Tuanchuan went downstairs and waited obediently for him. Grandma, Yi said worriedly. Lily, does Chinchin have a cold? Should we take him to the hospital to get him checked out? Chinchin has a weak constitution because he was caught in the rain when he was a child. Familly said, Grandma, don't worry, I'll go check on him. If his fever hasn't gone down, I'll take him to the hospital. Good. Familly went upstairs and pushed open the door. There was a bulge on the bed, and Yichun covered himself up completely. Yichun, are you still hot? Hot? He's so hot. He's about to explode. I didn't feel this way when I had a cold or fever before. Why is it different this time? Familly lifted the blanket, revealing a person inside who was completely naked, with skin that had an abnormal color. Familly noticed Yichun's unusual behavior. This was definitely not a common cold. Yichun, what did you eat today? Yichun shook his head. No, I didn't eat anything. I only drank a glass of water. Familly's eyes darkened. Water? Who gave it to you? It was Chu-yi. She gave it to me. I see. Familly wiped the sweat from Yichun's forehead and pulled back the blanket. Yichun, go take a cold shower now. Good. Yichun struggled to get out of bed, his head spinning. Familly helped him into the bathroom and turned on the water for him. Do you need my help? Yichun's face turned even redder, and he immediately shook his head. No need. I can manage by myself. How embarrassing. After Familly left the bathroom, Yichun washed his face thoroughly with cool water. What's wrong with him? Why is this so strange? He wanted to hug and kiss Familly whenever he saw her, and he even wanted to push her down. Yichun patted his face to try and clear his head. After showering for a full 20 minutes, the heat in my body subsided somewhat. Yichun quickly put on his clothes, and after he came out, Familly looked up and asked, Is it ready? I don't know what happened either. Yichun scratched his head, looking at Familly with a puzzled expression. Familly replied, There might be something wrong with the water Chu-yi gave you. Water? What could be wrong with water? What exactly does Chu-yi want? Familly slowly approached and said in a deep voice, There might be drugs inside. Perhaps they want you to stay. Let me stay? Chu-yi put drugs in the water, those kinds of drugs. Yichun suddenly realized what was happening, and his body began to heat up again. Why hasn't the effects of this medicine worn off yet? Chu-yi actually drugged him. Fortunately, he left early, otherwise Chu-yi would have succeeded, and his innocence would have been in jeopardy. Go downstairs for dinner. Grandma is worried about you. Familly led Yichun downstairs and instructed him, When you go to other people's homes, especially girls' homes, you can't just eat anything. You have to protect yourself when you're out. Yichun nodded in agreement. I understand. I didn't expect Chu-yi to be so bold, especially with Uncle Chu right there. Uncle Chu is a very nice person. He definitely doesn't know about this. It must have been Chu-yi who made the decision on her own, but I treat her like a younger sister, and I don't like her. Familly turned around, her eyes darkening. If anything happens between you and her, you'll have to take responsibility, whether you like her or not. Yichun shook his head repeatedly. No, I won't have anything happen between me and her. He was determined to remain chaste for Familly's sake. When Grandma Yi saw the two of them come down, she asked anxiously, Chun-chun, is there anything else that's bothering you? Why don't you let Lily go to the hospital with you to get a proper checkup? The hospital closes at night. Grandma, I'm fine. I had a slight fever just now, but I'm better now. Yichun felt his body was still a little hot, but not as intense as before, so he figured it was probably nothing serious. Dad. Little Tuanshuan grabbed her father's finger and said, Daddy, it hurts. Yichun picked up the little bundle of joy and lifted him high in the air. Tuanshuan, Daddy's all right. Daddy's recovered. Dad, I don't feel bad. The little one kissed his dad's face again, and the dad felt better, and the baby was very happy. Grandma Yi smiled and said, It's good that you're all right. I'm relieved to have Lily taking care of you. I'll be going back in a couple of days. I'm not feeling comfortable staying here. I don't know if my cows, sheep, pigs, old hens, and rabbits are full. I'll ask Grandma Li next door to help feed them for a few days. Yichun said, Grandma, won't you stay here a few more days? I'm not staying here anymore. Grandma is going back. You can go back and visit Grandma when you have time. Yichun knew he couldn't persuade his grandmother. What she liked most was the countryside, where she had many friends and could talk to them. Yichun, are you feeling unwell? Chu-yi suddenly sent a message. Yichun gritted his teeth in anger. She actually had the nerve to ask, making him lose face in front of Familly, and now his body is still very hot. 112 His wife smells so good. Chu-yi, I never expected you to drug me. I didn't, Brother Yi-chun, I didn't do anything. Chu-yi replied guiltily. Could it be that the medicine is only just starting to take effect, and 8 or 9 hours have already passed? It turned out her medicine hadn't expired. It was just too late. Chu-yi, I really misjudged you, da. Brother Yi-chun, please don't be angry. I was wrong, okay? I won't do it again. I just like you so much. You like me? If you like me, you'll drug me? I almost lost my innocence, but thankfully I got back early. Aren't you all right, Brother Yi-chun? How did you handle it? Yi-chun was speechless. I took a 20-minute cold shower. The message was retracted just 1 second after it was sent. Yi-chun then changed his answer. Of course, it was my girlfriend, my future wife, who took care of it for me. What? Chu-yi stomped her feet in anger. She had drugged him, but she never expected that the drug would benefit Yi-chun's girlfriend. Chu-yi was furious. There are 3 of those. Won't Yi-chun's girlfriend feel incredibly comfortable? Who exactly is your girlfriend? Is she as pretty as me? I'm of such high status. Am I not even as good-looking as her? My girlfriend could easily crush you. Chu-yi, I hope you find a handsome boyfriend soon. Yi-chun put his phone in his pocket. Dad, time to eat. Tuan-chuan's sweet, childlike voice rang out as she served food to her father. The baby couldn't use chopsticks, so he used a spoon to serve food to his dad and made a big bowl for Yi-chun. Yi-chun was moved to tears. Sure enough, his daughter was the most considerate, always worried that he wasn't eating enough. Thank you, my darling Tuan-chuan. You're such a sweet little girl. Yi-chun kissed the baby's cheek and continued eating. The burning sensation in his body hadn't disappeared. It had only been temporarily suppressed, and Yi-chun felt his body temperature gradually rising. Could it be that the dosage was too high? After finishing his meal, Yi-chun took a shower, finally managing to suppress the heat. I listened to a few songs to look for inspiration and also checked the group messages. Chun'er, when is your company opening? I'm graduating soon. Yi-chun replied, soon. I'm still raising money. Maybe once my album is released, we'll have the funds and can start a company. Okay, Chun'er, hurry up. I haven't looked for a job yet, and my mom's about to beat me to death. Me too, but I don't want to work for anyone else. I only want to work for you. Chun'er, you're my brother. You would never betray us. Yi-chun replied, I'll definitely register the company before you graduate. However, he didn't understand these things very well, so he still needed to ask Familly. Yi-chun walked up to Familly and said, Familly, I want to register a company. Familly was looking at the stock market when she looked up and asked, do you want to register a small company? I can help you. Yi-chun touched the tip of his nose. Thank you. How much do you need? I'll pay you later. Familly's gaze fell on Yi-chun. No need. Consider it my investment. I believe you won't let me lose money. No, it won't. He will work hard to earn money for Familly. Having a powerful wife is great. You don't have to worry about anything. Yi-chun leaned on the table watching Familly type. She was so focused when she worked. Familly turned around. What are you looking at? Yi-chun was caught peeking and stammered an explanation. In nothing. I'll go put Tuan-chuan to sleep first. Yi-chun carried Tuan-chuan upstairs. The little guy was still playing with building blocks when his father carried him up, holding 2 small building blocks in his hand, looking completely bewildered. Tuan-chuan, you can play with building blocks again tomorrow. You need to go to sleep now. Going to bed early and waking up early is what makes a good baby grow taller. Tuan-chuan nodded obediently. That is right. After putting Tuan-chuan to sleep, Yi-chun lay in bed as usual. Familly sat in front of the mirror applying body lotion. Her skin was already very smooth, but after applying the lotion, her whole body seemed to glow with moisture. Her pale, white thighs and slender waist made Yi-chun swallow hard. It's so hot. I just took a shower. Why am I still so hot? Yi-chun shifted his gaze to the ceiling. Familly finally finished applying the body lotion and moisturizing her skin. After that, she lay down next to Yi-chun, her body emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. Sleep well, good night. Familly closed her eyes, facing Yi-chun, her soft breasts almost spilling out, her fair thighs pressed against Yi-chun. Good night. After saying that, Yi-chun tugged at the buttons of his pajamas and unbuttoned the upper part of his pajamas. Why is it still so hot? About half an hour later, Yi-chun felt like his body was about to explode. He gently touched Familly's face, her soft lips. Her waist was so soft it was almost too delicate to be grasped, and Yi Chun gently squeezed it. Familly was still asleep when Yi Chun became even bolder. He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her eagerly. Familly frowned slightly, showing faint signs of waking up, but unfortunately, Yi Chun could no longer see any of this. He held Familly and continued kissing her, the kiss slowly moving downwards, to her fair neck and the rise and fall of her chest. Further down, a flat stomach. Yi Chun's eyes were tinged with a scarlet hue, his rationality gradually fading. He grabbed the woman's waist with his large hand and tore open her nightgown. The black spaghetti-strap nightgown fell to the ground and was torn to shreds by the out-of-control Yi Chun. Familly finally opened her eyes, her dark pupils narrowing slightly. Yi Chun, do you know what you're doing? Yi Chun was momentarily confused. He shook his head and continued to pull at Familly's last piece of clothing. He no longer knew what he was doing. He just wanted to kiss her, to kiss her. Familly suddenly grabbed Yi Chun's hand and asked, Yi Chun, do you know who I am? Familly. She is Familly, his wife. His wife is really beautiful. Yi Chun hugged the woman's waist and continued to nibble on her like a big dog. His wife, hers. She's all his. Familly's eyes flickered slightly. She released Yi Chun's hand, cupped his face in her hands, and said, Yes, I am Familly, your future wife. Remember that. Yi Chun nodded and eagerly kissed the person in his arms. She smelled so good, his wife smelled so good. The black underwear was lying on the floor, already torn. They really do seem extremely anxious. Familly raised her eyebrows slightly. Yi Chun usually seemed quite proper and a gentleman. So why was he in such a hurry at this moment? Yi Chun. Before Familly could speak, Yi Chun flipped her over and made her lie face down. Delicious. So fragrant. Give me more. 113 bullied Familly severely. Yi Chun, what are you doing? Familly wanted to resist, but Yi Chun was too strong. She turned her head, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, her black, butterfly-like eyelashes trembling slightly. Yi Chun. Wife, you're so beautiful. Yi Chun was mesmerized. He grabbed Familly's pointed chin and kissed her fiercely. So beautiful. Why is his wife so pretty? She must be the most beautiful woman in the world. Familly was suppressed and unable to make a sound. Her breath had been completely taken away by Yi Chun, and her hands were pressed above her head. Where does this person get such strength? Someone who seems well-behaved usually is actually this bad in private? After a while, Yi Chun reluctantly released Familly's chin and kissed her swan neck again. Her back was smooth and delicate, with smooth curves, as smooth and delicate as milk. Yi Chun's eyes turned bloodshot as he watched, and he gripped Familly's soft waist tightly with his large hand. Familly's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of blush appeared at the corners of her usually aloof eyes. Yi Chun. Yi Chun lost all reason upon hearing this. His wife calls his name, and it sounds so nice. It looks like it's raining outside. The wind and rain lashed against the windows, making a violent noise, and even the table shook. The crackling thunder echoed throughout the night sky. Yi Chun lowered his eyes, looking at the scene before him with a dark look in his eyes, and grabbed Familly's two slender arms tightly. Familly lay helplessly on the pillow, letting Yi Chun do as he pleased. The torrential rain outside lasted all night and hasn't stopped yet. The sky was bright. The two people in the room remained silent for a long time. The little one had been waiting for his dad for a long time. He lay on his back, sucking on his hands, and unwrapping the lollipop on the bedside table. Why hasn't Dad come yet? What is Dad doing? The little bundle of joy frowned as he climbed out of bed, put on his pajamas, crawled onto the floor, slipped on his little slippers, and ran out with his short legs. Dad! A soft, whimpering sound rang out as the little bundle of milk lay on the corridor wall, looking around with its big, dark eyes filled with confusion. Where did Mom and Dad go? Familly had just gotten up and was about to have breakfast when Tuan grabbed her hand. The little one asked in a childish voice, Auntie, Mommy and Daddy are gone. Your parents are missing. Are they still asleep? Could it be? Familly grinned mischievously and picked Tuan up. Maybe your parents are making you a younger brother or sister. Don't bother them. Your aunt will take you to change your clothes. Don't want. Tuan shook her head, wanting to go down and find her father. My dear Tuan, You mustn't disturb your mom and dad's good time. Your aunt is taking you out to eat today, and your great-grandmother will be there too. Grandma Yi smiled and took Tuanshuan into her arms. Tuanshuan, how about great-grandma takes you out to eat? Qinshan is quite something. She hasn't gotten up yet. Then, the little baby was held by his grandma to eat, but the baby still wanted to go find his dad. Yi-chun was fast asleep at that moment, holding his wife in his arms with both big hands, nuzzling her chest, and burying his face in her chest. It smells so good, honey. He had a dream in which he did something bad. He bullied Familly until she cried. In his dream, Familly cried with tears streaming down her face, and he really liked that. Yi-chun hugged his soft wife in his arms and kissed her again. Wait, this feels so much like a human? Shouldn't he be holding a blanket? Yi-chun suddenly opened his eyes, and the scene before him almost made him spit out a nosebleed. Familly lay naked beside him, his hands still on her waist, his face buried in her chest. Yi-chun looked at the soft mass so close to him and swallowed hard. He made those 5-finger marks? No way. So what exactly did he do last night? Why do I have no recollection of it at all? Familly's fair skin was covered with all sorts of marks, with almost no intact area, which was outrageous to look at. Did he really do it? I want to slap myself. Bah, you beast. They actually turned a cold and beautiful woman into this state. Yi-chun pinched his thigh hard. It hurt so much, it really hurt. So, he really slept with Familly last night? Were all those marks he left behind? Yi-chun touched the tip of his nose, then quickly put on his pants and made a hasty escape. He was terrified that Familly would get up and kill him. After Yi-chun came out, Fengyan stood at the door and questioned him. Yi-chun, what happened last night? Yi-chun shook his head guiltily. No, nothing. I didn't do anything. I didn't bully Familly. Really, Fengyan, you have to believe me. I really didn't do anything. Fengyan sneered. Is that so? Look at your guilty look. Plus my sister didn't get up today. She has an early meeting at her company today. Even when she's sick or has a cold, she always gets up for the meeting, but she missed it today. It's probably because Familly slept too late yesterday. Yes, she was applying a face mask and went to bed very late. Yi-chun stammered as he explained, don't overthink it. Yi-chun took a step to run, but Fengyan grabbed him by the back of his collar. Yi-chun, be honest, did you bully my sister? After you bullied her, you're trying to deny it. Where do you think you're going to run off to? I was wrong, but I really didn't know what happened yesterday. Yi-chun lowered his head and humbly admitted his mistake. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to my sister. Fengyan led the person to the room, which was in a mess. Familly and Yi-chun's clothes were lying on the floor, intertwined. Familly lay on the bed, the blankets covering most of her body, revealing only a fair arm covered in kiss marks. When Fengyan saw her sister in such a terrible state for the first time, she frowned and asked, Yi-chun, did you do this? It was me, but I really don't remember. I don't know what happened to me yesterday. Okay, I was wrong. Yi-chun continued to admit his mistakes. If Familly wakes up, I'll let her do whatever she wants, kill me or torture me. After all, he really did make a mistake in this matter. You've already done this to my sister. Don't you want to take responsibility? You're already 22 years old. You can get a marriage certificate. Hurry up and get your sister a marriage certificate. Yi-chun suddenly looked up, his pupils widening in shock. Get the marriage certificate now? He wasn't ready yet. Fengyan said coldly. Yi-chun, don't you want to take responsibility? No, it's just a bit too sudden. I wasn't prepared. He still can't remember what happened last night. He really went too far. They bullied Familly so much that she couldn't get out of bed. Fengyan's anger surged, and she grabbed Yi-chun's collar. So you just don't want to take responsibility, and you don't want to get a marriage certificate with my sister. Fengyan, don't pressure him. Familly slowly opened her eyes, her voice very weak. 114, Yi-chun was spoiled by her older sister. Familly, you're awake. Yi-chun stood by the bed, head bowed, looking like a pitiful little thing who had done something wrong. Fengyan stomped her foot in anger. It was clearly him who did it, but now he was pretending to be innocent. Yi-chun was spoiled rotten by her older sister. Fengyan said angrily, Sister, Yi-chun did such a thing, and he doesn't even want to take responsibility. Yi-chun said, I can take responsibility. Familly, hit me if you want. Feng Li raised her eyelids, the alluring look in her eyes still lingering, making Yi Chen's mouth go dry again. Yi Chen, come here. Yi Chen obediently stuck his head out, bracing himself for a beating. Feng Li raised her slender arm and gently tidied Yi Chen's messy hair from his forehead with her fingers. Are you still feeling unwell? Oh. Yi Chen was completely confused, then shook his head in bewilderment. I don't feel uncomfortable. How could he feel uncomfortable? He felt refreshed and invigorated, more so than he had ever felt before. Sis, why are you still worried about him? Where is he feeling unwell? He seems perfectly fine, looking refreshed. Feng Yan crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Yi Chen looked guilty. Feng Li, how are you? I'm sorry, I don't know what happened last night. It's okay, there's a morning meeting. What time is it now? Feng Li struggled to sit up, and Yi Chen immediately hugged her, replying, It's already past 11 o'clock. Isn't the morning meeting late? Yes, it's late, Feng Li nodded. Yi Chen felt even more guilty, scratched his head, and said helplessly, Feng Li, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Why don't you just give me a beating? Feng Li beat him up. He might feel better that way. Why did I hit you? Feng Li raised her hand and pinched Yi Chen's cheek. Yi Chen lowered his eyes and muttered softly, Because I did something wrong. What did you do wrong? Last night was my own choice. You didn't force me. A cold, clear voice rang out, and Yi Chen suddenly raised his head, his face filled with disbelief. Feng Li said she did it voluntarily? He must have heard correctly. You really don't blame me? Feng Li frowned slightly. It's not strange, it just hurts a little. Yi Chen said anxiously, Where does it hurt? I'll put some medicine on it for you. I still have some medicine left from the last time I bought it. Okay. Feng Li smiled, cupped Yi Chen's face with her slender white fingers, and kissed him. How can she be so cute? Yi Chen was completely stunned by the kiss and sat there for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. Feng Li just kissed him again. Why did she kiss him? Feng Yan twitched her lips, speechless. So, I'm part of your play, right? I'm leaving now. Feng Yan stormed out of the room, closing the door behind her. Her worries were unnecessary. It was a case of one willing to give and the other willing to receive. Her noble and aloof older sister has been completely bewitched by Yi Chen. Sigh. Back then her sister was aloof from men, treating them like dirt, but now, she's fallen for a male college student. They would give their lives for such a person. Life is truly unpredictable, like a large intestine containing a small intestine. Her sister has become a hopeless romantic. Dad. Tuanchuan was looking for her father when Feng Yan picked her up again. Tuanchuan, your parents have important business to attend to. Looking for my dad. Tuanchuan pointed to her parents' room, insisting on going to find her father. Tuanchuan, be good. How about Auntie takes you to play with building blocks first? You can build a big house for Daddy. He'll be very happy when he sees it. Good. As expected, Tuanchuan was fooled by her aunt and started piling up blocks on the ground again, while Grandma Yi watched from the side. Inside the room, Yi Chen applied the medicine to Feng Li with great care, afraid of hurting her. Feng Li lay on the bed, her fair and smooth skin covered with dense red marks, even on her thighs. Yi Chen cursed himself in his heart. Are you an animal? How could you do this to your wife? Feng Li, does it hurt a lot? I'll be gentler. Warm fingertips slowly traced his chest. Yi Chen's ears turned bright red, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Is it because I took 3 pills yesterday, and the effects didn't kick in until tonight? So, why won't you let me take a cold bath? Feng Li turned around, her usually cold voice slightly hoarse. Taking a cold bath will make you catch a cold. You have a weak constitution. What will you do if you catch a cold? I'm fine. I'm in good health. He's going to participate in ancient martial arts taekwondo. He didn't seem that bad last night. Judging from Feng Li's appearance, he should still be quite strong. Taking too many cold showers is harmful to the body. I did it voluntarily. You didn't force me. Feng Li raised her eyes and stared straight at Yi Chen. You don't have to get the marriage certificate now. That's fine too. I can wait a bit longer. Yi Chen answered decisively. No, I do. I'm willing to get a marriage certificate with you. I'm a responsible and good man. I will treat you well in the future. Although it was always Feng Li who took care of him. A smile flickered at the corner of Feng Li's cold eyes. Willing? Are you really willing? Or is it because you did this that you're willing? Yi Chen's attitude was firm. I am willing. My household registration is with my grandmother, not with the Yi family. They didn't transfer my household registration when they transferred it. I'll go home and get my household registration booklet. Then we can get our marriage certificate. But right now I don't have a house, a car, or a company. Familly gently comforted her. You're just a recent college graduate. You'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Really? My new album is about to be released, and I'll have money to support you from now on. Although, you probably don't care about my little bit of money. Yichin scratched his head awkwardly. His small amount of money was probably nothing to Familly. Then I'll wait for you. Good. After applying the medicine, Familly changed her clothes with Yichin's help. She wore a black dress with a black trench coat over it, high heels, and black stockings over her long legs, except for some hickeys on her neck. Familly, are you going to the company this afternoon? Why don't you rest at home and go tomorrow? Familly tidied her hair in front of the mirror. It's okay. I'll just go to the company this afternoon and come right back. Her current condition is indeed not suitable for going to work. I have a dull ache all over my body, and it hurts to walk. Familly and Yi Chun went downstairs together. Grandma Yi smiled and said, Lily, Xiaoyan has already had lunch prepared. Hurry up and eat lunch. Okay, Grandma. Then, Grandma Yi called Yi Chun to her side and asked in a low voice, Chun, how was last night? Yi Chun was a little embarrassed. Grandma, could you please not ask? He had also forgotten, such an important first time, his first time with Fengyan, he couldn't remember the details at all. By the way, he didn't take any precautions, so could Familly be pregnant? 115 kneeling for too long, my legs hurt. Thinking of this, Yi Chun looked at Familly's stomach. There probably isn't one in there yet. He doesn't want a baby yet, since he already has Tuanshuan. The little bundle of joy clung to his father's leg, adorable and cuddly. Daddy Epsilon equals. Yi Chun picked up the little guy and asked, Good boy, did you eat breakfast properly today? Who dressed you? Auntie's naughty. The little baby nestled in his father's arms, whispering a complaint in his ear. My aunt won't let her see her dad. Fengyan silently squatted on the ground and drew circles. Feng Tuanshuan is such an ingrate. Your aunt dressed you. How could she be bad? Your aunt is very good to you. Tuanshuan, you can't say that anymore, or your aunt will be sad. Look, your aunt is sad and won't talk to you anymore. Yi Chun pinched the little one's rosy cheeks and patiently educated him. Tuanshuan nodded, climbed down from her father's arms, ran to her aunt, and said in a childish voice, Auntie is the best. Fengyan removed Tuantuan's hand. Don't touch me. You were just saying I was bad, and now you're saying I'm good. I don't believe you. Tuanshuan kissed her aunt on the cheek and continued to act cute and charming. Auntie. Fengyan couldn't resist Xiao Tuanshuan's coquettishness and surrendered immediately, hugging Tuanshuan tightly and unable to let go. Yi Chun fawned over Familly, fetching her chopsticks and serving her food with practiced ease. Grandma Yi smiled kindly when she saw the mark on Familly's neck. Li, eat more. They've really made something of themselves. They used to blush when talking to girls and thought they'd never find a wife in their lives, but they found such a beautiful and wealthy one. Familly, eat more. This is good for your health. Yi Chun filled Familly's bowl with a large bowl of vegetables and peeled shrimp. She said helplessly, Yi Chun, you should eat too. Eat, you must be hungry. Eat more today. Yi Chun didn't know how to take care of his wife, so he could only serve her food. Familly was too thin, so he wanted to fatten her up. Little Tuanshuan looked at her empty bowl again, pouted, and tugged at her father's arm with her little hand. Daddy, Tuanshuan eats. Yi Chun then noticed that there was no food in his little baby's bowl, so he quickly peeled a hairy crab for Tuanshuan and fed it to the baby. Sweetie, eat up. Tuanshuan was finally happy, but she accidentally bit her dad's hand while eating shrimp. Comma. She didn't do it on purpose. The shrimp her dad peeled were just too delicious. Yi Chun continued peeling shrimp for the mother and daughter. Although he was busy, he was quite happy. After finishing their meal, Yi Chun secretly moved closer to Familly and pointed to her stomach with one finger. Familly, last night, I had sex. Could you be pregnant? Familly turned her head, her face still breathtakingly beautiful, her cold eyes staring straight at Yi Chun. Yi Chun felt incredibly guilty. I didn't mean it. I don't know what happened to me. Don't worry. I'll take responsibility once we're pregnant. Although he has never had a girlfriend, he's heard that the chances are still too high. What if she gets pregnant? Familly raised her eyes and asked, You want it? No. I already have Tuanshuan. In my eyes, Tuanshuan is my own daughter. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any. Familly got into the luxury car in her high heels and sat in the back seat. Yi Chun, feeling uneasy, followed her and sat down next to her. Familly, I'll go with you. It's not easy for you to walk. Familly did not refuse. She stretched out a long, slender leg onto Yi Chun's leg, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. I knelt for too long yesterday. It hurts a bit. Can you massage it for me? Kneel? He did something outrageous. He really didn't mean it, making such a cold and beautiful woman kneel down, and most importantly, he didn't even remember it. Regret, remorse. Yi Chun gently squeezed Familly's knee. Her legs were long and slender, covered in black stockings. Yi Chun's fingers slowly moved upwards. Yi Chun immediately withdrew his hand and continued to obediently massage his legs. It's not his fault that his wife is so beautiful. A hint of a smile flickered in Familly's usually cold eyes as she touched Yi Chun's chest with her fingers. What do you want? We're still in the car. I'll give it to you when we get home. No, I'm not. Yi Chun immediately denied it. He just wanted to touch. No, he wanted to kiss. Then, Yi Chun did just that, pressing Familly against the back of the chair, holding her soft waist, and forcefully kissing her lips with a fierce gesture. The driver in front kept his eyes straight ahead and continued driving. Familly's voice was broken. Ugh. Yi Chun, don't leave any traces. We're almost at the company. Yi Chun's strength lessened slightly as he gently kissed Familly's lips, his touch incredibly tender. You are mine. Familly nodded and said, Okay, shall we get our marriage certificate tomorrow? Good. He needs to marry his wife quickly. Familly is so outstanding. What if she gets snatched away by another man? After getting out of the car, Familly and Yi Chun went into the company together. President Familly arrived with her boyfriend, who is quite handsome. Who wouldn't be smitten by a young and handsome heartthrob? I'm smitten too. Isn't he much more handsome than the heartthrobs on TV? He's so handsome, and he's a perfect match for President Familly. I heard that Miss Tuanshuan is his biological daughter. Oh, so he and President Familly have been together for a long time. Everyone around was stunned. Yi Chun looked to be only in his early 20s, yet he already had a 3-year-old daughter. Can you believe it? Yi Chun helped Familly into the elevator, opened the office door, and inside sat a young man, dressed in a suit and tie, with a handsome face. He stood up and said gently, President Familly. Familly frowned slightly. It's you, Yi Chi? Yi Chi smiled and said, I didn't expect President Familly to still remember me. It's my honor. Familly said coldly, What are you doing here? I'd like to have a meal with Mr. Familly recently, but I don't know when he'll be available. Familly grabbed Yi Chun's arm and said coldly, I'm busy. Please leave. Yi Chi then noticed Yi Chun, whose appearance was in no way inferior to his, and even more handsome. But so what? Ultimately, he was just an ordinary person without any family background, which cannot be compared to his noble lineage. Yi Chun, President Feng's mistress. Familly solemnly introduced, He is my fiancé. Yi Chi scoffed, Fiancé? How could an ordinary person be worthy of someone as outstanding as President Familly? Familly coldly curled the corners of her lips. I like him. I would like him even if he were an ordinary person. As for you, a fake young master of the Yi family, are you sure you are good enough for me? Yi Chi's expression changed instantly. He was an adopted child of the Yi family, and to compensate for Madame Ye's grief, he bore a resemblance to the real eldest son of the Yi family. 116 was sealed by Familly Qin, and she became completely stunned. But so what? The true eldest son of the Yi family has disappeared without a trace, and may have been dead for more than 10 years. Everything in the Yi family belongs to him, his. Yi Chi said calmly, President Familly is right. I am an adopted young master of the Yi family, so naturally I cannot be compared with the real young master of the Yi family. Is this Yi Chun the person that President Familly recommended to participate in the ancient martial arts competition? Yi Chi looked at the person in front of him with disdain and continued, President Familly misjudged him this time. He has a weak constitution and may be eliminated in the preliminary selection and unable to enter. Yi Chen slowly approached, his long legs lifting them. He was even taller than Yi Chi. Yi Chi actually felt a sense of pressure. An ordinary person actually gave him a sense of pressure. He was a prodigy from an ancient martial arts family. Yi Chen smiled calmly. Is that so? Young Master Yi, would you like to have a match with me? Are you sure you want to compete with me? Yi Chi looked at him as if he had heard a joke, his face full of contempt. A person like that could be defeated with a single finger, let alone a fist. Yi Chen nodded and said, confirmed. Yi Chi looked at Feng Li. President Feng, your fiancé insists on competing with me. I can't help it. What do you think? Can. Feng Li sat leisurely on the sofa, without any worry. Yi Chi sneered. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Chen, you make the first move, and I'll give you 3 moves. Yi Chen raised his hand very quickly. Before Yi Chi could react, he was stopped by Yi Chen and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His pupils widened in disbelief. How is this possible? You. How could you possibly be so fast? You're just an ordinary person. Yi Chen withdrew his hand, looking down at Yi Chi on the ground. Perhaps, I am not an ordinary person. He didn't know why he was so fast. Maybe he had learned it before. He remembered an old man always hovering in front of him, teaching him various moves. He had forgotten what the old man looked like. He only remembered the moves. Impossible. You're not from an ancient martial arts family. You couldn't possibly know such a move. It was an accident just now. Next time, I won't hold back. Yi Chi stood up in a disheveled state, looking like a clown. He had been so confident in defeating him, but instead, he was thoroughly humiliated. I've never been so humiliated in my life, especially in front of Feng Li. Take care, young Master Yi, don't fall like you did before. Yi Chen made sarcastic remarks from behind, while Yi Chi's face turned ashen, and a cold glint flashed in his dark eyes. Yi Chen. Very well, he's remembered this. Now he's going to die? Feng Li sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, smiling indulgently. That young master of the Yi family is so angry with you. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Who told him to make a move on my wife? Feng Li then asked. But Yi Chi is a martial arts genius. How did you defeat him just now? Yi Chen sat down next to Feng Li, hugged her soft waist, and nuzzled her face like a big dog. Have no idea. He was furious at the time. Yi Chi actually wanted to steal his wife, and of course he couldn't tolerate it. Feng Li could only be his. Then, in a fit of anger, he unleashed a burst of speed. Feng Li gently kissed Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen felt a jolt, as if he had been electrocuted. His body felt tingly and numb, light and unreal. I'm going to a meeting. I'll be home in a bit. You wait for me here. Yi Chen nodded blankly. Okay. Feng Li said helplessly. How can I go to the meeting if you're holding me? Yi Chen let go of her hand in a daze, and was kissed by Feng Li, leaving him completely stunned. Feng Li chuckled softly and patted Yi Chen's face. Are you dumbfounded? Yi Chen shook his head. He felt as if he had been electrocuted. Feng Li stood up and left the office, her expression instantly changing, her icy aura undiminished. The senior executives were on tenterhooks, fearing that their CEO would call their names. After Feng Li left, Yi Chen rolled around on the sofa. Feng Li had just kissed his cheek. Oh, I'm so happy. Is this what it feels like to be in love? I was happy for a long time after getting a kiss. What a pathetic person. Yi Chen sat up and sent a message in the group. Guys, I'm in love. What? Chen'er, you're in a relationship? With whom? It can't be with my goddess Song Wanting, can it? My heart is breaking. She's my goddess. Chen'er is no longer single, but we're still single. When will God assign us girlfriends? Chen'er, is it really Song Wanting? She's our school's goddess. I can't believe you managed to get her. Yi Chen replied. No, Song Wanting and I are just ordinary classmates. My girlfriend isn't from our school. What? No, I was worried about it for ages. Hu Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen. No, she's very rich, and you've met her. They're really rich, and we've even met them before. Could they be our advisor? Yi Chen broke down. No, that's my mentor. How could I possibly be with my mentor? Why not, Chen'er? That beautiful tutor is so good to you. She might even like you. Yi Chen, don't make wild guesses. I already said he's not from our school. Donkey Bro suddenly blurted out, very rich. We've met before. There was only one person there, the president of the phone group, I guess. How is that possible? President Feng is not someone an ordinary person can meet. Chen'er, you're making fun of us again. We're not playing with you anymore. Goodbye, da. Then, Yi Chen was ignored. Yi Chen sighed. No one believed that Feng Li was his girlfriend. Even if he told them, no one would believe him. If he told his roommates that he slept with Feng Li yesterday, they would definitely say he was dreaming or that he was crazy. I'd better not say anything. When Feng Li returned from the meeting, she looked a little pale. Yi Chen immediately helped her to the sofa and gently massaged her shoulders and arms. Feng Li, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Feng Li pointed to her chest. It hurts a little here. Pain. Did he use too much force last night? There were still 5 finger marks on his hand this morning. The top part was swollen, very swollen, and it pained him to see it. Yi Chen touched the tip of his nose. I'm sorry, Feng Li. I'll be more careful in the future. He will be more careful in the future and won't let Feng Li get hurt. It hurts him to see his wife get hurt. He's a good man who cherishes his wife. I'm not blaming you. Come here and massage my back, it hurts. Good. Feng Li took off her coat and lay on the sofa, her figure curvaceous. Yi Chen's throat tightened at the sight, and he grabbed her slender waist with both hands. Oh, you feel sorry for your wife. You'll definitely forget again next time. 117 Feng Li. You're my husband. Why would I need a salary? Feng Li turned around and asked. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Of course I'll give you a back massage. Yi Chen's fingers roamed over Feng Li's slender waist, groping her haphazardly up and down. When he accidentally touched the soft mound of her chest, he immediately withdrew his hand. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. Yi Chen, are you sure you're massaging my back? Yi Chen nodded. Yes, you must have been tired yesterday. Let me massage your legs again. Yi Chen continued to massage his wife's legs attentively. His cold and beautiful wife lay there letting him touch. No, he massaged her. This feeling is wonderful. Feng Li grabbed Yi Chen's wandering hand and said helplessly, we're still in the office. Behave yourself. We'll talk about it when we get home. Yi Chen looked completely innocent. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to massage your legs. Feng Li sat up, knelt down beside Yi Chen, lifted his chin, and gently kissed him. Really? If you keep touching me like this, I'm not sure I can stand it. Yi Chen felt a tingling sensation on his lips and swallowed hard. What do you want to do? This is the office. What do you think? Feng Li spoke in a low voice, her slender, jade-like fingers gently caressing Yi Chen's chest. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Yi Chen shook his head firmly. No, your body hasn't recovered yet. Wait until you've recovered. I'll apply some more medicine to you tonight, especially here. Pointing at Feng Li's chest, Yi Chen's face turned red. He's a pure and innocent male college student. Feng Li gently kissed Yi Chen's lips, her voice soft. Okay, everything you said is good. I got forcibly kissed again. Is it reasonable for a grown man like him to be forcibly kissed by his wife every day? Then, Yi Chen launched a counterattack, pinning Feng Li to the sofa and kissing her fiercely. He tore open her collar, revealing her snow-white chest, and slowly kissed her from the corner of her lips to her neck, while his hands roamed over her fair back. Yi Chen's potential had been fully unleashed. He lifted Feng Li's black miniskirt with his large hand, tearing off half of her black stockings and one of her high heels. Feng Li closed her eyes, her red lips slightly panting, her fair arms hooked around Yi Chen's neck. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Feng, the documents you requested have been prepared. You have a meeting to attend in a little while. Yi Chen was startled and immediately released Feng Li. He carefully tidied her clothes, put her black stockings back on, smoothed Feng Li's hair with his fingers, and then used a tissue to wipe the lipstick off her lips. After completing a series of actions, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It feels like he's been caught cheating. This is clearly his future wife. Feng Li leaned back on the sofa, her eyes reddening, with a hint of allure. The thought that he was the one who had put her in this state filled Yi Chen with passion, and he wanted to pin her down. Feng Li, someone's here to deliver some documents to you. Feng Li sat up again. Come in. After Assistant Lu came in, Feng Li had already resumed her cold demeanor and said indifferently, Put the things on the table. I'm going to a meeting in a bit. Assistant Lu seemed oblivious to anything amiss and respectfully replied, "Yes, Mr. Feng. Is there anything you're not satisfied with in this document? I'll go and revise it. I'll be going now and come back to pick it up later." Yichen stood guiltily beside Feng Li. The door closed again, and Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief, plopped down on the sofa, and hugged Feng Li's waist. "Why would he come at this time? You seem very busy. I won't bother you anymore. You go back to work." Feng Li looked at the hand on her waist, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Are you sure you want me to work? Okay, I'll just give you a hug." Yichen wrapped his arms around the woman's waist and rested on her arms. Feng Li did not stop Yichen. He seems to have become very clingy since last night. Feng Li turned on her computer, and the spreadsheet was filled with dense text. Yichen watched her type quietly. "Feng Li, I think I can understand these data. Why don't you go to sleep, and I'll help you? You must not have slept well last night. These are data charts and various reports. You don't know what the work projects are. Tell me, and I'll know." Feng Li patiently explained the project to Yichen, including various precautions, investment funds, and so on. Yichen understood it after just one listen. "I understand. Feng Li, you should rest. I'll help you revise it." Feng Li asked in confusion, "Did you understand?" Yichen started operating the computer, and all the data was actually correct. Feng Li was taken aback. "You understood it after listening to it only once." "Of course, I didn't lie to you, did I? Go and rest. I'll help you." Yichen continued operating, with Feng Li watching from the side. It wasn't that she was afraid he would make a mistake. At worst, he would only lose a few $100 billion. However, why is Yichen so talented, a prodigy in martial arts? So, what kind of amazing husband did she find? Yichen was intently looking at the data charts when Feng Li kissed him again. Yichen scratched his head shyly. Why did Feng Li kiss him again? Although he probably quite likes it. It's not impossible to kiss a few more times. With Yichen's help, all the data was processed quickly. After Feng Li finished her meeting and returned, the two left the office together. Before leaving, Feng Li thoughtfully straightened Yichen's collar and said with a smile, "If you didn't love songwriting, I would definitely have poached you to be my secretary." Yichen asked with a smile, "How much will President Feng pay me a month to be his secretary?" Feng Li gently wrapped her arms around Yichen's neck. "Tell me, but you're my husband, do you still want money?" Yichen wrapped one large arm around the woman's waist and whispered in her ear, "I'm President Feng's husband. Of course I don't need money. However, I might need something else." Yichen looked at the woman beside him with ill intent, then directly sealed her lips with his and kissed her for a full 3 minutes. Yichen withdrew his tongue, a smile curving his lips. "If President Feng gives me this, I'll gladly be your assistant. I'll do anything you want. I'll even die." Feng Li raised her eyebrows. Yichen was getting bolder and bolder. He used to not even dare to touch her, but now he dared to hug her and even kiss her. Feng Li, slightly out of breath, raised the corner of her eye and said, "Okay, I'll give it to you." She tiptoed and kissed Yichen's lips. 118 Yichen, who is your wife? Don't call me that. After a long while, the two of them emerged from the office with swollen, red lips, attracting the attention of the surrounding employees. This is too exciting. President Feng actually brought her boyfriend to the office to do that. What do you know? It's more exciting in the office. Look at President Feng. He usually seems aloof and dignified, but I never expected him to be like this. Keep your voice down. It's because President Feng's boyfriend is so handsome. Even President Feng probably can't stand having such a handsome boyfriend. That handsome guy is really good looking, and he has a great physique. He has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, so he looks really good. President Feng is very fortunate. Yichen's ears turned red again as he listened to the surrounding conversation. He didn't do anything. He just kissed me. What's going on in these people's heads? Feng Li left the company with Yichen's arm in her arms. The two walked together like a couple deeply in love, a perfect match in terms of looks and talent. Even passers-by couldn't help but take a second look. Once in the car, Feng Li suddenly asked, "Are we going back tonight?" Yichen looked completely naive. "Huh? If not home, where else can we go?" Feng Li hooked Yichen's collar, her words carrying a hidden meaning. "The presidential suite on the top floor of the Tianxing Hotel is my private room. How about we go there?" Yi Chun could vaguely sense the meaning behind Feng Li's words, and was about to nod in agreement when his phone rang. Note, my most adorable baby daughter. When the call connected, a fair and tender little face appeared on the screen, with big, dark eyes like grapes and delicate, petite features. One look was enough to melt anyone's heart. Dad. Tuanshuan was overjoyed to finally see her father, and a smile appeared on her rosy face. Dad, let's go home. The baby is talking to his dad in a sweet, childish voice, wanting him to come home. Baby Tuanshuan, Daddy will be back soon. He's in the car now. Can you wait for Daddy for 10 minutes? Okay. Tuanshuan, wait for Daddy. Let's eat. The baby's soft, babyish voice rang out again. Okay, Mom and Dad will be back soon. Goodbye, Tuanshuan. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chun turned to Feng Li and said, Tuanshuan is still waiting for us to have dinner at home. Feng Li, how about we go to the hotel another day? Although, he was also quite disappointed. The Yi family's old house. Mrs. Yi sat on the sofa, holding a photo of a 3-year-old boy in her hand, her eyes moist. Linlin. Where did her Linlin go? She was less than 5 years old when she went missing. Mom, you're thinking about your brother again. He's probably doing well now, so don't worry, the second sister said, walking up to Madame Yi to comfort her. He left his biological parents. How could he possibly be doing well? I know you are also very worried about Linlin, and you bring people to look for Linlin every day. The second sister whispered, Mom, there's still no news. There's no news from the eldest sister either. She's going crazy looking for us. Sigh, maybe Linlin and I are not meant to be mother and son. I'm sorry for him. Madame Yi sobbed softly. Mom, we can still find him. Dad has been searching for my brother all these years. Don't worry, we will definitely find him. He's probably still somewhere in this world, waiting for us to find him. Holding the photo, Madame Yi nodded and said, Xiaowan, you're right. We will definitely find Linlin. I can't give up yet. A footstep sounded, and Yi Chi entered the living room with a gloomy expression. Mom, I went to see Feng Li today. She actually disagreed with the marriage alliance with the Yi family. Moreover, Feng Li already has a fiancé, an ordinary person, the lowly person you met last time. Madame Yi said with displeasure. Yi Chi, how can you speak of others like that? Ordinary people are not lowly. You cannot be superior to others just because you are the young master of the Yi family. Yi Chi immediately went to Madame Ye's side to apologize. Mom, I was just too angry. That's why I said that. Please don't be angry. Madame Ye's expression softened somewhat, and she asked again, You saw Yi Chun. He's Feng Li's fiancé. She remembered Yi Chun. He was handsome, and she liked him very much. Yi Chi scoffed. Yes, Feng Li is blinded by Yi Chun and actually wants to marry him? He's just an ordinary person, with no power or influence, except for that face. Madame Yi said calmly. Since that's the case, Yi Chi, you should find someone else. Feng Li already has a fiancé and cannot be married into the Yi family. Yi Chi frowned deeply. Mom, you're telling me to give up on Feng Li? Only by marrying Feng Li and relying on Feng Li's power can he turn his life around and become the head of the Yi family. Otherwise, he will always be an adopted son who can't even get a chance to stand on the stage. Madame Yi nodded and said, Yes, Feng Li already has a fiancé. You can't ruin their relationship. You can choose someone from the Su family, the Gu family, or the Fu family for a marriage alliance. Yi Chi was furious. Mom, I want Feng Li. He doesn't want anyone but Feng Li. No one else is good enough for him. Yi Chi, Feng Li has a fiancé. What are you going to do? Are you trying to ruin their relationship? What kind of upbringing did your mother give you? Seeing that Madame Yi was about to get angry, Yi Chi immediately softened his tone. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Don't worry, I won't ruin other people's relationships. Madame Yi looked pleased. I knew it. Yi Chi is a good boy. I think the eldest daughter of the Gu family is quite good and worthy of you. Okay, Mom, whatever you say is fine. Whoever you tell me to marry, I will marry. Yi Chi smiled and agreed, but when he lowered his eyes and saw the photo in Madame Ye's hand, his face instantly turned ashen. As expected, she still wants to find her biological child. He is just an adopted son, a substitute for Yi Lin. Yi Chi clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Only by obtaining Feng Li can he turn his life around, and anyone who stands in his way must die. Yi Chun, Feng Li's fiancé. If he dies, won't Feng Li be without a fiancé? Yi Chi's lips curled into a cold smile. As soon as Yi Chun arrived home, Xiao Tuanchuan was already dressed in a pretty little dress, waiting for her father. Dad, my sweet baby, Daddy's home. Yi Chun picked up the little bundle of joy. What a clingy little thing. He can't even stand Daddy leaving for a moment. Daddy, I want Daddy. The little girl hugged her father's neck tightly. She had finally found a father and wanted to stick to him so that he wouldn't leave her. Feng Li pinched Tuanchuan's cheek. You're the one who ruined Mom's plans. What do you say we do about it? Little Tuanchuan looked up with a blank expression, not understanding what her mother was saying. Feng Li took off her coat and sat on the sofa. Yi Chun put Xiao Tuanchuan down and quickly went to comfort and kiss his wife, holding Feng Li's soft hand. Feng Li, I'll go to the hotel with you tomorrow. You can do whatever you want, I'll go with you. Feng Li was tempted and said arrogantly, You said it yourself, so don't regret it later. Yi Chun shook his head. No regrets. Is my wife no longer angry? Feng Li was caught off guard by those two words. Who said you're my wife? Don't call me that. Actually, I was very happy. Chunner has finally grown up. Quick, pounce on her. 119. He feels sorry for his wife. Of course it's you. Don't be angry anymore. Yi Chun held Feng Li's hand. Their fingers intertwined, and the two were whispering sweet nothings to each other when suddenly, a small head peeked out. Little Tuanchuan clung to her father's arm with her tiny paws, rested her head on his arm, and called out in a sweet, childish voice, Daddy. Yi Chun picked up Tuanchuan and whispered to her, My sweet baby, give your mom a kiss, and she'll stop being angry right away. The little bundle of joy crawled obediently into its mother's arms, cradling her face with both hands and giving her a sweet, cuddly kiss. Mom, don't be angry. Being angry makes you old. The little baby frowned his delicate little brows and tried to reason with his mother in a sweet, childish voice. Getting angry will make your mother age faster. When Feng Li saw his adorable daughter, all his anger vanished, and he hugged Tuanchuan tightly in his arms. Mom isn't angry. Is Tuanchuan waiting for Mom and Dad to eat? Tuanchuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, and said in her babyish voice, Eat, eat. Mom and Dad are hungry. Grandma Yi said with a smile. If you don't come back, Tuanchuan won't eat and insists on waiting for her parents. Yi Chun gently kissed the baby's cheek. Tuanchuan is waiting for Mommy and Daddy now. Are you hungry? Tuantuan's tummy started growling again, and the little guy quickly covered his tummy. My tummy is growling. It's hungry. Comma. Yi Chun held the little baby in his arms and fed him personally, raising his little darling to be chubby and healthy, and also raising his wife to be chubby and healthy. Yi Chun thoughtfully served food to Feng Li, almost feeding her himself. Feng Yin felt nauseous from the sweet talk. She felt like a third wheel, and a super bright one at that. Grandma Yi looked on with a gratified expression. Chun Chun and Lily have such a good relationship. Grandma can go back now without worry. Yi Chun asked, Grandma, do you have my household registration book? I'm going to get my marriage certificate with Feng Li. Get your marriage certificate. Great. It's with me. Your dad transferred your household registration, but didn't. Grandma will go get it tomorrow. You two should get your certificate quickly. Grandma Yi was so anxious that she wished she could take the two of them to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Yi Chun muttered softly, Grandma, why are you in such a hurry? Of course Grandma is worried. You're all alone in the capital, with no one to rely on. It's not easy for you to have Lily as your wife. Grandma is at ease. Grandma Yi knew that the Yi family was unreliable and didn't treat Yi Chun as family at all. She was so old, what if she got sick and passed away one day? Chun Chun would be all alone. With a wife and children, he has someone to keep him company. Grandma, don't worry. I'll take you back in a few days and then bring out the household registration book. Okay, all is well. Tuanchuan was so full from being fed by her father that her little dress was stretched out, and she quickly covered her tummy. I ate too much. Will her father dislike her for being chubby? Yi Chun patted the little guy's round belly and laughed. Feng Li, look at Tuantuan's belly. It's so round. Tuanchuan covered it up, not wanting her father to see it. Daddy, Tuanshuan isn't fat. Sweetie, Daddy doesn't mean you're fat. It's good to be a little chubby. You're cuter when you're chubby. Yichen gently rubbed the little guy's head. Daddy loves our Tuanshuan no matter what. Tuanshuan was finally happy and hugged her father's face, giving him a kiss. While sleeping, Tuanshuan clung to one of her father's fingers, as if afraid he would leave her. She finally found her father after a long and difficult journey. Yichun removed the little guy's hand, quietly left the room, and pushed open the door to Feng Li's room. Feng Li lay on her side on the bed in a black, super short nightgown, supporting her forehead with one hand. Her messy hair fell on her face, and the corners of her eyes were slightly upturned, giving her a fox-like allure. You're back? Why did it take you so long? Tuanshuan went to bed late today. Yichen took a few steps closer, and Feng Li's long, slender legs were dazzlingly white, with some blue and purple pinch marks left by him on them. Yichen, quickly help me apply the medicine. My body hurts so much. Feng Li's tone carried a hint of coquetry. She lifted her pajamas. The 5-finger mark on her chest hadn't faded, and there were still bite marks on it. Her flat stomach was covered with hickeys. Yichen only glanced at it before his throat went dry. He immediately squatted down, took out a tube of white ointment from the drawer, and opened the cap. While applying the medicine, Yichun took a special look. It's still swollen there. Yichun applied the medicine very gently, covering Feng Li's entire body, and said carefully, Feng Li, your body might not be able to take it. How about we go to the hotel in a few days? I'll agree to whatever you want. Feng Li lifted her long legs and placed them on Yichun's lap, rubbing against his lower abdomen. Okay. Yichun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he pinched Feng Li's leg. I'm going to the restroom. You rest first. Feng Li raised her hand and grabbed Yichun's arm, her eyes slightly upturned. What are you doing in the restroom? Let's take a shower, then we'll go to bed. We've sweated a lot today. Yichun stammered as he explained, his only thought now being to take a cold shower. One look from Feng Li was enough to make him explode. Take a bath? But I haven't finished applying the medicine to my body yet. Not here. Feng Li held Yichun's hand to her chest, her voice softening, and a hint of tears welled up in her dark eyes. Honey, it hurts so much. Yichun felt like something exploded in his head. He swallowed hard. What hurts? I remember applying medicine just now. Feng Li shook her head. No, look if you don't believe me. A soft mass, illuminated by the light, almost glowed white. Yichun felt his head buzzing. He suppressed the sweat on his forehead and applied the medicine again. Her voice was hoarse. Feng Li, are you better this time? It still hurts. Feng Li leaned on Yichun's shoulder, her 2 fair arms wrapped around his neck, and whispered in his ear. What are you doing in the bathroom? I can go too. Yichun had never seen her so alluring before, and he immediately wanted to pounce on her. With such an alluring wife in his arms, he could do nothing about it. No. Feng Li, let's wait a few days. Your injuries haven't healed yet. He couldn't let Feng Li get hurt again. It pained him to see his wife like that. Feng Li raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, captivating all who saw them. Feeling sorry for me? Yichun nodded shyly, his ears turning bright red from Feng Li's teasing. Feng Li spoke softly. I can use my hands. 120 Yichun, you've been here for too long. Yichun's body stiffened instantly, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses before glancing at Feng Li's hand. Her hands were as white and delicate as jade, very white and slender, as if he had thought of something. Yichun's face turned red. No need. I'll just go to the bathroom and take a cold shower. Wait here for me for 5 minutes. Feng Li held on to Yichun's arm tightly, saying, taking a cold shower is bad for your health. I can help you. A soft, jade-like hand rested on Yichun's chest, slowly moving downwards. Yichun blushed. It's still Feng Li. Yichun didn't dare to look at Feng Li's face. He shouldn't be bad either, probably much better than the average person. Yichun seemed unusually excited tonight. Feng Li was busy serving him until midnight. He lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep shortly afterward. Yichun gently kissed her lips. Thank you. Feng Li, go to sleep. He held Feng Li's hand for a long time, his face still flushed as he recalled the scenes from just now. He then hugged Feng Li and closed his eyes. It's so good to have a wife. The next day, Feng Li opened her eyes, her fingers still a little sore, but Yi-chun was nowhere to be seen beside her. After changing her clothes, Feng Li came downstairs and asked the maid beside her, "Where's Yi-chun?" The maid respectfully replied, "Mr. Feng, young master Yi-chun went to the company very early this morning without even having breakfast. I heard it's something important. You haven't even eaten yet. Why are you in such a hurry? What's so important?" Feng Li muttered to herself, picked up her phone, and sent Yi-chun a voice message. "Yi-chun, you didn't eat breakfast this morning. Buy something to eat at the breakfast stall, don't forget." Office. Yi-chun sat blankly on the sofa, looking at the message Feng Li had sent him, feeling a little guilty. He actually came out because he didn't know how to face Feng Li. Yi-chun covered his face in despair. Was his image as an innocent college student about to collapse? After a while, Yi-chun replied, "Okay, I'm in a meeting at the company. You need to eat breakfast too, don't forget." Then he asked again, "Does your hand still hurt?" "It's okay, it still hurts a little. You've been here for too long. Why don't you come back and massage it for me?" Yi-chun's face turned even redder. Had it been that long? I don't think so. Yes, I'll be going back this afternoon. Yi-chun tossed his phone aside and continued composing on his computer, but his mind was filled with Feng Li, making it impossible for him to calm down and work. Feng Li. Last night, Feng Li even kissed his. Yi-chun lowered his eyes, wondering if he should reciprocate. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The beautiful assistant opened the door and said, "Yi-chun, come out here. A big shot from the company has come." "Okay, I'll go out right away." Yi-chun straightened his clothes, regained his composure, and stepped out the door as a clean-cut, handsome, and sunny male college student. So handsome. Yi-chun is really handsome. It's such a waste that he's not a star. His face is better than any of the young heartthrobs. They don't rely on their looks at all, they rely on their talent. One of their songs became an instant hit. He could easily make a living based on his looks, but he insists on relying on his talent. That's exactly the kind of person Yi-chun is. He's so handsome, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A beautiful female celebrity stood in front of Yi-chun. She looked to be in her early 20s, tall, and with a hot figure. However, compared to Feng Li, they are simply not good enough. In Yi-chun's eyes, his wife is the most beautiful. "Hey buddy, are you also with the company? Can I add you on WeChat?" Yi-chun said calmly, "I'm sorry, I already have a wife. My wife would be jealous if she knew I added other people on WeChat. She's very jealous." "What? Wife? You look no more than 20 years old, and you're already married? How could you have gotten married so young?" Yi-chun said seriously, "Yes, my daughter is already 3 years old." The surrounding crowd dispersed, heartbroken and indignant. She looks so young. How could she be married and already have a daughter? Sigh. As expected, all the handsome guys have already been taken. I have no chance. Yi-chun opened the office door and saw a familiar face. "It's you." Yi-chi sat in the middle, and the company's senior executives flattered him, their praises deafening. Upon seeing Yi-chun arrive, Vice President Liu immediately said, "Yi-chun, you finally arrived. Come and meet young Master Yi." Yi-chun didn't have a good impression of this person and even wanted to steal his wife. Yi-chun nodded and gave a faint Vice President Liu said unhappily, "Yi-chun, what kind of attitude is this?" "This is President Yi-chi, the sole heir of the Yi Group, and also a major shareholder of our company. So what is he here for?" "Of course, I'm here to inspect the company's overall situation." Yi-chi stood up, his cold gaze falling on Yi-chun. "Vice President Liu, your employees seem quite rude." "Don't be angry, Mr. Yi. I'll make him apologize to you right away." Vice President Liu said coldly. "Yi-chun, why don't you apologize to little Yi right now? You recently released a song. Have you gotten too cocky? Do you think you're the chairman?" Yi-chun crossed his arms. "Apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize?" "Yi-chun, you're going too far. I think you've really gotten arrogant. Don't forget, you signed a 6-month contract with the company, and there are still 4 months left. The penalty for breach of contract is over 10 million. I haven't breached the contract, nor have I terminated my contract with the company. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Yi-chun turned and left the room. Vice President Liu was so angry his face changed color, but he couldn't lash out, so he apologized repeatedly. "Young Master Yi, please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. He's just one of my lowly employees. He got a hit song and might have gotten a little cocky. He doesn't even know who you are." As soon as Yi Chun left the company, Yi Chi called out to him from behind, saying coldly, "Yi Chun, you don't really think that just because you have a hit song, you can be compared to me?" Yi Chun turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips, and said sarcastically, "You're just an adopted son of the Yi family. Do you think you can compare to the real young master of the Yi family? You're just an imposter. How dare you be so arrogant?" Yi Chun touched a nerve with Yi Chi again. He hated being called an adopted son more than anything in his life. "Yi Chun, say it again." Yi Chun remained calm and composed. "You're just the adopted son of the Yi family, an imposter. Do you really want to fight me? Have you forgotten how you lost last time? Yi Chi, you're supposed to be a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, yet you were defeated by me in one move. If I were you, I would have smashed my head against the wall and died." Yi Chi's face turned ashen, and his face flushed red as he raised his hand to grab Yi Chun's neck, doing so very quickly. Yi Chun dodged to the side, and a gold pendant around his neck fell to the ground. Yi Chi's pupils suddenly constricted as he stared intently at the pendant on the ground. If he remembered correctly, his 3 older sisters also had this pendant. Omega. My innocent college student persona is ruined. 121 Yi Chun could absolutely not be the young master of the Yi family. Yi Chun immediately picked up the pendant and hung it around his neck again. It was the only keepsake his parents had left him. Although it may not seem worth much, it is very special to him. After a long while, Yi Chi finally came to his senses, stared intently at Yi Chun, and asked, "Where did you get that pendant from earlier?" "Little Knight is actually concerned about my pendant. It's mine. Why do you care where it came from? Of course it's not yours." Yi Chun was too lazy to talk to this arrogant young master Yi, and was about to leave when Yi Chi grabbed his arm. Yi Chi gritted her teeth again and asked, "Yi Chun, where did this come from? Did you find it? How could you possibly have this pendant? It must have been picked up by Yi Chun. How could he possibly be the real young master of the Yi family? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was just a lowly working man." Yi Chun removed Yi Chi's hand and said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you. Let go of me." Yi Chi released Yi Chun, his face contorted with rage. "Yi Chun, how dare you be so arrogant? Don't forget you're just an ordinary employee of the company, while I am the major shareholder here. Just because you're a shareholder, does that mean everyone should fawn over you?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow dismissively. "To me, you are nothing." "Yi Chun." Yi Chi clenched his fists, his anger rising. "Don't think you're so great just because you narrowly defeated me last time. See you at the martial arts tournament. Then goodbye." Yi Chun got into the car and took off the gold pendant around his neck. Yi Chi seemed quite excited when she saw it. Could it be that Yi Chi recognizes this pendant? However, Yi Chi has a grudge against him, so he probably won't tell him the truth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Chi muttered to himself the whole way. He didn't believe Yi Chun was the real young master of the Yi family. It was impossible. Back home, Yi Chi secretly went to her second sister's room. On the table was a gold pendant that looked exactly like the one she had just seen. Yi Chi held the pendant and looked at it for a long time. Maybe Yi Chun picked it up. Yi Chun is of lowly status. How could he possibly be the real young master of the Yi family? Absolutely not. He simply couldn't accept the news. Just in case, Yi Chi made a phone call. 8 million. I want someone to disappear from this world forever. Yi Chun got home very early. Little Tuanchuan hadn't seen her father all morning, and when she finally saw him, she pouted sadly. She ran quickly to her father's side with her short little legs, looked up at him with her big, watery eyes. "Dad." Yi Chun quickly picked up the little bundle of joy from the ground. "Baby, Daddy had something to do this morning. Did Tuanchuan eat breakfast properly? Eat your food. Tuanchuan, be good." The little baby hugged his father's neck, nestled on his shoulder, and gave his father's face a sweet, cuddly kiss, almost melting Yi Chun's heart. Why is his precious daughter so adorable? He must have saved the galaxy in his past life to have such a lovely daughter. Yi Chun sat on the sofa with his beloved daughter in his arms, combed the baby's hair, and braided 2 little braids. The little boy was overjoyed. He ran to the mirror, looked at himself in the mirror, touched his head, and said in his sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, Tuanchuan is pretty." Yes, our Toanchuan is the most beautiful little princess. Yichun and Tuan played with small toys together. After a while, Yichun asked the cleaning maid next to him, "Where is my grandma?" "Young Master Yi." Madam Yi said she wanted to go back to the Yi family, so President Feng had the driver take her back. Did Grandma go back? Just as Yichun finished speaking, his phone rang. It was a call from the Yi family. Out of respect for Grandma Yi, Yichun answered the phone. Ye's mother spoke gently. "Yichun, could you come back for a visit? Your younger brother is sick and hospitalized. He just got back. Could you come back and see him?" Yichun's expression was indifferent. "Me? Why should I go back? What does his illness and hospitalization have to do with me?" "Yichun, she is still your brother. Please come back. Your grandmother is here too. You also have the surname Yi. We raised you. You don't even listen to your mother anymore." "Okay, I'll go back." He wanted to see what the Yi family wanted him to do, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to go back and check on Yi Mo's miserable state. "Okay, Yichun, Mom knew you were an obedient child. Come back quickly and live at home from now on." Yichun hung up the phone. Madam Yi didn't know what she wanted from him, which was why she spoke so gently. He was already used to it. "Tuanchuan, Daddy's going out for a bit. Can you stay home and play with your toys?" Yichun gently rubbed Tuanchuan's little head. "Daddy, Tuanchuan wants Daddy." When the little one heard that his father was leaving, he hugged his father's neck tightly with both arms and gently rubbed his face against his father's. Yichun couldn't bear to leave his beloved daughter at home, so he picked her up and put her in the car, saying, "Daddy will take you with him." Tuanchuan happily kissed her father, her sweet, baby voice saying, "Daddy, I love Daddy." She loves her dad the most. Yichun was filled with happiness as his daughter kissed him. He fastened the little one's seatbelt and said, "Daddy will take you for a drive today." Tuanchuan happily moved her little feet, but was secured to the seat. Yichun's right eyelid kept twitching, giving him a bad feeling, so he drove very slowly. Tuanchuan was eating candy. She took out small milk candies from her pocket, unwrapped one, put it in her mouth, and gave one to her father as well. "Daddy, candy's sweet." Yichun looked blissfully happy. "Thank you, my darling." The little guy continued eating milk candy, then went to nibble on a lollipop. His mouth was never idle. He also had a small milk bottle hanging around his neck. He would take a couple of sips of milk and then talk to his dad. Yichun chuckled softly, surprised that his little Tuanchuan was such a chatterbox. "Daddy, big cart." The little guy pointed at the big trucks outside, looking at everything with great curiosity and excitedly moving his little hands. Tuanchuan, do you want to ride in a big car? When Daddy learns to drive, he'll take you on a big car ride. Sit." Tuanchuan clapped her little hands happily and started drinking from her baby bottle. There were many cars on the road, and Yichun slowed down. When he turned the corner, a large truck suddenly crashed into him. Yichun's pupils constricted suddenly, and he jerked the steering wheel with both hands, causing the car to crash rapidly into a flower bed on the side. 122. What should I do if my wife cares about me too much? Fortunately, the car crashed into a flower bed on the side of the road, and the front of the car was slightly scratched. Yichun breathed a sigh of relief and glanced nervously at Xiao Tuanchuan beside him. The little guy must have been scared. He dropped his lollipop on the ground. "Tuanchuan, did you run into it? Let Daddy see." Yichun took the baby out and checked him carefully. The seat belt was fastened well, and the baby had not been hit. "Dad." Tuanchuan was frightened and nestled in her father's arms, whimpering softly. "Tuanchuan doesn't like big cars." "Okay, we won't ride in the big car anymore. Dad doesn't like it either." Yichun opened the car door, but the large vehicle had already driven away. Not only him, but several other vehicles had also been hit, one of which was particularly badly damaged. "Who goes there? You hit someone and ran away." "He was probably drunk. There are security cameras on it." "My car is so badly damaged, he absolutely has to pay for it." Yichun glanced at the front of the car. It wasn't that obvious. Most importantly, his baby wasn't injured. He thought it was just a regular traffic accident and didn't pay any attention to it. He drove Tuanchuan to the Yi family's house. On the other side, the truck that caused the accident slowly came to a stop on the side of the road. "How did it go? Is everything done?" The driver, a middle-aged man, curled his lips and sneered. "He almost did. He won't be so lucky next time. Hurry up, you only have 3 days." "Good." After hanging up the phone, the large truck continued to move slowly forward. Yi residence. Yi-chan parked the car in the front yard, picked up the little one, and got out. The little dumpling didn't seem to like it here and shook its head while nestled in its father's arms. Dad, let's go. Sweetie, we'll be going back in a little while. When Yi-chan's mother saw him arrive, she said with a loving expression, Little Chun is back, and he brought Toanchuan with him. Toanchuan, I am your grandma. Call me grandma. The little boy completely ignored her, burying his head in his father's arms. The smile on Ye's mother's face instantly froze. Is Toanchuan shy? You should bring her back more often in the future. Yi-chan nodded perfunctorily and went into Yi-mo's room. Yi-mo lay on the bed, his face pale and looking extremely weak. When he saw Yi-chan arrive, he excitedly tried to stand up. He didn't want Yi-chan to see him in this miserable state. He is the eldest son of the prestigious Yi family, an extremely noble man. Xiao-mo, you haven't recovered yet. Don't stand up. Lie down first. Your brother has come to see you. Yi-mo's voice was weak. No need. Let him go. Let him go. Go. Yi-mo's emotions instantly became very agitated, so Ye's mother had no choice but to ask Yi-chun to leave first, while she sobbed softly. Xiao-chun, you've seen it yourself. This is Xiao-mo's situation right now. Can you help your mother? Yi-chan asked calmly. How can I help you? Ye's mother said in a low voice. Could you give your girlfriend to him? Yi-chan smiled calmly. Sure enough, it was still for Yi-mo. Mother Yi continued. Familly is the head of the phone group. With your status, you are not good enough for her. There is no future for the two of you. But Xiao-mo is different. He is the heir of the Yi group. Although he is not as good as the phone group, he is much more suitable than you. Grandma Yi spoke up. Why should Chinchin's girlfriend be given to him? Don't you people have any sense of reason? Mom, I can't do anything about Xiao-mo's current situation. Please, Yi-chun, I'll do anything you ask of me, Ye's mother cried. Faced with such an unreasonable request, Yi-chun closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Madam Yi, this is not something I can decide. Even if Yi-mo knelt in front of Familly, she wouldn't even glance at him. Don't you understand this? I cannot decide Familly's thoughts. Mrs. Yi pressed on. Then break up with President Feng. If you break up with her first, Xiao-mo will have a chance. She's just your girlfriend, but Xiao-mo is your younger brother. Are you going to abandon your brother for a woman? Yi-chan sneered. Younger brother? I'm not worthy of being the older brother of the young master of the Yi family. Besides, you don't even consider me family. In this world, the only people who truly care about him are Familly and his grandmother. How could that be? Have you forgotten how Mom used to buy you clothes and take you to the amusement park? Madam Yi racked her brains and could only think of these two. In the past, when she took Yi-mo out to play, she would never take Yi-chun with her. Yi-chun mercilessly exposed her. Buying clothes? They were too big for Yi-mo, so they gave them to me. As for going to the amusement park, I secretly followed you guys. Madam Ye's face turned pale and then purple as she continued. Yi-chun, you also have the surname Yi, and you grew up in our family. You should give way to your younger brother. Yi-chan's 3 older sisters chimed in. Yi-chun, don't be so selfish. Do you really want to watch Xiao-mo continue like this? Why should I give up my girlfriend to him? What does it have to do with me that he's made himself so angry? Yi-chan coldly left the sentence, picked up Toanchuan and left, taking Grandma Yi with him as well. Yi-chun, don't go. Stay for dinner tonight. You haven't eaten at home in a long time. Mom will prepare your favorite dishes for you. Madam, Yi said warmly. Thank you, but no need. Yi-chan got into the car, started the engine, and the car quickly left the Yi family villa. Madam Ye's face was ashen, and she said in a deep voice, ungrateful, selfish, and cold-hearted. Mom, Yi-chun is too selfish. He doesn't care about Xiao-mo's life or death at all. Madam Yi was furious. If that's the case, then let him die. Without him, Xiao-mo won't be sad. Manner. Just as Yi-chun and Tuan sat down, another car horn sounded outside. Yi-chun asked in confusion, who's here? There were still several hours before Familly got off work. Yi-chun looked up and saw a pair of long, straight legs and high heels, walking very fast. It's Familly. Familly is back. And so early today? Yi-chun looked at Familly's cold and aloof face and lowered his head in embarrassment. He accidentally got it on last night. And that mouth, it even kissed his. Yichen didn't dare to look Familly in the eye. He tightened his grip on Tuanchuan, who happily pointed at her mother. Dad, Mom, are back. Familly walked to Yichen's side, her face unusually tense, and asked softly, Are you injured? Do you still have the amulet I gave you? No, the front of the car hit the flower bed, and Tuanchuan and I are both fine. Yichen took out the amulet from his pocket. He carries with him every day a peace charm that Familly personally obtained for him. He can't bear to throw it away. Familly came back so early because of him. Suddenly, Familly lifted Yichen's chin and gently kissed the corner of his lips. Little Tuanchuan quickly covered her eyes with her two little hands, peeking out through a gap between her middle and index fingers. Grandma Yi watched with a broad smile. Caught off guard by the sudden kiss, Yichen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Familly, and there's Tuanchuan too. Grandma is watching too. Familly gently touched Yichen's forehead and whispered, Next time something happens, tell me. I'll worry. I got kissed by my wife. 123 Familly, stop pinching. You'll break it. Yichen glanced at Xiao Tuanchuan, then at his grandmother, and his ears turned red. Familly, I'm really fine. Maybe it's because of your lucky charm that I was driving very slowly and the front of the car hit the edge of the flower bed. Mother. The little one hugged her mother's leg and spoke to her in a childish voice. Tuanchuan doesn't like big cars. Familly picked up the little girl and pinched her cheek. Tuanchuan, were you scared? I'm scared. Tuanchuan nestled in her mother's arms, her two little paws wrapped around her mother's neck. Tuanchuan was really scared today. Don't be afraid. Dad is here. Dad will protect you. The little bundle of joy climbed down from his mother's arms and went to find his father, sitting cuddly in his lap. Familly sat down next to Yichen and asked, Yichen, do you think today's car accident was just an accident? It should be. He hit several cars. I heard from others that he was driving under the influence of alcohol. I didn't see the driver. Familly's eyes darkened. It's not that simple. I've already sent people to investigate. Could it be because of me? But I don't have any enemies, except for Yichi. Could it be him? Night prayer. A cold glint flashed in Familly's eyes. Don't worry, leave this to me. Yichen gently tugged at Familly's sleeve and whispered, It might have been an accident. Don't worry too much, Familly. I'll be fine. Besides, you have your amulet. After finishing the story, Familly raised an eyebrow and deliberately asked, You were in such a rush to go to the company meeting this morning, leaving so early without even having breakfast? Yichen lowered his eyes guiltily and touched the tip of his nose. Yes, there's an important meeting. I'm about to release a new album, so I'm going to the company to check on the progress. Actually, Yichen was just too embarrassed to face Familly. Last night, he accidentally got some on her face. It really was an accident, really. He swears. Familly didn't expose him, and had the kitchen prepare Yichen's favorite dishes, and had lunch with Yichen at noon. Yichen was naturally overjoyed. The two ate together sweetly and affectionately, with a little baby in between. The preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament are in a week. Yichen, you should really train hard these days. Familly glanced meaningfully at Yichen's waist, which was lean and strong, and secretly gave it a squeeze. Not to be outdone, Yichen raised his large hand and pinched Familly's waist. Familly became even bolder and directly pinched Yichen's breasts. Yichen gasped, too afraid to move. He glanced at his grandmother who was eating. Thankfully, she didn't notice anything amiss. As for the little one, he was sitting between his parents, happily eating his meal, completely unaware of what his parents were doing. Yichen said weakly, Familly, stop pinching me. Familly pinched it again, her eyes slightly upturned, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. Yi silently removed Familly's hand, blushing as she said, I will exercise every morning and evening from now on. Tuanchuan, do you want to run with Daddy? Dad, run around in circles. Tuanchuan happily pressed her face against her father's. She wanted to run with him. Grandma Yi is a little hard of hearing and didn't hear clearly just now, so she looked up and asked, Chun, what competition are you going to participate in? Grandma, it's just a normal competition, you don't need to worry. Okay, with Lily here, Grandma can rest assured, Grandma Yi said with a smile. The more I look at this granddaughter-in-law, the more satisfied I become. She's beautiful, capable, and most importantly, she's so good to Chin. In the afternoon, Familly held 2 meetings in the study and did not go to the company, where Feng Yin was still covering for her. Feng Yin was completely overwhelmed with work, reviewing documents, signing documents, and negotiating contracts. She was running around like crazy. Sister, why did you leave so suddenly? Leaving me all alone here. Feng Yin cried into her phone. Did you go back to see your Yichun? Familly nodded. You already know, why are you asking? Feng Yin cried even harder. So you really went back to see Yichun. Yichun is a vixen who has you completely bewitched, and you've even neglected the company. Yichun got into some trouble today. I've already sent someone to investigate. You can stay at the company for now and come back tonight. The call was disconnected, and Feng Yin stomped her foot in anger. Her sister was completely obsessed with love. Yichun lay down next to Familly, looking at her face, writing a couple of lines of lyrics every now and then erasing them and continuing to write. Familly, I'll give you a surprise in a couple of days. Familly looked up. A surprise? What surprise? You'll find out soon enough. His first love song is about to be released. It's a love song he wrote for Familly. He doesn't know if she'll like it. Familly raised her hand and gently stroked Yichun's face, her soft lips touching the corner of his lips. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Yichun stepped back slightly. Familly, this is a study. You still have work to do. What do you think I'm going to do? Familly deliberately breathed hot air into Yichun's ear. Yichun blushed, and her heart pounded. She shook her head and said, No, I'll go out now. You can focus on your work. As soon as Yichun stood up, Familly grabbed his wrist and asked, Do you still owe me something? Huh? What? The kiss just now. Familly brought her face close to Yichun's. Yichun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He gently kissed Familly's cheek and then turned and ran away. I'm leaving now. Why is he still so nervous even after intimate contact? Is it too little? If we have intimate contact every night from now on, will I no longer be nervous? Yichun waited anxiously for the evening, hoping that Familly's injuries had almost healed. Suddenly, Song Wanting sent a message. Yichun, are you free tomorrow? Can we grab some food? We're graduating soon. Yichun replied, I might not be free tomorrow. I've been quite busy these past few days. Okay then, when are you free? I might not have any free time lately. He also has to spend time with Familly and Tuanshuan, so he's very busy. Is that so? Yichun, actually Song Wanting hesitated for a long time before finally saying those words. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just wanted to have a meal and chat with you. I've been a bit troubled lately. Okay, let's wait a few more days, or until graduation. Song Wanting lowered her eyes. Wait a little longer. This is such an important confession. It must be done in person. It can't be said on the phone. She has made up her mind that she will confess her feelings to Yichun on graduation day. Yichun is a very good person, and she doesn't want to miss out on him. I wonder if Yichun will like her. Maybe, he probably will. 124 How can a man say no? When Feng Yin returned home that evening, she collapsed onto the sofa, feeling like her brain was about to explode. Sis, my brain's gone mad. I processed 6 documents and signed so many names today. Are you this busy every day? Aren't you tired? Familly, dressed in a purple fitted slit nightgown, sat lazily on the sofa with her legs crossed. Yichun sat next to her, and the two were talking about something, looking like a loving couple. I'm used to it. You must be tired today. I'll have the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes so you can have a good mental boost later. Thank you, sister. You're the best to me. Feng Yin snuggled up to Familly, and Xiao Tuan crawled up to Feng Yan's side at some point, patting her aunt's head with one of its little paws. Auntie, you're so naughty. Feng Yin rolled her eyes. It sounded like the little guy was swearing. She pinched Xiao Tuanshuan's little face. Feng Tuanshuan, why are you swearing? Little Tuanshuan pouted, looking aggrieved. Auntie, I need to nourish my brain. Feng Yin was almost driven mad with anger. Yichun held Feng Li's hand. Familly, are you very tired from work every day? I can't help you much. How about I be your secretary when I have time? Familly lifted her eyelids. Being my secretary is a waste of your talents. If you want to join the company, I can offer you a vice president position. Yichun shook his head repeatedly. No, I've never worked at a company before. I'll be your secretary when I have time. Fengli raised an eyebrow and said, "You might not have time, but I've already registered the company for you." Yichen opened his mouth in shock. "What? The company is already registered? So fast?" Fengli raised her hand and placed it on Yichen's chin. "Yes, Xixing Music Media Company, Limited can now be found online. You can check it out if you don't believe me." Yichen opened the software to search for the company, and sure enough, it already existed. The company's registered capital was 80 million, and Yi Chun was the largest shareholder. He has a company now. He really has a company now. Fengli continued, "I've already had people prepare the follow-up work, and I've also chosen a location for you in the building next to my company. You can start operating it directly, and you can ask me anything you don't understand." Good. Yichen really didn't know much about this. After all, he was a college student who hadn't graduated yet, and he was only 22 years old this year. "Brothers, the company is registered. Come on over." Yichen sent a message in the group, and the group immediately exploded. "Wow, that was fast. Chinner, you're really efficient. Have you chosen a place yet? If you have, I'll pack my things right away. I've been itching to get to the dorm for ages." "Oh, Chinner, you're such a good brother. Where are you? Where are we going to work?" Yichen replied, "I've chosen a location. It's near the Imperial Capitol building." "Wow, the rent there is incredibly expensive. Every inch of land is precious. Are you sure we can open a company there?" Yichen glanced at Fengli. "It should be fine. After all, he has a powerful wife." "Chinner, you're amazing. I'll follow you from now on, and you'll get to eat meat." "Sweetie, I'm going with you too. I'll pack my things right away and get ready to go to work." Yichen smiled. It was great that his roommates could still work together. "Fengli, is the rent in the Imperial Capitol building very expensive? I'll pay you back after I release my album and make some money." Fengli whispered in Yichen's ear. "Payback? It is indeed quite expensive. You may not be able to afford it. How about pay me back with your body tonight?" Yichen's throat tightened, and he nodded haphazardly. He sacrificed so much for his group of brothers. Yichen seemed to be in a good mood and went to the gym on the first floor to work out in the evening. He needs to get his body in good shape so he can properly satisfy Fengli. Tuanshuan followed her father inside. Her father lifted a barbell, but Tuanshuan couldn't lift her little hands no matter what she tried. When Dad does push-ups, the little one climbs onto his back, sits on his back, and laughs happily. "Go, Dad." Fengli saw this scene as soon as he came in and said helplessly, "Tuanshuan, why are you sitting on Daddy's lap?" "Dad, you're awesome. Dad is the best." "Fengli, it's okay. I'm exercising, and Tuanshuan can help me gain weight." Yichen did a dozen more push-ups, but still felt it was too light, so he looked up at Fengli. She wore a short purple nightgown, revealing her straight and slender legs, a style completely different from her previous ones, which made Yichen's heart race with desire. "Fengli, Tuan is too light. Why don't you sit on it too and give me some weight?" "Me? I can do it too." "Can." Then, the mother and daughter sat on Yichen's back together, and Yichen was even able to do push-ups. He doesn't look like a muscular hunk, but he's incredibly strong. Fengli's long legs were pressed against Yichen's back. Yichen's breathing became heavier, the veins on his wrists bulged, and sweat dripped down. "Dad, you're awesome." Tuanshuan was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. Dad is indeed the best. He can lift her and Mom up. Fengli picked up a tissue and wiped the sweat from Yichen's face. "Are you alright?" "Okay. How can a man say no?" Yichen did another 50 push-ups, and Fengli's clothes were soaked with his sweat. Fengli pointed behind her. "You got me wet. I just finished showering." Yichen was at a loss and said, I'm sweating too much. Why don't you go take another shower?" Fengli said in a low voice, "Shall we shower together?" Yichen was stunned. After a while, he pursed his lips and nodded. "Okay." When Tuanshuan heard that they were going to take a bath together, she wanted to take a bath with her parents too. "Mom and Dad, let's wash together, all together." Then, Fengli handed the baby to Fengyan, saying, "Fengyan, you watch over Tuanshuan for now. Yichen and I are going to take a shower." Fengyan smiled maliciously. "Take a bath? We'll bathe together. Won't you let Tuanshuan go?" "Hee, she seems to have discovered something." Fengli said calmly, to save trouble. "Sis, you guys go ahead. I'll keep an eye on Tuanshuan and get her to sleep in a bit. You can play in the bathroom as long as you want." Yichen blushed. He and Feng Li had simply taken a bath together. Tuanchuan, let's wash together. The little baby stretched out his two tiny paws, wanting his dad to hold him. What are you washing? Come to your room with your aunt, and I'll play games with you, okay? Feng Yin took the little baby away. Bathroom. Water droplets filled the air. Yichen's lower body was wrapped in a bath towel, while his upper body was naked, revealing his 8-pack abs with smooth muscle lines. Feng Li stared intently at Yichen's abs, her slender, jade-like fingers touching his lower abdomen. Nice waist. Yichen's throat went dry. Feng Li, don't touch me. He's really dying. Feng Li suddenly lifted Yichen's hand and placed it on her waist. Help me take it off. Let's take a bath together, hee. 125. What should I do if my husband has too much stamina? Her supple waist was so delicate that it seemed impossible to grasp it with one hand. Yichen's throat tightened, and he gently tugged at the belt around Feng Li's waist. Her fair skin was as smooth as the finest mutton fat jade, almost transparent under the light. Her snow-white chest was almost bursting out. Her lower abdomen was flat and smooth without an ounce of fat, and below that were a pair of long, slender legs. This was the first time Yichen had seen her so clearly. Her entire body was flawless. She was simply perfect, so perfect that she didn't seem real. Feng Li raised her voice at the end, calling out, Yichen. Yichen listened until his mouth went dry. Such a stunningly beautiful, aloof woman stood before him, and she was the one he loved, his wife. I can't take it anymore. I've endured it for so long. Last time he took the medicine but didn't feel anything. So this time it's a good opportunity to do it again and let him experience it properly. Yichen immediately embraced Feng Li's soft waist and kissed her impatiently. His wife, hers. Everything is his. Feng Li was pinned against the wall, her two fair and jade-like arms wrapped around Yichen's neck. Feng Li. Yichen kissed her eagerly, slowly moving down her snow-white neck, wanting to kiss Feng Li's entire body. He had wanted to do this for a long time. The moment he saw Feng Li, he wanted to kiss her and make her cry. He never thought he would actually do it. Such a stunningly beautiful, cold woman was in his arms, letting him do whatever he wanted. Yichen became even more excited as he thought about it. He tore off Feng Li's last piece of clothing and threw it away, then gently kissed her chest while his two large hands gripped her waist. It smells so good. So this is what it feels like to have a wife. I want to hold her and kiss her every day. Feng Li pushed Yichen away with both hands and said in a low voice, the new one is broken again. What do you suggest we do? I'll buy it for you, honey. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow, okay? Yichen was in a hurry. He didn't care about underwear anymore. He could buy his wife 100 pieces. He only needs to do one thing. This was the first time Feng Li had seen Yichen so anxious, his eyes even reddening, and she couldn't bear to see him suffer. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Yichen couldn't wait to turn Feng Li over. He was extremely anxious. But he wasn't very good at it, and he got frustrated. Is it that difficult? After all, last time I was drunk and had no idea what happened. This time it's for real. Feng Li chuckled softly, and in the end, it was she who made the move. Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowly closed his eyes, and felt completely refreshed. Having a wife is great, especially one who is both beautiful and good to him. He's so lucky. Yichen was so excited that he wrapped his arms around Feng Li's waist from behind, extremely excited. Dad. The little one was still waiting for her dad. Her eyes were so sleepy, she could barely keep them open, and she kept calling for him to put her to sleep. Feng Yin has been telling stories to the little one for 10 days, but the little guy still hasn't fallen asleep. It's 11 o'clock now. However, those two really knew how to have fun. They stayed in the bathroom for 3 or 4 hours straight without coming out. Feng Yin shook her head and continued telling stories to Xiao Tuanchuan, feeling utterly exhausted. Tuanchuan, can you go to sleep? Auntie needs to go to sleep too. Your parents won't be coming out tonight. Please go to sleep, baby. Auntie begs you. Tuanchuan shook her head and said in her babyish voice, Daddy, I want Daddy. Your dad is busy right now and doesn't have time for you. You should go to sleep now, and you'll see your dad when you wake up tomorrow. Tuanchuan waited a while longer, but couldn't take it anymore. She closed her eyes and fell fast asleep. Feng Yin finally managed to coax the little darling to sleep, covered her with a blanket, and then, feeling dizzy, returned to her room, and fell asleep immediately. As for the two people in the bathroom, they were still having a great time. Familly was soaking wet, and her usually aloof eyes were now filled with a seductive allure, her pupils gradually dilating. Yichun refused to let her go and carried her from the sink into the bathtub. Yichun, wife, almost there. Yichun's stamina was simply too good. Familly couldn't keep up at all, and in the end, she actually fainted. After a long while, the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Yichun stopped, grabbed Familly's slender, jade-like arms with both large hands, and raised his head. How come it's already dawn? Wasn't it still night just now? Yichun then realized that Familly had fainted, so he quickly picked her up and carried her out of the bathroom. Wasn't he going too far? But he hadn't even used his full strength yet, so why did he faint? Yichun looked up at the clock on the wall. It was already past 5 a.m. I remember going in at 8 p.m. last night. Why did time pass so quickly? It felt like only a short while had gone by. Yichun felt he was still okay, but he couldn't bear to torment Familly any longer. He lay down next to Familly, hugged his soft wife, and closed his eyes. Yichun was thrilled at the thought of sleeping with Familly every night from now on. Dad. After an unknown amount of time, Yichun vaguely heard someone speaking in his ear. He opened his eyes. Familly was still asleep beside him. A blush appeared on her cold face, and her neck was covered with the marks he had left behind. Yichun blushed as he recalled the events of last night. He never expected that they would do that kind of thing in the bathroom. Familly always granted his requests. Why is his wife so good? Yichun gently kissed Familly's forehead. It must be that God took pity on him and blessed him with a wife. Daddy, Tuanshuan wants daddy. The baby's soft, gurgling voice rang out, and two little paws patted the door. Daddy, time to eat. The little bundle of milk was almost angry, stomping its little feet in frustration. Yichun then realized it was Tuan's voice, immediately rolled off the bed, and got dressed. As soon as the door opened, the little dumpling hugged Yichun's leg, tilting her head up. Daddy, Tuanshuan wants daddy. Yichun picked up his obedient daughter and said, Tuanshuan, you're not wearing shoes again. Didn't daddy say you should wear shoes? The little one, perched on his father's shoulder, pointed at his mother and said, Mommy, time for bed. She quickly got down from her father's arms, put her two little paws on the bed, and looked at her mother. Seeing the marks on her mother's neck, Tuanshuan pointed with her little finger and said, Mommy, it hurts. Forehead. Yichun felt a little guilty, as he hadn't used much force. Stick it on, Mommy, stick it on. The little one quickly took his short legs to find a band-aid in the cabinet. The little baby also felt sorry for his mother. Tuanshuan, shall we go put on our clothes and shoes first? We'll come back later to find a band-aid for Mom. Mommy, it hurts. The little guy frowned, clearly worried about his mother. Mommy wants to sleep. Daddy will help you put on your shoes first. Yichun quickly took the little guy away, afraid of disturbing Familly's sleep, as Familly hadn't slept all night. His stamina is too good, beyond that of ordinary people. Familly can't handle it. 126. Has Familly ruined her voice from shouting? Yichun dressed the little one, put on her shoes, and then styled her hair into a little princess hairstyle. Tuanshuan is very pretty, with elf ears, a slightly chubby face, round eyes, and a small, delicate nose. She will definitely grow up to be a beautiful girl. Yichun stared at Tuan's face for a long time, and felt more and more that she looked a lot like him. Why was that? Dad, stick it on. The little one found some band-aids, grabbed several in his little hands, and shuffled off to find his mother. Yichun followed behind Tuanshuan and picked her up. Tuanshuan, be good. Let's eat first, and then we'll go find Mommy, okay? Good. Yichun brought Tuanshuan downstairs. The meal was already prepared. Familly asked, Yichun, where's my sister? It's time for breakfast. Hasn't she gotten up yet? Yichun scratched his head guiltily. No. Familly is still sleeping. She went to bed a little late last night. Yeah. Familly picked up her chopsticks and started eating. It seemed she would have to go to the company to cover for her sister again today, as her sister was too bedridden to get out of bed. Okay, let's eat first, and I'll ask the kitchen to make her something later. After feeding Xiao Tuanshuan, Yichun secretly went into the room. Familly was still sleeping, and the sunlight shone on her face, making it glow. As soon as Yichun sat down, Family opened her eyes, her voice hoarse. Yi-chun. Family, what's wrong with your voice? Did you strain it last night? Family coughed a few times, and Yi-chun immediately took a cup of hot water and fed it to Family, saying softly, Family, I'm sorry, I don't know how you fainted. He didn't feel he used that much force. Family whispered, You're amazing. Yi-chun felt pleased to be praised by his wife, and Family also thought he had great stamina. What could excite him more than being praised by his wife? Yi-chun lay down beside Family and gently held her hand. Family, what would you like to eat? I'll have the kitchen make it for you. My knee hurts a bit. Could you put some medicine on it for me? Oh, okay. Yi-chun lifted the blanket, and it was even worse than last time. This time, his knees were covered in bruises, his waist was covered in hickeys, and his legs were covered in them as well. I'm sorry, I don't know how things turned out this way. Yi-chun felt like he had done something wrong. Was he really that strong? Why does Family always end up in such a miserable state? Will Family stop liking him and stop letting him touch her in the future? Family raised her hand and pinched Yi-chun's face. It's okay, my knee hurts a little. Help me put some medicine on it. Good. Yi-chun lay on the bed applying medicine to Family, his movements careful and gentle, blowing on it tenderly. Yi-chun stood up and solemnly promised, Family, I promise I won't do it again next time. I was too excited last night. After all, it's the first time, who wouldn't be excited? Wouldn't you be excited if this happened to you? Family moved her lips. It's nothing. Help me up and get dressed. I have some things to do today. What is it? Why don't we wait until tomorrow? You can lie down for a day first. The company is having a new product launch today, and I need to be there. Good. Yi-chun helped Family up and thoughtfully dressed her. Family raised the corner of her eye. Last night, you ruined my new underwear. Yi-chun's ears turned red as he whispered, I'll go buy you underwear today, the exact same kind, to make it up to you. Okay. Family put on her clothes, a black business suit, paired with black high heels. Her face was cold and aloof, still the cold and aloof CO look. Yi-chun felt incredibly excited when he thought of Family's alluring appearance last night. Such a cold and beautiful woman. At night he could do whatever he wanted to her, her body covered in his marks. Just thinking about it was exciting. Beneath those expensive clothes lay his marks. Yi-chun hugged Family's waist. I'll stay with you today. I have a surprise for you. Wait until this afternoon. Okay, I like everything you give me. Family gently kissed Yi-chun's lips and whispered in his ear, You were amazing last night. Yi-chun was flattered by his wife's praise. He's not that amazing, just average. His physical strength is probably better than the average person's. As long as my wife is satisfied. Yi-chun, her ears red, led Family downstairs. Feng Yin exclaimed in surprise, Sister, you're going to the company today? I thought you weren't going. Today is the company's new product launch. Go. Sister, your voice is hoarse. Feng Yin covered her mouth in shock. My God, how intense must it have been last night? Her sister's voice is hoarse. Could there really be a baby? Feng Yin looked at Feng Li's stomach. Mom, put on a sticker. The little guy took a Band-Aid and put several on his mother's neck, frowning and saying, Mommy, it hurts. Feng Li kissed Tuanchuan's adorable face. Mommy doesn't hurt. I won't stick it on you anymore, baby. Pain. Yi-chun looked guilty. He would definitely be more careful in the future and wouldn't hurt Feng Li. Feng Li, drink your porridge. Yi-chun specially asked the kitchen to cook congee with preserved egg and lean pork, and personally fed it to Feng Li. However, due to his clumsy movements, he ended up getting some on Feng Li. Sorry. He's so stupid. Will Feng Li find him too stupid? Feng Li said softly. It's okay. I'll change into another coat. Good. Yi-chun continued to feed Feng Li porridge, and Xiao Tuanchuan also came over and opened her little mouth. Dad, Tuanchuan, drink up. Yi-chun shook his head helplessly. The little one had just eaten and her belly was still round, so he could only give her a sip. Feng Li patted Tuanchuan's belly. You're already full. Why do you still need Daddy to feed you? Tuanchuan, drink. The little dumpling continued to cling to her father, and before she knew it, she had climbed into his arms, a move she performed with practiced ease. Feng Yin pouted. Feng Tuanchuan is such a clingy person, she can't live without her dad. Last night, she waited until after 11 o'clock, but her dad still hadn't come, so she fell asleep on her own. Dad, Little Tuanshuan continued to hug her father's arm and nestled in his arms. With his adorable daughter in his arms and feeding his wife, Yichin was quite busy. Sis, why don't you skip today? How can you go to the press conference looking like this? I'll go in your place. Fengli said, I can't miss the press conference. This is a brand launch in collaboration with the Yi family, and Yi Chi should also be there. Yi Chi, he's going too. Yichin immediately lost his composure. Fengli, wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Then, Yichin went to the dressing room to change into his most expensive suit. The black suit had a subtle pattern, and he put on a tie clip. He also had his hair styled by a hairstylist. Yichun was already very handsome, but with this makeover, he was even more handsome than the stars on TV. Yichin, you're Yichin? Fengyan opened her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Tuanshuan hugged her father's leg with a love-struck expression, snuggling against him, and exclaimed, Daddy, you're so handsome. Dad is definitely the most handsome dad. Yichun carried Tuan to Feng Li's side, and Feng Li's eyes clearly showed surprise. Why are you suddenly wearing this outfit? How can you be discreet when meeting your love rival? Oh, intersection. Oh, with Yichin's help, they're all trash. 127. She chose this person herself, so of course she has to pamper her. Yichan said apologetically. After all, if I go out with you, what if someone mistakes me for your younger brother? He and Feng Li are 4 years apart. He's not a younger brother. He's her husband. Moreover, this time it's a meeting with a love rival, so I can't keep a low profile any longer. Feng Li raised the corner of her eye. Younger brother? Yichan pursed his lips slightly and asked again. Feng Li, is this dress okay? It was the first time Yichun had worn this suit, and he walked back and forth beside Feng Li with his long legs, trying to get his wife's praise. Feng Li couldn't take her eyes off Yichun, her gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. Of course it looks good. This outfit suits you perfectly. You look very handsome. Yichun scratched his head shyly after being praised. Is it really that good looking? It's just so-so, as long as his wife likes it. Feng Yin smiled mischievously and whispered in Feng Li's ear, Sister, this is the first time you've ever complimented someone on their good looks. My boyfriend is handsome, of course. After saying that, Feng Li stood up, tiptoed, and placed a kiss on Yichen's cheek. Yichen was still completely stunned. Feng Li had just kissed him. Yichen raised his eyebrows and touched his face, which Feng Li had just kissed. The feeling of being kissed by his wife was, to be honest, quite nice. Tuanshuan was not to be outdone, and hugged her father's face with both of her little hands to kiss him. Dad? Handsome, Daddy is handsome. The infatuated little girl kissed her father several times, getting saliva on his face, and quickly wiped it off. She didn't do it on purpose. She just loves her dad too much. Yichin smiled and said, My sweet baby, how about Daddy takes you to Mommy's press conference today? Okay, I like. Daddy. The little bundle of flesh nestled softly against his father's ear, whispering sweet nothings that melted Yichin's heart. Yichin's greatest joy now is showing affection for his wife and raising his adorable daughter. Feng Li went upstairs to change her clothes and tied a ribbon around her neck to cover up all the hickeys left by Yichin. Yichin doesn't look like a muscular man, so why is he so energetic and can stay active all night? It almost got broken. When Feng Li came down, her knees started hurting again. Yichin quickly stepped forward to help her up and asked with concern, Feng Li, maybe you shouldn't go. Can you postpone it? If he had known Feng Li was going to attend the press conference today, he definitely wouldn't have gone so far. It was my first time, so I was a little too excited. Feng Li's voice was hoarse. It's nothing. I'll just go up and say a few words. Mom is sick. Tuanshuan raised her little head, still holding the medicine she had pulled out of the drawer, and offered it to her mother. The baby thought that the mother was sick. Tuanshuan, Mommy is okay. Yichun helped Feng Li into the car, and the little dumpling obediently climbed in by herself, sitting between her parents like a good baby. Feng Yin immediately followed. Sister, I'm going too. The car stopped at the Imperial Capitol building. Feng Li's voice has recovered a bit, but her walking posture is a little strange. My knees still hurt. I knelt for too long last night, and both knees are bruised. Feng Yin helped Feng Li to the backstage to prepare. Sister, you spoil Yichin too much. Look at how badly he has bullied you. You weren't like this before. You used to only care about work and didn't even care about Toanchuan. Not to mention Min, her sister wouldn't even glance at them. Except for Yichun. Fengyan stomped her foot in anger. Yichun had turned her sister into a love-obsessed person. I had such an important thing to do today, and I spent so much time playing with him, which almost made me late this morning. It's okay, it'll be fine in a couple of days. Fengli sat on the sofa, slowly sipping her tea. She chose this person herself, so of course she has to pamper her. Yichun felt his ears getting hot. Was someone thinking about him? He carried Toanchuan out of the car and went directly into the press conference room through the VIP entrance. Many people arrived, and various business tycoons exchanged pleasantries. As soon as Yichun appeared, he attracted a lot of attention, and several female CEOs went over to greet him. Sir, I am Angela Leong, the founder of the Flower Language Group. This is my business card. This is my business card, Young Lon. Before long, Yichun received a lot of business cards, all of which were stuffed into his hand. Toanchuan hugged her father's neck with both little arms. Daddy, this is her one and only father. Is this your daughter? Sir, you've become a father. Yichun nodded and said, Yes, my daughter, I am already married. Get married. The hearts of several female CEOs were shattered. They finally found a handsome young man they liked, only to discover that he was already married and had a daughter. Yichun returned the business card he had received, and then silently sat in the corner waiting for Fengli to appear. Toanchuan sat in her father's lap, eating snacks and jelly, with a little bear bag on her back filled with food. Daddy, eat. Yichun peeled a lollipop for the little guy. Toanchuan, you can't eat so many lollipops, or your teeth will rot. Your baby teeth have just grown in, and if they rot, they'll have to be pulled out, which will hurt a lot. The little dumpling shook its head and held up a tiny finger, saying, Toanchuan, eat one. But Dad just saw you eat 3. You little rascal, you're lying now. Yichun smiled indulgently and pinched the little dumpling's cheek. When Xiao Toanchuan's lie was exposed, she stuck out her little tongue and said, Toanchuan, be good. Young Master Yi is here. Someone said something, and everyone around instantly stood up and surrounded the doorway. Young Master Yi, I am the founder of Huayan Group. This is my business card. Mine, this is my business card, little knight. Surrounded by a group of people, Yi Chi wore a faint smile and instructed his assistant to collect all the business cards. As the sole heir to the Yi Group, these business tycoons naturally had to flatter him. Hearing the noise, Yichun turned his head. Yi Chi was wearing a formal suit today, which looked quite expensive. Her hair was neatly styled, and she wore light makeup. However, his shortcomings are obvious. He is relatively short, and his facial features are not three-dimensional. Compared with Yichun, he is instantly shorter. Although Yi Chi and Yichun were far apart, their eyes had already sparked with passion. Just then, another woman entered, wearing a black business suit with a blazer over it, her face cold and unsmiling. Yi Chi said respectfully, Big sister, the press conference is being held here. President Feng should have arrived by now. Yichun naturally noticed the woman as well. She was very beautiful, but why did he feel that his eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to hers? 128 The father and daughter almost made people die of anger. Yilan nodded lightly, her gaze sweeping over Yichun not far away. She slowly approached in her high heels, but Yi Chi immediately stopped her. Sis, the backstage area is over there. Yilan raised her cold eyes, and Yi Chi stood there speechless. Her eldest sister was always like this, cold and aloof. Yi Chi's biggest fear is his older sister, Yilan, who is also his most formidable competitor in the company. However, Yilan's strength was no match for his, so he could only rely on the Yi family head's final distribution of shares. Yilan stopped beside Yichun, her voice softening slightly. You're here for the press conference too? Yichun nodded. Who is this person? Why does it feel so familiar to him? Then, Yichun asked, somewhat naively, have we met before? Yilan chuckled softly. Perhaps. Auntie, beautiful auntie. Upon seeing such a beautiful aunt, Xiao Toanchuan immediately became excited and let out a sweet, childish voice. Is this your daughter? Yichun nodded again. Yes, her name is Toanchuan, and she can't move when she sees a pretty auntie. Little Toanchuan has stretched out her 2 little paws, wanting her pretty auntie to hug her. Epsilon equals equals. Oh. Yilan bent down and picked up Xiao Tuanshuan. Yi Qi froze on the spot. What was wrong with her older sister today? Why was she speaking to Yi Chen so gently? He clenched his fists, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He had been living in the Yi family for over a decade, and he had never seen his eldest sister speak to him so gently. What gives Yi Chen the right? What gives him the right? Having gained Mr. Feng's favor, even his older sister now treats him specially. Yilan asked again, "What's your name? You're so young, and you already have a daughter." My name is Yi Chun. Yi Chun. Why not Linlin? Yi Qi looked at Yi Chun, his expression blank for a moment, as if he saw someone else through him. Big sister, I came back and bought some candy for you. 3-year-old Yi Lin already speaks fluently, holding a lollipop in his hand and handing it to his older sister. Although Yilan was only 9 years old, she managed to lift her younger brother up with great difficulty. Lin, your older sister doesn't eat candy, but you can have some. Xiao Yelin happily ate candy. Although he was a boy, he loved candy the most, especially milk candy, and he could eat several at a time. Every day, when Ye's mother picked him up from school, she would buy him lots and lots of snacks, which he would then share with his older sisters, but none of them would eat them. He has 3 older sisters, all of whom are very good. Yilan raised her hand, her fingers gently touching Yi Chen's face, and murmured to herself, Linlin. Yi Chen asked, Linlin? Who is Linlin? At this moment, Yi Qi walked to Yi Lan's side and said, Big sister, the press conference is about to begin. Yi Lan snapped out of her daze, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, put Xiao Tuanshuan down, and then took out a business card from her suit pocket and handed it to Yi Chun. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. This is my business card. Yi Chen blankly accepted the business card. Okay. After saying that, Yi Lan turned and left. Yi Chen stared blankly at Yi Lan's retreating figure. This person gave him a very different feeling, as if he had met him before, and he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Why did she cry just now? And why did she call him Linlin? Does he look a lot like Linlin? Yi Chen snapped out of his thoughts and carefully put away the business card in his hand. Yi Qi said coldly, Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing President Feng? What if others knew that President Feng has such a poor boyfriend? Yi Chen retorted without hesitation. Yi Qi, you don't need to worry about that. You should focus on preparing for the martial arts tournament in a few days. If I defeat you in one move, your title as the young master of the Yi family and the #1 martial artist will be in jeopardy. Little Tuanshuan nodded adorably, mimicking her father's words. It's not going to survive. It's not going to survive. You all. Yi Qi raised his finger, his face ashen, all because he was angered by Yi Chun and his daughter. He has always been the young master of the prestigious Yi family, and he always manages to stumble over Yi Chun. Yi Chun, don't think that just because you won against me by luck last time, you can win again. Let me tell you, this time I have my grandfather's guidance. His grandfather was a representative figure in martial arts competitions and the #1 ancient martial artist. If he could get his guidance, he would definitely be able to defeat Yi Chun in front of him. Grandfather? An old man's image appeared in Yi Chen's mind. He must have had a grandfather before. Yes, now you know fear, right? Let me tell you, it's too late. Don't let me defeat you and embarrass President Feng. Yi Qi raised his eyebrows, a smug smile on his face, and sat in the first row, where many people went to fawn over him. Bad guy. Little Tuanshuan pointed at Yi Qi, her little brows furrowed. Anyone who bullies Dad is a bad person. Tuanshuan, don't be angry. Daddy isn't angry. Mommy is out. Look at Mommy. The 2 women who walked out of the stage had similar styles, but were not entirely alike. Both were aloof and mature women. Feng Li wore a black evening gown, her face delicate, aloof yet alluring, while Yilan wore a black business suit, her whole demeanor icy and cold. 2 big shots are on the same stage. President Feng and President Yi are both renowned businesswomen, and they're both so beautiful. If I had one, I could party every night and wake up laughing in my dreams, but I prefer President Feng. When Yi Chen heard that someone else liked his wife, how could his expression be pleasant? He wanted to hide Feng Li away. She was his wife. Feng Li stood on the stage, her voice hoarse as she spoke, her lips an unnatural red, and the corners of her lips were chapped. What's wrong with Mr. Feng's voice today? I don't know. His mouth doesn't look normal, and his neck is covered up so tightly. She's definitely different when she has a boyfriend. A wave of guilt washed over Yi-chun. I feel sorry for my wife. I'll be gentler next time. As Elon stepped off the stage, she asked in a low voice, President Feng, do you have a boyfriend? Weren't you supposed to be averse to men? Feng Li is also a formidable competitor, on par with her, and even slightly ahead of her, and is 2 years younger than her. Feng Li lifted her eyelids and answered decisively. Yes, of course, it's because I met someone I like. The person I like. Yilan murmured to herself. She has no one she likes, and her biggest wish in this life is to find her younger brother, Lin. Yi Chun led Tuanchuan over and tenderly helped Feng Li. Feng Li, are you all right? Does your throat still hurt? Drink some hot water first. I got you some hot water. Feng Li took a sip of water and said softly, Yi Chun, how come you've become so considerate? You're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? He's a loving husband, and his wife loves him too. Even though Feng Li doesn't say it, he knows it. Yilan asked in surprise. Yi Chun, is she your wife? Yi Chun, I'm a married man now. Brothers, keep it up. 129 The super protective eldest sister. Yes, that's right. Yi Chun continued to feed Feng Li water. All that was left for them to do now was get their marriage certificate. Yilan looked at the two people in front of her, then at the little bundle of milk standing on the ground. For some reason, she felt that the little bundle of milk looked like her younger brother when he was a child. So, this is your daughter with Feng Li? Yes, that's my daughter, Tuanchuan. She just turned 3. Yi-chun thoughtfully helped Feng Li sit on the sofa, and the little dumpling also climbed onto the sofa to massage her mother's arms. Mom, it doesn't hurt. Feng Li gently rubbed her baby's cheek and said with a smile, Mommy doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan is such a sweet baby. Then, Tuanchuan received a kiss from her mother, happily stuck out her little tongue, and continued to massage her mother's arms with her 2 little hands. Feng Li, rest for a while, we'll go home soon. Okay, the press conference is over. I'm so sleepy. Feng Li leaned on Yi Chen's shoulder, feeling drowsy. She hadn't slept much last night, and then she had to attend the press conference today. Feng Li was exhausted. Yi Chun patted Feng Li on the back. Go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we leave. Yilan looked surprised. It was the first time she had seen Feng Li so petite and dependent on him. But her husband was really young. If her sister were still alive, she would be about this age. The little dumpling took out a small milk candy from her bag, and after much effort, she unwrapped it. Instead of putting it in her own mouth, she tiptoed and gave it to Yilan. Pretty auntie, have some candy. Yilan lowered her eyes, and for a moment she seemed to see her younger brother, a 3-year-old child who loved sweets. Big sister, have some candy. As night fell, she tiptoed and handed the peeled candy to her older sister, a smile on her face like a little sun, always smiling. Yilan bent down, took the candy from Tuan's little hand, and whispered, Thank you, Lin. Tuanchuan shook her little head and said in a childish voice, Auntie, it's Tuanchuan. She is Tuanchuan. Her aunt mistook her for someone else. Yilan was momentarily dazed when she recognized the little girl in front of her. It was Tuan. She thought it was Lin who had returned. Yilan put the candy in her hand into her mouth. It was very sweet, just like the candy her younger brother had given her years ago. Thank you, Tuanchuan. I'm sorry, Auntie called you the wrong name just now. Can Auntie hug you again? Hugs, pretty Auntie. Tuanchuan is a serious little fangirl. She can't even walk past pretty aunties. She snuggled into Yilan's arms and puckered her little lips to kiss her cheek. Darling, Auntie. Yilan's pupils suddenly constricted, flattered, and surprised. Other babies are afraid of her, so why isn't Tuanchuan afraid of her? Tuanchuan, aren't you afraid of your auntie? Tuanchuan shook her little head seriously. Don't be afraid, Auntie, okay. Yi Chi witnessed everything from the doorway and gritted his teeth in anger. The older sister actually ate the candy the little brat gave her, hugged the little brat, and even let the little brat kiss her. My older sister clearly hates children and candy the most. Moreover, the eldest sister's attitude towards Yi Chun is very special. Could it be that she has discovered something? Absolutely not. The Yi family can only belong to him. Yi Chi composed herself, walked in calmly, and asked, "Big sister, the press conference is over. When do we leave?" When she saw Yi Chi arrive, Tuan Tuan pouted unhappily and muttered, "Bad guy. The big bad guy is coming. I'll be leaving in a little while." Yilan continued to hold Tuan Tuan and asked, "Why did Tuan Tuan say that Yi Chi was a bad person just now? Did he bully you?" "Bad." The little guy puffed out his cheeks in a huff, looking like a little pufferfish. Yilan poked her cheek. "Tell your aunt, how is he bad?" Yi Chi explained with a smile. "Big sister, Tuanshuan is very hostile towards me. I don't know how I offended this little guy." The little dumpling shook its head like a rattle drum, frowning as it spoke to Yilan. "Bullying? Daddy, Tuanshuan doesn't like it." Yilan asked, "Did Yi Chi bully Daddy?" Tuan Tuan nodded. "Bad guy." Yi Chi explained. "Big sister, don't listen to the child's nonsense. I spoke with Yichin a few times before, and the child may have misunderstood." "Is that so?" Yilan's cold gaze fell on Yi Chi. Yi Chi, feeling stared at, dared not speak, and stood there with his head down. Yilan put Xiao Tuan Tuan on the ground, walked to Feng Li's side, and said, "Feng Li, it was a pleasure working together this time. Let's continue next time. I'll be going now." Feng Li and Yi Chin stood up together. "Okay, let's work together again next time." At this moment, Yilan took out a small clay doll from his suit pocket. It was tattered and worn, but Yilan cherished it and gently stroked the clay doll's face. Yichin asked, "What is this?" Yilan said in a gentle voice, "It's a clay doll, a birthday present my younger brother gave me when he was 3 years old." Mud doll. Yichin felt that this mud doll seemed familiar. Where had he seen it before? Yilan raised her eyes and asked, "Have you met me before?" Yichin shook his head and said, "No, I didn't play with mud when I was a child." He remembered his grandmother saying that when he was a child, he disliked mud because it was dirty and didn't play with it. He was a very clean child. A look of disappointment crossed Yilan's eyes as she carefully put the clay doll away, muttering to herself, "Not playing with it anymore. Looks like I was overthinking it." Yi Chi urged, "Big sister, let's go. Mom and Dad are waiting for us at home for lunch." "Good." Yilan took one last look at Yi Chun and Tuan Tuan, then turned and left. "Goodbye, pretty auntie." Tuanshuan stretched out a little paw and made a cute, cuddly voice. Yilan turned around with a smile on her face. "Goodbye, Tuan Tuan." Once outside the room, Yi Chi tentatively asked, "Big sister, you seem to really like that Tuan Tuan?" Yilan stopped in her tracks, her cold gaze sweeping over Yi Chi. "What do you want to say?" "And nothing, big sister." Yi Chi stammered, startled by a single glance from Yilan. Yilan said coldly, "I know exactly what you're thinking, Yi Chi. I won't stop you from wanting shares, but if you stop me from seeing Lin Lin, don't blame me for being impolite." "No, big sister, I also want to find my brother as soon as possible." "That would be best. Let's go." Yi Chi followed cautiously behind Yilan, his eyes filled with gloom. Night has fallen. Night has fallen. Every day is nightfall. Maybe Yilin is already dead, or maybe he's right in front of you, and you wouldn't recognize him. Yi Chi coldly curled the corners of his lips, although he could still be 100% certain whether Yi Chun was Yilin or not. 130 exciting. "Are you going to get your marriage certificate with Feng Li?" As soon as Yi Chun and Feng Li went out, a large group of media gathered in front of them, so Yi Chun hugged Tuan Tuan and hid back inside. "Feng Li, you go out first, I'll go out later, there are too many people." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the car." As soon as Feng Li stepped out, another group of media surrounded her. "Mr. Feng, you don't seem to be feeling well today. What's wrong? Is your cooperation with the Yi family this time because of Yi Chi? I heard that you and the Yi family are going to have a marriage alliance. Is that young master Yi Chi your marriage partner?" Feng Li frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I'll clarify one last time. I did not have a marriage alliance with the Yi family. My boyfriend and I have a very good relationship." Another media outlet continued to ask, "But there are already rumors that you are getting married to the young master of the Yi family." Feng Li said impatiently, "It's fake. I'm already preparing to get my marriage certificate with my boyfriend, and my boyfriend is much more handsome than that young master of the Yi family." "Mr. Feng, your judgment is certainly impeccable, but why isn't your boyfriend showing up?" "My boyfriend is too handsome. I'm afraid someone will steal him away." Familly coldly uttered her last sentence before getting into the car in her high heels. I didn't want to pay attention to these media outlets, but they've started spreading rumors. She didn't want her name to appear alongside anyone else's. Her name could only be next to Yi Chen's. Yi Chen carried to Anchuan and followed slowly up. No media surrounded him. After all, he was just a second-rate singer, and many people didn't know him. Wow, that man who just carried the baby past was so handsome. Can't you see that they already have a baby? The handsome ones have already been taken by others, so don't even think about it. Yi Chen flashed past the camera. Once in the car, Yi Chen tugged at Familly's sleeve and whispered, "Familly, am I a coward?" Familly held Yi Chen's hand and said in a soft voice, "Yi Chen, if you don't want to go public with us, I won't force you." Yi Chen raised his head. "No. Familly, wait a little longer. Once I become famous and good enough for you, I'll go public with our relationship." "Okay, I'll wait. My husband is the best." Familly cupped Yi Chen's face and gently kissed him. "Daddy, give Anchuan a kiss." Yi Chen also received a kiss on the other side of his cheek from the little dumpling. My wife and daughter each kissed one of them, and it was quite even. Yi Chen was holding his daughter in one arm and his wife in the other. He was truly a winner in life. It would be even better if his biological parents could be found. After lunch, Familly leaned lazily on the sofa, while Yi Chen supervised Tuan's drawing. This little guy has a competition coming up soon, and he's been playing all the time these past few days. "Dad, draw." Little Tuanchuan raised her little hand and wiped her face, which was covered in colorful paint. Yi Chen quickly picked up the little guy and washed his face, then wiped Tuanchuan's little hands clean. Familly suddenly asked, "Yi Chen, didn't you say you were going to give me a surprise?" "What surprise?" "Wait, time is almost up." Yi Chen looked at the clock on the wall. At 1 p.m. sharp, Yi Chen's album, Love Circulation, was released. It achieved impressive sales of 300,000 units immediately after its release. My brother has released a new album, and it's only 5.9 yuan. What a steal. It's so cheap, and the best part is it sounds so good. Brother Yi Chen, when will the next song be released? I bought it. Yi Chen's songs are amazing. The lyrics are incredible. Yimo's online army naturally arrived at the scene as well. What song is this? It's terribly sung. How can it compare to our brother Yimo's singing? Nobody went to Yimo's concert. He didn't even sell 2 tickets for the last show. Why didn't you go and support him? Yeah, with that kind of singing ability, even a dog wouldn't want to listen to her, except for the lyrics which are a bit good. Yimo hasn't released any songs in a long time. Has he been discouraged? There's a lot of controversy online. Yi Chen's fans and Yimo's fans have already started fighting, and the two sides are arguing fiercely. Familly listened to the song once with her headphones on, and Tuanchuan and her mother listened together, almost jumping for joy. Yi Chen asked nervously, "Familly, this song was written especially for you. Do you like this type of song?" "A love song. It feels pretty childish. I wonder if Familly will like it." "I like it. It sounds great." Yi Chen touched the tip of his nose. "I'm glad you like it." The song received a very strong response and had a wide audience, sweeping across major trending search platforms and making the company a fortune. "It's Yi Chen. That song from last time was also his. It was absolutely amazing. Not only does he sing well, but he's also handsome. He's my future husband, My husband has a beautiful voice and is handsome. I absolutely adore him." Yi Chen's fan base exploded, reaching over 3 million. Yi Chen was shocked when he checked his phone. It seemed he had become famous. Yi Chen casually scrolled through the comments and found them all calling him husband, which made his ears turn red. Familly reached out and pinched Yi Chen's ear, asking, "Which girl were you talking to? Your ears are red again." Yi Chen has a peculiar habit. His ears turn red when he talks to or gets close to other girls. Yi Chen shook his head and explained, "No, Familly, don't misunderstand. I didn't talk to any other girls. I gained a lot of fans today, and they all call me husband." Yi Chen's voice grew softer and softer. A shy and innocent male college student. Familly raised the corner of her eye, her dark pupils darkening slightly, a hint of coldness appearing within them. "Call me husband?" "Yes, they must be making things up. I'm not their husband. I'm your husband." Yi Chen held Familly's soft hand, their fingers intertwined, and took a picture of their hands. Little Tuanchuan came over at some point and stretched out her paws to take a picture with her parents. Dad, take a picture of Tuan Tuan. The baby's hands are soft and segmented, very small. Then, Yichin posted a photo of his family of 3. Although it was just their hands, you could tell that the family was very happy. Today's photo happy. As soon as Yichin posted the photos, his fans were heartbroken. Wow, my husband has a wife and kids. Is this reasonable? Brother Yichun, you're only 22 years old this year. Who? Who is it? Come out here right now. They've stolen my husband. The comments below have been flooded with replies. They simply couldn't accept the fact that their husbands had been stolen away by someone else. Yichin put down his phone and considerately massaged Familly's shoulders. I've posted the photos. I'm married now, so they shouldn't call me husband anymore. Familly nodded in satisfaction. Yes, a little to the right. Okay, honey. Yichin tenderly massaged his wife's shoulders. Grandma Yi smiled broadly. Chin, Grandma is going back tomorrow. You two should hurry up and get your household registration book back and get your marriage certificate. Well, Yichun was so excited he didn't know where to put his hands. Was he going to get his marriage certificate with Familly tomorrow? I heard we need to take photos for our marriage certificate, so I definitely need to dress smartly tomorrow. Yichun, the photo on the marriage certificate must be the most handsome. 131 Who are their biological parents? Yimo's body had just recovered a bit, and his right hand trembled as he barely managed to pick up his phone. Then, he saw Yichin's newly released song, which had sold hundreds of thousands of copies in just one day. Some people even compared him to Yichun, saying he was inferior to Yichin. How could he be inferior to Yichun? How could that be? Blind. Yimo's lips trembled. How is this possible? How could Yichun, such a lowly person, possibly become famous? I am Yimo, a future top singer, a top tier one. Yimo excitedly stood up from the bed, threw his phone on the ground, and then stomped on it until it was smashed to pieces, like a madman. Hearing the commotion, Ye's mother immediately came in and stopped Yimo. Xiao Mo, you're finally awake. Why are you angry again? Didn't I tell you not to get angry? Your health is all damaged by anger. As long as you stay happy, your health will gradually recover. Yichin is famous. What makes him famous? He deserves to be trampled under my feet. He's from a slum, yet he's more famous than me. Do you know what his fans are saying? They say I'm not as good as him. How could I be not as good as him? I'm the young master of the Yi family. Yi Mo made a scene, and as a result, he fainted from anger and collapsed onto the bed like a corpse. Ye's mother called Yichin again, crying. Yichun was drawing with his adorable daughter when his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call. Yichun, has your song become a hit recently? Xiaomo fainted again when he heard the news. He has only just recovered a little. Can you please take your album down from the shelves? Yichun was amused by this unreasonable request and patiently said, Madam Yi, what does my album release have to do with Yimo? Why should it be taken down? Don't you think your request is too unreasonable? Yichun, where's your grandma? Let her answer the phone. Yichun handed the phone to Grandma Yi, and as soon as Grandma Yi received the call, Madam Yi burst into tears. Mom, please save Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo is in critical condition. Please talk to Yichun. You are the closest to him, and he will definitely listen to what you say. Grandma Yi sighed helplessly. Yi Mo is just too temperamental. There's nothing I can do. We can't let Chinchin suffer. You should try to persuade Xiao Mo. I'm not going back. I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. Mom. Yi Mo is your own grandson. Yi Chun is adopted. He has no blood relation to you. Have you forgotten? Yi Mo is your real grandson. Grandma Yi said earnestly. Although Chun Chun is adopted, he is still my own grandson. I have long treated him as my own grandson. Mom, Yichun has no blood relation to you at all. Yichun naturally heard what Madam Yi said. He was indeed adopted, but he had no memory of his past and did not remember who his biological parents were. Yichun gripped the gold pendant around his neck. This was the only clue his parents left him. Familly grasped Yichun's hand and asked softly, What's wrong? Yichun shook his head and whispered, It's nothing. I just remembered my biological parents. I have no memories of them. I don't remember who they are. Familly cupped Yichun's handsome face in her hands. You are Yichun, my future husband. Don't overthink it. I'll help you find someone. Yichun smiled and said, Thank you. Familly. Daddy, to Anchuan, be good. The little one thought his dad was angry, so he snuggled into his dad's arms and rubbed his face against him. She spoke softly. Tuan Tuan is drawing. Daddy won't be angry. Little Anchuan thought she had upset her dad by playing with her toys, so she quickly lay down on the table and started drawing. Yichin gently rubbed Anchuan's little head. Daddy isn't angry. Anchuan was tired of drawing, so you played with Barbie dolls. Daddy saw some new ones today. How about I buy you a new one in a couple of days? Anchuan happily hugged her father's neck and gave him a soft kiss, saying, I like dolls, I like Daddy. I love my dad the most. Yichin played with the dolls with Tuan Tuan. Mom, please try to persuade Yichin. Yi-mo is your own grandson. That's all I have to say. I'm hanging up now. Mrs. Yi hung up the phone reluctantly. Grandma Yi put her phone on the table and sighed. Xiao-mo is so narrow-minded. She actually got so angry. Chin-chun, don't go back. You'll only be bullied by them if you go back. Chin-chun is truly happy here, with a wife and daughter. It's wonderful. Grandma, I'm not going back. Yi-mo made himself so angry. It's not my fault. I can't withdraw my album because of him. It's a song I wrote especially for Familly. Yichin gently squeezed Familly's soft hand. It was the first time he had written a song for his wife, and no one could stop him. His wife is so wonderful. I'll write songs for her in the future. Yichin couldn't help but kiss Familly's cheek. Familly had a faint fragrance that Yichin found irresistible. Little Anchuan quickly covered her eyes with her two little paws, but still secretly peeked out a crack. She giggled, and her parents kissed her again. Grandma Yi nodded and said, We know that Chun-chun is right. Yi-mo will figure it out on his own. If he doesn't, he will always be the same. Yi-chun released Familly and took out the pendant from her neck. Grandma, this pendant. Grandma Yi explained, This is what you wore around your neck when your mother adopted you. Yi-mo was lost at the time, and your mother was very worried. Your eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar to Yi-mo's, so she adopted you. You might be able to find your biological parents with this, but the chances are very slim, because most of the people in the orphanage don't have parents. Yichin lowered his head in disappointment. It seemed that he really did not have parents. His parents had passed away. Achoo! Yi-lin sneezed violently, raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose, and Madame Yi kindly handed him a napkin. What happened? Yi-yao asked with concern. Dad, are you all right? The weather isn't cold now. Have you caught a cold? Yi-chi chimed in. Yes, Dad. You must take good care of yourself. Yi-lin raised his hand. It's nothing. I don't know what happened. Let's eat first. Xiaolon, where were we? Yi-lan said helplessly. Dad, you were just talking about the martial arts tournament. Yes, Yi-chi, don't let your father down in this martial arts tournament. You've received your grandfather's true teachings, so you'll definitely win the championship, defeat those foreigners, and bring glory to the country. Yi-lin gently patted Yi-chi's shoulder. Yi-chi, Dad believes in you. Yi-chi said confidently. Dad, don't worry, with Grandpa's guidance, I will definitely win the championship this time. 132 Yi-chun-hua? My wife loves me so much. After dinner, Yi-chun played with the little one for a while, wanting to quickly lull him to sleep so he could spend a pleasant evening with his beloved wife. But today, the little dumpling was particularly energetic, and Yi-chun couldn't coax her to sleep no matter what he did. He had already told her 2 fairy tales, and the little one was clapping her hands happily. Daddy, great, I want a princess. Yi-chun poked the little dumpling's cheek. Baby, didn't Daddy already tell you the story of Snow White? The little dumpling held a lollipop in its tiny hands and ate it, its sweet, adorable voice ringing out. I want a princess. Okay, Daddy will tell you the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs again. To Anchuan, you have to close your eyes, and you're not allowed to eat any more candy. You ate 3 lollipops today, to Anchuan. Why do I love sweets so much? Is it genetic? But Familly doesn't seem to like eating sweets. He doesn't like eating sweets now, but he used to like them when he was a child. Every time he went to the market with his grandma, she would buy him candy. Yichin shook his head and sighed, realizing he was overthinking things. How could Tuan Tuan possibly inherit his genes? Candy sweet. Little Anchuan ate her lollipop while continuing to listen to her father tell a story, her little hand still tugging at her father's sleeve, as if afraid he would run away. Yichin told a story while rocking the crib, trying to lull Xiao Tianxuan to sleep, because he still had to go back to be with his wife. Study. Familly sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, casually toying with a black dagger in her hand, her eyes as cold as if they were covered in ice. Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? The chilling voice sent shivers down one's spine. A middle-aged man was kneeling on the ground, bending over and begging for mercy. President Feng, it wasn't me, it really wasn't me. Familly lowered her eyes, looking at the blade in her hand. Who ordered you to do this? Tell me, and I might spare your life. President Feng, no one instructed me, no one instructed me. I accidentally bumped into Yi Chun. I really didn't know Yi Chun was one of your people. Familly raised her cold eyes. Do you think I would believe that? As soon as she finished speaking, Familly stood up, walked slowly closer with her long legs, bent down, and pressed the dagger in her hand against the man's neck. The cold blade gleamed with a chilling light, sending shivers down one's spine. Tell me, who is it? Before he finished speaking, the dagger was already on the middle-aged man's shoulder, and a trail of blood appeared on the floor. The man endured the pain in his shoulder and spoke with trembling lips. No one, Mr. Feng, really no one instructed me. That incident was just an accident. Accident. Familly coldly curled her lips, the blade hovering at the man's neck before suddenly stopping. Bai Jin was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with President Feng? Why did it suddenly stop? The female bodyguards around them exchanged bewildered glances. Familly put away the dagger in his hand and ordered, Bai Jin, take the person to the police station and let them handle it. Don't dirty my hands. Bai Jin thought she was hallucinating. Wasn't President Feng always ruthless and merciless? Why did he suddenly change his personality this time? However, they didn't dare to ask any more questions. Familly said coldly, take them away. Yes, Mr. Feng. Bai Jin led her people away, but the man was already half dead from fright and his whole body was limp. Just as Bai Jin and the others went out, there was a knock on the door. Familly, are you still working? It's so late. Why don't you get some rest and work tomorrow? It was Yi Chen's voice. Familly immediately put the dagger in the drawer and then quickly cleaned the blood off her hands. Yi Chen must not see this. Yi Chen waited for a while without any movement, thinking that Familly hadn't heard him, and then said, Familly, are you asleep? I'll come in first. As soon as Yi Chen opened the door, he bumped into Familly, who was thrown backward by the impact. Yi Chen immediately hugged her waist. Are you all right? He almost knocked his wife over. She really is delicate and needs his protection. He will definitely work harder to exercise in the future. Familly leaned against Yi Chen's chest and said weakly, It's nothing. Why did you come? Is Xiao Tianxuan asleep? This little one was particularly hard to soothe tonight. I had to tell her 3 fairy tales before I could finally get her to sleep. Familly thoughtfully handed Yi Chen some water, saying, Drink up. It's water I drank from. Yi Chen didn't mind his wife at all. He drank half a cup of water and twitched his nose. Familly, why do I smell blood? Are you injured? Yi Chen held Familly and examined her thoroughly. She wasn't injured, so why does she smell of blood? Familly wrapped her 2 fair arms around Yi Chen's neck. Maybe you smelled it wrong. I'm so tired and sleepy. Carry me to sleep. How could Yi Chen resist his wife's coquettishness? He easily carried Familly out of the study. I quickened my pace as I went upstairs, eagerly carrying the person into the room and closing the door behind me. Familly was pinned down, and Yi Chen gently kissed her neck, pulling off her dress. Familly frowned. Do your injuries still hurt? It doesn't hurt too much anymore. Hurry up. Yi Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. No. Familly, your injuries haven't healed yet. He loves his wife dearly. All right. Yi Chen. Husband. Her voice was sweet and charming, and her slender white fingers gently caressed Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen couldn't hold back any longer, so he ripped open his clothes and threw them down. This time, I will definitely not let Familly get hurt. Yi Chen was very restrained this time, but it still took a while. Familly was already asleep, with smooth skin, a hot figure, and an exquisite face. Yi Chen felt his mouth go dry again after reading this. I wanted to sleep, but I just couldn't resist. Then, he continued, holding Familly's soft waist. They completely forgot their promises. Who can blame him when his wife has such a great figure and is so beautiful? Brothers, With such great wives, can you resist? Yichen finally released Familly after nearly dawn. Familly was completely exhausted and unconscious, her body drenched in sweat and her hair disheveled. Yichun felt very guilty that such a cold and beautiful woman had been turned into this state. Yichun gently hugged Familly in his arms and whispered his repentance. Familly, don't blame me. I really didn't mean to, I promise. Next time it will definitely not happen again. Familly vaguely heard Yichen's words, raised her finger and gently touched his face, her voice hoarse. Liar. Yichun was heartbroken. His wife had mistaken him for a liar. Then, he heard the next sentence. Liar. I like it too. Yichen, my wife loves me so much. 133 I love it when Familly wears black stockings. Yichen woke up early in the morning and went to the closet to pick out clothes, but after looking at more than a dozen sets, he couldn't find a single one that looked good. What should I wear when taking photos for my marriage certificate? After all, it was their first marriage, and they had no experience. Yichen continued searching for clothes when suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. Dad, a sweet, childlike voice rang out, and Yichen quickly threw the clothes in his hand onto the sofa and opened the door. The little dumpling stood there wearing a fluffy little pajama. It was tiny, with a pink and tender face like a white dough ball, and big, round, dark eyes. Yichen quickly picked up his adorable daughter and gently kissed her twice. Why did Tuanshuan wake up so early today? Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes sleepily and hugged her father's neck tightly. Daddy, stick it on. Baby, why did you run out without shoes again? Your tummy will hurt. Yichun poked the baby's round little belly. How about Daddy takes you to put on your shoes? Mommy's sleeping, so lazy. The little one grinned and pointed at his mother, quickly climbing down from his father's arms to touch her. Yichun immediately stopped the little guy. Good boy, Mommy is still very tired and needs to rest. Let's go put on our shoes first. Yichun carried the little guy out of the room, afraid of disturbing Familly's sleep, since Familly had only slept for 2 or 3 hours the night before. You can't blame him. His wife has such a great figure and is so beautiful, he simply couldn't resist. So, it took a while to finish. Yichun patiently dressed the little one, changed her shoes, and put on her white dress. She wore a fluffy little butterfly hair clip and looked just like a little princess. The more Yichun looked at his daughter, the more beautiful she seemed. How could she be so beautiful? No wonder she was his daughter. Yichun now completely regards Tuanshuan as his own daughter. Yichun. Upon hearing his wife's call, Yichun immediately placed Tuanshuan at the door and went into the room. Tuanshuan stood at the door with a bewildered look on her face and a pout. Does her father not want her anymore? Familly opened her eyes, her messy hair falling on her face, her fair shoulders covered with red marks, the blankets slipping off her shoulders, and she was completely naked. Yi silently looked away, feeling guilty, and asked, Familly, you're awake? Is there anything else that's bothering you? Familly shifted her legs, frowned, and asked, Yichun, what time did you go to sleep last night? Yichun felt even more guilty and answered in a low voice, I went to sleep at 3 a.m. Familly looked up. Didn't you say immediately? It's been a while. If you're sleepy, go back to sleep. It's the weekend, so you don't have to go to work. It's not his fault that he has such good physical strength. I'm not going to sleep anymore. We're taking Grandma home today. Where's Grandma? Yichun sat down next to Familly and thoughtfully helped her get dressed. Grandma is downstairs reading with her reading glasses on. She said she never went to school before and now wants to learn more characters. The first piece of clothing stumped Yichun. He couldn't even button the row of bra buttons at the back. Yichun almost collapsed at the sight of so many buttons. Familly turned her head. What's wrong? Can't you button it? Wait, I will. Yichun studied it for a long time, fastened the bra, and became proficient after doing it a few times. While dressing Familly, he didn't forget to take advantage of her by kissing her beautiful profile. So beautiful. Do I look beautiful when I first wake up? Familly knelt beside Yichun, bringing her face close again. Her cold, goddess-like wife was beautiful even in her sleep. Yichun whispered, You're beautiful all the time. After saying that, I felt my face turn red first, and my ears turned red too. Why was he still so shy? Now you're actually trying to make me happy. That's good. She lifted Yichun's chin with her fingers, and placed a kiss on his lips. This is your reward. Yi Chen's ears turned even redder. Although he has a girlfriend and has done what he was supposed to do, he is still very shy. After all, he is still a male college student and young. Familly got up to change her clothes. She had a curvaceous figure with a prominent bust and buttocks, and her legs were especially long, thin, and white. Yi Chen's throat went dry as he looked at her. I accidentally saw the finger marks on Familly's buttocks. Yi Chen immediately lowered his head. What should I do if I accidentally hit my wife? However, Familly didn't seem to mind or blame him. Yi Chen, how do you like this outfit? A black mini dress, shorter in the front and longer in the back, with a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. Yi Chen said shyly, it looks good. I love it when Familly wears black stockings. I heard that you have to wear white clothes when taking marriage certificate photos, but black should be fine too. Familly, you look good in black. Yi Chen just loves it when his wife wears black stockings and high heels. His favorite type is the aloof, mature woman. Once outside the room, Yi Chen noticed a little dumpling standing next to him. Oh right, I think she left the baby outside just now. Little Tianxuan stood at the door, pouting and frowning, looking very aggrieved. Yi Chen squatted down, took Xiao Tianxuan's hand, and asked gently, Tianxuan, why have you been here all this time? Didn't you go down to find your aunt and great-grandmother? Little Tianxuan pulled her hand away, refusing to let her father hold it. Dad doesn't want her. Does Dad not like her anymore? Yi Chen then realized the seriousness of the problem. His daughter seemed to be angry. This is the first time in a long time that Xiao Tianxuan has gotten angry. Yi Chen immediately picked up Tianxuan and said, Tianxuan, I'm sorry, Daddy forgot to bring you in. Can you forgive Daddy? Little Tianxuan looked up, her little nose twitching, and she was about to cry. Dad doesn't like Tianxuan. __. I love you. Daddy loves Tianxuan the most. Tianxuan is the best baby. How about Daddy takes you to buy a doll today? Yi Chen lifted Xiao Tianxuan high, and the little guy was quickly soothed by his father and started crying happily again. Familly shook her head helplessly. Yi Chen seemed to know how to coax the baby. The little dumpling was the hardest to coax when he was angry, but he coaxed him back to normal in a while. After dinner, Yi Chen and Familly escorted Grandma Yi home together. Upon arriving at the picturesque town again, Xiao Tianxuan happily pointed to the golden wheat fields by the roadside. Dad, lots. The baby was so excited, curious about everything, looking around with wide, dark eyes. As soon as Yi Chen got out of the car, a group of people gathered around to watch. Yi Chen is back, with his wife and daughter. His daughter is so grown up and beautiful, and his wife is beautiful too. Yi Chen used to seem so quiet, but I never expected him to be so capable. He truly lives up to his reputation as someone who gets things done quietly. I also heard that his song became a hit, and he made a lot of money. Some people around him envied him, some were jealous of him, and some hated him. Especially Yi Chen's former elementary school classmates, who are still farming at home, don't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. 134 Familly only acts cute towards Yi Chen. Feeling embarrassed by the crowd, Yi Chen immediately took his wife and daughter into the courtyard. Every time I come back, I get surrounded by onlookers. These people seem to have a lot of free time. Several old hens were running around in the yard, and sheep had also wandered out. The yard was very dirty, and Grandma Yi was busy tidying it up. She is a very clean grandmother. Yi Chen asked Familly to sit on the sofa, and then helped tidy up after they went out. When Tianxuan saw the familiar hen, she quickly hid behind her father, pointed at a big hen with her little finger, and said in a childish voice, Peck, Tianxuan. Last time we came, this big old hen almost pecked Xiao Tianxuan's hand, and Tianxuan remembers it. Tianxuan, this old hen is pecking at you. Great-grandma will stew it today and make chicken soup for you. Drink chicken soup. As Tianxuan's soft, babyish voice rang out, the old hen seemed to sense the danger and immediately moved away from Tianxuan. We can't afford to mess with them. The little dumpling went to touch the sheep again, but the sheep was very docile and wouldn't bump into her. Daddy ride. Suddenly, Tianxuan pointed to a sheep that was even taller than her and grabbed her father's clothes with her little hand. Tianxuan, ride. Yi Chen was both amused and exasperated. Tianxuan, this is a sheep, not a horse. You can't ride it. If you want to ride a horse, Dad will take you later. Whose baby is riding a sheep? Grandma Yi dotes on Xiao Tuanshuan. Chen, since Tuanshuan wants to ride the sheep, let her ride. Just keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't fall. This sheep can carry Tuanshuan. Dad, ride around. Little Tuanshuan was pawing at the sheep with her tiny paws and had already climbed onto her. Fortunately, the sheep was quite docile and stood there without moving. Tuanshuan, do you really want to ride this sheep? She's dirty. Daddy will get you a mat to put on her. Yi Chun went to the room, found a piece of clothing, put it on the sheep's back, and then placed Xiao Tuanshuan on it. It was Tuanshuan's first time riding a sheep, and she was so excited that she laughed out loud. Yi Chun was afraid Tuanshuan would fall, so he stood by and supported her. Then, Familly came out and saw this scene, and was completely dumbfounded. Her daughter rode a sheep? Familly, you're out. Tuan wants to ride a sheep. Sitting on the sheep's back, Tuanshuan looked happily at her mother and said in her childish voice, Mommy, Tuanshuan rides. Big sheep. It was the first time Familly had realized that sheep could be ridden. Yes, as long as you're happy. Familly helped Grandma Yi feed the rabbits. Although the place is small, it's very cozy, and she likes it very much. She can come here for vacation whenever she has time. At noon, Grandma Yi specially killed an old hen and made chicken soup for Tuanshuan. The little guy drank 2 bowls, and his belly was bulging. Dad, ride around. Tuanshuan, are you addicted to riding that sheep? Big sheep. Little Tuanshuan continued playing with the sheep, but the mother hen would peck at her hand, while the sheep wouldn't. After dinner, Grandma Yi rummaged through drawers and cabinets, found the household registration booklet, and handed it to Yi Chun. Chen, this is the household registration book. You can take it. There are only the 2 of us. From now on, you can keep it. Grandma almost forgot where she put it. Good. Yi Chun put the household registration book away. With this, he could get a marriage certificate with Familly, and Familly would be his wife. Just thinking about it made Yi Chun excited. He couldn't wait to drag her to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get their marriage certificate. Urgent. Yi Chun, are you home? It's Taizhu. Yi Chun opened the door, and there came his childhood friend Lu Taizhu. Lu hadn't gotten into high school and had gone to work long ago. It seemed he was carrying bricks on a construction site now. Why are you here? Come in. After Lu Taizhu came in, he handed Yi Chun a cigarette. Yi Chun, you're the most successful guy around here. Introduce me to someone, will you? We've been friends since childhood. You can't have a wife and daughter and not let your brothers have a good life. Looking at Yi Chun's stunning wife, he felt envious. Lu Taizhu waved to Xiao Tuanshuan beside him. Little darling, come here to uncle. Tuanshuan quickly hid behind her father, her big, timid eyes looking at the newcomer. Brother Zhu, it's not that I'm trying to introduce you to a girlfriend, but why would someone from a big city like the capital come to our small village? Lu Taizhu frowned. Just fool them. You'd better find me a pretty one, as pretty as your wife. Yi Chun was speechless. Zhu Zi, I don't have that ability. You should go find someone else to help you. Yi Chun, you really don't care about brotherhood. You've become successful and forgotten about us poor brothers. Never mind, I'm leaving. Lu Taizhu turned and left, taking the cigarette from Yi Chun's hand as he went. He turned his head and stole another glance at Familly not far away, his heart filled with restless desire. Such a beautiful woman, even more beautiful than a celebrity. How could she have fallen for Yi Chun? Yi Chun is just a pretty boy, he's obviously no good. He's nowhere near as capable as him. Lu Taizhu stopped and walked towards Familly. You must be Yi Chun's wife. I was his childhood friend. Familly nodded indifferently and continued to bend down to feed the rabbits, not even glancing at the person next to her. Aside from Yi Chun, Familly wouldn't give any other man a second glance. Yi Chun is so weak. I knocked him down with one punch when he was a kid. If you're with him, can he protect you? Yi Chun took a deep breath and walked to Lu Taizhu's side with a gloomy face. This person is trying to poach his girlfriend. Pillar, what are you trying to do? It's nothing, just a few words. Lu Taizhu hadn't left yet, and continued talking to Familly. Do you like rabbits? I have a lot at home, or I can give you 2. They're much prettier than these. Familly finally raised her eyes, her face indifferent, her voice icy and chilling. No need. This was the first time Lu Taizhu had ever seen such a cold woman. Although she was beautiful, she was as cold as a snow lotus on an iceberg. Yi Chun shielded Familly behind him and said coldly, Zhu Zi, What exactly do you want to do? He was talking and giving away rabbits. Who couldn't see his intentions? They actually want to steal his girlfriend? To steal his wife? It's nothing. I just wanted to give your wife a few rabbits. You don't mind, do you? Before Yi-Chun could speak, Feng Li's cold, deep voice rang out. I don't like rabbits. Lu Taiju was a little embarrassed. I saw you feeding the rabbits earlier and thought you liked it. So what do you like? Feng Li ignored him, took Yi-Chun's hand and looked at the rabbits together, continuing to feed them grass, her eyes gentle. Yi-Chun, these rabbits are so cute. This was the first time Yi-Chun had seen Feng Li smile so sweetly. He raised the corners of his lips and asked, You like it? Of course I like it. Lu Taiju was stunned for a moment. You just said you didn't like it, but now you like it? Feng Li pulled Yi-Chun's arm and said softly, Why don't we raise a few too? Where did the aloof goddess go? She's actually acting all cute and affectionate with Yi-Chun? She wasn't like this just now. Feng Li, I only act cute with Yi-Chun. As for everyone else, they can just die. Ha 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 ha. That's how double standards I am. 135 The aloof goddess has transformed into a gentle wife. Yi-Chun couldn't resist his wife's coaxing and immediately agreed. He said he'd raise any animal, even a dinosaur, let alone a rabbit. As long as my wife is happy. Yi-Chun said, Okay, you can raise them if you want, as many as you want. My wife's smile is so beautiful. Yi-Chun turned his head and glanced at the person next to him. Lu Taiju was already stunned, staring blankly at Feng Li. The thought of his beautiful wife being seen by others made Yi-Chun furious. Why isn't Lu Taiju leaving? You're always looking at other people's wives. Don't you have one yourself? Right? Zhu Zi doesn't even have a girlfriend. So where would he get a wife? Yi-Chun hugged Feng Li's waist, protecting him in his arms and preventing him from seeing her. Feng Li raised her head and said, 2 are enough. I can't raise more than that. I still have to work, and there's also Tuanchuan. We still need to raise Tuanchuan. When Tuanchuan heard her mother calling her, she quickly ran to her mother's side with her short legs, her mouth still full of the snacks her great-grandmother had given her. Her cheeks were bulging, and she looked extremely cute. Mom. Feng Li pinched the little guy's pink and tender face. What did you eat again to make your face so dirty? Tuanchuan, eat. Little bear cookies. The little guy had a bear-shaped biscuit in his mouth, talking to his mother in a cutesy voice, his face covered in biscuit crumbs. Yi-Chun bent down and wiped the little guy's face. Okay, we'll raise 2. We'll tell Grandma later that we'll take the 2 prettiest rabbits back for you to raise. Good. Bunny, let's raise a bunny. Little Tuanchuan pointed at the bunny with her little finger. The baby also liked the bunny very much. She climbed down from her father's arms and pinched the bunny's ears with her little hands. Good bunny. Yi-Chun squatted down and asked, Little bunny, which one does Tuanchuan like? Shall we take them home and raise them? Okay, I want the bunny. Tuanchuan grabbed the smallest bunny in her little hands. It was a little bigger than her hand and must have been a newborn baby bunny. Tuan wants a bunny. Tuanchuan held the rabbit in her arms, unable to put it down. The little rabbit didn't bite and lay obediently in Tuanchuan's arms. Feng Li, our Tuanchuan really likes rabbits. She's even holding one. Then, the next second, Tuanchuan leaned over to kiss him, but Yi-Chun stopped her. Tuanchuan, you can't kiss the rabbit. It's too dirty. Tuanchuan shook her head, pointed at the little bunny, and said in a cute, childlike voice, Daddy, the bunny is clean. It's a white bunny. The white ones are dirty too. Dad will give the bunny a bath when we get back, then you can hold it. Yi-Chun took the rabbit from Tuan's hand and put it on the ground. The little rabbit hopped and skipped into its mother's arms. Feng Li and Yi-Chun went to feed the sheep together, chatting and laughing. The aloof goddess has transformed into a gentle wife. Looking at the happy family, Lu Taiju almost shed tears of envy. Yi-Chun is so lucky. He has a stunning wife and a beautiful and adorable daughter. When will he be able to have them too? After watching for a long time, Lu Taiju reluctantly left the courtyard, turning back every few steps, satisfied just to see Feng Li's back. Yi-Chun quickly closed the door, afraid that someone else would come to see his beautiful wife. My wife is so beautiful. I want to hide her away and not let anyone see her. What's wrong? Feng Li poked Yi-Chun's handsome face and asked. Yi-Chun said in a sullen tone, Lu Taiju just struck up a conversation with you. Maybe he likes you. Familly raised the corner of her eye, a slight smile appearing on her face. Him? I haven't even seen what he looks like. Yi-chun, are you jealous? Yi-chun blushed and lowered his head. I didn't. I just didn't want him to see you. You're my wife. Yes, she's your wife. I don't like her, so what are you worried about? I only like you. Familly cupped Yi-chun's face and kissed him. Afraid I'll be taken away? So insecure. How could that person compare to you? Little Tuan quickly covered her eyes, and also covered the eyes of the rabbit in her arms. Mom and Dad kissed again. Yi-chun blushed from the kiss and hugged Familly's slender waist. He didn't go to high school, and is now working to earn money. I should be better off than him, right? Familly nodded and said, of course, my husband has a good figure, is handsome, writes songs for me, is talented, and has a good temper, except that sometimes, he's a little shy. The most important thing is good stamina. You can stay up all night. The last sentence was whispered in Yi-chun's ear, and Yi-chun felt an itch in his ear that went all the way to his heart. Is he really that good? So this is how good Familly thinks of him. He will work even harder to improve his health and better satisfy his wife. Tuan put the rabbit down and hugged her father's legs with both paws, wanting to stick together with her parents. After spending the whole day in the small town, Familly felt it was quite nice. The place was tranquil and elegant, with beautiful scenery. Suddenly, I understood Tao Yuanming's line. Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, I leisurely gaze at the southern mountains. If possible, she would like to spend her retirement here with Yi-chun. During dinner, Yi-chun asked in a low voice, Familly, are you going home tonight? It's too late. The Civil Affairs Bureau is already closed. I'll go get the certificate tomorrow. I'll stay here with Grandma today. Yi-chun said excitedly. Okay, I'll sleep in my room tonight. Grandma has already tidied it up. It's a little small, but very clean. Okay. Familly raised the corner of her eye and gave him a flirtatious wink. Yi-chun swallowed hard and immediately lost his composure, shoveling rice into his mouth haphazardly. But Tuan is still here, so we can't work properly at night. He just wants to work hard, but it seems there won't be a chance tonight. Tuan sat on the chair, swinging her two short legs, wearing a little rabbit bib, and ate her food by herself. Tuan, eat some meat. This is beef that your great-grandmother bought especially for you. Yi-chun stuffed meat into the little guy's mouth. Tuan is too young. She can only scoop up rice, but can't pick up vegetables. Grandma Yi brought over another bowl of freshly steamed egg custard, its aroma filling the air. Little Tuan put down her bowl, her mouth watering. Two little hands tugged at great-grandma's hand. Great-grandma, eat round dumplings. Yi-chun was amused by the little boy. Little glutton Tuan. This is steamed egg custard. Have you ever had it before? When Yi-chun was a child, his favorite food was steamed egg custard. He didn't have any other snacks, so steamed egg custard was a delicacy for him. Tuan shook her little head like a rattle drum, and stuck out her little tongue to lick her lips, making the baby very hungry. Tuan has always eaten delicacies, and has never tasted such a simple steamed egg custard. As soon as Grandma Yi put down the bowl, the little dumpling couldn't wait to climb up and take a bite, his dark eyes darting around, and he gave a thumbs up. Great. Tuan, eat it all. The little bundle of milk buried its head in it again. Grandma Yi said with a smile, this is the steamed egg custard that Chun loved to eat when she was little. I didn't expect that Tuan would like it too. No wonder they are father and daughter. They are alike in every way. Father and daughter? He and Tuan? Why do people think he and Tuan are father and daughter? They really look that alike. 136 Keep working hard. Yi-chun asked, Grandma, do Tuan and I really look alike? Of course they look alike. Tuan is practically a carbon copy of you. Your daughter, of course she looks like you. Yi-chun kept his head down and ate without saying a word. If he told his grandmother that Tuan wasn't his biological daughter, she probably wouldn't believe him. No one would believe it. The two of them were very similar when they ate. They both buried their faces in their bowls. Daddy, eat eggs. When Xiao Tuan heard that her father also liked to eat it, she quickly gave him a bite. Yi-chun tasted the flavor from his childhood. This steamed egg custard hadn't changed at all. It's delicious, let's eat it together. Familly placed the spoon in Tuan's bowl, and then scooped out a spoonful of steamed egg custard. Familly, you want to eat this? This doesn't taste very good. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Li had already eaten it. She simply wanted to taste what the steamed egg custard Yi Chun had eaten before tasted like. It looks pretty good now. Yi Chun muttered under his breath. Feng Li, isn't it too tasty? This is for children. Tasty. Feng Li took another bite, and the little dumpling ate even faster. In no time, she finished half a bowl of steamed egg custard. Her belly was bulging, and her little skirt was stretched out. Yi Chun patted the little guy's tummy. Is Tuanchuan full? Full. After finishing their meal, the little bundle of joy went to play with the little rabbit again. Yi Chun and Feng Li continued eating, with Yi Chun occasionally putting food on Feng Li's plate. The food at home is simple, so eat more. It's already very good. There's chicken, duck, and fish. Grandma's cooking is delicious. Grandma especially went to the nearby market to buy duck and fish to treat her granddaughter-in-law. She wouldn't normally spend money on herself, but she would be willing to give it to Yi Chun and Feng Li. Lily, eat more, you're too thin. Good. Feng Li had a good appetite and ate more than usual. Yi Chun, on the other hand, ate quite a lot, finishing one bowl and then getting another. After finishing the meal, Feng Li insisted on washing the dishes. Yi Chun, the head of the prestigious Feng group, had never done such things before, and he couldn't bear to see her washing dishes. Feng Li, I'll go swipe. I'll go. Okay, you can rest. Feng Li said. I didn't help Grandma with cooking, but I could wash the dishes. Neither of them could argue with the other, so they went to the kitchen together to wash the dishes. Grandma Yi washed with a smile on her face. This young couple was so loving. They even washed the dishes together. Feng Li rinsed the bowl with dish soap, but it was too slippery, and she accidentally dropped the bowl on the ground, shattering it into pieces. Yi Chun, it fell by itself. Feng Li was a little embarrassed. She had always been a powerful businesswoman who could easily handle big contracts, but she was stumped by a bowl. Yi Chun suppressed a smile and nodded, saying, It must be this bowl that's being disobedient. Don't blame yourself. Try another one. Feng Li took a plate, and then spectacularly smashed it to pieces. Feng Li. Yi Chun, this plate is being disobedient. Yi Chun nodded seriously and said, Yeah, I think so too. Feng Li, why don't you go wash the pot? Good. Feng Li went to wash the pot again, and this time she managed not to break it. She washed it clean and showed it to Yi Chun. How was the washing? That's great. You did such a good job washing the pot on your first try. Feng Li, you're amazing. Feng Li coughed a few times. It's just a pot. It's very simple. Yi Chun raised his head and looked at the scene before him, and couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Feng Li, your face. Ha ha. What happened to my face? Feng Li immediately tried to wipe her face with her hands, but the more she wiped, the darker it became, until her face and nose were covered in soot. As soon as Tuanchuan came in, she saw her mother's face, which was covered in black dirt, and pointed at her mother's face and laughed. Mom, it's dark. Feng Li ruffled Tuan's face with both hands. What's so dark about it? Tuanchuan pointed at her face with two little fingers, making noises that were hard to understand. Feng Li immediately went to look at her in the mirror. Her face. Her face was covered in black soot. Feng Li washed her face and removed her makeup. Her skin was still very fair, her features were three-dimensional and delicate, and she was beautiful even without makeup. Yi Chun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he grasped Feng Li's soft hand. Feng Li, let's go to sleep. Sleep? It's still early. What about Tuanchuan? The two of them looked at the little dumpling on the ground at the same time. The little guy was still eating a lollipop, and his mouth hadn't stopped moving. The little hand clutched the hem of her father's clothes, and a sweet, childish voice rang out. Tuanchuan, go to sleep. I want Daddy. Yi Chun looked at Feng Li and pursed his lips. Looks like I won't be able to work properly tonight. I'll try again tomorrow. Okay, Dad's room only has one bed, so we'll sleep together. Let's sleep together. The little one hugged his father's neck tightly, pressed his face against his father's, and kissed his father. Dad. She needs her dad to hold her while she sleeps. Yi Chun led his wife and daughter to the room. This is the room he's lived in since he was a child. It's very simple, and there are pictures of female celebrities and his anime goddesses on the walls from his high school days. However, none of these men are as beautiful as his wife. Feng Li's legs are very long, no less than those of anime characters. Is this your ex-girlfriend? Familly asked, pointing to the female celebrity on the wall. Yichen quickly peeled the photo off and threw it in the trash can, then awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. No, I've never had a girlfriend before. You're the first. She's the female celebrity I had a crush on in high school. Familly, dressed in expensive clothes, sat on the simple bed, looking completely out of place. Female celebrities? You like them? I used to like it quite a bit, but I don't like it anymore. Fearing that Familly might misunderstand, Yichen continued, I really don't like it anymore. None of these female celebrities are as beautiful or as good as his wife. Looking at Familly's face, Yichen couldn't help but want to kiss her. Just as he hugged Familly's waist, the little dumpling hugged his leg. Daddy, hug me. Oh, I forgot, there's another little one. It seems I really can't continue working tonight. Just then, Grandma Yi came in, smiling as she picked up little Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan, it's nice to sleep with great-grandma tonight. There are rabbits in great-grandma's room, your favorite little rabbits. Tuanshuan looked at her father, then at her great-grandmother, torn between the two. In the end, she was taken away by her great-grandmother. Yichen quickly closed the door. It was indeed his grandmother. Familly took off her high heels and sat on the bed. Her figure was exquisite and shapely, and her long legs were wrapped in black stockings. She leaned lazily against the headboard. Yichen, are my legs long? It's too long. Yichen couldn't wait any longer and pushed Familly down. He couldn't wait a moment longer because his wife was so alluring. The tattered black stockings and dress were thrown on the ground together. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure alluring, and with her stunning face, soft lips, and swan-like neck, her radiant whiteness seemed to glow. Yichen looked at the scene before him. His breathing quickened, and he kissed her fiercely. Yichen. Yichen was incredibly excited. Being able to make love to his old bed was such a wonderful feeling. That's wonderful, keep it up, Chener. 137 I'm so excited. Off to get our marriage certificate. Yichen was so excited that he worked all night and didn't get up until early the next morning. He continued sleeping, holding his soft wife in his arms, and occasionally kissing her forehead. Wife. It feels so good to have a wife. He used to sleep here alone, but now his wife is in his bed too. Yichen's large hands roamed over Familly's body. Her flawless, milky skin and voluptuous figure were simply irresistible to Yichen. Yichen was having a sweet dream when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Diligent little Tuanshuan is already awake. She wants to find her dad first thing in the morning, patting the door with her little hands. Dad. Yichen vaguely heard someone calling him. It must be Tuanshuan. He sat up gently, got out of bed, got dressed, and opened the door. The little guy was already dressed and ready. He was so tiny, standing on the ground. When he saw his dad coming, he quickly grabbed his dad's leg with his two little paws. Dad. Baby, why are you up so early? Yichen picked up the little bundle of milk, yawned, and realized he had only slept for a short while. How come it was already dawn? Daddy, Tuanshuan wants Daddy. Yichen knew that this little guy was a clingy little thing, so he put the little bundle of milk on the bed and then hugged his wife to go back to sleep. Tuanshuan climbed into her father's arms, wanting him to hold her while she slept. What bad thoughts could a baby have? She just wanted her father to hold her. Yichen held his wife and child and continued sleeping. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. The sun is now directly overhead. It must be noon. Tuanshuan lay quietly in her parents' arms, looking at her father with her big eyes, without crying or making a fuss. Tuanshuan, you like Daddy so much, huh? Yichen pinched the little boy's round face. This little guy seemed to like him a lot and would stick to him wherever they went. Tuanshuan touched her dad's neck and kissed his cheek. Do you like Daddy? Dad, don't tangle. The little boy frowned and shook his head. Because Tuanshuan had never met her father before, she clung to him especially. Tuanshuan is such a good girl. How could Daddy not want you? Daddy only has one good baby. Yichen carried Tuanshuan out. In the kitchen, Grandma Yi was preparing lunch. Qinchin woke up. Yichen nodded shyly. Yes, Grandma. I got up a little late today. It's all right, Grandma knows. Grandma Yi continued preparing lunch with a beaming smile, determined to give her granddaughter-in-law a good boost so she might be able to conceive again. Of course, the more children the better, but it also depends on Lily's wishes. Qinchin, Are you planning to have another child? Grandma Yi asked with a smile. Grandma, I can't decide this matter. I need to ask Familly for his opinion. Besides, we already have Tuanchuan, so it doesn't matter whether we have her or not. Yi Chen kissed the baby's cheek. Our Tuanchuan is Daddy's most precious baby. Tuanchuan laughed happily and hugged her father's face, nibbling at it again. Grandma Yi smiled and said, You and Tuanchuan have such a good relationship. No wonder you're father and daughter. When Tuanchuan grows up, she'll definitely be as beautiful as Lily. Have another boy, and he'll grow up to be just as handsome as Chen Chun. Yi Chen pursed his lips shyly. He hadn't considered this matter yet. He wanted to get the marriage certificate first. Familly got up, still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, looking aloof and noble. She looked up and suddenly glared at Yi Chen, who was completely taken aback. Was it because it lasted too long last night, or did I hurt someone? I don't think so. He was already very careful, although he couldn't help hitting me once. He only hit it lightly. He didn't dare to use force. Yi Chen sat down next to Familly and asked considerately, Familly, what's wrong? Are you in pain? Familly raised her leg, and her long, white legs came into Yi Chen's view, so Yi Chen reached out and touched them. It's nice, very white and long. He really liked it, especially when it was hanging on his waist. Familly pinched Yi Chen's face and said angrily, What's so good about it? You tore my black stockings. What am I supposed to wear today? How do you want to compensate me? Yi Chen said weakly, I'll buy you new ones when we go back. I'll buy you lots of black stockings so you can change into a different pair every day. No need for that. There are plenty at home. Yi Chen asked in a low voice. So how do you want me to compensate you? Give you money. Familly raised the corner of her eye. Do you think I'm lacking these things? Then, Familly kissed Yi Chen's Adam's apple forcefully, and Yi Chen's throat went dry again. Familly whispered in Yi Chen's ear, You'll have to pay for it yourself. Tonight, I will be on top. Okay, whatever you say is fine. Yi Chen swallowed hard, wishing night would come immediately. He really liked the domineering Familly. After lunch, Familly and Yi Chen prepared to leave. Grandma Yi put the two prettiest rabbits in a cage and gave them to Familly. Lily, the two rabbits are the cutest, one male and one female, and they can even have baby rabbits. Familly took it and said, Thank you, Grandma. You're welcome. We're all family. Why be so polite with Grandma? Yi Chen put the rabbit in the car, and Xiao Tuanchuan couldn't wait to see it. She pinched the rabbit's ears through the cage. Goodbye, Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan poked her little head out of the car window and waved her little hand. Goodbye, great-grandma. Come again next time. Tuanchuan nodded. She wanted to come back here to ride the sheep again. The car slowly drove out of Grandma Ye's sight, and Grandma Yi stood there, watching for a long time. Yi Chen drove straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau, unable to hide his excitement, and sped off. Are you and Familly getting your marriage certificate soon? I'm so excited. They'll be a real couple from now on. When he becomes rich and famous, he will definitely give Familly the world's biggest wedding. The car stopped in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, where there were only a few scattered people. Yi Chen got out of the car, straightened his clothes, and helped Familly out. Familly, we've arrived. After Familly got out of the car, the door of another car next to her opened, and Bai Jean got out and walked to Familly's side. Familly asked in a low voice, Did you get the goods? Mr. Fong, I got it. This is the household registration book. The old man doesn't know I took it secretly. Bai Jean handed the household registration book to Familly, who took it and glanced at it. Yes, very well done. I'll send it over in a bit. Yi Chen was completely confused. Why did he have to secretly take the household registration book? Did the old man disagree with it? Familly, does Grandpa disagree? Yi Chen lowered his head, looking at his toes. He will only force me into a marriage with that fake young master of the Yi family. He can control my decisions. Let's go inside. Familly personally tidied Yi Chen's hair and then took his arm as they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. Poor little Tuanchuan was forgotten in the car by her parents. With her big, dark eyes watching her parents' retreating figures, she pouted slightly. She was a good girl. Her parents would definitely come back. 138. Having 7 or 8 children is fine. When Yi Chen was taking wedding photos, he was completely stunned, and he was so happy that he almost showed his 2 big white teeth. He was just too happy. What does it feel like to marry the goddess of your dreams? That's exactly how he feels right now. It feels a bit unreal. Yichen secretly pinched his thigh. Ouch. It's true, guys, he got married. Feng Li's marriage certificate photo also shows her smiling. Although the two of them are without makeup, it doesn't affect the overall effect at all. Their features are delicate, and they look very much like a married couple. The staff all smiled and praised. You two are the most beautiful couple here. We've never seen anyone with such good looks. You can still take such beautiful photos even without makeup. Your baby will definitely be very beautiful. Baby? Yi Chun and Feng Li exchanged a glance, belatedly realizing that Xiao Tuanshuan had been forgotten in the car. After coming out, Yi Chun still felt like he was in a dream and looked at the marriage certificate again and again. Feng Li, are we married? We just took a picture and got a certificate. What else do you want to do? Hold a wedding. Feng Li domineeringly grasped Yi Chen's hand, their fingers intertwined. Yi Chen whispered, wait a little longer. I will definitely give you the grandest wedding and make everyone in the Feng family accept me. I'm waiting. We've already got our marriage certificate. From today onwards, you're mine. You're not allowed to talk to other girls anymore, or the consequences will be severe. Feng Li's seemingly casual remark sent a chill down Yi Chen's spine. Isn't she a gentle wife? Why did things suddenly change? Yi Chen assured him, no, I'm only good to you. Feng Li was extremely satisfied. After pretending for so long, she had finally managed to deceive him. The two walked to the car together. Little Tuanshuan looked at her parents through the car window, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Chen immediately opened the car door and took the baby out. Tuanshuan sniffed and said, Daddy? My dear Tuanshuan, Mommy and Daddy went to run some errands. Are you playing with the little bunny? Tuanshuan nodded sadly and hugged her father tightly, afraid that he would forget her again. Yi Chen went to the children's mall and bought a little doll for the little guy. Tuanshuan was finally coaxed and smiled again with tears in her eyes. Holding the little doll and speaking in a cute, adorable voice, Yi Chun was completely charmed. Tuanshuan must have been even cuter when he was 1 or 2 years old, but unfortunately, he didn't get to see it. I still feel a little regretful. If Feng Li were to have another child, it wouldn't be out of the question. He would take good care of the child and cherish Tuanshuan. Back home, Yi Chen took out the marriage certificate and looked at it again. In less than half an hour, he had looked at it many times. He picked up his phone, took a picture, and sent it to the group chat. Brothers, I got married. I got the marriage certificate. Then, the entire group exploded. Yi Chen, you actually got your marriage certificate? I don't even have a girlfriend, and you're telling me you've got a marriage certificate? You've already gotten your marriage certificate before even graduating from university? Yi Chen, we're not brothers anymore. Let's disband. Goodbye, Yi Chen. One by one, they all left the group chat, feeling discouraged by Yi Chen. Yi Chen then pulled everyone else in. Brothers, shouldn't you be happy for me? I'm getting married. You're all welcome to the wedding banquet. Haha, you're married yourself, but you don't even find girlfriends for your brothers. I've never even seen what your girlfriend looks like. Yeah, Chener, what does your girlfriend look like? She's got you completely smitten. Very beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I'll let you meet me sometime. I have to go now. I need to go spend time with my wife. Holy crap. This is amazing. Showing off your love will lead to a quick breakup. Several people nearly smashed their phone screens in the dorm room. I'm so angry. Yi Chen put down his phone. The little bundle of joy beside him was playing with a doll, an adorable little cutie. Yi Chen couldn't resist wanting to touch Tuan's little hands. The baby is so cute. He likes it so much, he wouldn't mind if Feng Li gave him 10 or 8 more children. Yi Chen, the martial arts tournament is in 2 days. You need to train hard these 2 days. Feng Li cupped Yi Chen's face and kissed him. I'll go with you. Yi Chen lowered his eyes shyly after being kissed. Okay, I wanted to participate in the competition back then, but I couldn't stand Yi Chi. His strength is quite poor. If I were to meet him, I should be quite confident. Feng Li explained earnestly. It's not just Yi Chi, but also many martial arts champions from abroad. Those people will also participate in the competition. I heard there are even world boxing champions. Yi Chen swallowed hard. Really? Boxing champion Li Sheng, he's never lost a fight. What should I do if I suddenly feel a little scared? Yes, I believe in you. You are my husband, and you will definitely win. With Feng Li's encouragement, Yi Chen was full of confidence again. He had to win and show his wife that he was the strongest man. Yichen was about to kiss Feng Li when a phone call came in. Yichen resignedly picked up his phone. Yichen, I heard that your new song has been very well received. It has already sold over 1 million copies in the past few days. You're amazing. Are you free? Let's go out for a meal together. It was Lu Shirua calling. Yichen hesitated for a moment and then said, eating is fine too. After all, Lu Shirua had helped him before. How about this afternoon? I saw a new Chinese restaurant open near the company, and I heard the food there is pretty good. How about we go together? Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Yichen turned his head, and Feng Li's cold gaze fell on him. Having dinner with other women? Feng Li, don't misunderstand, she's just a colleague of mine. She helped me before, and we have a completely innocent working relationship, Yichen explained immediately. I always felt that Feng Li had changed after getting the marriage certificate. His possessiveness had exploded. Okay, go ahead. Remember to come back early tonight. Feng Li, I promise I'll be back before 6 o'clock. I trust you. Feng Li personally straightened Yichen's clothes, and her dark eyes sent chills down Yichen's spine. Feng Li, I think I'm not going. I'll just say I have something to do. Feng Li's slender fingers tapped lightly on Yichen's chest. Really not going? I'm not going. I really am not going. I already have a wife. Yichen hugged Feng Li's soft waist, wishing he could be with his wife every moment. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. You really not going? I can let you go. I'm not so heartless as to stop you from meeting male colleagues. I know, you're the best, it's just that I didn't want to go. I have a feeling that if he goes, he'll come back to a terrible death. Amazed face. There will be a baby boy in the later bonus chapters. You can read them or not. After all, we have different tastes. 139. Use it properly for me tonight. Are you really not going? Feng Li asked again. Yichen shook his head vigorously. No, I already have a wife. I can't go out to eat with other women. So well behaved? Feng Li lifted Yichen's chin, and his handsome face captivated her at all times. Yichen stammered, I will be good to you. I'm not a womanizer. Feng Li suppressed the darkness in his eyes, seemingly satisfied with the answer, and gently kissed Yichen's lips. Okay, I believe you. Yichen was so dazed by his wife's kisses that he felt like he was floating on air. Mommy and Daddy, kisses. Tuan quickly covered her big eyes with her 2 little paws, almost bursting out laughing. Yichen then noticed a small light bulb next to him and accidentally pushed against Feng Li's soft chest, which felt very soft. Feng Li, stop kissing. We can kiss later tonight. Tuan is still here. It wouldn't be good if the baby saw us. Feng Li then let Yichen go, her alluring eyes curving upwards. You're not allowed to escape tonight. Yichen nodded, feeling that this woman seemed to have changed a bit after getting the marriage certificate. The way she looked at him was as if she wanted to devour him. Feng Li wasn't like this before. She used to be very gentle. Feng Li cupped Yichen's face in her hands. I have another surprise for you. The office at the Imperial Capitol building is ready. You can go see it now. It's fully equipped, and your roommate can start working there. Really? Yichen asked happily. He couldn't wait to see where he worked. He was already fed up with Tianrui Entertainment. The higher-ups were exploiting him, and he barely got any money. Yichen had unspeakable suffering. I'll take you there. Good. Yichen pulled Feng Li out the door, followed by a little tail. Dad. Yichen stopped and carried his baby daughter outside. His little Tuanshuan is a clingy little thing. Imperial Capitol building. Yichen toured the entire 6th floor. It was beautifully decorated and had various music equipment. Tuanshuan followed behind her father like a little tail. Yichen asked, Feng Li, is the entire 6th floor my property? How much is the rent for such a large company? It's not too expensive, about 20,000 a month. 20,000? Really? That's such a cheap rent. You're not kidding me, are you? Yichen was skeptical. Land there is incredibly valuable, and such a large floor is only 20,000 yuan? Feng Li said, I'm not lying to you. You need to terminate your contract with Tianrui Entertainment first. You still have a few months' worth of contracts with them. I signed a 6-month contract, and there are still 4 months left, but the penalty for breach of contract is too expensive, more than 10 million yuan. I'll wait until my contract expires before I start working again. He didn't want Tianrui Entertainment to get over 10 million for nothing. Fengli muttered to himself. Tianrui Entertainment. Yes, Tianrui Entertainment has been exploiting its employees for a long time. They sign contracts for several years at a time. I was an intern, so I only signed a 6-month contract. Fengli raised her eyes. Don't worry, I have a way to get them to terminate their contract with you. It won't cost a penny. No need to spend a single penny? Fengli, are you sure? The chairman of Tianrui Entertainment has been urging me to renew my contract for 10 years, but I didn't agree. Although Yi Chun had just graduated from university, he wasn't stupid. He really didn't want to stay at this shady company for even a second longer. Okay, I'll get it sorted out for you tomorrow. How are you going to thank me? Fengli pinned Yi Chun against the desk, her hands braced on either side of him, and pressed her lips against his ear. You don't have anything valuable on you, except this. Use it well tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun's penis was grabbed by Fengli again. Yi Chun blushed and nudged Fengli, whispering, "Ew. You stop pinching me. I'll let you use it." A hint of a smile flickered at the corner of Fengli's usually cold eyes. All right, I hope it lasts a while. Don't disappoint me. After saying that, he didn't forget to kiss Yi Chun on the cheek. You were barely okay before, but you still need to train harder. Yi Chun's ears turned even redder. What did Fengli mean by that? He used to be so capable that he could keep her in bed. Was Fengli just faking it? I will train hard. Yi Chun was pinned against the table by Fengli, looking like he was being pinned against a wall. Tuanchuan clapped her little hands happily. Daddy, Mommy, kisses. Mommy, Daddy. Little Tuanchuan said in her adorable baby voice. Mommy is amazing. Daddy is so kind. Yi Chun glanced at the little boy and said, Tuanchuan, you are Daddy and Mommy. Mommy, dear Daddy. Tuanchuan spoke in a childish voice, climbed into her father's arms, and wanted to kiss him. Yi Chun almost couldn't handle it. There's no way around it. He's just too popular. His wife and daughter both adore him. Yi Chun took out his phone and took pictures of the entire company from all angles, then sent them to the group chat. Brothers, come check out our company. Everything's ready. You can come tomorrow. My darling Shun, I love you so much. You're amazing. The company was all prepared. My dearest Chinchin, you're so good to me. You really are my best brother. I love you. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Mwah, 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 mwah. I love you to death. You're such a good brother and my darling. I'll pack my things now, my darling. Wait for me. I'm leaving tomorrow. Yi Chun was disgusted by the comments of several people and almost vomited. Can you guys talk normally for once? You're back to normal now. You truly are our most beloved baby. Yi Chun curled his lip. Really? Who was it yesterday who said they weren't brothers with me anymore? Left the group chat and said goodbye? No, it's definitely not us. Who is it? Who is it, Brother Donkey? Is it you? Damn it. Lao, can't you have any shame? When did I ever say that? Chunner is my precious darling. Yi Chun was too lazy to listen to the nonsense uttered by a few people in the group chat. I've sent you the address. You can come tomorrow. I need to settle things with Tianrui Entertainment first before I can come. Okay, my dear, go ahead. We'll be there tomorrow. The defense is still more than 2 weeks away, so you need to prepare. Yi Chun frowned. My precious baby? These words sounded so disgusting coming from their mouths. If they came from Fengli's mouth. Yi Chun secretly glanced at Fengli, who was sitting on the sofa peeling milk candy for Tuanchuan, looking just like a gentle wife. She could even help him start a company. She was a powerful female tycoon, and she treated him so well. What incredible luck he had to marry such a stunning wife. 140 is really gone. Fengli stood up and stuffed the peeled candy into Yi Chun's mouth. I used to like eating it, but I don't like eating sweets anymore. Yi Chun took a couple of bites, and surprisingly found them quite delicious. My wife peeled the candy herself. It was delicious. Daddy, candy. Tuanchuan also peeled a candy for her dad. It looked bumpy and uneven, with a lot of it bitten off by her little baby teeth. Yi Chun didn't mind and ate it in one bite. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan is really Daddy's sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Tuanchuan laughed happily and continued peeling candy for her father. Night. To express his gratitude to Fengli, Yi Chun spent another night working hard. He just lay there, completely still, on the bed. Fengli raised her swan-like neck, took Yi Chun's hand and placed it on her waist, half closed her eyes, and parted her red lips slightly. Yi Chun, give it to me. Yi Chun was about to cry. It's really gone, everything is gone. Did Familly have an awakening after getting married? It wasn't like this before. Familly, it's really gone. Yi-chun held the woman's soft waist and his Adam's apple bobbed. Really, there's none left. Familly was still not satisfied and raised her neck to continue. The next day, Yi-chun collapsed onto the bed, fast asleep with his eyes closed, clearly exhausted. Familly was still full of energy. She got up early in the morning to go to work, and before leaving, she gave Yi-chun a farewell kiss. Honey, I'm leaving now. You can go to sleep. Yi-chun opened his blurry eyes. The woman in front of him was already dressed. Her shapely figure was wrapped in a black short skirt, and her long legs were covered in black stockings. Yi-chun touched her. Familly was really energetic last night. Okay, drive carefully. Goodbye, husband. Familly blinked, picked up her bag, and left the room in 10-centimeter high heels, showing no sign of anything unusual. Yi-chun was speechless. This woman, she could actually still go to work? Could it be that his physical strength has declined? No, starting tomorrow, he will have to work out hard, doing 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups every day. Otherwise, sooner or later, it will be completely drained. Yi-chun closed his eyes and slept for a while. His phone rang, and he answered it with his eyes half closed. Who is it? Yi-chun, your new song has received a very strong response. The company has specially arranged an album interview for you. Can you come today? The company has already made preparations. The speaker was Li Jia, Yi-chun's agent, the agent the company had just assigned to him. Yi-chun sat up and rubbed his hair. Album interview. What exactly should we be interviewing about? Are you free today for a series of interviews about your creative inspiration and the intentions behind your songwriting? Yi-chun hesitated for a moment. Okay, can I go to the company this afternoon for the album interview? From 3 to 5 p.m. Li Jia politely replied, Of course you can. You are currently the most promising new singer in our company. The company will provide you with many resources, as long as you are willing to renew your contract. Sisterly, that's not necessary. I'll go back for the album interview. After saying that, Yi-chun hung up the phone. Contract renewal? Never in this lifetime. Yi-chun struggled to get out of bed. It was already past 10 o'clock. He slept for so long. Familly was up all night yesterday, and her energy is even greater than his. My dear Chinner, we're here. We're on our way, and everything is packed. Shinbaobei, can you please pick us up? You're our boss, after all. Lu Hao and the others from the dormitory packed their things and came to the company. Okay, I'll meet you at the intersection. Just bring a couple of outfits you usually wear. Yi-chun changed his clothes, tidied his hair, and was about to go out when the little dumpling hugged his leg again. Tuanshuan pointed at the dishes on the table and said in a childish voice, Daddy, eat, eat. If I don't eat, my tummy hurts. Yi-chun picked up the little bundle of flesh from the ground. Tuanshuan can call Daddy to eat now. Dad, time to eat. Okay, Daddy will eat. Tuanshuan is such a sweet little girl to me. Yi-chun was indeed hungry. He had been exhausted all night. Yi-chun ate a few bites of food and then carried his daughter to the intersection of Dilu building. Not long after, Lu Hao and his group arrived, carrying simple suitcases. My precious baby. Lu Hao immediately tried to give Yi-chun a hug, but Yi-chun dodged it and frowned in disgust. Brother Donkey, can you be normal for once? My daughter is still here, stop yelling. Oh my, our little cutie Tuanshuan is here too. It's been almost a month since I last saw him. Does Tuanshuan still recognize his uncle? Lu Hao squatted down and took Tuantuan's soft little hand in his. Tuanshuan's sweet, childlike voice said, Hello, uncle. Good girl, let uncle hug you. Lu Hao picked up Xiao Tuanshuan, and Lu Peng and Hu Yushuan also came over, insisting on holding Tuanshuan. The three of them almost got into a fight over Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan looked at her father with a pitiful expression, her little mouth pouting. Yi-chun twitched his lips speechlessly. Stop messing with my daughter. Give her back to me. And hurry up and go check on the company. Yi-chun snatched the little bundle of milk away. His daughter is so pitiful. Chinner, this is our company. It's so big, it's practically a giant corporation. Wow, this is really the place you rented? It must be very expensive. Let's give you some money. Yi-chun touched the tip of his nose sheepishly. My wife sponsored it. She said I can pay her back when I make money in the future. Lu Hao patted Yi-chun on the shoulder. Chunner, you have such a good wife. It's truly enviable. When will you let us meet you and find out who your rich wife is? Let's talk about it when we have time. Yichin brushed it off vaguely. He was afraid that if those 3 people found out who his wife was, they would explode on the spot, driven mad by jealousy. Seeing such a large company, the 3 of them excitedly hugged Yi Chun and pinned him to the table. Chun'er, you're truly my good brother. Give me a kiss. Yi Chun. No, I have a wife. If she finds out you 2 kissed me, she'll be jealous, and if she's jealous, the consequences will be severe. Chun'er, we're good brothers. What's wrong with good brothers kissing? Lu Hao pouted his lips and was about to kiss Yi Chun on the face. Yi Chun was completely devastated. Don't come any closer. Don't bully daddy. Tuanshuan rushed forward angrily, grabbed Lu Hao's hand, and bit his arm hard. Lu Hao stopped, turned around and pinched Tuanshuan's little cheek. Tuanshuan, are you tickling uncle? Don't you dare bully daddy. Tuanshuan puffed out her cheeks, looking like a little pufferfish. Yi Chun was almost moved to tears. At the critical moment, it was his beloved daughter who saved him, and he almost lost his innocence. Lu Hao, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell my wife. Chun'er, we were just showing our love for you. Yi Chun really sent Familly a message. Familly, someone bullied me and tried to kiss me forcibly. Sure enough, the reply came quickly. Who? The entire office was filled with a chill, and all the senior executives were on edge. President Feng was about to lose his temper again. Yi Chun, I have a wife, but you guys don't. 141 Yi Chun, my husband, marry me. Several grown men insisted on kissing me, but thankfully Tuanshuan stopped them, otherwise I would have been kissed by them. Yi Chun was on the verge of tears. His innocence was almost lost, and he still wanted to remain chaste for his wife. Feng Li Dai frowned even more deeply. A man? These are my roommates. The company has already tidied up, so I let them come first. They wanted to thank me, so they tried to kiss me. However, the person we should thank most is you. I could never let them kiss my wife. Only I can kiss my wife. A hint of a smile appeared in Feng Li's eyes. Okay, I'll be waiting. The office temperature rose rapidly, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is their CEO in love? He was smiling so sweetly just now. Is he dreaming? Feng Li was always cold and unsmiling, and she was very serious at the company. This was the first time I had seen her smile. Night. Okay, but don't let yourself get too weak. You need to work out and improve your physical condition. No, how could he not be able to? He used to keep Feng Li in bed so long she couldn't get up. After they got married, Feng Li seemed to change, and he couldn't handle it anymore. Yichin held his phone, raised his eyebrows, and said, I've already told my wife that if you guys try to kiss me, she'll make you pay. Yichin, you're shameless. You actually complained to your girlfriend? Were we bullying you? We were just giving you a loving hug. Yes, my darling Chun'er, we love you so much that we want to kiss you. Is there anything wrong with that? Your wife is so powerful, she's not really going to teach us a lesson, is she? Chun'er, no. I'm still a college student who hasn't graduated yet. Lu Hao lunged forward to hug Yi Chun, but was blocked by Xiao Tuanshuan, who used her little head to push against his leg. Don't bully daddy. Yi Chun couldn't hide his smugness. See? My daughter will protect me. Lu Hao ba? Shameless. Lu Hao squatted down and patted the baby's head. Little baby, Uncle didn't bully your dad. Uncle just wanted to thank your dad. You're bullying dad. The little boy removed Lu Hao's hand and cuddled up to his father's leg. Lu Hao and his companions were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yi Chun has a wife who is very protective of her own, and a daughter who is so protective of her father. They must be so jealous. Hu Yuxuan asked, Chun'er, where should the brothers rest? It shouldn't be too far from the company, otherwise we won't be able to get up in the morning. Yi Chun pointed to the Sunshine residential complex across the street. It's in the complex across the street. The room is on the second floor. My wife has already prepared it for you. Lu Hao said excitedly. Chun'er, your sister-in-law is such a kind person. When can we meet her? Yi Chun was speechless. Brother Donkey, if I remember correctly, you're a year older than me? This is a respectful way of addressing you. From now on, you'll be our elder brother, and your wife will be our sister-in-law. Yes, Chun'er, we all recognize you as our eldest brother. Yi Chun was surrounded by several people again, and said helplessly, Brother Donkey, can you all be normal? Be normal, okay? My roommates are like a persistent nuisance. After tidying up the company's belongings, Yi-chun treated a few people to dinner at a hotel. They enjoyed a meal together and were all quite satisfied. From now on, I'll follow Yi-chun and eat and drink well. Just after returning, Yi-chun received a call from his company, urging him to do an interview. Yi-chun glanced at his daughter in his arms and placed Xiao Tuanshuan next to Lu Hao. Brother Donkey, I'll leave Tuanshuan here for you guys. Please look after her for a while. I have some things to take care of at the company. Lu Hao picked up Xiao Tuanshuan and said, Don't worry, your daughter is our daughter. We'll take good care of her. Can't the three of us take care of one baby? Tuanshuan looked at her father and stretched out her two little arms. Daddy, hug me. Yi-chun gently rubbed Tuanshuan's fluffy head. Sweet Tuanshuan, Daddy's going to take care of something. I'll be right back. Can you stay with your uncle at the company for a bit? Round and round. Yi-chun gently coaxed. Daddy will be back soon. My sweet baby. Tuanshuan is the best. Tuanshuan nodded, looking very sweet and innocent. Daddy, come back. Okay, Dad will be back soon. Goodbye, Tuanshuan. Yi-chun stepped out of the room, her little mouth pouting high. She was going to wait obediently for her father. Lu Hao was absolutely delighted with the adorable baby and pouted his thick lips, ready to kiss Tuanshuan. Baby Tuanshuan, give uncle a kiss. The little dumpling looked disgusted, pushing Lu Hao's face away with its two tiny paws. No kiss. Brother Donkey, you scared the baby. Let me hold him. Hu Yuxuan picked up the little guy, and Lu Peng wanted to hold him too, so they fought over him. I'm not hugging you anymore. Little Tuanshuan sat on the sofa, pouting, waiting for her father. Yi-chun arrived at the company. The dressing room. Yi-chun was surrounded by several makeup artists and stylists. Teacher Yi, you have such a great natural look. You don't need any makeup at all. This is the most handsome face I've ever seen, and you have such fair skin. Yes, Teacher Yi has a great figure and looks good in anything. She's a perfect clothes hanger. Yi-chun quickly finished her makeup. The latest limited edition black suit from Paris Fashion Week, worn by him, outshone a host of young male celebrities in the Chinese entertainment industry. Li Jian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You really are a clothes hanger. You look good in anything. You're good-looking and talented. Yi-chun, are you really not considering renewing your contract with the company? The company can provide you with top-tier resources. You can go on the hottest variety shows. Yi-chun politely declined. Thank you, sisterly, but no need. I just want to write songs in peace and quiet. Okay, I can't persuade you now. Once you leave the company, you'll know how good the benefits are. As soon as Yi-chun entered the live stream, his popularity skyrocketed, with millions of viewers watching online. For a newcomer like Yi-chun, this is already a huge success. Yi-chun greeted the camera with confidence and poise. Yi-chun's handsome face is absolutely stunning. Funny, he's so handsome even during live streams. He really holds up well on camera. He's so good-looking. He could easily make a living off his looks, but he chooses to rely on his talent. He's so handsome. Isn't he much better looking than those young idols whose acting is terrible? Brother Yi-chun, come and marry me. Yi-chun is the most handsome brother. My husband is so handsome. Familly had just finished a meeting and was watching Yi-chun's live stream on her computer. The screen was flooded with comments like, Husband, marry me. Familly's face was ashen, and his fingers pounded the keyboard. You dare steal my people. Yi-chun accidentally saw this comment and thought it sounded like Familly's style. Could it be that Familly was watching it too? Familly isn't the CEO. She's very busy. She probably doesn't have time. At this moment, President Familly is sulking. How does it feel to have your husband stolen by someone else? I'll deal with Yi-chun properly tonight. 142 What? Tuanshuan is missing. Yi-chun, who was live streaming, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. I have a bad feeling. The female host sat next to Yi-chun, holding a microphone, and asked, Teacher Yi, what was your original intention in releasing this song? I heard that you didn't initially plan for it to be a love-themed song. Yi-chun answered calmly and composedly. The original intention was to write a song for my girlfriend. As soon as Yi-chun finished speaking, countless female fans were heartbroken. Girlfriend? Can I ask a personal question? What kind of person is Professor Ye's girlfriend? Yi-chun replied with a smile. My girlfriend is the best woman in the world. She treats me very well. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Fengli felt less angry. Fine, I won't punish him tonight. You love her very much? Right. Yi Chen was actually a little shy, and his ears turned red. Wow, my husband is so innocent. Such a handsome husband, but he's never mine. I love you so much, my husband. My husband. I will continue to write songs for my girlfriend in the future, and I hope everyone will support me. After Yi Chen finished speaking, the interview officially ended. Fengli even forgot to sign the documents, completely captivated by Yi Chen's stunning good looks. Her husband is handsome no matter how you look at him. She'll take a good look at him when she gets home tonight. He's hers anyway. Just looking at that face makes my heart flutter with desire. Luckily, I acted early, otherwise, I would have lost my husband. Yi Chen left the live stream room and was stopped by Vice President Liu. Yi Chen, how's your next song coming along? Yi Chen frowned and said helplessly, Vice President Liu, I am a human being, not a machine. It hasn't even been a month since the last song was released. Even a donkey shouldn't be treated like that, releasing only one song a month? Vice President Liu had a fake smile on his face. Yi Chen, you only have a little over 3 months left on your contract with the company. How about we renew it for a few more years? That way, your pressure will be less. Otherwise, you'll have to release 10 songs in these 3 months before we can terminate your contract. Yi Chen was disgusted by this person's attitude again. He clenched his fist and said, Vice President Liu, it doesn't seem to say in the contract how many songs I have to release before I can terminate the contract, right? It's a new addition, Yi Chen. We're doing this for your own good. Isn't it good to work at the company? We can provide you with better resources. Thank you, but no need. Vice President Liu said coldly. Then you can prepare 10 songs. If they become hits and you make enough money, the company can terminate your contract in 3 months. No, it's not written in the contract. What you're doing is illegal. You forgot, you've been with the company for the past 3 months, and the copyrights to your songs also belong to the company. Yi Chen, I advise you to behave yourself, otherwise, you know what will happen. Vice President Liu pushed up his glasses. His eyes were small and narrow, yet they gleamed with a sharp light. Director Chen also said that as long as you obediently renew your contract with the company, he will definitely do his best to promote you. Unnecessary. Yi Chen suppressed the urge to hit someone and turned to leave the company. Staying in a company like that for even a second longer would be an insult to him. When will Fengli make his move? This time, he might have to rely on his wife. He's enjoying being a kept man. Others might want to, but no one has such a good wife. Imperial Capitol Building. The 6th floor. Liu Hao and his group went back and forth, seemingly searching for something. Their faces serious as they searched through all the tables and cabinets. Has it been found? No, we've already looked over there. I don't have it here either. I've even looked through the drawers, but I still can't find Tuanchuan. Several people looked dejected and gloomy. Liu Hao was filled with worry. What should we do? Chenner entrusted Tuanchuan to us, and we actually lost the little guy. Lu Peng sighed. Sigh, let's keep looking. Tuanchuan shouldn't have gone downstairs. We need to find the little one before Chenner comes back, otherwise I don't know how to face him. He's helped us so much, and we've lost his daughter. Find it, quick. The group continued their search on the 6th floor. The company was large, with several departments. Yi Chen rushed back, opened the door, and said, Brothers, I'm back. Isn't my baby Tuanchuan very well behaved? Liu Hao and the others looked at each other, none of them daring to speak, and all lowered their heads. Yi Chen nudged Liu Hao's arm. Brother Donkey, what's wrong? Is Tuanchuan asleep? She loves taking naps. I'll go check on her. Yi Chen was getting anxious when he couldn't see his daughter for a while. Liu Hao grabbed Yi Chen's arm and said guiltily, Yi Chen, I'm sorry, we lost Tuanchuan. Yi Chen's smile gradually froze, and after a while, he finally realized what was happening. What did you say? Hu Yuxuan raised his head. Chenner, Tuanchuan is missing. We've been searching for a long time, but haven't found her. Don't worry, we will find her. We searched the entire 6th floor, but we couldn't find Tuanchuan. Could it be that she went downstairs? Yi Chen suddenly turned around and sprinted down the slope. The Imperial Capitol Building is located in the Golden Triangle area of Beijing, where there is a lot of traffic. Tuanchuan is so small. What if she gets hit by a car if she goes out by herself? Yi Chen quickened his pace, and Liu Hao and the others followed behind. unable to keep up with his pace at all, and were soon left behind. Yichen scanned his surroundings, afraid of missing anything. Tuanchuan, where are you? Tuanchuan, Daddy's here, come out quickly. Yichen searched the surrounding area, but still couldn't find Tuan Tuan. He anxiously asked the people next to him, have you seen a 3-year-old baby wearing a white dress? She's very pretty. No. Thanks. Yichen continued walking forward, while Lu Hao and the others searched the surrounding area. Have you seen a 3-year-old baby? Curly hair, looks like a doll, wearing white clothes, about this small. I didn't see it. Yichen asked around the whole way, but still couldn't find any clues. Yichen stopped and picked up his phone to call Familly. His voice was low and heavy. Familly, I'm sorry, I lost Tuanchuan. He didn't know if Familly would blame him, or if he was the most useless father in the world for losing his daughter. Familly's voice came from the other end of the phone. Tuanchuan? She won't be lost. She has a GPS watch on her wrist. Let me show you where she is. A GPS watch. Yichen felt as if he had come back to life. Upon receiving Tuan Tuan's message, he rushed off at top speed. After crossing a street, I finally saw a familiar figure, a tiny one, sitting obediently on a small stone bench with a lollipop in its mouth. In front of us was a large shopping mall with a huge electronic screen displaying his previous advertising endorsements. Tuanchuan sat on a small stone stool, tilting her head up to look at her father on the screen. Her big, dark eyes sparkled. She could see her father even through the screen. Tuanchuan, I just want to see my dad. 143. Anyone who dares to bully President Feng is doomed. The little guy was watching very intently, his eyes glued to the screen. Among the people passing by, some pretty young ladies stopped to greet him. What an adorable baby. Are you lost? Why are you sitting here all alone? Tuanchuan pointed at the screen with one little finger. Daddy. Your dad's inside? What a careless dad. How could he leave the baby out like that? Here's some candy. How about you have some? The pretty young lady took out strawberry candies from her bag and gave them to Tuanchuan. Thank you, sister. You're beautiful. The little girl's sweet, adorable voice made the older girls next to her laugh. They gave her a bunch of snacks, which she happily held in their arms, eating snacks while watching her dad. Yichen walked over and softly called out, Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan immediately raised her head, turned her little head, and saw her father at a glance. She happily stood up from the stone bench and rushed towards her father. Dad. Yichen bent down, hugged Tuanchuan in his arms, and squeezed her soft little hands. My dear Tuanchuan, what are you doing here? Daddy has been looking for you for so long. Tuanchuan is looking at her dad. Tuanchuan pointed at her father on the screen, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents, and she pouted her little lips to kiss her father's cheek. Is Daddy handsome? Sister, give this to Tuanchuan. The little girl took out the snacks from her little pocket and showed them to her dad. These were all given to her by the pretty older sister. It must be because our Tuanchuan is too cute that your big sister gave you food. Tuanchuan will earn the food herself. That's great. Yichen kissed Tuanchuan's little face, then carried her to meet up with Lu Hao and the others. When they saw that Xiao Tuanchuan was safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief and almost cried. Thankfully, the little guy is all right. Otherwise, they really wouldn't know how to face their brother. Lu Hao rubbed Tuanchuan's fluffy little head. Tuanchuan, where did you run off to? Didn't Uncle tell me I couldn't go down there? The little one wrapped his little arms around his father's neck and nestled in his father's arms. Tuan Tuan is looking for her father. Hu Yuxuan earnestly educated the little girl. Tuanchuan, you can't go out alone next time, or you'll be tricked away by someone. The little one shook his head and said in a childish voice, Tuanchuan is smart. I won't leave. Yichen was amused. Tuanchuan is the smartest baby, but even a smart baby can't run around. Tuanchuan nodded obediently and sat down next to her father to eat snacks. Familly, I found Tuanchuan and brought her back, so you don't need to worry. Did you go to the company to discuss terminating your contract? I brought it up, but they absolutely disagreed. Vice President Lu completely treated me like a donkey, demanding I write 10 songs before he'd terminate my contract. Familly's eyes darkened. 10 songs. Looks like they were the ones who acted ruthlessly first. You can't blame me for being ruthless. You wait. I'll get it done for you today. Good da. Familly put down her phone. Feng Yin, Post the evidence you've collected online. Give Chairman Shin a big surprise this time. Let's see how Tianrui Entertainment responds. Sis, should we post it now? Familly rested one hand on the table, pointing to her chin with one finger. Don't reveal your IP address, and don't reveal me either. Okay, sister, I'll take care of it right away. You never get involved in these things, but you've made an exception for Yi-chun. Familly raised her eyebrows. They were unjust and bullied my people, so they can't blame me for being ruthless. Familly pouted. Her sister was so protective of Yi-chun, so fiercely protective. Don't mess with Yi-chun, or you might get really, really badly punished by her sister. She could already imagine the miserable state of Chairman Chun. Yi-chun was inspecting equipment at the company, and Xiao Tuanshuan followed behind her father, imitating him in the same way as he inspected the instruments. She did a great job of imitating him, which amused the three people next to her. Yi-chun, why is Tuanshuan so clingy to you? We've never seen Tuanshuan before. My daughter, of course she's attached to me. Tuanshuan hugged her father's leg again. Tuanshuan, daddy. Lu Hao asked. By the way, Chun'er, how's the negotiation about terminating your contract going? Yi-chun stood up and said, Today I went to the company to talk about terminating my contract. Vice President Lu said I have to release 10 songs before I can terminate the contract. What? They're so shameless. They're treating you like a cash cow for the company. You'd better run. Yi-chun sat on the sofa with Tuanshuan in his arms. Yeah, we're ready to run away. Once I terminate my contract with Tianrui Company, our company can officially start operating. My wife said she'll get us a few operations officers then. Great. My sister-in-law is so thoughtful. She's thought of everything and supports your business. She's like a goddess. Yi-chun scratched his head. She is indeed very good. In the evening, a piece of news went viral online. A director of Tianrui Group is suspected of having relationships with several of his actresses. The post included many pictures of Chairman Chun and a young woman from one of his companies getting into a car and going to a hotel together. Frog, you really don't understand the boss's joy. So many pretty girls have been ruined by this old man. It breaks my heart. He usually seems like a very upright person. How could he be like this, ruining a bunch of girls? Why wasn't I chosen? Tianrui Entertainment is such a mess. My God, did all the girls in the company sleep with that old man? Surely not. Mr. Chin really knows how to play the game, but this should be illegal. You old man, you're over 50 years old. How could you lay a hand on such a beautiful girl? She'd be more than enough to be your daughter. Bah, shameless. Chairman Chun was extremely uneasy upon seeing this news. This isn't just about his personal reputation, it's about the reputation of the entire group. In serious cases, he could go to jail. He immediately convened an emergency meeting. Chairman Chin, what should we do? This matter has already spread online. We don't know who posted it. It's a small account with an IP address located overseas. Yes, Chairman Chun. How could this matter have been exposed by others? What should we do now? The best course of action now is to let public relations handle the explanation. There's no better way. An explanation? That trending topic has been stuck there. The most urgent thing is to bring it down. It's easier said than done. We can't even trace the IP address. Chairman Chun was in a complete mess. The problem was that he couldn't find out who posted the trending topic. Yi-chun naturally saw this explosive news as well. This Chairman Chun, he usually seems so upright, but he's quite the womanizer in private. Could this be Familly's idea? How did Familly manage to uncover so much information? 1:44 tonight is the time for the pure goddess. What exactly does Familly want to do? How can we completely ruin Chairman Chin's reputation and then force him to terminate his contract? But wouldn't that expose her? In the evening, Yi-chun settled his 3 roommates in and drove Xiao Tuanshuan home. Familly had just arrived home when she changed into a dark red long casual pajama set and lazily leaned back on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Familly, I'm back. Yi-chun rushed in carrying Tuanshuan, put Tuanshuan aside, and hugged his beloved wife. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Familly kissed Yi-chun's cheek and whispered, I heard everything you said today. Yi-chun's ears turned red, and he lowered his head awkwardly. You heard everything I said. Were you watching too? It's a little embarrassing. Of course I'm watching. A lot of people call you husband. I didn't realize you were so popular. You have so many fans, especially female fans. Familly pinched Yi Chen's ear, a smile flashing in her eyes. It's been so long, and you're still so shy? A pure-hearted male college student. Yi Chen whispered, they're just calling me that randomly. I only have one wife. I'm not their husband. I've already explained that. I know you are my husband, my husband. Familly's voice was soft and pleasant, and it touched Yi Chen's heart. The feeling of being called husband by a cold, beautiful woman is simply an explosion of happiness. Yi Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and with a flushed face, he kissed Familly, giving her a passionate kiss. Yi Chen held it in for quite a while before finally withdrawing his tongue. He raised his hand to wipe the water stains from the corner of Familly's mouth. Suddenly, a soft little baby appeared in his arms, lifting its little head and speaking to its father in a sweet, childish voice. Daddy, kiss Tuanshuan. Yi Chen kissed the little guy on the cheek. The little baby smelled sweet and adorable. Familly pinched Tuan's little face. He's mine. How can he kiss you? Tuanshuan frowned, clutching her father's clothes with one little hand, and said in a cute but fierce tone, Tuanshuan, Daddy. Yi Chen quickly separated the mother and daughter, and they started arguing a moment later. With one sitting on each side, Yi Chen was being fought over by the mother and daughter. Full of happiness. Familly, you were the one who did those things to Chairman Chen online, weren't you? He was threatened by you. So why did you make him let me go? Familly shook her head and said, doing so will only make him target you, and he might even harm you in the future. I have a better way. Yi Chen asked, what method? Familly had Feng Yin get a landline and dialed Chairman Chen's number directly. Chairman Chen was extremely busy when he received an unknown call. In a bad mood, he asked in a low voice, who is it? Familly lowered her voice. The person who saved you. Chen Qing was slightly taken aback. You are the one who started this whole thing. What exactly are you trying to do? Familly glanced at Yi Chen and continued. I'm just an ordinary person. As long as the money is right, I'll delete this trending topic. Chairman Chen suddenly realized. How much money do you want? Do you even know who I am? Of course I know. 80 million, one price. You transfer the money to my account and then delete the transfer record, and I will remove this trending topic from your account. Yi Chen glanced at Familly. 80 million. His breach of contract penalty was over 10 million. Familly asked for so much more. Chairman Chen said coldly, 80 million. That's quite an appetite. I can agree to it, but you have to keep your word and delete that trending topic otherwise. Familly laughed and said, don't worry, the account number is times. As soon as the money arrives, the trending topic will be removed immediately. Okay, I'll transfer the money tonight. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen immediately asked, Familly, wasn't it over 10 million? Why did you ask for more? Familly raised an eyebrow and pinched Yi Chen's cheek. Idiot. Of course it's compensation for your emotional distress, as well as your songwriting fees and copyright fees. They took them all. This time we're just getting back a little interest. Yi Chen nodded blankly, indicating that he had learned something new. He was surprised that it could be like this. He thought it would cost more than 10 million. He's definitely a businessman. He'll have to learn a lot from Familly in the future. Within an hour, 80 million had been deposited into the account. This was an overseas account, and it couldn't be traced in China at all. Familly glanced at the payment notification. 80 million in hand. Tomorrow, you go and talk to them about terminating the contract. After paying the 10 million plus penalty, you can still make over 60 million. Yi Chen grasped Familly's hand. Okay, Familly, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much longer I would have stayed in that company. My wife is amazing. She solved the problem in no time. I'm so grateful to her. Familly lifted Yi Chen's chin, her eyes narrowing slightly. Want to thank me? Yi Chen nodded simply. Yes, I am a person who knows how to repay kindness. If you want to thank me, then thank me properly tonight. Don't sleep tonight. Familly pinched Yi Chen's breast. I hope it's useful today and doesn't disappoint me. Disappointment? Is he that bad? He's pretty strong. Yi Chen began to doubt himself. The online posts were deleted, and the buzz gradually died down. The senior executives of Tianrui Entertainment finally breathed a sigh of relief and could sleep well that night. However, Chairman Chen was restless all night, having lost a full 80 million yuan. Who on earth dared to leak his information? Don't let him find out who it was. Yi-chan spent his evenings working out at the gym. Also, he could satisfy his wife that night. He was running on the jogging track, and Xiao Tanshuan wanted to run too, but the baby's legs were too short, so Yi-chan carried Tanshuan and ran together. Dad lifted dumbbells, and little Tanshuan also stuck out her little bottom to lift them, but she couldn't lift them no matter what she did, and sat on them angrily. When Yi-chan did push-ups, Tanshuan sat on her father's back to cheer him on and wipe his sweat. She's such a sweet and considerate daughter. Finally, she fell asleep right on her dad's back. When Familly came in, she saw this scene. Yi-chan was doing push-ups, and a little guy was sleeping soundly on his back. Yi-chan, Tuan is asleep. Why are you still exercising? You've been exercising for a long time. Yi-chan continued doing push-ups, only to be questioned by his wife about his physical condition. How can I not work hard? Familly walked over and picked up Xiao Tanshuan. The little guy opened his eyes, saw his mother, and continued to sleep in his mother's arms. Familly dressed Tanshuan in a fluffy little pajama and put Tanshuan in the crib. When she returned to the gym, she knelt down beside Yi-chan and wiped his sweat. Yi-chan, stop exercising. It's almost 11 o'clock. What did you forget to promise me? Yi-chan looked up and saw that the woman in front of him was only wearing a short, white lace nightgown. The style was very unique, with most of the middle section being openwork, revealing her flat stomach. This style of clothing is the first time I've seen her wear it. It gives off a different vibe, a pure yet alluring married woman. Tonight you're a pure goddess. 145. His wife and daughter both love him. He's living a blissful life. Yi-chan stared blankly, his hands went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. My wife is so beautiful. Yi-chan swallowed hard, looked up and asked, why did you suddenly decide to wear white? When did you buy these pajamas? I've never seen them before. I recently bought this. It's so boring to always wear the same color of pajamas. Do you like this one? As she spoke, Familly took Yi-chan's hand and placed it on her lower abdomen, which was smooth and flat, feeling like the finest mutton fat jade. Yi-chan couldn't help but touch it a little longer. He loved the smooth texture on his hands, the round, elastic, and soft ball of flesh. You look good in anything, but you look even better without clothes. Familly raised an eyebrow. Yi-chan immediately withdrew his hand and explained, no, I meant that you have a good figure. Yes, a good figure. How did I accidentally reveal my true thoughts? Yi-chan continued his training with a serious expression, diligently doing push-ups. Familly stood up and sat on Yi-chan's back. It's so late. Why aren't you coming back to sleep with me? How long are you going to train? Almost done. I need to make 300 tonight, and I've already made more than 200. Familly, sitting on Yi-chan's back, was restless, moving back and forth. Her long, slender legs gently brushed against his back, making Yi-chan feel like he was about to explode. Yi-chan, why are you sweating so much? You must be very hot. Why don't we do it tomorrow night? Familly knelt beside Yi-chan, tenderly wiping away his sweat, and almost fed him a glistening white snot. A pleasant fragrance filled the air. Yi-chan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He stood up and easily carried Familly to the bathroom. Familly raised an eyebrow and poked Yi-chan's chest with her finger. Honey, why aren't you exercising anymore? What's the rush? Are you going to take a bath with me? Look how much sweat you're wearing. You've soaked my clothes. How are you going to compensate me? My pajamas are a limited edition, you know. I'll make it up to you. I'll buy you the exact same one. Yi-chan's Adam's apple bobbed as he pinned the person against the bathroom door. With a gentle squeeze of his large hand, the lace nightgown shattered instantly. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. Her stunning figure was instantly exposed to Yi-chan's eyes, and the corners of his eyes turned crimson. Why are you in such a rush tonight? Familly's slender white fingers gently caressed Yi-chan's Adam's apple. You were too hasty. You've torn your clothes. You have to buy me one exactly the same, or I'll get angry. Familly gently kissed Yi-chan's earlobe, and her hands began to roam over his body again. Smooth abdominal lines, firm muscles, every part is perfect. Familly's fingers gently traced Yi-chan's lower abdomen. That's awesome. Yi-chan, a pure-hearted college student, could hardly resist such temptation. He held his soft wife and kissed her impatiently. So soft and fragrant. So urgent. Familly was almost overwhelmed by Yi Chen's kiss. He was still young and couldn't resist her seduction. With just a word or a glance, Yi Chen was hooked. Wife, you are mine. Yes, yours. Familly hugged Yi Chen's neck tightly. Yi Chen had just trained and had extremely strong explosive power. He was able to lift Familly with one hand and walk around the bathroom. Morning. Yi Chen opened his eyes, stretched, and felt refreshed. Indeed, exercising has its benefits. There was no one around anymore. Familly actually got up even earlier than him. He was great last night, wasn't he? Familly said she was very satisfied. Yi Chen was about to get up when the door was suddenly opened. Familly stood at the door, wearing a black short skirt, black stockings, and black high heels. She was incredibly alluring. She looked good in white, but she was also very sexy in black. He likes them all. Yi Chen stared at it for a full minute. How could Familly, who appeared as a cold and aloof female tycoon in public, transform into a seductive enchantress by his side? Familly raised her dark eyes and deliberately glanced at Yi Chen. You're awake. You have a nice figure. Yi Chen looked at himself, completely naked, while Familly was dressed neatly, and quickly grabbed a blanket to cover himself. A slight smile appeared on Familly's lips. What's the big deal? It's not like we haven't seen it before. We've used it before, and it performed well. Familly looked meaningfully at Yi Chen's. Yi Chen lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, I will definitely train harder in the future to satisfy you. I heard that his wife might not be satisfied and might go find someone else outside. Familly is so good-looking and rich, there must be many people who like him. He won't give those people a chance. Familly can only be his wife. So confident. I am indeed very satisfied. Familly bent down and kissed Yi Chen's lips. I couldn't be more satisfied. Yi Chen scratched his head, his ears turning red, and asked, Familly, have I been sleeping for a long time? What time is it now? It's almost 9 o'clock. I have to go to work. Aren't you going to the company to discuss terminating your contract? Familly pinched Yi Chen's cheek. Yi Chen, who had just woken up, was also very handsome, with fair skin and three-dimensional features. If there hadn't been time constraints, Familly would have already pounced on him. Yi Chen slapped his forehead, instantly becoming much more awake. I almost forgot. I'm supposed to terminate the contract today. Luckily, it's not too late. Yi Chen picked up his pants, ready to put them on, when he suddenly noticed a woman next to him and hesitated before shrinking back inside. Familly, aren't you going to work? Go on. Familly sat on the edge of the bed, staring intently at Yi Chen. You wear it, I'll watch. Yi Chen. It's okay. I've already seen it anyway. Yi Chen slowly put on his suit jacket and trousers. After all, he was going to the company, so he was dressed formally today. Familly was completely captivated. She hugged Yi Chen and kissed him for a while, then stood on tiptoe to tie Yi Chen's bow tie. Remember, don't be intimidated. You have 80 million in your hands. Even if he tries to raise the price, you still have to sign the termination agreement. Yes, I know. I will handle this well. Familly cupped Yi Chen's handsome face and kissed him. My husband is of course the best and the most handsome. Yi Chen was practically floating on air from all the praise. Was he really that good? Was he really that handsome? At that moment, he was unaware that his face was covered in lipstick marks left by Familly. When he came out, Tuanchuan was already dressed, wearing a pretty pink dress. Tuanchuan raised her little head and pointed to the lipstick mark on her father's face. Daddy, Mommy kisses Daddy. Tuanchuan kisses him. As soon as Yi Chen picked up the little one, Tuanchuan kissed her father's face a few times, and then her mother grabbed her little ears. Tuanchuan, you are already 3 years old. You can't kiss your dad anymore. Tuanchuan likes her dad. The little bundle of joy raised its head, argued with its mother in a sweet, childish voice, hugged its father tightly, and gave him another adorable kiss. Familly, Tuanchuan is still young. It's okay. She probably just likes me, her dad, too much. Yi Chen chuckled softly. I didn't expect to be so popular. My wife and daughter both like me. 146. He successfully terminated his contract and is now a free agent. Yi Chen washed away the lipstick stains left by Familly and the drool left by Tuan. Yi Chen took a soft towel and wiped Xiao Tuanchuan's face and her fair, tender little hands. Tuanchuan, Daddy has to go out today. You'll have to stay home and draw. Tuanchuan shook her head and grabbed her father's fingers with her two little hands. Daddy, Tuanshuan wants Daddy. Sweetie, Daddy will take you to buy a doll when he gets back. Daddy has things to do today. Yi-chan rubbed the little one's head and patiently discussed it with her. Tuanshuan insisted on sticking to her father, so Fengli had no choice but to take Tuanshuan to the company and have Fengyin look after her. Yi-chan drove to the company. After getting out of the car, Yi-chan, holding a folder in his hand, headed straight for the conference room. Have we heard about what happened to Chairman Chen last night? He's got connections with so many of the young actresses here. I've heard that the pure and innocent goddess Zheng Ruoxue is having an affair with Chairman Chen. Can we still stay at this company? I want to terminate my contract. Me too. Yi-chan heard a lot of comments along the way. Many of the company's artists wanted to escape from here, fearing that they would be poisoned by Chairman Chen. The company's senior management is also extremely busy. Yi-chan knocked on the conference room door. Vice President Liu, it's me, Yi-chan. Yi-chan is here, come in. Yi-chan opened the door, and inside were not only Vice President Liu, but also Chairman Chen and General Manager Zhang, as well as many other senior leaders of the company. Vice President Liu smiled and said, Yi-chan, you've come at the right time. You've heard about what happened last night, right? Chairman Chen was framed. I suggest that all the company's artists jointly issue a statement of clarification. You're currently riding high, so you can set a good example. Yes, Yi-chan, the company has treated you very well these past few months since you signed the contract, and the resources they've given you are top-notch. Yi-chan put the folder in his hand on the table. Me? Why should I take the lead? Yi-mo is the one being promoted in the company. Yi-mo should be the one writing it. I heard that Yi-mo has contracted an illness that hasn't been cured yet. I don't know what kind of illness it is, but it seems quite serious. He hasn't been to the company for a long time. Vice President Liu advised, Yi-chan, you are a rising star in our company, currently enjoying great popularity. It would be best if you could explain this. People around Yi-chan were trying to persuade him, saying they were really desperate and the company's reputation was ruined. After being exposed for this scandal, Chairman Chen lost another 80 million last night. He looked dejected, with dark circles under his eyes and an oily face. He looked at Yi-chan and said politely, Yi-chan, you are also a member of the company after all. Helping you with this will also benefit you. Yi-chan pushed the folder in his hand to the middle. I'm sorry, Chairman Chen, I can't agree to your terms. I'm here today to discuss the termination of the contract with the company. This is the contract. Please take a look. After he finished speaking, the high-ranking officials present looked at each other in bewilderment. Chairman Chen's face turned ugly as he said, Yi-chan, are you afraid of being affected by the company? Your termination fee is over 10 million? Yi-chan raised his head. No, I just want to terminate the contract. As for the money needed to terminate the contract, I have already prepared it. What? Earned over 10 million in such a short time. Vice President Liu pushed up his glasses, his face full of disbelief. The company withheld 70–80% of the copyright fees and other charges Yi-chan received, leaving him with very little. It was impossible for him to accumulate over 10 million in such a short time. Most importantly, Yi-chan is their company's cash cow. If they let him go, they'll lose him. I've brought the money, and I must sign the contract today. Yi-chan glanced at everyone around him and handed the document to Chairman Chen. Chairman Chen, the total penalty I need to pay for breach of contract is 12 million yuan. After the contract is terminated, the copyright of the songs will belong to me in full. Chairman Chen glanced at the contract and then smiled and said, Yi-chan, you don't really need to be in such a hurry to terminate the contract. Why not wait until things calm down before terminating it? After all, you are also a part of the company. Doing it this way would be a bit heartless. Yi-chan wore a cold smile on his face, looking utterly aloof. When this company cheated him, why didn't they think of showing him any kindness? Now they want him to do them a favor? Chairman Chen, let's skip the formalities. I must terminate the contract today. I've already brought the money. If you don't give me a signed contract, I'll go to a lawyer and follow the procedures, which will just take a while. Vice President Liu slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Yi-chan, did you really have to go this far? Yes, I don't want to be treated like a donkey by the company anymore, working day and night. Chairman Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I can terminate the contract for you. but you have to pay me 30 million yuan in liquidated damages, and I will sign the contract immediately. Yichen stood up and said coldly, the contract states 12 million. I won't give a penny more. If Chairman Chen doesn't sign, I'll have to hire a lawyer. I still have more than 3 months left on my contract. Maybe they can refund me some of the penalty fee. Is Chairman Chen trying to save me money? After saying that, Yichen picked up the folder and prepared to leave. Chairman Chen's face was ashen. He raised his head and said, Yichen, I can sign you, but you should think it over. If you leave the company, you won't have such good resources. You might just be a small-time online singer. There's no need for Chairman Chen to worry about that. Yichen handed over the contract again, and Chairman Chen picked up a pen and signed his name on it. The surrounding executives were heartbroken. Yichen was their company's cash cow, and now he was gone just like that. That's it. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Yichen left the room with the documents, feeling refreshed. He had finally escaped this awful company and was ready to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey. Familly, I successfully terminated the contract. I didn't have to pay a single penny more in penalty fees. That's amazing. No, I don't think so. Those shameless people even wanted to raise the price, but I won't give them a single extra cent. Could you come to the company later and pick up Xiao Tianquan? The little guy is starting to fuss again because he can't see you. Familly took a picture of Xiao Tianquan for Yichen. The little guy sat on the ground pouting, his little face puffed up like a little pufferfish. Okay, I'll go pick up Tianquan right away. Familly bent down and pinched the little guy's ear. Tianquan, get up right now. Your father will be here soon. Do you think he'll still like you if he sees you like this? When the little one heard that his father was coming, he quickly got up from the ground with his bottom sticking out and patted his clothes. She is her father's good baby. Familly twitched her lips and asked, why do you become obedient when you hear Daddy? Are you afraid that Daddy will leave you? The little bundle of joy sat quietly on the sofa without saying a word. People used to say she was a baby without a father. She has a father now, and if she behaves well, her father won't leave. Here comes the adorable Tianquan. She wants all the dad's little candies and little stars. 147. Yichen's rich wife can easily be given a company to squander. Little Tianquan raised her head and spoke to her mother in a sweet, childish voice. Tianquan, be good. Daddy likes Tianquan. Familly pinched the little one's face. You're not good in front of Mommy? What if Mommy doesn't like you? The little dumpling cuddled up to his mother's leg. Mommy likes Tianquan. How do you know? If you don't behave, Mommy won't like you anymore. Like. Tianquan clung to her mother's arm, climbed into her mother's arms, and kissed her mother. If Mom is angry, just give her a kiss and she'll feel better. Familly had to go to a meeting again, so she asked Feng Yin to look after Tianquan first, as she didn't feel comfortable having anyone else watch over her. Don't worry, sis. I'll take good care of the little guy. You go to your meeting now. Don't waste any time. Okay, I'll go now. Familly, wearing high heels and carrying a folder, left the meeting room. Feng Yin glanced at the little boy lying on the ground stacking blocks. Tianquan, you made your aunt angry just now, and your aunt hasn't forgiven you yet. You need to apologize to your aunt. Tianquan shook her head and continued stacking blocks. She wanted to build the biggest house for her dad. Feng Yin pinched Tuan's little ears. Auntie is talking to you. Did you hear me? Quickly apologize to Auntie. Auntie is really angry. You messed up Auntie's hair. Don't want. The little dumpling raised its head with a cute but fierce expression, revealing a sharp little tiger tooth. Just then, the door opened, and Yichen came in carrying a bag of snacks. Tianquan, Daddy's here to pick you up. When Tianquan saw her father arrive, her expression changed instantly. Dad. Tianquan stood up with her little bottom sticking out and hugged her father's leg with her two little paws. Daddy, a big house, a round pile. Little Tianquan pointed a finger at the small building blocks. I built a big house for Daddy. Daddy wants to live in the biggest house. Tianquan is so great. You even built a big house for Daddy. Daddy brought you lots of snacks today. What do you want to eat? Yichen opened the bag, which contained all sorts of snacks and lollipops. Tianquan was overjoyed and went to kiss her dad with a sweet, cuddly expression. Tianquan is such a good girl. Daddy will peel a lollipop for you. The father and daughter had a very warm and loving relationship. Feng Yin twitched her lips. There were two Tianquan, one without a father and one with a father. Feng Yin complained. Yi-chun, your daughter bullied me. Yi-chun looked up. What? Tuanshuan bullied you? Yes, she messed up my new hairstyle today. I asked her to apologize, but she refused. She's being so naughty, Feng Yin accused Xiao Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan quickly climbed down from her father's arms, holding a candy in her hand, and said in her cute, childlike voice, Auntie, I'm sorry. Tuanshuan, here's some candy for you. Feng Yin. He was all cute and fierce when he didn't apologize to her earlier, but now that his dad is here, he's completely changed. This little guy is such a good actor. Auntie, you're beautiful. Tuanshuan grabbed her aunt's hand and continued to act cute and coquettish. Feng Yin rubbed Tuan's little head. All right, I forgive you. Who told you to be so cute? Yi-chun was amused. His precious daughter was so well-behaved. Feng Yin asked, Yi-chun, I heard you terminated your contract. Was the termination successful? Yes, the contract has been successfully terminated, and a penalty of 12 million yuan was paid. However, that money was money that your sister swindled from President Chun. Yi-chun explained the whole story to Feng Yin. Then Chairman Chun was also greedy, so he's not at a loss even if he gets swindled. Yi-chun picked up his phone again and posted a Weibo message. At Tianrui Entertainment, the contract has been terminated. May you both be well. The contract was terminated. My husband finally terminated the contract. That shady company should have gone bankrupt long ago. I heard that Chairman Chen isn't a good person either. I heard a lot of the girls in the company have been affected. Run away quickly. Which company should my husband join? Would Puyu Music Media be a good fit? The Queen of Pop and Jay Cho both work there. Yi-chun's fan base is growing rapidly, already exceeding 8 million, making him a somewhat well-known singer. Thank you everyone for your concern. Yi-chun replied thoughtfully. Both Chairman Chen and Tianrui Entertainment have collapsed. Haha. Tianrui Entertainment's shares plummeted to rock bottom, and it even lost its reputation. Chairman Chen and the company's senior executives looked worried. Chairman Chen, what do you suggest we do? Chairman Chen was extremely frustrated. He had spent his money but had not been able to salvage his reputation. He shouldn't have given that 80 million. Dad, don't look at your phone. Little Tuanshuan covered the phone with her two little paws, wanting her dad to see her. Yi-chun put his phone on the table and played with building blocks with Tuan, building a huge Barbie castle. When Feng Li returned from the meeting, she opened the door to find the father and daughter playing with building blocks. Yi-chun looked up. From this angle, Feng Li's legs appeared even longer, thinner and whiter, wrapped in black stockings, which made Yi-chun's heart flutter. Feng Li, I'm free now. I'll go to work this afternoon. Oh right, there are still over 60 million left. I'll transfer it to you. Feng Li squatted down. No need. These are yours. They're compensation for your emotional distress. You've started a company. You need money for many things. Yi-chun nodded and said, Yes, Chairman Chen probably never expected that after swindling so much money from me, he would return it to me in the end. He deserved it. Feng Li stood up and sat on the sofa. Yi-chun affectionately massaged his wife's shoulders and arms. Little Tuanshuan also followed her father's example, lying on the other side and massaging her mother's shoulders. Yi-chun poured Feng Li a glass of water. Feng Li, I'm taking Tuanshuan to the company. Don't work too hard. I forgot something. Feng Li raised her neck and pressed her lips against Yi-chun's face. Yi-chun cupped Feng Li's face and kissed her lips. The two embraced each other passionately, when suddenly they remembered that there was a little dumpling next to them. Yi-chun immediately released Feng Li. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he picked up Xiao Tuanshuan and left the office. Feng Li's usually aloof face now had a touch of allure, and her lipstick was smeared all over her lips as she gently wiped it off in front of the mirror. Yi-chun put the little dumpling in the car and fastened her seatbelt. Tuanshuan, tell Daddy, what did you just see? Tuanshuan opened her little mouth and smiled. Daddy, Mommy, kisses. Yi-chun coughed a few times. Tuanshuan, you mustn't tell anyone. Tuanshuan, I won't say. The little dumpling shook its head like a rattle drum. That's my good baby. Daddy will take you to meet some uncles. Little Tuanshuan frowned her delicate little brows. Uncle, kiss Tuanshuan. Dad won't let them kiss you. As a result, as soon as Tuanshuan came in, The three of them almost got into a fight over hugging the little baby. Tuanshuan hid behind her father, peeking out half her little head. No hug. Little cutie, it's your Uncle Lu. Don't you recognize me? Yichen shook his head helplessly. Brother Donkey. Brother who? Please leave my daughter alone. Go to work quickly. Our company has just opened. Chinner, I heard you terminated your contract. We'll work here from now on. My mom was so happy when she heard that I had found a job that she almost fainted. Chinner, you're the eldest. What do you think we should do? Yichen was also a first-time boss and wasn't quite sure what to do. I don't know either, Brother Donkey. Just do whatever you want. Lu Hao. It's so casual. Are you sure you won't lose money if you keep doing this? Shinta's rich wife is really something else, casually handing over a company to her and ruining it. 148 is small. He's not small at all. Yichen spent the entire afternoon looking at the company's vehicle brochure until he felt dizzy and exhausted, and then collapsed onto the sofa. Tuanshuan quickly climbed onto the sofa to massage her father's shoulders, then snuggled up to his face with her adorable cheeks. Dad. Tuanshuan, be good. Daddy's fine. Daddy's just too tired. Tuanshuan gave her father a soft kiss. Daddy, have some tea. Okay, Dad, have some tea. Yichen drank a glass of water and felt much better. When Yichen got home that evening, he collapsed onto the sofa again. Running a company is exhausting. There are so many things to be careful about. Tuanshuan sat on the sofa, swinging her two little short legs, holding an orange in her little hands. After peeling a small orange with great difficulty, she quickly gave it to her father. Dad, have some oranges. Yichen ate it in one bite. Thank you, Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan is truly a sweet little cotton-padded jacket for her father. Familly sat down and massaged Yichen's temples. Are you tired? Tomorrow I'll give you one of my men. She can help you. Okay, managing a company must be exhausting. You manage such a big company every day, isn't it tiring? It's all right, I'm used to it. But you, don't overwork yourself, you have another match tomorrow. Yichen sat up abruptly, bumping his forehead against Familly's due to the sudden movement. Familly, are you all right? Did I hurt you? Yichen anxiously held Familly's face and blew on it. Does it hurt a lot? I'm sorry, I was too hasty just now. It's all right. Have you forgotten that tomorrow is the preliminary round of the National Martial Arts Tournament? Yichen continued blowing on Familly's forehead. I've been too busy lately and forgot that I still have to exercise tonight. Familly got a bump on his forehead from Yichen bumping into him, but he himself was completely unharmed. Familly, you have a bump on your forehead. I'll go get you some medicine. Yichen hurriedly went upstairs to get the medicine and carefully applied it to Familly. Does it hurt a lot? Familly suddenly asked. Why are you all right? Me? I don't know either. Maybe I'm just naturally resilient to falls. Familly lifted Yichen's face and pinched it. You're too hard. You bumped my forehead and it hurts. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to compensate me? Yichen stammered. I'll buy you bags, clothes, and cosmetics, okay? He had looked it up online and found that if you want to make a girl happy, you should buy her bags, clothes, and cosmetics. He had never been in a relationship before. Familly was his first love. Familly cupped Yichen's face and kissed him gently. Okay, after the competition is over, you'll come with me to buy a bag. I was just thinking of getting a new one. Yichen nodded and said, okay, I'll go with you. It's a deal. Tuanshuan climbed into her mother's arms and blew on the bump on her head, saying in a childish voice, Mommy, Tuanshuan blows on it, so the pain can fly away. Yes, Mommy doesn't feel pain anymore. Thank you, Tuanshuan. Familly smiled, and Yichen was completely stunned, grinning foolishly. He's happy just thinking about having such a beautiful woman as his wife. He must work hard to run the company and not let Familly down. Yichen continued reading the operations manual, management manual, and various other manuals. In the evening, Yichen continued to exercise, and Familly accompanied him, sitting on his back in her pajamas. Yichen, am I heavy? My wife isn't heavy. I can do 100 more. Yichen continued doing push-ups, with his wife and daughter sitting on his back. Dad, keep it up. Dad is the best. The little one ate candy while cheering for his dad. Yichen did another 100, his whole body covered in sweat, which soaked Familly's pajamas again. The thin fabric clung to her exquisite curves, making Yichen's throat dry. My wife has a great figure. After coaxing Tuanshuan to sleep, Yichen couldn't wait to return to the room to hug and kiss his wife. His hands were also busy, roaming over Feng Li's body with practiced ease. Feng Li raised her hand and covered his mouth with hers. No, you have to participate in the martial arts competition tomorrow, so you need to save your energy. Yichen reached out and picked Feng Li up, placing her on his back. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Why don't you help me, my wife?" Feng Li couldn't bear to refuse Yichen, so she had no choice but to do it herself. There's nothing she can do. She just loves her young husband. It was already past midnight, but the room lights were still on. Feng Lixiang was drenched in sweat, her eyes glazed over. National Martial Arts Conference. The martial arts tournament is jointly organized by various reclusive families, and many prominent families from different regions will participate. Yichen changed into a black suit, which made him look somewhat mature, but his face still looked a bit childish. Feng Li tiptoed, tied Yichen's tie, and kissed the corner of his lips. There are quite a few people here today. I'm one of the judges, so I can't sit with you. Yes, don't worry, I can do it myself. Okay, just don't get hurt. The people who came this time are quite formidable. Feng Li cupped Yichen's handsome face and kissed him again. But I believe you. You are my little husband. Feng Li deliberately emphasized the word small. Small? Is he very young? Yichen hugged Feng Li's slender waist, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. Feng Li, I'm not small at all. Feng Li raised the corner of her eye, a slight smile curving her lips. Not young? You're 4 years younger than me. He's only 4 years old, not that young. Don't call me young again, Yichen muttered softly. Which man likes being called a little girl by his wife? Okay, whatever you say, my husband is the boss. Feng Li glanced meaningfully at Yichen's. Yichen pinched Feng Li's waist and kissed her again. Feng Li, you're teasing me again. No, everything I said is true. The two were being all lovey-dovey in the room. Feng Li had just changed into her little black dress, which Yichen had wrinkled. The clothes are wrinkled. It's all your fault. It's my fault. How about we change into another one? No need. You can tidy it up for me. Yichen thoughtfully straightened his wife's clothes, smoothing out the wrinkles, revealing the very soft mound of her breasts. Feng Li, could you wear loose-fitting clothes? What's wrong? Does it not look good? It's a new Harper's Bazaar design that just arrived. Yichen said softly, No, it's just that these clothes are too tight. Feng Li chuckled softly. Yichen, I didn't realize you were so jealous. I'm wearing clothes, no one can see that. Her slender, jade-like fingers gently pinched Yichen's ear, and she whispered in his ear, I'm only showing this to you. Yichen's breath hitched. He was so embarrassed to be teased like this by his wife's words. Why is my wife so flirtatious? Yichen, my wife is so alluring. 149, he went there specifically to fight his love rival. The little one was getting impatient waiting outside and raised his little hand to pat the door. Dad. Yichen came to his senses, released Feng Li, opened the door, and there stood Xiao Tuanshuan standing in the doorway, tiny and incredibly cute. Tuanshuan is awake. Why is she wearing shoes today? Tuan Tuan is awesome. The little dumpling gave himself a thumbs up in a cute and cuddly manner. She's the best baby. Of course she can wear clothes and shoes. Yichen looked at the baby's clothes and saw that they were indeed crooked and the buttons were fastened incorrectly. He was both amused and exasperated. He put the little one on the sofa and fastened the buttons for her again. Yes, our Tuanshuan is the best baby. Now she can even put on her own clothes. Feng Li curled her lips into a smile. I used to wear them backwards, but it's fine now. In 2 more years, Tuanshuan will be able to do it. Yichen carried his beloved daughter to dinner, putting a small bib on the baby. Little Tuanshuan eats by herself with a small spoon, without her father having to help her. Chinner, we're all at the company. Where are you? You're our boss. Get to work now. Lu Hao and his group had already started urging them, pressing them relentlessly. Yichen replied, Brother Donkey, something came up today. You guys handle things for now. My wife has assigned a vice president to you. Follow her instructions. The person your sister-in-law arranged must be very capable. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Yichen turned to Feng Li. Feng Li, when will the people you sent to the company arrive? I will definitely be there this morning. Brother Donkey, my wife said she'll arrive this morning. You guys wait here. I have something important to do. Chinur, what's so important? Why don't we go together? No need. You can take a look at the company for me first. He's going to fight his love rival. He didn't care about any martial arts tournament. All he wanted was to fight his love rival. That Yi Chi dared to covet his wife. Today, we'll beat him to submission. After dinner, Yi Chun combed Xiao Tianquan's hair, braided it into two pretty little braids, and put a bow on it, making her look like a little princess. Tianquan, Mom and Dad have to go out today. Will you stay home and draw quietly? Good boy, Tianquan. Tianquan picked up her little paintbrush and started sketching absent-mindedly. Actually, she really wanted to follow her father. Yi Chun peeled a small milk candy for Tianquan. Daddy knows Tianquan is a good girl. Daddy will come back to be with you this afternoon. Okay. Feng Li said to Feng Yin. Feng Yin, keep an eye on Xiao Tianquan. Feng Yin frowned and whispered. Ah, sister, you want me to stay home and look after this little guy? I also want to go watch the competition. I heard it's very exciting and there are a lot of people coming. Maybe there will be some muscular, handsome guys too. Maybe I should take Tianquan with me. When Tianquan heard that her aunt could take her, she quickly put down her paintbrush, ran to her aunt's side with her short legs, grabbed her aunt's hand, and her eyes sparkled. Auntie, Tianquan is a good boy. Feng Li nodded and said, Okay, you take care of Tianquan and keep an eye on her. Sister, leave it to me. I'll take good care of Tianquan. Feng Yin carried Tianquan into the car, but little Tianquan insisted on finding his father, which broke Feng Yan's heart. She then left the little guy with Yi Chun. The ungrateful little Tuan Tuan. The car stopped at the Yi family martial arts hall. The martial arts tournament venue covers an area of several hundred square kilometers and is decorated in a retro and simple Chinese style, which is pleasing to the eye. Feng Li instructed, Don't be nervous when you go on stage. You've been training for so long, you can definitely do it. I understand. Feng Li, don't worry, you don't need to go easy on me. You're one of the judges this time, so don't break the rules for my sake. Feng Li whispered in Yi Chen's ear. You're my husband, so what if you break the rules? Yi Chen's heart fluttered upon hearing this, and his ears involuntarily turned red again. Feng Li gently kissed Yi Chen's earlobe. Let's go, come down with me. Good. Yi Chun was so infatuated that he handed Tuan Tuan over to Feng Yin. Tianquan, be a good girl. Daddy and Mommy will go inside first. Dad. Feng Yin said seriously, You are not allowed to call him Dad. He is no longer your father. You cannot call him Dad. The little boy argued fiercely with his aunt. It's Daddy. Feng Li and Yi Chun entered the venue together. Yi Chi and his second sister were standing at the entrance. Yi Chi said politely, President Feng has arrived. Please come in. Feng Li and Yi Chun entered together. The huge venue was already filled with many people from different countries, and their pupils were different colors. In the center is a circular arena with a simple decor, surrounded by several pieces of equipment. Yi Chun said in a low voice, Feng Li, look at him. He looks like a wild man, but he looks very powerful. And that one, it looks dirty, like it hasn't showered in ages. I hope I don't run into it. Feng Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Now that you're here, you're still provoking your opponents? Yi Chun curled his lips into a smile. Of course, I only fight Yi Chi. Feng Li secretly pinched Yi Chun's lean waist. Why? Are you jealous? No. No. Yi Chun muttered softly. The two sat together, whispering to each other. This scene happened right before Yi Chi's eyes. He clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently, and glared angrily at Yi Chun in front of him. Feng Li doesn't have eyes for him. It must be because of Yi Chun. Yi Chun is incredibly lucky. He survived last time, and today he's been beaten half to death on the stage. Let Feng Li take a good look and see who is the right match for her. Yi Chi composed himself and said politely, President Feng, your seat is not here. Your seat is on the judges' panel above. Feng Li coldly glanced at Yi Chi. I know, you don't need to remind me. Turning to Yi Chun, she spoke with tenderness, cupping his face and admonishing him. Be careful during the competition and don't get injured. Okay, don't worry, honey. After a while, Feng Li went up to the judges' table. There were 6 judges in total, and Yi Lan was also on the table. Her gaze remained fixed on Yi Chun. Suddenly, she stepped off the stage and walked to Yi Chen's side. You're also participating in the martial arts competition, but this competition is a bit dangerous, so please be careful not to get injured. Yichen found the older woman very kind and politely said, "Thank you. I will be careful." Where's your daughter?" Yichen replied, "Tuanshuan will be here soon." But when Yilan looked at him, she always felt like she was looking at someone else. Yilan couldn't help but raise her hand, but before her fingers could touch Yichun, she lowered it again. "You be careful." After saying that, Yilan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, went up the steps, and sat down next to Familly. Yichun sat below, but there was something he couldn't understand. Why did Yilan always cry whenever she saw him? 150 Nobody's cheering for Dad, but Tuanshuan is cheering for Dad. Yichun was completely baffled. Did he look like he wanted to make people cry? Yichun touched his face again. He must be pretty handsome, right? He even captivated Familly. Yichi had somehow appeared behind Yichun. "Yichun, you really dare to come? I thought you were joking. Do you know who these people are? Martial arts masters from various countries. They can't be dealt with by your mediocre skills." Yichun turned around and replied coldly, "Young Master Yi, you should worry more about yourself. It would be embarrassing if you didn't win the championship. After all, your Yi family is the host. Don't lose to me." "Yichun, you." Yichi gritted his teeth. "What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong? Yichun, when I beat you into a sorry state, will you still be so arrogant?" Yichun raised an eyebrow. "I'll wait and see." Yichi left with a livid face. He had originally wanted to overwhelm Yichun with his imposing manner, but Yichun simply wouldn't take the bait. More and more people arrived, including some young ladies from prominent families who came to watch the spectacle. Feng Yin and several other young ladies from prestigious families entered together and sat in the audience. Families like the Yi family and the Chu family are naturally not qualified to participate in this martial arts tournament. Feng Yin held Xiao Tuanshuan's hand and sat in front. Tuanshuan tilted her little head back, her big, dark eyes darting around as if searching for someone. Suddenly, Tuanshuan seemed to see something, opened her mouth and cried out, "Dad!" Hearing the familiar voice, Yichun turned around and saw the little guy looking at him excitedly from the audience not far away. "Dad, it's Dad." The little one was overjoyed and climbed down from his seat to go find his father, but Feng Yin stopped him. "Tuanshuan, you can't look for Daddy right now. Daddy has a competition, and we can't go to that area. Can you stay here and watch over Daddy?" Tuanshuan nodded as if she understood, and sat obediently in her seat watching her father. "Mother." However, her mother was further away, and it seemed that her mother did not hear her. Tuanshuan lowered her head in disappointment. Familly smiled at the little guy, and Tuanshuan was overjoyed. Mom saw her too, and she quickly stretched out a little paw to greet her. Once everyone had arrived, the head of the Yi family stepped onto the stage. His gray suit made him look very dignified, and he held a black microphone in his hand. "Welcome martial arts enthusiasts from all countries to participate in the tournament. As an ancient martial arts family, the Yi family is honored to host this martial arts tournament." Yichun, however, was absent-minded. "Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with the people on stage? That face. It actually looks 3/10 like the face of the Yi family patriarch. Is it a coincidence?" Yichun didn't think much of it, and stood up to join the others in the preliminary selection. There was a force meter on the field not far away. Only those who punched more than 400 pounds could be selected. However, the average person weighs at most 200 pounds, so the initial selection can eliminate many people. A referee stood nearby, calling out the numbers. Contestant number 3, weighing 350 pounds, is eliminated. Contestant number 6, weighing 380 pounds, is eliminated. Contestant number 12, weighing 400 jin, advances. Next up is contestant number 58, Yichi. Yichi raised his fist and punched, instantly boosting his weight to 580 jin, ranking first. That Yichi is amazing. She can actually reach over 500. They are indeed very powerful. Our family intends to form a marriage alliance with the Yi family, a young lady said shyly. Young Master Yichi is a handsome young man and the only young master of the Yi family. My father also wants me to get to know him. Many rich young ladies came specifically to see Yichi. Otherwise, why would they come to watch such a brutal match? I hate fighting and killing. Yichi nodded. It was indeed a good score of over 500. Although he didn't know how high he could go. Hopefully, this punch will be powerful. Contestant number 67, Anthony, weighing 500 pounds, advances. Anthony. Yichen looked up and saw a foreigner with blue eyes and very fair skin. He is also the second person to reach 500 gene, 250 caddies. Contestant number 78, Li Sheng. Li Sheng, this is boxing champion Li Sheng. Yichen opened his eyes wide and stared intently at the person in front of him. This was his idol, and he had loved watching him box since he was a child. Li Sheng swung his fist and threw a punch, which dealt 530 damage. 50 less than Yi Qi's. Yichen was somewhat disappointed. Had his idol not used his full strength? How come even Yi Qi is inferior? As expected of the boxing champion, he's amazing. So what if he's a boxing champion? He's still no match for the boxing champion from our country, the United States. Next up is number 96, Tess. Next up was a very burly foreign man with a huge physique. He raised his fist and threw a punch that reached over 600 centimeters, shocking everyone present. Tess chuckled sarcastically and said in fluent English, "Your ancient martial arts families in China are nothing special." Yi Qi's expression changed. It was this Tess who always defeated him. Yi Lin patted Yi Qi on the shoulder. "Don't be impatient. It's just a preliminary round. Don't forget the movement techniques your grandfather taught you." Yi Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, I just can't stand how arrogant he is. This time, we must win." The last one is contestant number 100, Yi Chen. Finally, it was Yi Chen's turn. He was the last contestant, and no one had high hopes for him. After all, he was thin and weak, and looked like a pretty boy. Anyone can participate in this competition? Can he even do it? He looks so thin. It probably won't work. Even young Master Yechi has lost. Who else can compete with Tess? Is the M country going to win the martial arts tournament again? I'm not happy about it. No one cheered Yi Chen on, and no one cared about him. "Go, Dad." Suddenly, a soft voice rang out. Tuanshuan was holding 2 lollipops and cheering for her dad, shouting with great enthusiasm. "Dad, you're awesome." Feng Yin tried to shut the little guy up, but he bit her instead. How embarrassing. Feng Yin put Xiao Tuanshuan aside, and Xiao Tuanshuan continued to cheer for her father. "Dad, you can do it." Yi Chen smiled and looked up at Feng Li, who nodded at him. Yi Chen raised his fist and punched the power meter. The number on it instantly soared, reaching 800. The entire audience erupted in uproar. What's going on? Who is this? Is the pulse meter broken? It must be broken. How could it reach 800? He looks thin and weak. It's probably only 200 at most. The referee looked at Yi Chen in disbelief, and instead of announcing the score immediately, went to check the dynamometer first. How could it be 800? It must be broken. Yi Lin finally noticed Yi Chen. The young man, in his early 20s, stood there, his posture ramrod straight. Yi Lin actually saw his own reflection in this person. Tuanshuan, Dad is the best. 151, Yi Chen crushes everyone. The most shocked of all was Yi Qi. How is this possible? The equipment must be broken. You referees should check it together. The machine must be broken. How could it be 800? Is that even possible for a human? He looks thin and weak. 200 pounds is already pretty good. Tess looked at Yi Chen with even more disdain. 800? How is that possible? I could knock someone like that down with one punch. No one present believed it, except for Feng Li. She glanced at Tess and said coldly, "Whether it's true or not, we'll find out by checking." Tess politely replied, "Mr. Feng is right. Then we who are here will wait for the results." The little dumpling said in its sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, great." "Little guy, is that your dad? His grades must be wrong. He might be eliminated." The little girl glared at her older sister with puffed up cheeks, her expression both cute and fierce. "Daddy, you're awesome. Dad is the best. What an adorable little baby. Can I touch him?" Tuanshuan turned her face away, refusing to let the older sister touch her. She spoke ill of her father, and Tuanshuan didn't like her at all. Everyone was waiting for the test results. About 5 minutes later, the referees looked at each other in bewilderment. "The instrument is fine. It might have encountered a temporary problem that we can't pinpoint. Should we have him try it again?" "What? The equipment isn't broken. The instrument isn't broken. So how could it show 800? Could it be 80? Or are you mistaken? It's impossible for so many people to make a mistake. The safest approach is to let him try again. Yes, we'll know if it's true or not by trying it again. The first time was a coincidence, but the second time can't be a coincidence either. Yiqi's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He raised his head and stared directly at Yichun. Could it be true? But how can an ordinary person reach 800? Familly stood up and said coldly, "Is it so hard to admit that someone is excellent? Yichun's score was 800, and everyone here saw that. Why do we need to try again?" Yilan also said, "I don't think there's any need to try again. Yichun's results this time are genuine." "Is it true? I can't believe it. He's even better than Beatrice. He's just a bit taller and doesn't have much muscle." "Yes, it might really be a coincidence. We should still give it a try." The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and most people didn't believe Yichun's results. "Dad, you're amazing." Tuanshuan argued with everyone in her childish voice. It was tiny, with its cheeks puffed out in anger, like a little pufferfish. It was so cute that Feng Yin couldn't hold it back at all. The little guy immediately turns fierce if anyone dares to speak ill of his father. Yichun was amused by Tuanshuan. She really was his sweet little girl. In the end, it was Yilin's turn to make the decision, but he gave the choice to Yichun. "Yichun, you can try again if you want, or if you don't want to try again, your score will be 800. Yiqi frowned as he looked at Yilin, clenching his fist. How could father draw such a conclusion? Wouldn't that be letting Yichun off easy? What if it really was just a coincidence this time? Everyone thought Yichun wouldn't try again. After all, he had achieved first place by sheer coincidence. Who would want to try a second time? Yichun suddenly raised his head. "I'm willing to try again, for my daughter." That little one is still arguing angrily with someone. The scene erupted in uproar once again. Yichun is really not afraid. He wants to try again. If he is eliminated, he will be extremely embarrassed. Yilan suddenly spoke up. "President Feng, do you think Yichun will succeed?" Familly looked at Yichun and said in a low voice, "Yes, I believe him." Yilan asked again, "You two seem to have a good relationship, but I'm curious. You're the powerful president of the Feng group. Why would you fall for him, a college student who hasn't even graduated yet? What are you after?" Familly raised an eyebrow. "I don't care about anything else. I just care about him as a person." Tuanshuan had no idea what her father had said. She was arguing with someone with her cheeks puffed out. Yichun turned around and said, "Tuanshuan, can Daddy try one more time?" "Dad, you're great." The little baby talks in a cute, chubby voice, holding a lollipop and cheering for his dad. Yichun looked up at Familly, determined to show his wife who the strongest man in the world really was. The spirit of Chinibyu is burning brightly. A mocking smile appeared on Yiqi's lips. Yichun is really ignorant of his own limitations. But it's fine this way. He's been eliminated in the preliminary round, which will save him trouble. Yichun raised his fist and punched the instrument. He used slightly more force this time than last time, but he hadn't gone all out yet. After all, it was just a small preliminary round, not worth using all his strength. Then, an even more astonishing number appeared on the electronic screen, 999. The expressions of everyone present froze. What had they just seen? Some people rubbed their eyes, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, speechless with shock. 999. I heard that the maximum value range of a dynamometer is within 1,000. Yes, he actually reached the top. Is this person some kind of monster, capable of dealing 999 damage with a single punch? Tuanshuan twitched her little ears, having overheard someone talking badly about her father again. She called out in a cute but fierce voice, "Daddy, it's Daddy." Yiqi clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How could Yichun have such great strength? Is he born with superhuman strength? Impossible. How could there be such a person in the world? Yichun must have used some despicable means to increase the weight of his fist. He must have installed a gravity device on his wrist." Yichun calmly turned around and looked at Yilin not far away. "Patriarchy, is it okay this time?" I tried again. Just as Yilin was recovering from his surprise and was about to speak, Yiqi walked up to Yichun and asked, "This is something no ordinary person could do. Did you add a gravity device to your wrist?" Yichun raised his wrist to prove his innocence. There was nothing on his wrist, not even a watch. Yi Chun raised the corners of his lips, a half-smile on his face. Young Master Yi, do you believe me now? There's nothing on my wrist. What crime are you going to add to me? Is it so hard to admit that I'm stronger than you? Yi Chi was about to say something more when Yi Lin stopped him. Yi Lin said with displeasure, Yi Chi, have you made enough of a scene? Yi Chi raised her head and looked at Yi Lin in disbelief. His nominal father actually humiliated him in front of so many people for the sake of a stranger. 152, your husband is the strongest man in the world, Yi Lin said coldly. If you've made enough noise, then get down. The first place winner in this preliminary selection is contestant number 100, Yi Chun. Tuanchuan was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. She knew it. Her dad was the best dad ever. Everyone was shocked. This is outrageous. The strongest last time was Tess, who only scored over 500. I didn't expect someone to score 999 this time. Yi Chun may only have a strong punch, but this is only the preliminary round. Tez and young Master Yi Chi are skilled in ancient martial arts. That's right. Having a strong fist doesn't mean everything. You might lose the first match. Yi Chun deliberately walked up to Tess and asked, Tell me, what do you think of our country? Tess B smiled insincerely and said in fluent English, Great. After all, there's a huge difference between 600 and 999, which made Tesla feel very unbalanced. However, this person looked extremely thin and weak. He could knock someone down with a single punch in a ring match. Yi Chun patted Tess on the shoulder. Good to know. See you at the next arena match. This was the first time Tess had ever seen such an arrogant person, someone who dared to yell at him. He decided to teach him a lesson in the ring. Okay. Boxing champion Li Sheng stood up and said respectfully, Your name is Yi Chun. Why haven't we heard of you in our country? Your punching power has reached its peak. If you were to participate in boxing, you would definitely be the champion. Senior Yi Chun, you will be my role model from now on. Could you teach me some of your secrets so that I can perform better on the field in the future? Li Sheng humbly sought advice and was also a seasoned boxing enthusiast. Yi Chun was somewhat dazed. This is Li Sheng, the boxing champion who was his idol when he was a child. Now he's actually turning around and giving him pointers? What else should we call him? Call him Senior. Is he dreaming? Yi Chun secretly pinched his thigh. Ouch, it really hurt. His idol had called him a senior. Yi Chun suppressed his excitement and maintained a calm expression, saying, Okay. Li Sheng immediately took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chun. Senior Yi Chun, this is my business card. Let's keep in touch privately. Yi Chun took the business card, his fingers trembling slightly. This was his idol's business card. Good. Yi Chun sat back down in his seat, his excitement still hard to calm down. After a while, he raised his eyebrows, looked at Feng Li on the stage, and had an arrogant look on his face. Now you know who the strongest man in the world is. Feng Li secretly gave Yi Chun a thumbs up, raised the corner of her eye, and mouthed, My husband is so amazing. Yi Chun has completely gone overboard this time. Yi Lin stood on the stage and said, There are a total of 18 people who have advanced this time. The arena competition will be held in 3 days. Please, distinguished guests who have come from afar, rest at the place arranged by the Yi family. As expected of the number 1 ancient martial arts family in China, they are truly impressive. Then I'll have to trouble patriarchy. Tesla and the other foreign guests were invited into a nearby lounge. The crowd dispersed. As soon as Yi Chun came out of the contestant area, Xiao Tianchuan ran very fast with her 2 short legs. She jumped into her father's arms with a whoosh. Dad. Yi Chun picked up the little baby and gave him a kiss. My baby, why are you running so fast? What if you fall down? The little one hugged his father's neck, pressing his soft little face against his. Tuanchuan, looking for Daddy. Yi Chun, your daughter is such a clingy little thing. She insisted on cheering you on, and I couldn't stop her. She even bit me. Look how badly she bit me. Feng Yin stretched out her hand, and there was a small tooth mark on the web of her hand, which didn't look serious. Auntie, you're bad. The little one nestled on his father's shoulder, whining and complaining. I'm telling you not to shout like that. You're embarrassing yourself. Tuanchuan pouted her little lips and kissed her dad. Go, Dad. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Daddy heard you cheering for Daddy. Yi Chun squeezed the baby's little hand. Familly stepped down the stairs and walked to Yi Chen's side in her high heels. You did a good job today. Just good? Are you surprised? Yi Chen couldn't wait for Familly to praise him, preferably to the skies. Familly seemed thoughtful. It is indeed quite unexpected. I thought that reaching 600 was already good enough, but I didn't expect you to have reached the peak. But is this really something a normal person could do? Yi Chen bumped into her, but he was unharmed. So, her young husband isn't a normal person. Yi Chen pursed his lips, suppressing a smile, and muttered to himself. Actually, I haven't used my full strength yet. I'm afraid I'll blow up the machine. Familly twitched his lips. He really wasn't a normal person. She raised her hand and pinched Yi Chen's handsome face. Yi Chen was at a loss for words. What's wrong? Familly lowered her hand. Let's see if you're a human or a machine. I've checked, and you're a human. Familly, you're joking with me again. I'm just a little stronger. Of course I'm human. Familly grasped Yi Chen's arm. Yes, I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously. The preliminary rounds are over. Let's go back. As Familly walked, she complained. Sister, you asked me to watch Tuanshuan today, and she was very naughty. She ran around and shouted, and even argued with others. Don't bring her next time. It's embarrassing. The little dumpling retorted in a childish voice. Tuanshuan, cheer for Daddy. What bad intentions could the baby possibly have? He just wanted to cheer his dad on. Why did you argue with others? It's one thing to argue with one person, but you argued with so many people. Aren't you ashamed? Familly pinched Tuan's little face. You bullied Daddy. You're bad. Tuanshuan's adorable yet fierce complaint. Familly understood the general meaning. You mean all the people you argued with said bad things about your father, right? Tuanshuan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice. Bad guy. Bullying Daddy. Yi Chen was almost moved to tears. She really was his precious daughter, knowing how to care for her father. Familly said earnestly. Familly, I think Tuan did the right thing. Sis, you're bullying me too. I'm not going home. Familly stormed off, walking very quickly. Auntie, let's go. Familly said calmly. Don't worry about her. She'll be home in less than an hour. She's spoiled and doesn't like eating out. Just as Yi Chen and his group left the venue, Yi Lin stopped them. Young friend Yi Chen, please wait. Familly said calmly. Patriarchy, what is it? Mr. Feng, this is my husband. Do you need to see him? Yi Lin sighed. To be honest, our Yi family, as the #1 martial arts family in Z country, has not won the martial arts competition for several years. We are suffering from a decline in talent. Yi Chi listened quietly from a short distance away, his face grim. What exactly is Yi Lin trying to do? Does he want to recruit Yi Chen into the Yi family? Does he deserve it? Tuanshuan, nobody is allowed to say anything bad about Daddy. 153 just casually getting first place, nothing special. Yi Chen and the others were invited to the living room. When Madame Yi saw Yi Chen again, she still felt a sense of familiarity and couldn't help but want to talk to him. Yi Chen, you've won first place in the preliminary round this time. Yi Chen said politely. It was just a fluke. Although he didn't know why he had such great strength. He never lost a fight when he was a child. Although he looked thin and weak, he was very strong. Madame Yi smiled and said, this child is too modest. Old Yi, do you think Yi Chen's eyebrows and our Lin Lin look a bit alike? Yi Lin nodded, becoming more and more satisfied with Yi Chen. He also felt that it looked a bit like his son who had been lost for many years, but Lin Lin really couldn't be found. Yi Lin then asked, your name is Yi Chen, and you are from the Yi family in the capital? No, I'm just an ordinary person. Yi Lin asked again, how old are you this year? Yi Chen patiently replied, I'm 22 this year. 22. Yi Lin's expression became dazed. If his son were still alive, he would be about this age. Thinking of his Lin Lin, Yi Lin felt a pang of heartache. The passing of night is a source of pain for everyone in the Yi family. Dad, eat. Tuanshuan sat in her father's lap, peeling a small candy for him with her little hands. Daddy, it's sweet. Thank you, Tuanshuan, my darling. Yi Chen ate a piece of milk candy, which melted in his mouth with a sweet taste. The candy given by his daughter was indeed sweet. The little dumpling continued peeling milk candies, but didn't eat the one she had peeled herself. Instead, she climbed down from her father's arms and handed it to Yi Lin with both of her little hands. Grandpa, have some candy. The baby's sweet, soft voice rang out, holding a milk candy in his little hand, a smile on his pretty face. Yi Lin's expression froze for a moment, and in a daze, he seemed to see his Lin Lin. Lin Lin. It is Lin Lin. Tuanchuan frowned slightly and explained in her childish voice, Grandpa, it's Tuanchuan. Why did Grandpa and the pretty older sister both mistake her for someone else? The little one is sad. Yi Lin hugged the little dumpling and comforted her. I'm sorry, Tuan Tuan. Grandpa misread it. Thank you for the candy, Tuan Tuan. Grandpa likes it very much. His Lin Lin also loves candy, and he stuffs a lot of milk candy into his pocket every day. Although he is a boy, he is very handsome, just like Tuanchuan in front of him. Yi Chi gritted her teeth in anger. This little brat actually managed to win her father's favor, and her father even hugged her. Madame Yi also liked Tuanchuan very much. She held the baby's little hand and asked, Tuanchuan, have you been drawing a lot lately? Grandma hasn't seen you in a long time. Tuanchuan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice. Tuanchuan is drawing. So many drawings. Tuanchuan is such a good girl. Maybe you can even get into the top 10 in the children's drawing competition in a little over a month. Tuanchuan's dark eyes blinked, as if she couldn't understand what her grandmother was saying. If she wins the competition, her father will be very happy and think she is the smartest baby. A smile curved Feng Li's lips. Thank you for your kind words, Madame Xia. Tuanchuan is talented. She'll definitely become a famous little artist in the future. Tuanchuan, come here to Auntie. As soon as Yilan reached out her hand to the little dumpling eagerly ran into her arms. Pretty Auntie. Tuanchuan likes the pretty Auntie. Yichen took a sip of tea and looked at Yilin. What business does patriarchy have with me here? Please speak frankly. Yilin's expression turned serious as he asked, Yichen, would you be willing to come to the Yi family? What? Yichen asked, puzzled. Yi Chi stood to the side, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes bloodshot, trying hard to suppress his emotions. That old fox Yilin still doesn't trust him. He's been in the Yi family for over a decade, yet he's not as trusted as a complete stranger. Why should I? What makes Yi Chen so special? He already has Feng Li. Why does he still want to steal his status as the young master? Yi Chi looked at Yi Chen with a gaze that seemed to want to tear him to pieces. Yi Lin explained, You must have been born with superhuman strength, or you learned some martial arts to strengthen your body when you were young, which is why you have such great strength now. When I was little, Yi Chen's mind was blank. He had no memories before the age of 4 or 5. He had heard that a fever had damaged his brain, which was why he had no memories. Did you have any extraordinary experiences when you were a child? Yi Chen shook his head and denied it. No, I was born in the countryside. I did climb trees and steal bird eggs when I was little, but I don't remember much else. Yilin nodded thoughtfully and said, I was overthinking it. You might be naturally strong, with arm strength much greater than that of a normal person. You'd be excellent material for practicing ancient martial arts. Dad, you're awesome. The little girl chimed in from the side. Yichun was embarrassed by the praise and touched the tip of his nose. Patriarchy. Could it be that you've misunderstood? I just train at a high intensity, so my arm strength is very strong. The little dumpling, while eating candy in Yilan's arms, wouldn't stay still. His soft, sweet voice sang, Daddy, carry Mommy, carry Tuan Tuan. What? Camel. Those present looked at each other in bewilderment. Madame Yi glanced at Yi Chun, then at Feng Li. Could it be that young people these days still have such hobbies? Yilan looked at Feng Li, raising her eyebrows. You usually seem cold and unsmiling, but you're quite the ladies' man in private. Feng Li. It's impossible to explain completely. Yi Chen's ears turned red, and he immediately explained, No, it's not what you think. When I do push-ups, Feng Li and Tuan Tuan will sit behind me. Yilin suddenly realized, so that's how it is. It seems you are really strong. Would you like to join the Yi family? If you agree, you will be the second young master of the Yi family. Yi Chi clenched her back teeth. This old man has never treated him like a son, and now he dares to find him someone to divide the family property. Yi Chun was silent for a moment before saying, Thank you for your kindness, patriarchy. Is the reason you want me to join the Yi family for this martial arts tournament? Yi Lin shook his head and sighed. Yes and no. The most important thing is that you look familiar to me, somewhat like a Lin. Yi Chen said proudly. I'm sorry, patriarchy. I am not anyone's substitute. I am Yi Chen, and I cannot agree to your condition. Yi Chen will never be anyone's substitute. Turning his head to exchange a glance with Feng Li, Yi Chen gently patted her hand to reassure her. He already has a wife and children. He came here to participate in the martial arts tournament not to make a name for himself, but simply to strike at his love rival. If the head of the Yi family found out, he would be so angry he would vomit blood. For a woman, to strike at his love rival, he participated in the martial arts tournament and casually won first place in the preliminary round. He had painstakingly trained Yi Chi for several years, but he only managed to get third place. 154 Yi Chen. He's too charming. Even his wife and daughter like him. Yi Lin continued to dissuade him. Are you really unwilling? Our Yi family is a reclusive family in the capital. If you become the second young master of the Yi family, you can have a legitimate wedding with Feng Li, and no one will stop you. Hold a wedding. Yi Chen admitted that he was somewhat tempted. His only wish now is to hold a wedding with Feng Li. But he didn't rely on anyone else, nor on the Yi family, but on himself. Yi Chen. Feng Li squeezed Yi Chen's arm and whispered in his ear, do as you please. Yi Chen smiled gently. Thank you for your kindness, patriarchy. I refused. Is Yi Chen out of his mind? He actually refused such a tempting offer. Yi Chi didn't know whether to be happy or excited. There really was such a big fool in the world. The Yi family. This is the Yi family. With countless listed companies and even more family assets, Yi Chen is truly a complete fool. More than a decade ago, he was just a child, born in a poor rural area. That year, Yi Lin traveled all over the country in search of her son, and suddenly saw him in a small town. Perhaps I bear some resemblance to the real eldest son of the Yi family. So Yi Lin asked him, would you like to come back to the Yi family with me? You can eat meat every day. At that time, Yi Chi nodded in agreement without hesitation. Even though his biological parents cried and begged, he still left with Yi Lin and became the most honored young master of the Yi family. He was truly grateful for his decision back then. Otherwise, he would have remained a poor countryman, subject to all kinds of bullying. Now, he is the most honored young master of the Yi family. As for his biological parents in the countryside, he has not seen them for more than 10 years. Such lowly people are not worthy of being his parents. Yi Chen didn't agree, so no one was going to take his family fortune. The Yi family, the entire Yi family is his. He wants it all. Yi Chi's eyes were filled with madness. Yi Chen's answer surprised everyone. Yi Lin nodded and said, since you disagree, I won't force you. I hope you can defeat Tess in 3 days. He was the champion last time, and he was extremely arrogant and disrespectful to our country's Yi. Yi Chen comforted him. Patriarch Yi, don't be angry. I agree to your request. Actually, I didn't plan to come 3 days later, but since you said so, I'll come anyway. Yi Lin stared in shock. You're not planning to come? You didn't come here to participate in the competition? Yi Chen muttered to himself. Actually, I just came to join in the fun and accidentally got first place. Everyone. Versailles? Yi Lin's lips twitched slightly. You're here to join in the fun? Yi Chen nodded and replied. Yes, I just came to join in the fun. It was almost the registration deadline when I finally got Feng Li to sign my name. Yi Lin closed his eyes, clearly quite angry. He spent over a decade training a successor and only managed to get third place. Yi Chen, you have a real talent for this. Don't be so formal in the future, just call me Uncle Yi. Okay, Uncle Yi. Yi Chen had a smile on his face, a genuine smile. Here he could feel a long-lost warmth, a warmth he could not experience in the Yi family, but only with his grandmother. When they left, little Tuanshuan clung to the pretty aunt's leg and wouldn't let go. Yilan squatted down and pinched the baby's soft little face. Tuanshuan, why don't you stay here with Auntie? Little Tuanshuan ran to her father with a cry, hugged his leg, and shook her little head like a rattle drum. Tuanshuan, I want Daddy. Yi Chen picked up Xiao Tuanshuan and said, Baby, say goodbye to Grandpa, Grandma, and all the aunties. Goodbye, Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie. Tuanshuan waved her little hands and was led away by her parents. As Madame Yi watched the group leave, she sighed repeatedly. Tuanshuan is such a polite little girl. Yi Lin sighed. Yes, Madam. Don't you think Tuan Tuan and Alin looked alike when they were little? Madame Yi nodded and said, "It does look like her. It might be a coincidence. Tuanshuan is a very lovable child, and she also has a talent for painting. Draw." Yilin exclaimed excitedly. "Tuan Tuan can draw too." "Yeah, why are you so agitated?" Yilan interjected. "My dad probably thinks that if Yi Chun were his biological son and Tuanshuan inherited your talent for drawing, it would be absolutely perfect." Madame Ye's expression changed slightly. "Alan, don't talk nonsense. I'm just stating my dad's thoughts. He's still dreaming." Yilan glanced at Yilin. Yilin seemed to have been touched on a sensitive topic and hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense." "Fine, I won't say anything. But Yi Chun is indeed not the Yi family's biological son. I've already sent people to investigate." Yilin exclaimed excitedly. "What did you say? Not his biological child? Keep talking." Yilan shrugged. "Didn't you just tell me not to say anything?" "Yilin, speak quickly. Apart from that, there are no other clues. The investigation is still ongoing, so don't have too high hopes this time. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Many times before, I thought I had found Yilin, but in the end, it always ended in disappointment." On the bus, Tuanshuan was left aside by her mother, her cheeks puffed out like a little pufferfish, watching her parents play Jenga. Yi Chun was below, and Feng Li was above. She pinched Yi Chun's face and asked, "Where do you get so much strength?" To be honest, she was shocked when Yi Chun typed 999. Yi Chun pleaded, "I don't know. Feng Li, I really don't know. Please spare my face. What if you ruin it? What if his handsome face gets damaged from being pinched? His wife and daughter won't like it anymore. Although he doesn't rely on his looks for a living, having a handsome face isn't a bad thing." Tuanshuan crawled to her father's side, grabbed her mother's arm with both little hands, and said in a cute but fierce tone, "Mommy, you're bad. Don't bully Dad." Yi Chun was moved to tears. It was his daughter who truly cared for her father. Feng Li continued to squeezing Yi Chun's face. "So what if I bully your dad? I not only bully him, I also kiss him." As soon as she finished speaking, her soft red lips landed on Yi Chun's face, leaving a very noticeable lipstick mark. Yi Chun was completely absorbed in it. One more wouldn't be out of the question. Let's have more of this kind of bullying. He didn't mind at all, not at all. "You bullied Daddy. That's bad." Tuanshuan climbed into her father's arms and gave him a sweet, babyish kiss, saying, "Tuanshuan kisses me. Relative?" Feng Li pinched Tuan Tuan's little face. "He's my husband. What right do you have to kiss him?" "Tuanshuan's dad." Tuanshuan hugged her father and took another bite. Feng Li's soft lips glistened with moisture as she leaned closer and kissed Yi Chun's lips. "He is my husband. Yi Chun." This mother and daughter, they kissed his face raw in no time. "Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. He's just too popular. Yi Chun, my damn charm. 155, give Dad meat and any plain steamed buns." When I got home, I didn't see Feng Yin. Yi Chun asked, "Could Feng Yin really be angry and run away from home? Do you want to call and ask?" Feng Li remained calm, saying, "No need to call. She'll be back by lunchtime." As expected, Feng Yin returned right on time for lunch, not a minute late. "I'm starving. I'm starving." "We're starving. Who would run away from home?" "Auntie." When Tuanshuan saw her aunt come back, she quickly climbed down from her father's arms and took 2 big white steamed buns from the table. "Auntie, I've run away from home. I'm hungry." Feng Yin stared at the 2 large white steamed buns in her hand, lost in thought. "Feng Tuanshuan, are you just going to give your aunt 2 steamed buns?" "Dad, have some meat." Tuanshuan then gave her dad the biggest chicken leg, saying, "Dad, eat this." "Thank you, Tuanshuan, my darling." Why give her father meat, but her aunt plain steamed buns? Feng Yin was so angry that she almost ran away from home again. Feng Li turned her head and said, "Aren't you coming to eat?" Feng Yin sat at the dining table eating, occasionally glaring at Xiao Tuanshuan, who was so frightened that he hid in his father's arms. "Dad? Don't be afraid, Dad is here." Yi Chun continued to feed Tuan Tuan. The little guy wasn't picky at all, and his cheeks were bulging from eating. While eating, Feng Yin asked, "Sister, what did the Yi family say to you? Could it be that they want you to marry that young master of the Yi family again?" Feng Li explained, "The head of the Yi family wants to adopt Yi Chun as his godson and make him the second young master of the Yi family. Feng Yin was excited. What? The second young master of the Yi family? Then he can inherit the Yi family's shares. Grandpa definitely won't object to you then. Did Yi Chen agree? Yi Chen said, No, I don't want to be a substitute. The Yi family shares are not mine, and I won't take them. Yi Chen, are you confused? With the identity of the young master of the Yi family, you can openly and legitimately hold a wedding with my sister. Feng Yin looked at him with disappointment, saying, Such a good opportunity was placed in front of you, and you didn't even cherish it. I will give Feng Li the grandest wedding ever. Feng Li strongly agreed with Yi Chen's decision. Feng Yin, you don't need to persuade Yi Chen. He has his own ideas. Whatever makes you two happy is your business. Feng Yin shrugged helplessly and continued eating. In the afternoon, Yi Chen went to the company. Mr. Yi. The two pretty young ladies at the front desk greeted me respectfully. Yi Chen frowned, took a few steps back, and checked the door number carefully. It was indeed the 6th floor. They even have a receptionist? Yi Chen nodded and continued walking forward. Lu Hao and the others were actually sitting at their workstations working. Brother Donkey, the company hasn't even officially started operating yet, so why are you guys taking this so seriously? Lu Hao looked up, his face almost breaking into tears, as if he had seen a savior, and threw himself into Yi Chen's arms. Brother, you're finally here. Yi Chen pushed him away with obvious disgust. What exactly happened? It's a female demon, sent by your wife, a female demon. As soon as Lu Hao finished speaking, the sound of high heels stomping on the ground rang out. Lu Hao, it's not time to leave work yet. Why are you leaving your workstation without permission? Do you want your pay docked? Lu Hao immediately scurried back to his workstation and continued working on his computer. Yi Chen. What exactly happened? Why is Lu Hao so afraid of someone? Yi Chen looked up and saw a middle-aged woman opposite him. She had slightly wavy hair, wore a black business suit, had long legs, and a very good temperament. President Yi, this is Zhuo Man. I was transferred here by President Feng to help you manage the company. Do you see any areas that need improvement? Yi Chen suddenly realized that Feng Li had said a manager would be transferred in this morning, and this must be the one. Lu Hao and his two companions were completely subservient to the authorities. They dared not even move, let alone play games at work. You did a great job. Yi Chen quickly returned to his office. Several messages were sent in the group. Chener, who is this woman? Get her away from here quickly, she's too fierce. Yes, I've never seen such a fierce woman in my life, even fiercer than my mother. Is she going through menopause? This is terrifying. They even control my bathroom use. It feels like I'm in prison. Yi Chen immediately called Feng Li. Feng Li, the person you transferred here this morning, is her name Zhuo Man? Feng Li was playing with Tuan Tuan when the little guy heard his father's voice and his eyes lit up. Yes, it's her. She's one of my assistants. She's very capable in her work and has good management skills. With her help, you can have an easier time. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and said, She is indeed very strong, but she is not what I want. I want to create a relaxed atmosphere. She has scared my brothers here. Why don't you transfer her away? Okay, get your company sorted out, and I'll have her come back in a couple of days. Yi Chen then asked, Feng Li, you also arrange for the company's receptionist, right? Yes, I've roughly arranged things at the company and am currently helping you recruit employees. Yi Chen lowered his eyes. Thank you. My wife has arranged everything. She's so thoughtful. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. You're welcome. You're my husband. Do I need to thank you? You can thank me properly tonight. Yi Chen's ears turned red, and he stammered in agreement. Dad. The little girl took the phone. I miss my dad as soon as I don't see him for a while. Sweetie, Daddy's coming home tonight. Be a good boy girl at home. Good boy girl. Yi Chen hung up the phone and continued reading various management manuals until he felt dizzy and his eyes were blurry. Chener, are you there? Lu Hao and the others entered the office and knelt down beside Yi Chen, sobbing. Chener, she's too scary. Zhuo Man is finally gone. Chener, was she sent by your wife? She's too powerful. When that look came over, I was so scared I almost lost my mind. Yi Chen comforted her. Yes, I told my wife that I'll transfer her away in a couple of days, and she'll come here to manage things for a couple of days first. Lu Hao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I didn't even dare to play on my phone under her watchful eye. It was too scary. Is your wife like that too? I've heard that most wealthy women are like this, older women. Yi-chin raised his chin. How could that be? My wife is gentle and loves me, has a great figure, and most importantly, is prettier and much younger than her. Really? Chinner, don't lie to us. How could such a wonderful woman be interested in college students like us? Could she really be a female CEO in her 40s or 50s? Sigh. Chunner, you have sacrificed too much for your brothers, and you even have to fawn over that kind of woman. Chunner, my poor brother, you've really been wronged. Hu Yuxuan clung to Yi-chin's arm and cried, but Yi-chin pushed him away with obvious disgust. I'm really not wronged, and I'm not pitiful. My wife is really beautiful and has a great figure. 156. What should I do if my wife feels too sorry for me after I've only worked half a day? The three men, including Donkey Brother, didn't believe it at all, thinking that Yi-chun must have been defiled by the old rich woman. Chinner, don't bother comforting the brothers. They all understand. Don't worry, once our company becomes bigger and stronger, you can get a divorce. Yes, once we make money, you can get a divorce and find a beautiful and gentle wife. If you don't want a wife, you can find lots of pretty girls and change one every day. Yes, Chunner, there are plenty of pretty girls out there. There's bound to be one you like. Yi-chin repeatedly refused. I won't get a divorce. What would I do if I got a divorce? I finally managed to get married. He finally managed to marry Familly. How could he possibly get a divorce? No matter how pretty the girl is, she's not as pretty as his wife. Chunner, could it be that you're after that rich woman's money? Just wait until you outlive her to death. Then all her wealth will be yours. The more they talked, the more outrageous it became. Yi-chun explained helplessly. Brother Donkey, my wife and I are truly in love, and she loves me very much too. Don't worry about me, really. Sigh, Chinner, don't put on a brave face in front of the brothers. It's okay, we understand. The group looked at Yi-chun with pity. Yi-chun was speechless. His wife is really great. Why don't these people believe it? After getting off work, Yi-chun had just gone downstairs when he encountered an uninvited guest. Chui. Yi-chin's first reaction was to run. This woman is capable of anything, even drugging people. Chui's eyes lit up, and she immediately caught up with Yi-chun. Yi-chun, is that you? Yi-chun stopped and asked. Chui, what are you doing here? I came to buy something. Yi-chun, it's been a long time. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Chui's attitude was sincere, and she didn't seem to be lying. Yi-chun was quite generous. I forgive you for that matter. You should thank Chui, otherwise he and Familly wouldn't have gotten married yet. Undeterred, Chui continued to ask, Yi-chun, are you and your girlfriend happy? Of course I'll be happy, and I will be happy in the future. I'm leaving now, Chui. I wish you find your perfect match soon. Yi-chun left a message and turned to go to the parking lot. Chui kept watching Yi-chin's departing figure. She was filled with regret. She was the one who had grown up with Yi-chun and was the closest to him. But now, Yi-chun had been taken away by someone else. Of course, she was unwilling to accept it. She waited patiently for Yi-chun to break up with his girlfriend. We'll break up someday. Yi-chun drove very fast, eager to get home to have dinner with his wife and daughter. Honey, Toanshuan, I'm home. Daddy, come back. Toanshuan's sweet little voice rang out first, and she rushed into her father's arms like a little rocket. Toanshuan, you're running so fast. What if you fall? Yi-chun held the little bundle of milk in one arm and placed her on his shoulder. Looking for Dad. Hi. Toanshuan laughed happily and hugged her father tightly. You're back? How was your day at the company? Are you tired? The woman descended the stairs in high heels, wearing a fitted dark red dress that accentuated her cleavage with a high slit that revealed her long, fair legs. A stunningly beautiful woman, both radiant and alluring. Yi-chin's mouth went dry as he looked at Toanshuan. He took Toanshuan off his shoulder, touched her nose, and was afraid that it would bleed. Familly, you look so beautiful tonight. There is no other woman in the world as beautiful as his wife. She's such a beauty, I really want to pounce on her. Familly walked slowly closer in her high heels, her hands clinging to Yi-chin's neck as she stood on tiptoe. Look good? When am I not good looking? Yi-chin nodded repeatedly. It looks good every day. Familly held Yi-chin's hand, and Yi-chin stared blankly at the woman beside him, as if he had been bewitched. Did you see another woman today? Yi-chun immediately snapped out of his daze and honestly confessed. I ran into Chu-yi on my way home from get off work. Feng Li's eyes darkened. The woman who drugged you last time? Yi-chun immediately explained. Yes, I've always treated her like a younger sister, and I've already forgiven her. Well, let's have dinner. There's another piece of good news today. Yi-chun snapped out of his daze and asked, What? Feng Li served Yi-chun a bowl of nutritious porridge. Tianrui Entertainment has collapsed. Under public pressure, all the shareholders have fled, and that general manager, Chun, must have gone bankrupt. What? Such a big entertainment group just went bankrupt like that? But this company was too shady. It's good that it went bankrupt. Yi-chun couldn't wait to taste the soup that his wife had personally served him. So sweet. I also posted another update on my WeChat moments. Bliss. The porridge my wife personally served is always the sweetest. Feng Li continued. Well, there are some people there who are quite capable, and I'd like to recruit them into your company. Yi-chun looked up in surprise and said, Ah, my company, is that all right? Okay, I'll have Zhuman talk to them. Don't worry, let's eat first. Feng Li continued to serve food to Yi-chun. Eat more. Yi-chun was being fed by his stunningly beautiful wife, and he was absolutely blissful. Just then, his phone started ringing incessantly. Yi-chun opened it, and saw that it was full of messages from Lao LV and the others. Chinner, I'm so sorry you had to go through all this. Alas, Chinner, I feel deep sympathy for you. Me too. If you really can't take it anymore, just keep enduring it, and wait for the brothers to rise up and buy your freedom. Yi-chun's lips twitched slightly, and he replied, Thanks, Brother Donkey. I'm not wronged at all. My wife is really beautiful. Chinner, we all understand. You've endured so much hardship and humiliation. Yi-chun was speechless. He really wasn't tired at all. He was very happy. Dad, give me a hug. Holding his beloved daughter in his arms, with his stunning wife by his side, Yi-chun was truly living the dream. Why do Donkey and his friends feel wronged? Next time they have time, let them meet Feng Li. Eat more. You've been working all day. Are you tired? I'm not too tired. I'm in the office, so I'm not tired. Feng Li had the kitchen prepare a lot of nutritional supplements and various kinds of seafood for Yi-chun, just to help him improve his health. Yi-chun was completely overwhelmed. He had only gone to work for half a day, so why was his wife so worried about him? Feng Li, I'm really not tired. I read a few manuals in the office. Feng Li cupped Yi-chun's face and said earnestly, You still need to eat more. You also need to exercise tonight. You have a competition in a few days. The outcome of the competition is not important. The most important thing is not to get injured. Yi-chun's ears turned red again, which was quite embarrassing. I know, I won't get hurt, don't worry. What should I do if my wife feels too sorry for me? Please God give me such a wonderful wife. 157. Personally applying lipstick to his wife. That's good. You promised me you wouldn't get hurt. Feng Li hugged Yi-chun and kissed him again, her slender, jade-like fingers slowly moving downwards, especially here. Yi-chun's ears turned red, and he stammered in agreement, quickly removing Feng Li's hand. Feng Li Tuan is still here, don't touch her. Feng Li whispered in Yi-chun's ear. She can't see it, don't worry. Tuan is still eating diligently, her cheeks bulging as she tries to grow taller. For 3 consecutive nights, Yi-chun exercised until very late every night. On the last night, Yi-chun left the room drenched in sweat. Tuan followed behind her father like a little tail, wiping the sweat from her brow. I exercised with my dad for a long time, and we even did push-ups. Even though she keeps falling down, she'll still try her best to be a strong baby. Omega. Feng Li tenderly wiped the sweat from Yi-chun's face. I told you to rest and relax tonight so you can perform better tomorrow, but you've been training so late again. And Tuan, why are you all sweaty? What did you do? Feng Li squatted down and wiped the little boy's forehead. Mommy, Tuan is exercising, and he's so strong. Amazing, the little dumpling said to his mother in his sweet, childish voice. Feng Li was amused by the little one and ruffled her wet hair. You're so young, and you're already doing exercises? Tuan, do it. After trying for a while, I still couldn't remember what to call her. Then, the little bundle of milk lay on the ground, her little face pressed against the floor. She can do push-ups with her dad now. Yi-chun burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Tuan, what? What are you doing? Is Daddy doing push-ups while lying on the ground? Tuanchuan shook her head, then propped herself up on her little arms, did 2 reps, and then lay back down on the ground. Familly was also amused by the little girl and laughed out loud. She squatted down and pinched her little ears. Tuanchuan, get up quickly, the ground is cold. Look at yourself, aren't you dirty? Little Tuanchuan quickly got up from the ground, looked at her clothes with disgust, and scratched them with her little hands. Dirty, don't wear a whole bunch of clothes. Will her father dislike her because she's a dirty baby? How about Mom takes you to take a bath and change your clothes? Good. Tuanchuan rushed into her mother's arms. Familly carried the little baby to the bathroom and washed him thoroughly. Wearing her fluffy little pajamas, Tuanchuan ran up to her father, tilting her little head up, and said, Daddy, Tuanchuan smells good. Yichun hugged Tuanchuan, smelled her, and then kissed her soft little face. Our Tuanchuan smells so good. Tuanchuan laughed out loud happily. She's the cleanest baby ever. Daddy must love her so much. After putting Tuanchuan to sleep, Yichun quickly took a shower and went to bed to recharge for tomorrow's competition. Suddenly, a hand started groping him again. Husband. Familly whispered in Yichun's ear, her voice both sweet and alluring, like a seductive enchantress. Yichun opened his eyes again. In the dim light, he could see that she was wearing a black silk nightgown with nothing underneath. She was kneeling beside him, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. Yichun touched it. The skin was smooth, delicate, and elastic. He couldn't wait to press the person down beneath him. A stunningly beautiful wife seduces you. Who could resist? Don't move, I'll do it. The woman's slender fingers lifted Yichun's chin and kissed him. Then she gently untied the belt around his waist while holding his hand. A round, white, jade-like shape eagerly jumped out. Yichun's mouth went dry from watching, so he immediately got to work. My wife has a great figure and is beautiful. How could she be one of those legendary old rich women? She's clearly the youngest rich woman. So soft. Yichun lay obediently on the bed, looking at Familly's alluring expression, his eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly quite comfortable. He's so outstanding. His wife must be very satisfied. As a result, I played too much and woke up late in the morning. Yichun hurriedly dressed, put on a jacket, and chose the most comfortable sneakers. Familly was still putting on makeup. The eyeliner at the outer corner of her eyes was slightly upturned, giving her typical fox-like eyes. She had a high nose bridge, full lips, and a standard oval face with smooth contours. She was stunningly beautiful. Yichun couldn't help but glance at her every time. He wanted to have such a beautiful wife by his side every day. Familly raised the corner of her eye and said in a clear, melodious voice, Husband, come here. Yichun snapped out of his daze and asked blankly, Are you calling me? Yes, I'm calling you to come here. Familly beckoned to Yichun with her finger. Yichun slowly moved his feet and walked to the woman's side. The clean table was covered with all kinds of cosmetics and skincare products, from world-renowned luxury brands. Yichun knew that women liked these things, and Familly liked them too. He could give them to Familly for her birthday next time. As Yichun was thinking this, suddenly, a lipstick appeared in his hand. Familly, why are you giving me lipstick? I don't wear lipstick. What's a grown man like me wearing lipstick? Familly raised her cold eyes. Who said it was for you? It's for me. Hurry up and put it on. I really don't know how to apply lipstick. What if I mess it up for you? You just finished your makeup, Yichun said hesitantly. How could a grown man put lipstick on a woman? Familly grasped Yichun's hand. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you mess it up. Hurry up. Okay, then I'll really apply it for you. Don't blame me if it goes wrong. It's not your fault. Honey, hurry up. Yichun was confused by the word husband and bent down to apply lipstick to Familly himself. He applied the paint very carefully, afraid of making a mistake. His wife is so beautiful, taking a bad picture of her would ruin her beauty. Yichun felt like he was doing something big, and after applying the ointment for a full 2 minutes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Familly, it's done. Take a look and see how it is. This is my first time applying it, so it might not be very good. Familly glanced at herself in the mirror and was surprised to find herself looking exceptionally good. Although she had applied a little too much makeup, it actually made her lips appear fuller. Yichun asked in a low voice, Isn't it good? Why don't you wipe it clean and redo it? Okay, of course it looks good. My husband did the best job applying it for me. I love it. Yichin scratched his head shyly after being praised, thinking that as long as his wife was satisfied. Familly stood up again, wearing black stockings. I didn't realize you had such talent. You applied lipstick to me so well on your first try? Did you practice secretly before? Or have you applied it to other women before? No, this is my first time. Really, honey, you have to believe me. I've never applied this to any other woman. Only you. Yi silently watched Familly wearing black stockings. His wife looked best in black stockings. 158 Her little candies are all bet on her dad. Sis, you're still not up? I've already finished eating with Tuanchuan, and the meeting is about to start. The little bundle of milk couldn't wait and knocked on the door. Dad, they're here. Yichin opened the door and looked at the little girl on the floor. The baby was dressed neatly, and even her little shoes were on. Tuanchuan, when did you learn to wear shoes? Yichin asked, rubbing Tuanchuan's little head. Auntie, put it on. Familly coughed a few times. Yeah, otherwise why would we wait for you to dress Tuanchuan? Do you even have time? Yeah, I've been a bit busy today. Yichin glanced at Familly furtively. Sis, why is your lipstick on today so weird? But it looks pretty good too. Familly hugged Familly's arm and said, Sister, there's no time to eat now. I asked the kitchen to pack some food for you to eat in the car. Good. The martial arts venue was packed with people, all of whom were martial arts enthusiasts. The National Martial Arts Competition was not open to the public. Previously, Yichun had not even heard any news about the martial arts tournament. Participants and judges are not allowed to bring any family members, so Yichun handed Tuan over to Familly. Tuanchuan, you must be a good girl and stay with your aunt. The little guy held his aunt's hand and nodded obediently. Daddy, Tuanchuan is good. Daddy knows Tuanchuan is a good boy. Watch how Daddy wins you a championship later. Dad, you're awesome. The little guy was so excited he almost jumped up, but Familly held him down again. Tuanchuan, you're not allowed to jump around and shout like a little madwoman. You're the young lady of the Feng family. You have to have the demeanor of a lady. You can't cheer for your father. Tuanchuan raised her head, puffing out her cheeks in a cute but fierce way. After a while, she actually nodded. Tuanchuan, don't call. Familly looked pleased. That's a good baby. Auntie is taking care of you. Sister, Yichun, you two go quickly. I'll take care of Tuanchuan. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on her. Familly held Yichin's hand with concern and said, Remember what I told you yesterday? Don't let yourself get hurt. Don't worry, he won't. Although that test man is tall and strong, he might not be as agile as me. We Chinese are the true inheritors of ancient martial arts. How can a foreigner be so arrogant? Indeed, he is an international martial arts champion, and I heard he also has a master. Familly's eyes darkened. Yichin asked, Master? Who is his master? Familly patted Yichin's hand. Be careful during the competition. Your daughter will cry if you get injured. After all, she cares about her father the most. Yichin didn't ask any more questions. He glanced at the little dumpling not far away. The little guy was still peeling candy and eating it. His little face was rosy and he was very cute. Upon seeing her father, she happily opened her little mouth and smiled. Yichin nodded in agreement. Okay. He couldn't bear to see his daughter cry. Yichin had just sat down when Yichi arrived. Today he was dressed in formal martial arts attire, white clothes with a black belt, making him look like a master. Yichi sat cross-legged next to Yichun, picked up the round, turquoise teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup of tea. Yichun, you're here quite early. Yichin said calmly. It's not too late, young Master Yi. Yichi sipped his tea slowly, his tone tinged with sarcasm. I don't know how you got such a high score in the preliminary round. You must have used some underhanded methods. But this time it's a real competition, and you won't be so lucky this time. Then let's wait and see. Yichin was too lazy to talk to this arrogant young master and glanced at his phone. Several more messages were sent in the group, repeatedly tagging Yichin. Chin'er, why haven't you come yet today? Yeah, did you oversleep? Luckily, Chin'er, you're the boss, or you'd be fired. Brother Donkey, I'm doing something very important, something to bring glory to the country. You guys go to work first, don't wait for me. What? Winning glory for the country? Are you participating in the National Olympics? It hasn't even started yet. No, that's not it. You guys go to work first, and keep an eye on the company for me. Okay. Yichin put down his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite busy, having to take care of the company. These past few days, during the company's official operation period, they were still recruiting people, keeping him very busy. After a while, Tesla arrived. He was enormous, with blue eyes and rough skin, and looked somewhat strange in his traditional martial arts attire. He looked at Yi-chan with a forced smile. You're here. I thought you didn't dare to come. Yi-chan calmly raised his head. Why? Of course it's because, in my eyes you are just a... Tess held up his little finger. Yi-chan wasn't angry. He smiled calmly and said, whether it is true or not, we'll find out on the field. Mr. Tess, please have a seat. Tess sat not far from Yi-chan. His men have already investigated and found that he is just an ordinary person who has never practiced ancient martial arts. He may just be a little strong, but he is nothing to be afraid of. As he expected, he won the championship again this year. Once everyone was present, they drew lots to determine their opponents. Yi-chan reached into the box and randomly grabbed a number. It was 3. Yechi's number is 4, while Tess's is 1. Yi-chan's opponent was also a foreigner named Anthony, with fair skin, blue eyes, and striking features. He was also a master. Many young ladies from prominent families and seasoned martial arts practitioners had gathered in the inner area below, all placing bets. I bet on Tesla. Tesla will definitely be the champion this time. Yes, Tesla is amazing. Tesla has a better chance of winning. I'm betting on Tesla too. Young Master Yi-chi is also a prodigy, a born martial artist. I bet on young Master Yi-chi. Him? A prodigy? How is that possible? Rumor has it that the real prodigy is the young master of the Yi family. I heard that he started practicing martial arts with the old patriarch at the age of 3 and can even lift a boulder weighing over 100 pounds. Wow, the young master of the Yi family is actually this powerful. Of course, how could the true bloodline of the Yi family not be strong? This fake young master of the Yi family is no match for him at all. The old man shook his head and finally sighed. What a tragedy. Such a promising talent, cut short. Heaven has no eyes. Yi-chi clenched his fists, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Yi-lin, it was good that he died. If Yi-lin hadn't died, how could he be where he is today? Yi-chan raised an eyebrow. The young master of the Yi family actually possessed such superhuman strength? Was it real, or were these people making it up? You old man, you're talking nonsense. I'm betting on young Master Yi. He's the heir of the Yi family now, so his martial arts lineage should be quite good. Yes, young Master Yi is very strong. He has received the true teachings of the Yi family. There were quite a few bettors on Yi-chi's side, but Yi-chen's side had absolutely no bettors. Suddenly, a small, white, and tender hand reached out and placed a few milk candies on it. Dad for dad. Tuanshuan muttered to herself, taking all the candies out of her little pocket and betting them on her father. Tuan, take out all the candies and bet them on Daddy. 159 Dad is the most handsome. Nobody else is handsome. The little guy wasn't even as tall as the table. He struggled to stand on his tiptoes and put all the candies he was holding on it, placing them where his father's name was. He was still muttering to himself, Dad, give it to Dad. It seems someone noticed this little baby. It's tiny, standing there with only half its head showing. It's incredibly cute. Ha ha ha. Where did this little cutie come from? He even knows how to place a bet. Who did you bet on? Where did this little guy come from? He even knows how to bet on candy. A young man tried to pinch her cheek, but Tuanshuan bit his hand and said in a cute but fierce way, Don't touch Tuanshuan. You're still a fierce little baby. Whose baby are you? Who are you betting candy with? Tuanshuan raised her head and said in a sweet, childlike voice, Daddy. You bet it on your dad. Is your dad named Yi-chan? Nobody has any faith in him. You bet your little milk candy on your dad, and now it's gone. Yeah, you won't even have a single candy left. Let's see what you'll eat then. Everyone surrounded the little boy and gave him a lecture. Tuanshuan raised her little head and argued with everyone in a cute but fierce way. Give it to Daddy. Daddy is the best. Your dad is really no good. Uncle is afraid that you'll cry if you lose all your candy. Take it back quickly. Tuanshuan shook her little head like a rattle drum and said fiercely, Daddy's awesome. Feng Yin had just looked at her phone for a while when she looked up and found that the little guy was arguing with someone again. She even used her little candy to place bets. How embarrassing. Feng Yin immediately went over and picked up the little boy. Tuanshuan, why are you running around again? This is a betting area. You don't have any money, so what are you betting on here? Tuanshuan pointed to the small candies on the table. Auntie, Tuanshuan has candies. Feng Yin looked at the pile of small milk candies on the table and felt utterly embarrassed. She was about to go and get it back when Tuanshuan shook her head like a rattle drum. Daddy's awesome. Tuanshuan probably saw that the other uncles had money, while her father had nothing, but she only had candy in her pocket, so she gave the candy to her father. Yi Chun was deeply moved. His precious daughter was indeed his most considerate little angel. Everyone else is using money, but you're using candy. If you lose, you won't get your candy, so don't cry. Feng Yin gently pinched the little dumpling's cheek. Today, she had really embarrassed her. Tuanshuan shook her head. Daddy's awesome. Dad won't lose. Okay, your dad is the best, okay? Your dad will definitely win. We'll sit here and watch. Feng Yin brought the little boy to his seat and warned. Feng Tuanshuan, you're not allowed to run around. The competition is about to start. Tuanshuan sat obediently in the chair, swinging her two short legs, ready to watch her dad's game. The first match was between Tez and Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe is a young man from Country Z, who looks to be no more than 20 years old. As soon as Tess entered the field, he was greeted with cheers. After all, he was the champion of the previous year, and his popularity was off the charts. Feng Yin liked this kind of muscular man. She excitedly clasped her hands together and stared at the person on the stage without blinking. Tuanshuan, isn't Tess handsome? The little guy shook his head decisively. Daddy's handsome. Okay, your dad is the most handsome, but he has to go off stage before he can come out. The match between Tess and Jiang Zhe has officially begun. Before the fight even started, Jiang Zhe's head was already covered in sweat, and he kept backing away. What an incredibly powerful sense of oppression. Why hasn't it started yet? Is Jiang Zhe scared? He's scared. Look, he's almost back to the edge of the ring. If he doesn't fight soon, he'll lose. Cowardly. Absolutely a coward. Are you still going to compete or not, Jiang Zhe? Are you still going to compete or not? Faced with the doubts of those around him, Jiang Zhe sweated even more. He retreated to the edge of the ring, just one step away from falling off. Tesla slowly approached, raised his fist, and before the fight even started, the person opposite him suddenly collapsed. Jiang Zhe actually fainted. That's incredibly cowardly. Sigh, I thought I could finally watch a good game, but I ended up fainting during the very first match. You can't blame Jiang Zhe for this. After all, his opponent is Tez, a world-class martial arts champion. Tez's aura is too strong. He scared people to death before the competition even started. Sure enough, this is the aura of a champion. Jiang Zhe was pulled out by the medical staff, and the winner of the first round was of course Tez. Yi Chun shook his head, then sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. I wanted to observe Stir's moves carefully, but before I could, my opponent had already fainted from fright, wasting a whole match. Is this Tesla really that strong? It was probably because Jiang Zhe was under too much psychological pressure that his blood and qi attacked his heart, causing him to faint. In comparison, Yi Chun believed the latter more. How could someone have such a powerful aura that they could scare someone into fainting? As Tess left the field, he walked up to Yi Chun and said arrogantly, China is nothing special. Yi Chun raised his head. Is that so? I'll show you the ancient martial arts of our country. I'm waiting for you, Yi Chun. Don't lose the first match. Tess was arrogant and didn't take Yi Chun seriously at all. 10 minutes later, it was time for the second match. Yi Chun knew Yi Chi's true abilities. He only knew a little bit. Night Prayer is more than capable of dealing with ordinary people, but he is not a threat. As expected, Yi Chi won in just 2 minutes. Young Master Yi Chi is indeed amazing. He was so fast that I didn't even see it clearly. Could he be a descendant of an ancient martial arts family? As expected, he has inherited the true teachings of the Yi family. Young Master Yi Chi is amazing. Yi Lin sat in the front row of the judges' panel, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Yi Chi performed well this time. Lana, what do you think? Yi Lan said calmly. He is indeed good, but the person opposite him is really too bad. You've always been thinking about Lin. That's why you don't like Yi Chi, right? We still need him this time. Yilan looked at Yi Chun and said, I think someone else is better. Yi Lin said in a low voice, then we'll see what he does. In the third match, Yi Chun finally took to the court, facing the highly popular Anthony, a tall German. Yi Chun? This is the person who typed 999. Yeah, he looks skinny and weak. He might not even be able to withstand a punch from Anthony. I think so too. It's probably not going to work out. Maybe it was just a coincidence in the first round of preliminary selection. No one present had a good opinion of Yi Chun. Tuanshuan spotted her dad immediately, raised her little fist to cheer him on, and even offered up her little candy. Go, Dad. A soft, babyish voice rang out. Feng Yin covered the little boy's mouth. Don't talk. Tuanshuan bit Feng Yan's hand, opened her mouth, and continued to shout, Go, Daddy. Nobody's cheering for Dad, but Tuanshuan is cheering for Dad. 160 too many rivals? They all covet his wife. Feng Yin couldn't stop this little madwoman at all. She turned into a little madwoman whenever she saw her father. Go, Dad. You're awesome. Yi Chun nodded to Tuan Tuan. With his daughter cheering him on, he absolutely couldn't lose. Yi Chun stood opposite Anthony, dressed in casual sportswear and sneakers, looking like a half-baked martial artist, while everyone else was dressed in proper martial arts attire. Anthony, confident of victory, said condescendingly, Yi Chun, I don't know how you managed to score 999. Now go down, don't embarrass yourself too much. Yi Chun raised his eyelids and said calmly, Get down? If anyone should be getting down, it's you. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back anymore. Yi Chun, get out of here. Anthony gritted his teeth and threw the first punch. It was so fast that it was impossible for anyone to catch it, but Yi Chun saw it clearly and dodged it slightly to the side. What's going on? Anthony is a young boxing champion. Not many people can dodge his punch. I didn't realize that Yi Chun, at such a young age, is actually quite capable. Dad, you're awesome. Tuanshuan shouted happily, and then clapped her little hands to cheer for her father. Feng Yin felt embarrassed and silently moved a little further away from the little group of children. Anthony gritted his teeth and said, Yi Chun, don't think you're so great just because you can dodge my punch. This is just the beginning. He turned around and attacked again, kicking Yi Chun's leg. Yi Chun was one step ahead, using his knee to block the other's abdomen, and then grabbing his shoulders tightly. Anthony was pinned down and unable to move, roaring, Yi Chun, let me go. Yi Chun suddenly elbowed Anthony in the shoulder, grabbed his arm, and threw him over his shoulder. Ah! Anthony screamed and collapsed to the ground, clutching his aching left shoulder. Yi Chun snorted coldly, walked closer to him, and said, Want to compete with me? Want me to step down? Who's stepping down now? Anthony lay on the ground, indignant. Just a moment ago, he was only a step too slow. Yi Chun picked up Anthony and threw him to the ground. Anthony collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, clearly having been badly beaten. Everyone was stunned. Did we win? Yi Chun actually won. What happened? Yi Chun actually won. What did he just do? I didn't even see it clearly. Some people rubbed their eyes, thinking they must have seen wrong. Yi Chun defeated Anthony in just 1 minute and threw him to the ground. Tuanshuan jumped up from the chair happily. Daddy, awesome. Dad is the best. Dad is so amazing. Feng Yin was dumbfounded. When did Yi Chun become so powerful? Feng Li wasn't surprised at all. It seemed to be entirely within her expectations. Yi Lin nodded repeatedly. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Yi Chun is no ordinary person. Even I didn't see the move he used just now clearly. The winner of the third match is Yi Chun. Anthony lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. He had been careless. Yi Chun was so fast and strong that he had no chance to fight back at all. I was in excruciating pain all over my body, especially my arms, which felt like they were dislocated. I lay on the ground, unable to move. In the end, Anthony was carried away by medical staff and could only lie on a stretcher, which was extremely embarrassing. Yi Chi gripped the cup tightly, his fingertips turning a ghastly white, his face ashen. Yi Chun. He did win. Anthony was no match for him. This time, besides Tess, there's also Yi Chun as one of their opponents. The following matches were played quickly, and the list of players for the semifinals was selected in just one morning. Yi Chun, Yi Chi, Tess, and Li Sheng. Yi Chun is a dark horse. I thought he was just a handsome pretty boy, but I didn't expect him to be so capable. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He is indeed very strong, but Bits and Knight are still a bit lacking and won't make it to the finals. That's right. Yichen can only go as far as the semifinals. That's all he can do. I'm still Bates, no change. Me too. The biggest bets were still placed on Tess and Yi Chi, while Yichen only received a few small candies. Tuanchuan looked at the table and realized she didn't have enough candies. She'd bring more next time she came, and give them all to her dad. Yichen picked up Tuanchuan and said, Tuanchuan, you bet a little milk candy on Daddy. If Daddy loses, your little milk candy will be gone. Dad is awesome. The little guy gave his dad a cute, adorable kiss on the cheek. Dad, you're awesome. Dad is the best. Yichun was delighted by his daughter's praise. Really? Is Daddy that amazing? Dad is the best. In a baby's heart, Dad is the most amazing. Yichun asked in a low voice, Familly, am I? Am I that amazing today? Familly nodded and said, It's really good. The training these past few days has been effective. I'll win a championship tomorrow and bring back lots and lots of candy for Tuanchuan. Yichun lifted the little dumpling high, and the dumpling cried happily. The family was enjoying themselves when Tez walked over. Yichun, I admit you're very good, but you're still far behind me. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's match. Tess spoke in Chinese this time, though his Chinese was very poor, but Yichun still understood the general meaning. They came to provoke him. Yichun raised an eyebrow. Okay, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's final. I hope to see you there. Tess sneered. Is that so? But I have more faith in young Master Yi Chi. Only one of you can make it to the finals, and I think it's him. Yichun's voice was calm. Then let's wait and see. After saying that, Yichun got into the car with his wife and children. Tesla greeted Familly warmly. President Feng, see you tomorrow. Familly turned her head away, not even glancing at Tess, and kept her eyes on Yichun the whole time. You did such a great job today. What reward would you like, honey? Yichun glanced at Tesla outside the window, hugged Familly, and deliberately said, I want my wife's kiss. Good. Familly cupped Yichun's face and gently kissed him. Little Tuanchuan quickly covered its eyes with its two paws, secretly peeking out a gap between its middle and index fingers. Tess clenched his fist, but remained calm on the surface. President Feng, I'll head back now. Before Familly could speak, Yichun forcefully grabbed her chin, pressed her against the back of the chair, and kissed her fiercely. It seems he has more than one rival in love. Yichun, too many rivals in love? Kill them all. 161 Familly didn't do anything wrong. She just liked him too much. Familly was breathless from the kiss. Her two fair arms wrapped around Yichun's neck, and she hung on him. Why is Yichun being so domineering today? You wouldn't guess her young husband is quite jealous. Familly raised the corner of her eye and took the initiative to meet Yichun's kiss. Yichun was so captivated that he hugged her and kissed her passionately. Both of them forgot that there were other people around, especially Xiao Tuanchuan, who watched with great interest. After an unknown amount of time, Yichun finally let go of Familly. Her eyes were slightly red, and a hint of allure appeared. Yichun held the person in his arms, afraid that others would see them. Tesby smiled insincerely. President Feng and Mr. Yi are truly a loving couple. Yichun said coldly, That's natural. My wife and I have always had a good relationship. Goodbye, Mr. Tess. After saying that, the car drove away. Everything that just happened was impulsive. Thinking about it now, he was really embarrassed. Even the tips of Yichun's ears turned red. Familly gently stroked Yichun's ear with her slender, jade-like fingers. She raised the corner of her eye, a half-smile on her face. Jealous? Yichun stubbornly insisted. No, I didn't. Familly leaned closer to Yichun's ear. No, aren't you jealous? Yichun stammered. No. When did you get to know that Tess? He doesn't look like a good person at all. Yes, I also think he's not a good person. My husband is a good person, and I only trust you. Familly leaned against Yichun's chest, her soft hair falling onto Yichun's face, tickling him. Yichun held the woman in his arms tightly. Her faint fragrance captivated him. We can't do anything reckless now that we're in the car. Yichun gently stroked Familly's soft, boneless waist with his two large hands and asked, Familly, you still haven't told me how you met him? or if you've known each other for a long time. It hasn't been long. We met 2 years ago, and you said you weren't jealous, but you were. Familly raised her head and kissed Yi-chen's lips. I have nothing to do with him. We've only exchanged a few words. I don't like people like him. Yi-chen's face flushed from the kiss, and he asked softly, so what kind of person do you like? Familly gazed into Yi-chen's eyes. Her red lips parted slightly. Of course it's someone like you. I liked you the moment I saw you. Yi-chen was caught off guard by Familly's sudden confession. His ears turned bright red, and he looked away, muttering under his breath, You're talking nonsense. I'm not lying. I liked you the moment I saw you. Everything I said is true. Otherwise, how could I have tricked you into coming home? Familly deliberately raised her eyebrows. I just tricked you into coming home. What I said back then was all a lie. How could getting rained on possibly disfigure you? Yi-chen. He was lying after all. This Familly is going too far. You really did this on purpose. Did you take a fancy to my face, and that's why you brought me home? Yi-chen felt like he'd been tricked, but surprisingly, he was quite happy and not angry at all. Familly readily admitted, yes, it's because you're so handsome that you just happened to catch my eye. But Yi-chen, you're so easy to fool. Yi-chen was furious and pushed Familly away. I suddenly felt like I'd been scammed. Familly leaned closer and pressed her face against Yi-chen's chest. Are you angry? You're my husband now. There's no use being angry. Don't be angry, okay? Familly cupped Yi-chen's face and kissed him, but Yi-chen turned his head away, refusing to let her kiss him. Familly chuckled softly, kissed Yi-chen's cheek domineeringly, and then gently bit him. Yi-chen almost clenched his fist. This woman was seducing him again. Honey, don't be angry anymore, okay? You're my husband now. There's no use in being angry. Familly sat on Yi-chen's lap, squirming and nuzzling against his chest, her voice sweet and seductive. Husband. Yi-chen couldn't bear to let such a cold and beautiful woman act coquettishly, especially since she was his wife. They were already married, so they forgave her. Familly didn't do anything wrong. She just liked him too much. Yi-chen was aroused by the woman in his arms. I'm not angry. Let's go out to eat. After we eat, aren't you going to buy clothes? Okay, you'll stay with me. Tuan watched her parents kissing and hugging, while she sat pitifully to the side, rubbing her eyes with a wronged expression. Yi-chen hugged Tuan tightly. My sweet baby, tell Daddy why are you sad? Tuan pouted, looking aggrieved. Daddy and Mommy kiss you, but they don't like Tuan. Of course I love you. How could I not love Tuan? Our Tuan is such a good baby. Tuan is Daddy's precious darling. How about I take you to buy some dolls and candies today? Good. Little Tuan was finally happy and hugged her father's neck tightly. Yi-chen bought 2 large jars of milk candy for Tuan, who happily hugged them and followed behind her father. She wanted to pawn all these candies to her father, Omega. Then they bought several outfits for Familly, and carrying several bags, the family left the mall with a full load of purchases. When they got home, Tuan poured all the little milk candies out and put them on the table, counting them one by one, looking very serious. Yi-chen squatted down and asked, Sweetie, why are you counting candies? Tuan laughed happily. Daddy, for Daddy. For Dad? You've already given Dad a lot of candies. You don't need so many. Give them all to Dad. Tuan continued to lie on the table and count, already reaching more than 80. Yi-chen, I've poached a few people from Tianrui Entertainment for your company. You can go take a look today. You might even find someone you know. Familly sat on the sofa, flipped through the folder, circled a few names, and handed them to Yi-chen. What? You even poached Sister Li, and this Vice President Liu? President Li, President Zhang. These were all Yi-chen's former superiors, especially this Vice President Liu, who pressured Yi-chen to write songs and release albums every day. Now they're all his employees? It feels a bit unreal. Familly nodded and said, Yes, I think they still have some ability, so I was thinking of poaching them for you. If it doesn't work out, you can fire them. The decision is entirely in your hands. I fired them. Yi-chen was a little uncertain. These were the people who had always bullied him. Yes, you're the company's boss, so of course you have the right. Okay, I'll go to the company first. Yi-chen couldn't wait to see these former bosses who had bullied him, if they knew he was the boss. Will Vice President Liu just smash his head against a wall and die? Just thinking about it makes me feel great. My boss has become my subordinate. That feeling is pretty good. 162 shocking. The junior employee he bullied actually became his boss. For Saints Media Company. Yichin got out of the car and went straight to the 6th floor, with a little tail following behind him. Wherever it goes, it always has a little tail following it. There was nothing he could do. His daughter was too attached to him. Yichin stopped and waited for the little tail behind him. Dad. Toanshuan's 2 short legs ran very fast as she took her father's hand and got on the elevator. Toanshuan, Daddy, give me a hug. The little one shook his head and spoke to his father in a cute, innocent voice. No hugs, Daddy's tired. Dad isn't tired, and our Toanshuan isn't heavy either. Yichin squatted down and picked up the little bundle of joy. Upon entering the company, everything was impeccably cleaned and tidy, with a front desk and security personnel readily available. Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi. One by one, they greeted Yichin respectfully. Yichin was a little unaccustomed to it. He was now a CEO. Cough, 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 okay. After entering, Zwaman was not seen. Could it be that Familly has already transferred her away? And so quickly? Where are Vice President Liu and the others? Yichin entered the hall, put Toanshuan on the sofa, and gave her a few small dolls. Toanshuan, you can play with the dolls here. Good. Yichin walked up to Liu Hao and asked, Brother Donkey, did anyone from the company come today? I didn't see any. Liu Hao was startled, and only after he came to his senses did he realize that it was Yichin. Chun'er. No. President Yi. You scare me to death. You appear out of nowhere. I was working. Don't call me President Yi. Just call me by my name. Don't be so formal. Liu Hao said with a grin. Great. Chun'er. Several people came today. They all look like senior managers, very classy. They were called to Vice President Zhu's office. Hey Chun'er, your rich wife is really something, managing to get so many people involved. Is our company about to go public? Yichin coughed a few times. I don't know either. Hu Yuxuan leaned in and whispered. You must have had incredible luck for hundreds of lifetimes to have such a wonderful wife who runs your company. My wife is indeed good, but she's definitely not an old woman. I'll let you meet her sometime. Focus on your work. All right. Chun'er, you do a good job as CEO. Not long after, the meeting room door opened, and several familiar faces walked out. Yichin recognized him at a glance. It was Vice President Liu, who loved to make things difficult for him the most, forcing him to write lyrics and release albums every day, treating him like a donkey. And then there's General Manager Li, and General Manager Zhang isn't a good person either. They just bully him, the newcomer. Yichin was furious. He had finally fallen into his hands. Yichin's smile grew increasingly arrogant and unrestrained. Vice President Liu also saw Yichin. Having always bullied Yichin, he said arrogantly, You're Yichin? You changed companies too, and you ended up here. Yichin smiled and nodded. Yes, Vice President Liu is here too. What a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence, but I am not on the same level as you here. Vice President Liu raised his head arrogantly. You're just a lowly employee here, while I'm the team leader. What a coincidence to run into you here, Yichin. You are destined to be my subordinate. Vice President Liu's smile grew even more smug. Yichin, work hard for me from now on, and maybe I can even promote you. The people around Lu Fei looked at him as if he were an idiot. Vice President Liu instructed, Yichin, go get me a glass of water. I'm a little thirsty from the meeting. Zwaman came out in her high heels and said coldly, Lu Fei, you really have a lot of nerve, daring to have President Yi pour you tea. Don't you want to stay here? Lu Fei thought he had misheard, picked at his ears, looked at Yichin in front of him incredulously, and swallowed. Vice President Zwa, what? What did you say? You must be joking. Yichin used to be an ordinary employee under me. How could he possibly be the company's president? Yichin is still a college student who hasn't graduated yet. How could he possibly start a company, let alone such a big one? Zwaman sneered. Lu Fei, am I joking with you? The person standing in front of you is the company's real president, President Yi. Lu Fei was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and stared straight at Yichin, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Yichin, are you really the president of the Four Saints group? Yes, I even came up with the name. Does it sound nice? Lu Fei nodded repeatedly, his legs trembling. It sounds good. Of course, the name that President Yi chose sounds good. How could Yi Chen possibly become a CEO? Not only Lu Fei, but even Li Jia found it unbelievable. Yi Chen, are you really the president of this company? What's going on? Aren't you a college student who hasn't graduated yet? Did you just terminate your contract with Tianrui Entertainment? Yi Chen explained, Sisterly, this company was opened with the help of my friend, and I am indeed the largest shareholder of the company. Lu Fei was completely stunned. His subordinate had become his boss. He still remembered how he used to bully Yi Chen. It was truly a tragedy that he ended up in Yi Chen's hands. It's over. It's completely over, but he has nowhere else to go now. Lu Fei immediately poured a cup of hot water and personally apologized to Yi Chen, along with President Li and President Zhang. No one wanted the people who left Tianrui Company. Only this new company gave them a way to survive, and the salary wasn't low either. Yi Chen asked knowingly, Vice President Liu, President Zhang, President Li, what are you doing? Mr. Yi, we apologize for any offense we may have caused you in the past. We hope you will not hold our past actions against us. Yi Chen took the tea from Lu Fei and took a sip. Of course not. Once you're here at the company, you're part of the company. Vice President Liu, I'm so sorry to have you serve me tea and water. Are you tired? Why don't you take a break? Lu Fei shook his head repeatedly, bowing and scraping. President Yi, you're too kind. It's my honor to serve you tea and water. I hope you'll take good care of me and the company in the future. Yi Chen gave a forced smile. It's easy. After all, we're old acquaintances. Vice President Liu used to ask me to write lyrics every day, making me write 10 songs in 3 months. So a man frowned and said, What? Write 10 songs in 3 months? Isn't that asking too much? Being able to create 1 song in 3 months is already the limit. Lu Fei immediately explained, No, Mr. Yi, of course I was just joking, just kidding. If only I had known then what I know now. The junior employee he had made things difficult for eventually became his boss. Yi Chen nodded and said, So it was Vice President Liu joking. Lu Fei said humbly, President Yi, please don't call me Vice President Liu. I am your employee. Just call me by my name, Lu Fei. Yi Chen said in a low voice, Lu Fei, that's a nice name. Lu Fei doesn't seem to have any ability. He's probably just someone Feng Li deliberately recruited to the company so he could vent his anger. Confused face, Yi Chen, arrogantly you didn't expect this, did you? I've actually become the boss. 163. A good husband should massage his wife's legs. This was the first time Yi Chen had ever seen Lu Fei so humble. From then on, Lu Fei would be the one giving orders with an arrogant air every day. Now, it's finally his turn. Yi Chen felt like he had gotten away with something. But so what? Dad. Suddenly, a cute little baby bump appeared on my lap. Yi Chen picked up his precious daughter and kissed her little face. Tuanchuan, why aren't you playing with your little baby? The little one hugged his father's neck tightly, saying, Daddy, I want Daddy. Lu Fei exclaimed repeatedly. This is President Ye's daughter. She's so cute and beautiful, and looks just like President Ye. A true man can bend and stretch. There's no shame in trying to make money. Lu Fei spent the afternoon busy serving Yi Chen tea and water, and also flattering him. Yi Chen knew Lu Fei's character. He exploited his employees, was greedy and lazy, and would never work properly. Therefore, Yi Chen assigned most of the tasks to Lu Fei. Lu Fei, get these plans sorted out. I need them by tomorrow afternoon. Lu Fei glanced through them and found there were more than a dozen. Even if the entire company organized all these documents, it would take a long time. Mr. Yi, isn't this a bit too much? How about giving me 2 helpers, or even just 1? Yi Chen raised his head, frowned and said, Is it a lot? I don't think it's much. Compared to me writing 10 songs in 3 months, it's already very little. Lu Fei looked like he was about to cry, nodding repeatedly. President Yi, I was really just joking. How could you still remember such a small thing? Yi Chen waved his hand. Go ahead, and tidy it up properly. Lu Fei had no help at all, and went to work all by himself. Lu Hao asked in a low voice, Chener, I have a feeling that you have a grudge against this Lu Fei. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. How could we not have a grudge? He's that Vice President Liu, my boss who exploits me every day, making me write 10 songs in 3 months, treating me like a donkey. Now that he's in my hands, of course I have to teach him a lesson. What? Lu Fei is going too far? Don't worry, with us brothers here, we'll definitely make him pay. Don't go too far. Just let him back down. He's incompetent, greedy, and lazy. Yichen finished reading the contracts in his hand, signed his name, and was finally able to leave work. It's exhausting. Being a boss isn't easy. Little Tuanchuan thoughtfully climbed onto the sofa and massaged her father's head, saying, "Daddy, it hurts. Let Tuanchuan massage it." Yichen looked happy. "Thank you, my darling. You're truly my sweetest little angel." Little Tuanchuan continued to massage her father's head. Her two little paws were soft and cuddly, making Yichen feel very comfortable. A moment later, she looked at her father's face and kissed him with a love-struck expression. "Dad's the most handsome?" Yichen got his face covered in saliva again. Their little Tuanchuan is still a bit of a fangirl. They need to keep a close eye on her and make sure she's not tricked away by other boys. Yichen carried his adorable daughter, ready to go home. Lu Hao patted Tuanchuan's little hand and asked, "Tuanchuan, do you still remember who your uncle is?" Tuanchuan tilted her little head and said in a cute, childlike voice, "Donkey. Uncle Donkey." Yichen burst into laughter. "Yes, he is Uncle Donkey." Lu Hao patted Tuan's little head. "What donkey, uncle? I'm Uncle Lu. Don't call me that next time." "Uncle Donkey." Tuanchuan calls out in a cute, innocent voice. Her big, watery eyes are like grapes, her features are delicate and petite, and her face is pink and tender. She is incredibly adorable. Tears of envy streamed down Lu Hao's face. "Chinner, I've made up my mind. I want to have a daughter as cute as Xiao Tuanchuan." Lu Hao, Hu Yuxuan, and the others took turns holding Xiao Tuanchuan, none of them wanting to let go, and they wanted to take the baby home and raise her directly. "You must be dreaming. Anything can happen in dreams. I'm going home now. My wife is waiting for me to eat. I'm leaving now." Yichen took Tuanchuan into his arms and carried his daughter into the car. "Goodbye, Uncle Donkey, Uncle Hu, Uncle Lu." Tuanchuan, all chubby and cute, pressed herself against the car window, saying goodbye to the uncles. Lu Hao's voice became stern. "Little Tuanchuan, see you tomorrow. Uncle will buy you candy." "Hey, Brother Donkey, why does your voice sound so strained?" Lu Peng nodded repeatedly, almost getting goosebumps all over. "Donkey, you've even got yourself caught." Lu Hao shrugged helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. Tuanchuan is just too cute. I've decided I want to have a daughter too, marry a beautiful wife, and have a beautiful daughter." Lu Peng and Hu Yuxuan both scoffed at the same time. "Keep dreaming." Lu Hao asked doubtfully, "Do you think Tuanchuan is really Shentu's biological daughter? She looks so much like her to me." Lu Peng said, "It shouldn't be. Didn't Chinner say that Tuanchuan is a relative's child? Chinner is the same age as us. How could she possibly have a 3-year-old child?" Yichen brought Tuan home. The kitchen had already prepared a meal, and as soon as they entered, they smelled a delicious aroma. Familly had just returned, dressed in casual pajamas, leaning back on the sofa, her posture exuding a touch of laziness. "How was it? The person I picked for you today was pretty good, wasn't it?" Yichen sat down next to Familly and asked, "You also recruited Vice President Lu. He's not very capable. Why did you take a liking to him?" Familly said in a flat tone, "He's not a very good person, but I heard he used to exploit you a lot at the company. I poached him for you to have your fun with. If you don't want him anymore after you've had your fun, just fire him." Just as I expected. Familly could never possibly think highly of Vice President Lu's workability. Sure enough, it was just to make him feel better. His wife really cared about him the most. You didn't see how servile he was today. The more arrogant he used to be, the more humble he is now. Yi Qingwang felt a sense of satisfaction just thinking about it. Right now, Lu Fei was probably still working hard to organize the documents. Suddenly, a soft finger landed on his chest, and Familly's voice was charming and alluring. "I've really done you a huge favor. How are you going to thank me?" Yi Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he lowered his head. I don't know. I don't know. How about you thank me properly tonight? I don't need anything else. Tomorrow is the final, so tonight is a good time to get some exercise." Familly looked at Yi Chen meaningfully, her gaze slowly moving downwards, her hands starting to wander again. "You should get some exercise today. I'll help you." Yi Chen's ear was pinched again, and his ears turned bright red and dripped blood. He immediately removed Feng Li's hand. Fine, do whatever you want. Tuanshuan and the servants are here, so don't do anything reckless. They can't see it anyway. I'm just checking, and it's fine. Feng Li raised the corner of her eye, looking very serious. Yi Chun was almost driven crazy by Feng Li's alluring charm. She dared to be so unrestrained in public, not even afraid of being seen by others. Feng Li lifted one of her long legs and placed it on Yi Chen's leg. Wearing high heels today is too tiring. Give me a massage. Oh, okay. Yi Chen obediently massaged his wife's legs. Her slender legs were wrapped in black stockings and felt very smooth to the touch. Her rounded breasts seemed about to burst out, clinging to her body. Yi Chun was a little distracted, and his large hand reached inside. 164 needs his wife to recharge him. Feng Li raised her eyebrows. Didn't you just say there were people around? Are you so bold? Aren't you afraid someone will see us? They dare not look. Yi Chun continued his movements, feeling the smooth, elastic, and soft texture, and couldn't help but apply a little force. The sound that escaped Feng Li's mouth made Yi Chun even more eager. If it weren't for the fact that I hadn't had breakfast yet, I would have carried the person upstairs. Mother! Tuanshuan seemed to hear something and suddenly ran over on her short legs. Yi Chun immediately withdrew his hand and distanced himself from Feng Li. Yi Chun asked guiltily, Tuanshuan, why are you here? Weren't you drawing? Little Tuanshuan pointed at her mother with one little finger. Mommy, it hurts. The baby heard the mother's voice and thought the mother was sick. Feng Li sighed and rubbed her forehead. Tuanshuan, Mommy's not in pain. Go draw. The little bundle of joy lay on the table, sticking out his little bottom as he continued drawing. Yi Chun also breathed a sigh of relief. I almost got caught. Did I use too much force just now? Does it hurt a lot? Feng Li's eyes were alluring. It hurts a little. Take a good look at it for me tonight. Yi Chun's throat went dry. Okay. The meal was finally ready, and the family enjoyed a happy meal together. Little Tuanshuan, wearing a pink bib, sat next to her father, eating by herself with a small spoon, her mouth like a bottomless pit. Daddy, Tuanshuan, eat some meat. Okay, eat meat and grow tall. Yi Chun picked up the freshest beef for the little dumpling and also picked up a piece for Feng Li, saying, You should eat more too. You've lost weight recently. Okay, you feed me. Yi Chun was feeding his wife for the first time, and his hands were shaking so badly he almost dropped the food. Feng Yin pouted. I also want to find a boyfriend who will serve me food every day, and then bring him here to show off our love. Feng Li said, Sure, you can like whoever you want. What if I bring back a poor boy? Feng Li nodded and said, As long as they have good character, it doesn't matter if they are rich or poor. I'll bring them back tomorrow and show off our love in front of you. Feng Yin took a bite of half a meatball. I'm so fed up with having to eat dog food all over my face. If the dog is full from eating dog food, why would it need to eat rice? After dinner, Yi Chun and Feng Li went to their room. Xiao Tuanshuan continued drawing. She hadn't finished her first drawing yet. She would show it to her father when she was done. Feng Yin was watching TV, occasionally taking a bite of fruit, and looking at the drawings Xiao Tuanshuan had made. Tuanshuan, do you know what your mom and dad are doing? Tuanshuan tilted her head, looking puzzled. Sleep. Feng Yin muttered under her breath. What's with the sleeping? They're clearly making a baby. Maybe in a few months, Tuanshuan will have a younger brother or sister. Several pieces of clothing were scattered on the floor. Feng Li slightly raised her neck, squinted at Yi Chun below, and took one of his large hands and placed it on her chest. Why aren't you touching me anymore? The woman before him was completely naked. Her skin was fair and smooth. Her slender waist was so delicate it could be encircled by a single hand. Her legs were long and fair, and her body had a shapely figure that made one's blood boil. Yi Chun's mouth went dry. He grasped the woman's soft waist with his large hand and slowly moved upwards. Feng Li suddenly bent down, wrapped her arms tightly around Yi Chun's neck, and whispered in his ear, Am I good looking? As she spoke, her warm breath brushed against Yi Chun's cheek. He felt his heart pounding and his head spinning, making it impossible for him to think clearly. No, don't do this. Yi Chun managed to say with difficulty. Feng Li curled the corners of her lips, lifted his chin, and lowered her head to kiss his lips. Yi Chen's eyes widened, and he immediately took the initiative, turning the person over. My wife is so alluring, I can't resist at all. Honey, I'm going to have a good workout tonight. You lie down. Familly turned her head, her eyes alluring. Okay, we agreed on one night. Don't let it get to you later. No? How could Yi Chen, a man of stature, possibly be incapable? What connection could those two words have with him? Yi Chen and Familly are both strong individuals with extraordinary physical strength. As dawn broke, things inside were still turbulent. Yi Chen, it's dawn. Wait a little longer, honey. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and continued his battle. After exercising all night, Yi Chen felt refreshed. Familly covered the mark on her neck in front of the mirror and said in a coquettish tone, You have the final today, and you didn't sleep last night. Are you sure you can manage? Honey, you don't trust me? Of course I can, don't worry. Yi Chen felt his body brimming with energy, even more so than when he was asleep. I still need my wife to recharge me. Familly thoughtfully straightened Yi Chen's clothes. I was worried you might faint from exhaustion. You can sleep for a while in the car later. Don't worry, I won't faint. I feel full of energy right now. Yi Chen glanced at Familly's stomach, seemingly casually. It seems like you two haven't taken any precautions. Could it be that you're actually pregnant? Tuanchuan is still so young, so he's not in a rush to have a baby. What's wrong? Why are you staring at my stomach? Yi Chen immediately shook his head and said, It's nothing. You seem to have lost weight again. Eat more. It'll look better if you gain a little weight. Do you prefer curvy women? Don't I have a good figure? Familly wore a fitted black dress with an exaggeratedly large bust, a curvaceous figure, and long legs. She was practically every otaku's dream goddess. Okay, you have a great figure. Let's go, don't let it delay the final. Yi Chen pulled Familly downstairs. Tuanchuan was already dressed and sitting at the dining table, swinging her short little legs as she waited for her parents. Dad, little Tuanchuan hugged her father's leg, raised her head, and said in a pitiful voice, Daddy, time for bed. Last night, the baby waited for his father for a long time, but he didn't come back. Yi Chen looked at Tuanchuan with guilt. I'm sorry, Tuanchuan, Daddy forgot to put you to sleep yesterday. Familly casually interjected. Yeah, you guys are pretty busy. You went to work right after dinner, and I had to put Tuanchuan to sleep. Thanks, Familly. Familly smiled maliciously. You're welcome. You two have important matters to attend to. Yi Chen coughed a few times and picked up Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, Daddy didn't mean it. Daddy forgot last night. Can you forgive Daddy? Tuanchuan nodded her little head without hesitation, not angry with her father at all, and was coaxed back by her father's words. Yi Chen kissed the baby's little cheek. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Daddy will definitely not forget next time. Dad is the best. Tuanchuan's sweet, babyish voice rang out as she hugged her father's neck tightly. Dad must not have done it on purpose last night. She's not angry at all. Tuanchuan. She won't be angry with her dad. 165. Open and above board, fingers intertwined. As soon as they got out of the car, Yi Chen noticed that Tuan was carrying a small bag. The bunny bag was bulging, and he didn't know what was inside. Yi Chen asked, Tuanchuan, why are you carrying a small bag? What's inside? Tuanchuan happily stuck out her tongue. Candy. Lots of candy. Little glutton, you still love sweets so much. Let Daddy check if your teeth are rotten. Yi Chen pinched the little girl's chin and looked at her teeth. Her baby teeth were white and neat. Tuanchuan is brushing her teeth. Yi Chen gently rubbed the baby's head. But you can't eat too much sugar either. Tuanchuan shook her little head like a rattle drum. Tuanchuan doesn't eat candy. You lied to Daddy again, saying you wouldn't eat candy. What are you going to do with so much candy? Tuanchuan's sweet, babyish voice rang out. Give Daddy lots of candy. Give Daddy lots of candy. Yi Chen suddenly realized that all those candies were for him. Tuanchuan, do you think Daddy can win? If Daddy loses, you won't get any more candy. Dad is amazing. The little boy cheered for his dad in his sweet, childlike voice. Yi Chen kissed the baby's little face. Okay, Daddy will definitely not let Tuanchuan lose the candy. Yi Chen, let's eat first. Familly stuffed a crystal bag into Yi Chen's mouth. I woke up late today, so I had to eat in the car. The food wasn't bad either. Yi Chen ate crystal buns and steak, and drank nutritious porridge, feeling much more refreshed. Feng Li asked with concern. Are you sleepy? You didn't sleep last night. Why don't you take a nap first? Feng Yin turned her head with a smile, her eyes scanning back and forth between the two of them, and whispered, Sister, you didn't sleep all night? Yichen doesn't look like a muscular guy, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Her sister must be very happy. The martial arts hall is bustling with people. Many people came to the finals, including wealthy families and heiresses from various countries. Yi Chun was with Xiao Tuan Tuan, and the little guy's adorable appearance attracted a lot of attention. It's a human baby. It's so cute. So beautiful, such an adorable human cub from country Z. Several foreign women with blue eyes walked up to Tuanshuan and stuffed several chocolates into her arms. She praised the baby in fluent English, but unfortunately the baby couldn't understand a word. Tuanshuan is currently learning basic English words and can only say thank you. What an adorable baby. He can even say thank you. Dad is so handsome too. A beautiful, fair-skinned Russian woman asked, Are you the father? You look so young. Does the baby not have a mother? Can you look at me? Foreign women are all eyeing her husband. Feng Li's eyes grew even darker as she walked to Yi Chen's side, her tone indifferent. Baby has a mother. I see. I'll be going now. The foreign heiresses slunk away. Feng Li turned his head indifferently. I didn't realize you were so popular with girls. Even foreign women are interested in you. What's the point of being so handsome? Yi Chun grasped Feng Li's hand and said helplessly, It's not my fault that I'm handsome. I'm not handsome for them to see, but for my wife. Don't be angry, wife. Let's go. When we hold hands, they know I already have a wife. Feng Li did not object, and was led by Yi Chen's hand. This was the first time they had walked hand in hand openly. Feng Li wasn't the delicate type of girl, nor would she cling to Yi Chen's arm and act coquettishly. Their closest relationship was holding hands. Tuanshuan held tightly to her father's other hand, as if afraid of getting lost. She can't get lost. If she does, she won't have such a good father anymore. The game hasn't even started, but betting has already begun. Many people have placed all their chips on Tesla. We must win money today. God, please let me win money. Thank you. This time it will definitely be your championship. I've staked everything I own on this. Tess, you have to win. Yi Chi also has many bargaining chips. Young Master Yi is not bad either. I'm betting on young Master Yi. I think the boxing champion is also an option. I'm betting on Li to win. Finally, when it came to Yi Chen's place, it was still completely bare. Since Feng Li, as the referee, couldn't place bets, she had Feng Yin exchange a lot of chips to support Yi Chen. Feng Yin hesitated, muttering to herself, Should we really bet on Yi Chen? I feel like it's a bit risky. Tess is so tall and big. How could Yi Chen possibly beat him? Maybe we should change our minds. Before Feng Yin could even place her chips, Xiao Tuanshuan had already pulled all the candies out of her bunny bag. For Dad. The scene where Yi Chen placed his bets was instantly filled with many more little milk candies. Ha ha, this little guy is placing bets for his dad again. What a filial little boy. Sweetie, if your dad loses, all these candies will be gone, not a single one. Do you want to reconsider? Tuanshuan shook her little head like a rattle drum and said in her childish voice, For Daddy is the best. Yi Chen looked on with a gratified expression. His precious daughter was still the most considerate. Ha ha, this little baby is so cute. Your dad is no good. It's a waste for you to press down on him. He'll just start crying again. Yeah, nobody supports your dad. You should leave Tang Tang with your uncle. Maybe you can win more candy. No matter how much the people around her tried to dissuade her, Xiao Tuanshuan remained unmoved, emptying all the candies from her bunny bag and placing them with her father. Daddy's awesome. Feng Yin hesitated for a moment, then secretly placed all her chips on Tess's side. Although Yi Chun is powerful, Tess is a true martial arts master, invincible even abroad. She supported Yi Chun in her heart, but if she wanted to win money, she still had to rely on Tess. Anyway, her sister can't see it. Tuanshuan seemed to understand her aunt's actions and tugged at her arm with her two little paws. Auntie, give it to Daddy. My dear Tuanshuan, your auntie is doing this to earn money. Your dad already has your little milk candy. Tuanshuan's cheeks were puffed up with anger. She was quite upset. My aunt is bad. Feng Yin bent down and coaxed Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan, of course your aunt supports your dad in her heart. Familly sat on the steps, looking down at everything, and then picked up her phone to send a message to Familly. Your salary for the past month is gone. Sis. No. My salary is my lifeline. Why is it gone? Familly was about to cry. Had her sister seen it? There's no reason why. Do you think I didn't see it? I told you to bet on Yi-chun, and what did you do? Familly's icy gaze swept over Familly, who was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Tuan Tuan. Wah! Her sister is so scary. 166 Grandpa? The grandpa in his dream? Tuan moved her two short legs and ran to the side, not letting her aunt hide. Sister, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong, but there's no going back on this deal. Your salary for the next month is gone. Then, Familly lost a month's salary. It's okay. She'll definitely win the money and get it back. Then she'll have a salary for the next month. When Tess arrived, he saw the chips on the table. His side was almost full. On Yi-chen's side, there was only a pile of milk candy. Tess squatted down and said in broken Chinese, Are you called Tuan? The candy you gave to your dad? Why don't you give it to your uncle? Your uncle will win you a lot more. Tuan shook her head sweetly. Daddy's great. Tess chuckled and reached out his big hand to touch Tuan's face, but Tuan quickly hid behind her aunt. Don't touch it, Tuan. Familly took out the little boy. This is Tess, he's an international martial arts champion. Tuan pouted. I don't like him. I like Daddy. She only loves her father. Mr. Tess, don't listen to Xiao Tuan's nonsense. She's just a little baby who doesn't understand anything. Familly was very enthusiastic. Tess was her idol, and this was the first time she had been so close to him. It's okay. I wouldn't hold a grudge against a baby. I like Tuan very much. She's so cute. Tess laughed, and Familly was stunned. Even when her idol smiled, he looked so handsome. Tuan tugged at her aunt's hand. Auntie. My aunt was stunned. She just kept smiling foolishly. Familly picked up Xiao Tuan and carried her to the sofa. Keep a close eye on her. Don't run around or make noise. You'll embarrass me. Tuan frowned and puffed out her cheeks. Tuan, cheer for Daddy. Tuan picked up the phone and talked to her dad. The baby could only send voice messages and emojis, not type. My aunt is mean. I won't vote for Dad. Then, he sent a puffed-up bunny emoji. Yi-chen chuckled. It's all right. Tuan bought Daddy lots of candies. That's enough. My aunt is naughty. The little boy was talking badly about his aunt when his phone was taken away again, and he stomped his feet in anger. Familly pressed down on the irritable little boy with one large hand. Tuan, you're talking badly about me again. How am I bad? I was just speaking from a businessman's perspective, investing for your father. What if we lose money? Dad is amazing. I know your dad is good, but he's not as good as that uncle from before. Just watch carefully. Tuan sat obediently on the sofa, swinging her two short legs, waiting for her father to appear. Dad must be the best. The participants had all arrived when, just then, another sound of footsteps was heard. Frog fun. It's Elder Yi. Master Yi has actually come too. This is the former #1 martial arts master. It really is Elder Yi. I heard his legend when I was a child. He is an instructor of the Global Martial Arts Alliance. That's amazing. The only person from China in the Global Martial Arts Federation. He actually came. That's really giving young Master Yi face. Yi Chi is his grandson after all. How could he not give him face? He must have come here specifically to oversee things. Everyone stood up excitedly, with Yi Chi being the most excited. Grandpa is here. Grandpa must have come to see him. Old Yi was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, looked to be in his 70s, was in good health, and had a kind smile on his face. He was a very easygoing old man. Yi Chun raised his head, and for a moment, he felt as if he had seen that face somewhere before. Is it in a dream? The old man who taught him martial arts? How could that be? This is the legendary Elder Yi. How could he possibly teach him? Yi Chun shook his head. He must be overthinking it. Maybe they just look a little alike. Grandfather. Yi Chi went over and helped the old man up, a slight smile playing on her lips. Grandpa, what brings you here? Let's watch the final match and see how you perform. Don't let Grandpa down. Yi Chi nodded and said, Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. Okay, Grandpa believes you. Elder Yi patted Yi Chi on the shoulder. Don't be impatient for quick success. You represent the Yi family. Grandpa, I know. Yiqi's lips unconsciously curled up into a smile. Grandpa is here, so it seems Grandpa cares about him a lot. Although his grandfather used to ignore him and only cared about Yilin, who was just a dead man, his grandfather has finally come to his senses. Upon seeing the old man arrive, Yilin immediately made way for him. Dad, what brings you here? Weren't you uninterested in the current martial arts competition? The old man once said that he was not impressed with the current martial arts competitions, as there were no promising talents among the participants. Therefore, he had not attended any of them for 3 years. I've been teaching Yiqi for a week, so of course I want to see how it goes. I hope he won't disappoint me. Old Master Yi sat in the center, holding a microphone, his voice sounding somewhat aged. The first round, opponents will be determined by drawing lots. A sexy waitress, carrying a box, walked up to Yi Chun in high heels. Yi Chun casually picked up a ball, red ball number 2. Tess drew the white ball number 1. Next, it was Yechi's turn, and Yechi also drew the second red ball. The last one was boxing champion Li Sheng, who drew the white ball number 1. Yi Chun looked at the red ball in his hand with some regret. Actually, the person he most wanted to fight was boxing champion Li Sheng, who was his idol. Yi Chi turned his head, his tone full of provocation. Yi Chun, my opponent, is actually you. It seems I can advance to the finals. Yi Chun replied calmly, so confident? I'm not the Yi Chi I was a month ago anymore. I've received guidance from Grandpa, the one you all call Old Master Yi. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, Yi Chi said smugly. The number 1 martial arts expert whom everyone respected was his grandfather. Yi Chun nodded lightly. I hope you get what you want. Yi Chi felt like he had punched cotton. No matter how much he provoked Yi Chun simply wouldn't take the bait. Tess and Li Sheng entered the game. The game hasn't even started yet, but the outcome already seems to be decided. Li Sheng and Tess. One is a Chinese boxing champion, and the other is a world-class boxing champion. There's no need for them to compete. Yi Chun was extremely excited. This was the first time he had seen his idol compete up close, and he was determined to learn from the boxing champion Li Sheng's fighting style. Yi Chun opened his eyes wide, afraid of missing a single detail, but in the blink of an eye, Li Sheng had already collapsed. The scene erupted in uproar. What's going on? The boxing champion lost, and this is just the beginning. I didn't see Tess throw a punch just now. I wonder how fast it was. Yi Chun frowned. He had just seen Tess's fist. Why didn't Li Sheng dodge it? Was he deliberately letting Tess punch him? No wonder he's his idol. Omega. The idol's downfall happened in the last minute. 167. No one is allowed to speak ill of Daddy. Tuanchuan bites. Li Sheng did dodge, but he simply didn't see it. Tess's punch was too fast for most people to catch. He clutched his chest, struggled to his feet, and his face was pale. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that Li Sheng was only temporarily defeated and thought the boxing champion was going to lose. Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his idol would not be easily defeated. Go! Yi Chun almost shouted out loud, but because he was a contestant, he couldn't yell like an audience member, so he forcibly shut his mouth. Tess raised his eyebrows and said with a look of disdain, Looks like you still have energy. Let's go again. Li Sheng gave a wry smile. You're very strong. I'll have to give it my all too. This is my first time participating in this kind of competition, so I can't lose too badly. Otherwise, I'll let my fans down. He knew in his heart that he was no match for Tess at all. Tess had probably only used the full force of 1 round in that punch. This person's strength is truly terrifying. As expected, Tesla remains the champion this time, and even Yi Xiao cannot change the result. Then I'm coming. Before Tess could finish speaking, his fist was already in front of Li Sheng. He tried to step back, but unfortunately, he couldn't dodge it at all. Yi Chun was completely stunned when he saw his idol fall down again. Did Li Sheng let Tesla punch him again? No wonder he's an idol. The next second, he was dumbfounded. Because Li Sheng didn't stand up. This time, he didn't stand up, but simply collapsed. The boxing champion. Did the boxing champion really lose? Li Sheng, he's a boxing champion. He lost before he even threw a punch. Boxing champion, get up. No matter how people called out to him, Li Sheng just lay there, one hand clutching his shoulder, sweating profusely from the pain. Yi Chun clenched his fists. It seemed that this time it was really true. Li Sheng had lost. That's his idol. Tess looked at the person on the ground with smug satisfaction, as if he were looking at an ant, with one foot stepping on his hand. The Z country's boxing champion is nothing special. He was still knocked down by me in one move. As expected, I am the strongest. Li Sheng tried to pull his hand back, but unfortunately, he had no strength left. Tess sneered. Are you going to admit defeat? I want you to admit to yourself that you've lost to me, that you're not as good as me, Tess, and that your country Z is not as good as ours. Li Sheng shook his head. He will not admit defeat. Tess lifted Li Sheng up with one hand, as if showing off, like a victor, and punched him in the face. Should we admit defeat? While Tess was beating Li Sheng, he looked at old Yi on the stage with a strong sense of provocation in his eyes, as if he was doing it on purpose for him. What is Tesla doing? Li Sheng has already lost. This is going too far. That's outrageous. Why didn't the referee stop it? Are they just going to let Tess do whatever he wants? Tess is a demon. Even though the other person has lost, he still tortures him like this. Aren't the referees going to do anything? What about the organizers? They'll beat someone to death in a minute. It'll be a tragedy. I actually bet on Tesla, who insulted our country. He doesn't deserve to be called a traitor. I regret it. Can I get all my bets back? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Feng Yin was filled with regret. How could he have been so blind as to bet on this devil? Tuanshuan's eyes were covered by her aunt, so she couldn't see anything and cried out in distress. My dear Tuanshuan, you're too young to watch such violent fighting. Be good. Yi Chen clenched his fists, almost unable to resist going up and teaching Tess a lesson. This kind of person doesn't deserve to participate in the competition, yet he has so many supporters. Old Master Ye's face was ashen, and he said in a deep voice, Tess, isn't that enough? How can that be enough? He hasn't admitted defeat yet. Make him admit defeat himself. He hasn't admitted defeat, and he hasn't fallen off the ring, so of course the match should continue. The rules of the venue stipulate that the match will continue unless the person voluntarily concedes defeat or falls off the ring, and lastly, no one can die. Tess didn't violate any rules, so even the referee couldn't do anything about it. Yi Chen's fists clenched so tightly that they cracked, as his idol, whom he had admired since childhood, was so humiliated. He will make Tess pay a heavy price. Tesla had had his fill of fun and threw Li Sheng off the ring, where many medical staff carried him onto a stretcher. Tess chuckled dismissively. Boring. The people they have this time are still so bad. Tess wins the first match. This time, no one was cheering for Tess, except for the country where Tess lived. The organizers also looked worried, saying, Tess is too arrogant. He wasn't this arrogant last year. Old Master Ye's expression turned serious. He called Yi Chi over and asked in a deep voice, Are you confident you can defeat Tess this time? Before this, Yi Chi was very confident, but after watching the previous match, he became a little nervous. Tess is really too strong, and his punches are so fast that he can't catch them at all. Yi Chi stammered and couldn't answer. Elder Yi sternly rebuked. You're already getting stage fright and scared? Are you still a descendant of the Yi family? Yi Chi muttered to himself. I wasn't originally a descendant of the Yi family. I was just an imposter. Grandpa, don't worry, I will do my best. Old Master Yi sighed. All right, do your best. Tess came prepared, and he has made great progress this year. Yi Chi said, Grandpa, it's my turn next. I think I should conserve my strength to deal with Tess. Yi Chen shouldn't be a threat. Okay, go ahead. Finally, it was Yi Chen's turn to take the stage. Little Tuanshuan raised her head, full of energy, her big, dark eyes looking at her father. Dad. Yi Chen spotted Xiao Tuanshuan sitting in front of him at a glance, with a little cheering sign on her head. Daddy's awesome. Young Master Yi Chi is here. Young Master Yi is the best. Your dad is going to lose. Tuanshuan, with a fierce yet endearing expression, argued with an uncle next to her, saying, Daddy's great, Daddy's awesome. Your father is no good. Young Master Yi was born into an ancient martial arts family. How could he possibly lose? If your father loses, you won't cry, will you? Your dad will lose the game. Tuanshuan climbed down from her seat and started arguing fiercely with others, shouting, Daddy's great. Daddy's the best. Your dad will really lose. Your dad is no good. Our young Master Yi is the best. Yeah, your dad might get knocked down with one punch. Dad is amazing. Daddy's awesome. The little bundle of milk opened its tiny mouth as if to bite someone. Feng Yin quickly picked up the little one and covered her mouth. How embarrassing. They're arguing again. Before Yichun even had a match, he saw his daughter arguing with someone again. 168 Daddy won. The proud and smug little dumpling. Feng Tuanshuan, stop yelling at me. You're arguing with someone again. Are you a little shrew? Feng Yin pinched the little dumpling's cheeks. The little guy was extremely aggrieved, and his sweet, childish voice rang out. You're talking badly about Daddy. Then you're not allowed to argue either. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? You even bite people. Sit here and watch quietly, and don't make a sound again. Feng Yin placed the little one on the seat and said, keep a close eye on him and don't let him move. Tuanshuan pouted, looking at her father with a wronged expression. Yichun was heartbroken. This time, for his daughter's sake, he had to win. Yichi stood calmly on the stage, defiantly saying, Yichun, you pose no threat to me anymore. Go down yourself, or let me ask you to. If I knock you down, will your daughter cry? Really? I'll wait and see. After shaking hands, the two stepped back simultaneously. The competition has officially begun. Yi Chi made the first move. His fist was so fast that it left afterimages in the air. However, Yi Chen was no slouch either. He quickly retreated, grabbed Yi Chen's arm with one hand, and then used the momentum to turn around and throw him over his shoulder. Smack! With a crisp sound, Yi Chi slammed hard onto the ground. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Has Yechi been defeated? He was defeated in one move? Are you kidding me? Some people even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking they must have seen wrong. What happened? Did young Master Yi fall down? Did you fall accidentally? Tuanshuan laughed happily, clapping her little hands. Daddy, awesome. Yi Chen smiled at the little one, who became even happier and deliberately walked over to the group of people from before, tilting his little head back. Dad, you're amazing. The adorable little bundle of milk was so cute that it made Yi Chen laugh. Yi Chi was completely stunned. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he immediately stood up and said, Just now. It was an accident. Yi Chen nodded. So it was an accident. No wonder young Master Yi was so bad. In that case, let's try again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he had just accidentally fallen. Yi Chen, don't be so smug. I just tripped and fell. Yi Chi gritted his teeth and threw another punch, but this time Yi Chen didn't give him a chance. Instead, he used his other hand to block him and then threw a punch in the abdomen. Yi Chi's face turned green with pain. How could Yi Chen be so fast? Am I already doomed to lose? Yi Chen's fist suddenly stopped in front of Yi Chi's face. How about I let you have it? Yi Chi's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently with anger. Humph. Yi Chi sneered twice. You think you can win like this? After saying that, Yi Chi's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stretched out his right arm and suddenly grabbed Yi Chen, while his left hand clenched into a claw and viciously dug at Yi Chen's throat. Bang! Before Yi Chi could even touch the other person's clothes, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and was sent flying, landing completely on the ground. Its speed was so fast that it was impossible to detect. Lost. We really lost. What? Yechi actually lost. Yi Chen is too amazing. I didn't even see it, and he took him down in one move. Oh my god, young Master Yi lost. My money is gone. How could we lose, young Master Yi? Dad, you're awesome. Little Tuanshuan jumped up happily, proudly raising her little head. This is her dad, and she knew that her dad was the best. No one around dared to speak. This little guy's dad is really something else. Yi Chi tried to stand up, but he simply didn't have the strength. He had no idea what had just happened, or what despicable means Yi Chun had used to defeat him. Grandpa must be very disappointed. He lost the game and didn't even make it to the finals, let alone have a chance to challenge Tess. Just moments ago, Yi Chi was so arrogant. Now, all he wanted to do was crawl into a hole. Yi Lin whispered, I lost, Dad. Yi Chi lost. Old Ye's gaze was fixed on Yi Chun, and there was a hint of excitement on his aged face. Yi Lin repeated, Dad, Yi Chi lost. Old Master Yi snapped out of his reverie, his gaze towards Yi Chun filled with admiration. Who is that? Why does he look so familiar? That's Yi Chun. He has a real talent for this. He even defeated Yi-Chi. Yi-chun, that's great. Old Master Yi nodded in satisfaction. I feel like I've seen this kid before, and his moves are kind of familiar too. The winner of the second match is Yi-chun. Dad, you're the best. A sweet, childlike voice rang out, and Toanchuan cheered happily for her father. Those who had looked down on Yi-chun earlier slunk down and lowered their heads in shame. The proud little Toanchuan ran around with her head held high, saying, Daddy's awesome. Dad is the best. Yi-chi lost the match and struggled to her feet. He still disappointed his grandfather, who was originally very confident that he could defeat Yi-chun. When Yi-chun left the stage, he deliberately raised his eyebrows and glanced at Fengli, who nodded at him. Yi-chun coughed a few times. Now you see clearly, your husband is amazing, isn't he? However, Yechi did learn a new move this time, but she probably hasn't been learning it for long and isn't very skilled at using it yet. Mr. Yi, Elder Yi requests your presence. Yi-chun pointed to himself. Me? The waiter said politely. Yes, Elder Yi wants to see you. Please come with me. Good. Yi-chun walked up to Elder Yi and asked politely. Elder Yi, what brings you here? Old Yi looked at Yi-chun excitedly and muttered to himself. So alike, it's just too alike. If his daughter, Lin, had grown up safely, she would probably look like this too. Old Yi excitedly reached out his hand, wanting to touch Yi-chun's face, but stopped halfway through. You must be Yi-chun. Yi-chun nodded and said, Yes. Old man Yi asked softly. Your move just now was very impressive. Who did you learn it from? I just learned it randomly in my dream. I don't have a master. I'm just here to join in the fun. Yi-chun scratched his head sheepishly. He had only wanted to join in the fun, but he had accidentally won. Old Master Yi was stunned for a moment. A move he just learned randomly, came to join in the fun, and then won against Yi-chi? Yi-chi gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. This Yi-chun must be deliberately humiliating him. Well, but now I have a new goal. I'm going to defeat Tess. Because Tesla insulted his idol and insulted the nation of Z. He simply couldn't tolerate it. Old man Yi cast an approving glance at him. All right, I'll leave it to you. As long as you can defeat Tess, I can grant you any request. Everyone around was shocked. That was Elder Yi. Hurry up and agree. That's a blessing that others could only dream of for several lifetimes. Unfortunately, Yi-chun shook his head and refused. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Yi, but it's not necessary. I defeated Tess because he insulted our country. 169. Playing role-playing games with my wife has a unique charm. Okay. Old Master Yi nodded repeatedly, becoming more and more satisfied with Yi-chun. If this were his grandson, he'd probably be laughing in his sleep. As soon as Yi-chun left, Yi-chi lowered his head and whispered, Grandpa, I'm sorry, I've let you down. He wanted to compete for the championship, but he couldn't even defeat Yi-chun. The old man must be very disappointed in him. Yi-chi, don't be sad. Yi-chun is a talented child. It's not shameful for you to lose to him. I have a feeling that Yi-chun will be the winner this time. Old Yi followed Yi-chun's retreating figure, as if looking at someone else through that figure. Yi-chi clenched his fists, suppressing the deep resentment in his heart. This old man would rather believe an outsider. If the old man hadn't held back, how could he have possibly lost? Yi-chun had just come out to rest when Xiao Toanchuan rushed up impatiently, her two short legs running very fast, and Yi-chun was afraid she would fall. Dad! Yi-chun bent down and took Toanchuan into his arms. The baby was wearing a long-sleeved princess dress today. Her hair was neatly combed, and her big black eyes were like grapes. She was a beautiful little princess. Toanchuan, all chubby and sweet, snuggled against her dad's face, saying, Daddy's awesome. Yi-chun's face was kissed several times, leaving it feeling sticky. Honey, you were running so fast just now. What if you had fallen? Don't run so fast next time. Toanchuan looks at Daddy. Daddy hugs me. The little one was nestled in her father's arms. She ran so fast because she saw him. Yi-chun ruffled the little dumpling's hair. Don't run so fast when you see Daddy. Daddy has a race later. Be good. Daddy won't lose your little candy. Daddy will win you lots of little candies. Dad, you're amazing. Of course, Toanchuan's dad is the best. Yi-chun kissed the baby's little cheek and put her down. Go find your aunt. Toanchuan toddled over to her aunt and sat obediently in her aunt's lap. Yi Chun returned to the waiting area, where only he and Tess were in the huge venue. They looked at each other, sparks flying. Yi Chun, I never expected that the person I would face in the end would be you. I have already seen your moves, and they are nothing special. Yi Chun slowly poured himself a cup of tea, took a small sip, and said calmly, Really? It seems you're already very confident. Tess smiled coldly. Of course. You are not worthy of being my opponent. You even have the leisure to make tea here. It seems you really intend to admit defeat. Yi Chun put down the white porcelain cup. Whether we win or lose, we'll find out on the field. With half an hour to go before the final, everyone was waiting nervously in the audience. There was no movement in the betting area. Once bets were placed, they couldn't be changed. Now it was a duel between Yi Chun and Tess. Yi Chun only had a bunch of small candies, while Tesla had placed a lot of bets. After drinking her milk, Tuanshuan fell asleep in Feng Yan's arms, her little hands clutching her clothes. Dad is great. You're still thinking about your dad, even though you're asleep. I'll wake you up when your dad's competition starts. However, your father might get a really bad beating, so I'd better not wake you up, lest you end up crying. Feng Yan looked at the little bundle of milk in her arms and muttered to herself. Tess's strength is obvious to all. He's far beyond Yi Chun's capabilities. I've also heard that his master is very powerful. Feng Li went out for a while, and as soon as she came out of the restroom, she bumped into Yi Chun. The two walked together in a tacit manner. Feng Li took Yi Chun's hand and asked, How confident are you of winning this time? Feeling excited as his beloved wife held his hand, Yi Chun casually remarked, I'd give it an 80 or 90. Tesla may look tall, but his speed is actually just average. Feng Li stopped, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Don't get hurt. If you really can't take it, just admit defeat. You're not from a martial arts family, so just join in the fun. No? How could that be? How could your husband be no good? Don't worry, I won't let Tesla continue to be so arrogant and bully our country. Yi Chun deliberately led Feng Li to a secluded corner, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. If my wife could recharge me, I might have even more strength. Feng Li scanned her surroundings and saw no one. She immediately tiptoed and gently kissed Yi Chun's lips. Is it okay? Of course not. Yi Chun pinned Feng Li against the pristine white wall and kissed her passionately. It feels great to pin a cold, aloof referee against a wall and kiss him. Especially in this kind of situation, fearing being discovered by others, Yi Chun's heart raced, feeling like he was having an affair, which was particularly exciting. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chun finally released Feng Li, helped her straighten her clothes, and tidied her messy hair. It was only at the last minute that they discovered he had ruined Feng Li's lipstick. Yi Chun wiped away the excess lipstick from Feng Li's lips, as if he had done something wrong and was afraid of being discovered. Feng Li raised the corner of her eye. Yi Chun, how dare you forcibly kiss the judge in private? Are you trying to bribe me? Yi Chun also joined in the act, immediately explaining, How could I dare? Your Honor, I wouldn't dare. Despite saying she wouldn't dare, she kissed Feng Li on the cheek again. What will happen if I kiss the judge? Feng Li hooked Yi Chun's chin. The judge is very satisfied and has pardoned you. Continue. The two became so addicted to cosplay that they did a lot of naughty things in secluded corners where no one knew. When he came out, Yi Chun's ears were red. Playing role-playing games with my wife is a unique experience. After entering, the two let go of each other's hands. After all, one was a referee and the other was a contestant, and they still had to avoid any appearance of impropriety. As soon as Feng Li sat down, Yilan raised an eyebrow. Your lipstick is all smudged. You had a really exciting time. Feng Li sat with her legs crossed, applying lipstick in front of the mirror. Of course, my boyfriend is strong and handsome. I can't live without him for a moment. Why don't you go find one too? Yilan was silent for a moment, then said, I'm not looking anymore. I still need to find a Lin. Finding a younger brother is one thing. Finding a husband is another. Yilan suddenly turned her head and said, You found a good husband. I like him very much. Feng Li's eyes darkened. You like Yi Chun? Yilan readily admitted. Yes, I do like Yi Chun, but it's different from your feelings. I treat him like a younger brother. Feng Li said coldly. Yi Chun is not a substitute. 170. Arrogant? Yi Chun will beat you so badly your own parents won't recognize you. I didn't treat him as a substitute. Yilan's gaze remained fixed on Yi-chun. It's a very familiar feeling. Looking at Yi-chun makes her happy. A white male referee next to him politely asked, Mr. Feng, which of these two do you think is better? Feng Li answered decisively. Yi-chun. Lube said, I think Tess has a better chance. President Feng has probably misjudged this time. Mr. Feng, I have always admired you. It is an honor to be a referee alongside you. May I add your contact information? Feng Li said coldly, I didn't bring my phone today. Mr. Feng, it's all right if you don't have your phone with you. Here's my phone. You can enter your contact information. Feng Li replied coldly, I forgot. Mr. Feng, please think about it again. A phone number or anything else is fine. Feng Li replied coldly, forgot is forgotten. I can't remember. The foreign white referee on the stage kept pestering his wife, and Yi-chun almost punched her. With such fair skin, he's definitely a pretty boy, always trying to seduce other men's wives. I'm so angry. Yi-chun was angry and urgently needed to vent to someone. Why hasn't the match started yet? Just then, a loud voice rang out, echoing throughout the entire venue. The finals have officially begun. Number 1 is Tess, and number 2 is Yi-chun. Tuanshuan heard her father's name and groggily opened her eyes. Dad. Feng Yin patted the little girl in her arms, coaxing her to sleep. Tuanshuan, be good, go to sleep, you're sleepy. Tuanshuan struggled to open her big eyes, climbed out of her aunt's arms, and saw her father on the stage. She was no longer sleepy and was full of energy. Dad. Feng Yin had a headache. Why was this little guy awake again? Weren't you sleeping soundly just now? You're so awake when you hear Dad's name. Yi-chun and Tess stepped onto the arena at the same time. It's so difficult. All my chips are with Tess, but I'm actually hoping Yi-chun can win. Me too. I don't want that money anymore. Tesla dared to insult the people of our country. It's too much. Yes, Tesla went too far. Yi-chun, victory is certain. Although they knew they were dreaming, they couldn't afford to lose face. Little Tuanshuan looked at the uncles and older sisters around her with a confused expression. Are they cheering for their dad? Tuanshuan was still a little confused, staring at the people around her with her big eyes. These older brothers and sisters don't dislike their father. In fact, they say he's bound to lose. Yi-chun will win. Sigh, Yi-chun probably won't win, and Tess will be smug again. Dad, you're awesome. The little baby speaks in a sweet, childlike voice, and his 2 little ears are incredibly sharp. He can hear anyone saying bad things about his father. Finally, the highly anticipated final moment arrived, and everyone's eyes were on the 2 people on the stage. Yi-chi sat next to Elder Yi and muttered to himself. Yi-chun couldn't last a minute before he was knocked off the stage. After all, he didn't last a minute under Tessa's control. Old Master Yi frowned and reminded him. Yi-chi, speak less and observe more. Yes, Grandpa. What should I show him? Let him see how Yi-chun lost. Yi-chun stood opposite Tesla, his aura no less imposing. The 2 shook hands, and the competition officially began. Tessa's eyes were full of contempt. He immediately used his special skill. With a powerful leap, he shot towards Yi-chun like an arrow. However, Yi-chun not only did not dodge, but instead met him head-on, and at the same time reached out and grabbed his right leg that was kicking at him. What? Tessa's eyes widened in shock. His sweeping wolf leg move was virtually invincible. Many masters had fallen to it. How could this be? Yi-chun didn't give him a chance to think or react, quickly grabbing his ankle with his left hand. He then pulled hard, flung it into the air, and slammed it hard onto the floor. Bang! Tesla was completely disoriented after being hit. He was completely stunned. What had just happened? Cheers erupted from the audience. Yi-chun's move, though seemingly simple and crude, was also quite impressive. What's going on? Yi-chun actually managed to dodge it. This is Tessa's signature move. I heard he only uses it in the finals. Last time, he defeated the young master of the Yi family with 1 move. I saw it with my own eyes. Yi-chun can actually block Tessa's wolf kick? That's too outrageous. Is this real? What just happened? I didn't see it clearly. Even Elder Yi was shocked. Tess was most famous for his wolf sweeping leg kick, which was extremely fast, and no one could dodge it. When Tuanshuan saw her father throw the uncle to the ground, she clapped her little hands happily and said in her childish voice, Daddy, you're awesome. Tess reacted quickly, leaping up rapidly. His entire body was muscular, and his explosive power was astonishing. But this time, he failed to stand firm, because Yi-Chin floated behind him like a ghost, and then kicked him away hard. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, landing face first in a very embarrassing manner. Holy crap! Yi-Chin's skills are amazing. How did he manage to do that from such a distance? He's so fast. Tessa's face turned ashen. He stood up again. Yi-Chun, since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. He lunged at Yi-Chun, his fists seemingly carrying immense force, aiming to strike Yi-Chin's face. Yi-Chin's eyes turned cold, and his figure suddenly became unpredictable, causing Tessa's attack to miss. This left the audience in awe. Wow, that movement technique is amazing. He actually dodged Tessa's punch. Old Master Ye's eyes widened suddenly. This movement technique. Yi-Chun dodged Tessa's attack and struck him in the chest with an elbow strike. Tess felt as if his entire chest cavity was about to shatter. He was in excruciating pain, staggered back several steps, and almost vomited blood. Yi-Chun slowly approached him. Do you still think you can win? Tess gritted his teeth and said, I'm not convinced. I don't believe you're really that good. How did you dodge my ultimate move? Special move? The wolf kick? As long as I'm faster than you, what's there to fear? Since you're not convinced, I'll play with you some more. Yi-Chun smiled indifferently, then kicked Tess, knocking him over, and stepped on his chest. Just now, you insulted my fellow countrymen in this way. Tess struggled in extreme anger, but Yi-Chun remained motionless. I admit it. Before he could finish the last word, Yi-Chun raised his foot again and kicked him. A muffled smack was heard, accompanied by Tess's wail. Yi-Chun. The audience below the stage cheered excitedly. So handsome. Li Sheng idolized Yi-Chun to the extreme. Tess glared angrily at Yi-Chun, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Don't rush. Now it's your turn to try what you just tasted. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi-Chun grabbed Tess by the collar and tossed him aside, as if he were throwing away trash. Tess slammed hard onto the floor, wincing in pain. I admit it. Before he could even finish speaking, Yi-Chun kicked him into a nearby pillar. Weren't you pretty arrogant just now? Keep it up. Confused face. Yi-Chun, arrogant? Keep going. I'll beat you to death. 171 champion. Yi-Chun. You still won't admit defeat? Tess gritted his teeth. I admit it. Yi-Chun kicked him again, and the pain made him unable to speak. Yi-Chun must have done it on purpose, deliberately trying to humiliate him. The audience cheered. Well played. Some people even stood up excitedly, especially boxing champion Li Sheng, who looked at Yi-Chun with admiration. From now on, this person will be his idol, and his idol is avenging him. Well done. Good. Tuanshuan's eyes were covered, and she spoke in her babyish voice. Well done. The little girl tugged at Feng Yan's hand. Tuanshuan, look at Daddy. She wants to see her dad. Feng Yan covered the little guy's eyes with both hands. Tuanshuan, this is too violent. You can't watch it. Listen to your aunt. Look at Dad. Tuanshuan looked fiercely cute, constantly tugging at her aunt's hand. But unfortunately, she couldn't see her father at all, which made the baby's cheeks puff up in anger. My aunt is bad? She can no longer see her father. Yi-Chun was still torturing Tess, and the audience in the stands were thoroughly enjoying themselves. People like that deserve a good beating. Deserve a beating. Tess lay on the ground, letting out pig-like screams, clearly suffering greatly from the abuse. Finally, Yi-Chun stomped on Tesla's hand and said, word by word, you will never be as good as our Z country. After saying that, Yi-Chun raised his foot and kicked Tess off the stage, leaving the referees stunned. That's too violent. That's incredibly violent. That was a great play. Yi-Chun wins. Yi-Chun is the overall champion of this competition. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun is so handsome. Dad. Tuan-Tuan's dad. The little guy spoke to the older siblings next to him in a sweet, childish voice, pointing his little finger at his father on the stage, tilting his head back proudly, looking incredibly smug. Daddy, Tuan-Tuan's daddy. The little girl runs around on her short legs, as if afraid others won't know that this is her father. Dad, you're amazing. The little girl still remembers the people she argued with, and even said that Daddy would lose. No way. Those guys wouldn't dare mess with this little one anymore. They couldn't afford to mess with her, not at all. Her father had defeated a world champion. Old Master Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Yi-Chen is really good. He actually managed to break Tez's ultimate move. Tez isn't actually that scary. It's just that very few people can dodge his ultimate move. Yi-Chi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Yi-Chen actually won. It's even more painful than if he went bankrupt. Grandpa, how could Yi-Chen be so powerful? Where did he learn martial arts? That's talent, and this child's moves are very similar. Old Master Yi hesitated before continuing. I feel like this move is familiar. It must be a move he created himself. This kid actually figured it out. Is he really a genius? Grandpa, what did you say? Old Master Yi said with a delighted expression. It's nothing. I just feel a strong connection with this child. I'd like to take him under my wing, but I don't know if he'd be willing. Yi-Chi's eyes were dark and gloomy. He said calmly, Grandpa, Yi-Chen won't agree. My dad wanted him to join the Yi family, but he didn't agree. Old Yi sighed. This child is still stubborn. Yi-Chi gritted his teeth. All these people were blinded by Yi-Chen. He was the real young master of the Yi family. The old man had only taught him for a little over a week, and who knows how many moves he hadn't taught him yet, and now he actually wanted to take Yi-Chen under his wing. He would absolutely not let the old man succeed. Yilan turned to look at Feng Li and smiled. Your husband is amazing. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. Of course. You have good taste. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. How could my judgment be bad? Yi-Chen has many other advantages. Yilan curled her red lips into a smile. You're quite good at praising your husband, but he's a bit young. Does he know how to take care of someone? Meeting. Feng Li coughed a few times. He can massage my shoulders. Then you are truly blessed. Yilan rested her chin on her hand, staring blankly at Yi-Chen. If only their neighbor were here. Grandpa and Dad no longer need to worry about the Yi family having no successor. Yi-Chen stepped off the stage amidst cheers from the crowd. It was the first time she had ever felt so noticed, and she was a little unaccustomed to it. She secretly glanced at Feng Li. Feng Li nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Great. Being praised by his wife, Yi-Chen couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. No matter how many times others praise him, he's not as happy as if his wife praises him even once. As soon as Yi-Chen got down, a little bundle of joy appeared on his lap. Daddy awesome. Yi-Chen picked Tuan up and said, Baby, Daddy didn't lose your little milk candy. In fact, he won you lots and lots of little milk candies. Dad's amazing? The little guy hugged his dad's face and kissed him again, making everyone around him laugh. Yi-Chen is such a doting father. He's so young, and he already has a daughter? Where is the baby's mother? A single father? Everyone made their own guesses. Candy, lots of candy. Tuan pointed to the betting area, overjoyed. As the only winner of the entire event, Xiao Tianquan suddenly became a little rich girl. Sigh. I never thought that what would defeat me in the end would be a 3-year-old little baby. I've completely kicked my gambling addiction this time. I actually lost to a 3-year-old child. I can't live anymore, my money. The money is gone, not a single penny left. I actually lost to a little bundle of milk. Oh my God. The group was devastated and nearly collapsed. Everyone present lost everything, except for Xiao Tianquan, who had a huge winnings, her little hands scrambling for chips. There are too many. The baby can't possibly carry them all. Daddy duo money. Little Tianquan raised her head and talked to her father, pointing to the money on the table, saying it was all hers. I'm going to buy lots and lots of candy, and also buy some food for my dad. Feng Yin was about to cry. I regret it. She should have bet on Yi-Chen back then. She would be making a lot of money now. Now she has no salary, no money. She has nothing left. Tianquan, your aunt is so good to you. Can you share some of your chips with her? Little Tianquan raised her head and said in a cute but fierce way, Auntie is bad. She won't give it to Daddy. Feng Yin shamelessly said, Cough, 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 Auntie. Auntie cast the wrong ball. Auntie originally wanted to cast it for your father, but Auntie accidentally cast it by mistake. Fraud. Little Tianquan didn't believe it and gave all the chips to her father, saying, Daddy. Tianquan gives them to Daddy. Yi-Chen squatted down and rubbed the baby's little head. Thank you, Tianquan. You won this yourself. I'll buy you candy later. In the end, All the chips fell into Xiao Tuanshuan's hands, a total of over 100 million yuan in assets. Because there was a chip that Xiao Tuan got from Feng Yin inside the milk candy. Whatever others have, Dad must have too. So, Tuanshuan secretly hid a chip inside a candy. The candy didn't count, but the chip did. 172 jealous. The pretty boy is seducing his wife. When Tess was taken away by the ambulance, he was still full of resentment, glaring at Yi Chun as if he wanted to skin him alive. Yi Chun stood beside him, holding Tuanshuan, and advised, "Go to the hospital and stay there. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. I hope you understand this soon. Don't be so arrogant." Tesla was seriously injured, but not fatally, and was taken away by ambulance. Yi Chun. Li Sheng couldn't wait to walk up to Yi Chun and said, "Yi Chun, you're amazing. You're the new world boxing champion. Do you have any thoughts about participating in the competition?" "Me? Participate in the boxing championship?" "Yeah, you're my idol. Your movements just now were so cool. You completely crushed Tess." Tess was so arrogant, but now he's been taught a lesson. It's so satisfying to watch. Yi Chun was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What did you say? I'm your idol?" "Yeah, you beat Tess. You're my idol. You're amazing. Teach me a few moves sometime." Yi Chun was still a little dazed. He had become Li Sheng's idol, who was the boxing champion he admired most when he was a child. It's quite a strange feeling to be idolized by your own idol. "Of course, let's have dinner together sometime." "Okay, it's settled then." The 18th martial arts tournament has officially ended, and the champion is an unknown Yi Chun. Almost no one had heard of him, but he was the champion who defeated the renowned world boxing champion Tess. At the award ceremony, Elder Yi personally went on stage to present the award to Yi Chun. Elder Yi. He actually presented the award to Yi Chun personally, whereas it was always the Yi family head before. Have you noticed that Yi Chun actually looks a bit like Elder Yi? It really does look like it. Could there be some juicy gossip going on between us? Old Master Yi hung the medal around Yi Chun's neck, placed the trophy in his hand, and said with satisfaction, "Not bad." "Thank you, Elder Yi." Yi Chun stood on the stage, receiving the admiring gazes of the crowd. Tuanshuan happily clapped for her dad. "Dad, you're awesome." Yi Chun took a group photo with the referees, and Feng Li stood next to him, gently touching his arm. The two exchanged subtle glances. The tedious awards ceremony finally came to an end. Yi Chun took the trophy and stepped off the stage, while Tuan happily hugged her father's leg. "Is Dad the best dad ever?" The little bundle of milk nodded its head like a chick pecking at rice. "Dad is the best." The crowd in the audience gradually dispersed. They exclaimed that it was incredibly enjoyable to watch, much better than previous competitions. Some people lost everything, even their underwear, and left in tears. At this moment, the organizer presented a gold card and respectfully said, "Sir, these are the chips your daughter won this time, which can be exchanged for a total of 380 million in cash. Such a young child shouldn't count, but since it's not explicitly stated in the rules, all these chips belong to her." "Thanks." Yi Chun took the gold card and handed it to the little girl. "Tuanshuan, this is your card. This is the money you won. You can keep it and spend it slowly. You can buy snacks." The little dumpling said in its sweet, babyish voice, "Daddy, give the dumpling to Daddy." "Thank you, Tuanshuan, but Dad doesn't need it. You can keep it." Yi Chun put the gold card in the little guy's bag. This was money that Tuanshuan had won on her own merit. Envious tears streamed down Feng Yan's face. "No, give it to her. It's worth several hundred million, but she doesn't have that much on hand right now." The referees on the field gradually dispersed, and Feng Li was about to leave when she was stopped by the white referee. "Mr. Feng, do you remember the phone number? We're about to part ways, and we don't know when we'll see each other again." Feng Li's tone was cold, revealing a hint of impatience. "No, I have a bad memory. I can't remember." Lubis continued to pester Feng Li. "President Feng, please think it over carefully." Yi Chun stood not far away waiting for Feng Li to come out. He waited for a long time, and almost everyone else had left, but his wife still hadn't come out. He turned around and saw his wife being entangled with a gigolo again. Yi Chun gritted his teeth in anger. This pretty boy was always seducing other people's wives. No wonder he was called a pretty boy. He was so fair-skinned. Yi Chun carried Tuanchuan and walked over aggressively, acting like the empress. Wife, why aren't we leaving yet? Lubus's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the two of them. President Feng, this is your husband. Feng Li hugged Yi Chen's arm. Yes, my husband, Yi Chun, is the champion of this martial arts competition. Yes, this is my wife. May I ask what you need her for? Yi Chun revealed a kind smile. Lubus swallowed hard and immediately took a step back, clearly quite frightened by Yi Chun. This person is extremely ruthless. Even Tess was beaten so badly. No, it's nothing. The match is over. I'll be going now. Before he finished speaking, Lubus hurriedly left, afraid that if he was even a second late, he would be beaten to a pulp by Yi Chun. Yi Chun asked, "What's with that pretty boy just now? He kept bothering you and talking to you." Feng Li looked at Yi Chun with a half-smile. He wanted my contact information, but I didn't give it to him. What? Are you jealous now? Yi Chun denied it, gritting his teeth and saying, I'm not jealous at all. He's just a coward. He ran away as soon as he heard my name. He's so pale. No wonder he's a pretty boy. Feng Li chuckled and took Yi Chun's hand. You looked so handsome today. You must have gained quite a few female fans and even took photos with them. Did you think I didn't see them? No, I refused all of them. I only wanted to take a photo with you. Feng Li tiptoed and kissed Yi Chun on the cheek. So good. Let's go home. Good. Tuanchuan also wanted to kiss her dad, spoke to her mom in a sweet, cuddly voice, and even took out her little gold card to show off. Mommy, Tuanchuan, card. Feng Li pinched the baby's little cheek. Tuanchuan is so clever, keep it to buy snacks. Feng Yin said with tears in her eyes. Wah, sister, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please don't deduct my salary. I can't live without it. Feng Li's eyes turned slightly cold. I told you to place a bet on your brother-in-law, but you turned around and bet on Tesla instead? You can blame me for losing. Feng Yin lowered her head and whispered, I didn't know my brother-in-law was so capable. If I had known, I would have bet everything on him. Brother-in-law? Feng Yin just called him brother-in-law. Yi Chun coughed a few times. Feng Li, forget it. The money is back. Our group won, so don't deduct Feng Yan's salary. Feng Li said, since your brother-in-law is speaking up for you, your salary will still be paid. Next time you pretend to comply, but then disobey. No, I definitely won't, sis. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to catch a dog, I'll never hit a chicken. Brother-in-law, thanks, I'm off now. With her salary secured, Feng Yin happily hummed a little tune as she left to have dinner with her girlfriends. Yi Chun was embarrassed by Feng Yin calling him brother-in-law repeatedly. Your ears are so red. Feng Li deliberately pinched Yi Chun's ear. Yi Chun, he's a pure-hearted male college student. 173, the especially adorable little Tuanchuan. Daddy, your ears are red. Tuanchuan pointed to her father's ears, red. Yi Chun pinched the baby's cheek and changed the subject. The competition is over. Tuanchuan, let's go home. Go home. Tuanchuan happily hugged her father's neck, ready to go home together. Yi Chun was about to leave with his daughter in his arms when Elder Yi blocked his way. Yi Chun, is this your daughter? Elder Yi asked in surprise. Tuanchuan greeted him in a cute, babyish voice. Hello, great-grandpa. A smile appeared on old man Yi's aged face as he patted the baby's little hand. What a polite and well-behaved child. What's your name? Round and Round. Good girl, Tuanchuan. Old Master Yi was very fond of Tuanchuan. He patted her little head and asked, How old are you this year? Yi Chun said, This is my daughter, Tuanchuan. She's 3 years old this year. Elder Yi, what brings you here? Elder Yi withdrew his hand and asked seriously, Yi Chun, where did you learn the technique you used to defeat Tess? The move I used to defeat Tess was something I figured out myself. I just practiced it randomly in my dream, and that's how I learned it. Impressive. Yi Chun scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, It's just something I figured out randomly. It just happens to be able to counter Tess, but there's still a big gap between it and what you, Elder Yi, have come up with. Elder Yi patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. You are very talented. You were able to figure out such a complicated move on your own, and it is somewhat similar to the move I created. You and I are destined to meet. Why don't you become my last disciple? I have never taken on a disciple in my life, But you are an exception. Not only Yi Chi, but everyone around him was shocked. This old man, doesn't he look down on everyone? He even said that the Yi family has no successor. Yi Chen asked, a closed-door disciple? Elder Yi nodded and said, yes, don't worry. You are my last disciple and have no relation to the Yi family. Grandpa, how could you accept someone from another family as your last disciple? Yi Chi said with displeasure. Old Master Yi said in a low voice, that's because Yi Chun is talented. I cherish talent. So I taught you for 2 weeks, but you didn't learn anything and were defeated by someone else in one move. Yi Chi lowered his head in shame. It's all because the old man didn't teach him properly. Otherwise, how could he possibly be no match for Yi Chun? The old man knew he wasn't a biological son of the Yi family and refused to teach him. Yi Chun said politely, Elder Yi, I'm just here to join in the fun. I have no intention of learning ancient martial arts. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I know it's okay. You can come to my place to discuss martial arts or have tea with me when you have time. If you don't have time, that's fine too. Yi Chun glanced at Feng Li, and Feng Li nodded to him. This Master Yi is a grandmaster in the ancient martial arts world. Many people want his guidance, but he is unwilling to do so. Moreover, this old man has a particularly stubborn temper, and ordinary people simply cannot invite him. Yi Chun hesitated for a moment before saying, all right, I agree to become your disciple. Elder Yi nodded repeatedly and said, all right, you will be my disciple from now on. Yi Lin, and Yi Chun will be your junior brother. Yi Lin's lips twitched. Dad, why did you take on such a young apprentice? What? No way. I just feel a connection with this child, and it gives me a sense of familiarity. I'm glad you said so. Yi Lin dared not refute. But Yi Chun is so young, he's more than old enough to be his son, so why is he his peer? The most furious person was Yi Chi. He suddenly had a senior uncle? Or is it his arch-enemy Yi Chun? Yi Chun said, Elder Yi, I'll still call you Grandpa from now on. Uncle Yi and I are of different generations. These words struck a chord with old Master Yi, who beamed with joy, his face crinkling with happiness. Good, good. From now on, you can call me Grandpa. Grandfather, he has a grandson, and he has such a wonderful grandson. Perhaps it's God's compensation to him. Although he lost a Lin, he gained such a wonderful grandson. Yi Chun left after finishing his meal. Before leaving, Elder Yi gave Yi Chun all of his unique martial arts moves, telling him to study them carefully. Thank you, Grandpa. These are all things I have created in my life. I hope you can improve them. If the Yi family is ever in trouble in the future, I hope you can come and help. Yi Chun put away the books and nodded solemnly, saying, Grandpa, I will. Yi Chi clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. These martial arts techniques were all created by the old man throughout his life, yet he hadn't left him a single copy. That old man is so biased, it's beyond belief. He will definitely get the books. Old Man Yi nodded and said, Good child, go back now. Yi Chun bid farewell to Elder Yi and left with his wife and children. Little Tianchuan waved to her great-grandfather. Goodbye, great-grandpa. Goodbye, Tianchuan. Come visit your great-grandfather when you have time. Good. In a daze, old man, you seem to see a Lin's figure. I'm really getting old. Everyone looks like little Alin to me now. His only wish in this life was to see little Alin one last time before he passed away. But that opportunity is gone. Alin is so well-behaved. He was well-behaved and sensible, and everyone liked him. Tianchuan tiptoed and stuffed a wad of tissues into Grandpa Ye's hand. Great-grandpa, don't cry. Great-grandfather didn't cry. Thank you, Tianchuan. Old Man Yi picked up the little bundle of milk. Yilin immediately reminded him. Dad, you. Old Yi said with displeasure. I'm not old enough to not even be able to hold a 3-year-old baby. Yilin and the people around him dared not speak anymore. Tianchuan spoke to her great-grandfather in her childish voice. Great-grandfather, don't hug Tianchuan. Tianchuan is heavy. Tianchuan isn't heavy. Her great-grandfather can carry her. The old man held the little girl tightly, perhaps because she looked so much like his grandson who had been lost for over a decade, or perhaps for some other reason. When Yi Lao learned that Yi Lin was missing, he almost fainted and didn't recover for several years, dreaming about Lin every day. On the bus, Feng Li suddenly asked, Yi Chun, Why do the Yi family members seem to like you and shout to Anshuan so much? I don't know either. Could it be because I look like their lost grandson? I was indeed adopted. Could it be that I really am the eldest young master of the Yi family? Yichen joked casually. Fengli said, perhaps, should I go and investigate? Yichen shook his head and denied it. No need to investigate. It's impossible. I grew up in an orphanage and was later adopted by Yi family parents. I can't possibly be that young master of the Yi family. Don't waste your time. Did you grow up in an orphanage? Yes, I grew up in an orphanage. The food was bad, and I was hungry every day. The Yi family adopted me because they said I looked like their lost child. They were kind to me, although only for a few days. They might have mistaken him for a substitute for Yi-Mo. 174. Continue the investigation of people from 4 years ago. Dad, Yichen has left. Why don't you go back too? Old Yi remained standing in the same spot, watching Yichen's departing figure. Yellen, don't you think Yichen looks a lot like a Lin? And so does Xiao Tuan. Their eyebrows are similar to Xiao A Lin's. Yi Lin nodded and said, I think so too. And besides, he is an adopted child of the Yi family. Old Master Yi exclaimed excitedly, what? He's an adopted child of the Yi family. Go and find out when he was adopted and where he is. Go now. Yi Lin said, Dad, Xiaolon has already checked. He is not a Lin. He is a child who grew up in an orphanage. His original name was Wang Feng. He was abandoned by his parents right after he was born. Old Ye's excitement was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. He looked at Yilan beside him and asked, unwilling to give up, Loner, have you investigated? Yilan nodded and said, yes, the first time I saw Yi Chun, I felt that he looked like a Lin, so I specifically looked up his background. He was an adopted child of the Yi family. I also went to the orphanage, and the director said that he grew up in the orphanage and his real name was Wang Feng, which he personally chose. Old Ye's newly ignited hope was instantly extinguished, and his body trembled slightly. How could this be? How could this happen? Such a good child, kind and polite, loves learning, respects elders, so well-behaved. How could? Old Master Ye's vision went black, and he fell forward. Yilin immediately caught him. Dad, grandfather. Yi Chun carried Tuanshuan out of the car, the little guy carrying a bulging bunny bag on his back. Sweetie, what's in there? It's so bulging. Isn't it heavy for you to carry? Daddy will carry it for you. Tuanshuan said in her childish voice. It's candy, Tuanshuan's candy. Yi Chun took off the little bag from the back of the little guy, opened it, and found it full of candy and a pink baby bottle. Honey, how much candy have you eaten again? Little Tuanshuan held up one short little finger. 1. Yi Chun gently rubbed the baby's head. 1. Did you lie to Daddy? A baby who lies isn't a good baby. Tuanshuan rolled her big, dark eyes around, and then stuck out several little fingers. She lied to her father? Then you can't eat any more today. You've already eaten 8. If you eat any more candy, your baby teeth will rot. Newly grown baby teeth are the most prone to decay. Yi Chun confiscated all of Tuan's little milk candies and put the small milk bottle in her hand, saying, you can drink milk now. Tuanshuan watched helplessly as her little candy was confiscated, without crying or fussing. Fengli raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked, Yi Chun, you actually managed to stop her from eating candy? She loves sweets. If we try to get her to eat less, she throws a tantrum. She also has a terrible temper and will throw things. Tuanshuan hugged her father's legs sweetly. Daddy, Tuanshuan is good. Daddy knows Tuanshuan is a good baby. Yi Chun picked up the little one and said, Daddy will draw with Tuanshuan today. Good. Looking at the close father and daughter, Fengli felt that they were a real father and daughter. Are there really fake fathers and daughters in the world who look so alike? Fengli returned to her study and made a phone call. How much of what happened back then has been investigated? Mr. Feng, we are still investigating, but all the hotel's surveillance footage was deleted at the time. It was done by professionals, and we don't have the capability to recover it yet. Keep investigating. Find out exactly who framed me back then. Yes, Mr. Feng, please calm down. We will try our best to fix the surveillance system, but with the current level of technology, it will be difficult to completely fix it. Feng Li's deep voice said. Then I'll work hard to develop the technology and make sure that surveillance footage is restored. Yes. Feng hung up the phone, his dark eyes radiating a chilling aura, like an icy pool. What exactly happened 4 years ago? Why doesn't she remember anything about it? What does that man look like? Judging from his heavy breathing, he must be a very young man. Feng scratched her head in frustration. After all these years, she still hadn't found the man from 4 years ago. If she finds him, she will skin him alive and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Dad, let Tuanchuan draw flowers. The little girl drew colorful flowers for her dad to see. The 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple make up a flower that is exceptionally beautiful. Yichen exclaimed in surprise. Tuanchuan's drawing is so beautiful, she'll definitely be a little artist in the future. She's only 3 years old. His precious daughter can draw such beautiful flowers at just 3 years old. What will she be like in the future? He really is a genius. Chen'er, you haven't been to the company for 2 days. What have you been doing? The company has hired several people, and you, the president, haven't even come to check on your employees. My phone received several more messages. Yichen replied, tomorrow, I'll spend today helping my daughter with her drawing. My daughter is a little genius. She might become a famous little artist someday. You're just bragging. Your daughter is only 3 years old. How could she possibly draw? She probably doesn't even know many words. Brother Donkey, why would I lie to you? Take a look if you don't believe me. Yichen posted a video of Tuan drawing in the group chat. The little guy can even use watercolors, and the colors he paints are exceptionally beautiful. Several people stared in disbelief. Chen'er, your daughter is amazing. Funny, I'm not even as good as a 3-year-old. I'm so disappointed. Tomorrow I'm going to start dating and have a daughter. Goodbye. Tuanchuan, your uncle Donkey said your paintings are really good, and he was even a little discouraged. Tuanchuan raised her little head and said in her childish voice, Daddy, Uncle Donkey is crying. Yichen chuckled softly. Yes, your Uncle Donkey cried. Achoo. Lu Hao, who was working hard, suddenly sneezed. Was someone talking badly about him? The door opened, and Feng came out in high heels, her face somewhat pale. Tuanchuan held up her drawing with both hands to show her mother. Mommy, Tuanchuan is drawing. Feng looked at the flowers in front of her. They had 7 colors, and the combination was beautiful. Tuan's talent in art is too strong. Could it be that she inherited it from the man from that night? Perhaps this is how we can find that person. Feng forced a smile. Tuanchuan's drawing is really beautiful. Tuanchuan received praise from her mother and happily continued drawing on the table. Yichen supported Feng's arm and asked, What's wrong? You don't look well. Are you sick? You were fine when you came back. It's nothing. I just remembered some old things. I'll be fine after a rest. Yichen considerately massaged Feng's shoulders. How's the pressure? Can. Let me massage your legs. Feng murmured to herself. Yichen, if only it were you. If only Yichen were here 4 years ago. Yichen, a caring husband should massage his wife's shoulders. 175's inner thoughts. My wife looks best when she's not wearing anything. Feng, what did you say? What do you mean good? Did I sculpt it well? Feng nodded. Yes, very good. Yichen pursed his lips. It seemed that his skills had improved. Feng had said that he sculpted very well, so it must be very good. Yichen continued massaging his beloved wife's legs. Feng, is there anything else that's bothering you? It's gone. Suddenly, Feng looked up and kissed Yichen on the cheek. You did a great job. I'm very satisfied. Yichen blushed even more. This is a reward for me. Do you like it? Yichen nodded and continued massaging Feng's shoulders. Yichen, are you graduating soon? Feng suddenly opened her eyes and asked. Yes, I'll be defending my thesis in a few days, and then I'll graduate and take a group photo. From now on, I will no longer be a college student. Yichen still felt a little nostalgic. University life wasn't so bad after all. Focus on preparing for your thesis defense. I'll have Zwaman keep an eye on the company for you. Feng pinched Yichen's cheek. Don't fail your defense and have to postpone your graduation. Yichen retorted angrily. How could that be? I'm the kind of person who passes my thesis on the first try. How could I possibly get stuck at the defense? Okay, you're the best. Feng cupped Yichen's face and asked earnestly. Have you already come to regard Tuanchuan as your own daughter? Of course, Tuanchuan is my biological daughter. Although we are not related by blood, we are destined to be together. Feng Li's deep voice rang out. Actually, when Tuanchuan was first born, I didn't like her. I didn't hold her even once when she was several months old. Later, she realized that Tuanchuan was also a pitiful baby who didn't even know who her father was. Everyone else has a father, but Tuanchuan doesn't. The little girl, who is just over 1 year old, will point to other people's fathers and ask her, "Daddy, Tuanchuan wants a daddy." At that time, Feng Li held Tuanchuan and comforted her. "Tuanchuan, one day Mommy will bring your father back. Daddy went to a very far place, and Mommy is going to find him. Tuan Tuan, be good, Daddy's back." Yes, Mom will definitely bring Dad back. That's why Tuanchuan mistook Yi Chun for her father when she brought him home that night. Yi Chun gently comforted her. "I know, Feng Li, don't be sad. I'm here, and I will definitely find that person from 4 years ago. If you dare to bully his wife, just wait." Yi Chun's fist hardened. "Once we find them, we'll beat them half to death first, then throw them in the police station. That kind of person doesn't deserve to be Tuanchuan's father at all." When Tuanchuan saw her mother crying, she grabbed a tissue from the table, climbed into her mother's arms, and wiped away her tears. "Mommy, don't cry." Mom didn't cry. "Cry, cry." The little baby pointed to the tears in his mother's eyes and spoke in a childish voice. She leaned down and kissed her mother on the cheek. Her mother was unhappy, so she kissed her, and her mother became happy. Yi Chun hugged the little bundle of joy and asked earnestly, "Tuanchuan, if you had a second father, would you still like me as your father?" "Daddy, I like Daddy." Little Tuanchuan hugged her father's neck tightly, stretched out a short little finger, and said in her sweet, baby voice, "Tuanchuan, one daddy." Yi Chun explained, "I mean, what if Tuanchuan had 2 fathers? Would you prefer your biological father or me as your father?" Tuanchuan frowned her delicate little brows. "I like Daddy, Tuanchuan, my biological daughter." Yi Chun felt that he couldn't reason with this little guy anymore. Feng Li was amused. "Yi Chun, Tuanchuan thinks she's your biological baby." "I'm afraid." Yi Chun hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. He was afraid that one day Tuanchuan would find her biological father and stop being close to him. After all, he was her father, who was related to her by blood. Feng Li comforted her. "No, Tuanchuan loves you the most. No matter what, you're the one she loves the most. Do you like your dad?" The little boy kissed his dad's face, leaving his face covered in drool. Yi Chun finally felt relieved. Even Tuan Tuan's biological father can't take his wife and children away from him. Feng Li leaned against Yi Chun's chest. "I have a surprise for you tonight." "What? What a surprise." Yi Chun was somewhat expectant, having already guessed what was going on, and quickly put Xiao Tuanchuan to sleep. Inside the room, Feng Li specially changed into a super short silk nightgown that was custom made from abroad, and her fair and jade-like fingers hooked around Yi Chun's neck. "Yi Chun, did you like the surprise tonight?" The woman had a mature, sophisticated face, smooth, shiny wavy hair, snow-white skin, a hot figure, long, white legs, and a snow-white mound pressed against Yi Chun's chest. Yi Chun grasped Feng Li's slender waist, his whole body aroused by the arousal. "Feng Li, aren't you cold? Why don't you wear another layer?" What I was really thinking was, hurry up and take it off. It would be best if she were completely naked. My wife looks best without clothes. Feng Li raised her foxy eyes, continuing to tease Yi Chun. "Really? You don't like it? Or should I take everything off?" Yi Chun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Don't take it off, Feng Li. You're tired tonight. Go to sleep early." Inner monologue. "Hurry up and take it off. I can't wait." Feng Li wrapped her 2 fair arms around Yi Chun's neck and breathed hot air into his ear. "I'm not tired at all, Yi Chun. How about I have a baby for you? Do you prefer a boy or a girl? We already have Tuanchuan, so why not have a boy too?" Even if Yi Chun were a saint, how could he resist such a seductive enchantress? He broke out in a sweat. No need. Tuanchuan is still too young, and I don't plan to have a baby right now." "Okay, then let's wait a little longer. We haven't used any protection lately, so maybe I'm already carrying your child." Feng Li grasped Yi Chun's large hand and placed it on her flat stomach. "Feel it." Yi Chun shuddered. "It shouldn't be like that. It can't be such a coincidence. Right now, All I want to do is take good care of Tuanshuan. Is she really pregnant? He wasn't ready to be a father of two. No, absolutely not. Familly must be joking with him. A moment later, Yichen was pinned down by Familly and unable to move. Familly, aren't you tired? Her tone was very domineering. I'm not tired. Tonight, you're mine. Looking at the alluring woman before him, Yichen couldn't help but swallow hard. My wife is so alluring, I can't get any rest all night. Yichen was troubled. 176 Grandpa. I'm back. It's gone, not a single bit left. Familly raised the corner of her eye. Really? You're not lying to me. No, it's really gone. Yichen looked completely sincere. Unfortunately, Familly didn't believe it at all. Yichen looked out the window and advised, Wife, it's already dawn. Why don't you rest for a while? I have to go to work tomorrow, and I'm afraid you'll faint. No, you need to check to see if you're lying to me. Familly continued domineeringly, leaving Yichen no room to refuse. Yichen looked helpless. What could he do about his wife? We have no choice but to spoil them. Anyway, he has plenty of stamina. He could easily last 3 days and 3 nights. My health improved after participating in that competition. Familly finally calmed down, and Yichen held her in his arms as they slept together. I had just fallen asleep when my phone rang on the table. Yichen groped around with his eyes closed for a while and finally found his phone on the bedside table. With his eyes half open, he answered the call. Yichen, is that you? Yichen instantly snapped out of his daze and asked, Miss Yi? It's me. Grandpa was traumatized yesterday and was hospitalized. He hasn't woken up yet. Do you have time to come see him today? Yichen glanced at Familly, who was sleeping, and asked in a low voice, Grandpa Yi, what's wrong with him? He was fine yesterday. Why did he suddenly faint? Perhaps I missed Alin too much, and seeing you reminded me of him, which made me a little sad. Yichen agreed. Okay, I'll go see Grandpa this morning. Thank you. You're welcome. I've already acknowledged him as my grandfather, and from now on he'll be my grandfather. After hanging up the phone, Yichen immediately got out of bed. Familly opened her sleepy eyes and asked, Where are we going? I'm going to the hospital to see Grandpa Yi from yesterday. He's in the hospital. You should rest first. Last night, you didn't get any rest all night. Familly curled her lips into a smile and deliberately said, Isn't it because you're too delicious? Yichen's ears turned red again, much to his dismay. His ears turn red when this woman flirts with him. I'll go out first. You should get some rest. If you really can't go, don't go to the company today. Familly yawned, her slender fingers touching her lips, her eyes brimming with tears. Okay, I'll sleep a little longer. I'm really tired, and I ate too much. Yichen, his ears red, changed his clothes and asked in a low voice, You know what tiredness is now? Come back soon. Familly mumbled a reply, then fell asleep again. Before leaving, Yichen covered Familly with the blankets and put her exposed white legs back inside. He can't even sleep peacefully. Remember to tone it down next time. Yichen pinched Familly's cheek. The usually cold and aloof beauty looked rather cute when her cheek was pinched. I went downstairs. Little Tuanshuan had woken up some time earlier and was sitting on the sofa reading a storybook, looking very engrossed. Yichen asked in surprise, Tuanshuan, why are you awake so early? Didn't you used to love sleeping in? Tuanshuan hugged her father's leg tightly and said in her childish voice, Tuanshuan, wait for Daddy to eat. Yichen picked up the little guy and checked him over. Did you put on your clothes yourself? This time you didn't put them on backwards, but the buttons were on wrong and the shoelaces weren't tied. Tuanshuan frowned, as if she had encountered some problem, and pointed to her shoelaces with one little finger. Tuanshuan doesn't know how. Tuanshuan doesn't know how, Daddy, help. Yichen patiently put on the baby's shoes, ate with her, and was about to leave when the baby grabbed his clothes again. Dad, where are we going? Dad is going to visit that old man from yesterday. Do you want to come? Tuanshuan and her dad together. Okay, let's go together. Yichen carried Tuanshuan into the car, placed the little guy on the seat, and fastened his seatbelt. The little guy was so happy with his dad. He had a little lollipop in his mouth, looking at the scenery outside and talking to his dad. My daughter is too clingy. I have no choice but to take her with me wherever I go. Central Hospital. Yichen led Xiao Tuanshuan to the VIP room on the 5th floor. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door, It's me, Yi-chun. The door was immediately opened. Only then did Yi-chun realize how many people were inside. It's Yi-chun. Make way. He's here. Grandpa will definitely wake up. Yi-lan brought Yi-chun to the old man's side. The old man, who was perfectly healthy yesterday, is now lying pale in his hospital bed. Yi-chun felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. Why did he feel sad? Great-grandfather. The little baby lay on the hospital bed, touching his great-grandfather's hand with a worried expression. Yi-chi said coldly, "Big sister, what's the use of calling Yi-chun here? He's not the person Grandpa wants to see." Yi-lan glanced coldly at Yi-chi, who immediately shut his mouth. "Yi-chun, talk to Grandpa, and see if you can wake him up." Yi-chun was completely confused. "Me? If I speak, will Grandpa wake up? He can't be that amazing, can he?" Yi-lan nodded and said, "Yes, talk to Grandpa, and try to wake him up. We can't wake him up, so we can only rely on you." Yi-lin asked in a low voice, "Is it really possible? He's not a Lin, Lanner, didn't you check his identity?" Yi-chun turned his head to look at Yi-lan. "Check his identity. Could it be that the Yi family suspects he is the missing young master? How is that possible? The director said he grew up in an orphanage. Although he has no memory of his life before the age of 4, the headmaster has been so kind to him that he wouldn't lie to him. Mother Yi advised, just let Xiaoqin try. Maybe it will really work. I think he looks just like our Lin." Yi-chi frowned and said, "Mom, how can you be confused too? Yi-chun grew up in an orphanage, a child no one wanted. How could he be my brother? His previous assumptions were completely wrong. Yi-chun could not possibly be the young master of the Yi family. He was an unwanted, abandoned orphan." Father Yi nodded and said, "Xiao-chun, just give it a try. If you can wake the old man up, our Yi family will definitely reward you handsomely." Yi-chun raised his hand to refuse. "Uncle Yi, I don't want a thank you gift. I have a special connection with my grandfather. In my heart, he is like my second grandfather." Yi-lin nodded repeatedly. "He really is a grateful and good child. If Lin grows up, he'll probably have the same character." Mother Yi liked Yi-chun very much and couldn't take her eyes off him. Why isn't he her son? They look so alike. Yi-chun stood beside the old man and softly called out, "Grandpa, I am Yi-chun." The person on the bed did not move. Yi-chi scoffed lightly. "Don't waste your time. He's just an outsider. Let me do it. After all, I've spent the most time with my grandfather, and he recognizes my voice." Yi-lan said coldly, "You tried countless times just now, but you still couldn't wake Grandpa up." Yi-chi fell silent. At this moment, Yi-chun called out again, "Grandpa, I'm back." Suddenly, the person on the bed moved their fingers and slowly opened their eyes. "Alin, I found my Alin. I'm going crazy missing my grandson." 177 Tuanchuan secretly tells her mother the news. "He's awake, the old man is awake." She's really awake. Yi-chi's face darkened. This old man wouldn't wake up when he called him, but he would wake up as soon as Yi-chun called him. Old Yi excitedly grabbed Yi-chun's hand. "It's you, you're back." Yi-chun said softly, "Grandpa, it's me, Yi-chun." When Elder Yi saw Yi-chun, he said with delight, "Little Chun, what brings you here?" "I heard that Grandpa was hospitalized, so I came to see him." "What a good child, Grandpa is all right." For a moment just now, I thought it was his Lin who had returned. The little bundle of joy lay by the hospital bed, his sweet, babyish voice saying, "Great-grandpa, I'm sick, it hurts." Old Master Yi patted Tuan Tuan's little head with a loving expression. "It's little Tuan Tuan who's here. Great-grandpa's pain has subsided. Tuan Tuan is here, so great-grandpa's pain has stopped." "Great-grandpa, candy, sweetie." Tuanchuan slipped a small candy into her great-grandfather's hand, saying, "Great-grandfather, have some, it's sweet." "Thank you, Tuanchuan. You are such a sensible and good girl." Old Yi was amused by Tuan Tuan and laughed, and his spirits improved a lot. Yilan glanced at Yi-chi. "I told you, Grandpa will be happy when Yi-chun comes." "Big sister, Yi-chun is ultimately just an outsider. I think Grandpa likes Tuanchuan. After I get married and have children, Grandpa will like them too," Yi-chi explained with a smile. Yilan asked, "I hope so. Do you have someone in mind?" Yi-chi stammered, I haven't yet." The only person she had her eye on was snatched away by Yi-chun. "I think that Miss Sue is quite nice. I'll go and meet her next time." Yi nodded perfunctorily. Miss Su? How could anyone be worthy of his noble status? The old man was in a good mood after breakfast. He fed Tuanshuan some small steamed buns, and the little guy's cheeks were bulging as he looked at his father. Fragrant? Yi asked softly. Tuanshuan, didn't you eat breakfast this morning? Great-grandpa, give me a bag, it's delicious. Yi rubbed Tuan's little head. What a little foodie. Even with a bulging belly, they were still eating. When Yi brought Tuanshuan out, Elder Yi looked reluctant to part with her. Grandpa, I'll bring Tuanshuan to see you again tomorrow. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. Yi greeted them, then carried Tuan away, with Mother Yi following after them. Yi asked, Auntie, is there anything else? Madam Yi said warmly, Little Chun, you've come so early this morning. Have you not had breakfast yet? Let's go eat together when your Uncle Yi comes out. Thank you, Auntie. I've already had breakfast, and I have to go to the company. Madam Yi looked disappointed. You've already eaten. Well, then you should go to the company quickly, don't be late. Goodbye, Grandma. The little baby waved his little hand and left with his father. Yilan asked, Mom, what's wrong? I just wanted to have breakfast with Yi-chun. He's already eaten, so maybe next time. Mom, when I have time, I'll arrange for you to have dinner with him. Okay, will Yi-chun agree? I hope he doesn't feel like our family is always bothering him. I just think he looks too much like Lin. Yilan comforted her. No, I also think he's like a younger brother. Madam Yi held Yilan's hand. Lanner, go to the orphanage again and investigate carefully. Maybe he really is Lin. Yilan explained. Mom, I've already checked. He's not. He's the child raised by the director, not a Lin. No, I have a feeling that it is Lin. Go and check again, check carefully, and ask the dean if she has remembered wrong. Yilan sighed and rubbed her forehead. Fine, I'll go. Mom, you eat first. Madam Yi nodded and said, All right, you should investigate thoroughly. Perhaps the dean is lying. Yilan shook her head helplessly and said, Mom, why would the dean lie? Don't worry, let me check again, okay? Yes, that's Lin. Madam Yi muttered to herself, her eyes fixed on Yi-chen's car as it slowly drove away. Upon arriving at the company, the little ones couldn't wait to go find all the uncles. Uncle Donkey. Lu Hao pinched Tuan's little ears. What do you mean, Uncle Donkey? You're Uncle Lu. Kids aren't allowed to call me that. If you want your uncle to forgive you, that's not impossible. Give your uncle a kiss. Lu Hao picked up Tuanshuan and pouted his bright red lips, wanting to kiss the baby's little face, something he had always wanted to do. Before I could even kiss Tuanshuan, the little guy had already climbed down, and his cute but fierce voice rang out. No kiss. Little Tuanshuan quickly ran behind her father to hide, refusing to let Uncle Donkey kiss her. Daddy, Uncle Donkey is so cute, Tuanshuan. The little guy raised his head and complained to his father in a childish voice. Yi-chen picked up Tuanshuan, kissed her, and asked, Why won't you let Uncle Donkey kiss you? Tuanshuan hugged her father tightly, saying, Only Daddy can kiss me. Lu Hao's heart almost shattered into pieces. Sigh, I'm not worthy. By the way, Chinner, there's another person who needs to be interviewed today. Why don't you go in person? Yi-chen asked in surprise. An interview? I'm going. Lu Hao said. Yes, you are the company's biggest boss, and this is someone you know named Lu Shuriwa. Yi-chen was shocked. Senior Lu, why is she working at my small company? I don't know. You go ahead. Vice President Zhua hasn't arrived yet. He'll be here soon. Okay, I'll go take a look. Yi-chen went to the interview room next door. Tuan was lying on the table, playing games on her phone, only playing Candy Crush. Dad, don't move. Little Tuanshuan handed the phone to her father, but it wouldn't work. The baby couldn't find the same thing. Yi-chen moved his fingers and made the call for Xiao Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan stuck out her little bottom and continued playing on the table. About 10 minutes later, the door to the room was pushed open and Lu Shuriwa walked in. She was wearing a white dress, had long hair, and looked pure and lovely. Yi-chun, it really is you. Yi-chun pursed his lips. Yes, I am the interviewer for this interview. Yi-chun, who was an interviewer for the first time, was a little shy. Afterwards, Lu Shuriwa gave a brief self-introduction, which Yi-chun could not find fault with at all, so he let her pass immediately. Lu Shuriwa sat down next to Yi-chun. Yi-chun, how did you end up starting a company? Yi-chun casually made up a story, A friend of mine helped me open this place. What brings you here? Lu Shuriware explained. Our company went bankrupt and we received some compensation. We were preparing to find another company when we accidentally saw your company. I thought it was just a coincidence of names, but I didn't expect it to really be you. From now on, you'll be my boss. Lu Shuriware suddenly blinked and moved closer to Yi Chun. The two were very close, and Yi Chun unconsciously wanted to back away. Little Tuanshuan looked at her father and aunt with her big eyes, then secretly picked up her phone to tell her mother the news. 178 graduation season. Taking my daughter to her thesis defense. Mommy, Daddy is talking to a pretty auntie. Feng Li had just arrived at the company when she received the message from her daughter. A pretty auntie? Yes, Dad, talk to her. It's okay to talk. Your dad is working. Tuanshuan, please keep a close eye on him for Mom, and make sure he doesn't get close to the other aunties. Good. Tuanshuan ran to her father's side with her short legs and sat on his lap. The cold and aloof CEO Yi Chun instantly transformed into a doting dad. Tuanshuan, why aren't you playing games anymore? Daddy, Tuanshuan, go to sleep. The little one closed his eyes in his father's arms, as if afraid that his aunt would get there first. The father belongs to her alone. Okay, go to sleep now. Daddy will hold you. Did you get up too early this morning? Tuanshuan nodded and snuggled into her father's arms to continue sleeping. Lu Shuriwei asked with a smile. Yi Chun, is this your friend's daughter? She's so cute. Tuanshuan suddenly opened her eyes, her expression both cute and fierce. It's Daddy, my biological child. What an adorable baby. Can Annie hold you? Tuanshuan stretched out her two little paws and jumped into Lu Shuyue's arms. Yi Chun was both amused and exasperated. Tuanshuan, didn't you say you were going to sleep? Tuanshuan, don't sleep. Just then, Zhuaman entered. She had a very strong presence, and the air around her turned cold as soon as she entered. Xiao Tuanshuan climbed down and grabbed Zhuaman's hand. Aunt Zhua, Miss Tuanshuan, what brings you here? Tuanshuan, look at Daddy. Tuanshuan speaks in a cute, babyish voice. Mom told her to keep an eye on Dad. Vice President Zhua, I've already interviewed Lu Shuriwei, Yi Chun reminded her. Well, since Mr. Yi has already conducted the interview, I'll get straight to the salary. Ms. Lu's position is second tier. Here's the contract. Please take a look and see what you think. Zhuaman took out a contract, and Lu Shuriwei glanced at it. 5 years. Most contracts are for 10 years. The rest of the process was handed over to Zhuaman, and Yi Chun brought Tuan out. Xiao Tuanshuan was playing games on the side, while Yi Chun was either writing lyrics or looking at the company management manual. Go home after get off work. As soon as Yi Chun returned, Feng Li forcefully pinned him to the sofa. Feng Li leaned over him and sniffed him. He smelled perfume. What did you do today? Yi Chun explained. Honey, I interviewed a former classmate at the company today, and then I wrote lyrics and looked at the management manual. I didn't do anything else. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Tuanshuan. Xiao Tuanshuan can testify for me. The little guy stood to the side, thoroughly enjoying himself. Feng Li turned to her and asked, Tell Mom what Dad did today? Mom asked you to supervise Dad. Did you supervise him properly? Tuanshuan said in her childish voice. Mommy, Daddy is talking to the pretty auntie. Yi Chun's heart was broken. It turned out that his precious daughter was just there to keep an eye on him. Did you hear that? Tuanshuan said you were talking to the pretty auntie. You're trying to lie to me. Tell me the truth. Feng Li pinched Yi Chun's handsome face and questioned him. Yi Chun was speechless. He couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Feng Li, I really didn't. It was just a few questions during the interview. She's my senior, and I have no romantic relationship with her. Feng Li raised the corner of her eye. Really? Really, I'm far away from her. Feng Li. You have to believe me. I only like you. Yi Chun looked into Feng Li's eyes and confessed his love. Feng Li was captivated by Yi Chun's words and kissed his cheek. I believe you. Tuanshuan covered her eyes with her two little paws, overjoyed, as her parents kissed her again. The little one climbed into his parents' arms and wanted kisses too. A happy and warm family of 3. That evening, Yi Chun was severely punished by Feng Li again, and he was warned not to have close contact with other women, not even more than a meter away. Yi Chun had no words to express his suffering, and from then on, he would avoid other women whenever he saw them. Time flew by, and the day of the defense arrived. Familly specially asked the kitchen to boil eggs to nourish Yi-chun. Today is the day of your thesis defense. Eat more. Familly peeled an egg for Yi-chun, saying, I'll give you a surprise on graduation day. What surprise? Yi-chun asked impatiently, taking a bite of his egg. Secret. Familly was being mysterious and refused to reveal anything to Yi-chun. After finishing his meal, Yi-chun planned to go to his dormitory to prepare, as his thesis defense was one of the last few sessions in the afternoon. Familly, I'm going to school now. Okay, go ahead, don't be nervous. Good. Yi-chun left the living room. Daddy. The clingy little tail continued to follow Yi-chun. Yi-chun squatted down and rubbed the baby's little head. Sweetie, Daddy has to go to school for his thesis defense today. How about you stay home and draw? Daddy, Tuan is with Daddy. Tuan hugged her dad tightly, kissed his face, and acted cute and cuddly. How could Yi-chun resist such an adorable baby daughter? She would act cute and even kiss him. Bringing my daughter to the defense doesn't seem like there's any problem, right? Yi-chun hugged Tuan and combed her messy hair. Familly asked, Yi-chun, you're not going to bring Tuan to your defense. It's inconvenient. Why don't you leave her at home? The school doesn't have any rules against bringing my daughter to the defense. Tuan is such a well-behaved girl, she won't run around. Yi-chun carried Tuan's bunny bag on his back, which contained snacks for the baby to eat when he was hungry. He also had a small pink baby bottle hanging around his neck. Are you really going to take Tuan to the defense? Yi-chun got into the car with Tuan and fastened their seat belts. Yi-chun was driving when his phone rang, and Tuan quickly answered it for her father. Hey, Tuan. Oh, it's Tuan. Where's your dad? Daddy, looking for Daddy. Little Tuan put the phone to her father's ear. Brother Donkey, what's wrong? We're all here, but you're not. My defense is coming up soon, and I'm so excited. I can't believe I got to be here so early. Yi-chun replied. Almost there. In about 10 more minutes. Then hurry up. Did you bring Tuan? Yi-chun nodded and said, Yes, my daughter is too clingy. There's nothing I can do. The school doesn't have any rules against bringing my daughter to the defense. Lu Hao and his companions nearly coughed up blood. I strongly suspect this person is in Versailles. They also wanted to bring their daughter to the defense, but they didn't. All right, Chinner, you win. You're absolutely #1 at Imperial University, the kind of person who will go down in history by presenting your thesis with your daughter. Yi-chun raised an eyebrow and asked, Is that exaggerated? No one brought their daughter to the defense. Of course not. Do you think everyone is like you, with a daughter who's already so big before even graduating from college? Yi-chun smiled in a way that made him look like he wanted to punch someone. Then I really am the first person in history to do so. Tuan isn't your biological daughter, Lu Hao retorted. My own child. Tuan, my own child. The little boy was lying on the phone, arguing fiercely with Uncle Donkey. Tuan, she is Dad's biological daughter. 179. He had a daughter before graduating from university? Whose is she? Okay. You're my biological child. Don't be angry, baby. Lu Hao coaxed Tuan gently. When you come, Uncle will take you to buy a big lollipop, okay? Good. My baby is so good. About 10 minutes later, Yi-chun led Tuan to the dormitory door. Brother Donkey, I'm back. Upon opening the door, the three of them simultaneously picked up the little bundle on the floor. I was here first. Let me hug you. Tuan is here. Uncle just bought this little toy today. You can play with it. Thank you, Uncle. Tuan politely thanked him and took the small crystal ball from his uncle's hand. Tuan, Uncle will take you to buy candy in a little while, okay? The little dumpling nodded sweetly. Thank you, Uncle Donkey. Lu Hao was almost moved to tears. Little Tuan had finally forgotten the title of Uncle Donkey. He didn't want to be a donkey forever. Yi-chun coughed a few times. Brother Donkey, didn't you see me? Yi-chun, dressed in a black suit, looked dashing. Looking at myself, I realize I'm rather unattractive. I feel envious, jealous, and resentful. Chinner, I almost forgot about you. You wore a suit for your thesis defense today. Yi-chun raised an eyebrow. Of course. Moreover, his wife tied the tie herself. I want to wear it too. My defense is at 10 a.m. this morning, so I should still have time. Lu Hao quickly went to change his clothes. Since Xiao Tuan was there, he went to the restroom. Yichen put Tuan Tuan on the chair. Baby, you play the game first, and Daddy will read the paper. Good. Yichen took out the paper and checked it over. Dad was reading a paper, while little Tianchuan played games by herself. Every now and then, she would raise her little head to look at her dad, as if afraid he would leave. Chinner, I've changed my clothes. After Lu Hao came out, his legs were trembling. Chinner, no. I'm nervous, my legs are shaking. Yichen patted Lu Hao on the shoulder. Brother Donkey, don't be nervous, you won't be a student in 2 days. Yes, I'm working now. I'm not a student anymore. So why should I be afraid of those teachers and department heads? Uncle Donkey, you're awesome. The little guy gave Uncle Lu a thumbs up. Lu Hao took a deep breath. Thank you, Tuanchuan baby. Uncle will take you to buy a big lollipop after the defense, okay? Good. Lu Hao's defense was about to begin, so he went half an hour early, and Yi Chun and a few others went with him. That's Yi Chun. He's quite popular lately, and he's a fairly well-known singer. He's even more popular than Yimo is past his prime. He hasn't been active in the entertainment industry for a long time, and he even botched his concert. Yimo has probably run out of creative ideas. I never expected that the celebrity was my classmate. Can I still get an autograph? He seems pretty aloof, so it's better not to go. It would be so embarrassing if he rejected you. As soon as Yi Chen arrived, he attracted the attention of a large number of classmates. He was handsome and had become popular again. Who wouldn't want to get to know him? Yi Chen was poor before, and no one paid him any attention. Now that he's famous, everyone naturally notices him. Tuanchuan held her father's hand tightly, as if afraid that her father would be taken away by someone else. The father belongs to both her and her mother. Yi Chen, what a small world. You also had your thesis defense this morning. Yi Mo walked out of the crowd, and what attracted the most attention was his suit, which had a dark pattern and was made of a very expensive fabric. Yi Chen smiled calmly. So it's young Master Yi. Weren't you in the hospital? Why are you out here? I thought you were in the hospital and didn't have time to defend your thesis. Then you'll have to extend your studies and defend your thesis with the next year's juniors. Young Master Yi can study for another year. Yi Mo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, Yi Chen, say that again. Yi Chen said earnestly, Young Master Yi, I advise you not to get angry. If you end up in the hospital, you won't be able to defend your thesis today. Yi Mo's chest heaved violently. He mustn't get angry, the doctor said so. But when he saw Yi Chen, he couldn't help himself. How could Yi Chen, an orphan from a slum, have such good luck? Yi Mo gritted his teeth and sat down not far away. One day, he will make Yi Chen lose everything. Lu Hao was about to go on stage, and Yi Chen and the others comforted him. Tuan Tuan also stood on tiptoe and stretched out her 2 little arms towards Lu Hao. Uncle Donkey, keep it up. Little Tuanchuan, do you want Uncle to hug you? Lu Hao picked up the little baby, his face beaming with happiness. It's surprising how much Tuanchuan likes this uncle. She even asked him to hug her. Suddenly, the little dumpling kissed his cheek, and Lu Hao froze on the spot, staring wide-eyed at the dumpling. Did Tuanchuan kiss him just now? Does Tuanchuan like him? Lu Hao was completely ecstatic. Uncle, keep it up. Thank you. Tuanchuan, Uncle will do his best. Lu Hao put Tuanchuan down and went inside with the thesis. Why did Yi Chen bring his sister along? A little sister? Indeed, this little one looks a lot like Yi Chen. Everyone assumed she was Yi Chen's sister and didn't think much of it. Tuanchuan sat obediently next to her father and peeled a milk candy for him to eat. Daddy, have some candy. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Yi Chen ate the candy his daughter peeled in one bite, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart. She really is his little darling. She even peels candy for him to eat. Actually, he quite likes candy too. Dad, did I hear that right? Why did I hear this baby call Yi Chen Dad? I heard it too, it really screamed. Holy crap. No way, Yi Chen already has a daughter before even graduating. Whose is it? Song Wanning's. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Song Wanning arrived at the lounge with her thesis, wearing a white dress and a sun hat. She walked straight to Yi Chen's side, where there happened to be an empty seat. Tuanchuan is here too. Auntie has some small jelly in her bag. Here you go. Song Wanning touched the baby's little hand and placed a small jelly in it. Thank you, Auntie. Tuanchuan picked up the small jelly and started eating it, even giving her dad a bite. She's not Song Wanning's child. The baby calls her auntie. Whose baby is that? Curious. I thought Song Wanning and Yi Chun were already together, but it turns out Yi Chun has a daughter. They said they were a couple, so what's the deal with this baby? Yi Chun and Song Wanning have always been very popular on the forum, with a large number of fans shipping them. Yi Chun had explained it many times, but no one believed him. However, now that Tuan Tuan has come out, these rumors have been debunked. 180 Familly. My favorite type of boy is a pure and shy young man. Yi Chun, your defense is this afternoon. Why are you here so early, and with Tuan Tuan? Song Wanning sat down next to Yi Chun and asked. Yi Chun wiped Tuan Tuan's mouth and replied, We came with Lu Hao to defend his thesis, just to keep him company. You guys have such a good relationship. Song Wanning asked in a low voice. You're defending your thesis at 4 o'clock this afternoon, right? I have something I want to talk to you about. Could you wait for me after you finish your defense? Why can't we talk about this now? It'll be evening after the defense, and I still need to take Tuan Tuan back. It's a small matter, it won't take up much time. Good. Yi Chun readily agreed. After all, they were classmates, and he couldn't be too heartless. Where Yi Chun couldn't see, Song Wanning secretly raised the corners of her lips. We'll be going our separate ways soon. It'll be too late if we don't say it now. She didn't want to have any regrets. Tuan Tuan is very well behaved. She lies next to her dad and plays games, then talks to him every now and then. She's such a cute little thing. She's so well behaved, I want to pet her. She was so good. She didn't cry or fuss, and just sat there quietly eating. I'm so envious. Yi Chun actually has a daughter, while I haven't even seen a glimpse of a girlfriend. Yi Chun successfully provoked the wrath of the crowd, and a group of people stared intently at him. I'm so jealous. Yi Chun always felt that the people around him were looking at him with hatred. Was he too high profile? I don't think so. So you just brought your daughter to school? When Lu Hao came out, he was completely stunned. Brother Donkey, are you crazy? Chinner, I think it's over. I don't think I'll really have to extend my studies and have to study for another year. No, we've left. The results will be out in 2 days. Noon. Yi Chun took Xiao Tuan Tuan to the cafeteria for lunch. It was the little guy's first time in the cafeteria, and everything was new and interesting to him. Daddy duo. Yes, there are many dishes here. Tuan Tuan can choose whichever one she wants to eat. Yi Chun picked Tuan Tuan up and let her choose the dishes herself. The auntie selling food was astonished. My daughter's already this big by the time she gets to go to university. Your daughter? Yi Chun nodded and said, Yes, my daughter. Tuan Tuan picked out a few dishes that looked very appetizing and sat obediently next to her father, eating by herself with her little spoon. Yi Chun actually brought his daughter to eat in the cafeteria. That's way too high profile. Who says otherwise? But they do have a daughter, and the school didn't say they couldn't bring their kids to eat. I heard that college students get extra credits for having children these days. I also want a daughter as cute as that, who will give birth to one for me. When the students saw Tuan Tuan, they couldn't move away. Who wouldn't love a baby who is so beautiful and adorable? Tuan Tuan lay on the table, trying her best to eat. Yi Chun would occasionally put food on Tuan Tuan's plate, saying, Tuan Tuan, eat more meat. Eat meat. Haha. Tuan Tuan, you can have some of the meat here too. Thank you, Uncle Donkey. And what about Uncle Hu? Hu Yuxuan gave all the lean meat pieces on the plate to Tuan Tuan. Thank you, Uncle Hu. Tuan Tuan is a little darling. Yi Chun brought his daughter to the university for her thesis defense, which instantly swept across the entire Imperial University campus and even made it onto the forum. Everyone was speculating about the identity of the baby's mother. Afternoon. Yi Chun coaxed the little dumpling. Tuan Tuan, you stay in the dormitory with Uncle Donkey. Daddy is going to defend his thesis, and we'll be back in a little while. Daddy, I want Daddy. Tuan Tuan held onto her father's finger with her 2 little paws, refusing to let go. Okay, you stay with Dad. Tuan Tuan, be good. Dad knows, you little clingy brat. Yi Chun pinched the little girl's round face. Yi Chun, Hu Yuxuan, and Lu Peng came out together, and Lu Hao followed them out. Chinner, I'll go with you. After all, we're in the same dormitory, so we should do everything together. Good. It was a bit hot in the afternoon, so Yi Chun put a small sun hat on Tuan Tuan's head. Honey, are you very hot? Tuan Tuan shook her head. Tuan Tuan, it's not hot. She wasn't hot at all while with her father. When I arrived at the lounge, I saw some familiar faces again. When Chu Yi saw Yi-chun arrive, she almost clung to him. Yi-chun, you're also defending your thesis this afternoon. What a coincidence. Why did you bring Tuan-chuan along? Yi-chun took a few steps back, keeping his distance from Chu Yi. It was quite a coincidence. Tuan-chuan is very clingy, so I brought her along. Chu Yi pushed Lu Hao aside and sat down next to Yi-chun. Yi-chun, have you been very busy lately? I've been messaging you, but you haven't replied. I'd like to go back with you to see Grandma. I haven't seen her in a long time. Does she miss me too? Yi-chun was speechless. Several years have passed, and Chu Yi has never visited her grandmother. Grandma used to treat Chu Yi very well, and she treated her like her own granddaughter. No, I just want to go back and visit. Let me know when you're going back. Yi-chun replied perfunctorily. Okay. Grandma's favorite person now is Familly. Suddenly, my phone sent me a message. My dear wife, is it time to go defend your thesis? How did you know? Your timing is spot on. It'll be my turn in 2 minutes. Keep it up, don't be nervous. You'll still be a college student someday, and being a college student is great. I especially like shy, innocent college boys. Yi-chun, her ears turning red, replied. Familly, you stop talking. I'm not a college student anymore soon. He has only a few days left before graduation. Once he receives his graduation certificate and degree certificate, he is no longer a college student. Yi-chun, it's your turn. They're here. Familly, I'm leaving. Tuan-chuan gave her father a soft kiss on the cheek. Daddy, you can do it. Thank you, baby. Daddy will do his best. Be a good boy and wait for Daddy. Don't run around. Tuan-chuan, be good. Tuan-chuan swung her 2 short legs as she sat on the chair. Yi-chun went into the defense room, found his presentation slides, and then delivered his presentation fluently. The mentors in the audience nodded repeatedly. Yi-chun answered several questions thoroughly, leaving no room for criticism. Okay, you can go now. Yi-chun bowed politely and then left the defense room. His 4 years of university life were finally coming to an end, and he felt that his presentation was quite good. Dad. As soon as Yi-chun came out, a little baby bump appeared on his lap. Tuan-chuan, what brings you here? Aren't you hot? Tuan-chuan isn't hot. Dad, let's go home. The little girl probably felt that all the older girls next to her wanted to steal her dad away. Okay, we'll go home in a bit. Chunner, how is it? Lu Hao asked impatiently. Okay, I think it's fine. Yi-chun had just come downstairs when Song Wanning stood at the top of the stairs. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and her long, black hair was smooth and glossy. Bathed in the setting sun, she radiated a glow. So beautiful. Hu Yuxuan was stunned. Song Wanning walked up to Yi-chun and said with a smile. Yi-chun, shall we go get some milk tea together? Tuan-chuan felt a strong sense of crisis and tugged at her father's clothes. Daddy. Yi-chun squatted down and patted Tuan-chuan's little head. Good Tuan-chuan, Daddy will be back in a little while. You stay with Uncle Donkey for now. Good. Tuan-chuan looked at her father with unease, as if afraid he would be taken away. Tuan-tuan, I want my dad, and I want the little star. 181 If I had confessed my feelings earlier, would you have said yes? Tuan-chuan, you stay with your uncle for now. Your dad has something to do. Uncle will hold you, okay? Lu Hao squatted down and rubbed Tuan-tuan's little head. Tuan-chuan shook her head and said in a childish voice, no hugs. Okay, no hugging. Put your sun hat on properly, otherwise Tuan-chuan will get a tan and become a dark baby. Lu Hao put the little sun hat back on Tuan-tuan's head and took her to the back street to buy food. Hu Yuxuan and Lu Peng asked enthusiastically. Tuan-chuan, what would you like to drink? Milk tea? Uncle will buy you some. Tuan-chuan shook her head, tugged at Lu Hao's finger, and said in her sweet, childish voice, Uncle Donkey, Tuan-chuan, eat ice cream. Lu Hao couldn't resist the adorable little Tuan-chuan's sweet talk. She was so cute it could melt anyone's heart, so he immediately agreed. You want ice cream? Okay, Uncle Donkey will buy it for you. Hu Yuxuan hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Donkey, Tuan-chuan is still so young. Can she eat ice cream? Won't she get a stomachache? Should I ask Chinner later? You're right, Tuan-chuan is still so young. Little Tuan-chuan stopped and tugged at Lu Hao's hand affectionately. Uncle Donkey. Uncle Hu, Tuan-chuan, have some ice cream. Lu Hao and his 2 companions were almost melted by her cuteness. Who could resist such an adorable little cutie who knows how to be charming? In the end, we decided to buy Tuanshuan a large ice cream. Eating it once in a while should be fine. Tuanshuan finally got to eat ice cream and was so happy that she almost forgot about her dad. Lu Hao bought Tuanshuan milk tea, lollipops, and various snacks, and waited for Yi Chun with Tuanshuan in the milk tea shop. At this moment, Yi Chun and Song Wanning were walking under the shade of trees on the street, looking like a young couple, but they were quite far apart, so it didn't really look like a couple. Song Wanning lowered her head, looking at her toes, her hands clasped nervously together. After a while, she whispered, Yi Chun, we're about to leave school and I have something I want to tell you. Yi Chun turned his head and said, What? Tell me quickly. I still need to take Tuanshuan back. That little guy will cry if he can't see me. Song Wanning's smile looked even more painful than her crying. You care a lot about Tuanshuan. Isn't she your relative's daughter? Song Wanning said softly. If you like daughters, you can have one. It's not something you can just have whenever you want. I've already treated Tuanshuan like my own daughter. Song Wanning mustered her courage and raised her head. Yi Chun, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? If you don't have a girlfriend, look at me, okay? Yi Chun was completely stunned, staring in shock at the girl in front of him. Was she confessing her feelings to herself? Did Song Wanning confess her feelings to him? Summoning her courage, Song Wanning continued. Yi Chun, it's the last day. I don't want to have any more regrets. I like you. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my boyfriend? I'll give you a lovely daughter someday. After the initial shock, Yi Chun gradually regained his composure. Song Wanning spent time alone with him because she wanted to confess her feelings to him. Does Song Wanning like him? Yi Chun was still a little confused. He hadn't felt anything before. Song Wanning blushed and asked, Yi Chun, why aren't you saying anything? If you're not saying anything, it means you've agreed to me. We'll work hard together from now on. Yi Chun refused decisively. Song Wanning, thank you for your interest, but I cannot agree to your request. The light in Song Wanning's eyes gradually disappeared. Why? Yi Chun looked into the distance. Because I already have a girlfriend. I love my girlfriend very much. She has been with me for a long time. Song Wanning's smile gradually froze, and she said in a low voice, I see. I didn't see you with her, so I thought you didn't have a girlfriend. My girlfriend isn't from our school, so none of you have met her. No? She's from another school? I really want to see what kind of girl she is. It would be a lie to say she wasn't upset. Song Wanning had thought her confession would be successful, but she was too late, and someone else beat her to it. I still feel a little regretful. If she had confessed her feelings earlier, would the outcome have been different? Unfortunately, it was too late for her. Yi Chun smiled and said, Song Wanning, you play the piano so well, you'll definitely find a better boyfriend than me in the future. Thank you, Yi Chun. Song Wanning tilted her head back, tears slowly dripping from the corners of her eyes. Don't cry. Yi Chun seemed somewhat at a loss. Was it because he rejected Song Wanning's feelings that she cried? It's nothing. I just feel a little disappointed. Song Wanning wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and walked slowly with Yi Chun under the shade of the trees. Perhaps this is the last time. Let her walk slowly. Is your girlfriend great? Yi Chun nodded and said, Yes, she is the best person. She took me in when I had nowhere to go. Will you stay with her forever? Song Wanning asked again. I want to be sure if I still have even the slightest chance. Yi Chun's answer was still very decisive. Yes. A bitter smile graced Song Wanning's face. This time, she had truly given up completely. She took 2 concert tickets out of her bag. Yi Chun, my first piano recital is in 2 weeks. Here are the admission tickets. If you're free, you can come with your girlfriend. Okay, thank you. Yi Chun took the admission ticket and praised. Song Wanning, you are really amazing. You just graduated and you are already going to hold a piano concert. You're really amazing too. Your recent songs are very popular. You could even hold a concert. I'm not ready yet. Not now. Song Wanning smiled bitterly. You can, but don't forget to invite me then. I can't get any tickets to your concert. Okay, when that day comes, I will definitely give you a front row ticket. Song Wanning pointed to a milk tea shop not far away. Yi Chun, let's go get a cup of milk tea. Good. Yi Chun bought 2 cups of milk tea and gave one to Song Wanning. Song Wanning took a sip and narrowed her eyes. This is the first time I've had milk tea that you bought for me. Thank you. It's very sweet. Yichen blushed as he was praised. I'm glad you like it. Song Wanning tilted her head and suddenly asked, Yichen, if I had confessed to you earlier, would you have said yes? Yichen didn't answer, because he didn't know the answer to that question either. 182 Shocking. My wife caught me drinking milk tea with someone else. Tuanchuan baby has finished eating an ice cream, and her face is covered in ice cream. Lu Hao quickly wiped the little guy's mouth. Tuanchuan, you ate that whole ice cream. If Shinner knew that his daughter ate such a big ice cream, would he beat them all to death? What if Tuanchuan gets a stomachache? Tuan nodded and smiled at Lu Hao. Will Uncle Donkey think she eats too much? Tuanchuan, does your tummy hurt? Tuanchuan shook her head in a cute and innocent way. Lu Hao breathed a sigh of relief, took a cup of milk tea, opened it, and gave it to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan started drinking her milk tea again, her cheeks puffed out. Hu Yuxuan and his friends devoted themselves to feeding the little milk ball, buying all kinds of snacks and fruits from the back street for Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, eat some grapes. Baby, eat watermelon. Tuanchuan, eat a mango. Tuanchuan looked at the three uncles, unsure which one to eat. A lot of. After finishing her meal, Tuanchuan raised her little head and asked, Uncle Donkey, where's Daddy? Your father will be back soon. Let's wait for him a little longer. What else would you like to eat, Tuanchuan? Uncle will buy it for you. Tuanchuan shook her head and climbed down from the chair. I'm going to find my dad. Tuanchuan, don't run around. Don't you know where your dad is? Come back quickly, it's too hot outside. Lu Hao couldn't stop the little guy at all. Tuanchuan ran very fast with her two short legs, and the people around made way for her, afraid of knocking the little baby over. So cute. She's so cute. Tuanchuan was surrounded by a group of older brothers and sisters. She raised her little head to look at the people around her, then ran through the gaps in the crowd to continue looking for her father. Lu Hao and his group chased after the little guy, afraid he would get lost. The Imperial University campus was very large and divided into several areas. Dad. Tuanchuan finally stopped, exhausted and covered in sweat, and plopped down in the shade of a tree. Where did Dad go? Tuanchuan pouted her little mouth. Tuanchuan, who found her father, pitiful. Hu Yuxuan and his group chased after the little guy. Tuanchuan, stop running, it's too hot. Let's go to the dorm and wait for your dad, okay? Tuanchuan raised her head and looked at the figure not far away. Her dark eyes sparkled, and she suddenly stood up. Dad. Those two short legs ran incredibly fast. Lu Hao shook his head repeatedly. Is Tuanchuan mistaken? From that distance, how could anyone see who it is? Anyway, I can't tell. Let me rest for a while. I'm too tired. Taking care of the baby is too tiring. Tuanchuan will be back by herself soon. I'll sit down and rest for a while. Yichun and Song Wanning were already on their way back, chatting casually. Suddenly, a sweet, childlike voice rang out. Dad. Yichun looked up and saw a small ball of fluff flying forward at high speed not far away. Yichun bent down and took Tuanchuan into his arms. Why is Tuanchuan here? Tuanchuan shook her head. Daddy, don't hug Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan will sweat. Yichun took out a box of tissues from his pocket and wiped the sweat from Tuanchuan's head. The little baby snuggled up to his dad and laughed happily. I've finally found my dad. Looking at the father and daughter, Song Wanning found them to look more and more alike. Is she really not Yichun's biological daughter? Yichun asked. Tuanchuan, how did you know where Daddy is? Tuanchuan, do you know where Daddy is? The little one grabbed his father's hand. Daddy, let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Yichun turned to Song Wanning and said, Song Wanning, it's getting late. I need to take Tuanchuan back. Okay, go home early. Don't keep your girlfriend waiting. And you? Song Wanning said. I'll leave after I receive my graduation certificate. Yichun led Tuan away into the distance, while Song Wanning stood there, silently watching his retreating figure. Chunner, your daughter is too naughty. We can't control her at all. She insists on coming to you. Yeah, she really did find you. Do you two have some kind of telepathic connection? How could she find you in such a big campus? Lu Hao, panting, said, She's too naughty. We can't hold her back at all. Don't let her short legs fool you. She runs incredibly fast. The little boy raised his head and argued with Uncle Lu in a childish voice. Tuanchuan, Looking for daddy. Okay, go find your dad. Chinner, we're leaving too. It's so hot, and we still have to take care of your daughter. Look at all this sweat. I'm going back to my dorm to take a shower. Yi Chen held Tuan Tuan's little hand. Brother Donkey, thanks. I'll take Tuan Tuan back now. Go back now. Come back in a while to pick up your diploma and take some photos. Good. Goodbye, Uncle Donkey. Uncle who? Uncle Lu. Tuanchuan politely said goodbye to all the uncles. Goodbye, Tuanchuan. Yi Chun led Tuan Tuan away, but as soon as they reached the school gate, Chu Yi blocked their way again. Yi Chun, haven't you and your girlfriend broken up yet? Yi Chun said speechlessly. Chu Yi, why don't you think about other people's happiness? You're always thinking about breaking up with me. My girlfriend and I have a great relationship. We're getting married. I'll invite you to our wedding banquet then. Chu Yi's face looked as if she had swallowed a fly. She was still waiting for Yi Chun to break up with his girlfriend so she could win him back. Yi Chun grew up with her. He belongs to her. Impossible. You won't marry someone else. Are you lying to me? Yi Chun ignored Chu Yi and left with Tuanchuan in his arms. Chu Yi, what are you doing? A familiar voice rang out. Yimo's face turned ashen. Chu Yi said coldly. Yimo, I've already broken up with you. You cheated on me, so what's it to you? Weren't you having a great time with a female celebrity? Yimo's anger surged. Chu Yi, are you pursuing Yi Chun? Chu Yi said frankly. So what if it is? Yi Chun is 1,000 times better than you. I was blind before, that's why I chose you. How can Yi Chun compare to me? He's just a poor man from the slums. Does he even deserve me? Yimo's face turned green with anger. He can dump Chu Yi, but he absolutely cannot let Chu Yi pursue Yi Chun. Yimo, what gives you the right to slander Yi Chun? I'm telling the truth, Yi Chun isn't clean. You're dirtier. The two were arguing fiercely. Yi Chun twitched his lips, then decisively got into the car with his daughter in his arms. Tuanchuan, we're going home. Time to go home. Tuanchuan happily ate the snacks that the uncles gave her. When Fengli got home, he had already been off work for quite some time. Tuanchuan grabbed some snacks and rushed into her mother's arms. Mother! Fengli looked at the dirty bun in front of her with disdain. She goes out as a clean and tidy little princess, but comes back as a dirty bun. Tuanchuan, why are you so dirty? What did you eat today? Your tummy is so bloated. Uncle, by so much. Tuanchuan took out the snacks to show her mother. Yi Chun laughed and said, Brother Donkey and his men bought the whole street for Tuanchuan. While eating, Tuanchuan said, Daddy and Auntie, drink milk tea. Fengli looked at Yi Chun and raised an eyebrow. Want some milk tea? Yi Chun immediately explained, It's one of my classmates. Today is the last day, and he wants to talk to me about something. Fengli asked casually, What's up? Do you mean I'm going to confess my feelings to you? Yi Chun, Omega, my wife guessed right. 183 What to do if your wife is a seductive vixen? Fengli's eyes darkened. Not saying anything? Then I guessed right. You really did confess to me, and you're quite popular at school. Tell me, how many female classmates are eyeing you? She's just a regular classmate. I have no feelings for her, and I didn't agree to date her. I've had quite a few suitors, but I don't like any of them. Fengli raised the corner of her eye and asked again. How many are there exactly? Yi Chun muttered to himself. I don't remember. Fengli's possessiveness erupted, and she grabbed Yi Chun's arm, saying, How many rivals do I have in love? You better count them for me. I don't like them. The person who confessed to me today was Song Wanning. I've known her since freshman year. We're pretty close. I never expected her to confess to me. You two have known each other for 4 years, while we've only known each other for 6 months. Fengli cupped Yi Chun's face and kissed him domineeringly. But it doesn't matter. You are mine now. You are mine alone. Daddy kiss. Tuanchuan also rushed into her father's arms to kiss him, but her mother picked her up and threw her onto the sofa. The poor baby is so pitiful. Yi Chun held Tuan Tuan's little hand and kissed the baby's cheek. Good baby, Daddy's kissing you. Fengli questioned, But you drank milk tea with her, while you never drank milk tea with me. Yi Chun immediately said, Next time I'll go for milk tea with you. Fengli, would you like some milk tea? Milk tea is something that girls at school drink. Does Fengli really like it? I'll drink anything you buy. Fengyan peeked out and said, Sis, you do dislike milk tea. I tried it once when I was in college, and you said it was too sweet. Fengli, My tastes have changed now, and I like them again. Fengyan shrugged. Fine. Tuanchuan, come here to Auntie. Auntie will take you to take a bath. Look how dirty you are. Tuanchuan clutched her clothes. Dirty? You still know how to do this? You went out and got yourself all dirty. Fengyan carried Tuanchuan into the bathroom for a bath. Fengli grabbed Yichen's collar and said domineeringly, From now on, you're not allowed to drink milk tea with other women. You can only drink it with me. Okay, Yichen said weakly. Fengli released Yichen. It's good that you've graduated. It saves so many female classmates from having designs on you. When is your school's graduation ceremony? It will take some more time. Fengli pinched Yichen's handsome face. Focus on your work for now. Your company just went public, and many companies are eager to get involved, afraid that you will steal their market share. Yichen nodded and said, Yes, I'll go to work at the company tomorrow. Fengli, stop pinching me. Fengli's gaze shifted downwards, and she pinched another spot. Yichen's ears turned red, and she removed Fengli's hand. This woman is indecent. She pinched his crotch again. Fengli lifted Yichen's chin. You drank milk tea with other female classmates today. Tell me, what punishment do you want? Yichen was almost in tears as he explained. Punishment? I just drank milk tea with her. I didn't do anything. I am completely innocent with her, and I rejected Song wanting on the spot. Fengli pinched Yichen's little cutie again. You'll be punished by not sleeping all night. Yichen, is there really such a good thing? Of course he could. He couldn't be happier. I hope it doesn't work out by then. Yichen raised an eyebrow. No way. Is that even possible? You weren't good enough last time. Fengli continued to pinch. Say it again. I'm not going to say anything more. Yichen behaved himself, afraid of being pinched and broken. After a good bath, Tuanchuan, wearing her little pajamas, rushed into her father's arms, exclaiming, Daddy, Tuanchuan smells so good. Yichen kissed the baby's little face. Our Tuanchuan is so fair-skinned, and her hair is still styled. Daddy will style your hair for you, okay? Good. Yichen was blow-drying Tuantuan's hair. The baby's hair was very long and slightly curled at the bottom. Yichen carefully held the hairdryer and blew it. Fengli leaned back on the sofa, feeling a little jealous. Yichen is a qualified stay-at-home dad, even though he is very young. After dinner, Yichen and Fengli continued to accompany their daughter in drawing, while Fengyan watched TV series and occasionally ate some snacks. At this moment, Baijin walked in and whispered in Fengli's ear. President Feng, there's been progress on the matter you asked us to investigate. Fengli suddenly sat up, startling Yichen. Fengli, what's wrong? You stay with Tuanchuan for now. I'm going to the study. I have some official business to attend to. Okay, go ahead. Upon entering the study, Fengli sat on the sofa, one hand supporting his forehead. His dark eyes seemed to be filled with ice, making one tremble involuntarily. Speak, what did you find out? Baijin said in a low voice. President Feng, the incident 4 years ago seems to be related to Miss C. Fengli's beautiful eyes darkened slightly. My aunt. Baijin nodded and said, Yes, she seemed to have been to the Yujing Hotel the day before the incident. And that day when you went to the banquet, she kept urging you to drink. Fengli pinched the bridge of her nose. Continue investigating. Her aunt had always been very good to her. Fengli subconsciously felt that she wouldn't do such a thing. Yes, we will continue the investigation. But that man still has no clue, and may have already been silenced. Fengli remained silent for a moment, then said coldly, It would be best if he were silenced. Otherwise, if I find him, I will make him wish he were dead. When she came out, Fengli's face was somewhat pale. Fengli, if you're not feeling well, go and rest first. I'll put Tuanchuan to sleep, and then come to keep you company. It's okay, I'll go rest for a while. Having just received this news, Fengli's mind was in a bit of a mess. From childhood to adulthood, her aunt has always been the best to her. How could she possibly scheme against her? Fengli tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep, and the bedside was empty. Why isn't Yichen back to sleep yet? Tuanchuan, go to sleep. Daddy has to go keep Mommy company. Mommy isn't feeling well today. Yichen patted the baby and gently coaxed her. Tuantuan closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. After a while, Yichen left, and then the baby opened her eyes. She's faking it. Mom isn't feeling well today, so let Dad stay with her. Tuanchuan got up again and continued playing with her dolls. This is the doll her dad bought for her. It's her favorite. Room. Familly lay on her side, wearing a short, fitted black nightgown with a low neckline that vaguely revealed a patch of fair skin, sparking the imagination. What's most eye-catching is her hips below her slender waist, with an exaggerated curve. She has a curvaceous figure and a hot body. In public, however, she is a cold and beautiful woman. This contrast was so irresistible that Yi-Chen couldn't resist. As soon as Yi-Chen sat down, Familly grabbed his wrist and pinned him down, her hot breath tickling his ear. You've been back for so long. I've been waiting for you here for ages. I can't wait any longer. Faced with such an alluring enchantress, Yi-Chen could no longer resist. He wrapped his large arms around her slender waist and slowly lowered himself down. 184. The Morbid CEO. His possessiveness explodes. I wasted a little time coaxing Tuanchuan earlier, but it's not too late now, is it? Yi-Chen gently squeezed it with his large hand. Familly curled her red lips into a smile, her breath sweet as orchids. Yi-Chen, you've become bad. It's all because of you. You corrupted me. I used to be so innocent. I've never even kissed anyone. Yi-Chen's two hands began to act up. Gently unzipped the zipper on the back of the seal. Pure and innocent man. That's no longer the case. He's my exclusive little husband. Familly sat high above Yi-Chen, looking down at him. You are mine. Yes, I will serve my master well. Owner. Familly raised an eyebrow. You're quite perceptive, but why are your ears red again? Her slender, jade-like fingers gently caressed Yi-Chen's ear. I'm very satisfied with this title. Remember this, you are mine, and mine alone. If you ever drink milk tea with someone else again, don't even think about leaving this house. Yi-Chen was possessed by Familly, who grabbed his chin. Her eyes were filled with a sickly, dark light, as if she wanted to devour Yi-Chen whole. Yi-Chen begged for mercy repeatedly. No. Familly, I promise I will never drink milk tea with other people again. Please let me go. I'll let you go, but not in the next life. Then came a burst of vigorous exercise. Sweat trickled down Familly's forehead, down her cheeks, down her neck, and slowly onto her chest. Yi-Chen's eyes darkened, and he swallowed hard. It looks so tempting. She's absolutely gorgeous. Familly raised her neck, her eyes glazed over, and intertwined her fingers with Yi-Chen's. Mine, all of it is mine. Familly's possessiveness is unusually strong tonight. Perhaps she was provoked by hearing that Yi-Chen was drinking milk tea with other female classmates. She couldn't stand it. She couldn't stand Yi-Chen interacting with any woman, not a single one. He's hers. Yi-Chen is hers completely. He's hers everywhere. Another barrage of kisses rained down on him, and Yi-Chen wiped the sweat from Familly's body. Familly, are you tired? Why don't you rest for a while? It's almost dawn. I'm not tired. Just watch closely and see who you really are. Familly pinched Yi-Chen's chin and kissed him again. I am yours, Familly. I didn't sleep all night. The sky was bright. Yi-Chen was completely exhausted and could finally get some rest. Work? It should still be early. I'll sleep for another hour. Familly was also tired, so she hugged Yi-Chen and closed her eyes. Diligent little Tuanchuan is already awake, sitting on the sofa with her English book, studying vocabulary. Familly couldn't help but praise. Tuanchuan, you're such a diligent little one, getting up so early to study. Tuanchuan continued writing words. It's almost time to eat. Why aren't Mom and Dad up yet? The little girl put down her pen, climbed down from the sofa, went upstairs, and knocked on the door. Dad, Mom, time to eat. Yi-Chen opened his blurry eyes. It's Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan is calling us to have breakfast. Familly sat up. I have a meeting this morning. The two of them got up together, their clothes were scattered everywhere, and the room was a complete mess. Yi-Chen changed into clean clothes, opened the door, and immediately carried Tuanchuan downstairs. Mother! Tuanchuan pointed to the room upstairs. Mom is still changing clothes. She'll be down in a bit. Familly came downstairs after finishing her makeup. She had big, wavy hair, wore a black short skirt, black stockings, and high heels, still the icy goddess she always was. It's completely different from last night. Yi-Chen felt that Familly had two personalities, a captivating enchantress at night and a cold goddess during the day. Mom, you're beautiful. Tuanchuan tugged at her mother's hand. Mommy, so beautiful. Fengli pinched the baby's round, bouncy cheeks and said, You little rascal, you're really good at making Mommy happy. Mom, you're the most beautiful. Tuanchuan continued to praise her mother. Fengli curled her red lips and looked at Yi Chun. Your daughter is a sycophant. Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose. I'm not a flatterer. Tuanchuan is telling the truth. You are indeed very beautiful. Fengli walked up to Yi Chun and deliberately said, What did you say? Your voice was too soft. I didn't hear you. Say it again. I said, You are very beautiful. The next moment, Fengli tiptoed and kissed Yi Chun's lips. You're handsome too. I'm going to a meeting at the company first. You can take your time eating. Yi Chun grabbed Fengli's hand and asked, Aren't you going to eat breakfast? I overslept today, so I'm not eating. Wait for me. It'll only take 2 minutes. Yi Chun immediately went to the kitchen, personally packed a breakfast for Fengli, placed it in her hand, and instructed her, You must eat in the car. Not eating breakfast is bad for your stomach. Okay, I'll eat it. Fengli took the food and left. Tuanchuan was feeding Zaidudu by herself, but she ate less than she spilled, leaving millet grains all over the table. Yi Chun looked on with a helpless expression. Sweetie, are you a little sieve? You've leaked so much. Tuanchuan stuck out her tongue and continued eating. Yi Chun, still feeling uneasy, made a video call to Fengli. A delicate and aloof face appeared on the screen. She was even more dazzling than the stars on TV. Did you eat properly? Did you eat the breakfast I gave you this morning? Fengli curled her red lips into a smile. Yi Chun, you're such a good little husband, supervising my meals. Little husband? Am I that young? Fengli, you're only 4 years older than me. Yi Chun said seriously. Okay, you're not young anymore, you're the best. Fengli blinked, completely captivating Yi Chun. Eat your breakfast quickly. I brought you breakfast, and you have to eat it this morning. Okay, I'll eat. My husband is so strict. He even calls to supervise my meals. Fengli picked up a crystal bag and took a small bite. Yi Chun, have you eaten? Tuanchuan and I are eating. Yi Chun focused the camera on Tuan's face. The little guy's cheeks were bulging from eating, and he was waving to his mother. Mom, eat meat. Okay, Mom will eat meat, and you should eat more too. Fengli ate a steamed bun, and there were actually 3 more inside, plus a grilled sausage. We've had enough steamed buns. Let's eat some grilled sausages first. Fengli picked up the grilled sausage and took a bite. Her lips parted wide as if afraid of wiping off her lipstick. Yi Chun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he watched intently. Eat more, the grilled sausages are delicious today. Why did you think of getting me a grilled sausage? I don't really like grilled sausages, they're too greasy. Fengli took another bite, and Yi Chun, feeling parched, picked up his water glass and drank it all in one gulp. How could this make him thirsty? Is it not tasty? Delicious, of course delicious. Everything you give me is delicious. I love it. Fengli curled her tongue and smiled seductively. Dry mouth and throat, chinner. My wife is so tempting. 185 Tuanchuan cut steak for her dad. Yi Chun coughed a few times. I'm glad you like it. I thought you would like to eat it, so I put one in for you. Fengli, you go ahead and eat. I'm hanging up now. Fengli finished one and said, Don't rush me. We're still far from the company. Weren't you going to supervise my meals? Are you trying to give up halfway? Then eat quickly. Yi Chun lowered his head and continued eating breakfast absent-mindedly. Fengli's meals are so tempting. Is she doing it on purpose? Fengli curled her lips into a smile and continued to tease her boyfriend. Yi Chun, why aren't you watching me? Didn't you say you were going to keep an eye on me? Yi Chun raised his eyelids and glanced at the woman on the screen. I'm supervising. Don't talk. Hurry up and eat your breakfast, or the buns will get cold. Can he say that he has feelings? Seeing Fengli eat sausage, he liked it. Dad, have some meat. Tuanchuan held a small fork and used it to cut the biggest piece of steak for her dad. This is a steak that the baby worked so hard to cut off, and the first piece is for Daddy. Thank you, baby. Yi Chun's face was full of happiness. Tuanchuan continued cutting the steak with her 2 little hands holding the cutlery. Fengli, our Tuanchuan can cut steak now, although it doesn't look very good. Yi Chun pointed the camera at Xiao Tuanchuan, who excitedly continued cutting the steak, sticking out her little tongue happily. Mom? Fengli asked in surprise. Tuanchuan, you can cut steak? When did you learn that? How come mom didn't know? Study. Tuanchuan is smart, cut the steak. Yichin chuckled. Yes, our Tuanchuan is a smart baby. Tuanchuan smiled happily after being praised by her father and continued cutting the steak, cutting one piece after another, unable to stop. Yichun was in a bad situation. He ate 3 steaks and was already full from just eating steaks, but the little guy was still cutting more. Tuanchuan, Daddy's not eating anymore. Daddy's going to the company. Tuanchuan said in her childish voice, Daddy eat. Daddy gets thin. Eat lots and lots. Yichun felt a warm current in his heart. Sure enough, it was his good daughter who cared about her father the most. Sweetie, Daddy's not thin. Daddy's going to the office. How about you stay home and draw? Tuanchuan frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Tuanchuan is such a good girl. Daddy will bring you milk tea when he comes home tonight. What did you eat yesterday? Yichin asked softly. Ice cream, Tuan. Let's eat a big ice cream. Ice cream? Honey, you're too young to eat ice cream. Did Uncle Lou give it to you? Tuanchuan nodded. Uncle Donkey, hello. Dad knows, but you can't have it anymore. You're too little, and ice cream will give you a stomachache. Yichin put Tuanchuan on the sofa. Good Tuanchuan, Daddy's going to the company. You can draw at home. Good. Tuanchuan obediently agreed. As soon as Yichin stepped out, he felt a little tail following him. As soon as he turned around, the little guy quickly hid behind the flower bed, peeking out half of his fluffy little head. Yichin was both amused and exasperated. He went over and fished the little one out of the flower bed, patting the leaves off her. Tuanchuan, why are you with your dad? Tuanchuan stuck out her little tongue, and her dad noticed. Tuanchuan, didn't you say you'd stay home and draw obediently? You're going to participate in a competition soon, and our Tuanchuan is the best. Yichun patted the baby's little hand. Go back and draw. Good. Yichun had only taken 2 steps when the little bundle of milk followed behind him like a little tail. Finally, it successfully climbed onto the car with its father. Yichin fastened Tuanchuan's seatbelt and pinched her little cheek. You're such a clingy little thing, always following your dad everywhere. What will you do when you start school? Tuanchuan raised her little head and said in her babyish voice, Daddy, let's go to school together. Yichin gently rubbed Tuan's head. Daddy still wants to go to school with you. You're such a clingy little thing. I arrived at the company at 9 o'clock. There was a meeting in the morning, so Yichun carried Tuanchuan to the company immediately. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. The receptionists greeted us politely. Yichin nodded in agreement. President Yi has brought his daughter again. He's so young, and he's already a father. Yes, he's a new dad. I wonder who the baby's mother is. She must be very pretty. Everyone made their own guesses. Yichin placed Tuanchuan in his office. Tuanchuan, Daddy's going to a meeting. You play with your dolls first. Good boy, Tuanchuan. Yichun went to the conference room, straightened his collar at the door, and then opened the door. Everyone inside was already there, sitting upright. Mr. Yi. President Yi is here. Yichin nodded and sat down awkwardly, his expression somewhat embarrassed. It was his first meeting, and he had no idea what to say. Fortunately, Lu Hao and the others were still there. Yichin coughed a few times and said, This is the first meeting of the new company. Everyone, please speak freely. Seeing that Yichun was approachable, everyone relaxed. Their boss seems quite easy to get along with. It was already noon when we came out. Lu Hao patted Yichun on the shoulder. Not bad. I think you have the potential to be a boss. It's noon. Let's go out for lunch together. Okay, I'll bring Tuanchuan out. Tuanchuan? Tuanchuan is here too. Quickly bring her out. Tuanchuan is the little darling. As soon as the door opened, she saw several uncles. Uncle. Lu Hao pinched his baby's bouncy little face. Tuanchuan is here too. Let's go eat together. What does Tuanchuan want to eat today? Steak. Yichin almost threw up when he heard about steak. He had eaten 3 steaks that morning and didn't want to eat any more. Before leaving, Yichin put a small lace-trimmed sun hat on Tuanchuan to cover her face. Chen'er, I didn't realize you were so good at taking care of the baby. You put a little hat on her, as if you were afraid that Tuanchuan would get a tan. Hu Yuxuan nodded repeatedly. Chen'er, you are a qualified dad. Yichun carried Tuanchuan into the elevator. Tuanchuan is still small and has delicate skin. It will hurt if she gets sunburned. Our Tuan is so fair-skinned. Hu Yuxuan touched the baby's little hand. It was fair, tender, and elastic. I really want a daughter too. I'm so envious. May God grant him a daughter. He will definitely raise her well. Raise your good daughter to be chubby and healthy. Dad. Hu Yuxuan was already dreaming, his adorable daughter calling him Daddy in a sweet, childlike voice. He held the little dumpling's hand tightly, refusing to let go, and continued dreaming. 186, accompanying his wife to drink milk tea. After getting off the ice cream, Tuanshuan immediately spotted the ice cream shop and affectionately nuzzled her dad's face. Dad. Tuanshuan, have some ice cream. Yichen patiently coaxed the little guy. Tuanshuan, we're going to eat. We won't eat ice cream anymore, because ice cream will make your tummy hurt. It doesn't hurt. Tuanshuan doesn't hurt at all. The little dumpling shook its head like a rattle drum, pointing at the ice cream shop. Tuanshuan, let's eat ice cream. No, Mom said I can't eat ice cream. It will give me a stomachache. Tuanshuan kissed her father's cheek. Daddy, Tuanshuan wants to eat. Yichen refused, so the little guy continued to act cute and coquettish, kissing his father's face. Dad? Daddy, Daddy. Yichen couldn't resist his daughter's pleading, so in the end, he bought her a small ice cream. Lu Hao and the others were extremely envious. They also wished their adorable daughters could act cute for them. Tuanshuan followed behind her father, eating ice cream. The adorable little girl looked like a little tail. During dinner, Yichen received a video call from Familly. Have you got a meal yet? I'm eating now, out to eat with some friends. Okay, Tuanshuan. Did you eat your food obediently? Tuanshuan was eating a small ice cream when she saw her mother. She quickly hid behind her father. Familly frowned and asked, Yichen, why do I see Tuan eating ice cream? Tuanshuan, she ate a small one. Familly instructed, yes, don't let her eat too much, or she'll get a stomachache. Good. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tuanshuan peeked her little head out from behind her father. Mom won't let her eat ice cream. Lu Hao looked up and asked while eating. Chunner, was that your girlfriend just now? I feel like I've heard that mature woman's voice somewhere before. Yes, I also feel that her voice is very familiar. I'm sure I've heard her voice before, but I can't remember where I heard it. Chunner, who exactly is your girlfriend? You're being so mysterious. Why don't you tell the brothers? Yichen said, it's someone you've met before. You'll know who it is when we have a meal together sometime. How mysterious, they won't let us know. Lu Hao and the others were extremely curious, but no matter how they asked Yichen, he wouldn't say anything. Hu Yuxuan guessed everyone in the school, even including the female director who was over 50 years old. Yichen was speechless. Brother Hu, am I that kind of person? He doesn't have that kind of fetish yet. Hu Yuxuan said anxiously. We're just curious, aren't we? We've guessed everything we should and shouldn't have, but it's still wrong. Chunner, who is it? You'll find out in a while. Yichen was afraid that these people would be discouraged, so he hadn't said anything. After all, his wife was indeed too outstanding. She's the #1 female tycoon in the capital. He was afraid that if Brother Donkey and his group suffered a setback, they would be devastated and unable to recover. After finishing her ice cream, Tuanshuan sat down next to her father to eat her meal. I want to cut steak for my dad, but I can't find where the steak is. Her pretty little eyebrows furrowed like a caterpillar. Daddy, where's the steak? Sweetie, we don't have steak today. Daddy's having hot pot instead. Don't you like that too? Yichen prefers Chinese food, especially hot pot, Hunan cuisine, and spicy hot pot. Tuanshuan nodded, pointing a little finger at the meatball. Daddy, Tuanshuan wants to eat meatballs. Good. Yichen made small meatballs for Tuanshuan and blew on them to cool them down before feeding them to the baby. Thank you, Dad. Tuanshuan swung her 2 short legs, eating with great relish. Dad is the best. But why didn't Dad come home earlier to be with Tuanshuan? Dad must have been very busy, which is why it took him so long to find her. Little Tuanshuan opened her mouth wide to accept her father's feeding. Her little face was rosy and chubby, so cute. In the afternoon, Yichen was looking at a booklet in his office when he suddenly received a phone call from an unknown number. You must be Wang Feng. Yichen said, it's me. Are you from the orphanage? I'm Dean Wang, Xiaofeng. Don't you remember me? Yichen said politely. Uncle Wang, what brings you to call me? It's nothing. I just missed you. You're the child I raised. Xiaofeng. Do you remember when you were 3 years old? You were so naughty that you got hit on the head by a stone. Dean Wong smiled as he recounted Yi Chen's past. Yi Chen scratched his head. Uncle Wong, I don't quite remember what you said. Maybe I'm forgetful. I'll come see you in a few days. Well, I thought you'd forgotten about me, little one. How have you been doing at the Yi families? It's all right, Uncle Wong. I'm almost graduating from university. Graduating from university is great, Xiaofeng. You are the smartest kid here. Uncle Wong, you always say that. Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose, feeling embarrassed by the praise. I'm telling the truth. Are you very busy? If you are, I won't talk to you anymore. I just wanted to ask how you've been doing lately. Yi Chun said, I'm working at the company now. Great. Let's hang up now and talk again next time. Dean Wong hung up the phone, his kind smile vanishing instantly, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Chun had no memories of the past, which put his mind at ease. That matter will never be known to anyone. After get off work, Yi Chun took Tuan Tuan home. Passing by a milk tea shop, Yi Chun bought Familly a taro boba milk tea, bought himself a latte, and bought Tuan Xuan a strawberry milkshake. This time, I'm having milk tea with my dear wife. When Yi Chun got home, Familly had just gotten off work and was getting out of her car. What a coincidence, leaving get off work at the same time. Yi Chun, did you time this perfectly? Yi Chun pursed his lips. Maybe so. It's because we're destined to be together. We always get off work together. Mother. Tuan Xuan hugged her mother's long legs with both paws. Why did you go to the company with Dad again? Dad has to work. You stay home and focus on your drawing. You're going to have a competition soon. Familly gently squeezed the little baby's soft, chubby face. Tuan Xuan, look at Daddy. The little guy raised his head and argued with his mother. She wanted to keep an eye on her father and prevent him from talking to other pretty Andes. Familly raised an eyebrow. You're helping your mother look after your father? Tuan Tuan nodded, making everyone around him laugh. By the way, Familly, I bought you milk tea today. Try it and see how it tastes. Yi Chun handed the taro boba milk tea to Familly. I haven't had milk tea in a long time. I used to have it when I was in college. This was Familly's first time trying this kind of milk tea, and it tasted surprisingly good. It wasn't too sweet and had a chewy texture. Dad, it tastes good. Tuan Xuan drank more than half a cup of milk tea. Her belly was so full that it made her skirt bulge. Yi Chun asked, Familly, how does it taste? Of course it's delicious. Everything you brought is delicious. Feng Yan, standing to the side, pouted, her face resembling a meme. Oh, who was it that said the milk tea was too sweet, and they didn't like it? Then, he received a cold look from Familly. Familly, can the milk tea that my husband brought personally be the same? 187, he's not all show and no substance. Feng Yan shrugged helplessly. Fine, just pretend I didn't say that. You can drink slowly. Her aloof older sister has been melted by Yi Chun. Then, Feng Yan walked to Yi Chen's side, looking at him with a smile. Brother-in-law, you brought milk tea for my sister. What about mine? You didn't bring me any, did you? Yi Chun handed her another cup of milk tea. I really forgot to bring one for Feng Yan, so I could only give her my own cup. Thank you, brother-in-law. Feng Yan took the milk tea and sat down next to Familly. Sis, I also got milk tea. My brother-in-law brought me some too. He's such a good brother-in-law. Yi Chun felt lightheaded when Feng Yan called him brother-in-law. Feng Yan doesn't seem to be as old as him. Of course. Yi Chun smiled and touched the tip of his nose. I originally wanted to have milk tea with Familly. Familly beckoned to Yi Chun with her finger. Yi Chun, come here. Let's drink together. There's so much, I can't finish it all. Oh, okay. Yi Chun sat obediently next to Feng Yan, like a well-behaved little puppy. Feng Yan absolutely adored Yi Chun's appearance. She gently stroked his face with her fingers and leaned in to kiss him. Try it. The two drank milk tea together, whispering sweet nothings and kissing every now and then, completely disregarding everyone present. Their public display of affection was outrageous. Feng Yan was overwhelmed by the display of affection and rolled her eyes. I don't need to eat dinner tonight. I'm already full of dog food. I'm eating dog food every day. I'm going to go find a handsome guy too. Auntie, you're so cool. Tuan Xuan Baby somehow produced a photo album of male models that Feng Yan treasured and pointed at the handsome young men in the pictures, her mouth practically watering. Although they're not as handsome as Dad, These uncles are really handsome too. Feng Yin immediately snatched the picture book back from Tuan Tuan's hands, held it protectively in her arms, and pinched the little guy's cheek. Feng Tuanchuan, where did you find this picture book? This is my treasured collection of male models. What if you ruin it? Tuanchuan tilted her little head, pointed at the book, and said to her aunt in a childish voice, Tuanchuan, look, handsome uncle. Feng Yin tapped the baby's forehead. What are you looking at, handsome uncle? You're still so young. This content isn't suitable for you. Auntie will show it to you when you grow up. Yichen asked, handsome uncle? What handsome uncle? Feng Yin pushed Tuanchuan in front of Yichun and complained, your daughter insists on looking at my male model book. She's so young and already a little fangirl. What will she be like when she grows up? You need to keep a close eye on Tuanchuan, or she'll be tricked by a handsome young man in the future. Tuanchuan looked at her father innocently, pointing with a little finger at the book in Feng Yan's arms. Daddy, Tuanchuan can look. Yichen picked up the little bundle of milk from the ground, placed her on his lap, rubbed her fluffy little head, and asked seriously, Tuanchuan, do you want to see those handsome uncles? Or do you want daddy? I want my dad. Tuanchuan answered without hesitation and hugged her father's neck tightly. In her heart, her father will always be number one. Yichen looked pleased. Okay, then let's not look at those handsome uncles. Look at daddy. Baby, give daddy a kiss. Yichen leaned in for Tuanchuan to kiss, and Tuanchuan hugged her father's face and nibbled on it, saying in a babyish voice, Daddy is the most handsome. Yichen chuckled softly. Really? Did Tuanchuan lie to daddy? The little guy shook his head like a rattle drum. No. Yichen gently kissed the baby's bouncy little face and continued to ask, okay, daddy believes you. Will you still look at handsome uncles in the future? I won't watch. Tuanchuan dug out all the books Feng Yin had hidden under the sofa and threw them to her aunt, saying, Tuanchuan, I'm not reading them. Feng Yin almost cried. Feng Tuanchuan, how did you know my book was here? Tuanchuan, I know. The little one nestled in his father's arms, poked half his head out, and stuck out his tongue in an adorable, innocent way. Feng Li casually picked up a book and flipped through it, frowning in disgust. Her figure isn't great either, and she's not good looking. This guy is too dark-skinned. He doesn't even have a six-pack. How can he be a male model? And this one, the legs are too short. No way. The waist is too thick. No way. The shoulders are too thin. No way. Yichun frowned more and more deeply. Feng Li's requirements were too high. With so many male models, not a single one could catch her eye. Her standards are way too high. And what about him? Is Feng Li satisfied with him? Yichun opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. His features are too flat, he's not handsome, and he's too greasy. Feng Li flipped through several books, but none of them satisfied her, so she casually tossed the book into Feng Yan's hands. These male models are just so-so, nothing special. She doesn't even have as good a figure as Yichun. Sis, your standards are too high. None of them meet your requirements. These are all my treasures. Feng Yan's secrets have been exposed, so she quickly hid the book in another place, making sure that little guy never finds it again. Feng Li lifted Yichen's eyelids and gently kissed his earlobe. Those male models don't have your physique, Yichen. Actually, you have another career option. You could become a male model. Her soft, boneless hand rested on his chest and slowly moved downwards. You have 8-pack abs. You look slim in clothes but muscular when you take them off. Isn't that the ultimate male model? Yichen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I want to become a male model. Do you agree? Of course I agree, but you're my exclusive male model. You can only look at me. If anyone else looks at you, I'll gouge their eyes out. Feng Li spoke softly, but what she said was shocking. Yichen advised, it's not that serious. Some people walk around shirtless in the summer. You belong to me. Only I can see you, and only I can use this place, understand? Feng Li forcefully grabbed Yichen's penis. Yichen whispered, remember, Feng Li, you let me go first. Give me a good use tonight. Don't let it be all show and no substance. Feng Li raised the corner of her eye and continued to tease Yichun. Yichun was indeed amused to the point of blushing, his ears turning red, like a pure and innocent boy who had been bullied. Feng Li loved seeing him so shy, so she deliberately kissed his earlobe and gently bit it. What? You've been shy again after all this time. Yichen blushed and retorted, I'm not all show and no substance. Really? Let me see for myself tonight. Yichun was holding his breath, determined to show Feng Li what he was capable of tonight, proving he wasn't some useless man who was all show and no substance. Yichun is very strong, especially in bed. My baby Tuanshuan is sick. It breaks my heart. Am I capable? Yichun spoke urgently, breathing heavily. Okay, great, honey. A woman's charming voice rang in my ears. Yichun regained his strength. Suddenly I felt like I could fight another 300 rounds. Am I a man who's all looks and no substance? No. Yichun, you're the most useful. You're so amazing. Feng Li's eyes were glazed over, her slender waist twisting as she hooked her arms around Yichun's neck, her voice sweet and alluring. Yichun was finally satisfied when he heard his wife's praise. Two large hands gripped Feng Li's waist, and even after she was drenched in sweat, he wouldn't let her go. This woman is a cold, aloof female CEO by day, but a seductive enchantress by night. This contrast made him unable to resist. The aloof, stunning beauty was beneath him. Am I capable? Okay. Is your husband capable? My husband is so amazing. When Feng Li was finally asked the question, she couldn't say a word. She could only slightly open her mouth, close her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The next day, Yichun was in high spirits and felt refreshed after getting up, thanks to his wife. Feng Li sat in front of the dressing table applying makeup. Her black eyeliner was slightly upturned, and she had typical fox-like eyes, a high-nose bridge, and an oval face. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Yichun watched Feng Li put on makeup, applying reddish-brown lipstick, exuding a strong, mature, and sophisticated vibe. Feng Li, you look good even without makeup. Feng Li stood up and looked directly into Yichun's eyes. Really? Men are all hypocrites. You're not lying to me, are you? I'm not lying to you. You look good even without makeup. Your features are beautiful, and your skin is great. Yichun praised his wife enthusiastically. Feng Li tiptoed and kissed Yichun's chin, leaving a red lipstick mark. You worked hard last night. I'm very satisfied, and you're very useful. Yichun swallowed hard, a sense of pride welling up inside him. I'm glad you're satisfied. Let's go. Wash the lipstick stain off your chin. Otherwise, do you want to bring it to the office? Oh, okay. Yichun nodded blankly, clearly still dazed from the kiss that morning, which made Feng Li chuckle and personally lead him to the bathroom. Feng Li, I'd like to visit the welfare home in the east of the city this weekend. I haven't seen the director in a long time. Why do you suddenly want to go there? It's because you came from an orphanage. Yichun nodded and said, Yes, Dean Wong called me yesterday and said he missed me. I haven't visited Dean Wong in a long time either. When I was little, it was too far away from there, so I didn't go back many times. Feng Li wiped Yichun's face. Okay, you can go if you want. Do you want me to go with you? Yichun grasped Feng Li's wrist and whispered, No need. I'll go see the dean. The environment there isn't very good. The orphanage was very poor back then, and there was no food to eat. So I would go fishing with my friends by the small pond and give the fish we caught to the grandma in the kitchen, and they would make fish soup for us. Later, I heard that someone had drowned in that small pond, but it seems to be just a rumor. I never saw it. Feng Li frowned and asked, Drowned? Maybe it's just nonsense. Yichun didn't pay any attention and took Feng Li's hand as they went downstairs to eat. The space below seemed empty, as if something was missing. Yichun suddenly realized that Tuanshuan hadn't gotten up yet. Tuanshuan has always been a diligent little baby, so why is she sleeping so late today? Yichun went to Xiao Tuanshuan's room, opened the door, and saw a fluffy little doll inside. The baby's crib was also a pink little castle. Tuanshuan, why aren't you awake yet? Lazybones' dad's here, wake up. Tuanshuan lay on the bed with her eyes closed, her face flushed an unnatural red, and her lips slightly pouting. Sweetie, daddy's here. Time to get up and go have breakfast. Tuanshuan opened her eyes with difficulty, sniffled pitifully, and said, Daddy. Yichun seemed to sense that something was wrong with Tuan Tuan, so he placed his hand on Tuan Tuan's forehead. Sure enough, it's very hot. Yichun immediately picked up the electronic thermometer and took the baby's temperature, which was surprisingly 39 degrees Celsius. The baby rubbed his eyes in discomfort. Dad. Tuanshuan, you have a cold. Dad will take you downstairs to get your medicine. We'll go to the hospital in a bit. Yichun hurriedly carried Tuanchuan downstairs. Familly, Tuan has caught a cold. Do you have any cold medicine at home? Yes, it was left by Ji Wonjo. Familly immediately had the maid bring her cold medicine and then called Ji Wonjo. The little guy caught a cold and was listless, his head drooping like a wilted eggplant, whereas he used to be full of energy. Tuanchuan, I don't want to eat. Tuanchuan buried her face in her father's arms, her voice trembling with tears, and tugged at her father's clothes with her little hands. Feng Yin poked the baby's little cheek. Tuanchuan has a cold? How could you have a cold? You were perfectly fine yesterday. Could it be that when Tuanchuan was taking a bath last night, she said it was too hot, so I gave her cooler water? Feng Yin muttered to herself. Could it really be because of her? Tuanchuan pouted, looking utterly pitiful. I won't eat it. Sweetie, you'll feel better after you take your medicine. Daddy will take your medicine with you. Yichun coaxed the little guy for a long time before he finally opened his mouth to take the medicine, his eyes brimming with tears from the bitter taste. Dad, it's so painful. Sweetie, have a candy. If you eat the candy, we won't be bitter anymore. Yichun stuffed some candy into Tuanchuan's mouth, and the little guy finally calmed down, snuggling in his father's arms to continue sleeping, his little face rosy. Baby Tuanchuan, shall Daddy feed you? Tuanchuan shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Yichun felt heartbroken and touched Tuan's forehead. You've taken the medicine, why hasn't your fever gone down? Tuan must be feeling terrible right now. You're not even eating. It will take some time, and the fever reducer will also take time. Ji Wonjo will be here soon. Familly and the others waited anxiously. With his beloved daughter suffering from a cold, Yichun had no appetite and didn't even drink a drop of water, spending all his time holding and comforting her. Feng Yin said remorsefully, Sister, I really didn't mean to. Tuanchuan said the water was too hot, so I gave her some cooler water. Maybe it was too cold. You meant well, I'm not blaming you. Ji Wonjo should be here soon. Go and urge him again. Feng Yin dialed Ji Wonjo's number. Ji Wonjo, why haven't you arrived yet? Second miss, we'll be there soon. Don't worry. Have you given Tuanchuan her fever reducer yet? Okay, hey, Tuanchuan still has a fever, hurry up. They're here. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wonjo arrived at the door, wearing a white coat and looking refined. A strong smell of disinfectant wafted towards him. Tuanchuan opened her big eyes and hid in her father's arms. Tuanchuan, no. No. Uncle Ji. The little one spoke to her father in a sweet, babyish voice, as if afraid that the uncle would give her another injection. 189. I'll go get a paternity test done for Yichun and Tuan. Yichun gently stroked the baby's head, comforting her. Good girl. Uncle won't give you a shot. Uncle just wants to take a look at you. Feng Yin took Ji Wonjo's hand and pulled him to Tuanchuan's side. Show our Tuanchuan a look. She has a cold and a fever of 39 degrees today. As soon as Ji Wonjo arrived, Tuanchuan was so frightened that her eyes filled with tears. She clung to her father, looking both cute and fierce. Don't want. My sweet Tuanchuan, Daddy's here. Then, the little guy was thoroughly examined by Ji Wonjo. The baby caught a cold. The baby is weak and easily catches a cold. It's summer now. Is the air conditioner set too low? Yichun said, the air conditioner has been set at 28 degrees Celsius, and Tuanchuan is covered with a small blanket. Feng Yin stammered, it was me. I made the water too cold when I was giving Tuanchuan a bath yesterday. Ji Wonjo patted Feng Yin on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself too much. Tuanchuan has already taken her medicine. She'll have another meal at noon today, and her fever should be completely gone. Okay, I'll keep a close eye on Tuanchuan today. Ji Wonjo took the medicine and was about to leave when Feng Yin grabbed his hand and pleaded, Dr. Ji, if you don't have anything important to do today, please stay here with Tuanchuan. What if Tuanchuan's fever gets even higher? Ji Wonjo said, there's really nothing going on today, but I don't feel comfortable staying in someone else's house. Feng Yin's anger surged. Ji Wonjo, will you agree or not? Do you want to go on a date with me or not? Yichun and Familly exchanged a silent glance, as if they had noticed something. Okay, I promise you. Ji Wonjo stayed behind to keep an eye on Tuanchuan's situation. Yichun held Tuanchuan in his arms, occasionally touching her little head. Her temperature seemed to have gone down a bit. Familly advised, Yichun, Put Tuanchuan down first and have some food. I'm not hungry. Familly you eat. If you have something to do at your company, go there first. I'll stay with Tuanchuan. It's okay, we'll stay with Tuanchuan. The little baby opened his eyes and said in his babyish voice, Daddy, Tuanchuan is hungry. What does Tuanchuan want to eat? Buns. Yichen placed a small crystal bag in Tuanchuan's hand. The little guy was starving and ate half of it in one bite. Seeing the baby eat, Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to feed Xiao Tuanchuan. Familly saw everything. Yichen truly treated Tuanchuan like his own daughter. He did more for Tuanchuan than for himself. Ji Wenzhou pursed his lips and whispered in Feng Yan's ear. Are you sure he's not Tuanchuan's biological father? The more I look at him, the more he seems like it. Should I go to them and get a paternity test? Feng Yan slapped Ji Wenzhou hard on the back. Don't talk nonsense. How could he be her biological son? Yichen's age doesn't match up, and besides, it's impossible for him. Feng Yan refused without even thinking. This request was simply a pipe dream. How could Tuanchuan and Yichen be biological father and daughter? How could such a coincidence exist in the world? Absolutely impossible. Ji Wenzhou continued to observe the father and daughter in front of him and said seriously, Have you ever heard the saying, anything is possible? I think these two are father and daughter. You can tell from their expressions and behavior. Ji Wenzhou, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you out. I told you to keep an eye on Tuanchuan, not to talk nonsense. Don't let my sister hear about this, or she'll make you pay. That man from 4 years ago is a taboo subject for her sister. She wishes she could get rid of him as soon as possible. The only use for it was to leave behind such a lovely and intelligent baby as Tuanchuan. I understand. I just think it looks like it. Ji Wenzhou said thoughtfully. There are many people in the world who are similar. It's probably because Yichen and Tuanchuan look somewhat alike that my sister took him in. Tuanchuan ate with great relish, and even managed to stuff a small pouch into her father's mouth. Dad, eat. Yichen gently touched Tuanchuan's forehead. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Are you still feeling unwell? Tell Daddy if you're still hot. It's not hot. Tuanchuan isn't hot at all. The little guy had just gotten a bit better and has regained his energy. Ji Wenzhou took the baby's temperature with a thermometer. It was 37.8 degrees Celsius. Although the baby still had a slight fever, it was much better. Your recovery ability is quite good, little Tuanchuan. Tell Uncle, are you still feeling unwell? Tuanchuan shook her little head like a rattle drum. It doesn't hurt. The baby was terrified that the uncle would give her a shot. Good girl, Tuanchuan, is this your dad? Tuanchuan hugged her father's neck tightly with both paws. Daddy, it's Daddy. They really do seem like biological children. Ji Wenzhou muttered to himself. Ji Wenzhou casually picked up a hair from Yichen's back, then raised his large hand and touched the baby's head. Tuanchuan felt a headache coming on, as if someone had pulled out her hair. She tilted her little head up and looked at Ji Wenzhou. Tuanchuan, you've been very good this time. You don't need a shot. Then, Ji Wenzhou held the 2 strands of hair in his hands. Feng Yan said, Ji Wenzhou, you've done me a great favor today. I've decided to treat you to dinner. You can choose the time and place. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mississippi. You'll have to spend money on me. Feng Yan waved her hand, not caring about such a small amount of money at all. Tuanchuan was very happy today because she had her parents with her and watched cartoons with them. By noon, Tuanchuan had returned to normal, though she was a little sleepy and slept in Yichen's arms. Feng Yan confidently assured him, Sister, brother-in-law, you go to the company. I'll stay here to look after Tuanchuan and make sure everything is perfect. Also, there's Ji Wenzhou. Familly was busy with work at the company, so she left first. Yichen continued to spend time with his daughter. There was nothing important at the company. His daughter was the priority. Chener, why aren't you here again today? You're always absent, are you? Hu Yuxuan sent a message in the group. Tuanchuan caught a cold, so I'm staying home with her and can't go to the office today. What happened to our little one, Tuanchuan? Is she all right? Our adorable Tuanchuan is sick. How could she be sick? Lu Hao and his companions were extremely anxious. The fever has subsided, and I'm staying with Tuanchuan. Okay, Chener, you stay with the baby first. The baby is important. There's nothing important at the company today. Yes, Chener, take good care of the baby. Don't worry about us here. We are, after all, your subordinates. Lu Hao and his colleagues were appointed as deputy managers by Yi Chun. As new managers, they were very responsible and went to work before 7 o'clock every day. Thanks, guys. Tuanchuan opened her eyes every now and then to look at her father, holding on to him with both little hands, as if afraid he would leave. Daddy, Daddy, don't leave. Tuanchuan, Daddy's here, go to sleep. Yi Chun patted the baby's little arm. Daddy's always here. Tuanchuan closed her eyes and slept peacefully. Dad will always be with her. Babies with dads are the happiest. Brothers, I'll add an extra chapter later. Tuanchuan will keep asking for little stars. 190, where's his hair? Where are his 2 hairs? In the afternoon, Ji Wonjo took Tuanchuan's temperature one last time. Yichen asked anxiously, how is it? Is Tuanchuan still hot? Ji Wonjo glanced at the thermometer, 36.8 degrees Celsius. Tuantuan's temperature has returned to normal. She will continue taking her medication tonight. I'm leaving now. Yichen said, okay, thank you, Dr. Ji. Ji Wonjo patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. You're welcome. You're a good father. Thanks. Yi Chun gently touched the baby's forehead. It's good that Tuanchuan has recovered. Tomorrow, Tuanchuan will be full of energy again. While Yi Chun wasn't looking, Ji Wonjo tucked his hair into the handkerchief in his pocket. As soon as he left, Feng Yin followed him out, saying, Ji Wonjo, I'm treating you to dinner today. Ji Wonjo frowned slightly. Does it have to be tonight? Of course you don't want to. I want to thank you for curing Tuanchuan. Ji Wonjo hesitated for a moment before saying, okay. Feng Yin and Ji Wonjo left, while Yi Chun put Tuan on the bed and covered her with a small blanket. Daddy's here, baby. Tuanchuan continued sleeping and slept until evening, back to being a lively and healthy baby. Daddy, Tuanchuan doesn't hurt. Seeing that Tuanchuan was lively and energetic, Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tuanchuan is all better now. Do you want to eat? Mommy is back too. Eat meat. Okay, let's go down for dinner. Yi Chun took Tuanchuan downstairs. Feng Li sat on the sofa playing on her phone, and Tuanchuan immediately rushed into her mother's arms. Mother, has Tuanchuan recovered? The little guy nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Tuanchuan, it doesn't hurt. It's good that you're better. You were sick, and Dad was very worried about you. I stayed home with you all day. Feng Li pinched Tuan's little face. She was even a little jealous. Tuanchuan ran to her father's side, tilted her little head up, and said in a childish voice, Tuanchuan doesn't hurt. Daddy, don't worry. Okay, Dad won't worry anymore. Feng Li looked up and asked, where's Feng Yin? She went out with Dr. Ji, saying she wanted to thank him properly. They must have gone out for dinner together. Tuanchuan pointed to her little head and said to her father in a babyish voice, Uncle Ji is bad. My head hurts. Uncle Ji pulled out all her hair. Sweetie, Dr. Ji is treating you. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Tuanchuan is eating. Good. With his daughter recovered, Yi Chun's mood improved as well. Having been hungry for a whole day, the father and daughter wolfed down their food together. Feng Li watched helplessly from the side. No one's going to take it from you. Eat slowly. You two are such a perfect father and daughter. Even your eating habits are the same. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Li suddenly realized that she had come to regard Yi Chun and Tuanchuan as her own father and daughter. On the other side, Star Hotel. To thank Ji Wonjo, Feng Yin specially ordered a lot of dishes. She said awkwardly, eat more, thank you for today. After all, Tuanchuan got sick because of me. Ji Wonjo instructed, it's just a common cold. Be careful when you bathe Tuanchuan in the future. Don't use cold water. The baby's body is weak. Okay, you can eat it. Feng Yin thoughtfully served food to Ji Wonjo, but she was never good at taking care of people and ended up dropping the food onto her own skirt. Tissue. Give me a tissue. Feng Yin casually pulled a white handkerchief out of Ji Wonjo's pocket. This will do too. This is my new dress, and it got dirty as soon as I put it on. Feng Yin, you can't. Just as Ji Wonjo was about to stop her, Feng Yin had already started wiping herself with a handkerchief. As for the 2 strands of hair inside the handkerchief, they couldn't be found anywhere. Ji Wonjo closed his eyes, a hint of anger in his voice. Feng Yin. Huh? Ji Wonjo, you're so stingy. I just used your handkerchief. Here you go. Feng Yin then stuffed the handkerchief into Ji Wonzhou's hand. Ji Wonzhou gripped the handkerchief tightly. Do you even know what you've done? Me? I just used your handkerchief. I'm stingy. I'll make you a new one next time. Feng Yin continued eating. Feng Yin, I finally got this after a lot of trouble. What? Ji Wonzhou hesitated for a moment, then said, It's nothing. I just had a bold hypothesis that you've ruined. While eating, Feng Yin said, What guess? Ji Wonzhou, you're not still thinking about Yi Chun and Tuanshuan, are you? I told you, they're not related by blood at all. They just look a bit alike. That's why my sister brought Yi Chun back to be Tuanshuan's dad. Yeah. Of course it is. Yi Chun was just someone my sister picked up off the street. He's really not Tuanshuan's biological father. Didn't you already know that? What are you doubting? You're always so suspicious. All of you doctors are the same. Feng Yin shook her head and stuffed a shrimp into Ji Wonzhou's mouth. Eat up. I'll make you a handkerchief next time. Ji Wonzhou didn't say anything and ate his meal in silence. Does he need a handkerchief? What he needed were those 2 strands of hair, which he had finally managed to get his hands on. His unrealistic conjecture might indeed be wrong. He was just a little skeptical. Why do 2 people who are not related by blood act so intimately, and even look so alike? He will still get a paternity test next time he has the chance. Tuanshuan recovered, and the next day, she skipped and hopped to the company with her father. Lu Hao and the others looked at the little guy with heartache and asked with concern, Baby Tuanshuan, are you still feeling unwell? Tell your uncle. It doesn't hurt. Tuanshuan doesn't hurt at all. Tuanshuan shook her head, pinched Uncle Donkey's cheek, and laughed happily. Is it because you ate ice cream these past 2 days that you caught a cold, Tuanshuan? I'm so sorry, Tuanshuan. Yi Chen said helplessly. Brother Donkey, it's not your fault. Tuanshuan caught a cold while taking a bath, but she's fine now. It's good that you're all better. Baby is still so small, it must be very uncomfortable to be sick. What do you want to eat, Tuanshuan? Uncle will take you to the supermarket downstairs to buy some snacks. Lu Hao picked up the little baby and placed him on his shoulder. Let's go buy some food. Tuanshuan is eating jelly and lollipops. Good. The group went to the supermarket together and bought a bunch of food for the little guy. Thank you, Uncle. Tuan sat in the shopping cart, rummaging through the snacks with her 2 paws. Brother Donkey, that's enough. Tuanshuan can't finish it all. You bought too much. No. Little Tuanshuan should eat more. The uncles all doted on little Tuanshuan and bought a shopping cart full of snacks, burying the little one in them. Daddy, so many. Tuanshuan was overjoyed, sitting inside with a bunch of snacks in her arms. Chinner, Tuanshuan is so cute. I'd like to adopt her as my goddaughter. Me too. Tuanshuan, quickly call him Daddy. Hu Yushuan pinched Tuan's little face, and the little guy shook his head, calling out Uncle in a babyish voice. She only has one father. 191. Oh no. He's made Tuanshuan angry. Don't call me Uncle, call me Dad. Hurry up and call me Dad. Hu Yushuan couldn't wait. He had long wanted to be a father. Uncle. Lu Hao rubbed the baby's fluffy little head and continued to coax. No, it's Daddy. Why are you calling Chinner Daddy? Call us Uncle. Tuanshuan, my little darling, call us Daddy. Uncle Donkey. It's not an uncle, it's a father. Tuanshuan retorted in her childish voice. Uncle. It's Uncle. Lu Hao asked with a puzzled look. Chinner, why does Tuanshuan call you Dad but not us? Haven't we treated her well? Yes, she already calls you Dad. So why doesn't she call us Dad? I thought that whoever was nice to this little guy would call him Dad. The group of children looked disappointed at not becoming fathers. Yi Chen shrugged. Maybe. You guys don't look like Tuanshuan's dad. I look more like him. All right, stop worrying about it. You'll be able to be dads when you have a daughter. I'm off. I have a meeting at the company. Tuanshuan was lifted onto Lu Hao's shoulder, sitting high up, happily eating candy. Lu Hao asked, Tuanshuan, is Uncle Donkey not good to you? Hello, Uncle Donkey. Then why don't you call him Uncle or Dad? Tuanshuan said in a sweet, babyish voice. Daddy is Daddy, and Uncle is Uncle. Chinner is your biological father? Daddy, it's my kiss. Tuanshuan nodded and continued eating candy. Lu Hao shook his head and glanced at Yi Chun. They had been classmates for 4 years. If Chinner had a child, how could he not know? But Tuanshuan's biological father has never appeared. Lu Hao suspected that Yi Chun had secretly given birth to a daughter behind their backs and refused to admit it. Yi Chun took Tuan Tuan to the office. Lu Hao and the others whispered among themselves, "Don't you guys think Tuan Chuan and Chun'er look a lot alike? Brother Donkey, I noticed it a long time ago. This is his relative's daughter. It's not surprising that she looks like him," Lu Hao said in a low voice. "But Tuan Chuan calls him dad, and us uncle. We've been so good to Tuan Chuan, yet she still won't call him dad, but she calls Chun'er dad. Do you think that's normal?" Hu Yuxuan said, "This is not normal. I also want to be a father. I am sure I am not as good as Chun'er. I will work harder in the future and strive to become Tuan Chuan's father as soon as possible." Lu Hao slapped Hu Yuxuan on the head. "Brother Hu, are you stupid? Haven't you realized that Tuan Chuan is Chun'er's biological daughter?" My own flesh and blood. No way. What's impossible? For years ago, Chun'er was also 18 years old and had already come of age. That's right, he's definitely our biological son. Otherwise, why wouldn't Tuan Chuan call us dad? He only calls Chun'er dad. The three of them suddenly realized. What? Chun'er has a woman at 18. Sharp. Several people barged into Yi Chun's office. Then, Yi Chun was miserably pinned to the table. "Yi Chun, tell me honestly, when exactly did you give birth to Tuan Chuan?" Yi Chun was completely confused. "Brother Donkey, please let me go first." Tuan Chuan clung to the uncles with her two little hands, looking both cute and fierce. "Daddy, don't bully Daddy." "Tuan Chuan, your uncle is playing with your dad. Don't worry, go eat some candy." Yi Chun explained helplessly. "Brother Donkey, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I say that Tuan Chuan is my relative's daughter? She's my relative's daughter. Let me go first." "Stop pretending. She is your biological daughter. Do you think we can't tell? She looks so much like you. And besides, she only calls you dad." "Brother Hu, it's really not true. I'm still so young. How could I possibly have a daughter this big? You've misunderstood. Please let me go." Lu Hao retorted indignantly. "If I don't let her go, she's your child. Tuan Chuan is so adorable. Why won't you acknowledge her? Is she someone you can't show your face to anyone?" "No, really no. Brother Donkey, please let me go." Yi Chun was finally freed, but now he had no way to defend himself. "Brother Donkey, I swear, Tuan Chuan is absolutely not my biological daughter. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning." Just then, a clap of thunder and lightning came from outside. Yi Chun. What a coincidence. Lu Hao and the others looked at Yi Chun with the same disdain they would give a scumbag. "Chun'er, what else is there to explain?" Yi Chun said confidently. "Brother Donkey, you can trust me. With my character, would I lie? Would I deny what I've done? Chun'er, I believe in your character, but God doesn't. Look, it's thundering." Hu Yuxuan said. "Did you do something immoral and then have a child, and now you refuse to admit it?" Yi Chun said. "No way. I really didn't do anything so despicable. I've never had a girlfriend before." He used to be a pure and innocent virgin. Yeah. Yi Chun was being interrogated by the three people and was on the verge of tears. "Really, Brother Donkey, don't you trust my character? Am I the kind of womanizing scumbag?" "No. Then how do you explain your daughter? She looks so much like you. How could she not be yours?" Lu Hao turned to look at Xiao Tuan Chuan, only to find that the little guy was gone. She was just standing here a moment ago, biting his hand to vent her anger for her father. Where did she go? "Chun'er, where's Tuan Chuan? Isn't it here?" Yi Chun turned around, but didn't see any trace of Xiao Tuan Chuan. Even her favorite lollipop was lying on the ground. "Chun'er, did Tuan Chuan run away? Maybe she heard you say that she is not your biological daughter, so she got angry. The baby must have run away." Yi Chun's heart sank. He had been so focused on explaining that he had forgotten that Tuan Chuan was still there. Yi Chun immediately rushed out of the office and searched the entire 6th floor, but still couldn't find Tuan Tuan. "Did you see Tuan Chuan come out just now?" Several staff members from the platform said. "Miss Tuan Chuan seems to have run out just now. She ran very fast, and we couldn't stop her." Yi Chun immediately got off the elevator, followed by Lu Hao and the others. "Chun'er, is Tuan Chuan angry?" Yi Chun's deep voice said. "I don't know either. She might be angry. Quickly look for the baby. He's still small and runs slowly. It's about to rain. Hurry up and find it. Otherwise the baby will get wet and catch a cold." Yi Chun explained. "Yes, I have the location, so you don't need to worry. Go to the company first. I'll find it myself. Chinner, we're sorry. We just wanted to get justice for Tuanchuan. Why won't you admit it? Yichin gave a bitter smile. Of course he wanted to admit that he dreamed that Tuanchuan was his biological daughter. Unfortunately, it's not. 192. Don't speak ill of her in front of Dad. Yichin made a phone call to Familly. Familly, I lost Tuanchuan again. I said something Tuanchuan didn't like to hear today, and she must be angry with me. Familly comforted her. How could Tuanchuan be angry with you? You are her favorite, Dad. I'll send you my location. You can go find her first. Yichin said in a low voice. I said it myself. She's not my biological daughter. Tuanchuan heard me say that, so she won't come back with me, and she probably won't call me Dad anymore. No, she waited 3 years for her father. Go and comfort her, and she won't be angry anymore. Okay, I'll give it a try. Yichin nervously approached Tuan. The little guy didn't run far before sitting down by the small flower bed below, poking at something with a stick, probably an ant hole. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. It was about to rain. Yichin took a few steps closer and called out softly, Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan turned around, her big, dark eyes glistening with tears, her little mouth pouting in grievance. When she saw her father, tears were about to fall. Yichin felt heartbroken and squatted down to ask, Tuanchuan, what are you doing here? It's too hot here. Why don't you come back with Daddy? Tuanchuan lowered her little head and continued poking at the ant hole. My father said she wasn't his biological daughter. She is not her father's baby. Yichin felt a little disappointed. Tuanchuan used to call him Dad with great joy whenever she saw him. Today is different. Tuanchuan was really angry with him. My sweet Tuanchuan, Daddy was wrong. Daddy said the wrong thing today. You are Daddy's good daughter. Let's go home together, okay? Yichin stroked the baby's soft little hand. Daddy was really wrong. You are Daddy's biological daughter. Daddy was just joking with your Uncle Lou. Tuanchuan finally raised her little head, her eyes brimming with tears. My dear Tuanchuan, Daddy was just joking. You are Daddy's biological daughter. You look so much like Daddy. How could you not be his biological daughter? Then, the father and daughter stared at each other. Yichin took out his phone and tapped the camera function. Tuanchuan, look, don't you and Daddy look alike? How could you not be Daddy's biological child? Dad was just kidding your Uncle Lou. Tuanchuan looked at her father on the screen, then at herself. Dad. Yichin said excitedly. Yes, it's Dad. Look how much we look alike. I am your dad. Dad. Tuanchuan hugged Yichin's neck, thinking that her father didn't want her anymore. Sweetie, it's going to rain soon. Let's go back first. Yichin carried Tuanchuan upstairs. Thankfully, Tuanchuan wasn't angry. However, the regimental commander is starting to look more and more like him, which is a bit outrageous. But he didn't know Familly before, so how could he have a daughter with her? Yichin was completely baffled and couldn't figure out what was going on. Oh well, let nature take its course. I'm home. Tuanchuan handed the milk tea to her mother, saying, Mom, milk tea. Familly took it and placed it on the table. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Mom heard you ran around today. Tuanchuan shook her head. Tuanchuan, be good. Familly pinched the little dumpling's chubby cheeks. You can't run around when you're with Daddy, or Daddy will worry about you. You were sick yesterday, and Daddy was almost crying with worry. Tuanchuan doesn't run away. The little guy looked at his father with a wronged expression. Yichin immediately picked up the little bundle of joy. Familly, Tuan didn't run around. It's my fault. I said the wrong thing. It's not Tuan's fault. You spoil Tuanchuan too much. Maybe you'll spoil her into a useless little thing in the future who can't do anything but cry. No, Tuanchuan is smart and sensible, and her drawings are beautiful. She's a little genius. Yichin kissed the baby's little face. Familly shrugged. You don't know how bad her temper used to be. If someone angered her, she would throw things around, leaving them scattered all over the room. He also throws things, breaking many of his little toys. Tuanchuan glared at her mother, nuzzled her father's face, and said in a spoiled tone, No, Tuanchuan, be good. Yes, our Tuanchuan is very well behaved. Dad knows that Tuanchuan is a good baby. Familly continued. Yichin, she only behaves well when she's with you. She's probably afraid that you, her father, will abandon her, so she pretends to be well. No. The little dumpling with its fur standing on end looks both cute and fierce. Yi-Chen gently rubbed her little head. Daddy knows Tuan is a good girl, so I'm not angry anymore. Before long, Yi-Chen had coaxed Tuan into eating and drinking her medicine obediently. Feng Yin pouted. Brother-in-law, you're really something. She never used to take her medicine. She would just smash the bottle every time. Tuan looked at her aunt with a cute but fierce expression. You are not allowed to speak ill of her in front of Dad. Our Tuan is very well behaved. Yi-Chen patiently coaxed the baby to drink the medicine. Daddy, Tuan's daddy, don't go. Yes, Daddy won't leave. Even when she's sleeping, she holds onto her dad's hand, as if she's afraid he'll leave. It wasn't easy for Tuan to finally have a dad. She is her father's biological daughter. She looks like her father. Weekend. Yi-Chen specially changed into a new outfit, a white shirt and black pants, and also tidied his slightly curly hair. He didn't know how to tie a collar, so he walked up to Familly and whispered, Familly, I don't know how. Familly took the tie from Yi-Chen and helped him tie it. Are we going to the orphanage today? It's been a long time since I've seen Dean Wong. I'm going to the mall to buy some things first. Familly tied Yi-Chen's tie neatly. I also have to meet someone today. Male or female? Where are you going? Yi-Chen gripped Familly's hand tightly. Familly raised an eyebrow. Woman, my aunt is more than 10 years older than me. Do you want to come with me too? Yi-Chen breathed a sigh of relief. No, I won't go, you go. Familly patted Yi-Chen's handsome face. You were so nervous just now. Did you think I was going to see a man and you were jealous? No. Yi-Chen awkwardly turned his head away. He would never admit it. Really not. No. I'll go out and check on Tuan first. Tuan forgave me yesterday. Do you know how I can make her believe that we are biological father and daughter? Familly curled her red lips into a smile. Could it be that you rely on your looks? How did you know? I just took out my phone and took a picture with Tuan, and Tuan believed me, saying that the baby is easy to fool. She's easy to fool too. Yi-Chen scratched his head. It's probably because Tuan looks a lot like me, so it was easy to get her to believe me. You're quite clever. If I deceive my baby like this, will Tuan blame me when she grows up and finds out the truth? Yi-Chen murmured to himself. Tuan, no, Daddy. 193 My wife is beautiful, capable, and can even cosplay. No, don't worry. Are you taking Tuan with you today? If it's inconvenient, let her draw at home. Familly tidied Yi-Chen's hair and continued. Tuan is too clingy. I'm afraid that if this continues, she'll make you go with her when she starts kindergarten. You still have to go to work. How can you accompany her to school every day? Yi-Chen shook his head and said, It's okay. Tuan is just a little clingy. She'll be fine in the future. Besides, he made the little one angry a couple of days ago, so I should take her with me today, otherwise she might get angry again. You spoil Tuan too much. Tuan is still young. Familly changed into a black, fitted, long, high-slit dress and walked to Yi-Chen's side. Yi-Chen thought it was for him to see, so he praised her profusely. Your dress is so beautiful. I've never seen you wear it before. Are you showing it to me? I really like it. Familly chuckled softly. Help me zip up the back of the zipper. Yi-Chen touched the tip of his nose. Oh, okay. Then, he obediently zipped up his wife's pants. I thought I was asking him to watch over things, but it turns out I was asking him for help. Familly frowned slightly. You're a little thin. Could it be that I've gained weight? Yi-Chen glanced at Familly's chest and gently pointed. Has she gotten fatter there? Familly has a hot figure with a prominent bust and buttocks. You can't tell when she's wearing a coat, but only Yi-Chen knows how good her figure is. Familly curled her red lips and pinched Yi-Chen's chin. Is it because of you? Yi-Chen's ears turned red, and he said innocently, I didn't. How could I possibly make it bigger? I heard that it gets bigger if you're touched a lot, don't you? Familly raised the corner of her eye. You clearly don't let go every night. Yi-Chen's face turned red. After all, he was a boy, and who wouldn't like him? You can't really blame him. My wife is beautiful and has a great figure, so it shouldn't be a problem to touch her, although sometimes I might kiss her. I couldn't help it. Yi-Chen said guiltily. It must be because your clothes are too small. Next time, buy a larger size. Or maybe you've gained weight. Familly narrowed her eyes and slowly approached. Yi-Chen plopped down on the bed, his chin being forcefully pinched. Gained weight. You're telling me I've gained weight? Yichin stammered. Maybe, maybe. It might be because you have a great figure. Familly, I even helped you. I made your figure better. Yichin was talking nonsense with a straight face. Familly slowly leaned closer and kissed Yichin's cheek. So, I should thank you properly? Yichin nodded and said, yes, you really should thank me. I worked very hard every night to help you get in better shape. Thank you? How do you want me to thank you? Familly knelt beside Yichin with her long, white legs so dazzling they almost blinded him. Yichin swallowed hard and said, there's no need to thank me. I like cat ears. Cat ears. Familly curled her lips into a smile. Okay, I'll satisfy you tonight. Yichin felt incredibly happy. Was his wife going to surprise him again tonight? I can't wait. Ideally, she'd be a black cat girl, his favorite. My wife is loving, beautiful, has a great figure, is rich and powerful, and can even cosplay. Yichin felt like he had found a great treasure. I'll go change my clothes. This outfit is too tight. It's all your fault. Familly raised an eyebrow. Help me unzip my clothes. Okay, honey. Yichin didn't leave after unzipping his clothes. He stood aside and silently watched Familly change. With a slim waist, long legs, a curvaceous figure, and smooth, delicate skin, she is simply a stunning beauty. Yichin felt he hadn't had enough fun last night. With such a stunning wife by his side, he couldn't stay still every night. Spying on me? Familly turned her head and walked slowly to Yichin's side with her long legs, hooking her fingers around his belt. Her breath was sweet as orchids. If you want to watch, then watch openly and honestly. I didn't. I'll go check if Tuanshuan is awake. You should change your clothes first. Yichin blushed and fled in panic, afraid that if he looked at her again, he wouldn't be able to resist. He had important things to do today. Familly chuckled softly. As expected, he was still a shy college student. Yichin opened the door to Tuan's room. The little one is playing with her dolls while eating snacks. Tuanshuan, you're awake? Dad, Tuanshuan, get dressed. The little one got up, took her clothes and handed them to her dad, wanting him to dress her. Okay, Daddy will dress you. Today, Tuanshuan will wear pretty clothes, okay? Okay, Tuanshuan is beautiful. The little guy spoke to his dad in a sweet, babyish voice. Tuan is the prettiest. Yichin dressed his daughter up beautifully, in a pink autumn outfit, with her hair neatly combed and adorned with a small pink bow. She's just like a little princess. Pretty. Yichin nodded. Yes, our Tuanshuan is the most beautiful baby. Tuanshuan went downstairs, ran to her mother with her short legs, and tilted her head up to show her her hair. Mommy, Tuanshuan is so beautiful. Familly lifted her eyelids and rubbed the baby's little head. Beautiful. Your dad combed your hair. It looks really good. Dad, you're awesome. Tuanshuan pouted and went to kiss her father. Yichin looked at Familly with a happy expression. Tuanshuan kissed me again. Familly nodded and said, that means you're a very qualified father. Yichin chuckled and said it was just so-so. Familly changed into a loose short skirt, paired with black stockings and high heels, still exuding the aloof and mature aura of a sophisticated woman. Yichin watched intently, as he had a particular fondness for his wife wearing black stockings. Yichin, have you written any lyrics for me lately? Familly suddenly asked. Didn't you promise to write a song for me? It's been a long time since the last love song was released. Of course I remember. I'm already preparing. I've even written the lyrics for you. How could he forget something as important as writing a song for his wife? Familly gracefully picked up her fork and fed Yichin a piece of steak, saying, have breakfast. Dad, eat. Tuanshuan also cut steak for her dad. Yichin felt like throwing up just looking at the steak. Could we please stop eating steak? He really doesn't want to eat. But since his daughter gave it to him personally, he couldn't bear to refuse and ate it in one bite. I never want to see steak again in my life. Yichin wiped his mouth. Familly, I'm leaving now. I'm going to the mall to buy some things. Familly stood up and straightened Yichin's suit collar. Okay, go ahead, drive carefully. Good. Yichin felt a sweet warmth in his heart. His wife was so considerate. 194. Tuanshuan is the happiest when she has a dad. Just as Yichin was about to leave, the little guy grabbed his clothes and tilted his head up to ask his father. Dad, where are we going? Yichin lowered his head and said, Tuanshuan, Daddy is going to see an uncle today. Do you want to go with his father? Tuanshuan's little head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The little girl quickly took off the little bib around her neck and threw it aside, ready to go with her dad. Familly lifted her eyelids. Tuanshuan, are you a clingy person? You're always sticking to your dad. Tuanshuan, stay with Daddy. The baby was arguing with his mother in a cute but fierce way. She wants to stay with her father. She can't let someone else take him away. If someone else takes her father away, she won't have a father anymore. I never had a father before. The baby rubbed his eyes, looking aggrieved. Yichun bent down and picked up Tuanshuan. Okay, Tuanshuan will stay with Daddy. Daddy will take Tuanshuan with him wherever he goes. The parents got into the car together. Familly stood at the door, shaking her head and sighing. Sister, the Yichun you picked up is really dedicated. He's so good to Tuanshuan. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was his own child. Familly raised her head and said, Yichun has indeed done a lot. I didn't expect him to be so good to Tuanshuan. At first, I just wanted to trick Yichun into coming home. That was all. Familly said in a low voice. Ji Wonjo seems to be possessed. He insists that Yichun and Tuanshuan are biological father and daughter, and he even wants to take them to do a paternity test. I scolded him for it. Biological father and daughter? Yeah, Ji Wonjo is so paranoid. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Yichun is only 22 years old this year. Could it be that he was 18 and already with you? Tui. Familly stuck out her tongue. He almost touched on his sister's taboo again, and he'll be rolling out of there again soon. The central shopping mall in the capital city. It was crowded because it was the weekend. Yichun parked the car in the parking lot and got out with Tuanshuan. The young father with his baby attracted a lot of attention. Is this Dad? He looks so young, and he's a male college student. He must be his sister. It looks like it to me too. It should be the younger sister. What an adorable baby. She looks just like her brother. Tuanshuan raised her head, her expression both cute and fierce. Daddy, it's Daddy. Dad. Frog fun. It really is a dad. I've never seen such a young dad before. Dad. Tuanshuan puffed out her cheeks, looking like a little pufferfish. Yichun was both amused and exasperated. He gently rubbed the baby's head. The little guy was angry again. Tuanshuan, don't be angry anymore. Yichun took Tuan to buy several boxes of gifts. On the way back, as we passed a shop window, Tuanshuan leaned over and pointed at the giant lollipop inside. Daddy, Tuanshuan, have some candy. Okay, Dad will buy it for you. Then, Yichun bought all the candy in the shop window for his daughter. Tuanshuan held several large lollipops in her hands, bigger than her face, and happily followed behind her father. Tuanshuan is the happiest when she has a dad. About half an hour later, the car arrived at the welfare home in the east of the city. This welfare home is located in a remote area, and the environment is very poor. There are hardly any people left in it now. Yichun carried Tuanshuan out of the car, holding the gift in one hand and holding Tuanshuan's hand in the other. He knocked on the door, and it was open. Yichun walked in. An old man lay in a rocking chair, his eyes still closed, and lazily asked, "Who is it?" Yichun smiled and said, "Grandpa Li, it's me, Wang Feng." The old man suddenly opened his eyes. Wang Feng. You are Xiaofeng. Yes, Grandpa Li still remembers me. Li Quan's expression changed slightly, and he nodded, saying, "Of course I remember. How could I not remember you? Grandpa Li, what's wrong? Why did you think of this place? The doll next to you is your daughter." "You have a daughter?" Li Quan asked in surprise. "Yes, my daughter, Tuanshuan." Tuanshuan, eating a lollipop, politely greeted, "Hello, great-grandpa." What a sensible and smart baby. "Come on in, you're here to see Dean Wang, right?" Yichun said, "Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen Dean Wang, so I came to visit." "Then you should go in quickly." Yichun led Tuan in. The buildings inside were somewhat dilapidated, and weeds grew along the paths. Not far away, several toddlers, around 2 or 3 years old, were playing by the flower bed. His clothes were tattered and his hair was a mess, clearly indicating that he hadn't taken care of it in a long time. When the little ones saw the strangers arrive, they immediately hid behind the flower bed, like frightened little rabbits. These babies are not healthy. Some are missing fingers, while others are deaf and mute and cannot speak. The normal babies have already been adopted. These are the ones that nobody wants. Tuanchuan pointed to several babies not far away. Daddy, there are so many, including little sisters. Yichen said, Okay, Tuanchuan, go and talk to them. Tuanchuan nodded, took the lollipop, and walked over. When the children saw Tuanchuan, they all came out and stared longingly at the big lollipop in Tuanchuan's hand, swallowing hard. Here, have some. Tuanchuan shared all her lollipops with her younger sister, and also took out the snacks from her bag and shared them. Several babies wolfed down the food, some of whom didn't even know how to eat jelly and just kept biting it with their teeth. Yichen sighed, walked over, and helped the baby open the box. He remembered that Familly had done charity work and donated money to orphanages, so why were these babies still so pitiful? Tuanchuan left all the snacks she had on her body for her younger sisters. Dad, my poor little sister hasn't eaten. Tuanchuan's little eyebrows were almost furrowed into a caterpillar shape. Dad knows they'll have food to eat from now on. Let's go now. Yichun led Tuan into the central living room. Several staff members were lazily playing on their phones and only stood up when they saw people arrive. Are you looking to adopt a child? I'm sorry, we don't have any normal babies here. You can go to the welfare home in the north of the city, and we can help you contact them. Yichun said, I'm looking for your dean. Dean? Then come with me. Yichun led Tuan up to the second floor. This is our dean's room. I'll go downstairs now. The middle-aged woman turned and went downstairs. Yichun knocked on the door. Uncle Wang. Not long after, the door was opened. Dean Wang greeted everyone with a broad smile, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. Xiaofeng is here. Come in quickly. What brings you here? I thought you were joking with Uncle Wang. After Yichun entered, he realized how big the room was. It was several hundred square meters, and the furnishings were luxurious. There were European-style sofas, a large chandelier hanging above, and paintings on the walls, making it look like the living room of a large villa. 195 The Strange Orphanage. Most importantly, the decorations on the cabinet are obviously very valuable. Yichun glanced at it and realized that this decorating style must have cost a lot of money. Although Uncle Wang is the director of the welfare home, there are hardly any people in the welfare home, and his annual salary is only around 200,000 yuan. Uncle Wang, this is your room. It's decorated really grandly. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a small villa. Yichun said with a smile. Dean Wang said, It didn't cost much money. We just thought the style looked good. Since you're already here, why bring so many gifts? It's been so long since I've seen you. Uncle Wang doesn't even remember what you used to look like. Yichun politely replied, It's just a small token of my appreciation. Dean Wang then noticed that there was a baby next to Yichun. Is this your daughter? Your daughter is so big now. Yichun nodded and said, Yes, Tuanchuan, this is Grandpa. Hello, Grandpa. Tuanchuan greeted everyone politely. Dean Wang squatted down, touched the baby's little hand, and said with a loving expression, So good, you look just like you. Tuanchuan looked timidly at Dean Wang's face and quickly ran to hide in her father's arms. Yichun smiled and said, My daughter is timid. Uncle Wang, please don't take offense. Girls are all timid. It's okay, they'll be fine in the future. Dean Wang was busy making tea again, and Yichun immediately recognized it as top-quality tea guanyin, which naturally commanded the highest price. A babyish voice rang out from inside her arms. Daddy, Tuanchuan, let's go home. Okay, we'll go home in a bit. Little Tuanchuan seems to be very afraid of Dean Wang. In his eyes, Uncle Wang had always been a good dean, but now, he seemed to have changed a bit. Have some tea, Xiaofeng. Uncle Wang doesn't have much to offer you. See if this tea suits your taste. Dean Wang placed the white porcelain cup in front of Yichun, but inadvertently revealed the watch on his wrist. Others might not know, but Yichun was very familiar with this watch because he had seen it once when Familly bought it for him. It was priced at 8 million. But isn't 8 million an astronomical figure for a hospital director? Yichun took a sip of tea and asked casually, Uncle Wang, the watch on your wrist is quite nice. I've never seen you wear it before. Dean Wang immediately covered the watch with his sleeve and casually said, It's just an ordinary watch, worth about 200 yuan. How could someone like me afford anything nice? I'm stuck in this courtyard every day. That's right. Uncle Wang has been the director here for more than 10 years. Dean Wong slowly sipped his tea, his dark eyes behind his glasses making it impossible to discern his emotions. Sigh. Never mind, Xiaofeng. Uncle Wong still remembers how naughty you were when you were little. You climbed trees every day and always fell down from the trees in the back garden, getting your head bleeding. Really? I don't quite remember, Uncle Wong. I don't recall any of what you're saying. That's because you damaged your brain when you were 5 years old, so you don't remember many things. Yichen nodded and said, I don't remember. I really don't remember. Dean Wong smiled, but the smile was terrifying. Tuanshuan was so frightened that she quickly hid in her father's arms. Dad, Tuanshuan, let's go home. Okay, we'll go home soon. Daddy will take you home. Yichen gently coaxed the little one. This little guy doesn't like it here. Xiaofeng, since you're here, why don't you stay and have lunch with us before you leave? Good. Yichen agreed. Canteen. Yichun and Dean Wong want to get their meals together. Both of them had 4 dishes and a soup, 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, plus a bowl of porridge and a serving of fruit, which was quite a feast. The food in this cafeteria is pretty good. But why are those children so pale and thin? At this moment, a neat procession arrived, consisting of about 10 children, ranging in age from 2 to over 10, led by a middle-aged woman. They ate at another window. Their plates contained only a steamed bun and some pickled vegetables, and the porridge they drank was thin soup. Yichen asked, Uncle Wong, why is the lunch those children are eating different from yours? Dean Wong said, they are still young. Fish and meat are not good for their health. It's better for them to eat some coarse food so they can grow faster. Yichen's lips twitched. Just as he predicted, he was right. Xiaofeng, eat more. Tuanshuan, you eat more too. Don't be shy when you come to Grandpa's. There's more inside if you're not full. Tuan nodded and gave the chicken leg in his hand to a poor little sister. Dean Wong said unhappily, why is Tuanshuan talking to that little mute? She can't speak and she's so dirty. Turning to Yichun, he said, Xiaofeng, haven't you become quite successful? I see you're wearing different clothes now. What are you doing now? It's nothing, just a day laborer. Yichun buried his head and continued eating. Working? I don't think so. Your clothes cost at least $1 million. They're all designer brands. Don't try to fool Uncle Wong. Dean Wong looked at Yichun with a smile. Haven't you become successful? Yichun denied it, saying, I'm just an ordinary person. Dean Wong didn't ask any further questions. After finishing their meal, Yichun left with Tuan. Just as the two reached the door, a young man entered. He looked disheveled, but his face was fairly handsome. Yichun suddenly stopped and tentatively called out, Pang. The young man froze for a moment. Then his eyes widened suddenly, and he made a whimpering sound. Ugh, wah. The man named Pang is mute. I used to be very fat, but now I don't know why I've become thin, and I look pale and emaciated. Yichun said happily, Pang, I am Wang Feng. Don't you remember me? We played together when we were little. Pang shook his head. What did you say? Pang covered his head and shook his head repeatedly. Ooh. Pang, what are you trying to say? Why are you still here? Didn't you leave? Pang kept shaking his head at Yichun. Just then, Dean Wong suddenly arrived and said coldly, Pang, what are you doing over there? Come back right now. Pang was so frightened that he trembled all over, covered his head, and left in a daze. Pang. Dean Wong stopped Yichun and said, Xiaofeng, Pang is getting more and more crazy. Did he scare you just now? No. Pang was trying to say something to me. Why did he keep shaking his head? It's nothing. He's always been like this, acting crazy. Just ignore him. Dean Wong brought Yichun out. The people inside are all acting strangely. I hope they didn't scare Tuanshuan just now. Yichun patted Tuan's head and said, No. Uncle Wong, I'll be going now. Good. Yichun sat in the car, staring at the gate of the orphanage through the car window. I have a feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. It's like there's some secret involved. Jiang Luo, something's not right here. 196. Familly is so cute when she's drunk. Dad. The little one patted his father's arm. Yichun snapped out of his daze and asked, Tuanshuan, what's wrong? Scared. Let's go home. The little guy pointed to the way home. Okay, let's go home. Yichun started the car, gripped the steering wheel, and asked Tuanshuan as he drove. Tuanshuan, why are you afraid of this place? The little guy said in his baby voice, I'm scared of Grandpa. Is that Grandpa Wong? Tuanchuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Tuanchuan, I'm scared. Yichen also felt that something was strange about what happened today. Dean Wong seemed very odd. The whole orphanage felt strange. I never felt that way when I was a child. And Pang, what exactly do you want to tell him? Why am I so excited to see him? Just then, Yichen's phone rang, and Tuan Tuan quickly answered the call. Hey Tuan Tuan. Tuanchuan, where's your dad? Feng Li's voice came from inside, and Xiao Tuanchuan quickly put the phone to her father's ear. Mom, the phone. Yichen said, Feng Li, it's me. Yichun, come pick me up. I'm at the Tianyu Hotel. Okay, what happened? Feng Li, what's wrong? Feng Li replied in a low voice. It's nothing. I'll be there soon. Please wait for me a little longer. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yichun turned the car around and went straight to the Tianyu Hotel. Feng Li's mood seems off. Has something happened? With that in mind, Yichun sped up again. Tianyu Hotel, the largest building in the Golden Triangle, soars into the sky, overlooking everything. Yichun got out of the car with Tuan Tuan and, led by a waiter, went to the VIP room. The room was a mess. Feng Li leaned back on the sofa, with many wine bottles on the floor. She was holding a bottle of wine in her hand and took a sip when she saw Yichun arrive. Feng Li, stop drinking. Why have you drunk so much? Yichun snatched the wine bottle from Feng Li's hand and placed it on the table. He never smokes or drinks. His only hobby is playing video games occasionally. Feng Li also doesn't drink alcohol. This was the first time he had ever seen Feng Li drink, and drink so much. Mom, I don't want to drink it. Tuanchuan nestled next to her mother, pressing her soft little face against hers, and said, Mommy, I won't drink alcohol. It's Tuanchuan. Feng Li pinched Tuan Tuan's little face. You're even taking care of Mom now. Tuanchuan pouted, looking aggrieved. Mommy, no alcohol? Yichun picked up a tissue and wiped Feng Li's face, asking with concern. Feng Li, what's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to meet your aunt? Where is she? Feng Li closed her eyes. She's gone. You're gone? Where did you go? Why are you drinking here alone? Aren't you going home? Feng Li was about to grab a bottle of red wine from the table when Yichun stopped her. Feng Li, you can't drink alcohol now. You don't need to worry about me. Feng Li, still half asleep, pushed Yichun away and continued drinking. I feel unwell. Yichun grabbed the bottle. Feng Li, tell me, what exactly happened? It hurts. Feng Li muttered to herself as she continued to struggle with Yichun for the bottle, but unfortunately, she was too weak to win against Yichun, and in anger, she punched him. Then, nervously, he asked, Did I hurt you? I'm fine, your strength can't hurt me. Tell me what happened. What's going on? Yichun pinched Feng Li's face. Speak quickly. Feng Li muttered to herself in a daze, and after a short while, she collapsed into Yichun's arms. Mother! Tuanchuan clung to her mother's arm and shook her, calling out, Mommy! Tuanchuan, Mom is asleep. Let's take Mom home. Okay, let's go home. Yichun stood up and easily picked up Feng Li. The once aloof female CEO now looked like a drunkard. This is the first time I've seen Feng Li like this. What happened? Yichun was completely baffled. He carried Feng Li out of the hotel, with Tuan Tuan following behind, carrying her mother's bag and toddling along with her short legs. Yichun placed Feng Li in the back seat, and Tuan Tuan also sat in the back to keep an eye on her mother. Tuanchuan. Feng Li grabbed Tuan Tuan's little arm and tried to touch her face. Poor little Tuanchuan, feeling wronged after being ravaged by her mother, rubbed her eyes and said, Mommy, go to sleep. Mommy isn't sleepy, Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan is Mommy's precious baby. No one can take him away. Feng Li hugged Xiao Tuanchuan and showered her with kisses, saying, Mommy's baby. Tuanchuan was held tightly by her mother, looking pitiful and unable to break free. Yichun almost burst out laughing when he saw this scene in the rearview mirror. I never expected Feng Li to be like this when he's drunk. I've really learned something new today. It's just a pity for their little Tuanchuan. Mommy, don't hug me. Tuanchuan spoke to her mother in a cute but fierce tone, pushing her mother's hand while her cheeks puffed up in anger. Mommy, hug me, Tuanchuan. Feng Li continued to hug and kiss the baby. Finally, the little baby looked utterly hopeless as his mother held him in her arms. North of the city, affluent neighborhood. The car stopped. Yi-Chen opened the car door, and the little baby looked at her father with a wronged expression, her eyes brimming with tears, while her mother was still hugging and kissing her. Dad, Yi-Chen gently coaxed. Mommy is drunk. Tuanshuan, don't blame Mommy. Then, Yi-Chen carried Familly and Xiao Tuanshuan out together. Fortunately, he was strong enough to lift his wife and daughter. Feng Yin was watching a drama when she saw Yi-Chen carrying Familly and Tuan Tuan in. She chuckled and asked, Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Is this another new romantic gesture between the couple? Feng Yin, your sister has had too much to drink. Feng Yin stood up excitedly. What? My sister drank too much? She hasn't had a drink in a long time, a whole 4 years, right? She hasn't had a drink since that incident last time. I took her upstairs first. She was drunk and wouldn't let go of Tuanshuan. Yi-Chen pushed open the door with his foot, placed Familly on the bed, and then rescued the little baby from her arms. The next second, Yi-Chen's arm was grabbed by Familly, who hugged him very tightly. Don't go, Yi-Chen mine, Yi-Chen said helplessly. Familly, I'm not leaving. You need to rest well. You drank too much today. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some hangover soup for you. No, mine. Familly hugged Yi-Chen's arm and buried herself in his chest. My Yi-Chen, my Tuanshuan. Yi-Chen lifted Familly's face. It's yours, it's all yours. I'll have the kitchen prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you. Do you have a headache? Familly shook her head, hugged Yi-Chen and Tuan Tuan tightly, and refused to let go no matter what. They all belonged to her, her husband and daughter. 197 Yi-Chen coaxed. Familly, call me brother. Feng Yin leaned against the door and shook her head helplessly. Yi-Chen, you stay here with my sister. I'll go to the kitchen and have them make some hangover soup. Good. Yi-Chen then asked, Feng Yin, is Familly always like this when she's drunk? No, my sister hasn't drunk alcohol since that incident 4 years ago when she got drunk. Feng Yin went downstairs to the kitchen. Familly, let me go first. I'll get a towel to wipe your face. I won't let go, it's mine. Familly leaned down and kissed Yi-Chen's face, saying, Mine, you're mine. Familly, what exactly happened today? Familly pointed at Tuanshuan, Tuanshuan's dad. Before she could finish speaking, Familly collapsed into Yi-Chen's arms and fell into a deep coma. Mother! Tuanshuan's little brows furrowed into a caterpillar shape as she shook her mother's arm. Mommy! Tuanshuan, Mommy is okay. Mommy is asleep. After a while, Feng Yin came up with a bowl of hangover soup and asked, Yi-Chen, what's wrong with my sister? Why did she drink so much? I don't know either. They said her aunt needed to talk to her, and when I went to pick her up, she was already like this. Aunt? Feng Yin frowned. Could it be that matter? Yi-Chen woke Familly up and tried to feed her some hangover soup with a spoon, but Familly refused to drink it and turned her head away. Familly, if you drink the hangover soup, your headache will stop. Familly turned around and said haughtily, Kiss me. Yi-Chen's lips twitched. Even when drunk, he was still so arrogant. Helpless, Yi-Chen gently kissed her. Is it okay now? Can we drink it? Familly finally opened her mouth, touching Yi-Chen's face with one hand. You're so handsome. You're my husband. Yes, yours. Yi-Chen nodded helplessly. Mine, all of it is mine. Familly slowly leaned closer to Yi-Chen and gently kissed him, her lips pressed against Yi-Chen's lips. Caught off guard, Yi-Chen's pupils widened suddenly. He was forcibly kissed again. Feng Yin wisely led Xiao Tuanshuan away from the room, afraid of disturbing the two people's good time. Mother, little Tuanshuan, your mother is drunk. Let her rest. Your aunt will take you to watch TV. Don't you like watching cartoons? Feng Yin took Tuan Tuan's hand and went downstairs. Yi-Chen pushed Familly away and said softly, Familly, stop fooling around and drink the hangover soup. Okay, I'll drink it. This was the first time Yi-Chen had seen Familly so adorable. He hadn't realized that Familly could be so cute when she was drunk, and he couldn't help but want to pinch her cheeks. Who I am? Familly's eyes were glazed over as she obediently answered. You are, Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen deliberately said, I'm the older brother, call me older brother. Elder brother. Yi-Chen felt incredibly happy. What did Familly call him just now? Call him brother. Yi-Chen continued to tease. Good boy, say it again. Brother, brother Yi-Chen. Familly wrapped her arms around Yi-Chen's neck, saying, Brother Yi-Chen, I want it. Yi-Chen coughed a few times. Sweetie, You haven't finished your hangover soup yet. Familly picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp, then wiped her mouth. I'm done drinking. I want Brother Yi-chun. The clear voice rang out again, and Yi-chun felt his blood boil. What to do? What to do? This is Familly, who is drunk. He is a gentleman and should not take advantage of someone in distress. Then, he was pinned down by Familly, who grabbed his clothes with both hands. Yi-chun, brother. Yi-chun obediently lay still on the bed. You can't blame him for that, can you? It was Familly who took the initiative. He didn't do anything. Brother Yi-chun. The woman in front of him was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs. She called him brother, and even when she was drunk, she was still so alluring, so he let her be. He's a very accommodating husband, so of course he'll satisfy his wife's every whim. Yi-chun patted Familly's face. Call me husband. Husband. Call me brother. Elder brother. When Familly was drunk, she was too obedient. She did whatever Yi-chun asked her to do. Yi-chun couldn't hold back any longer and hit him twice. Familly suddenly burst into tears, looking at him with teary eyes. Pain. My dear Lily, I didn't hit you. I did it by accident. Yi-chun lifted Familly's pointed chin and kissed her fiercely. With such an alluring wife, who could resist? Yi-chun decided that he would not be a gentleman tonight. Call me husband. Stick your tongue out. Husband. Familly obediently did as she was told, being exceptionally well-behaved. Yi-chun finally felt better, having bullied Familly until she cried and called him brother. Finally, exhausted, Familly lay down on Yi-chun and fell asleep. Yi-chun carried the person downstairs and covered them with a blanket. He buckled his belt and left the room. Where's Dad and Mom? When Tuan saw her father come out, she looked around with her big eyes, but after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find her mother. Mom is still sleeping. Mom got drunk today. Has Tuan had dinner yet? Tuan shook her head, nuzzled her father's face affectionately, and pointed to the dining table. Tuan, wait for Daddy. Let's eat together. Feng-yin had already started eating and explained. Yi-chun, Tuan refuses to eat and insists on waiting for you to come out so we can eat together. Hurry up and eat. Good. Yi-chun put a small bib on the baby, placed him on a chair, and personally served him food. Eat more, Tuan. Dad noticed that you've grown taller recently. You'll definitely grow very tall in the future. Baby Tuan wobbled on her short legs as she ate, her cheeks puffed out, just like a little hamster. She wants to grow very, very tall as her father. Tuan raised her little head and said, Mommy, dinner is ready. Mom is still sleeping. We'll feed her after she wakes up. Yi-chun continued to feed the little milk ball, choosing only the freshest and tenderest meat for the baby. Dad, it smells good. Eat more. Feng-yin asked. Yi-chun, where's my sister? Why didn't she come down? She drank the hangover soup earlier. Is she feeling better now? Yi-chun felt guilty and almost choked. After all this commotion, Familly won't be able to get up tonight. No, not so fast. We'll have to wait a while. When she gets hungry, I'll have the kitchen make her a midnight snack. But the kitchen staff get off work at 10 p.m., and the maids get off work later. My sister never lets them work overtime. Feng-yin shrugged. My sister is a good boss. She never exploits her employees. Yi-chun said, I can cook simple meals. I'll make some for her then. Okay, I'll go check on my sister. I'm quite worried about her. Yi-chun immediately stopped Feng-yin. Familly just fell asleep. Let her sleep for a while first. Then I'll go see her again tomorrow morning. Tonight, I'm going out to have some fun. Feng-yin picked up her bag and prepared to leave. Tuan quickly stopped her aunt. Auntie, let's not go out. Let's go to sleep. You little rascal, you're quite nosy. You even want to tell your aunt what to do when she goes out. I'm going out to find you an uncle. Feng-yin pinched Tuan's chubby cheeks. I'll find you a handsome uncle. 198. If your wife calls you brother, who can resist? Daddy is handsome. Tuan argued with her aunt in a childish voice. Then I'll find an uncle who's even more handsome than your dad. Dad is the most handsome. Tuan pouted her little mouth. In a baby's eyes, Dad is the most handsome dad. All right, your dad is the most handsome, okay? Now you can let your aunt leave. Feng-yin picked up the little bundle of milk and tossed it aside. This little guy is so small, yet he dares to boss her around. Auntie, Tuan followed behind. Feng Yin had already driven away. Tuanshuan frowned and sighed like a little adult. Auntie, you're naughty. This worried little guy made Yichen laugh. Tuanshuan, your aunt is fine. Do you still want to watch cartoons? Dad will watch with you. Dad, Tuanshuan is looking at the sheep. Good. Yichun turned on the TV and looked at the familiar sheep in front of him. Isn't this what he watched when he was a child? Now it's his daughter's turn. The little ones watched with great interest and even sang along. Dad, Brother Yang Yang is handsome. Tuanshuan's favorite character is Pleasant Goat. Another room. Fengli suddenly opened her eyes, rubbed her aching temples, and sat up after throwing off the covers. He was completely naked. Where are her clothes? Fengli had a headache. She should have known better than to drink. Drinking always leads to trouble. She had already ruined something for years ago. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Fengli finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up, found a loose nightgown, put it on, and went downstairs barefoot. Yichen was watching TV with his daughter when he suddenly heard someone call him. He turned around and saw Fengli standing at the entrance of the building not far away. Fengli, you're awake. How did you get out? After Yichen went over, he noticed that Fengli wasn't wearing shoes, so he immediately picked her up and put her on the sofa. Fengli, why did you come out without shoes? Mommy. Tuanshuan snuggled into her mother's arms and pressed her face against her mother's. Fengli rubbed Tuan's little head and asked, Yichen, my head hurts so much. What did I do? Yichen broke out in a cold sweat, feeling guilty. You don't remember what happened just now? I don't remember. I'm sorry if I forced you. Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. If Fengli found out, he would make her call him brother, and even trick her into eating. Yichen felt that Fengli would definitely kill him. So, it's best not to let her know about this. It's okay, I don't blame you. You just woke up, are you hungry? It's past 10 o'clock now, the kitchen is closed. I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. Fengli smiled and nodded. Okay, I want beef noodles. Yichen said. Tuanshuan, you stay with Mom for now, Dad will make some noodles. Tuanshuan, look at Mommy. Tuanshuan grabbed her mother's arm with both paws. Good girl. Yichen went to the kitchen, turned on the power, and found some noodles in the refrigerator. I haven't cooked in a long time, so I'm a bit rusty. Tuanshuan frowned and complained to her mother, her baby voice saying, Mommy, drink lots and lots of wine. Hug Tuanshuan. Kiss Tuanshuan. Fengli pinched the baby's pink cheeks. Mommy forgot. Give Mommy a massage on her arms. The little guy was patting his mother's shoulders with great effort, looking very enthusiastic. Mom, I don't drink alcohol. Okay, I won't drink anymore. I won't drink anymore in the future. Fengli's eyes grew increasingly deep, and he suddenly asked, Tuanshuan, what if you had another father? Tuanshuan's dad won. The little bundle of milk stretched out a short, tiny finger. I mean, if only, would you like another dad? Tuanshuan shook her head and said, I don't like it. Tuanshuan likes daddy. I don't like it. Fengli lowered her eyes. After Yichen came out, he put dinner on the table. It contained a few pieces of beef and a poached egg, and it looked very light. Fengli, I made you beef noodles. It's been a while since I made them, so I'm a little rusty. Try them and see if they're good. Fengli sat up and said, What you made must be delicious. You should try it. Fengli picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Delicious. It's been so long since I've had beef noodles. It's been a long time since I've made this. I was worried it wouldn't taste good. Little Tuanshuan looked at the noodles and swallowed hard. Mom noodles. Fengli laughed and said, Tuanshuan is so hungry she's practically drooling. Here, have a bite. Tuanshuan took a bite of noodles and gave Yichen a thumbs up. Daddy, delicious. If Tuanshuan likes it, Daddy will make it for you tomorrow night. Good. Tuanshuan took another bite of noodles and ate with great relish. Dad's cooking is the best. Then, the bowl of noodles was completely devoured, leaving not even a drop of soup. Yichen really didn't expect that his wife and daughter would devour the whole bowl of noodles he made, leaving not even a drop of soup. It seems his skills are quite good. Fengli, what exactly happened today? Why did you drink so much? Does your head still hurt? Yichen raised the back of his hand and touched Fengli's forehead. The temperature is normal, and there is no fever. It's nothing. Fengli hesitated, then stopped herself from speaking. Still worried, Yichen asked again, Are you really all right? Okay, Tuanchuan, it's very late now. You should go to sleep. Tuanchuan pointed at the pleasant goat on the screen and said in her babyish voice, Mommy, Tuanchuan is looking at brother goat. Sweetie, it's time for us to sleep. Daddy will take you to bed. Yi-chun carried Tuanchuan upstairs, changed the baby into a soft bunny pajama set, and put the little guy on the bed and covered him with a blanket. Tuanchuan, it's time for bed. Daddy will tell you a story. Good. After listening to just 2 sentences, Tuanchuan closed her eyes and fell asleep. With her long eyelashes and pink little nose, she looked just like a little doll. Yi-chun kissed the baby's little cheek. Tuanchuan, good night. Then, placed Tuanchuan's favorite little bunny next to her and let it sleep with her. Yi-chun quietly left the room. Familly sat on the sofa and patted his head. She vaguely recalled some memories. Had she called Yi-chun brother? Yi-chun grasped Familly's hand and asked, Familly, do you have a headache? No, I vaguely remember something. Did I call you brother? Yi-chun coughed a few times. Is that so? Familly closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. I was just drunk. Don't take it seriously. I know. Besides these, what else do you remember? Yi-chun asked excitedly. That's all. Did I do something wrong to you? No, I was just asking. Yi-chun breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Familly hadn't remembered. He taught me to call myself brother. He's so wicked. He couldn't resist seeing Familly drunk. You can't blame him. If your wife calls you brother, can you tolerate it? Can you tolerate it? Yi-chun QAQ. I can only blame my wife for being too beautiful and for being able to moan. 199. He doesn't want his wife to dress so nicely to see other men.